This man was just an ordinary person who had been thrown onto the sea. He had only a broken wooden plank under his feet, but behind him was a black tide that could swallow everything. Others start with small boats, islands, and even talents, but he has nothing but a piece of wood floating on the sea. The black tide behind him continued to advance, and various strange sea monsters lurked beneath the surface. Any mistake could cause him to disappear completely. But Jiang Xuan's most terrifying quality is never his luck, but his ability to turn near-death crises into opportunities for a comeback. Wet-kissing fish he killed truly activated his authority-level talent. As long as he kills the Black Sea Beast, he can obtain the mutated Sea Beast egg, and the quality of the hatched Sea Beast will not be lower than that of the killed target. Thus, the talkative starfish appeared. This quirky sea creature, with its sharp tongue, ability to regenerate, and capacity to provide food resources, became his earliest companion. Subsequently, a series of sea creatures, including the noble octopus, the stinging sea urchin, and the floating coral, appeared, each with different abilities. Some were responsible for reconnaissance, some for combat, some could manipulate seawater, and some directly became special combat forces on the ship. Jiang Xuan gradually transformed from a lone survivor adrift into someone with a truly unique lineup of sea monsters. Once the unsinkable wooden ship was built, he was no longer just prey on the sea. The mist, the others, the giant ships, the merfolk, the Black Sea Brotherhood, the frigid seas, and the acidic seas pushed him one after another into increasingly dangerous battlefields. His ship was constantly upgraded, and the starfall gradually took shape, with cannons, propulsion systems, radar, shields, and undead units being added little by little. Once you enter the vast ocean, survival is no longer just about individual survival, but a true war of power. The One-Eyed Pirate Gang, the Mad Pirate Gang, and the Skull Pirate Gang are all behemoths that ordinary survivors cannot afford to provoke. But Jiang Xuan did not back down. He subdued the giant skeletal ship, took over the mine, built escort ships, and allowed the Starfall fleet to begin its true expansion. More importantly, he awakened the Sequence 2 Overlord, transforming from someone who simply hatched sea monsters into someone capable of commanding his units. Attribute linking, location transfer, life perception, and damage sharing allow his power to no longer belong solely to himself, but to come from the entire fleet. The Heart Drum was born. All the top combat forces in the Great Sea were drawn into the vortex, with One-Eyed, Blood Oddity, and Skeleton King all eyeing this power. But Jiang Xuan charged into the battlefield, defeated the One-Eyed Pirates, seized the Eye of the Miracle Giant, and obtained the epic talent Crimson Eye. From this moment on, any sea monster, undead, pirate, or even intelligent creature that he sets his sights on could become part of the Starfall fleet. After One-Eye's death, the Starfall fleet made a name for itself. Its skeletal behemoths expanded to 25, and undead units began to appear on a large scale. Those survivors who could only watch the strong in the channel now regard him as the true overlord of the sea. The Human Alliance also extended an olive branch to Jiang Xuan, with an invitation from the Elders' Council, attribute potions, and key intelligence, all proving that his status had completely changed. But more important than his identity was the news about the inland sea. The outer sea of the Black Sea is just a giant ring. The real secret lies in the inner sea, which countless powerful beings yearn to reach. There might be a way to escape the black tide there, or there might be even more terrifying rules and enemies hidden there. To enter the inner sea, Jiang Xuan must cross the inverted sea, an area that is destined to offer no one a safe passage. At this moment, Jiang Xuan had already reached the forefront of the Great Sea, but the true Black Sea was only revealing a deeper corner of itself. Next, we will continue into the second part of ocean survival. Every sea beast he kills drops an egg, letting him hatch a powerful monster army. Starting from Chapter 201. In a vast world of the Skull Pirates, within a large skull graveyard, Jiang Xuan glanced at the small skeletons building a giant skeletal ship not far away, and sighed inwardly. 5 days have passed since the last great battle. In these 5 days, the Starfall fleet has swept across numerous islands of the 3 major powers. He searched almost the entire northern sea area, but no matter how hard he looked, Jiang Xuan could not detect the presence of the Skeleton King and the Blood Demon again. Jiang Xuan guessed that the Skeleton King should have already led the little skeletons away from this sea area completely. As for the Blood Oddity, which had previously fallen into a period of weakness, Jiang Xuan guessed that it was probably in grave danger by now. Along the way, he discovered many scattered blood curse warships, and the evil god cultists on board were all in a state of frenzy. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Xuan temporarily put the matter out of his mind. For him, having the remaining power source of the miracle giant was ideal, but not being able to would be too disappointing. The 30th has passed, and the third world rankings are now underway. From today onwards, the Kuroshio current speed will increase by 30%. All passages to the inland sea are now gradually opening. A grand and solemn voice began to echo across the entire outer sea. All the surviving survivors looked solemnly at the huge black characters flashing in the sky. Is it time for the rankings to be updated again? Jiang Xuan didn't expect that 30 days would pass so quickly. Unfortunately, that diamond-level mutated sea monster egg will take 2 more days to hatch. Glancing at the mysterious, huge silver eggshell in his backpack, Jiang Xuan casually opened the 3 newly updated leaderboards. As he expected, he ranked second among all human survivors. Congratulations on receiving the ranking reward. Diamond level chest 1. It's a diamond level chest. Obtaining a diamond level reward means he will find it easier to comprehend the rules of the domain and the laws of the Black Sea. Domains and laws? Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment. After some thought, Jiang Xuan decided to open the treasure chest first. Diamond treasure chest opened. Obtain legendary talent. Immortal body. Legendary talent. Undying body. Jiang Xuan's eyes gleamed with intense light. A bluish gold mark instantly transformed into mysterious patterns and merged into his forehead. Name, Undying body quality. Legendary. The more severe the damage received, the stronger the body's self-healing ability. Doesn't that mean that with the damage reduction buff, we can also get a super strong self-healing ability for free? This truly transformed Jiang Xuan into a legendary creature that was virtually impossible to kill. Now, Jiang Xuan can start looking for a way to enter the inner sea. I glanced at the navigation log and saw the black text about the Kuroshio current accelerating. Now that he possessed an indestructible body, Jiang Xuan finally made up his mind to lead the Starfall fleet to the inner sea world. When Jiang Xuan thinks of the inner sea, the first thing that comes to mind is still that bearded pirate, Captain M.O. Lee. It must be said that Captain M.O. Lee's treasure did indeed help Jiang Xuan a lot in the early stages. If given the chance, Jiang Xuan would naturally like to meet this legendary great pirate. Congratulations on obtaining gold-level treasure, chest 1. This time, the ship construction ranking has increased the rewards. Successfully opened a gold-level treasure chest and obtained the item, Compass of Destiny, quality, epic. Description, possesses miraculous power to guide destiny and direct the direction of survivor's journey. Tell your thoughts to the compass of fate, and you will receive a revelation from destiny. This effect can be achieved once a day. Holding the 30-centimeter long disc-shaped compass in his hand, Jiang Xuan noticed that it was engraved with many patterns that he couldn't understand. O compass of destiny, please guide Jiang Xuan toward the inner sea. Jiang Xuan mimicked the descriptions he had read in novels from his previous life. He imitated them, silently repeating the terms related to the inland sea in his mind. As Jiang Xuan uttered numerous words, the golden pointer instantly reacted. After Jiang Xuan finished reciting all the nouns he could think of, the pointer instantly pointed to the northernmost part of the sea. Jiang Xuan's gaze pierced through the sea, fixed on the northernmost edge of the great ocean world. Now, the Starfall fleet is not far from the northern border of the great ocean world. Captain Skeleton, hurry up, we should set off after dawn. Jiang Xuan glanced at the skeletal captain who was directing the little skeletons to build a ship on the island. Starfall fleet has now exceeded 50, and it is expected to reach 60 before dawn. The 3 largest skeletal ships were equipped with defensive shields, superior class accelerators, and ship radars. Below the 3 giant skeletal ships, there are 12 super-large skeletal ships and 45 medium-sized skeletal ships. Each of these giant skeletal ships carries at least 500 small skeletons, 50 undead bone claws, and 10 giant bone-winged demons. In addition to these surface-based combat forces, nearly 100 second-generation sea monsters are also ready to go from the seabed. They are always ready to become an important fighting force in Jiang Xuan's hands, providing constant escort for the entire fleet's voyage. Hours later, as the first rays of dawn shone on the dark sea, numerous newly built skeletal ships were launched into the water one after another, following the 3 giant skeletal ships, and slowly sailed towards the northernmost part of the sea. Father, according to the Prism Mirror Water Beast's exploration, we will reach the boundary of this sea area after traveling about 1,000 meters further. The starfall, the noble octopus, opened its eyes. Within its pupils, a silver barrier stood at the northernmost point of the sea. Sea boundary? Does this sea area even have a boundary? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was slightly taken aback. In his imagination, the sea should be a giant sphere, and theoretically, it should not have any boundaries. After some consideration, Jiang Xuan decided to go to the edge of the sea to take a look. After all, the compass of fate in his hand could not be wrong, and it was still pointing north. A few minutes later, before the Starfall fleet reached the border of the great ocean world, Jiang Xuan finally saw the enormous silver barrier stretching across the end of the sea. The silver barrier, like a dividing line separating the sky, completely blocked the meteorite fleet at the edge of this sea area. Cannons ready, fire a salvo. The skeleton captain beside him gave the attack order to the 60 giant skeletal ships. The massive cannons fired incessantly at the silver barrier that blocked out the sky. But what happened next completely stunned everyone present. The cannon instantly pierced through the silver barrier. It encountered almost no resistance, and there was no sound of any explosion. These shells seemed to be swallowed up by the silver barrier, without causing even the slightest ripple. Skeleton ship number 60, heading due north 500 meters ahead. As another command was issued, a giant skeletal ship immediately sailed out from the meteorite fleet and headed towards the silver barrier. However, after advancing less than 200 meters, the giant skeletal ship came to a stop on the sea. No matter how much power they increased or how much weight they reduced, they could not move forward even a single step. As a second-generation sea monster also came to a standstill on the surface of the sea, Jiang Xuan raised his hand, signaling them to return to port. Interesting. The artillery fire will be absorbed, and other moving objects will be unable to get close. With everything he had just observed replaying in his mind, Jiang Xuan began to describe the various terms related to the inner sea to the compass of destiny once again. 5 minutes later, as Jiang Xuan continued to repeat himself, the golden pointer on the compass of fate finally reacted again. This time, the pointer no longer points north, but stands vertically, as if pointing to the dark seabed below. It seems the path to the inner sea is hidden beneath the seabed. Let Jiang Xuan see what lies beneath the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xuan was completely covered by golden armor, and finally, the hideous mask also covered his face. A flash of emerald green light appeared, and the massive body of the azure-eyed golden-chained serpent was already beneath Jiang Xuan's feet. As the body of the blue-eyed golden-chained snake plunged into the sea, a dazzling red line followed closely behind. The dazzling red feathered sparrow that had always followed Jiang Xuan. The body of the Prism Mirror Water Beast was instantly reflected onto the sea surface. When he reappeared, he was already beside the enormous scales of the azure-eyed golden-chained serpent. Since it involved the passage to the inner sea, Jiang Xuan didn't take anything lightly. He directly mobilized the 3 strongest combat forces of the current Starfall fleet. As for Graken Rift, he was left at the very back because of his slow movement speed. Based on the immense water pressure feedback transmitted through the shoulder armor, Jiang Xuan guessed that the group had already descended to a depth of at least 10,000 meters. It's right below. The golden pointer in Jiang Xuan's hand trembled under the pressure of the sea. After descending another 2,000 meters, a huge seabed fissure slowly came into view. To Jiang Xuan's surprise, there were traces of artificial carving on both sides of the seabed fissure. Countless marks of different colors and emitting different lights are scattered in every corner of the crack. The exposed sea cliffs resembled a massive tomb, completely forgotten deep in the ocean. As the marks flickered, the patterns seemed to be summoned and slowly came back to life. As the tombstones scattered across the ground came back to life, Jiang Xuan was surprised to find that he could understand the inscriptions carved on those earthen tablets. The Vortex clan, the Hill clan, Count Kerr, the Three-Eyed Rakshasa clan. As familiar names and characters appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes, he finally understood. These thousands of earthen monuments are the burial sites of the pioneers of countless races throughout the Black Sea world. As this place was recovering, Jiang Xuan saw a challenge name that belonged to him. Jiang Xuan, a human survivor who has ventured into the challenge, has opened the inner sea passage. The loser perishes here, while the victor paves a path forward for the race. Survivor Jiang Xuan has entered the land of desolation, and a challenge level is now available. There are 10 passages leading to the inner sea. Only those who successfully navigate these passages can open a path to survival for their people. The victors depart, the vanquished vanish into oblivion. Is this what it means to be a pioneer? As his gaze swept over the rows of earthen monuments below, shimmering with fluorescent light, a flicker of emotion finally appeared in Jiang Xuan's eyes. They ventured into this place seeking a way to survive, but ultimately succumbed to their opponents and perished here, fading completely from the sight of their people. Perhaps no one will remember that they were here, and no one will know that they once fought for this chance of survival for their people. Then let's begin. Let Jiang Xuan see the peak moments of each generation of pioneers. As Jiang Xuan finished speaking, the huge seabed rift above their heads slowly closed. Light continued to radiate from the closed cliff bottom, and earthen tablets carved with mysterious marks began to tremble violently. A sound similar to an energy barrier rang out, and black crystals slowly emerged from the earthen steel beneath Jiang Xuan's feet. Challenge begins. Challenger, Jiang Xuan. Number of players, 4. As the cold voice fell, 4 streaks of light shot into the sky. Amidst the light, 4 jet-black crystals slowly appeared before Jiang Xuan. With a loud bang, the first pioneer broke the seal of the black crystal. After all these years, someone has finally come again. A numb and lifeless voice rang out. A creature with a blackish-gray body and 3 eyes on its forehead slowly emerged from the shattered crystal. In its hand, a double-edged trident slowly emerged. Then, 3 more sounds of crystal shattering rang out, and 3 powerful figures appeared one by one before the crowd. A 2-meter-tall member of the Vortex clan had purple flames constantly churning within the vortex on his face. A phantom image flashed by, and a gigantic Gundam, over 30 meters tall, slowly emerged. The Count, dressed in Western aristocratic attire, was much more composed. His deathly expressionless face still held a certain unwavering determination. The Hill clan, the Vortex clan, Earl Kerr, and the Three-Eyed Rakshasa clan. Jiang Xuan stared intently at the information displayed on the earthen tablet, his fighting spirit gradually rising to its peak. This kind of interaction spanning tens of thousands of years is the most profound exchange between civilizations. Shaoqing, you should also choose your opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xuan, clad in golden armor, instantly charged towards the gray figure at the top. In his hand, a purple spear instantly appeared. The enormous body of the blue-eyed golden-chained snake slowly moved, transforming into a huge shadow, and pounced on the giant mech that was more than 30 meters tall. The clang of metal rang out, and the brilliant red-feathered sparrow transformed into a soaring red light, heading towards the powerful Vortex clan member wielding a purple fire greatsword. The last native nobleman, Count Kerr, displayed a slightly stiff expression. Although he seemed a bit stiff, a closer look revealed that he appeared to be smiling. He seemed to have chosen the smallest one among them. Chapter 204, Showdown, a battle across time and space. The prism mirror water beast's figure flashed and disappeared instantly, was blasted away like a cannonball. The smile on his face froze instantly. Oh no, bad luck. Looks like I picked the strongest one. This prism mirror water beast's mechanics are too outrageous. As long as there's something reflective nearby, it can teleport there instantly. The scales of the blue-eyed, golden-chained snake, the armor on Jiang Xuan's body, the glowing earthen tablets all around, and even the fluorescent seawater were all potential landing points for it. In other words, it was virtually omnipresent on this battlefield. On the other side, the massive body of the blue-eyed, gold-chained serpent was tightly coiled around the white Gundam. But the next moment, four enormous lightsabers, each over 10 meters long, descended from the sky and slashed fiercely at its head. A deafening roar echoed across the seabed. This enormous tomb seemed to be a natural battlefield. The space was vast enough that every intruder was assigned an opponent, and every battle had to be fought to the very end. In the center of the battlefield, Jiang Xuan faced the gaunt, gray figure. Yin Luo spoke slowly, his voice deathly still, yet carrying an indescribable complexity. A new race. It seems our civilization has been doomed for at least tens of thousands of years. It was a powerful being that roamed the outer seas 100,000 years ago, but has been trapped here for far too long. It wanted to go to the sea to see if its clan still had any bloodline left, and to see if any of its people had survived the extinction. The answer lies with Jiang Xuan. As long as Jiang Xuan is killed, it can break free from its 100,000-year-old cage and take another look at that almost forgotten sea. This is the final battlefield to open the gate of reversal. Only the victor has the right to leave. Jiang Xuan, wielding a purple spear, instantly exchanged dozens of blows with Yama. Lightning crackled, armor clashed, and spear shadows clashed wildly with the trident, yet Jiang Xuan gained no clear advantage. This opponent was very strong. A long-lost excitement finally surfaced in Jiang Xuan's eyes. Interesting, a worthy opponent. The next second, Sequence 2, Lord of Domination, activated. The damage reduction buff was activated, and a rapid heartbeat echoed across the seabed. The golden heart drum entered its explosive state, and Jiang Xuan's power began to surge wildly. The third eye on Yama's forehead slowly turned, deathly energy surging, and its body rapidly revived. It seemed to recall the final battle 10,000 years ago. Back then, it faced a terrifying bone dragon with triangular claws and covered in jet-black bone armor. Now, Jiang Xuan's figure is gradually overlapping with that of his former enemy. Perhaps this time, it can rewrite its own destiny. Endless death energy surged from Yama's body, and black chains coalesced around it. Strange patterns spread along its gaunt body, eventually wrapping around the three-edged, double-pronged halberd in its hand. With a roar, Yama appeared instantly above Jiang Xuan's head. The three-edged double-pronged halberd slashed down, seemingly about to cut Jiang Xuan in two from head to toe. Instead of retreating, Jiang Xuan advanced. Well done. Purple arcs of electricity were already poised to strike in his golden pupils. Thunder roared, hearts pounded wildly, and a golden and purple power instantly enveloped the spear, slamming it into the invincible halberd. A cracking sound rang out. Half of Yama's body was shattered by lightning. But at that very instant, a flicker of unease flashed in its eyes. Strange patterns lit up, and Jiang Xuan's golden armor shattered instantly. The next second, Jiang Xuan's right arm exploded into a bloody mist. Yama spoke calmly. I forgot to tell you, what we Rakshasa people are best at is carving patterns with special meanings onto our bodies. What I just used was Hung, which represents armor penetration, and Qi, which represents sharpness. It seemed to have already seen itself breaking free of its cage and returning to the sea, and a slight change finally appeared on its face. However, Jiang Xuan merely glanced down at his severed right arm. So that's how it is. He activated his damage immunity and his indestructible body. His aura not only didn't diminish, but instead grew stronger. Jiang Xuan raised his head, his voice calm, yet domineering. Sorry, I forgot to tell you too. This kind of injury is nothing to me. His heart pounded, and terrifying power erupted. In an instant, Jiang Xuan's missing right arm regenerated, completely intact. Yama fell silent. It looked at Jiang Xuan, its eyes flashing with helplessness and resentment. This power is immense. So, our race has evolved to this extent. At this moment, it finally understood. Its people, its kin, might have already been swept away by the tides of time and disappeared completely into the depths of the sea. But it was still there. The markings on its body were still there. The fighting spirit in its blood was still there. Yama suddenly looked up. The deathly stillness in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a terrifying fighting spirit. Then let me take on this battle across time and space on behalf of my people. So what if civilization is lost? So what if our race is exterminated? As long as it hasn't fallen, we must continue to fight. Even if it means certain death, we will fight to the very last moment. Jiang Xuan's golden armor was restored, and the dragon's soul purple light spear in his hand was fully charged. The dragon's soul flickered, and a spear intent that seemed capable of piercing the entire seabed suddenly descended upon the battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Xuan, too, cast aside everything. Victory or defeat was unimportant. Life or death was unimportant. Only one thought remained in his mind. Fight. Fight to the very last moment. Fight until all enemies fall. Boundless power poured into the dragon's soul purple light spear, and the awakened spear intent on the sharp spear tip erupted completely. This shot will be his ultimate strike, breaking through the limits of the outer sea and piercing into the inner sea. At the same time, hundreds of seas away, in the other 9 gateways to the inner sea, the strongest human survivors also met their opponents. A blond youth stood atop a vast valley, his gaze calmly fixed ahead. A dark portal slowly opened. He spoke in a low voice. Humanity's first major challenge is about to begin. Chapter 205. The Violet Eternal Staff, the Rakshasa Demon Clan. The underwater battlefield roared incessantly, the surroundings already a scene of utter devastation. Count Kerr's noble attire was tattered, yet his gaze toward the prism mirror water beast still held undisguised admiration. This guy was a gentleman with an extreme pursuit of aesthetics, and spent his whole life searching for something more elegant and refined. He came to the gateway, to the inner sea, not for any other reason than to see if there were any creatures in the inner sea that were more beautiful than those in the outer sea. The prismatic sea beast before him clearly captivated him. Count Kerr's lips curled into a smile as he said softly, "Little fellow, watch out, I'm about to get serious." The next second, a purple mark appeared in his eye. The mark flew out of his eye socket and instantly transformed into a magnificent and exquisite violet cane. This is my most prized possession, the Violet Eternal Staff. It has 3 variations, so please take a close look. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff suddenly burst into light, transforming into the phantom of a giant violet tree nearly 100 meters tall. The phantom quickly solidified, and Count Kerr's figure merged into the giant tree. First transformation, illusory sea of mist. In an instant, purple smoke swept out from the giant tree, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Both the blue-eyed golden-chained serpent and the mechanical Gundam of the Hill Clan were shrouded in purple mist. Within the mist, Yama, the 3-eyed Rakshasa, shook his head. This guy still likes to cause trouble as much as before. The illusory sea smoke has an extremely wide range. Once activated, all creatures within it will be trapped in endless illusions. Even Yama himself would find it troublesome in his lifetime. But just then, Jiang Xuan's voice rang out from the mist. "Hey, our battle isn't over yet." Yin Luo was stunned for a moment. "Wait, you weren't affected?" Amidst the surging purple mist, Jiang Xuan slowly walked out, a flash of crimson in his pale, golden pupils. "It's just an illusion. Such methods are useless against me." With the crimson eyes, mental attacks and confusion below the legendary level are almost ineffective against him. Looking at Jiang Xuan, whose aura had only increased and not decreased, Yin Luo suddenly burst into laughter. "Impressive. In tens of thousands of years, you're the first creature I have ever seen that is almost without any weaknesses across all domains. A powerful physique, terrifying self-healing abilities, domineering gunmanship, and immunity to mental attacks. Such a being is extremely rare even in the Black Sea world. Legend has it that creatures possessing this aptitude have the potential to advance to the legendary level." Yama's expression changed completely. "In that case, I won't hold back either." The next second, his blood energy erupted. Within our three-eyed Rakshasa clan, there flows a trace of the bloodline of the legendary Rakshasa demon race. But once this bloodline is activated, it devours reason, turning a person into a monster who only knows how to kill. But unexpectedly, after dying once, it couldn't devour my consciousness anymore. Crimson energy surged wildly, condensing into a blood cocoon around Yama's body. The scorching blood energy exploded, forcibly dispersing even the surrounding purple mist. The moment the blood energy appeared, the blood within Jiang Xuan's body also began to stir, as if it were about to tear through his skin and merge into the blood cocoon. At the critical moment, the golden heart drum within his body suddenly vibrated. As the heart drum sounded, the turbulent blood was forcibly suppressed. From within the blood cocoon, a sharp blood-red claw suddenly shot out. Then, a demon-faced creature, nearly 5 meters tall, with a ferocious expression and covered in blood-red scales, slowly emerged. The true Rakshasa demon bloodline has been awakened. Jiang Xuan's gaze finally turned serious. At this moment, Yama's power far surpassed that of the previous blood oddity and one-eyed, and he was indeed qualified to fight him with all his might. On the other side, Jiang Xuan immediately activated the command. The blue-eyed, golden-chained snake in the distance immediately released its grip on the white mechanical Gundam and rushed into the air. Its emerald eyes swept across the purple mist, and its body began to move at high speed according to a certain pattern. Jiang Xuan's sea beast was minimally affected by the illusory sea mist, because their spiritual connection with Jiang Xuan would not be eroded by the purple mist. Count Kerr, who had transformed into a giant violet tree, also sensed something was wrong. The prism mirror water beast was still lingering around. The illusory sea mist not only creates illusions, but more importantly, it obscures vision and blocks all reflective objects. Count Kerr had already seen through the prism mirror water beast method of moving at high speed by reflecting light, which is why he released this mist first in an attempt to restrict its movements. What he didn't know was that, under the mental link, the prism mirror water beast could clearly perceive the location of all friendly units. As long as there were friendly units present, it could still use the reflective points to move around. Of course, the fog wasn't entirely ineffective. At least it could no longer appear and disappear at will on the battlefield as it had before. Count Kerr sighed softly. Little one, be careful. Second transformation, blooming sea of flowers. As soon as the words fell, pink flowers quickly took shape amidst the purple mist. The moment the stamens bloomed, the surrounding purple mist was instantly ignited. A series of explosions instantly swept across the battlefield. Especially around the prism mirror water beast, the number of pink flower stamens was terrifying. Each bloom was an explosion. Its crystalline body surface was quickly blasted with charred marks. Count Kerr watched with a hint of regret. If it weren't for wanting to leave this place, see the world as it is now, and see the person he loved one again, he truly wouldn't have wanted to harm such a sea creature that suited his aesthetic sense. The explosions continued. The prism mirror water beast, however, never teleported near any of its allies. It knew perfectly well that wherever it went, the pink flower stamens would surge. To avoid interfering with Jiang Xuan and the others' battle, it preferred to bear all the explosions alone. Count Kerr looked at the prism mirror water beast, which was already in dire straits, and slowly shook his head, preparing to end the battle once and for all. But at that very moment, a blinding light suddenly pierced through the purple mist, illuminating every corner of the seabed. The next second, a dazzling sun rose slowly from the depths of the mist. The blazing sunlight instantly illuminated the entire underwater battlefield. Chapter 206, Blazing Sun Heaven. The outcome is decided. That's right, the prism mirror water beast activated one of the 3 great talents, Blazing Sun Heaven. As this move landed, the darkness receded and the smoke evaporated. The giant violet tree, which had been completely shrouded in purple smoke, was suddenly exposed in the center of the battlefield. Its massive trunk, nearly 100 meters tall, was now completely exposed, laid bare before the prism mirror water beast. Even more deadly, when the intense sunlight shone on the tree trunk, the irregular patterns began to glow with a pale, yellow fluorescence. Count Kerr's expression changed. Oh no! The next second, the dazzling sun appeared directly on the side of the giant tree. A scorching light swept down, instantly igniting the nearly 100-meter-tall violet tree. Golden flames spread wildly, threatening to engulf the entire tree. Count Kerr sighed softly. I truly underestimated you. The violet eternal staff in his hand trembled slightly before slowly dissipating. I concede. As soon as he finished speaking, Count Kerr appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Immediately afterward, a jet-black chain shot out from the void, instantly binding his body and dragging him toward the black crystal. Count Kerr looked at the chains binding him, his eye twitching. It's like this again. Can't you let me have some dignity? Years ago, the three of them went to the inner sea together, but in the end, only he was left here. His gaze swept across the battlefield, his thoughts drifting back to that dark night countless years ago. Back then, he was bound tightly by black chains, staring intently at that imposing figure. Hey, bearded man, remember this. One day I'll walk out of here and take back what's mine. The bearded man laughed loudly. Ha ha, Kerr, we're on our way. You'd better hurry. I'm still waiting for you in the inland sea. The bearded man glanced one last time at the Count he had fought for decades, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Foolish old Count. The light faded, and the two figures disappeared behind the door, leaving only endless darkness to once again engulf the desolate graveyard. His memories shattered, and the cold chains once again eroded Count Kerr's body. Before falling into slumber, he looked at the sun-like creature in midair, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It seems I'll have to wait another 10,000 years. So many years of imprisonment had not diminished his love for life. Even in the end, when he was dragged back to the dark seabed, he did not use the third effect of the violet eternal staff, the final kiss of death. A beam of purple light shot out from his body, transforming into a stream of light that landed on the two crescent-shaped decorations beneath the prism mirror water beast. Take a look at the next world for me, he said regretfully, as the black crystal sank into the ground. The battle here has ended, but in the center of the battlefield, the real fighting has just reached its fiercest moment. A huge, blood-red arm suddenly extends, like a demon descending, frantically bombarding Jiang Xuan's purple spear. A pitch-black hole slowly formed at the tip of the spear. Each thrust tore a gaping wound in the Rakshasa demon's arm, seemingly capable of devouring even flesh and energy. But Yama had gone mad with killing. The moment the blood hole appeared, it was instantly filled with blood energy. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its fighting spirit burned fiercely. Come, let me see the potential of your race. Defeat me, or remain in this desolate land forever. Every strike from Yama was aimed directly at Jiang Xuan's vital points, his blood claws tearing through the air and causing the surrounding rock walls to crumble. Each collision between the two was like triggering a small earthquake. From a distance, their movements were no longer visible. In just 3 seconds, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. Not enough. Far from enough. Jiang Xuan's heart pounded, his power continuing to surge. Especially after the azure-eyed, golden-chained serpent unleashed its dragon dance, his physical attributes were skyrocketing. The power emanating from the spear grew stronger and stronger, its penetrating force becoming increasingly terrifying. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into an excited smile. He hadn't encountered such a fierce, evenly matched life-or-death battle in far too long. Crimson claws relentlessly tore at his body, but his indestructible physique worked frantically, healing his wounds at a visible speed. At this moment, he saw no longer victory or defeat, only the fight. Endless power surged into his body through the domination link, and the scales of victory began to tip slowly in Jiang Xuan's favor. Meanwhile, the results on the other battlefields were also gradually being determined. Black chains coiled down, and the other two guardians were also resealed into the black crystal. After another clash, Jiang Xuan and Yin Luo retreated simultaneously. This time, most of the blood energy on Yin Luo's body had dissipated. Its recovery speed was clearly no match for Jiang Xuan's immortal body. Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his purple spear and spoke in a low voice. Let's finish this with one last strike. A long sword slowly appeared in his hand. It was the rose absorption sword, which he had kept hidden. White energy rose from Jiang Xuan's body, and the sword emitted a clear, ringing sound. The next moment, a sharp edge that seemed capable of cutting through everything locked onto the Rakshasa demon king below. Sensing the sword intent, Yama showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. The word escape had never existed in the blood of the Rakshasa clan. They held only one belief. They would rather die fighting than retreat. Kulme. The white sword light transformed into a stream of light, instantly rushing towards the crimson battle aura. The two figures passed each other. A huge blood hole appeared in front of Jiang Xuan's chest. The golden heart drum pounded violently, his indestructible body erupted, and the blood hole began to slowly repair itself. Jiang Xuan sheathed his sword and stood still, his voice calm. It's over. The next second, a burst of white light erupted. Rakshasa Demon Yama's body was instantly split in two. Before his consciousness sank into darkness, a long-lost regret appeared in Yama's eyes. Your sword is longer than I imagined. Indeed, with his final strike, Jiang Xuan combined his cutting talent with the effect of extending the sword by 3 inches. This strike was silent and unstoppable. With a single stroke, everything was severed. Dark chains spread out from the void, binding Yama's body little by little. At the same time, his severed body was rapidly healing, but his consciousness was once again sealed within the black crystal. The earthen monument fell silent once more. Everything around seemed to have sunk into eternal stillness. But just as the deathly silence spread outwards, a terrifying being slowly awoke from the depths of the sea. A massive, jet-black eye, seemingly piercing through layers of ocean, landed on Jiang Xuan, who stood there with his sword sheathed. Under the attention of an unknown entity, sanity -30, a piercing notification rang wildly in his mind. The next instant, Jiang Xuan's consciousness was forcibly dragged into an eternally silent space. Chapter 207. Lord of the Underworld, Herberos. The endless void flickered wildly before Jiang Xuan's eyes. The next second, a pitch-black planet plunged into the depths of the ocean like a meteorite, the seawater churning and darkness spreading. Immediately afterwards, from the deepest part of the sea, a colossal black palace, its boundaries invisible, slowly emerged. Jiang Xuan's figure appeared in the center of the palace. The surroundings were eerily silent. That wasn't ordinary darkness, but a power that returned to silence after all things had come to an end. Jiang Xuan simply stood there, and a chill instinctively ran through the depths of his soul. Suddenly, a grand voice resounded. An ascendant of the new era? The voice seemed to come from the end of the palace, or perhaps exploded directly into Jiang Xuan's mind. Jiang Xuan instantly became alert, his gaze sweeping around him, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" From the darkness, a man dressed in black robes slowly emerged. His face was obscured, yet he exuded an aura of superiority and unapproachable oppression. "My name is Hervelos, Lord of the Underworld." As soon as the words fell, the entire palace seemed to submit. Jiang Xuan's heart trembled. The Lord of the Underworld? What level of being was this? Hervelos looked at him, his tone calm. "You are special. I sense a familiar aura emanating from you." The moment his gaze fell upon Jiang Xuan felt as if he had been completely seen through. His flesh and blood, soul, authority, and even the divine links hidden within his body seemed to be nothing that could escape his gaze. Jiang Xuan's expression changed slightly. "Are you a ruler? Or a god? Someone capable of rendering him unable to even entertain the thought of resistance must be at least at this level." But Hervelos shook his head. "I'm neither a ruler nor a god. I'm the ruler of the underworld, a wanderer dwelling deep within the Black Sea." He paused, then said meaningfully, "In other words, I am just like you." Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This statement contained a tremendous amount of information. Jiang Xuan forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and asked coldly, "What do you want with me brought here?" Hervelos was not angry. Instead, he seemed to have heard something amusing. "Bread? Summon? That's not entirely wrong. Don't worry, I just sensed a familiar presence, so I came to take a look." With that, he slowly raised his head and looked up at the dark sea above. Although separated by the endless seabed, his gaze seemed to pierce through layers of worlds, looking directly at the chaotic and distorted being deep within the Black Sea. The god of the black tide, a false god formed from a mixture of billions of souls. Herbelos merely glanced at him, a hint of pity in his eyes. A false god created later in life. It seems this world has reached a point where it must replenish its blood. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's heart stirred. The next second, Herberos suddenly said, "If you are willing to stay in the underworld, I can help you separate your soul from the Black Sea world." These words immediately made Jiang Xuan lose his composure. Soul separated from the Black Sea world? Doesn't that mean he can escape the Black Tide's pursuit? Right now, the greatest crisis for all survivors is the ever-approaching Black Tide from behind. Once caught, there's almost no chance of survival. But this Lord of the Underworld actually claimed he could help him escape the Black Sea. Jiang Xuan didn't immediately agree. Instead, he stared at Herberos and asked, "Why do you want to help me? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Besides, standing before him was an unfathomable Lord of the Underworld. Herberos' tone remained calm. "I'm not helping you. I'm just giving you a choice. I've set my sights on your soul. If you enter the Underworld, I will grant you the authority to directly ascend to demigodhood." Jiang Xuan's heart trembled once more. Directly ascend to demigodhood. These conditions would drive any aspiring cultivator mad. Herberos continued, "I need a representative to wield some authority over the underworld on my behalf. And you are suitable." Jiang Xuan's eyes darkened. Enter the underworld? Like those souls who have died once, trapped in this desolate seabed. He didn't want to become like Count Kerr, forever sealed in darkness. Herberos shook his head. "The land of death is just a deal I made with those guys in the Black Sea. The real underworld is much larger than you imagine. The Lord of the Undead you once saw was merely a god of the underworld." His tone was casual, yet it struck Jiang Xuan's heart like a heavy hammer. In Jiang Xuan's eyes, the Lord of the Undead was already an untouchable and terrifying being. But in Herberos' words, it was merely a god from a certain realm of the dead in the underworld. "If you're willing," Herberos looked at Jiang Xuan and slowly said, "within 300 years, I can make your power surpass its." 300 years to surpass a sovereign-level god. The temptation was too great. But Jiang Xuan wasn't blinded by it. He looked up and asked, "If I choose to have my soul separated, will I have to stay in the underworld forever? Also, can I take my companions with me?" Herbelos glanced at him. Just then, several divine links behind Jiang Xuan began to rapidly reactivate, as if some being had sensed the anomaly and was attempting to spy on the situation. Herberos merely raised his hand slightly. Those auras were instantly concealed again. He said calmly, "They are rather impatient. It seems you don't have much time to make a choice." Then, he answered Jiang Xuan's question. "You and your companions are both beings that the Black Sea will is watching. If I take too many away, the Black Sea will definitely set its sights on the underworld. With the current size of the underworld, it is not yet able to directly confront the entire Black Sea world. As for you, once you sever the Black Sea imprint, you'll be unable to return to the Black Sea world, unless one day in the future, the two worlds collide and reopen the passage." Jiang Xuan fell silent. In other words, he could leave, but his companions couldn't all leave. And once they left, he could never go back. The threat of the Black Tide was gone, but he would also be completely separated from those who had fought alongside him. After a moment, Jiang Xuan suddenly smiled. "In that case, I'm sorry. I don't choose the underworld." Herbelos looked at him, seemingly unsurprised, yet as if he had remembered something. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained calm. Escaping the Black Tide sounded tempting, but to abandon his companions and hide alone in the underworld, to become some so-called spokesperson, he couldn't do it. Besides, Jiang Xuan had never relied on running away to get to where he was now. So what if it was the Black Tide? So what if it was a false god? As long as he was alive, he would definitely have a chance to crush them. Herbelos was silent for a moment, and finally a slight change appeared on his face. "Yes, you do have the right to choose." His figure began to fade. Finally, he left behind only an ambiguous sentence. "In that case, I hope we will never meet again." As soon as the words fell, the Black Palace, the deathly silent ocean, and the aura of the underworld all vanished like a dream. Jiang Xuan snapped back to reality, finding himself still standing beneath the sea. The emerald-eyed, golden-chained snake and the dazzling red-feathered sparrow were surrounding him, their eyes filled with worry. Jiang Xuan looked at them, smiled gently, and inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. That underworld lord could have killed him with a single thought. Strangely, Jiang Xuan didn't show much fear when facing Hervalos. Instead, it was as if he were talking to a long-lost friend. Fortunately, this old friend respected his choice. Just then, 2 notification sounds suddenly rang in Jiang Xuan's mind. Clearance successful. Obtain key to the upside-down sea portal 1. A gift from an unknown entity. You have obtained an unknown soul anchor point. Chapter 208. The passage opens, so-called hope. Jiang Xuan frowned as he stared at the prompt that appeared in his mind. Soul tracing points? He understood the portal key. It was the key to the inner sea. But this so-called soul tracing points was clearly something left on him by the Lord of the Underworld. However, since it's being called a gift, it shouldn't be a bad thing for now. Having figured this out, Jiang Xuan stopped worrying. If someone of that level were to actually attack, he wouldn't be able to resist at his current level. He composed himself, turned to look at the people around him, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Let's go, it's time to go to the new world. As soon as the words fell, the massive body of the azure-eyed, golden-chained serpent emerged from the dark seabed, steadily supporting the group. The rock above slowly cracked open, the seawater surged, and their figures quickly left this desolate place. Deep in the ocean, only the now-calm earthen monument and thousands of jet-black crystals shimmering with eerie patterns remain. Above the surface, the noble octopus opens all 4 of its eyes simultaneously, and upon seeing Jiang Xuan's return, it immediately smiles. Father, congratulations on your safe return. The emerald-eyed, golden-chained snake broke through the water, and Jiang Xuan's golden armor dissipated. He took a deep breath, and the cold, fresh sea breeze filled his lungs, finally dispelling the oppressive feeling from the seabed. Little Gui, have the fleet prepare. Jiang Xuan raised his hand, and the key to the upside-down sea gate slowly rose into the air. The next second, the key unleashed terrifying power, violently pouring into the massive barrier in front of the fleet. It was as if the heavens and earth had been forcibly torn apart, and the entire sea surface trembled. A colossal portal, emanating an unknown aura, slowly took shape. The instant the portal appeared, a silver pillar of light shot into the sky from the northernmost part of the great ocean world, piercing the clouds and illuminating the endless sea, its beams spreading rapidly. Countless beings simultaneously looked up at the light. It wasn't ordinary light. It was the hope of survival. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained calm as he took out a speaking device. This was a deal he had already negotiated with the Human Alliance. Soon, a loud voice resounded in the ears of all the survivors. Attention, all survivors in the vast ocean world. The coordinates to the new world have been announced. The Human Alliance hereby declares that all survivors in the vicinity should immediately proceed to this passage. The Human Alliance has opened the portal to the new world for humanity. The world chat exploded the moment the news broke. The coordinates were shared like crazy, and the survivors were in an uproar. The Human Alliance's pin post was displayed at the very top, and the name of the one who opened the first passage was seen by everyone, Jiang Xuan. In an instant, countless fleets changed course and rushed desperately toward the silver pillar of light. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of steel behemoths, like moths drawn to a flame in night, pierced through the storm and surged toward that sea. Their eyes held both fear and fanaticism. They repeated the same name over and over, Jiang Xuan. Just after the first beam of light illuminated the world, thousands of miles away, a second silver beam of light shot into the sky. The same proclamation echoed across the sea. A blond youth stood on the sea, surrounded by thousands of Human Alliance ships. He gazed at the silver light that had appeared first in the distance and shook his head slightly. Jiang Xuan, it seems I was still a step too late. With that, he transformed into a golden light and plunged directly into the massive portal. A new world has begun. If humanity wants to compete with those legendary creatures for survival in the inland sea, more people must enter and more strong individuals must survive. After the second pillar of light rose, the world channel went into a frenzy once more. Some laughed, some wept, and some knelt on the deck embracing their loved ones. They had finally seen hope. But behind that hope, the black tide also arrived. The endless black tide rolled at the horizon, transforming into towering waves hundreds of meters high, like a monster devouring the world, relentlessly pursuing all of humanity's fleets. Meanwhile, near the second silver portal, hundreds of thousands of ships from the Human Alliance were entering the passage. Inside a 1,000-meter class command ship, Jiang Xuan sat in the conference room, his brow furrowed. He lit a cigarette, then quickly stubbed it out. A young man in uniform hurried to report. Alliance leader, 2 of the 10 passages are currently open. Our fleet is heading to 2 coordinates to guide the other fleets. Jiang Xuan showed no sign of relief. Still no news from Yunlong? The young man remained silent. Jiang Xuan sighed. Only 2 passages, that's too few. The conference room doors closed again. Jiang Xuan leaned wearily against the back of his chair, looking as if he had aged considerably in an instant. He was the leader of the Human Alliance, and a pillar of support for billions of people. But now, this heavy burden was almost crushing him. A few days ago, the bottom line set by the highest meeting of the Human Alliance was to open at least 8 portals. Note that this is a conservative estimate after abandoning some survivors who are too slow. But now, with the first day almost over, they've only opened 2 paths. They're far from their goal. Jiang Xuan looked at the white-robed elder beside him, who remained silent with his eyes closed, and spoke in a low voice. Prophet, how much time do we have left? The old man in white slowly opened his eyes. 15 days. In 15 days, the entire outer sea will be swallowed by the black tide. These words caused the air in the conference room to freeze completely. The future the prophets saw was even more cruel. Humanity would have to pay the price of at least 10 million lives to embark on the path to the inland sea. Jiang Xuan clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Too short. This time, the Alliance has deployed all its top forces. Apart from Teeming and Jiang Xuan's side, we've almost gone all out. But it's still not enough. At the current rate, a maximum of 4 more passages can be opened within 15 days. That means we're still too short of 8 gateways. Don't underestimate these 2. Behind them could be tens of millions of lives. Each time a passage is opened, the surrounding sea area will gradually transform into a massive gateway, spreading outwards. But the outer seas are far more than several thousand pieces. Even if all 10 channels were open, it wouldn't be possible for everyone to pass through in 15 days. Moreover, there are only 2 channels available now. Jiang Xuan raised his hand and rubbed his temples, the wrinkles on his face deepening visibly. His hair suddenly turned white, strands of silver creeping up his temples. The white-robed elder's expression changed. You can no longer use this power. Even if you consumed the longevity fruit that flowed from the inner sea, your lifespan is still less than 20 years. Jiang Xuan simply raised his hand. In his palm, an object shimmering with colorful light slowly condensed. He actually wanted to continue burning his lifespan to catalyze the creation of a legendary item. The white-robed elder looked at his increasingly aged friend, his eyes filled with pity. Why bother? Every race has its own destiny. Whether it survives or perishes, it is ultimately just moving towards its destined fate. Jiang Xuan suddenly looked up, his voice hoarse but incredibly firm. No, humans have never believed in fate. We only believe in ourselves. He stared at the ball of colorful light in his hand, his eyes rekindling with fire. Above so-called fate, there is something even more important. That is the hope of never giving up, and the courage to fight to the very last moment in the face of disaster. Chapter 209. The Upside-Down Sea, the Chaotic Mirror. The vast, azure sea stretched to the horizon, bathed in moonlight, its surface shimmering like a layer of shattered silver. 60 pale, skeletal giant ships were slowly sailing into this new sea. At the rear of the fleet, the cloaked Starfall followed closely. On the lead skeletal ship, the skeletal captain held up a megaphone and kept issuing orders. All units, count your personnel and confirm that everyone has entered the new sea area. Jiang Xuan stood at the bow of the Starfall, calmly watching the busy little skeletons ahead. The fact that we were able to enter smoothly this time was thanks to the rapid expansion of that passage. Otherwise, a behemoth like the Riftlord Graken would have had no chance of passing through. And this place is the only way to the inner Black Sea, the upside-down sea. This sea is completely different from the outer sea. The seawater was an azure blue unlike the Black Sea, and the moonlight shining upon it was breathtakingly beautiful. But if you looked up, you would discover an even more bizarre scene. Hanging in the sky was a crescent moon shaped like the sun. Even more outrageous, on the sea surface on both sides of the fleet, there were groups of strange, humanoid creatures. Their lower bodies were like humans, with 2 legs, but their upper bodies were all sorts of bizarre things. There were skulls, orc heads, and even mechanical monsters with heads shaped like engines and propellers. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. This place was simply a chaotic and upside-down collection. From a distance, the meteorite fleet didn't appear to be floating on the sea, but rather suspended upside down in the sky. The sky and the moon were directly below them. Strangely, none of them fell. The ships continued to sail, and the sea remained steadily suspended above, as if this was how the world was meant to be. At this moment, the noble octopus emerged from beneath the cabin, its eyes reflecting the changing ocean currents. "Father, the direction has changed again. This time we must sail to the right." Jiang Xuan waved his hand helplessly. "Go and inform the skeleton captain to slow down and keep the ships at a distance." Once inside the upside-down sea, all sense of direction becomes obsolete. One moment you're moving forward, the next you're moving backward. One moment you're sailing with the current through the air, the next you're back to normal. This is the rule of the upside-down sea. Disorder, chaos, and constant change of direction. Ordinary fleets would be unable to move an inch without someone watching the currents. Even experienced sailors could only keep their speed to a minimum and carefully probe the area. As for the monsters on both sides of the fleet, Jiang Xuan had already tested them out. Initially, he used his invisible splitting claws to grab one. Upon seeing him, the monster grinned wildly and charged towards him on its 2 human-like legs. The next second, the floating coral used its telekinetic power to instantly crush its head. Later, Jiang Xuan tried several more times before confirming that these humanoid creatures, though unable to speak, were still considered marine beasts. He even obtained a black iron-grade monster egg from the first kill. But subsequent kills yielded no further rewards. This indicated that regardless of the monsters' heads, they were all categorized as the same under the Black Sea's rules. Since they were of little value and posed no threat to the Starfall fleet, Jiang Xuan simply ignored them. He took out the compass of fate. The golden pointer was spinning rapidly. 10 minutes ago, the pointer was pointing to the left side of the sea, but now it had completely veered to the right. Jiang Xuan became increasingly certain that this entire upside-down sea was constantly in motion, twisting and changing direction. Just as he was pondering how to increase the fleet's speed, a silver notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. The mutated sea beast egg has hatched. Please retrieve it within 24 hours. Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. The diamond-quality sea beast egg had finally hatched. This was the first true diamond-grade creature he had ever encountered. Without the slightest hesitation, he confirmed immediately. Hatch! With a crack, a tiny fissure suddenly appeared in space above the meteorite fleet. From the endless void, a beam of light, interwoven with purple and silver, burst forth. Accompanied by the low growl of some terrifying creature, the fissure closed instantly, and the sky returned to its azure hue. A purple and silver eggshell floated slowly above the deck of the Starfall. Purple spatial rifts rapidly spread across its surface. Then, with a crack, the eggshell shattered. A purple magic mirror emerged from one of the rifts. Jiang Xuan stared at it, surprise flashing in his eyes. This sea beast didn't resemble a traditional sea creature at all. Instead, it looked like an ancient, magical mirror from another world. It had a purple gold frame, with 2 black horns sprouting from the top of the frame. The silver surface was smooth as water, with ripples constantly spreading within it. Gurgle, a strange whisper came from within the mirror. Strands of mysterious black patterns floated around it, quickly combining into a string of ancient symbols. Jiang Xuan stroked his chin. This is a diamond-level sea beast? How come it looks a bit like the prism mirror water beast? He compared them carefully and found that the purple magic mirror and the prism mirror water beast were actually 7/10 similar in appearance. The next second, the information appeared before their eyes. Name: chaotic mirror quality, diamond talents, mirror of chaos, summoning, mirroring description. The main body of the mirror can summon various attacks from other worlds. After activating summoning, it can summon a terrifying magical beast of at least the same rank from the chaotic demon realm. The attacks summoned by the magic mirror are related to the connected worlds. The summoned monsters and attacks will be suppressed by the Black Sea world, and the monsters can only exist for 30 minutes. Jiang Xuan's expression changed instantly upon seeing this. Wait, a magic mirror connecting worlds? He immediately grasped the key point: summoning attacks from another world. In other words, the chaos mirror can connect to a certain world and then borrow the power of that world to attack enemies. A strong sense of curiosity immediately arose in Jiang Xuan's heart. What he wanted to know most now was, which world did the chaos mirror connect to? If it connected to a powerful world with overwhelming combat strength, wouldn't Jiang Xuan be on the verge of taking off again? Chapter 210. The two worlds connected by the chaotic mirror. Jiang Xuan stared at the mirror before him, which was covered in ancient black patterns. He reached out and gently touched it, then whispered, "Mirror, let me see what world you've connected to." As soon as he finished speaking, the chaotic mirror seemed to understand, making two gurgling noises before floating into the air. The next second, ripples spread across the silver mirror. A silver flying sword suddenly shot out from the mirror, moving so fast that it was reduced to a mere streak of cold light. It spun in the air, instantly locking onto the humanoid creatures on the sea surface who were spying on the fleet. A flash of sword light. One after another, grotesque heads flew off, beheaded on the spot before they could even scream. The silver flying sword circled halfway around, then returned to the demon mirror as if it possessed a spirit, hovering quietly. Jiang Xuan's expression changed instantly. A flying sword? Taking heads from 1,000 miles away? Could this be connected to a cultivation world? That sword strike was too fast. Even with Jiang Xuan's perception, he only caught a glimpse of silver light before dozens of monsters were headless. He subconsciously touched his neck. If this thing were to strike an enemy, it could probably slice through not only flesh and blood, but even a steel ship. But the truly outrageous part was yet to come. The chaos mirror made another gurgling sound, and two smaller mirrors split off from its sides. Immediately afterward, two more silver flying swords flew out from the clones. 3 flying swords hovered in the air simultaneously, spinning rapidly around each other, vaguely forming a sword formation. They didn't continue attacking, but the soaring sword energy had already cut fine cracks into the sea below. Jiang Xuan stood at the bow of the ship, feeling a stinging pain on his skin. This was only the residual power of the sword energy. If it truly landed, its power would be absolutely terrifying. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim 3 times, "Good, good, good." However, the chaotic demon mirror's display wasn't over yet. Its true form suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive purple portal. The mirror surface rippled violently, and a gigantic hand, shrouded in demonic energy, slowly emerged from within. Then a crimson eye opened. Immediately afterward, a black demonic ape, tens of meters tall, stepped forcefully out of the mirror. The ape roared to the sky, its arms pounding its chest wildly, its terrifying aura sweeping across the sea, as if announcing its arrival. Jiang Xuan's pupils contracted. This aura is even stronger than the azure-eyed, golden-chained serpent in its normal state. At this moment, he fully realized that the chaotic mirror truly lived up to its reputation as a diamond-level ancient creature. It actually connected to 2 worlds simultaneously. One was a world resembling a cultivation world, capable of summoning flying sword formations. The other was clearly a world of demons, able to casually summon these terrifying demonic apes. Jiang Xuan could only think of 2 words: "I've hit the jackpot." Keep in mind, the sea beasts under his command were still only in their juvenile stage. As time goes on, their power will become increasingly terrifying. Could the chaotic mirror, in its final form, drag an entire world into the Black Sea? This isn't impossible. It's a wildly insane, yet undeniably realistic guess. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. No, stay calm, don't let your guard down. The Starfall fleet is still in its developmental stage, far from being able to sweep everything aside. But what if he were given another 10 or 8 years? What rulers, what gods, would all have to give way to Mirror Brother then? And it's not just the chaotic mirror. The higher the quality of the sea beasts he kills in the future, the more terrifying the sea beasts that hatch might be. At that time, let alone dominating the Black Sea, it seems like he might even have a chance to trample the Black Tide God. Jiang Xuan finally understood why his talent was at the authority level. Given enough time, and if he lived long enough, he alone could cultivate thousands upon thousands of beings comparable to gods. Of course, this was contingent on him continuously hunting higher quality sea beasts and surviving to the end. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan suddenly recalled the battlefield he had seen during his awakening sequence. That boundless desolation, that suffocating despair, still haunted him. The future might not be so easy. If there truly was a formidable enemy lurking in the darkness, would they allow someone like him, a disruptor of the balance, to continue growing? The danger seemed distant, yet it felt as if it were already upon him. But soon, Jiang Xuan's eyes hardened again. No matter what the future holds, I'll grasp the destiny before me. If a formidable enemy truly crosses over, I will annihilate them with a single punch. His state of mind subtly transformed at this moment. This wasn't a change brought about by simply increasing his attributes, but rather the true will of a powerful warrior forged through countless battles and facing crises. Just then, the noble octopus emerged from the command center. Father, 3 enormous portals have appeared ahead, seemingly leading to different sea areas. How shall we proceed? Jiang Xuan turned his head to look. The black demonic ape in midair had already been returned to the chaotic mirror. The purple mirror hovered quietly, its ancient patterns shimmering with an eerie light. 3 portals? This inverted sea is indeed full of variables. Jiang Xuan went to the handle of the invisible splitting claw and pulled the purple handle directly. His view instantly passed through the giant skeletal ship and was pulled to the distant sea surface. Before the Starfall fleet, 3 enormous portals of different colors were slowly taking shape. Each portal was tens of thousands of meters high, like 3 ancient divine weapons standing on the sea, silent and oppressive. At the same time, in the unknown sea behind the other silver pillars of light, 3 more enormous portals were rising. The blond youth stood in midair, his expression also becoming solemn. News had already circulated within the human alliance that humanity had opened 4 passages to the inner sea. Now, 3 more colossal gates had appeared. Did this mean the final test to reach the inner sea had arrived? The same choice lay before all the survivor fleets. Behind them lay the sea they had already traversed. Ahead lay only 3 unknown colossal gates. Intelligence was lacking, and escape routes were limited. There was no other way but to risk everything. Jiang Xuan stood at the bow, his gaze sweeping over the 3 colossal gates. The chaotic mirror and the prism mirror water beast floated to his left and right, respectively, like 2 guards before a throne. After a moment, he gave the order. All personnel, target the central gate, accelerate. As soon as the order was given, the 60 skeletal ships simultaneously turned and charged towards the central silver gate. In the instant the first skeletal ship passed through the gate, a colossal starboard chessboard suddenly appeared in midair above the upside-down sea. There were no players on either side of the board. The so-called chess pieces were Jiang Xuan's skeletal fleet and another fleet from an unknown civilization. The upside-down sea was never just about spatial inversion. Here, even space-time was utterly distorted. Even a fleet from 10,000 years ago might encounter them head-on at this moment. And in this chaotic sea, only the victors had the right to continue their voyage. Chapter 211. The Sea Chessboard, Battle Against the Hill Clan's Technological Fleet. Welcome to the Sea Chessboard. This sea area is for one-on-one fleet battles. The winner can leave the upside-down sea. The fleet has entered. Commanders, please take your seats. With a ding, Jiang Xuan's figure vanished from the starfall in an instant. The next second, he appeared on a blue, technologically advanced chair. A huge, semi-transparent screen hung before them, displaying 60 massive skeletal ships on the sea. Commander Jiang Xuan is in position. You can command the fleet with your mind. Defeat the enemy fleet to leave this area. You have 1 minute to deploy your fleet. The ethereal notification had barely faded when, on the deck of the Starfall, the noble octopus anxiously initiated a mental link. Father, are you all right? I'm fine, listen to me. Jiang Xuan quickly transmitted the rules. I'm currently trapped in this space and cannot move. I can only command you in battle. We'll encounter another civilization's fleet soon. Only by defeating them can we leave this place. The countdown ticked rapidly, and the two fleets on the sea finally clashed head-on. Both sides have completed their deployments. The duel begins. Jiang Xuan broadened his gaze and immediately recognized the opposing fleet. 100 technologically advanced ships, neatly arranged, their cannons menacing, equipped with everything from cluster laser cannons to anti-aircraft guns. Their technological sophistication was off the charts. Good heavens, this firepower is outrageous. Jiang Xuan's heart tightened. While the skeletal behemoth also possessed fire control radar and defensive barriers, the difference was still too stark compared to the opposing force. But the battle had already begun, and there was no time to hesitate. The skeleton captain, standing on the last giant ship, roared, "Kids, give it your all. Fire all the cannons out, don't hold back." The king said that if we win, we'll leave this hellhole immediately. Whoever sinks, the enemy will be richly rewarded. As soon as the order was given, more than 100 heavy bone, burning cannons on 60 skeletal giant ships simultaneously went into operation. The deafening roar shook the entire sea as hundreds of cannonballs, trailing blinding flames, hurtled towards the Hill clan fleet. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 8th-generation Hill clan commander, Ling 34, sat at his command post, his expression filled with a suppressed excitement. They had been trapped in these waters for far too long. To be precise, not 1,000 years, but tens of thousands. The Eternal Core was nearly exhausted. If they couldn't escape soon, the entire fleet and over 10,000 of their kind would be forever sunk to the bottom of the sea, joining those strange creatures. As the commander of the Hill race's top-tier technological mothership, Spirit 3-4 could not allow this to happen. When a massive portal appeared, it almost without hesitation ordered its fleet to storm in, only to be swept into this bizarre chessboard of the seas. But it quickly understood the rules. If it could defeat the opposing force, it and its more than 10,000 kin could escape this land of despair forever. Brother, a painful memory flashed in Ling 34's eyes, but it quickly suppressed it. Now is not the time for sorrow. It looked at the giant skeletal ship opposite it, first stunned, then its face lit up with wild joy. It's just a ship made of biological skeletons? It had been worried about encountering a more technologically advanced civilization, but it hadn't expected to be faced with such an opponent. In its eyes, this was simply a stroke of good fortune. Activate Ship Type 1 Energy Shield, power set to 70%. Ling 34 wasn't taking it lightly, first having the frontline cruisers withstand a wave of fire, while simultaneously testing the enemy's artillery intensity. The next second, the artillery fire slammed into the forefront of the tech fleet. Semi-transparent shields immediately deployed, deftly withstanding the bombardment. When the smoke cleared, only 2 cruisers had cracked shields. The remaining 20-odd ships were virtually unscathed. Ling 34's lips curled into a smile. It's a sure thing. Victory was already in its eyes. Cruisers, flank them and clear the way for the cluster laser cannons. At the command, the front row of over 20 cruisers quickly dispersed, clearing the central firing channel. The escort ships, equipped with laser cannons and anti-aircraft guns, slowly advanced from the rear. Jiang Xuan watched this scene, his brows instantly furrowing. The skeletal behemoth wasn't weak. Its defense, carrying capacity, and firepower were all quite good, even surpassing ordinary steel warships. The problem was that their opponent was a pure technocratic branch, the Hill clan. Their energy shields, laser cannons, and fleet coordination were all far superior to the skeletal behemoth. A direct confrontation would be a sure disadvantage. Jiang Xuan immediately gave the order. "Attention everyone!" The skeletal behemoths locked on at the front, immediately turned sideways. Little skeletons, prepare to evacuate and relocate. Activate the protective shields at full power. The Starfall will leave the frontal battlefield and circle around to the rear of the enemy ships. The sea monster forces will move out immediately to disrupt their formation and prevent them from unleashing their full firepower. Skeleton Captain, activate all the corn throwers on the behemoths. We must hold out until a counterattack opportunity arises. The order was swiftly relayed, and the skeletal fleet moved immediately. The 8 leading skeletal behemoths accelerated dramatically, directly blocking the enemy's cannons and taking the brunt of the first wave of fire. The ships behind quickly dispersed to avoid being penetrated by concentrated fire. Deep beneath the sea, the massive bodies of the Abyss Breaker Kraken slowly shifted, and the second-generation sea monsters surged forward, charging directly beneath the Hill Clan fleet. The Starfall remained stealthy, silently hidden beneath the surface of the sea. The azure-eyed, golden-chained serpent swam close to the hull, while the crimson, feathered sparrow kept a close watch on the enemy mothership, ready to strike at any moment. This time, Jiang Xuan had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. Since a head-on battle was unwinnable, he would try a different approach, feigning one move while secretly making another. Chapter 212. Ling 34. Everything under control. In a head-on clash, the Starfall fleet simply couldn't withstand the firepower of the Hill Clan's technological fleet. Jiang Xuan was well aware of this. Therefore, the foremost skeletal behemoth was never intended to win, but rather to take the brunt of the cannon fire. The sea monster's underwater attack wasn't meant to break through the formation immediately, but rather to draw attention and buy time for the Starfall to approach the enemy mothership. The real killing blow wasn't the exaggeratedly large, blue-eyed, golden-chained serpent, nor the incredibly fast, dazzling red feathered sparrow. It was those 2 unique beings, one white and one purple, 7 parts alike, the prism mirror water beast and the chaotic magic mirror. To instantly defeat them, the main weaponry of the technological fleet had to be disabled in the shortest possible time. Ordinary sea beasts couldn't do it, and even the fastest red-feathered sparrow couldn't. But these 2 mirror-type monsters could. Just then, alarms blared wildly within the Hill fleet. Warning: significant biological activity detected beneath the surface. Target is rapidly approaching at 10 Hill speed. Activate defensive barriers. The technologically advanced fleet, having just formed its formation, was slightly thrown into disarray. But in the command center, Spirit 34 remained completely calm. It coldly ordered, "Don't panic. Attack as planned. Cluster laser cannon fully charged. Fire immediately. Activate all underwater detectors. Prepare underwater laser cannons and biological missiles for interception. Also, keep a close watch on all the ships behind those 8 giant vessels. I want to make sure every single one is within range." Spirit 34 was the top fleet commander in the Hill Clan. It had led this fleet for over 1,000 years, encountering countless unexpected situations. But it always believed in one thing. As soon as an enemy ship comes into view, the Hill Clan's artillery fire can crush it to pieces. This is not arrogance. This is the confidence built up by a technological civilization through countless victories. The next second, a cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the fleet. Cluster laser cannon fully charged, begin firing. Countless terrifyingly penetrating red lasers roared out from the escort ships. The 8 skeletal behemoths blocking the forefront of the meteorite fleet were instantly pierced. Their thick skeletons rapidly carbonized under the laser beams, and huge, charred craters exploded on both sides of their hulls. But this wasn't the end. The first rank of ships had barely retreated when the second rank of escort ships completed its energy charge. A second wave of lasers followed. The 8 skeletal behemoths were completely pulverized. Large shards of bone fell into the sea, while the hulls carbonized, collapsed, and sank under the laser barrage. The skeletal behemoths hidden at the rear weren't entirely spared from the aftershocks. Although Jiang Xuan immediately dispersed the fleet, over a dozen skeletal behemoths were still struck on the bow. A flash of red light revealed massive carbonized holes. If the first 8 skeletal behemoths hadn't sacrificed themselves to block the attack, These dozen or so would likely have been pierced through. On the starfall, Jiang Xuan's eyes turned utterly cold. With a single strike, 8 giant ships were instantly destroyed, and 12 were damaged. Since he founded the Starfall fleet, he had never suffered such a loss. He gripped the armrest of his seat tightly, gritted his teeth, and ordered, "Activate the defensive shield. Delicious corn cannons, unleash them all." A dense barrage of yellow corn-shaped projectiles immediately rose from the skeletal giant ships, covering the technological fleet. Jiang Xuan was more anxious than anyone else. Every second they delayed meant the skeletal behemoth was taking on even more fire. The opposing commander was too composed. The 3 rows of escort ships took turns firing, charging, launching, and cooling down in a seamless, almost imperceptible rhythm. The 3rd row had barely entered cooldown when the 1st row had already recharged. This was the most terrifying aspect of a technologically advanced fleet: relentless firepower and constant suppression. In the command center, Ling 34 looked down at the retreating skeletal fleet, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. This is the dimensional reduction attack of technological civilization. Little skeletons, are you ready? My mothership is almost fully charged. At the rear of the fleet, on the 200-meter-long technological mothership, the barrel of the ultimate destruction cannon was condensing eerie blue energy. 5 more minutes. Just 5 minutes. This seemingly massive fleet of skeletons would become the 1,281st enemy force it had sunk. However, Spirit 34 suddenly pressed its tentacles to its forehead. Something was wrong. It felt something was amiss. The enemy's 60 giant skeleton ships had been clearly in sight the whole time, and the radar only showed 60 ships. The sea monsters attacking from underwater had also been successfully intercepted by detectors, laser cannons, and biological missiles. What else was overlooked? Could the enemy ship be hiding a trump card? Spirit 34's gaze swept towards the very back of the Starfall fleet, to the largest skeletal ship. It saw a small skeleton dressed in commander's attire, angrily directing the ships in front to withstand damage. Spirit 34 sneered. A cowardly commander, only hiding at the very back. It slowly shook its head, suppressing its unease. The battle is now one-sided. Even if the enemy still has heavy firepower, the ultimate destruction cannon will wipe out the entire area in 5 minutes. But just then, Ling 34's gaze suddenly froze. Countless yellow dots appeared in the sky. These yellow substances were densely packed, almost covering the entire sky, and were crashing down on the technology fleet. Ling 34's eyes narrowed, and it immediately ordered, "All ships, activate your energy shields. Beware of enemy air attacks." Then it smiled. Finally couldn't resist. It wasn't afraid of the enemy revealing their trump cards. What it feared was the enemy remaining hidden. The appearance of these yellow attacks now only shows that the other side has been pushed to the brink. Ling 34 stared at the corn-shaped shells raining down from the sky, her tone cold and resolute. "Is this your final counterattack? It's time to end this." Chapter 213. The Tide Turns, a full-scale counterattack. The first clump of delicious corn paste slammed into the translucent energy shield, stunning the Hill Clan crew. The screen showed the shield was completely intact, without a trace of damage. Deputy Commander Ling 99 stared at the yellow paste raining down on them, her unease growing. Why would the enemy go to such lengths to throw these things just to annoy them? It immediately ordered, "All ships, activate your anti-aircraft guns. Don't let this yellow substance cover the hulls." At the command, 90% of the technological fleet's anti-aircraft firepower was instantly activated, a dense barrage sweeping across the sky, shattering clumps of corn-like material into pieces. Above, Spirit 34, seeing this, immediately darkened its expression. It immediately contacted Spirit 99, "Report the damage." Ling 99 quickly replied, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, "These yellow substances haven't caused any damage yet, but the material is unknown. I'm worried they might release poison gas or other dangers later, so I've activated 90% of the anti-aircraft guns to intercept them." 90%? Ling 34 instantly sensed something was wrong. "Who told you to activate so many anti-aircraft guns? You're wasting all your firepower on these things." If the enemy launches an air raid, what will we use to defend ourselves? Ling 99 was also helpless. The dense yellow matter filling the sky was impossible to stop without firing at 90% capacity. Moreover, the opposing skeletal behemoth had already suffered heavy losses, with only half of its units capable of counterattacking remaining. How many more air units could it possibly have? But Ling 34 had already sensed a conspiracy. Just as it was about to order its anti-aircraft firepower reduced to 50%, the sea suddenly exploded. Below the technological fleet, massive sea fissures spread wildly. The once calm sea surface instantly collapsed and twisted, and more than a dozen technological ships, unable to dodge in time, plunged directly into the fissures, which were tens of meters deep, colliding with each other. Ling 34's pupils shrank, and it immediately roared, "Quick! Activate the gravity stabilization device." But its worst fears had come true. Just as the anti-aircraft guns were pinned down by the corn splatter and the fleet's formation was torn apart by the sea fissure, hundreds of black flying creatures simultaneously soared into the sky from the last 30-odd skeletal behemoths. Like giant bone bats, they blotted out the sun, using the cover of the corn splatter rain as they hurtled towards the technological fleet. These were the aerial units of the skeletal behemoths, the giant bone-winged demons. Ling 34 finally panicked. "Fire! All anti-aircraft guns, focus fire on those flying units." But it was too late to adjust firepower now. Giant winged demons were pressing in from the sky. Cracks were tearing at the sea, and something even more terrifying seemed to be approaching from underwater. For the first time, the rhythm of the entire tech fleet was completely out of Ling 34's control. It stared intently at the battlefield, making rapid assessments. The sky? No. These flying units alone can't defeat the fleet. The real killer move must be on the seabed. Thinking this, Ling 34 immediately ordered all anti-ship weapons to bombard the seabed. This seemingly correct decision played right into Jiang Xuan's hands. At this moment, the entire technological fleet's attention was drawn to the sky and the seabed. No one noticed that a huge, stealthy ship was silently approaching on the sea surface behind the mothership. The starfall has arrived. In the command center above, Jiang Xuan finally smiled. "We've won." For this moment, the starfall fleet paid a terrible price. A full 36 skeletal behemoths sank forever in this sea. And now, the enemy's air defenses, anti-ship capabilities, and formations have all been dismantled. As long as the starfall approaches the mothership, as long as the prism mirror water beasts and chaos mirrors destroy half of the enemy's attack systems. Next, the horde of sea monsters led by the azure-eyed golden-chained serpent and the brilliant red-feathered sparrow will completely engulf this technological fleet. After so much pent-up frustration, the counterattack has finally begun. The next second, a massive purple portal suddenly appeared directly above the technological mothership. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a smile, his voice icy. "It's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic black hand emerged from the portal and slammed down on the technological mothership. Caught completely off guard, the technological mothership's energy shield only had time to restart halfway before it was shattered on the spot by the colossal, sky-covering hand. Immediately afterward, a gigantic demonic ape, tens of meters tall, descended from the sky, slamming heavily onto the mothership. It furiously pounded the energy barrier with its fists, each blow causing the entire mothership to tremble violently, its terrifying roar echoing across the battlefield. Simultaneously, 3 flying swords appeared out of thin air, instantly gliding past several technological ships beside the mothership. A flash of cold light, and the external cannons of the 3 ships were sliced apart, instantly creating an opening in their anti-aircraft firepower. In that instant, a piercing, earth-shattering cry echoed across the sea and sky. From beneath the surface, a massive, emerald-green head slowly rose, its cold eyes locking onto the technological fleet. The next moment, red wings soared through the air, then plummeted like a meteorite. One of the technological ships was instantly torn apart, its wreckage tumbling and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Deeper still, the enormous head continued to rise. As it drew nearer, 10 massive sea rifts fully formed on the surface, like 10 gaping maws of the abyss, beginning to devour the entire fleet. In the command center above, Spirit 34 slammed its tentacles onto the table. It clearly saw its warships crashing one after another. At that moment, it finally understood. The tide had turned. It's over. Chapter 214, Utter Devastation, the Surrender of the Tech Fleet. Before the ultimate destructive cannon of the tech mothership could fully charge, the black giant ape pounced, its arms lashing out with tremendous force, tearing the cannon barrel to shreds. The next second, blue psionic energy exploded on the spot. The mothership's last defensive barrier also completely collapsed in the explosion. Guns like butter. The giant winged bone demon in the sky finally found its opportunity, swooping down to tear at the shields of the ships that had lost their firepower. The sea exploded simultaneously. A colossal, emerald-green beast leaped from the water, ensnaring a technologically advanced warship and yanking it towards the seabed. The warship had no time to react before being dragged into the deep ocean. Cracks spread rapidly, tearing the once orderly technological fleet into pieces. The underwater laser cannons were already overloaded, yet the sea monster legion drew ever closer. Giant tentacles emerged from the seabed, specifically targeting the ship's firing ports at the bottom. With each sweep, laser cannons were instantly destroyed. In the command center above, Spirit 34's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the crippled warships below, it seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Wrong. Wrong from the very beginning. The enemy's true flagship had long since escaped their detection range. This wasn't an ordinary skeleton fleet, but a monstrous fleet jointly built by sea monsters and skeletons. It underestimated its opponent, and it underestimated this sea. Continuing the fight would only lead to the annihilation of its entire race. They had been trapped in the upside-down sea for far too long. They had finally gotten their chance to escape, and were they destined to die in this pointless battle? Spirit 34 gritted its teeth and finally issued the final order: surrender. Deactivate all energy shields. Shut down all weapon systems. After the order reached each ship, all the Hill commanders fell silent. They knew this meant the entire fleet was completely surrendering to the enemy. Some murmured, "Will they accept surrender?" Others trembled, "I don't want to die here. I want to go back and see if my people are still alive." That's it. We've already lost. Continuing to fight will only result in more of our kind dying in vain. Orders were issued, and the entire technological fleet almost simultaneously ceased fire. Energy shields vanished, shipboard weapons shut down, and the steel fleet, which had been firing at full power just moments before, now floated silently on the sea like a flock of lambs that had given up the struggle. Jiang Xuan was watching this scene when a mechanical notification suddenly sounded in his ear. The enemy commander has chosen to surrender. Should we continue the battle? Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered. Could this be possible? He had originally thought that he had to sink the entire enemy fleet to leave the sea area. Then, the notification sounded again. After destroying or incorporating the enemy fleet, the victor will leave the upside-down sea. Jiang Xuan immediately understood. Slaughtering them all was a victory. Incorporating them was also a victory. Without hesitation, he declared, "End the battle." The command center vanished instantly. Jiang Xuan reappeared on the deck of the Starfall. At the same time, Spirit 34 returned to the technological mothership. However, unlike Jiang Xuan, all the Hill clan members now possessed a semi-transparent binding ring. According to the rules, they were now the defeated party, awaiting the victor's final judgment. On deck, the noble octopus quickly reminded him, "Father, the enemy fleet has stopped moving. It seems they've really given up." Jiang Xuan nodded, his face remaining calm. Make them stop. But inwardly, he was overjoyed. This was a technologically advanced fleet. Any fleet commander would probably be drooling with envy upon seeing it. Jiang Xuan, with only 27 skeletal behemoths, single-handedly defeated a technologically advanced fleet of 100 ships. Although the enemy had lost more than 10 ships, leaving over 80 still capable of navigation, and their laser cannons and anti-aircraft guns largely destroyed by the Sea Monster Legion, it was still a technologically advanced fleet. With some repairs, it would become a terrifying fighting force. Jiang Xuan looked at the noble octopus, Little Geezy, calm the remaining little skeletons down. I'm going to their mothership. With that, he vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already beside the chaotic mirror. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The command mark was indeed useful. As long as his subordinates possessed the command mark, he, as the commander, could instantly teleport to their side. He glanced at the sea. The black demonic ape was being forcibly pulled back by the mirror gate. The magical beasts summoned by the chaotic mirror were indeed outrageously powerful, but also very difficult to control. Each one possessed a frighteningly strong fighting spirit. If it weren't for the mirror's ability to forcibly recall them, getting them to stop would have taken a considerable amount of effort. At this moment, many members of the Hill clan were already surrounded by the prism mirror water beasts and the brilliant red feathered sparrows. Jiang Xuan's gaze quickly fell on the Hill tribesmen in distinctive clothing at the forefront. "Are you the commander of this fleet?" he asked calmly, scrutinizing the man. The Hill tribesman, with 8 tentacles on its head, was also observing Jiang Xuan. Soon, it seemed to confirm Jiang Xuan's identity, its eyes suddenly lighting up. It uttered a string of words in a language Jiang Xuan couldn't understand at all, and then handed him a silver bracelet. The talkative starfish arrived just in time, and as soon as it saw the other party approaching Jiang Xuan, it immediately blocked their way. "What kind of gibberish are you spouting? Get away from my dad." It glared angrily at the Hill tribe. "Dad, can't you kill these aliens? That red ray almost burned my butt." Jiang Xuan knew that its anger wasn't because of him. Of all the Starfall Fleet ships, the one who cared most about the little skeletons wasn't Jiang Xuan, nor the skeleton captain, but the talkative starfish who trained them every day. It was the little skeleton's head instructor. In this battle, although Jiang Xuan had ordered most of the little skeletons to evacuate the front-line skeletal giant ships beforehand, nearly 200 little skeletons still turned to ashes under the laser cannon fire. The talkative starfish, of course, couldn't swallow this insult. Jiang Xuan patted it. "All right, eldest son, calm down. I'll assign the laser cannons from their fleet to your skeleton fleet later." Seeing that the talkative starfish was about to lash out again, Jiang Xuan gestured for Little Gold to pull it aside. In Jiang Xuan's mind, those 200 little skeleton cannon fodder he had never met were indeed not as valuable as this technologically advanced fleet. But this is only relative. If it were the talkative starfish, Little Gold, or any of his truly close sea creatures who were in trouble today, he would rather abandon the fleet and make them pay a bloody price. However, as the fleet's commander-in-chief, he wouldn't show these emotions on his face. After the Chaos Mirror checked the silver bracelet and confirmed there was no danger, Jiang Xuan took it. He glanced at the identification information and quickly understood that this thing was similar to a biocommunicator capable of language conversion. Jiang Xuan put on the bracelet and looked again at the defeated Hill tribe before him. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. "So, as the defeated party, what do you have to say to me?" Chapter 215, the Second Auxiliary Fleet, the Hill Clan Technology Fleet. Ling 34 lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Commander, you have the authority to decide our fate. But I beg you, give these lost souls a way home. We can repair ship hulls, upgrade shipborne weapons, and even develop entirely new weapons. If you are willing to spare my people, I can commit suicide to atone for my sins." The wrong order to attack was given by me. Behind it, a group of Hill commanders were so nervous that they dared not look up, because behind them are the lives of more than 10,000 of their compatriots. What is dignity compared to surviving? Jiang Xuan did not respond immediately. His gaze fell on the weapon systems of the technological mothership. Dozens of anti-aircraft guns and more than 30 laser firing ports are already quite impressive. But what really caught his attention was the massive cannon barrel in the center of the mothership, which had been torn off by brute force. The information appeared before his eyes. The Hill Clan mothership's ultimate destruction cannon. Epic quality. After storing energy for a long time, it can fire an ultimate destructive beam. Any living thing, matter, or ship that is swept by the beam will be instantly destroyed. Even a gold-level bloodline creature would be blasted to ashes if it were to be hit head-on. Jiang Xuan's eye twitched slightly. This thing is really ruthless. If the Starfall hadn't retaliated quickly enough to prevent the cannon from fully charging, That single shot would have likely reduced the remaining 30-odd skeletal giant ships to ashes. Jiang Xuan looked at Ling 34, his crimson eyes slowly lighting up. Good. You are indeed very valuable. Ling 34's body trembled violently. It didn't know why, but just being looked at by those crimson eyes gave rise to an inescapable fear. Jiang Xuan's tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. From this moment forward, you will become my subordinate fleet, fighting for me in this sea. Of course, in return, I will take you away from here. The next second, crimson eyes activated. These hill commanders, who had already given up resistance, had no room for further struggle and were all transformed into command units under the Lord of Domination. Jiang Xuan turned and gave the order. Captain Skull, order all the little skeletons to disperse to every ship and bring all the creatures on board onto the mothership. Remember, I meant all of them. You're going with the noble octopus. I don't want any of them to slip through the net. These are Jiang Xuan's rules. Now that we've incorporated them, we must take complete control of them. From this day forward, all the hill people will become his command units. Fight for the new king. On the distant fleet of skeletons, the skeleton captain sensed the king's will, and his expression immediately turned serious. My lord, Little Skull awaits your command. Soon, the skeleton army stormed into the remaining 34 skeletal ships and then boarded the Hill clan's technological ships through the passageway. Groups of hill people were escorted to the technology mothership. Of course, not everyone is willing to surrender. A dozen or so of the most stubborn hill tribesmen, unable to accept their fate as prisoners, chose to commit suicide. But most of the hill people, after being appeased by Ling 34, still lower their heads. They chose to follow their commander and become part of the new king's fleet. Not long after, Captain Skeleton also boarded the mothership. It wiped the blood off its face while cursing. "Pa, what bad luck, yet so tough." Just now, a hill tribesman fought back desperately. Although it couldn't understand what the other party was shouting, the other party spat blood all over its face before dying. Captain Skeleton wiped himself twice, and the next second he rushed in front of Jiang Xuan and slid to his knees. "My king, you must stand up for us. My little skeletons were beaten so badly. They're almost all dried up bones. And the giant skeletal ships, there are only 34 left. Little Skull is incompetent." It cried with great emotion, as if it had suffered a tremendous injustice. Jiang Xuan glanced at it. "All right, how many soldiers you've lost? Do you think I don't know? Stop crying your heart out here." The skeleton captain immediately fell silent, but still stared longingly at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, of course, understood its little scheme. Seeing that this technologically advanced fleet was incredibly powerful, even more so than the skeleton fleet, Captain Skeleton feared that once they were incorporated into his forces, they would dominate him. Therefore, it must first cry its sorrows to fight for its position. Jiang Xuan didn't expose him and spoke directly. Spirit 34. From today onwards, the technology fleet will be placed under the skeleton fleet and will be under the command of Captain Skeleton. However, you will still be responsible for the daily operation and technical command of the technology fleet. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton captain immediately knelt down and shouted, "Wang Yingming." He was so excited he almost laughed his jaw off. Ling 34 also lowered his head and accepted the order. Jiang Xuan waved his hand, too lazy to watch their performance anymore. "All right, there's no time for arguing anymore. In 2 hours, this section of the sea will open up to the inland sea. You only have 2 hours to repair the hull. I don't care how you cooperate. When the time comes, all ships that are still operational must catch up with the Starfall. I meant all of them. Did you understand?" Spirit 34 and the skeleton captain exchanged a glance and immediately knelt down at the same time. "Understand." Jiang Xuan's gaze swept to the side again. Several small skeletons were secretly kicking the kneeling hill crew members. The hill crew members were furious but dared not speak out. Jiang Xuan looked helplessly at the skeleton captain and Spirit 34. "From now on, the two of you will work together. I don't want any disunity among your subordinates." The two quickly bowed their heads in agreement. Jiang Xuan knew perfectly well that the Hill clan and the skeleton fleet had just been fighting to the death, and it was unrealistic to expect them to shake hands and make peace immediately. But it's okay. Under the control of the sovereign, it's only a matter of time. Before long, the skeletal fleet and the Hill technological fleet will be completely integrated. And these will become the two strongest combat forces in the Starfall fleet on the surface. Chapter 216, Entering the Inner Sea, Dark Elves and Dwarves. 2 hours flew by. Above the sea, a massive vortex gate slowly formed, its blue light surging, like an entrance to a new world. Ling 34 approached Jiang Xuan with her head down, her tone somewhat apprehensive. Commander, all 82 technology fleet ships are ready, and 20% of the shipborne weapons have been repaired. There was no other way. Shaoqing and her group had gone too far before, so it was already quite an achievement to have repaired 20% of the damage in such a short time. Jiang Xuan simply waved his hand. 20% is enough. Then he looked at the skeletal captain. The skeletal captain immediately straightened his uniform and skillfully reported, Your Majesty, 5 of the heavily damaged skeletal ships have been repaired, and all the lightly damaged ships have been repaired. There are currently 33 usable skeletal ships. The extra skeletons have also been distributed to various ships in the technology fleet. Compared to technologically advanced ships, skeletal behemoths are significantly easier to repair. As long as there are skeletal materials, even if they're broken into pieces, they can be pieced back together. Unfortunately, the 27 skeletal giant ships were carbonized by the laser weapon, leaving no materials behind. Otherwise, this operation could have achieved almost 0 casualties. Jiang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Good job. You did a great job. He looked up at the fully formed vortex gate in front of him, his voice deepening. Now it's time to set off. With a wave of his hand, the Starfall was the first to start. Together with the technological fleet and the skeletal behemoth, a total of 116 ships sailed majestically toward the vortex gate. With his technologically advanced fleet, and once the 33 skeletal behemoths are also equipped with new weapons, the Starfall fleet's combat power will surge even further. Standing on the deck, Jiang Xuan looked at the giant door that shimmered with blue light and casually asked the noble octopus beside him, Little Geezy, what do you think the inland sea will be like? The noble octopus was equally excited. Father, the inland sea must be a much wider and more beautiful place. We'll be able to see for ourselves soon. It had followed Jiang Xuan since birth and had never seen the inner sea. In its ancestral heritage, there are almost no memories of the inner sea. Jiang Xuan burst into laughter. Yes, we'll be able to see it for ourselves very soon. After fighting their way through, they have finally made it out of the open sea. Rumble. The roar of ship engines became the last echo in this sea area. The massive bow of the Starfall slowly sank into the whirlpool gate. The Hill people standing on the technologically advanced ships had even more burning desire in their eyes. More than Jiang Xuan, they yearned for a new world. The cage that had imprisoned them for millennia had finally been shattered at this moment. 2 days later, the inner sea, under the jurisdiction of the Elf Sky Island, the Dark Elf Tribe Sea Area. The calm sea surface suddenly trembled, and a huge whirlpool gate rose from the sea, stirring up layers of giant waves. Just then, a small fleet of boats was desperately rushing into this area of water. 5 Dark Elf patrol ships were hot on their heels. On the foremost stone ship, a dwarf boy, only 1.5 meters tall, but with a muscular body, suddenly pointed forward. Uncle Black Steel, look ahead. Xiao Ningshi stared wide-eyed at the vortex gate. A miracle has occurred on the sea. Could it be the dwarf king manifesting himself? His eyes were full of innocence and longing. Chased to the brink by the dark elves, this suddenly appearing vortex seemed to be his last hope. The burly dwarf Black Steel, standing next to him, immediately cursed. What dwarf king? I've said it so many times, that bearded man was killed more than 10 years ago. If he hadn't died, would our dwarf race have been bullied like this by the dark elves? The young dwarves were immediately dissatisfied. Uncle Blacksteel, you're swearing again. I'm going to tell Grandpa Shieldstone. Blacksteel was so angry that his face turned black. Grandpa Shieldstone, my foot. Your Grandpa Shieldstone is probably playing dead somewhere right now. As he cursed, he turned to look at the approaching Dark Elf Patrol ship and, startled, quickly threw a few more pieces of special ore into the ship's furnace. Listen up, all of you. The dwarves don't rely on gods. They rely on themselves. He was tough on the outside, but inside he was panicking. Old man Shieldstone, if you really die, then watch over me from heaven. Otherwise, I'll go down and slap you twice across the face. On the patrol ship behind, a young dark elf held a technological megaphone and coldly shouted, "Dwarves ahead, immediately cease resistance. As long as you stop the ship, our dark elf race will forgive and forget, and you can continue to mine or for us on Sea Turbot Stone Island. If you continue to flee, the patrol ship will activate attack mode." At the very front of the 5 enormous patrol ships, a handsome but entirely black-skinned dark elf lazily gazed at the 3 small boats ahead. His name was Ethan, and his eyes were full of impatience. In his view, these dwarves were ugly and lowly, and it was already a great blessing that they were spared by the elven court and made into miners for the dark elves. But these guys actually dared to injure the guards and build a boat to escape on their own. If it weren't for the royal court's orders, he would have wiped out all these dwarves long ago. Ethan spoke in a cold voice. "Ilo, stand back. Open fire and destroy their ships." The young dark elf Ilo, who was holding the megaphone, was taken aback. Before he could reply, a charming voice came from behind him. "That's right, Ilo, you're still too soft-hearted. This inferior race should have been exterminated long ago." A glamorous dark elf woman swayed her hips as she walked over, her smile alluring, and leaned directly into Ethan's arms. Her name was Serena. She had hooked eyebrows and a voice that sounded like poison. "Brother Ethan, let's finish this quickly. I want to catch up with you properly." Ethan wrapped his arms around her, his eyes immediately burning with desire. "You become even more charming in just a few days." The two were intimately acquainted, oblivious to everyone around them, completely ignoring the burning gaze of Alona beside them. Although dark elves are not favored by orthodox elves, they still possess the blood of the elf king. Compared to other elven races, they are more driven by desire and more cruel and unrestrained. Salaname smiled and looked at Ilo. "Hurry up, Ilo. The sooner we finish, the better. Maybe I'll let you have a taste of the sweetness, too." One sentence instantly ignited Ilua's passion. The pretense and hesitation from before were gone from his eyes. Only an eager excitement remained. "Brother Ethan, Sister Serena, wait for me. I'll take care of them right away." As the two entered the senior patrol officer's room, the cowardice on Ilo's face completely vanished. He casually tossed aside the megaphone, turned and walked toward the command room, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Little dwarfs, don't blame Grandpa Ilo. It's Serena's party today, after all." Chapter 217, The Skeleton Captain's Fury. The small stone boat was frantically trying to escape on the sea. Xiao Ningshi turned pale with fright and couldn't help but ask Hey Gang, "Uncle Hey Gang, if you don't answer, will they just open fire?" Blacksteel grumbled as he steered the ship. "How should I know? The Elf King gave orders not to exterminate the dwarves, but these dark elves are all unpredictable. Who can reason with them?" After saying that, he stared intently at the enormous vortex gate in front of him. Perhaps the way out is right behind the door. But the next second, there was a loud bang behind me. Of the 3 Sea Turbot Stone ships, the last one was hit directly by cannon fire and instantly exploded into charred fragments. The dwarves on board screamed as they were engulfed in flames. Kiragane's expression changed instantly. "Holy crap! Quick, run behind the whirlpool." He didn't dare look back at all, and suddenly turned the bow of the boat around, desperately rushing towards the whirlpool gate. Behind him, on the dark elf patrol ship, Ilo's eyes were icy cold. Seeing that the dwarf refused to stop the ship, he could no longer suppress his contempt. On the surface, he appeared indecisive, but deep down he also looked down on these so-called inferior races. Besides, Serena was waiting for him in the room. Thinking of that alluring vixen, Ilo swallowed hard, then sneered and pressed the firing button. Bang, bang, bang. Shells, gleaming with black light, rained down on the sea, while the 2 remaining small boats swerved wildly. But even with their agility, they couldn't withstand the barrage of naval gunfire. The second ship, a turbid stone vessel, was quickly hit and blasted into the air. Now, only the Blacksteel remains. Blacksteel's heart was in his throat. He gripped the compass tightly with both hands and dodged frantically. Just then, Little Stone suddenly shouted, "Uncle Black Steel, look, a big ship is coming out of the whirlpool." Black Steel suddenly looked up, completely stunned. Behind the enormous vortex gate, a pale, skeletal ship slowly emerged. Its massive, menacing hull appeared to be composed of countless bones, and the silhouettes of even more colossal ships were beginning to appear behind it. Black Steel was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. "Ha ha! Heaven hasn't forsaken me, Black Steel. Old Man Shieldstone, once I get out of here alive, I'll definitely pour a few bowls of turbid sea wine on your grave." He immediately steered the small boat under the giant skeletal ship, hoping to use it to block the Dark Elves' artillery fire. Meanwhile, the area behind Eloah had become completely red-hot. He hadn't expected that although these dwarf ships were ridiculously fragile, they were small, agile, and had excellent evasion capabilities. After fighting for a long time, he still hadn't managed to kill the last one. "Damn barbarians. Why don't you just die already?" Ilo's eyes turned red, and he immediately pressed the button to fire the concentrated artillery barrage. Dozens of shells flew out simultaneously, cutting through the sea and crashing into the target with black trails of flame. He stood in the command room, laughing maniacally. Here, he was no longer a cowardly, good-for-nothing bullied by his own kind, but a being who controlled life and death. But he didn't know that this barrage of attacks had provoked the wrong people. On the other side of the vortex gate, at the bow of the first giant skeletal ship, the skeletal captain stood proudly. As the king's top commander, this time it did not hide in the back, but personally went to the front to lead the way, ostensibly to clear away all obstacles to the new world for the king. It glanced at the surrounding sea and said with disdain, "This is the inland sea that your majesty mentioned? It's not all that great. The air is bad, the sea is messy, and there are things flying in the sky that look like cannonballs." It had barely finished speaking when it suddenly froze. "Wait, is this thing really a cannonball?" Seeing dozens of black cannonballs trailing flames flying towards him, the skeletal captain instantly flew into a rage. "Damn it! Turn left! Enemy ambushes!" Boom! A loud explosion occurred. Although the skeletal ship turned in time, the firepower was too dense, and 4 shells still slammed into the starboard side of the ship. The skeletal ship was blasted open with 4 huge holes, and the smell of burnt black material instantly filled the air. The skeletal captain was thrown over by the impact. After struggling to his feet, the first thing he did was pick up his captain's hat. This hat is a collectible he brought from overseas. It might become a collector's item in the future. It patted its hat, and its anger instantly surged to the top of its head. Damn it! Who did this? Soon, a hill messenger ran up with a scanning black box and reported, "Commander, 5 unidentified ships have been spotted on the right side of the sea. The attack is coming from their direction. At the same time, 2 small boats are approaching on the left." The skeletal captain's teeth were grinding together. Okay, very good. The first time it stood at the bow of the lead ship, it was almost sent away on the spot. How could this be considered a sneak attack? This is a show of force to the king's fleet. This is a show of defiance against the king. The skeletal captain flew into a rage, waving his hand and yelling, "Bring out the laser cannon. I'm sending these natives to meet their great-grandfathers." Upon receiving the order, the skeletal behemoth immediately began its counterattack. It didn't care about misunderstandings anymore. This was Wang's first time landing in the New World. If it couldn't even handle this small situation, how could it possibly serve as the deputy commander-in-chief? So, the skeletal captain pressed the laser firing button himself. The next moment, the skeletal ship, billowing black smoke, burst out of the explosion's mist. Laugh! A crimson beam of light swept across the sea in an instant, like a giant, red-hot blade, slicing directly toward the Dark Elf fleet. Bang, bang, bang! Before the 3 Dark Elf patrol ships could react, they were pierced by the beam of light, their hulls broke apart, and they slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. In the command center, Ilo was completely dumbfounded. What happened? He stared incredulously at the massive skeletal ships emerging from the whirlpool in the distance, his mind blank. Before he could figure out, another crimson beam swept over, and several patrol ships on the right instantly went down, followed by a series of explosions. Ilo finally panicked. Seeing the red light, gathering again on the other side's crooked, skeletal ship. His face twitched violently. He quickly turned on the megaphone and shouted towards the sea, "Wait! This is a misunderstanding." But the skeletal captain wasn't buying it. It roared, "Misunderstanding? Screw your misunderstanding. Beat him." It almost suffered a glorious defeat just now, so it's not in the mood to listen to explanations. Laugh. A third red laser beam swept out again. The remaining patrol ships were cut in half and exploded on the spot. Boom! A massive shock wave tore the sea surface apart. Ethan and Serena, who were in the senior inspector's room, were thrown out of the room in the explosion without even knowing what was happening. Another loud bang, and Ilo jumped off the ship in a panic, barely managing to save his life. When he looked up from the aftershocks of the explosion, his face turned deathly pale, because before his eyes appeared countless tiny skeleton warships. Chapter 218, The Unfortunate Ilo, all members captured. The commander-in-chief has ordered that every living creature on the sea be captured. The command came down from the giant skeletal ship, and the next second, hundreds of small skeleton warships and dozens of technological scanning ships rushed out in all directions like a net. One team headed straight for the small boat on the left, while the rest began a thorough search of the sea. Ilo had just recovered from the explosion when she looked up and saw a dense array of skulls. Her vision went black, and she fainted, slowly sinking into the sea. "Sir, there's something here with wings, but it doesn't seem to be able to fly." A little skeleton spotted him immediately. Skull number 32 next to him raised his hand and smacked. "Who cares if they can fly or not? As long as they're alive, capture them all. The commander-in-chief is furious right now. Taking a few prisoners back might earn us some credit." Upon hearing this, the little skeleton's eyes lit up with soul fire. "Number 32, you're a genius." Skull 32 smiled smugly. "Learn more and observe more. Then follow me, and I guarantee you'll get the latest bone." After saying that, it pointed at the nearly drowning, "Stop talking nonsense. Get this guy out first. Don't let the commander-in-chief's anger reach us." The skeleton warship immediately roared off. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Starfall, Jiang Xuan was staring at the sea chart, marking nearby islands according to the information sent by the noble octopus. "Father, the island you drew at the coordinates is too big. It needs to be 2 sizes smaller." The noble octopus tapped the sea chart with its tentacles, its tone earnest. Looking at his appalling drawing skills, Jiang Xuan simply threw down his brush. "Forget it, you do it. You have a mental link with Xiaoguang, so communication will be faster." Xiaoguang is the prism mirror water beast that was just sent out to scout the sea area. After finishing with a nautical chart, Jiang Xuan remembered that there was a skeleton captain kneeling next to him. "By the way, what did you just say about wings? Say it again." Upon hearing this, the skeletal captain realized it was finally his turn to complain and immediately crawled to Jiang Xuan's feet, looking extremely aggrieved. "My lord, you have no idea. I, little skeleton, almost never saw you again." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xuan kicked him. "Stop with that. Get to the point. Why did you use lasers and cannons just now? And how many times have I told you? Sit down if there's a seat available. Don't come over and grab my legs every time." The deck had long been set up according to the protocol for Royal Council meetings, with the skeletal throne in the center, flanked by the bone chairs of the ship commanders, and above them were 3 layers of miniature energy shields designed by the Hill people, making it a grand affair. Unfortunately, none of Jiang Xuan's men cooperated. Little Gold immediately started chewing on the chair when he arrived, while his eldest son and the skeleton captain knelt down and hugged his feet. The only one who could sit quietly and keep him company was the noble octopus. For a moment, Jiang Xuan even had the illusion of being a lonely old man. He suppressed this strange feeling and turned to listen to the skeletal captain's report. The skeletal captain finally got down to business. It turned out that it had just emerged from the portal when a cannonball hit it squarely on the head. The enemy was a group of inland sea natives, including some with wings. The meteorite fleet seemed to have landed right in their midst of the battle, thus becoming collateral damage. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes and immediately grasped the key point. "You mean you captured a few inland sea natives?" The skeletal captain nodded. "Yes, your majesty. That winged thing must be the one firing the cannon. Jiang Xuan became interested. He had just entered the inland sea and was in dire need of intelligence. Now that the prisoner had delivered himself to his doorstep, he could ask about the situation here. Bring it up. The skeletal captain immediately waved his hand. Bring the prisoners up. A massive bone bridge connected the starfall, and a squad of heavily armored skeletons escorted several disheveled figures onto the deck. Leading the way were Ethan, Serena, Ilo, and Black Steel, among others. Ethan was tied up tightly, and his face contorted with rage the moment he saw Ilo. My dear brother, is this how you do things? You've handed your own brother over to the enemy? Serena cursed. Ilo, you piece of trash. I really misjudged you. It turned out that after being woken up by 2 punches from the 2 skeletons, Ilo happened to see Ethan and Serena hiding under the shipwreckage. At that moment, he pointed them out without hesitation. He kept his head down and pretended to be pitiful. I'm sorry, brother Ethan. I just glanced over there. I didn't mean to identify you. But the hint of relief in his eyes was impossible to hide. Serena was trembling with anger. They still had a chance to escape. If only their wings, which had been warped by the explosion, had recovered, they might have been able to fly out of the encirclement. But they were all betrayed by Ilo. Black Steel, standing next to him, finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, that's awesome. You little brat from the Dark Elf race. Grandpa Black Steel gives you a thumbs up. For him, seeing enemies fight like dogs was more satisfying than anything else. The laughter had barely begun when Skull number 32 lashed out with his bone whip and coldly shouted, Behave yourselves. If you disturb the throne, you'll all be executed. Black Steel immediately shut up. He's simple-minded but not stupid, who would want to go down and stare blankly at Grandpa Shieldstone if they could live. Soon, several prisoners were brought before the skeleton chair. The skeleton captain pointed at them and said angrily, Your Majesty, these are the ones. Jiang Xuan sat on the throne, his voice carried across the deck through the loudspeaker. Bring it closer. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Before they could even look up, a giant shadow swept in from afar. A huge red bird landed on the deck with a thud, its scorching heat hitting the deck. Immediately afterwards, the seawater beneath the ship surged, and a huge green snake slowly emerged, its emerald green vertical pupils staring at them, as if they were a few insects that could be swallowed at any moment. Ethan and Serena were deathly pale. Ilo's legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. They then realized that they had not provoked an ordinary fleet, but a real monster legion. Jiang Xuan spoke calmly from the head of the table. Raise your head. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible pressure. Black Steel's brain lifted up almost uncontrollably. His gaze passed through 2 rows of pale, menacing skeletal chairs, over heavily armored skeletons and terrifying beasts, and finally settled on the enormous skeletal throne at the very top. There sat the true king of the Starfall fleet. Chapter 219 Inland Sea Situation, 26 Floating Islands. As Black Steel looked up, he saw the skeleton captain next to the throne. The purple soul flames flickered, the silver bones gleamed with a cold light, and the oppressive aura made it hard to breathe. Black Steel's heart sank immediately. Oh no, I just escaped the Dark Elf's pursuit, only to stumble into an even more ruthless skull den. The next second, a majestic voice descended from above. You lift your head. The floating coral's psychic power instantly pressed down on Ilo, causing his head to rise uncontrollably and face Jiang Xuan on the throne. Ilo's face turned deathly pale, and she even paused for a moment. Jiang Xuan glanced at the 3 dark elves, then looked at the dwarves beside him, his eyes flickering slightly. Dwarves are born blacksmiths. Each dwarf's inherited memories may contain precious forging blueprints. This thing is quite valuable if it's on a ship. Jiang Xuan quickly labeled Hey Gang and the others as useful in his mind. Then his gaze fell back on Ilo. Tell me about the current situation in the inner sea and the power of your elven race. The moment the words were spoken, an immense psychic force crashed down. Even more terrifying, the enormous skull throne at the very top slowly rotated, and a pair of crimson pupils opened in the darkness. Havegang glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and almost scared the soul out of him. The truly terrifying part was up there. Ilo trembled all over and asked with a forced smile, "Me? Me?" The skeleton captain stared at him coldly. "Yes, it's you." He was already very unhappy. Wang asked, "Do you dare to confirm a second time?" These dark-skinned elves are truly courting death. Iloa was forced to look up and meet those crimson eyes. In an instant, the light in his pupils faded. Like a puppet being manipulated, he began to reveal everything he knew. The Black Sea is the true core area of the Black Sea world, occupying 90% of the world's area. There are not only countless seas and islands there, but also 26 supergiant floating islands. These floating islands have existed since ancient times, each controlled by the most powerful race in the Black Sea, where true royal courts and kingdoms have been established. The Dark Elf race is merely a branch of the Elf Royal Court, one of the 26 giant floating islands. The Elven Royal Court wields immense power, ruling over 72 large sea areas and hundreds of smaller ones. The place where the Dark Elf race lives is called the Turbid Stone Sea. Although this is only a small sea area, it is famous for its abundant marine turbidite deposits. Every few months, the Elven Royal Court's cargo ships would depart from the nearby Gem Sea, traverse the chaotic seas teeming with wild beasts, and arrive here to collect resources. To put it bluntly, it's the Royal Court tax. All civilizations and races in the inland sea accept this system by default. The Royal Court protected the seas under its control while levying war taxes on them. As for the origin of the war tax, it can be traced back to a witch uprising thousands of years ago. It was a super war that affected 9 royal courts and spanned most of the inland sea. But why the war broke out, and who won and who lost in the end, is almost unknown to later generations. Only fragments remain in the incomplete ancient texts of the Dark Elf race. It seems that the Great Battle was related to a witch and also touched upon the god worshipped by the elves. Therefore, the relevant records were completely erased. That's all I know. After listening, Jiang Xuan's voice calmed down considerably. In other words, the sea area we are in now is a small, somewhat well-known sea area under the jurisdiction of the Elven Royal Court. Is that a fair interpretation? With the oppressive feeling dissipating, Black Steel and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ilo's eyes glazed over as she continued. Yes, you can understand it that way. I and the 2 Dark Elves next to me are all members of the Dark Elf clan's patrol team in the sea area. He is my brother Ethan. She is Miss Serena, the patrol captain's daughter. At this point, Iloa seemed completely unaware of what she was saying, revealing all the details. We received a warning from the Sea Turbidite Mine Island that a small-scale rebellion had broken out on the island, and a group of dwarves in charge of mining had stolen 3 Sea Turbidite ships and escaped. My brother, the one next to me, is a brainless guy who's always driven by lust. I heard that Miss Serena was interested in hunting dwarves at sea, so she secretly took this big-breasted, brainless woman with her to follow them. The air fell silent instantly. Ethan's face immediately darkened to an extreme. Dear little brother, so this is how you usually see me? Serena, who was tied up next to her, was even more furious. Damn you, Ilo. You unwanted bastard. How dare you call me brainless? After cursing Ilo, she turned to look at the surrounding skeletons, her voice becoming shrill. And you disgusting skeletons, did you hear me? I am the daughter of the Dark Elf Inland Sea Patrol Captain. How dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid my father will come knocking on our door? Seeing that the skeletons did not attack immediately, Serena assumed that they were intimidated by her father's reputation. She grew increasingly confident, her chest heaving violently with her anger, which proved Ilo's earlier assessment quite thoroughly. At this point, she realized that the skeletons were not from the Undead Legion, one of the 26 royal courts, but rather from an unknown foreign fleet. Since we're outsiders, what's there to be afraid of? Ethan also came to his senses, and his courage instantly grew. If he had known they were just a bunch of country bumpkins, why would he have been so scared? This is the territory of the Dark Elves. He is a noble Dark Elf. Ethan sneered and glanced at the 30-second little skeleton inspector who was staring at the skull throne and drooling. Hey, you big-eyed skull, come here and untie us. Otherwise, when Miss Serena's father arrives, You will all be torn to pieces. Skeleton Inspector number 32 slowly extended his skeletal finger and pointed to himself. Its empty face revealed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 220 Ethan, stunned by the beating and the dwarf Blacksteel's statement. On the deck, the number 32 skeleton inspector was completely dumbfounded. Having lived for so long and seen countless seas with the skeleton army, it was quite a veteran, but today it truly opened its eyes. Are these winged dark elves out of their minds? They've already been tied to the Skeleton King's ship. How dare they use their status as the inner sea patrol captain to intimidate others? Are their patrol fleets even enough to fill the gaps between the skeleton fleet's teeth? Ethan, however, failed to grasp the situation and instead became increasingly confident as he spoke. He raised his swollen face, staring intently at little skeleton number 32, and sneered. That's right, I'm talking about you. Scared by Commander Sykes' name? Untie me right now. In his view, the fact that the other party did not refute him immediately meant that he had been frightened. Ethan had even begun to fantasize about slapping Ilo, his traitorous sister, a few times after he escaped, and then letting these skeletons know what the authority of a dark elf patrol captain was. But the next second, Jiang Xuan merely glanced at the little skeleton number 32. The little skeleton number 32 shuddered. The king is watching it. The king actually gave it a chance to shine. It immediately perked up and nodded respectfully. Oh, okay, please wait a moment. Ethan's smug expression hadn't fully materialized yet. Snap! A crisp, resounding slap landed hard on his face. Blood-red claw marks appeared instantly. Ethan froze completely. His mind went blank, his lips twitched, and he had no idea what was happening. Little Skull number 32 explained earnestly, "You're the one who attacked me, so you can't blame me. Everyone says my slaps hurt, but I don't know exactly how much it hurts." After saying that, it raised its hand again. "Come on, let me help you reboot your waterlogged brain." Smack, smack, smack. A series of slaps echoed across the deck. Ethan was swayed from side to side as he was slapped, his eyes shifting from anger to confusion, and then to complete blankness. He only had a few questions left in his mind. Who I am? Where am I? Why did it hit me? Why are you only hitting me? Serena, standing next to her, was also stunned. She had just been hoping that Ethan could use his status to keep the skeletons in check, but before she could say more than a few words, she was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Xuan sat on the skull throne, watched for a while, and then said calmly, "All right." Little skeleton number 32 immediately stopped. It reluctantly removed its bony hand from Ethan's face. Jiang Xuan then said, "Let's try another one." As soon as the order was given, little skeleton number 32 immediately understood. It turned and walked toward Serena. Serena's expression changed drastically. But in the eyes of a skeleton, there is no such thing as pity or chivalry. Pretty? Delicate? Sorry, I don't have the aesthetic sense. All it knew was that the king told it to change to another one. Smack, smack, smack. The bone palm struck again, and Serena was about to scream when she was slapped several times in succession, choking her voice in her throat. The little skeleton, number 32, became more and more excited as he fanned himself. Did Wang just nod? That's for sure. Since the king is satisfied, it must go all out. Smack, smack, smack. 5 minutes later, Serena's entire face was swollen, her eyes were glazed over, and she looked like her soul had been ripped out. It wasn't until a moment later that she suddenly came to her senses and let out a piercing scream. The shrill sound made the little skeletons on the deck tremble, thinking someone had turned on the ship's air raid siren. Jiang Xuan spoke again. All right, Serena's facial augmentation work is finally complete. Before the dwarf Blacksteel, who was watching the commotion from the sidelines, could finish chuckling, little skeleton number 32 had already slowly walked up to him. Jiang Xuan's voice rang out again. Change it. Blacksteel couldn't hold back any longer. No, I didn't say a word, and I'm going to get beaten up? His eyes widened, his face filled with terror. He had heard Ethan and Serena's screams clearly just now. If that bone-like slap landed on my face, wouldn't it turn my head into a pig's head? Seeing that little skull number 32 had excitedly raised his hand, Blacksteel completely chickened out. Sir, wait a minute. I'm useful. I really am useful. He knelt down on the deck with a thud, speaking rapidly. "My lord, I'm a dwarf. You know the dwarf race, right? The kind that's incredibly skilled at mining and forging equipment." He quickly pointed to several dwarfs beside him. "Them too. We dwarves love crafting equipment for our great skeletons." To preserve his face, which represents a man's dignity, Black Steel practically had, "I'm willing to be a tool," written on his forehead. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly. Making an example of someone to deter others has proven effective. He said calmly, "All right, untie him." Little skeleton number 32 instinctively rubbed his hands together. "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll slap him right away." It only realized what it was saying halfway through. "Wait, untie me." It was somewhat disappointed, but still dared not disobey the king's order, and could only untie the ropes for Black Steel with a complicated expression. Seeing that it hadn't been fanned enough, Black Steel was so frightened that it quickly knelt down even more firmly. "My lord, although my kinsmen are young, they are all excellent blacksmiths among the dwarves. On that small, rocky island not far to the south, there is a group of dwarves who are being imprisoned by the Dark Elves. If the great Skeleton King is willing to recruit us, I, Black Steel, swear that we will forge even more advanced and powerful equipment for your skeleton army." Black Steel knew very well that the skeletons didn't necessarily want to kill them, but rather to teach them a lesson. He also realized that while the skeleton army was terrifying in number, it didn't have many heavily armored units, and its shipborne weapons seemed to have problems as well. Dwarves are natural-born masters of blacksmithing. They were not only skilled at forging swords and armor, but also at warships, cannons, and shipborne weapons. The Dark Elves have always treated them as mining tools, never giving them a chance to use their talents. But if there are enough materials, Black Steel can even conjure up cannons on the spot and blast all those black-skinned, pointed-eared creatures into the sky. Looking at the confidence in He Gang's eyes, Jiang Xuan finally nodded. "Very good, you're very smart. But I need to prove it." He waved his hand casually. "I have several ships here whose technological weapons are disabled. Commander of the technology fleet, take them to see the shipborne weapon blueprints. Remember, you don't have much time. If the commander's evaluation of you is mediocre in an hour, then you will no longer be necessary." Black Steel felt a chill run down his spine, but dared not refute. This is already an opportunity. Ling 34 quickly stepped forward and led all 5 doors away. On the deck, only 3 Dark Elves, who had been rendered listless by the gamble, remained. The skeletal captain looked at Jiang Xuan, his eyes still filled with resentment. "Your Majesty, what should we do with these winged creatures?" It hadn't forgotten that it had almost been targeted by artillery fire just now. With just a word from Jiang Xuan, it could immediately dismantle these Dark Elves. Captain Skeleton had his eye on the protruding tailbone of the dark-skinned female, in particular. If it were me, the king might favor it even more. Jiang Xuan glanced at Ethan, Serena, and Ilo. The 3 of them were completely out of their element, their eyes glazed over, as if they had just woken up from a nightmare. "No rush, let's keep it for now. If we encounter the Dark Elf race later, we might be able to extract some information from them." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan's crimson pupils slowly lit up. The 3 Dark Elves' eyes froze instantly. 3 more units are added to the command structure. For Jiang Xuan, facing skeletons and all sorts of bizarre sea creatures every day had become somewhat aesthetically tiring. Leaving a few humanoid creatures on the ship would provide an occasional change of pace. More importantly, if the dwarves are truly valuable, then attacking the Dark Elf Islands as the next step is not out of the question. At that time, these 3 Dark Elves will be useful whether they act as inside agents or as a breakthrough point. The skeletal captain glanced regretfully at the tailbone behind Serena, but ultimately bowed his head and accepted the order. "Yes, Your Majesty, I await your command." Then it waved its hand, signaling the little skeleton to drag the 3 Dark Elves away. Chapter 2:21 Jiang Xuan's Plans, Wild BC. On the Skull Throne, Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up immediately after hearing Ling 34's report. Those dwarves were indeed no ordinary laborers. Ling 34 said, barely containing his excitement. These dwarves seemed born to forge weapons. They understood the Hill tribe's technological blueprints in just 1 hour. If we put them in the maintenance department, the repair speed of shipborne weapons can definitely be increased even further. Jiang Xuan nodded. The Starfall fleet's biggest need right now is time. The Dark Elves have suffered such a heavy loss. Their patrol fleets will come knocking sooner or later. Their shipborne weapons must be restored as quickly as possible. After Ling 34 withdrew, Jiang Xuan turned to look at the noble octopus who was drawing a sea chart to the side. Little Gui, how's the investigation in the wild beast sea going? The noble octopus immediately unfurled the newly drawn sea chart, its tentacles swiftly tracing its surface. According to the information relayed by the prism mirror water beast, they are currently located in the southern part of the turbid stone sea. Further north lies the southern island, controlled by the Dark Elf race. Continuing upwards would most likely result in encountering a Dark Elf patrol fleet. Beyond the patrol zone lies the boundary between the turbid stone sea and the wild beast sea. According to the captured Dark Elf, the wild beast sea was extremely vast and chaotic, the most densely populated area of sea beasts among the surrounding seas. Further north lay the Gemstone Sea, a large sea area under the jurisdiction of the Elven Royal Court. The noble octopus quickly drew an almost straight route on the nautical chart. Jiang Xuan stared at the patrol area marked in red, his lips twitching slightly. In other words, if you want to go to the Wild Beast Sea, you can't avoid the Dark Elf patrol fleet. Perfect. Anyway, he was planning to recruit more dwarves onto his ship, so since they were blocking his way, he might as well have a fight. The noble octopus added that the Dark Elves' northern patrol fleet was stationed year-round beneath the Wild Beast Sea. Logically, the dwarven small-scale rebellion shouldn't have alerted this fleet at all. The reason they encountered them was most likely because of that female Dark Elf. Coincidentally, the passage through which the Starfall fleet entered the inner sea happened to be on the enemy's pursuit route. Jiang Xuan looked at the northernmost part of the sea chart, at the black area marked with the heads of sea monsters, and a burning desire appeared in his eyes. The Wild Beast Sea is the place he needs most right now. The Starfall fleet has too few second-generation sea beast species. Back in the Upside-Down Sea, the number of usable sea beast species was already limited, which prevented the overall fleet from truly expanding. Now that they've finally entered the inland sea, they must accelerate their expansion to gain a foothold. This time, they have already made enemies with the Dark Elves, and the patrol fleet will have to fight sooner or later. Although the Dark Elves are only a marginal bloodline branch of the Elven Royal Court, and their patrol fleet numbers less than 200 ships, they could still attract the attention of the Elven Royal Court if war broke out. That was a colossal creature that had occupied the inland sea for tens of thousands of years. In Ilua's memory, every floating island-level power must have a demigod-level being in charge. However, Jiang Xuan was not afraid. Given the current strength of the Starfall fleet, almost nothing below the Overlord level can truly threaten his life. And the Elven Royal Court wouldn't send its strongest forces into battle immediately. The Sea of Turbid Stone is merely a small sea area on the edge of the Elven Kingdom's territory, with a small number of permanent elves and perhaps no particularly powerful unit. As long as it's not the Elven Kingdom's elite troops arriving, Jiang Xuan has no reason to panic. Thinking of this, he glanced at the World Channel again. After entering the inner sea, the number of messages in the channel decreased significantly. Most survivors were still planning their routes, heading toward the 5 gates that had already been opened. In other words, the vast majority of humans were still on their way to the inner sea passage. Jiang Xuan shook his head slightly. The rules of the inner sea are what they are, and there's not much he can do. Opening a gateway to the inner sea for the human alliance is already more than enough. He snapped out of his thoughts and waved to the skeleton captain below. Take that dwarf named Blacksteel to the northeast of the Sea Turbid Stone Mine Island and bring back all the dwarves on the island. I grant you permission to bring 10 skeletal behemoths. The Graken and Prism Mirror Water Beasts will cooperate with you. You need not worry about the rest. With the Starfall fleet in hand, Jiang Xuan's life became much easier. He could simply give an order, and someone would naturally take care of it. This feeling of being in control was truly wonderful. Captain Skeleton immediately accepted the order. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will bring all those dwarf natives back right away. But before leaving, it suddenly remembered something and cautiously asked, what about the black-skinned, pointy-eared creature on the island. What should we do with it? Jiang Xuan waved his hand. Whatever you want. Bring them back if you can. The Starfall fleet will continue to expand, and the more people the better. He wasn't very interested in those dark elves. The dark elves were indeed alluring, with exaggerated figures, but the prevailing customs of this race were simply unacceptable to Jiang Xuan. The situation with the Ethan brothers and Serena is a good example. According to Ilo, Serena, who is somewhat famous among the dark elves, probably has a whole platoon of secret lovers. The Yellow brothers are just one of the pleasure companions she's been choosing these past few days. Seeing that Jiang Xuan had no interest, Captain Skeleton was completely relieved. In its eyes, these black-skinned, pointed-eared creatures were utterly unworthy of its king. Only the most noble bloodlines in the underworld could be worthy of the king's lineage, such as the undead Rakshasa or female Oni warriors. Noble undead that truly met its aesthetic standards. Soon, Captain Skeleton led his crew away. On the throne, Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. Lately, for some reason, he keeps dreaming of a figure wearing a blue priestess robe and with long silver hair. That person's aura was very strange. On one hand, it made him feel a chill from the depths of his soul, and on the other hand, it gave him a sense of closeness that felt like a blood connection. This tearing feeling left Jiang Xuan increasingly exhausted. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember where he had seen the other person before. Gradually, Jiang Xuan leaned against the skeletal throne and fell into a deep sleep. As he fell asleep, the golden ring on his wrist quietly began to glow with a pale golden light. Strands of energy silently seeped into his body, beginning to transform his flesh, bones, soul, and attributes. No one noticed. Jiang Xuan's life essence is undergoing a slow but astonishing transformation. If a sovereign-level being were present at this moment, they would be shocked to discover that his body is gradually approaching the sovereign level. That was an evolution that ordinary living beings could not even imagine. It is also the most crucial step before entering the realm of gods. Chapter 222, The Enraged Cyrus, Biodetection Scanner. Bang! A brand new oil lamp was smashed against the door of the command room, shattering into pieces. Inside the room, a 2-meter-tall dark elf with wings on his back was fuming, his chest heaving with rage. He was Cyros, the captain of the Northern Patrol fleet of the Dark Elf race. At that moment, his anger was so intense it felt like it was setting the entire command center ablaze. What did you say? My daughter Serena was taken away by those two Ethan brats again. And now, their entire fleet has lost contact? A terrifying pressure instantly descended upon the thin guard kneeling on the ground. The dark elf turned pale with fright and immediately kowtowed, begging for mercy. Sir, Miss didn't want me to tell you. 3 days ago, the Ethan brothers took their ships to patrol the southern waters, and Miss Serena should be on one of those fallen ships. The guard had cursed the Ethan brothers countless times in his mind. If those two hadn't taken Serena away, why would he have been pushed out to take the blame? Cyrus didn't want to listen to any of this nonsense. All he knew was that his only bloodline, his most beloved daughter, was now gone. I'm asking you, why did they go missing? A roar startled the guard, making him tremble. I don't know. The young lady said she's just going out for a few days and will be back soon. Cyrus's eyes turned completely cold. You're my daughter's personal bodyguard, right? The guard's voice trembled. Yes, yes. The next second, Ceres coldly gave the order. Drag him away and cripple him. Then coat him with shark bait and throw him into the sea. 2 dark elves rushed in from outside and dragged the frantically begging guard out. The shark bait didn't attract ordinary sea sharks, but drill sharks. These creatures have slender bodies and love to burrow into their prey to lay their eggs. Falling into their mouths is far more serious than just dying. The screams gradually faded away, leaving only Cyrus's heavy breathing in the command room. He slowly looked at a wedding photo in the corner. In the photo, a gentle and beautiful female dark elf nestles in the arms of young Cyrus, smiling peacefully and happily. That was Nerissa, the only woman he ever truly loved in his life. Years ago, Cyrus was severely injured in a battle with wild beasts, leaving him with lingering health problems that even the tribe's priests were helpless to cure. One by one, the women around him left, but only Nalisa remained by his side, and she even bore him Serena. After Nerissa's death, Serena became his only reason to live. Cyrus stared at the photo, his voice low. Nalisa, don't worry, I will definitely find our daughter. Whoever dares to hurt her, I will make them pay the price. At Cyrus's command, nearly a third of the Northern Patrol Fleet's warships immediately rushed out of the boundary of the Wild Beast Sea and headed straight for the Southern Sea. What Cyrus didn't know was that many of these captains weren't just following orders. They came specifically for Serena. Miss Serena, whom they could never forget, must not simply disappear. On the other side, 3 hours have passed since the skeletal captain left with part of the skeletal giant ship. Thanks to the combined efforts of the Dwarven Blacksteel and the Hill Clan's repair department, the Tech Fleet's shipborne weaponry has been restored to approximately 70%. Having survived the last Great War, the Starfall Fleet has finally regained its ability to engage in direct combat. On the deck of the Starfall, Jiang Xuan had just woken up and washed his face with a reserve fresh water. Ling 34 immediately stepped forward to report. Commander, the radar and detection equipment have been repaired. The Dark Elf fleet has been detected approaching at 30,000 meters. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. A fleet? How big is it? Ling 34 immediately activated the Hill Clan technology detector. A semi-transparent light screen unfolded on the deck. In the distance, a fleet of dark elves clearly appeared on the sea. The opposing fleet is a small to medium-sized fleet, consisting of one mother ship, 10 strategic ships, and 40 conventional battlecruisers, totaling 51 ships. Jiang Xuan looked up and saw that the images on the light screen could be freely zoomed in, the angles could be switched, and even the entire fleet could be viewed from above. He casually zoomed in and was able to see the cannons on the enemy ship clearly, and even the figures of the Dark Elves on the deck were clearly visible. Jiang Xuan's eyes showed a hint of interest. How would they do that? Ling 34 spoke calmly, but with a clear hint of pride. This is a biodetection scanner that I designed together with the Dwarf Blacksteel. After the radar detected the enemy fleet, I installed the scanner on the underwater troops and the giant winged bone demons. In this way, we can have 3 perspectives at the same time: underwater, sea surface, and air. Moreover, each detector is equipped with an ultra-high magnification long-range projection mirror, which can include the enemy ship's weapons, course, and deck personnel in the observation range. Jiang Xuan nodded in satisfaction after listening. This thing is more valuable than he imagined. With it, the Starfall fleet effectively gained advanced knowledge of the enemy's movements. Before the enemy even saw them, they had already figured out everything about them. Good. Jiang Xuan looked at Ling 34 and, unusually, offered a compliment. It seems those dwarves were indeed somewhat useful. Spirit 34, you did a great job this time. Ling 34 lowered her head slightly. Jiang Xuan turned to look at the distant sea, a cold smile appearing on his lips. The enemy is coming on strong, so we should prepare ourselves. It will be best to catch them off guard. After saying that, he reached out and patted Ling 34 on the shoulder. This battle is entirely in your command. Remember, I don't want to be defeated. What I want is to annihilate this dark elf fleet. A glint flashed in Ling 34's eyes, and he immediately accepted the order. This is also the first time Jiang Xuan has truly stepped back from the limelight. Now the Starfall fleet is growing larger and larger. He is the supreme commander of the fleet, the supreme king of the skeleton race, and the most exalted ruler of the sea beast race. He can't personally participate in every small battle. If he, as the king, has to deal with every enemy personally, then what's the point of forming a fleet? From now on, unless facing a dominant being, he will only stay in the rear. Jiang Xuan stood on the deck, looking at the approaching dark elf fleet in the distance, his voice calm, yet full of pressure. From now on, I will be watching your performance from the rear. Chapter 223, Walking into a Trap. In the Northern Patrol fleet of the Dark Elves, Cyros stared intently at the radar. On the screen, a dense cluster of red dots was flashing in the sea ahead. His expression grew increasingly grim. Are you sure the last place my daughter disappeared was in this sea? Commander Carlin, the mothership commander, immediately replied, Commander Cyrus, each patrol ship has a special locator. Even if the ship is destroyed, as long as the locator is still there, We can track it. At this point, Carlren paused, his tone becoming noticeably serious. Moreover, it seems that the other party has no intention of escaping at all. Upon hearing this, Ceres' expression changed instantly. You mean they're waiting for us? Carlren nodded. That's possible. The other side deliberately left a location signal, perhaps in an attempt to negotiate terms. Cyrus felt a sense of relief. If they can talk, it means Serena might not be dead. But Carl added, of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they're not afraid of us at all. The atmosphere inside the bridge suddenly turned cold. Cyrus immediately denied it. Impossible. This is the Dark Elf's inland sea. How could a large-scale fleet appear out of thin air in our territory? He spoke with conviction, but as a commander, he wasn't oblivious to the risks. But now he is also a father. Even if it's a trap ahead, he has to go in. Where are the radar scan results? How many ships does the other side actually have? The radar officer immediately reported, Sir, the other side is suspected of having anti-radar devices. We have only detected 16 ships so far. 16 ships? Cyrus snorted coldly. They have 51 Dark Elf warships on their side. 16 ships, and they dare to detain his daughter? Continue scanning. He then immediately ordered, Carlren, command the entire fleet to advance at full speed and immediately approach the enemy. Carlren's expression changed, and he quickly advised, Sir, I suggest sending a small ship to negotiate first. That would be more prudent. But Ceres has already lost his composure. He turned and stared at Carlren, his eyes filled with chilling intent. Carlren, I know what I'm doing. You just need to follow orders. Carlren remained silent for a moment, then could only lower his head and say, Yes, sir. A strong sense of unease had risen within him. Ever since Cyrus was seriously injured in that war against the wild beasts, this officer has become a completely different person, domineering, stubborn, and headstrong. Now that Cyrus has taken over command of the fleet, even if he feels something is wrong, he is powerless to stop it. He could only pray that the enemy fleet really only had 16 ships. After all, the Southern Patrol Team did not issue any warnings. If a large fleet could appear silently in the Dark Elf inland sea, the entire Southern defense line would become a joke. Rumble. The thrusters roared simultaneously. 51 Dark Elf warships tore through the waves and rushed at full speed toward the target area. Unbeknownst to them, they were walking headlong into a trap set by Jiang Xuan. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Starfall, Jiang Xuan sat leisurely in the skeletal throne, holding a special drink delivered by the noble octopus. Behind him, 2 mechanical massage arms were massaging his shoulders. With ample supplies now available, Jiang Xuan is finally able to enjoy a bit of life. Exchanging a small amount of supplies for some luxury goods is nothing to him. The noble octopus stood to the side, smiling as it spoke. Father, the technology mothership has been deployed. Ling 34's tactics this time are exactly the same as when you fought him before. Jiang Xuan laughed after hearing this. The Hill Clan commander, Ling 34, truly learned from his mistakes. He's doing the same thing to Jiang Xuan he did to him back then. Good. Jiang Xuan smiled and said, Perfect. I also want to see just how powerful the main cannon of the technological mothership really is. He wasn't worried about the naval battle at all. In terms of the number of ships, technological level, and firepower, the Starfall fleet completely overwhelmed the Dark Elf Patrol fleet. They're not even thinking about how to win right now. It's about how to win with minimal losses. After all, repairing a ship is troublesome and a waste of time. In this respect, the skeletal behemoth has a huge advantage. The hull is thick and sturdy enough. As long as there's a frame, it can be repaired or built. In the future meteorite fleet, those low-level skeletal behemoths without advanced weaponry can be developed into cannon fodder units, specifically designed to tank damage at the front. Just then, the noble octopus's pupils contracted slightly. In his eyes, the black fleet that had appeared on the distant sea was already reflected. Father, they're almost here. Jiang Xuan reached out and took the Hylian technology telescope handed to him by the little skeleton guard and looked into the distance. The gaze quickly zoomed in. One after another, black warships flying the Black Elf flag and covered with special patterns on their hulls were sailing in menacingly. Jiang Xuan shook his head at the sight. Wow, They really are launching a full-scale attack. How much do they look down on us? Knowing full well that the location signal was not hidden, and knowing that the other side might be waiting for them, they still dared to send their entire fleet up. This is not about saving lives. This is like walking into a trap. Jiang Xuan had almost mentally sentenced this fleet to death. He casually asked, "Little Gue, how long do you think it will take them to finish fighting?" The noble octopus stared into the distance, its tone calm. "Father, if you ask me, 3 minutes of negotiation, 1 minute of fighting." Because at this very moment, the massive main cannon on the Hylian technology mothership had completed its energy charging. The cold muzzle slowly turned. The ultimate destruction cannon has locked onto the Dark Elf fleet. Chapter 224, Desperate Cyrus, the ultimate destruction cannon of the technological mothership. On the Dark Elf's northern patrol mothership, Cyrus stared intently at the sea ahead, his expression instantly changing. As the sea fog dissipated in the distance, nearly 100 ships pressed in. Some of these ships were covered in technologically advanced armor, while others were adorned with stark white skeletons. Their shapes were bizarre, yet they all exuded the same oppressive aura. Cyrus roared in fury. What's going on? Where did they get so many ships? Are the southern patrols all useless? Carlren, who was standing next to him, was also stunned. A fleet of this size couldn't possibly have passed through the southern defenses silently. What's even more frightening is that it doesn't just contain ordinary ships. The cannons on those technologically advanced vessels are clearly something the Dark Elf fleet couldn't withstand. Carlren's heart sank instantly. 1 mothership and 50 Dark Elf warships. This is almost 1/10 of the Dark Elf race's naval power. If they were wiped out, he would be a sinner for all time. Cyrus is still holding on. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's the panic? The enemy's ships are a mess, clearly a hastily assembled fleet. Their coordination is definitely not as good as ours. There's nothing to be afraid of." Carlren couldn't hold back any longer and pointed ahead angrily, saying, "Cyrus, open your eyes and look. Putting aside the skeletal ships, do you think we can stop the laser cannons of those tech ships?" The atmosphere in the command room suddenly froze. Cyrus looked at him grimly. "Carlren, are you opposing me?" Carlren took a deep breath and forced himself to speak. "Retreat now, and we'll still have a chance to survive. Continuing forward, you'll be a sinner against the Dark Elf race." These words struck a nerve with Ceres. His eyes turned cold. Now, only his daughter Serena's safety mattered to him. Anyone who tried to stop him from saving her was an enemy in his eyes. Cyrus coldly ordered. Carlren disrupted morale before the battle. "Take him away and keep him under strict guard. He will be held accountable after the battle." 2 guards immediately stepped forward, grabbed Carlren, and dragged him out. Carlren struggled and roared. "Cyrus, you'll regret this. You'll pay the price for your stupidity and stubbornness." The voice echoed in the command room, but Cyrus remained unmoved. The deputy commander's face was grim, and he also wanted to offer some advice. The safest course of action right now was to immediately send out a rallying signal so that the 2 patrol fleets from the north and south could encircle and destroy this unknown fleet. But he could tell that Ceres was no longer listening. Every second that passes increases the danger for Serena. Moreover, Ceres knows his daughter's beauty. If she falls into the hands of ugly races like goblins or orcs, the consequences are unimaginable. He pointed sharply at the liaison officer. "Contact the other fleet. Make them name their terms. As long as Serena is released, we can negotiate anything the Dark Elves can offer." "Yes, sir." The liaison officer immediately sent a signal. Inside the command center, many Dark Elves were still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Their inherent arrogance led them to believe that the other side was merely trying to extort benefits. After all, offending the Dark Elves was tantamount to offending the Elven royal court. Who would dare to truly kill them? Soon, the communication signal reached the technology fleet. After hearing the other party's request, Deputy Commander Ling 99's eyes were full of disdain. The Dark Elf liaison officer's voice rang out in the technology fleet's command room. "Our commander said that you can make any request. As long as the Dark Elf race possesses it, we can grant it. But on the condition that Miss Serena be released." The Hill commanders looked at each other in bewilderment. Serena? That dark-skinned female creature. They risked total annihilation just to save her. After a brief silence, the entire command room erupted in laughter. What do they hear? A small fleet of only 51 ships dared to negotiate with them? Ling 99 smiled slightly and said calmly, "Reply to them, we only want one thing." The news was quickly relayed back to the Dark Elf mothership. Upon hearing this, the liaison officer's face turned deathly pale and his voice trembled. Ceres grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air. "Speak. What do they want? How is Serena?" The liaison officer managed to say with difficulty. "Commander Cyrus and the others said they only want our destruction." Bang! Cyrus flung the liaison officer away. The entire command center was deathly silent. Only at this moment did all the Dark Elves finally realize that the other side hadn't come to negotiate at all and hadn't taken the Dark Elf race seriously at all. Cyrus's eyes were bloodshot as he roared like a madman. "Impossible! How dare they? Where's Serena? Did they mention Serena?" He rushed over and pulled the unconscious liaison officer up from the ground. But the officer was already knocked unconscious and couldn't answer. Just as Cyrus turned to look for the next contact, something unexpected happened. Behind the Dark Elf fleet, a terrifying white light suddenly shone on the sea. The light was so blinding, it was as if the sun had risen from the seabed, illuminating the entire ocean in an instant. Before anyone could react, the aura of destruction had already swept over them. At the same time, a massive, breathtakingly large Hylian technology mothership slowly emerged from beneath the sea. The real killer move was hidden behind them from the very beginning. The ultimate destructive cannon erupted with a deafening roar, its white beam tearing through the sea and sweeping directly toward the Dark Elf fleet. Ling 34 stood on the technology mothership, calmly watching the warships being swallowed by light in the distance. On his shoulder, a translucent, chameleon-like sea lizard was slowly appearing. He said calmly, "It's all over." Chapter 225, The Surrendered Dark Elf. With a deafening roar, a terrifying explosion swept across the entire sea area in an instant. The Dark Elf's Northern Patrol fleet, consisting of 51 warships, was crippled on the spot after being hit by just one ultimate destruction cannon. Cyrus stared intently at the radar, his face turning deathly pale. 30 patrol ships disappeared directly from a screen. He finally panicked. But this is just the beginning. As soon as the ultimate destructive cannon landed, the shipborne laser cannons of the Hill clan's technological fleet immediately opened fire. A dense barrage of lasers swept across the sea, and the weapon systems on the Black Elf warship, barely activated, were precisely targeted and rendered useless. "Commander, report. Right flank squad has lost contact. All strategic ships on the left flank are disabled." "Sir, we're surrounded. What kind of weapon was that just now?" As alarmed reports came in, Cyrus finally snapped out of his daze and gritted his teeth to give the order. "Everyone, abandon the mothership and take off to evacuate. The fleet is finished. Staying on the ship would only mean sinking with us." But Carlin's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't take off. The enemy's anti-aircraft guns have locked onto us. Don't go up." Unfortunately, his voice had long been drowned out by the gunfire. One after another, the Dark Elves flapped their wings and soared into the sky, attempting to escape. Carlin gritted his teeth and had no choice but to follow. Cyrus still clung to a last shred of hope. "If we can escape back to the main northern fleet and unite with all the Dark Elf warships, we might be able to turn the tide and defeat them." However, the next second, the sky turned into a dead end. Countless crimson anti-aircraft guns erupted from the Hill Clan fleet, weaving into a massive firepower net in midair, firmly blocking all the Dark Elves. They can't go up, and they can't come down. The deputy commander's face was deathly pale, and his voice trembled. "Commander Carlin, what do we do now?" Carlin looked at the impenetrable network of firepower and gave a wry smile. "What else can we do? Shipborne anti-aircraft guns are designed for tracking and attacking. They can't possibly miss. It's not that they can't hit us. They want to capture us alive." On the sea, the Dark Elf fleet had completely lost its ability to resist. In midair, nearly 1,000 Dark Elves were like prey trapped in a cage, awaiting their fate. Suddenly, Cyrus's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped at a lifeline. Understand, they won't dare kill us. They must be afraid of the elven royal court. If we die here, the clan elders will surely report to the royal court, and they will all be buried with us. Upon hearing this, the previously panicked dark elf leaders immediately calmed down. Yes, they are elves. The elven royal court stood behind them. In this sea area, who dares to actually kill them? The more Ceres thought about it, the more sense it made, and he straightened his back again. Don't be afraid. They only defeated our patrol ships because they had a larger fleet. They dared to attack us, but they would never dare to kill us. Just as the dark elves regained their confidence, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. Hey, you bunch of dark-skinned people, what are you whispering about? Why aren't you surrendering yet? Come down with me to see my king. As soon as he finished speaking, countless giant, skeletal winged demons swooped down from the clouds. On the back of the leading giant winged demon, the number 32 skeleton inspector stood with his hand behind his back, his eyes flickering with soul fire, looking down at this pack of stray dogs. Upon hearing the word black skin, Cyrus's anger exploded instantly. How dare you call us Blackie? You lowly skeleton. Do you even deserve to humiliate elven nobles? After confirming that the other party wouldn't dare to kill him, Cyrus became arrogant again. But he had barely finished speaking. Bang! A shipborne anti-aircraft laser cannon suddenly swept across the sky. Before the dozen or so dark elves could even scream, they were instantly blasted into ashes. The entire room fell silent. Cyrus, his eyes bloodshot, roared incredulously. How dare you? They actually dared to kill. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the elven royal court? The little skeleton number 32 stared at him coldly, its tone completely unwavering. Now, try saying it again. The fire in its eyes surged, and it had already begun to miss the feeling of slapping someone. Carlin took a deep breath and lowered his head. We surrender. He had completely given up on that idiot Cyrus. They've already reduced the entire fleet to scrap metal, and you still think they won't dare to go all out? The other dark elves also instantly regained their senses and raised their hands to beg for mercy. We surrender. Sir, we know we were wrong. Please capture us. Only Cyrus remained, his face contorted with humiliation, gritting his teeth and roaring in anger. Damn it, you disgrace to the elves. I, Ceres, will never yield. The next second, he shot out and rushed straight at Little Skull number 32. He knew very well that if he could capture this skeleton commander, he might still have a chance to survive. But Little Skull number 32 didn't even move, only uttering 4 words indifferently. Stubborn and obstinate. Laugh. A massive, emerald green figure suddenly flashed past in the clouds. Before Cyrus could even touch the little skeleton, he was violently slapped hundreds of meters away and crashed into the sea with a bang. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying giant snake, over 60 meters long, slowly coiled up and appeared. All the dark elves felt their scalps tingle, and no one dared to move. Hundreds of giant bone-winged demons immediately surrounded them, restrained them all, and descended towards the Hill Clan's technological fleet below. The little skeleton, number 32, casually pointed to the sea. Go, get that big oaf out of here. His Majesty seems to have said that he is still somewhat useful. Soon, nearly 1,000 dark elf prisoners were escorted to the skies above the fleet. On the deck of the Starfall, the noble octopus watched this scene and spoke respectfully. Father, it seems everything is going well. Under the parasol, Jiang Xuan slowly sat up. It's over? He had assumed these dark elves would hold out until they were all blasted to smithereens by anti-aircraft guns. Surprisingly, they were all quite afraid of dying. Jiang Xuan looked at the dark elves being brought down, a slight smile playing on his lips. It seems that the so-called elves are not so fearless of death after all. It's good that you're afraid of dying. Fear of death makes it easier to control. Jiang Xuan stretched and stood up from the skeletal throne. Let's go, little geezy. We're going to be busy from now on. Nearly 1,000 dark elves await his command. And that big, dumb guy named Cyrus. Although it's a bit stupid, its identity is very useful. After all, he was the highest-ranking officer of the Northern Patrol Fleet. This identity was the key to Jiang Xuan's rapid takeover of the entire North Sea Fleet. Chapter 226, The Dark Elves, Number 1 Traitor, Ceros. Your Cyrus? On the skull throne, Jiang Xuan looked down at the dark elf whose face had been distorted by the slap, his tone tinged with amusement. Cyrus was disheveled, kneeling on the deck, looking utterly pathetic. His former pride as a fleet commander had been completely shattered. The little skeleton supervisor, number 32, looked rather embarrassed, and his skeletal hand unconsciously shrank back. There was nothing they could do. Even after being put on a ship, this guy remained stubborn and refused to behave. To prevent him from offending the king, the little skeleton gave him a full 20 minutes of education. As a result, Ceres received hundreds of slaps to the face, turning his face into a pig's head. Kill me if you dare. Cyrus's face was swollen and red. Tears welled in his eyes, but he was still trying to hold on. Wow, you're pretty tough. Jiang Xuan smiled. I heard you came here for your daughter. Upon hearing this, Cyrus was jolted awake, and his previously lifeless eyes instantly lit up. Serena is still alive? Where is she? What have you done to her? He had witnessed Jiang Xuan and his group use lasers to kill the Dark Elves, and assumed his daughter was long dead as well. He never expected Serena to still be alive. Of course, we don't just kill everyone we see. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Xuan quickly brought several figures onto the deck. Serena, along with several others, were all brought before them. Seeing that his daughter was still standing there safely, the fierceness in Ceres' eyes softened instantly, and even his voice changed. Release my daughter, and I'll agree to anything you ask. I can take you away from this, see? The Elven Royal Court will find out what happened here sooner or later. What you need most now is to leave. I'm the captain of the North Sea Fleet. As long as I am here, you'll be able to safely cross the boundary of the Wild Beast Sea. Cyrus was so anxious that he spoke very fast. In his view, Serena's current quietness was probably due to being terrified of being beaten. Thinking of the suffering his daughter had endured, his heart ached. I can release him, but you have to do me a favor first. Jiang Xuan's voice came from the high-boned throne, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. Cyrus subconsciously looked up and met those crimson eyes. With just one glance, his struggle seemed to be forcibly severed, and his entire consciousness began to go blank. Soon, Jiang Xuan's mark was imprinted deep in his mind. That's more like it. Jiang Xuan smiled with satisfaction and waved to the little skeleton beside him. Untie. After the ropes were untied, Jiang Xuan asked directly, Ceros, if you lead the team back to the North Sea Fleet, what are the chances you can take control of the remaining ships? Cyrus's eyes were vacant, as if he had completely lost his will. 70%. He answered without hesitation. If you put my men together with Karl-Heinz, I'm 90% confident that I can regain control of the North Sea Fleet. Jiang Xuan nodded. That was enough. Very good. Get ready. We'll be setting off soon for the border of the Wild Beast Sea. With the mission accomplished, Jiang Xuan was in a good mood and simply released Cyrus back, even letting him take his daughter and the two blonde-haired kids off the ship together. Just then, the noble octopus suddenly moved its tentacles, and the outlines of 10 giant skeletal ships appeared in its eyes. Father, Captain Skeleton has returned. Jiang Xuan's eyes flashed. It seems they're moving quickly over there too. They've already taken over the Hydra Stone Mine Island. Before long, the skeletal captain rushed onto the deck of the Starfall, knelt on one knee, and his face was full of excitement after completing the mission. Reporting to my king, Little Skeleton has fulfilled his mission. The Sea-Turbid Stone Mine Island has been successfully captured. 3 skeletal giant ships were lost in this battle, but they have all been repaired now. We also captured 300 dwarves and 1,200 black-skinned, pointy-eared dwarves. We also seized hundreds of pieces of usable equipment, nearly 100 boxes of sea turbidite, and 200 boxes of other supplies. It knelt upright, like a triumphant general waiting to receive his reward. Jiang Xuan stepped down from the throne and personally helped it up. Not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Bring these prisoners up as well. They'll be handed over to you for your arrangements later. Upon hearing this, the soul fire in the skeleton captain's eyes suddenly leaped, almost bursting out with excitement. The king's approval is more valuable than any reward. It was once just a cowardly little skeleton mage, but now it has become a fleet commander who can stand alone. 2 hours later, in the heart of the Southern Sea, rumble. The ship's propulsion systems started simultaneously, and a tremendous roar pierced the sea surface. The expanded Starfall fleet is advancing at full speed towards the boundary between the turbid Stone Sea and the Wild Bee Sea. There, a Northern Patrol fleet awaits Jiang Xuan's command. Now, Cyrus, who is completely under control, is looking at the sea ahead with a complicated expression. Just 1 day later, he went from being the commander of the Dark Elf fleet to becoming the #1 traitor of the Dark Elf race. Strangely, Jiang Xuan did not kill him directly, but instead allowed him to see Serena again. Thinking of this, Cyrus couldn't help but look at his daughter beside him. Serena was quietly gazing at the sea, as if she hadn't yet recovered from the shock. His heart softened. Racial responsibility and loyalty seemed to have become less important in front of his daughter. On the other side, the patrol fleet is stationed in the northern part of the Hazuoshi Sea. Deputy Commander Senek was comfortably leaning back in his chair, enjoying himself immensely as several beautiful dark elf women took turns massaging him. I wonder how Uncle Ceres is doing and whether Miss Serena has been rescued. As he thought about it, a hint of nostalgia appeared on his lips. He still couldn't forget the feeling of that night years ago. He had always been thinking about that famous beauty of the tribe. Seeing that he was lost in thought, the dark elf beauty who was massaging his shoulders immediately became unhappy. Young Master Senek, which vixen are you thinking about now? Aren't we sisters enough for you to enjoy? Upon hearing this, Senek quickly smiled and tried to comfort her. Don't be jealous, my little beauty. When Uncle Cyrus returns this time, the entire Northern Patrol fleet will be my domain. At that time, I can also promote your father to be a ship squad leader, so he can have some fun. The thought that Carl Lin would soon be dealt with by his uncle made Senek smile even wider. If the mothership commander, Carl Lin, were to unexpectedly die during this southern patrol, the entire Northern Patrol fleet would become a one-man show between him and Cyrus. To silence the stubborn old men in the tribe, Cyrus disguised the operation from the beginning as a Southern Patrol mission of the Northern Patrol fleet. But Senek never expected this. His uncle, who was omnipotent in his eyes, has now completely sided with Jiang Xuan. Moreover, he became the biggest traitor in the Dark Elf race. Chapter 227, The Unsuspecting Senek. On the boundary between the Wild Bee Sea and the Turbid Stone Sea, nearly 100 Dark Elf warships were anchored in the giant harbor. Young Master Senek had just come out of the garrison officer's courtyard, his excitement barely contained. The guards brought some big news. Commander Cyrus has rescued Miss Arena and is returning to the harbor. Senek's eyes lit up immediately. He originally thought that eliminating Carlrin and taking control of the North Sea Fleet would be a huge success. He never expected that even his beloved Serena would return. This is truly a double celebration. The guard continued to report, and Cyrus also instructed him to gather all his trusted men and take complete control of the North Sea Fleet that day. Senek immediately became excited. With just one final step, the Ceros family will ascend to the top ranks of the Dark Elf nobility. And he, the young master, will soar to new heights along with them. Suppressing his elation, he immediately ordered, "Notify all our own men in the fleet. As soon as my uncle returns, take control of all commanders of the Carlin faction." Half an hour later, Senek stood on the warship, ready to welcome Cyrus's triumphant return. Meanwhile, in the fleet, the commander of the Carlin faction had already been captured by him. Senek was eagerly awaiting the harvest of victory. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. Because he saw Carlin in the crowd. Not only was she alive, but she was also unharmed and even smiling at him. Senek's heart skipped a beat. He quickly moved closer to Cyrus and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, what's going on? Why did Carlin come back with you? Didn't we agree to?" He panicked. If Carlin hadn't died, his secret kidnapping of 1/5 of the fleet's commanders would soon have been exposed. At that point, forget about taking control of the North Sea Fleet. Young Master Senek would likely be sent directly to a military court and interrogated by the entire Dark Elf Elder Council. A beautiful dream can turn into a nightmare in an instant. Cyrus looked at his nephew with a complicated expression, but simply patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, Don't worry, Carl Lin is one of us now. Senek was taken aback. Carl Lin smiled and nodded at him, his attitude extremely gentle. Senek breathed a sigh of relief, but his mind started to wander again. I see. As expected of Uncle Cyrus, even a major threat like Carl Lin was a hidden threat planted in advance. He couldn't help but complain, if I had just said Commander Carl Lin was one of us, why would I have gone through all that trouble to arrest him? Wouldn't it have been better to just lay it all out? Cyrus offered no explanation. He simply gave Senek a meaningful look. Good nephew, soon you'll be one of us too. Then, when it comes to the blame for betraying the dark elf race, uncle and nephew can share the responsibility. Senek didn't notice the problem at all. Instead, he thought of something more important. He immediately put on a worried look. Uncle, is my cousin Serena all right? I want to go see her. Cyrus saw right through his little scheme. This guy pretends to care about his cousin, but actually he wants to take the opportunity to steal her away. Ever since the Ethan brothers took Serena away without permission, Cyrus has been keeping a closer eye on his daughter. Even though Senek is his nephew, he can't let his guard down. After all, that guy's reputation in the clan is already utterly infamous. Serena said calmly, no rush. Serena's emotions aren't stable yet. I'll take you to see a very important person first. Upon hearing big shot, Senek instantly became excited. Only a king of the dark elf race or a high-ranking official from the elf royal court could be addressed as such by Cyrus. Could it be that Uncle not only won this time, but also got in touch with an even more terrifying backer? As he was lost in his daydreams, Cyrus suddenly waved his hand in front of him. I asked you to gather the fleet commanders together. Have you made the arrangements? Senek then came to his senses and quickly nodded. Everything is arranged. It's just that, Uncle, I didn't know about your relationship with Commander Carl Lin, so I took it upon myself to arrest all of Carlin's old subordinates and close associates. Fearing that Cyrus would be angry, he quickly tried to salvage the situation. Don't worry, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll order them released immediately. But Cyrus stopped him. No need. Just have someone bring them over. That person will be very happy. Cyrus's expression became even more complicated. He had initially thought that taking over the North Sea Fleet would be a bit tricky. Unexpectedly, his nephew, Senek, was quite capable, having already done all the most troublesome parts for him ahead of time. Now, the North Sea Fleet has basically fallen into his hands. Senek was completely confused. Those commanders are still tied up. Is it really appropriate to take them to see important figures? His mind wandered, and he suddenly thought of an outrageous direction. Could it be that this important figure also likes this kind of style? A flicker of excitement flashed in Senek's eyes. He thought he was already quite perverse, but it turned out that the important figure, seemingly from the Elven royal court, had even more extreme tastes. Keep in mind, among the bound commanders, aside from a few females, the majority were male dark elves. Cyrus didn't care what he was thinking and just said in a deep voice, "Do as I say. After today, the entire North Sea Fleet will be ours." These words were like a shot of adrenaline, hitting Senek right in the heart. He immediately complied, and had all the commanders of the North Sea Fleet brought back by Cyrus. Although only half the number of warships returned this time, Senek didn't think much of it, assuming his uncle had just suffered a Pyrrhic victory. At the same time, the remaining North Sea Fleet also received a temporary order. Leave the harbor within 10 minutes and proceed to the designated coordinates XCC to assemble. Commander Cyrus has an extremely important mission to assign. Now that the commander of the Karlheinz faction has been taken over, the entire North Sea Fleet has become a one-man show for the Cyro's uncle and nephew. The order was quickly approved, and the fleet swiftly carried it out. From that moment on, young Master Senek was still immersed in his fantasy of victory. He had no idea that he had been kept in the dark and had embarked on a path of no return. Chapter 228, The Vibration Inside the Dark Elf, the Underwater Palace. Bang! A wine jug containing aged peach blossom wine was smashed and sent flying. Within the Dark Elf clan, several elders wore terrifyingly grim expressions. Say it again. Make sure everyone hears you. The guard kneeling on the ground trembled all over and could only report with a stiff upper lip. Elders, the liaison officer responsible for contacting the North Sea Fleet, has sent word that the North Sea Fleet proactively shut down its internal positioning beacon 3 hours ago. Furthermore, all personnel have been out of contact for more than 2 hours. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted in chaos. The North Sea Fleet is 1/10 of the Dark Elf race's naval combat power. It is an elite force that has been stationed on the border of the Wild Beast Sea for many years. If this fleet is destroyed, the Dark Elf race will not only suffer heavy losses, but will also have to immediately send another fleet to reinforce it. Otherwise, if a beast tide were to break out in the wilderness BC, they would be in an extremely passive situation. An elder suddenly stood up. "Where's Cyrus? Where's Carlin? Have you contacted them?" The guards immediately lowered their heads. The moment the fleet lost contact, we contacted the two commanders, but neither Commander Cyrus nor Commander Carlin responded. Now, all the elders fell silent. With Cyrus and Karl-Heinz also missing, the situation is no longer a simple accident. Have they encountered a formidable enemy? Or is it a fleet mutiny? Or perhaps some dramatic change has occurred in the Wilderness Sea? After a heated debate, everyone's eyes turned to the Grand Elder, who was sitting in the main seat. He was always the one who made the final decision on every major clan matter. The Elder remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "What's done is done. We can't wait. Whether it's Cyrus's betrayal or some unforeseen event in the Wild Beast Sea, we must find out the truth. Issue the order to immediately dispatch 2 fleets to the border of the Wild Beast Sea to search for the whereabouts of the North Sea Fleet. At the same time, I will send a letter of appeal to the Elven Royal Court, requesting that the Royal Court dispatch a sea patrol fleet to enter the Wild Beast Sea to assist in the search." Upon hearing the words Elven Royal Court, the elders of the Dark Elves calmed down somewhat. Yes, they also have the Elven Royal Court behind them. That's a massive force that occupies one of the 26 Sky Islands. No matter what trouble arises at sea, as long as the Royal Court intervenes, everything can be suppressed. Meanwhile, at the border of the Wild Beast Sea, the meteorite fleet has nearly doubled in size and is now sailing majestically into the deep sea. More than 200 ships dispersed and worked together to pull up a giant fishing net that covered several kilometers. A large number of skeleton warships surrounded the net array, driving away sea monsters like hounds. In the sky, more than 1,000 newly subdued dark elves patrolled the high altitude, responsible for locking onto the fleeing sea monster horde below. This scene resembled a large-scale sea hunt. The noble octopus stood respectfully beside the skull throne, reporting to the king. "Father, this sea monster group has been driven into the fishing area, and we'll be able to close the net soon." Jiang Xuan lay half-reclined on the skull throne, looking relaxed. A group of handmaidens, chosen from among the dark elves, knelt beside him, holding various serving items in their hands. Jiang Xuan has lost all interest in ordinary black, iron-level sea beasts. Unless a silver-level or even gold-level sea beast appears, it's not worth his personal intervention. "Okay, you decide. Wake me up when some big ones are driven out of the sea." Jiang Xuan yawned, as if he were on vacation. But the next second, he suddenly remembered something and sat up straight. "Shao Qing and the others haven't returned yet?" The noble octopus shook its head. "Father, not yet. Shao Qing and Xiao Hong should have already dived into the deep sea, and I can't sense their location." Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. 2 hours earlier, just as he had taken complete control of the North Sea Fleet, the azure-eyed golden-chained serpent detected the aura of a gold-level sea beast in the air. After receiving Jiang Xuan's permission, it and the brilliant red feather sparrow immediately gave chase. Originally, it was just a matter of hunting a gold-level birdkiss ice crystal fish, so it shouldn't have taken this long. 2 hours have passed, and there is still no news. Even stranger, there seemed to be an unknown force on the seabed interfering with a mental link. Jiang Xuan could only confirm that Shao Qing and Xiao Hong were not in danger, but he could not sense the specific situation. He immediately issued the order via mental link. "10th brother, go down and take a look." Soon, the giant sea monster head of the Rift Floor Kraken, located at the rear of the fleet, slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Jiang Xuan then looked at the noble octopus. Tell the skeletal captain that only 1/10 of the sea creatures caught should be killed, and the rest should be captured alive. What he wants now is not simply killing, but a continuous expansion of resources. After making these arrangements, Jiang Xuan closed his eyes and continued to recover his mental energy. While the consumption of the Crimson Eyes to control creatures is small, it cannot withstand the sheer number of them. He included all the Dark Elves in his list of subjects to be controlled, and even though he drank several bottles of mental potions along the way, he almost completely drained his mental energy. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away in the deep sea, beneath the star-spotted fleet, the enormous body of the blue-eyed golden-chained serpent was coiled above a group of ancient palaces. It was a colossal palace sleeping on the seabed, astonishing in size and exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. What caught Xiaoqing's attention even more was that deep within the palace, an extremely rare and powerful aura of bloodline was faintly emanating. On its snake tail, layers of ice crystals are spreading wildly. The creature entangled was a completely transparent bird-kiss ice crystal fish. This golden level sea monster was still struggling desperately, and every thud it made caused the surrounding seawater to freeze instantly. Beneath the thick layer of ice, the brilliant red-feathered finches were also temporarily sealed inside. The blue-eyed, golden-chained snake's eyes turned cold. It suddenly turned its head and slammed its head into the ice at the base of its tail. Boom! The seabed tremors caused countless cracks to appear in the massive ice layer. The next moment, a sharp cry rang out. A brilliant red-feathered sparrow broke through the ice, its body transforming into a thin crimson line that pierced directly through layers of ice. With a soft poof, the sparrow-kiss ice crystal fish that had been entangled by Xiaoqing was killed on the spot. Little Red burst out of the water and transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant bird, soaring into the sky. And on its back, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Jiang Xuan stretched, purple lightning flashed in his hand, and a long spear slowly appeared, which he grasped. I finally regained some of my energy. He looked down into the deep sea, his eyes instantly sharpening. No need to go back. Xiaohong, take me there directly. With a flap of its wings, the brilliant red-feathered sparrow carried Jiang Xuan as it swooped down once more. The target was that enormous palace hidden deep in the sea. Chapter 229, The Palace of the Lost Lands, the ruins of the traveler civilization. The bronze gate slowly opened, finally revealing a glimpse of a secret buried deep in the ocean for millions of years. In the dark sea, the massive body of the emerald-eyed, golden-chained serpent swam forward. Jiang Xuan stood on its deep green back, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings beneath its golden armor. Ahead lay massive architectural ruins, broken stone pillars, collapsed domes, and walls swallowed by silt, resembling an ancient civilization utterly buried by time. Jiang Xuan's lips curled up slightly. Beneath the seabed lies an unknown ancient site. Beside them, the brilliantly red-feathered finch remained in its fish-like form, swimming warily nearby. The blue-eyed, golden-chained serpent continuously emitted low-pitched sonic waves, reverberating through the deep sea ahead. Jiang Xuan quickly realized that Xiaoqing was probing the depths of the ruins. The next second, a response came from the mental link. That power of bloodline is right ahead. After passing through the ruins of a huge stone statue, Jiang Xuan's view suddenly opened up. A cluster of ruined palaces appeared deep in the sea. It must have once been incredibly glorious, but now only ruins remain, covered by thick silt. Two enormous, unknown statues stand facing each other, and even in their broken state, they still exude a sense of oppressive power, as if they were once gods who protected the world. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. You perceive a world with unknown features. Jiang Xuan descended from the top of the blue-eyed, golden-chained snake's head and landed beneath the statue. There, a deep blue mark floats silently. Obtained unknown mark 1. As Jiang Xuan reached out to touch it, the golden ring on his arm suddenly trembled. The next second, there was a loud bang. A terrifying thunderclap exploded directly in his mind. The scene before my eyes changed instantly. Countless comets crashed to the ground, and colossal planetary debris floated in the cosmos. Deeper still, a deep blue planet was being held aloft by an unimaginable giant hand. Immediately afterwards, a sigh that transcended time and space resounded. The lineage of the sovereign has not yet been extinguished. It's a pity. It's not yet time for his final return. As the voice fell, Jiang Xuan's mental consciousness felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, almost collapsing on the spot. The system notifications also started to come out intermittently. The mark has been bound to you, and you have received the blessing of a great being from an unknown space-time. This is hardly a blessing. This is clearly a mental storm. Jiang Xuan's consciousness space trembled violently, as if it would be completely torn apart in the next second. At the most dangerous moment, a gentle power surged from the golden ring, protecting his consciousness. Immediately afterwards, the black mark deep within his consciousness was also disturbed. A gentle voice rang out. "You're lucky to be an unknown traveler." As soon as he finished speaking, the black power instantly enveloped the wisp of golden consciousness and casually suppressed all the remaining annihilation storm in Jiang Xuan's consciousness space. The system notification indicated that things had finally returned to normal. You have received a gift from a traveler, Spirit plus 50. You have received a gift from a traveler, awakening a new talent for leadership. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xuan finally opened his eyes again. He rubbed his heavy head, his eyes still showing some lingering fear. What the hell was that? He had originally thought that after awakening as the Lord of Domination, it would be difficult for anyone other than a ruler-level being to threaten him. But that so-called blessing just now almost wiped out his mental space. Even more outrageous is that it was just a blessing. In other words, with his current strength, he almost couldn't even catch something that being casually gave him. Beside her, Shaoqing lowered her enormous head, her emerald green eyes filled with worry. The brilliant red-feathered sparrow also scurried back and forth anxiously, its body twisting and smashing nearby pebbles to pieces. Jiang Xuan waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a minor accident." He then immediately examined the deep, star-like mark in the depths of his consciousness. Title: Blessing from an Unknown Being. Derivative Talent: Domination Judgment. Quality: Unknown. Description: Can ignore all restrictions and establish a one-way mental link with any life form, including cosmic behemoths, and forcibly initiate a mental assessment through this link. If the other party's mental attribute is less than twice that of the talent holder, a forced contract will be formed instantly. Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. This talent seems tailor-made for him. It ignores restrictions, establishes one-way links, and can even forcibly determine contracts. In other words, as long as his mental attributes are high enough, even a giant star beast has a chance to be forcibly subdued by him. Isn't that satisfying? His physique and resilience are already extremely strong below the dominator level. His only weakness is that his mental attribute isn't quite as outrageous as it seems. But this blessing directly increased his mental attribute by 50 points, bringing it close to 100. Once contact is re-established with the human alliance, and the mental potion is obtained, the power of this talent will continue to surge. Jiang Xuan was in a great mood, but soon felt a little regretful. The amount of attribute potions we've seized recently is still too small. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked down at the base of the statue. Because his attention was completely focused on the blue mark, he didn't even notice that there was a pale white stone egg lying in the wreckage. If it weren't for the improvement in his mental strength and the surge in his perception, he probably would have ignored this thing as an inanimate object. Jiang Xuan attempted to identify it. The result was that the panel only showed a string of question marks. Race unknown, rank unknown, no information available. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "I don't care about the quality, just cut it open and you'll know." A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the upgraded rose absorption sword materialized. The sword trembled slightly, and a white aura instantly enveloped it. To be on the safe side, Jiang Xuan also activated the sword's 3-inch extension, maximizing its attack power. The next second, he slashed down with his sword. Bang! A dull, loud bang exploded. The stone egg was smashed into the wreckage, and the seabed silt churned up instantly. But Jiang Xuan's expression changed. The rose-absorbing sword was trembling, and a small piece of the edge of the blade chipped off. He glanced at the durability and almost cried out in distress. Holy crap, it lost 3 points of durability? This sword had been with him all the way, cutting down sea monsters and ships, without ever having a problem. But now, after only cutting down a single stone egg, it instantly lost durability. This thing is abnormally hard. Jiang Xuan stared at the stone egg for a few seconds, then turned to look at the green-eyed, golden-chained snake. Xiaoqing, why don't you give it a try? The blue-eyed, golden-chained snake paused for a moment. But under Jiang Xuan's encouraging gaze, it still let out a low roar, and its massive body burst out of the sea. The next moment, Dragon Starfall was activated. Jiang Xuan immediately retreated. A crimson meteor crashed down from above, its intense heat instantly vaporizing a large swath of seawater, the terrifying impact blasting straight into the ocean floor. Boom! The entire ruins were shaking, and huge ocean currents were rising on the sea. After the smoke and silt dissipated, the blue-eyed, golden-chained snake shakily pulled its head out of the seabed. Jiang Xuan scanned the area with his spiritual senses and was completely stunned. The aura of that stone egg was still there. He stared at the motionless, pale stone egg on the seabed and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Holy crap, it's so hard. Chapter 230, The Ridiculously Hard Stone Egg, The King's Dilemma. On the sea, the huge fishing nets are still spinning wildly. A group of small skeletons brandished specially made stun guns, relentlessly stabbing the most struggling sea creatures. Pale, purple electricity exploded in the seawater, instantly electrocuting the surrounding sea creatures, turning them belly up, and the harvesting progress skyrocketed. But on the deck of the Starfall, Jiang Xuan couldn't feel happy at all. He stared at the pale white stone egg in the center of the deck, his face growing increasingly dark. To break this thing, he tried almost every method he could think of. He smashed, knocked, chopped, and hacked, and even sank 2 of the giant skeletal ships. And what was the result? The stone egg didn't even have scratch. It's ridiculously hard. Jiang Xuan became increasingly dissatisfied and suddenly thrust the purple spear into the deck. I really don't believe I can't deal with you today. After saying that, he lowered his head and was about to crash into the stone egg. Just then, the skeletal captain rushed onto the deck and witnessed this scene, nearly causing his soul fire to scatter in fright. Your Majesty, you mustn't. He let out a howl and pounced, clinging tightly to Jiang Xuan's leg. My lord, what's troubling you? Tell me. Don't bang your head against the rock. Even if you on the moon, Little Skull will find a way to get it for you. Jiang Xuan was speechless. Let go. I'm not seeking death. I'm just testing its strength. After activating the domination link, his defensive capabilities would increase to an extremely terrifying level. Now he wanted to test whether his head was harder or the stone eggshell was harder. But the skeletal captain wouldn't listen. Your Majesty, this won't work. This thing is clearly no ordinary object. Even Lord Qing and Lord Hong couldn't handle it before. Why should you risk your life yourself? Jiang Xuan tried to explain for a long time, but the skeletal captain just wouldn't let go. There was no other way but to temporarily abandon this stubborn test. Jiang Xuan leaned back against the skull throne and pointed to the stone egg. Then tell me, how should I kill what's inside? He was truly out of options. If he hadn't had a vague feeling that the quality of the sea creature inside the stone egg might be frighteningly high, he would have thrown this piece of junk back into the sea long ago. If we can deal with the creatures inside, he might become another formidable warrior. Because of this idea, Jiang Xuan tried hundreds of methods. In the end, when all else failed, he even used the skulls of several elite skeletons to collide with the stone egg. The result is obvious. The stone egg was fine, but the little skeleton disintegrated into more than a dozen pieces. The way the many little skeletons looked at Jiang Xuan changed, and they silently added the words sometimes after merciful king. The skeletal captain circled the stone egg several times, his purple soul fire surging continuously. Your Majesty, you intend to kill the creature inside, right? Jiang Xuan rolled her eyes. Nonsense. Have I been incubating eggs all this time? The skeletal captain immediately offered a plan. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, you should hatch it first, and then kill it. Jiang Xuan kicked it away. I'll hatch your head. This is a stone egg. How do you tell me how to hatch it? The skeletal captain was kicked and rolled twice, but before he could even complain, Jiang Xuan suddenly stopped. Etc. This sounds outrageous, but it seems to make some sense. Based on his judgment, the life inside the stone egg was most likely not dead, but rather lacking energy and in a state of suspended animation. If given enough energy, it might actually hatch. Once it hatches, just kill it, and the problem is solved, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. I never expected that there was actually a hidden master among my men. He coughed lightly and personally helped the bewildered skeletal captain to his feet. Captain Skeleton, do you have any further insights? The skeletal captain's soul fire trembled, instantly maximizing the pressure. Well, there are many reasons why an egg might not hatch. First, it might be a dead egg. Second, it might lack a suitable environment. Finally, it touched its smooth skull and stopped awkwardly. Your Majesty, I haven't thought of anything yet. That last sentence was the pinnacle of its wisdom. If it continues, its intelligence will be exposed. Jiang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Since Captain Skeleton is so confident, then this stone egg will be entrusted to you for hatching. After saying that, he casually stuffed the pale stone egg into the skeleton captain's arms. I will check the incubation progress in 3 days. The skeletal captain was stunned. No, when will it be confident? It doesn't know anything about incubating eggs. But the king's order had already been given, so it could only hold the stone egg and return to the giant ship of bones, dejected and heartbroken. At this moment, the skeletal captain began to ponder the meaning of life. It had always thought that one day it would die on the battlefield for its king. Little did it know that an egg would drive it to depression. As soon as I got back to the ship, Little Skull Inspector number 32 came over with the technology panel in his hand. Commander, today's fishing progress has exceeded the target. Please take a look. The panel clearly records the fishing data of each ship, which is obviously Hill technology and is now gradually becoming popular among the skeleton fleet. The skeletal captain's thoughts were interrupted, and suddenly his soul fire flared up. Yes, professional matters should be left to professionals. It can't incubate the eggs itself, but it has talented assistants. The skeletal captain immediately straightened up and glanced sideways at number 32. Number 32, I've heard everyone's been saying you're the smartest newcomer in the skeleton world. Is that true? The number 32 little skeleton's soul fire froze, and it fell to its knees with a thud. Commander, that's absolutely a rumor. I had no idea. It instantly understood the meaning of the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Among the thousands of little skeletons, it seems that, apart from the commander-in-chief, it is the only one that can be considered intelligent. Does the boss feel threatened by it and intend to scrap it and start over? The skeletal captain gently handed over the stone egg. Don't be nervous, good boy. Take this egg first. Number 32 was stunned. The skeletal captain patted it on the shoulder with a meaningful expression. To tell you the truth, the skeleton fleet is currently short of a commander-in-chief. The king intends to promote one from among my subordinates. And this stone egg is the test that the king has given you. Whoever can hatch, it will become the commander-in-chief of the Skull Fleet. And the first person I thought of was you. After hearing this, little skeleton number 32 was completely fooled. When has it ever been valued so much by the boss? Overwhelmed with excitement, it took the pale stone egg with both hands, its soul fire trembling. The skeletal captain nodded in satisfaction. Keep up the good work. I'll check on your progress in 2 days. After saying that, it put its hands behind its back, whistled, and walked back to the cabin with ease. And none of them noticed. As night fell, streaks of silver starlight silently settled upon the pale, white stone egg. Chapter 231, Thranduil, the patrol officer of the Elven Court. As the night passed, no one noticed that the starlight in the sky was being frantically absorbed by the stone egg, like moths drawn to a flame. As dawn broke, the light on the surface of the stone egg completely dissipated, and the originally ordinary shell revealed rings of purplish-brown nebula patterns, making it look mysterious and eerie. On the giant skeletal ship, The skeletal captain had just woken up when a scream startled him so much that his soul seemed to leap out of his body. "Boss, something's wrong. The egg's rotten." The skeletal captain was furious and rushed out of the command room to the deck. The little skeleton inspector, number 32, was trembling as he held the stone egg, looking so aggrieved he was about to cry. "Holy crap, you dyed the egg?" The skeletal captain immediately scanned the area with his mental power and discovered that the life force inside the stone egg had not only not disappeared, but was actually several times stronger than the previous night. It finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems I made the right bet. Professional tasks should be left to professionals." It patted little skull number 32 on the shoulder, said a few words of comfort, then turned around and rushed aboard the Starfall with the stone egg in its arms. At this moment, Jiang Xuan was washing up with the help of a dark elf maid when the skeletal captain slid down to his knees and landed right in front of him. "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission. The stone egg is finally showing signs of hatching." Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved the maid away. "Really?" The skeletal captain held the stone egg high, his face full of pride. "Your Majesty, please look, the life force inside is almost reviving." Jiang Xuan was overjoyed when he saw the nebula light patterns. A generous reward. A very generous reward. He immediately ordered a batch of sea monster skeletons to be transferred from the warehouse to the skeletal ship, and also rewarded the skeletal captain with several sets of his treasured captain's uniform. The skeleton captain's eyes practically lit up when he saw truckloads of sea monster skeletons being transported out. From the vast ocean to the desolate beast seas, the fleet hunted thousands of sea monsters, leaving behind mountains of bones. Previously, all of these creatures were centrally managed by Jiang Xuan, and it had long been craving them. Now that it has received such a bounty, it can't wait to hatch the stone egg on the spot. But just then, in the command room, the noble octopus suddenly opened its 4 eyeballs. "Father, a very strong aura is approaching from the border of the wild beast sea. They're very fast, and they've already spotted us." Jiang Xuan's expression darkened, and he stood up from the bone throne. After his mental strength improved, his perception range expanded several times, and he naturally noticed the undisguised pressure. The visitor is not friendly. "Captain Skeleton, notify all ships to prepare for battle." As Jiang Xuan stepped onto the bow of the ship, a figure appeared above the fleet. The man was nearly 2 meters tall, dressed in the distinctive noble attire of the Elven royal court, with a platinum spear floating behind him. He crossed his arms, looking down at the fleet below with utter contempt in his eyes. "Who is Ceres? Why did you abandon your post?" A terrifying mental pressure swept down, causing Cyrus, who was hunting sea monsters in the ocean, to tremble. The man spoke again, his tone now tinged with anger. "Ceros, come out and see me." He was Thranduil, a patrol officer dispatched by the Elven court. He quickly sensed a large number of undead auras within the fleet, and his expression instantly darkened. "There are even undead species? Ceros, how dare you collude with the court of the dead?" Without giving him any chance to explain, he immediately announced the trial. "The Dark Elf Northern Patrol Fleet Captain Ceros is in league with the court of the dead and intends to defect. The evidence is conclusive. On behalf of the Elven Royal Court, I sentence you all to death." The next second, platinum light surged in midair. The platinum spear instantly transformed into a massive pillar of light, sweeping across the entire fleet. This shot was clearly intended to wipe everyone out. At the bow of the boat, Jiang Xuan gently shook his head. "That's so rude." As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon's soul purple light spear appeared in his hand. The command link was activated instantly, and he soared into the sky, facing the platinum pillar of light head-on. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning exploded in midair. A burst of purple lightning erupted, and the platinum spear was sent flying by Jiang Xuan's single strike. Thranduil narrowed his eyes slightly. "I didn't expect there to be a larger ant as well." The platinum spear flew back into his hand, and he stared coldly at Jiang Xuan. "You are the first to dare defy the judgment of the Elven Royal Court." Before he finished speaking, Thranduil had already disappeared from his spot and appeared directly beside Jiang Xuan in the next instant. Bang! A single shot swept out horizontally. Jiang Xuan immediately parried with his spear, but the force was too terrifying, and it slammed him directly into the sea. "Your Majesty!" The skeletal captain roared and immediately turned the anti-aircraft guns around. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. Countless shipborne anti-aircraft guns roared simultaneously, unleashing a dense barrage of firepower that bombarded Thranduil. Thranduil, however, merely sneered. A futile resistance. His physical attributes are already close to the half-step Dominator level, and in a few hundred years, he might even have a chance to break through to the Dominator level. For him, these ship cannons are too slow. With a few quick movements, he easily avoided all the firepower, without even a tear in the hem of his clothes. Just as he was about to make another move, the sea suddenly exploded. Jiang Xuan burst out of the seabed and stood steadily on the huge head of the azure-eyed, golden-chained serpent, slowly rising into the air. The enormous body of the blue-eyed, golden-chained serpent coiled up, its cold, vertical pupils fixed on Thranduil, and a terrifying power surging between its horns. Thranduil finally abandoned some of his initial disdain. Is this all you're relying on? A top-tier deep-sea behemoth below the Dominator level? He could sense the astonishing power contained within this behemoth. In particular, the aura emanating from its horns sent a shiver down his spine. Jiang Xuan flicked his spear, and purple lightning condensed at the tip. More or less. After all, you're indeed not easy to deal with. Although he seemed to have suffered a great loss from that attack, he actually didn't lose a single drop of blood due to damage immunity. Jiang Xuan looked up at Thranduil, a slow smile spreading across his face. But there's something I forgot to tell you. I have more than just Shaoqing who can fight here. As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying waves suddenly came from the distant sea. A hint of pity appeared in Jiang Xuan's eyes. That's about it. They should come back too. Chapter 232, Thranduil's Fall, the Wrath of the Elven Court. Thranduil's face instantly darkened. He watched as Jiang Xuan slowly put away his spear, and his anger exploded. What do you mean? A noble bloodline of the Elven Royal Court, a half-step Dominator level expert, was so looked down upon by an outsider. Jiang Xuan simply smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's coming right now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a piercing cry tore through the sky above the clouds. The brilliant red-feathered sparrow transformed into a streak of crimson light, instantly appearing behind Thranduil, its sharp beak aimed straight at his back. Zulfast! Thranduil's pupils contracted, and he swung his platinum spear sharply backward. But the next second, a flash of water appeared on his right, and the prism mirror water beast appeared like a ghost. The blinding sunlight suddenly exploded, pouring directly into his eyes. Thranduil instinctively closed his eyes and roared, "Damn it! You dare to betray me!" He used the impact from behind to forcefully escape the range of the bright light, but before he could regain his footing, a giant black hand slammed down from the sky. Bang! Thranduil was slammed into the sea like a cannonball. Within the purple magic mirror, a black demonic ape roared forth, its eyes blood red, its massive body descending from the sky, heading straight for the spot where he had fallen. Me! Thranduil emerged from the water, soaking wet, his cold gaze sweeping over his surroundings. He then realized that he was surrounded. Jiang Xuan stood at the bow of the Starfall ship, his golden mask slowly dissipating, his tone casual. Shaoqing, you go too. Let this important elf figure see our traditions as outsiders. The blue-eyed golden-chained snake couldn't wait any longer. It disliked this birdman from the very beginning. With Shaoqing's arrival, the most intense gang fight of the Constellation Fleet officially began. The azure-eyed golden-chained serpent, the prism mirror water beast, the brilliant red-feathered sparrow, the black demon apes summoned by the chaos mirror, and the kraken, the abyss beast lurking in the deep sea. Each one is a formidable opponent among the pinnacle of the gold tier level. He might be slightly weaker than Thranduil in a one-on-one fight, but when they go together, it's a completely different story. Unless a true overlord descends, anyone who comes will be beaten. Thranduil was quickly stunned by the attack. He had just dodged the sharp claws of the brilliant red feathered sparrow when the prism mirror water beast appeared right in front of him, unleashing another burst of intense light. He closed his eyes and dodged, but just as he escaped the beam attack, the giant tail of the blue-eyed golden-chain snake was already waiting for him on his way out. Bang! The terrifying force struck his body, sending Thranduil flying. But before the impact had subsided, the black demon ape's slap came again. Bang! The dignified patrol officer of the Elven Royal Court was once again slammed into the sea, looking as pathetic as a fly. Immediately afterwards, 3 flying swords tore through the air and stabbed at high speed from both sides. The penetrating power brought by extreme speed made Thranduil's scalp tingle. He forced down the blood in his throat, and the arrogance in his eyes finally vanished. If he doesn't find a way out, he'll really die today from being ganged up on by these beasts. Even more desperate was his desire to escape to the seabed, where the terrifying presence of the Kraken lurked. He tried to break through using speed, but the 3 flying swords tightly blocked his route. All around, there was a chilling, killing intent. We need help. We absolutely must have help. After being slapped away by Shaoqing once again, the shadow of death finally crushed his noble dignity. Thranduil quickly pressed the distress button. In fact, as a patrol officer dispatched by the Elven Royal Court, he should have been accompanied by an entire large fleet. But he was too arrogant. In his eyes, the creatures of this inferior sea area didn't even deserve to live. If dark elves weren't considered a branch of the elven race, he wouldn't have come here in person. But now, his arrogance is finally paying the price. Bang! Thranduil was sent flying again, his eyes bloodshot, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, he stared intently at the surface of the sea. There, Jiang Xuan lay on the skeletal throne, holding a wine cup, with a look of detached amusement on his face. Thranduil went completely mad. It's all your fault. If I can take you down, I can live. He took out a bottle of high-grade healing potion and drank it down, forcibly suppressing his injuries. He then unleashed his last bit of strength and charged towards the starfall. We're getting closer. If I can catch him, I can win. Thranduil roared madly in his heart. In a short moment, he had already rushed to mid-air, less than 100 meters away from the starfall. But at that moment, he saw the smile on Jiang Xuan's face. That wasn't panic. Instead, she smiled, having been waiting for him to take the bait. Jiang Xuan raised his wine cup and toasted him from afar. They finally fell for the trap. The next second, the sea next to them suddenly exploded. A terrifying crimson beam of light swept across, instantly engulfing Thranduil. Ultimate destruction cannon, head-on hit. No. A piercing, unwilling cry emanated from the beam of light. Thranduil felt every cell in his body being frantically dissolved, his power rapidly draining away, and his consciousness slowly fading into darkness, until it disappears completely. Jiang Xuan rose from the skeletal throne and calmly gazed at the sea and sky that had been burned through by beams of light. Serves you right for insisting on showing off. It has to be said that the elf race is ridiculously strong and incredibly resilient. Despite being surrounded and attacked by the peak combat power of the Starfall fleet, they actually managed to hold out for more than 10 minutes. This record is enough for Jiang Xuan to offer him a farewell toast. Jiang Xuan still had some regrets. It's a pity it's not a sea monster, otherwise this wave would have taken off immediately. He shook his head and waved to the few small creatures in the air. It goes without saying that the fall of a half-step Dominator-level elf is enough to enrage the entire elf kingdom. The most important thing now is not to pretend, but to run. If a sovereign-level elf were to emerge from the royal court, even if the Starfall fleet could fight them head-on, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Jiang Xuan didn't want his hard-earned wealth to be wasted in a fight that resulted in mutual destruction. Moreover, he learned from Siros that the Elven Royal Court had more than just ruler-level beings. On that floating island, a demigod-level being still slumbers. If you can't afford to mess with them, run away first. Jiang Xuan casually tossed the wine cup into the sea and immediately ordered the entire fleet to advance at full speed. Once he rushes into the heart of the wild beast sea, where powerful oars abound, even a sovereign-level being would have to spend a considerable amount of time tracking him. Moreover, There are also domineering-level creatures sleeping in the wild beast sea. If the ruler of the elven court were to arrive, it might even awaken the terrifying beings there. At the same time, Thranduil fell. On a massive floating island where the elf royal court was located, solemn bells suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Deep within the royal court, in a magnificent palace, the elf king, seated high on his throne, slowly raised his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. How many years has it been? Within the clan, it has been many years since a half-step dominator-level life form has perished. Chapter 233, The Terrifying Rat Swarm Under the Sea. While a massive earthquake was causing chaos on the floating island of the Elf Kingdom, the Starfall fleet had already steadily sailed into the wild beast sea. This is no ordinary sea area. It's the only chaotic zone within the Elven Royal Court's sphere of influence that no one dares to truly control. Its area is terrifyingly vast, and several Overlord-level creatures slumber on its seabed. Even more troublesome is that hundreds of thousands of years ago, this sea area was home to a beast god. It is precisely because of this legend that even a powerful force like the Elven Royal Court is unwilling to easily extend its reach. Jiang Xuan had precisely targeted this point, which was why he insisted on leading his fleet into the wild beast sea. As long as he hid here, the large fleet of the Elven Royal Court wouldn't be able to easily find him. The Starfall fleet had just arrived in this territory. There was no need to confront those established, deeply rooted powers head-on right away. At this moment, on the deck of the Starfall, Jiang Xuan and the skeletal captain were staring at the nebulous stone egg that was shimmering with purple light. After observing it for the past 2 days, they all realized that the stone egg was slowly recovering thanks to the starlight at night. At this rate, it's not far from hatching. It looks like it'll hatch soon. Jiang Xuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. He was already imagining how he would kill the sea monster that came out and get a top-quality sea monster egg. He could barely suppress the smirk on his face at the thought. But just then, in the captain's command room, the noble octopus suddenly opened its eyes. "Father, something's not right in the sea ahead." Its 4 pupils moved slightly, and it could clearly see thousands upon thousands of auras coiled on the seabed, densely packed and intertwined, like a black net hidden in the deep sea. After listening, Jiang Xuan paused in his hand holding the stone egg, then casually handed it to the skeleton captain beside him, before looking up at the excessively calm sea. Have we discovered another unusual sea creature, or has it entered the territory of another species? It's not certain yet. The noble octopus slowly walked to the bow of the ship. This area of the sea has strong interference with seabed perception, as if it's being deliberately obscured by something. Jiang Xuan nodded. His own mental link was also severely suppressed. If the brilliant red feathered sparrow hadn't suddenly burst out of the sea, he might not have been able to pinpoint the location of that palace. Be careful. This is an inland sea area after all. There will be more ferocious creatures here, not fewer. He glanced at the dozens of massive skeletal ships slowly advancing ahead, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Just now, he had already sensed an extremely faint aura. That thing came from below the giant skeletal ship at the very front. "Father, it seems that some little fellows couldn't resist coming out to scout ahead." The noble octopus rolled its 4 eyes, and its powerful mental energy instantly pressed down on the sea surface. Beneath the giant skeletal ship at the very front, a monster resembling a rat with a serrated head was rapidly climbing up the hull. Its body kept emerging from the seawater, its tail like a long whip with a gleaming mandible at the end, tightly wrapped around the skeleton to climb. "Shall we make a move, Your Majesty?" The purple soul flames in the skeleton captain's eye sockets flickered gently. It had already sensed the monster as soon as it climbed onto the ship. "Don't worry. There's a whole bunch more waiting down there." Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, but his eyes shone even brighter. In his perception, the giant skeletal ship at the front was already teeming with swarms of strange rats, so numerous that they almost covered the entire sea surface. But they didn't rush up immediately. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for a command. "Father, there should be a leader," the noble octopus whispered. "Otherwise, these things wouldn't be so orderly." Jiang Xuan didn't speak. He just stared at the strange rat that had climbed onto the boat. The creature didn't attack. It just circled the ship, as if trying to figure out its structure and how many living creatures were on board. Interesting, just a scout. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. He was almost certain that a rat king of at least gold quality was lurking beneath the sea. The aura of ordinary rat monsters was already close to that of black iron-grade sea beasts, and the mental strength behind such a massive swarm of rats that could be managed so well could not possibly be only silver level. Captain Skeleton, evacuate all the hill and dark elf people from the ship in front to the back. Jiang Xuan turned and gave the order. Since the enemy has set their sights on that giant skeletal ship, the other creatures on board will likely have a very difficult time surviving this attack. As for the little skeletons, they might be able to hold out for a while. Shadow, come with me. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly spread out, and his body sank down. Your Majesty, why are you personally going up again? The skeletal captain shook his head helplessly. It took a lot of effort to persuade Jiang Xuan to move to a relatively safe location. But as soon as something happened, he still rushed forward immediately. But it had no choice but to follow orders, deploying troops while using the pretext of troop rotation to withdraw the hill and dark elf tribesmen from the ships ahead in batches. Soon, night fell completely. The rat monster that climbed onto the giant skeletal ship had been hiding in the shadows, staring at the little skeleton number 32, who was holding the stone egg in a daze, and seemed to have memorized the target's location. After confirming that it had done so, it quietly slid back into the sea along the hull. As soon as it entered the water, the other rat monsters did not scatter. They remained firmly attached to the underside of the ship, silently lurking. The scouting rat monster darted swiftly through the swarm of rats, its claws sprouting a web membrane that instantly increased its speed, allowing it to disappear into the deep sea in a few moments. Before long, it dived to the depths of the sea. The sight there was almost terrifying. In the dark depths of the sea, countless strange rats circled around a giant brown rat, like a swarm of shadows waiting to feed. In the distance, groups of rat monsters swam in, dragging back one after another the carcasses of the sea beasts they had just hunted, stuffing them directly into the giant rat's mouth. Click, click. The flesh and blood were being chewed up frantically, and before the thick blood could even float to the surface, it was swallowed whole by the rat monsters waiting around. These are their food. More rat monsters kept returning, and the corpses of sea beasts piled up higher and higher. The giant rat, however, was like a machine that only knew how to eat, mechanically devouring all the flesh and blood that could provide nutrition. When the scouting rat monster swam back, it didn't feed it. Instead, it crawled right next to the giant rat's head and squeaked a few times. After the message was relayed, the giant rat seemed to understand. It abruptly dropped the flesh and blood from its mouth and turned to swim towards the deeper seabed. Deeper into the darkness, even more terrifying giant rat monsters lay silently lurking. Around them, ordinary rat monsters swarmed together in dense clusters, like dark clouds churning on the seabed, slowly pressing down on the entire area. Chapter 234, Golden-Eyed Giant Rat Monster. Huge shadow curtain. Deep in the ocean, the giant rat monster finally landed on a huge underwater land. The next second, eerie chirping sounds spread wildly. In the darkness, a golden pupil slowly opened. Hundreds of thousands of rats surged upward from all sides of the seabed and land like a black torrent. With a deafening roar, a giant rock collapsed, and a black claw, as large as a whale, emerged from beneath the rock. Roar. The terrifying roar shook the entire sea. On the giant ship of skeletons, Jiang Xuan gripped his gun in one hand, coldly staring at the churning sea beneath his feet. He had already given the order for all the other skeletal ships to scatter. Soon, only a ship remained on the sea, sitting alone in the wind and waves. Chirp, chirp. A cacophony of eerie cries echoed from underwater. Tail whips burst forth from the water, their fong-filled mouths snapping viciously at the skeletal ship. Immediately afterwards, rat monsters rushed to the surface and frantically pounced on the deck. Jiang Xuan's eyes darkened. Good heavens, they've mobilized their entire force. He He had already guessed that what these rat monsters were really after was the nebulous stone egg that the little skeleton inspector number 32 was holding. The egg's aura had leaked out, which was why all these things had been attracted here. But Jiang Xuan did not put away the stone egg, because if they lose their target, these rat monsters are likely to scatter and attack all the ships. In that case, it's better to pin the battlefield on this one ship. Jiang Xuan looked at the dazzling red-feathered sparrow and whispered, "Little Red, keep an eye on it." Little Red immediately stood guard beside little skeleton number 32. On the deck, the talkative starfish, its body wreathed in flames, turned back to warn, "Little skeleton, stick close to me, or you'll get carried away by the rats." Before it, dark gold sea iguanas, floating corals, bone-corroding ghosts, dazzling red-feathered finches, prism mirror water beasts, and hundreds of undead bone claws were all in place. Thousands of small skeletons covered the deck, forcibly arming the giant skeletal ship into a death fortress. The first rat monster had barely climbed onto the ship when it was riddled with bullets by the little skeleton archers. The next second, even more rat monsters pounced on them. The deck instantly transformed into a bloody battlefield. Jiang Xuan was no longer on the ship. His eyes were covered by a golden mask as he leaped into the sea. Cold, emerald green snake eyes emerged from the water. The blue-eyed, golden-chained snake caught Jiang Xuan and plunged into the deep sea with him. Underwater, the real battle has only just begun. Standing atop the snake's head, Jiang Xuan's gaze fell upon the giant golden eye below, and he said coldly, "The minions have all come out. What are you still hiding for?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the abyss beast Kraken unleashed the sea rift. Boom! The seabed rock was instantly torn apart, and the terrifying monster hiding under the boulder was dragged out. The golden-eyed giant rat monster has appeared. It was one of the strongest creatures below the Dominator level in the sea area, but at this moment it was staring intently at Jiang Xuan, its eyes filled with greed. The aura emanating from Jiang Xuan, carrying the life force of a sovereign, was a fatal temptation to it. The next second, the golden-eyed giant rat monster roared excitedly, its black giant claws piercing through the falling boulders and grabbing straight at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan advanced instead of retreating. Purple lightning crackled around his body, and the dragon soul purple light spear unleashed a sky full of spear shadows as he head-on met the giant whale-like claws. Boom! The pressure on the seabed swallowed the sound, but it couldn't swallow the terrifying impact. The shockwave swept across the surroundings, instantly crushing hundreds of giant rat monsters surrounding the Rat King into a bloody mist. Jiang Xuan was thrown back by the immense force, but his figure disappeared into the shadows. The next moment, he appeared directly above the golden-eyed giant rat monster's head. A purple spear emerged from the shadows, heading straight for that golden pupil. Caught off guard, the giant rat monster with golden eyes pounced on them, but the surrounding giant rat monsters, each several meters long, immediately followed. For them, protecting their king was an instinct ingrained in their very bones. The dragon soul purple light spear pierced through the heads of two giant rat monsters. At the same time, the enormous body of the azure-eyed, golden-chained serpent suddenly coiled up, and the crimson horns on its head burst forth with light, a terrifying force slamming into the golden-eyed giant rat monster. Boom! The blue snake's body forcefully lifted the golden-eyed giant rat monster from the seabed to the surface. Xiaoqing knew very well that there were too many rats in the sea, and to kill the Rat King, she had to pull it out of the encirclement. As Jiang Xuan watched the two giant shadows rush towards the sea, he mentally commanded, "Xiaoqing, pull them further away before attacking." Bang! The sea exploded, and two enormous creatures shot in the air hundreds of meters high, one after the other. A sharp pain shot through the golden-eyed giant rat monster's abdomen, driving it into a frenzy. It swung its black claws, frantically clawing at the scales of the blue-eyed, golden-chained snake. Sparks flew everywhere. Dozens of giant blue scales were forcibly torn off. Jiang Xuan's expression instantly turned cold. This was the first time Xiaoqing had suffered such an injury. "You're asking for it." Enraged by the pain, the blue-eyed, golden-chained snake gathered its strength and hurled the golden-eyed giant rat monster into the air. At that very moment, the dragon's soul purple light spear flew out of Jiang Xuan's hand. The phantom of the purple lightning spear tore through the air and pierced the unsuspecting golden-eyed giant rat monster's abdomen. Roar! The golden-eyed giant rat monster let out a shrill scream, and a large amount of blood splattered from midair. Upon hearing the king's mournful cry, the sea rats immediately charged towards the surface like madmen. But Jiang Xuan didn't give them a chance at all. 3 flying swords simultaneously soared into the air, transforming into a pin-shaped swordlight that slashed straight at the Rat King's waist and abdomen. Click! The flying sword burrowed into the wound, frantically tearing apart flesh and internal organs. The golden-eyed giant rat monster crashed heavily onto the sea, creating a wave nearly 100 meters high. Jiang Xuan hovered in midair, his gaze icy. Kill it! Boom, boom, boom. Cracks rose from the seabed, effectively sealing off the golden-eyed giant rat monster within a kilometer radius. The swarms of rats that rushed towards them were swallowed up by the giant waves and cracks as soon as they got close, swept back to the seabed. With its kin isolated, fear finally appeared in the eyes of the golden-eyed giant rat monster. It dared not fight any longer and turned to plunge into the sea. Jiang Xuan simply looked down at the direction it had fled, his tone calm. Xiaoying, can you get out of there? Beneath his feet, a patch of shadow instantly shrank into a black dot. The next second, the black dot shot straight to the seabed and appeared beneath the golden-eyed giant rat monster. Sizzle. The black dot suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive black curtain hundreds of meters long, like the gaping maw of an abyss, which swallowed the terrified, fleeing golden-eyed giant rat monster whole. Jiang Xuan looked up at the huge, shadowy curtain slowly unfolding in the sky. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Very good. Now it's my turn to make a move. Chapter 235, The Truth of the World. The black curtain was suddenly torn open, and a huge figure descended from the sky. The golden-eyed Rat King was still in a daze, completely bewildered. The next second, purple light burst forth from below. A terrifying spear beam transformed into a gigantic spear shadow, piercing straight towards its most unguarded spot. The skeletal captain's jaw nearly dropped. It was clearly a skeleton, yet at this moment, I actually began to feel sorry for this golden-level behemoth. Boom! The spear's edge pierced through, and the golden-eyed Rat King struggled frantically, its massive body convulsing in midair in a truly horrific manner. Jiang Xuan remained calm, only coldly uttering a single sentence. You barged in here yourself. The purple spear was drawn, taking away the Rat King's last shred of dignity. Immediately afterwards, 3 flying swords pierced through the air and instantly merged into a giant blade, which slashed fiercely at the Rat King, who had already lost the ability to resist. The head flew off. A green light flashed in the eyes of the azure-eyed golden-chained serpent, and with extreme speed, it swallowed a golden crystal as its massive body flipped over. A notification sound immediately followed. Successfully defeated the golden-eyed giant Rat King and obtained a mutated sea beast egg. A smile finally appeared on Jiang Xuan's lips. The rat monsters below, sensing their king's death, instantly collapsed, no longer daring to attack, and turned to flee madly into the seabed. On the sea, only that wrecked, massive ship remained, drifting alone. Jiang Xuan glanced at it and gave the order directly. All ships, listen to my command. Hunt down the rat swarm. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed back onto the deck of the Starfall. As soon as he sat on the bone throne, the little skeleton mage immediately came up to him and began to fawn over him respectfully. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations on slaying another terrifying creature. Jiang Xuan waved his hand casually. All right, go and tally the casualties, and then arrange for someone to repair that giant skeletal ship. After he finished speaking, he leaned back on the throne, just about to close his eyes to rest, when the noble octopus next to him suddenly spoke in a low voice. Father, it seems an old acquaintance has come. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes. In the distance, a large swath of white mist rose from the sea. The fog surged and spread rapidly, shrouding the entire sea area in a pale white. The emerald-eyed, golden-chained snake slowly descended, its emerald pupils fixed on the enormous shadow in the mist. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was all too familiar with this fog. The fog that once terrified him now fills him with peace when he stands within it again. He grinned. It really is an old friend. A clear, ethereal voice drifted slowly through the mist. You're still alive. Immediately afterwards, a pale, giant serpent, so large that it almost covered 2/3 of the sea surface, slowly emerged from the mist. The white serpent, Jormungandr. The terrifying, unbearable presence that once lingered in the outer seas has reappeared. Jiang Xuan looked at it with a complicated expression. It really was you. The white snake lowered its enormous head. Its head alone was much larger than the entire body of the blue-eyed, golden-chained snake. It stared at Jiang Xuan, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. I never imagined you'd grow to this level. Soon, its gaze fell on the red horns on the head of the blue-eyed, golden-chained snake. The aura of the Lord of Stars? What a stroke of luck. In a short span of time, Jormungandr was shocked twice. It never imagined that the human it had glanced at by chance would have grown into the peak of the golden species in such a short time. Even more outrageous is that the aura surrounding Jiang Xuan actually contains at least 5 peak-level golden bloodlines. Beneath the ships, the silver and iron types were even more densely packed. This is no longer an ordinary fleet. This is a truly terrifying legion capable of sweeping across the seas. But Jiminy was not pleased. It let out a slow sigh. Your ability to enter the inland sea means that the god of the black tide is also arriving soon. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Xuan frowned. The god of the black tide was always a mountain weighing down on him. He asked in a deep voice, even beings like you can't do anything to him? The white snake shook its head. It's not that there's no way, it's that we can't. A complex look appeared in its eyes, and after a moment of silence, it finally spoke. Since you've come this far, and we're both beings from the outer seas, I'll tell you some of the truth. The white snake slowly coiled its enormous body, and the mist surged around it. It begins to tell the true origin of the black tide god. Millions of years ago, this world was not called the Black Sea World. Its real name is Yunzhou Grand World. At that time, the Yunzhou Great World was thriving with life and teeming with powerful beings. Gold and silver varieties are as numerous as the stars, and the bloodlines of various races are countless. The so-called marine mammals of today are nothing more than inferior offspring of the surviving creatures who adapted to the sea. As he said this, a hint of nostalgia flashed in Jormungandr's eyes. Jiang Xuan immediately instructed Little Skeleton number 32 to begin recording. This ancient secret is known to almost no one except these long-lived giants. The white snake's voice suddenly lowered. But everything changed in that galactic extinction millions of years ago. Fear even appeared in its eyes. You should know that it is a peak demigod-level species. Anything that can instill fear in it is by no means simple. The black gate descends from the sky. It transformed into a massive gateway that enveloped the entire galaxy. Then, one after another, terrifying evil gods emerged from the door. The Yunzhou Great World of yesteryear, located in the Kanglan star system, was one of the most powerful superior worlds within it, and it nurtured a large number of gods. But no one expected that there were even more gods within the Black Gate. There are thousands of gods who possess divine status. There are tens of thousands of demigod-level beings. That was an incredibly tragic era. Jormungandr's voice was trembling. At that time, it was merely a dominant life form under the starry sky. It witnessed countless gods fall, like falling meteors, crashing into the depths of the starry sky, never to be revived. The Kanglan galaxy has a total of 108 habitable planets. Although the Yunzhou Great World was powerful, it had only produced fewer than 200 gods at that time. In that battle, thousands of gods from the entire Kanglan galaxy participated. Ultimately, the galaxy collapsed, hundreds of planets crumbled, and almost all the gods perished. Finally, if it weren't for the 4 main god-level powerhouses fighting to the death, with one of them sacrificing all his divine power and rule power to completely seal off the Kanglan star system, the Black Gate would have already completely swallowed this place. The fallen god used his last strength to repair most of the galaxy. He then moved his ancestral star, the Yunzhou Great World, to a corner of the star system and left the mark of the main god. A portion of his power restored the lifeblood of the beings in the Yunzhou Great World and gave birth to the first few new gods. They are known as the first gods. The golden chains of order and the black tide are manifestations of a part of the power of that supreme god. The god of the black tide was the most pitiful of them all. His fellow beings have long since ascended to divinity and mastered spirituality and rules. Only he, before he was born as a true spirit, was made into a vessel by the first generation of new gods. His body contained the souls of billions of beings who died during the calamity of the Yunzhou Great World. From that moment on, the power of the black tide god was completely corrupted. He could no longer condense a true spirit. He became a divine puppet who only knew how to devour and advance. The Black Sea world today is the Yunzhou Great World, which was almost wiped out but was then restored. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's expression darkened. He stared at the white snake and asked the most crucial question. Why did the first gods of the Black Sea world do this? Chapter 236, Fighting for God. Jiang Xuan frowned deeply after hearing all this. The god of the black tide is not simply a world-destroying monster. He couldn't help but ask, but why would the first gods of the Black Sea world do this? According to you, the black tide god is also one of their kin, right? From within the white mist, Jormungandr's voice slowly resounded. That's right, the power of the first generation of gods came from the same source, but they mastered different rules. But this was a choice they had no other option to make. Back then, the fallen supreme god pulled the Black Sea Great World to the edge of the galaxy, intending to protect this ancestral star that was almost destroyed. However, as the power of the main god continued to dissipate, the power of the evil god that remained deep within the world began to revive. There were a total of 35 evil gods who broke into the Yunzhou Great World and perished back then. The power of the 35 evil gods has been eroding that seal. If the subsequent emergence of gods in the Black Sea world is too slow to keep up with the speed at which the seal is being breached, then the Black Sea world will be exposed again to the eyes of those evil gods slumbering deep within the Kanglan star system. At that time, only utter extinction awaits this world. Jormungandr continued. The war back then was so massive that even the first gods didn't know how many evil gods hadn't truly died. As long as the god of the black tide still exists, it means that the number of evil gods perceived by the first generation of gods still far exceeds the limit that they can fight against. Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood. So, the god of the black tide is not a god of destruction, but a means used by the first generation of gods to force the world to give birth to a new god. This truth shattered almost all of his previous beliefs. The Kuroshio current, which was seen as the end of the world by survivors and life in the outer sea, turned out not to be the real enemy. It's more like a tool that fate has pushed to the forefront. A god who is utterly pathetic. Jormungandr's voice also carried a hint of heaviness. That's right, the god of the black tide is the most pathetic god I have ever seen. In the long years that followed him, fewer than 5 gods truly emerged from this world. As he spoke, the white mist began to swirl gently. Unfortunately, although I am a long-lived species, I need a much longer period of time than other life forms to accumulate strength. Otherwise, I'd like to go beyond this world and see if those 3 main gods are still fighting for us. A desolate sound echoed from the seabed. Jormungandr's enormous figure gradually disappeared into the white mist. Race of a new era, grow up quickly. Only by becoming gods will you be qualified to know everything and to face the real enemy. Our time is really running out. As soon as he finished speaking, Jormungandr vanished completely into the sea. At the same time, a huge white scale rose from the deep sea, slowly shrank, and finally became the size of a palm, hovering in front of Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and asked the last question. What if no new god is born in this era? A lonely voice drifted from the depths of the white mist. Destruction is coming. The power of the gods will reopen the dimensional gates. New races will emerge, and everything will start anew. Until finally, a god was born again in this world. The sound faded away. Jiang Xuan lay on the skeletal throne, panting heavily at the bottom of the sea. The truth has been revealed, but he showed no excitement whatsoever. It turns out that the Black Sea world is not an ordinary survival world at all. This is a beginner village for training new gods. The real battlefield lies in the far more vast and terrifying depths of the galaxy. Why did the previous races become extinct? The answer is simple. Because they did not cultivate a true god. But new questions kept arising. What exactly is the Lord of the underworld? Is he an evil god or a primordial deity? What about the stars and the undead rulers? Are they the first gods or gods that came into being later? Why does it take so long for a god to be born? Why is it that several massive civilizations, spanning nearly 10,000 years, might not be able to give birth to a single true god? For the first time, Jiang Xuan realized that knowing too much might not be a good thing. Suddenly, he thought of an even more crucial question. What about humans? In this era, who will become the new god? An unknown fear rose in Jiang Xuan's heart. But the next second, his eyes became incredibly determined. If no one else is going to do this hope, then he'll try it himself. Just look at how difficult it is to attain this so-called divine position. Jiang Xuan finally understood why the maritime merchants were unwilling to reveal too much back then. I also understood the real difference between inland seas and open seas. Those 26 floating islands are very likely the bloodlines of a race left behind by the gods. Even if the Kuroshio current sweeps across the inland sea, they may not be completely wiped out. Those who will truly be held accountable are the hundreds of millions of lives below and this generation of survivors. Jiang Xuan slowly raised his head, a sharp glint flashing in his golden pupils. Interesting. Lord, demigod god. I'm only 3 ranks away from achieving them now. But these 3 levels, ironically, have blocked several civilizations and nearly 10,000 years of history. But so what? Does this prove that humanity has no hope? No. Humanity's hope has always been in its own hands. In those billions of souls that refuse to bow their heads. Jiang Xuan slammed his hand on the skeletal throne and stood up. Where is the skeletal captain? The next moment, the skeletal captain knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I am here. Jiang Xuan's gaze was like a knife. Are you confident that you can expand the skeletal fleet to 100 ships within half a month? The skeletal captain didn't waste any words and responded in a deep voice. You obey the king's command. It raised its head and looked at Jiang Xuan on the throne, its eyes filled with fanaticism. This is the king it follows. When a king gets serious, Jiang Xuan turned his head and looked at the rapidly approaching vortex of flames in the distance. Where are the talkative starfish and the floating coral? Father, your eldest son is here. The talkative starfish rushed onto the deck of the Starfall. After this period of training, its demeanor has matured considerably. The floating coral above it vibrated excitedly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Xuan looked at them and gave the order directly. You two lead all the second-generation sea beasts and hunt in the surrounding seas. Don't let any of the silver level or higher sea beasts escape. Dare you? The talkative starfish laughed heartily. Don't worry, Dad. I guarantee I'll turn the surrounding seas upside down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, their figures rushed out of the starfall and disappeared on the surface of the sea. Jiang Xuan grasped the white scale. A terrifying aura surged wildly within him, approaching the level of a dominator. Since the world is vying for gods, then he will completely overturn this inland sea. From this moment on, the inner sea world will welcome a new dominator-class fleet. Chapter 237, Ascending to Dominion, Sea Serpent and Black Tortoise. The power within the white scales is terrifyingly absurd. Even though Jiang Xuan's physical body was now inhumanly strong, it was still almost burst by this power. At the critical moment, the golden ring automatically flew out, hovering next to the white scales, frantically helping him absorb and refine it. The next second, Jiang Xuan's aura began to surge. From a top-level being, it gradually approaches the level of a ruler. Above the sea, a terrifying spiritual pressure slowly descended, and fragmented rays of light from the rules flashed continuously between heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan knew very well that the key to becoming a true ruler was not how strong one's power was, but rather one's domain. The reason why the rulers are above all beings is because they control their own domain. The realm ruled by extreme cold is one that freezes the body and stiffens the soul. The realm ruled by fire is a raging fire that burns everything and never goes out. Every ruler has a unique domain. Only by condensing a domain can one's life level truly transform, stepping into a level close to that of God. Further up, one transforms the domain into rules, achieving demigodhood. Finally, by condensing a divine spark, one can truly ascend to godhood. But this step is too difficult. For tens of thousands of years, not a single demigod on any of the 26 floating islands has successfully condensed a divine essence. At this moment, Jiang Xuan is at the most critical stage. He closed his eyes to comprehend the rules, while the Starfall entered complete stealth mode. Apart from a fleet that was out hunting, all the technological motherships and skeletal behemoths solemnly surrounded them a kilometer away, protecting their leader. A blue-eyed, golden-chained serpent emerged from the clouds, its massive body protruding. A brilliant red-feathered sparrow stood atop the technological mothership, quietly gazing at the sea shrouded in spiritual pressure. Prism Mirror Water Beast and Chaos Magic Mirror floated on the sea, while 3 flying swords circled the invisible starfall at high speed. Everyone knows that this is Jiang Xuan's strongest moment of transformation, but also his most vulnerable moment. But at that moment, a sovereign-level aura rushed toward the border of the desolate beast sea without any concealment. The newcomer was none other than Kalen, the veteran ruler of the Elf Royal Court and the leader of the Battle Elves. However, he did not come directly to the wild beast sea. Before that, he went to the dark elf territory in the heart of the Sea of Turbid Stone. Upon arrival, he immediately deposed the current dark elf chieftain and had him put on a ship bound for the Elf Royal Court to face trial. The reason is simple. Thranduil entered the wilderness sea only after receiving a plea for help from the Dark Elves. Now that a near overlord has died, they're under mysterious circumstances. How could the Dark Elves possibly escape responsibility? After dealing with this matter, Kalen headed straight for the border of the wild beast sea. But as soon as he got nearby, he was stopped by a strange white mist. In the white mist, a pair of brown eyes stared silently at him, their tone calm, yet sending chills down one's spine. "What are you doing in such a hurry to go to the wild beast sea, little elf?" Kalen's heart sank. He was a ruler-level being, and understood the terror of this white mist far better than ordinary beings. The spiritual pressure he unconsciously emitted far surpassed that of the 2 demigod ancestors slumbering in the Elf Royal Court. This indicates that the beings within the white mist are approaching the level of gods. Even the proudest Kalen dared not act recklessly at this moment. He immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Senior, I am Kalen of the Elf Clan. I did not mean to intrude into your domain. Please forgive me." The voice in the white mist remained indifferent. "You haven't answered my question yet." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying spiritual pressure crashed down, and Kalen was instantly pressed onto the surface of the sea, his toes even touching the icy water. This is the first time that this veteran ruler of the elven race has been suppressed to this extent. But he didn't dare show even the slightest dissatisfaction, because he knew very well that if the other party wanted to kill him, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Their domain's spiritual pressure alone would suffice. Kalen forced himself to calm down and bowed his head, saying, "Reporting to Senior, a junior of our clan who was a half-step sovereign has perished in the wild beast sea. I have come here to investigate on the orders of my clan." The being in the white mist smiled softly. "A half-step dominator, what a pity. However, you'll need to wait here for 2 hours. After 2 hours, my devouring mist will dissipate on its own." As the sound faded, the enormous figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the sea. Jiang Xuan had no idea that Jormungandr had conveniently shielded him from a major problem before leaving. Because Jiang Xuan is currently at a crucial moment in his advancement, if Kalen, a veteran ruler, were to barge in, he might not be able to stop him. Outside the white mist, Kalen's brows were furrowed. 2 hours? What exactly does this person mean? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Is something big happening in the wilderness sea? Even with his intense curiosity, he dared not venture even a step into the white mist. In the end, Kalen could only sit cross-legged on the sea surface, suppressing even his spiritual pressure to the core, not daring to reveal a trace of it. Meanwhile, deep within the wild BC, with the departure of the demigod Jormungandr, several dormant, overlord-level beings in the deepest part of the ocean finally, slowly opened their eyes. Oh my God, that scared me to death. How could something like that possibly pass through this area of the sea? A giant black-armored Xuanwu lay on the seabed, its voice still carrying lingering fear. Beside it, a giant silver-ringed sea serpent lay prone on the ground, its massive body motionless. Who knows? Maybe they're visiting relatives? Xuanwu's brown pupils shifted, and it extended its giant claw to pat the sea snake. Stupid snake, do you think that might be your ancestor? Why don't you go out and acknowledge your relatives? Maybe then we won't have to stay stuck in this wretched sea area forever. The silver-ringed sea serpent immediately bristled and lashed out with its tail, slashing away from its claws. Fuck you. I'm a sea serpent, and that's a cosmic behemoth. How can we be the same species? What if I actually go out and someone tries to rip me off? You silly bird turtle, you're definitely up to no good. Having said that, it finally relaxed, and its massive body flipped over on the seabed. Oh, they're finally gone. My back is practically numb from lying down like that. Its movement instantly stirred up a massive undercurrent in the seabed. Countless creatures nearby, enveloped by the aura of dominance, scattered in terror. The black-armored giant Xuanwu slapped the ground in dissatisfaction, and the surrounding rocks were immediately sent flying. Holy crap, slow down. Do you think you're 10-pound, baby? The silver-ringed giant sea serpent snorted irritably, then seemed to remember something, its massive body trembling involuntarily. Damn it, if that woman hadn't insisted on using you and me to make some lousy potion back then, I'd still be in my own waters, enjoying myself with my concubines. Chapter 238 Standoff at the Maritime Border, Kalen's Dilemma. Deep in the ocean, the black-armored giant Xuanwu couldn't help but shrink its huge head back into its shell whenever it mentioned that purple-haired madwoman. The giant flying beast in the scene next to it was, after all, a sovereign-level creature, but that crazy woman said she wanted to research some sovereign-level bloodline potion, so she just grabbed it by the neck and carried it away. In her eyes, a dominant sea monster was no different from going to sea to retrieve cargo. The silver-ringed sea serpent sneered, saying that there were hardly any normal people in the witch clan. The chaotic battle that had engulfed most of the inner sea was supposedly stirred up by that ice witch. The two old men became increasingly timid as they talked, and finally decided to continue living peacefully in this desolate sea for another 100 years. But just then, the black-armored giant Xuanwu suddenly raised its head. There's an aura of advancement to the south, and a birdman is lingering on the border. Meanwhile, those old fogies in the wild BC have already begun their journey towards the border. The silver-ringed giant sea serpent's eyes lit up. The bird people have never been benevolent. They even fought with the wild BC for territory years ago, and the two sides have long been enemies. If a fight breaks out later, those two might be able to take advantage of the chaos to settle some minor scores. When they first came to this sea area, those old guys joined forces to drive them to the place with the worst resources. Now that there's an opportunity to collect interest, how could I possibly miss it? As for the aura of advancement to the south, they had no intention of approaching it. The aura left behind by that being, there was clearly a warning to them to behave themselves. Anyone who dared to provoke it would be in trouble. So, Xuanwu and the giant serpent slowly moved their enormous bodies, heading straight for the southern border. At the same time, in the white mist, Kalen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Something's not right. Those old geezers from the wild beast, sea, actually all came this way to him. Kalen immediately rose dozens of meters, his expression turning serious. Back when the Elven Kingdom and the wild BC were vying for control of the sea, several major conflicts erupted. Kalen himself even severely injured a dominant overlord of the wild BC. These sea creatures hold grudges very well. Sure enough, not long after, several familiar yet volatile auras approached rapidly from different directions beneath the sea. The next second, the roar exploded on the surface of the sea. Kalen, you dare to trespass into our waters? Do you want to die? A giant sea bat, nearly 100 meters long, burst out of the water, a hideous scar running down its back. The moment it appeared, the surrounding seawater turned a deep brown, and a potent toxin spread rapidly. Kalen flew into the air and sneered. Old poison master, still alive? What, you want to spar with me again? Before a seasoned demigod like Jormungand, Kael'thas could only keep a low profile. But when facing these savage sea beasts, his elven pride immediately returned. The sea bat roared and spewed out a terrifying sonic wave that shot straight into the air. Kalen remained calm and raised his hand, conjuring a silver shield. The shield vibrated, and a powerful ripple spread out, easily deflecting the attack. Your mouth still smells so bad. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy aura rose from the seabed. A giant sea scorpion bared its black tail hook, aiming at Kalen from afar. Kalen, what are you doing at the border of the wilderness sea? Does the elf race want to start another war? Kalen's face darkened. His real goal was to storm into the wilderness sea and capture the murderer of Thranduil. If the white mist hadn't still lingered, he would have already gone in, grabbed the man, and left. He had no intention of getting entangled with a bunch of barbarians here. But now, one after another, dominant level sea monsters are arriving, and the trouble is getting bigger and bigger. Suppressing her anger, Kalen said coldly, Sea Scorpion, which eye of yours saw me trespass into the wild beast sea? Look closely, I am still above the sea turbid stone sea, and I haven't crossed your boundary line. He didn't want to start a war now. He just wanted to wait until the white fog dissipated and then find an opportunity to get rid of them. But the wilderness sea clearly wasn't going to give him a chance. With a loud boom, the sea split open once again. Two more Overlord-level beings have arrived from the north. One of the giant puffins, tens of meters long, soared into the air and locked onto Kalen head-on. The other, a mantis-like sea scythe king, lay silently beneath the surface, its breath equally fixed on him. Kalen's brows furrowed completely. If it were just sea bats and sea scorpions, he could still force his way out with his aerial advantage and elven bloodline. But once the Sparrow Lord arrived, his speed advantage vanished. The puffin was just as fast as him in the air. Once he gets entangled, and with those old things in the ocean attacking him, he might really be stuck here today. But the Elven Kingdom never lets its enemies go. Thranduil's death must have a price to pay. Kalen gritted his teeth and took out the distress token from his body. He didn't want to call for help unless absolutely necessary. The frequent appearances of Elven Overlord-level powerhouses at the border of the Wild Beast Sea could very well trigger a second war. The Elven Royal Court does not wish to engage in a complete war with the Wild Beast Sea. Firstly, a terrifying being once emerged from behind the Wild Beast Sea, and even after tens of thousands of years, its influence remains. Secondly, while there are abundant sea beast resources here, mineral veins are scarce, making it not a territory that the Elven Royal Court absolutely needs to conquer. Normally, their transport fleet would not disturb these dominant class sea monsters unless they ventured deep into the interior. But things are different now. The murderer is inside. He has to go in. Kalen suppressed his murderous intent, and for the first time, took the initiative to reason with people. Everyone, I have no intention of fighting with you. I'm just passing through the Wild Beast Sea. I hope you will not stop me. Unfortunately, the savage beasts of the wilderness sea were not swayed by this tactic at all. The sea bat sneered on the spot. Just passing by? Kalen, did I break your head back then? How dare you say such nonsense? If you really have no intention of taking the long way, then take a detour. At your speed, it will only take a few more days. The auras of several dominant level sea beasts pressed down simultaneously, clearly indicating that they were not going to let him pass. Kalen's eyes turned completely cold. Fine, since you insist on stopping me, then don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly tightened his grip with his 5 fingers. The distress token in his hand was instantly crushed to pieces. Chapter 239, The Domain of the Supreme Ruler. In the pitch-black space, 3 tiny seeds of rules floated in front of Jiang Xuan. He closed his eyes, feeling the power surging wildly into his body. This is a gift from heaven and earth, and also the key to whether living beings can step into the level of dominion. Soon, the first black seed slowly approached. The next second, a realm of the dead appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes. There, deathly silence reigned eternally. Bones littered the ground, skulls formed a sea, and billions of the dead roared simultaneously, as if welcoming the arrival of a new king. Jiang Xuan's voice echoed across the sky above this world. Under my domain, all living beings and the dead under my command will bear the sole imprint of me. From now on, death will not be able to erase them. As soon as he finished speaking, the black mark erupted from the seat of rules. Outside, all beings under Jiang Xuan's command simultaneously looked up. Sea monsters, skeletons, hill people, dark elves, and dwarves all looked toward the imposing figure shrouded in a black domain. Countless black seeds condensed in mid-air and were successively branded onto the foreheads of all his subordinates, including the azure-eyed golden chain serpent, the chaos mirror, the talkative starfish, the noble octopus, the skeleton captain, and Spirit 34. The moment the contract was completed, the first dominator domain took shape. A third of a black ring suddenly appeared above Jiang Xuan's head. But the transformation is far from over. The world of the dead dissipated, and the second blue seed flew into the air. Jiang Xuan spoke again. I declare that the chill of the ice world will weaken the souls and speed of all non-ruling beings for me. The seed of ice was instantly imprinted on his forehead. Boom! The gates to the world of ice were opened, and a chilling cold that pierced the soul swept across the sea. Centered on Jiang Xuan, frost spread wildly, seawater froze, and icy air soared into the sky. Snow began to fall from the sky. After the first snowflake formed from the rules of ice fell, the entire world was left only in white. The wild BC was covered in ice and snow, and a terrifying chill spread all the way, even alarming the rulers far away on the border. A sovereign whispered, "The aura of the ice domain's rules. Another formidable opponent has arrived." The other ruler remained calm. "It's all right. The power left behind by that lord won't stay for long. As long as we don't provoke him, he'll leave soon." The Sparrow Master's brown eyes shifted slightly, as if he could see the figure shrouded in ice across the sea. A flicker of apprehension crossed its eyes. This ice rule is too powerful. After advancement, it will at least have the potential to become a mid-level ruler. Meanwhile, Kalen, who was in mid-air, had an extremely grim expression. Damn it, another sovereign-level sea beast. What exactly is hidden in the wild beast sea? How can new sovereigns keep being born? Looking at the snow and ice covering the sky and earth, a murderous intent surged in his heart. While the Elven Kingdom will not launch a full-scale attack on the wild beast sea, it will certainly not stand idly by and watch this uncontrolled sea grow stronger. Kalen snorted coldly. Once the other rulers of the royal court arrive and hold off these fools, we might be able to give this newly promoted ruler a surprise. But just as the various rulers were harboring their own ulterior motives, the rule ring behind Jiang Xuan had already condensed to 2/3 full. The third golden seed has finally moved. Jiang Xuan's voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth for the third time. Within my domain, all warriors under my command will receive a greater boost in fighting spirit and strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden seed condensed and took shape above his head. As the ice and snow gradually receded, a heavy war drum suddenly sounded. Thump, thump, thump. The drum beats grew louder and louder, shaking the sea and creating a resonance between heaven and earth. A gigantic phantom of a golden heart slowly appeared in the sky. That was no ordinary phenomenon, but a manifestation of the rules of battle. Golden light descended from the sky, showering all living beings under Jiang Xuan's command. Whether they were living sea creatures or long-dead spirits, as long as they were illuminated by the golden light, a golden glint would flash in their eyes. Their physical attributes began to improve. Flesh and blood were boiling, bones were trembling, and fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. All subordinates were forcibly elevated to an even more terrifying combat state at this moment. With the golden heart drum fully formed, the last third of the rings were finally completed. A black, blue, and gold circular rings slowly rotated behind Jiang Xuan. At this moment, he stood between the sea and the sky, like a god descending to earth. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, and his gaze swept across the entire sea area. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended instantly. The sea surged, the island trembled, and countless sovereign-level beings slowly bowed down under this oppressive force. They are not willing to submit, but rather it is their instinct to welcome the birth of a new king. The rulers of the wilderness sea were utterly shocked. A three-colored ring. It's actually a three-colored ring. This signifies the birth of a supreme ruler. Incredible. No wonder he's a successor left behind by an ancient being at the demigod level. With this potential, he'll probably be able to break through to demigod status in a few hundred years. These rulers were filled with envy. When they were promoted, most of them could only condense monochromatic regular rings. But the three-colored rings behind Jiang Xuan were so intense that they were blinding, like three suns hanging in the sky, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at them. On the other side, Kalen's expression had completely changed. Oh no, it's actually a high-level ruler. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. If it were just an ordinary overlord, the elven royal court could tolerate it. The difference lies in the ability to ascend to a higher position. Once this potential matures, the elven kingdom may very well face a truly terrifying enemy a century from now. These dominant beasts in the wilderness BC seem to be hiding in the open and not expanding their territory. But that's not because they're following the rules. Marine mammals are born to devour living beings to grow, and their greed and ambition are only more terrifying than those of other races. The reason it hasn't expanded for tens of thousands of years is because the elven royal court still has 3 demigods in charge. Even if the number of rulers doubled, the wild beast sea, devoid of demigods, would not dare to truly challenge the elf royal court. But if a demigod were to be born here, everything would change. The elven royal court rules over hundreds of sea areas. The royal court controls a total of 72 large sea areas, such as the wild beast sea. However, even such a powerful hegemon-level force only has 3 demigod-level beings in charge of its affairs. Once the wild beast sea gains another demigod, will it still be willing to remain trapped within the siege of the elf royal court? Absolutely not. Kalen seemed to have already seen the future. The wild beast sea rose up, with billions of sea beasts swarming out and under the rule of that demigod, frantically encroaching on the territory of the elf royal court. Even more terrifying is that a demigod-level being has already reached the pinnacle of the inner sea. A demigod only occupies one large sea area. If you told anyone, the whole inner sea would laugh their heads off. Therefore, whenever a demigod is born in the wilderness sea, the elven royal court must redivide its territory to appease the other party's dissatisfaction. Kalen became increasingly alarmed as she thought about it. Not only him, but the entire elf royal court absolutely does not want to see another demigod emerge from the wild beast sea. Chapter 240, The Powerful Effects of a Dominator-Level Domain. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and a smile finally appeared on his lips. This is the power of a dominant realm. At this moment, he could clearly feel that all the rules within the domain were like his own arms, which he could control at will. Jiang Xuan originally thought that he would have to spend a long time continuing to improve his physical attributes, using the golden ring and the golden heart drum to gradually transform his physical body, and only after accumulating enough would he be able to undergo the final transformation. But to his surprise, a single scale from Jormungandr, the star serpent, saved him from this long process. That force was like a powerful airflow, instantly pouring into his body. If it weren't for the golden ring and the golden heart drum constantly strengthening his physique, he would probably have been burst apart on the spot by this terrifying power. With the convergence of the 3 forces, Jiang Xuan successfully completed his transformation. He has officially ascended to become a dominant being at the top of the food chain. After a brief period of adjustment, Jiang Xuan's excitement gradually subsided. He looked at the 3-colored rule ring behind him. The 3 forces of the rules are constantly flowing around the ring. His domain of domination also has 3 effects. The first layer, originating from the black seed, represents the rules of the undead world. Domain effect, death and resurrection. Any unit bound to him that dies within his domain can be resurrected after a period of time. The second layer comes from the seed of ice, representing the rules of ice. Domain effect, ice's end. Any unit that is not under his command will be frozen and slowed upon entering his territory, with its movement speed reduced by 20%. The third layer comes from the golden seed and represents the rules of battle. The area effect ignited a fighting spirit. All bound creatures within the domain will be encouraged by the golden heart, increasing their fighting spirit by 20% and all their attributes by 50%. Upon seeing these three effects, Jiang Xuan's expression changed. This is far more than just being promoted to the position of overlord. This is practically like having a cheat code on the battlefield. As soon as he unleashes his dominion, the power of the domain will instantly spread from him until it covers the entire small sea area. Within this area, he is the absolute ruler. The more friendly forces fight, the stronger they become, while the more the enemy fights, the slower they become, and the fallen command units can be resurrected. How can we possibly lose? Once you reach the dominator level, battles are no longer simply a contest of physical strength and attributes. What truly determines victory or defeat is the domain. When the two rulers met, the first thing they did was clash over their respective domains. If one side's domain is far stronger than the other's, the weaker side will be instantly compressed into a very small area, or even directly dragged into the other side's domain effect. Once things fall into this situation, it's basically equivalent to being sentenced to death. Of course, such extreme crushing is not common. Established rulers, honed over countless years, often possess terrifyingly powerful domains. Even newly ascended beings with the potential to become high-ranking rulers find it difficult to crush the domains of established rulers right from the start. However, if both sides are at the same level, the gap becomes extremely brutal. In the superior domain, it is enough to crush the middle and inferior domains. Therefore, many creatures, after ascending to the status of rulers, dare not roam freely. They prefer to slumber or remain in their own seas for decades or centuries. Because if you encounter a higher-level domain holder of the same generation, you are likely to be suppressed to death without even a chance to escape. Just then, Jiang Xuan slowly raised his head. In the distance, the aura of a sovereign-level being was rapidly approaching. After advancing to the dominator level, his spiritual senses were further enhanced. As long as they were in the same sea area, the aura of a dominator-level being was as conspicuous to each other as the sun in the night. Jiang Xuan said calmly, "Captain Skeleton, issue the order to bring all dispatched ships back." He no longer needed the fleet to go out and hunt sea monsters. From now on, as long as it is within the range of his domain, any being below the level of a ruler will be able to escape his perception and be destroyed if he so desires. Within their own domains, beings of the dominator level are virtually indistinguishable from gods. However, the domain of an ordinary ruler can at most cover a large sea area. A demigod can cover dozens of sea areas. But a god who has truly gained the recognition of the will of heaven and earth can have a domain that covers the entire world. In their domain, they can exert their power without limit. Jiang Xuan looked into the distance and chuckled softly. A supreme being of the elven race? Their arrival is just in time. He sat cross-legged in midair, neither getting up nor dodging. Because the battle between rulers is no longer determined by who rushes in first for hand-to-hand combat. Soon, a figure descended. Kalen stood on the sea, looking calmly at Jiang Xuan. As expected, you killed Thranduil, the half-step overlord of my clan. He could already sense the presence Thranduil left behind when he died. That was the bloodline mark of the true blood of the elven nobility. The death of any noble with true blood would leave a unique aura on the murderer, making it impossible to escape tracking. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he gently pinched his fingertips. He plucked a wisp of transparent, silvery white aura from his body. The next second, that aura turned into silver light and vanished on the spot. Jiang Xuan said calmly, "So it's this little thing." He looked at Kalen, his tone still calm. "I didn't want to kill him, but he wanted to kill me. Just like you are now." After being promoted to Dominator, Jiang Xuan could clearly sense the hidden killing intent deep in Kalen's heart. Kalen's eyes remained unchanged. He simply said, "You're quite good, but the Elven Royal Court will not allow you to continue growing. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for sitting in the wrong place." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying domain power erupted from Kalen's body. The light tore through the sea and illuminated the sky. That was his mid-level domain, the domain of light. Although it is only a mid-level domain, after hundreds of years of refinement, Kalen has already expanded it to an extremely terrifying extent. He has now bridged the gap between the mid-level and high-level domains. At least in terms of scale, he is not afraid of Jiang Xuan, who has just been promoted and is even stronger. The realm of light pressed down from all sides. The three colored rings behind Jiang Xuan also spun wildly at the same moment. Three rule imprints, black, ice blue, and gold, quickly coalesced. Death, ice, and fighting spirit. The three forces erupt simultaneously. Jiang Xuan slowly raised his head, his voice icy. "Enough with the small talk. If you want to fight, then let's fight." The next second, the aura of the superior ruler's domain suddenly erupted, and the three-colored rules transformed into a raging torrent, crashing head-on into Kalen's domain of light. Chapter 241, Kalen's Doubts. Kalen is a veteran ruler of the Elf Royal Court, possessing formidable strength. It is precisely because of this that he dared to cross the wild BC alone to kill Jiang Xuan. But at this moment, for the first time, he frowned. The moment Jiang Xuan unleashed his domain, Kalen sensed something was wrong. Logically speaking, even a superior domain should be compressed to a very small area in front of his domain of light, which he had honed for hundreds of years. However, Jiang Xuan's newly formed domain was not only not crushed, but was instead eroding the boundaries of his domain of light. The three-colored power of the rules intertwined and surged, like three knives, forcefully cutting into the light. Kalen was startled. This is by no means an ordinary superior realm, but three superior realms with their own rules. Despite his shock, he remained calm. What good is strength in a domain? In the end, between rulers, it all comes down to who can kill whom. Kalen raised his hand, and tens of thousands of light swords instantly condensed, ready to tear Jiang Xuan in the domain to shreds. But at that moment, the sea suddenly exploded. A giant, emerald green serpent burst forth from the seabed, its massive body creating huge waves as it hurtled towards Kalen. Kalen's eyes turned cold. "How dare you? A mere behemoth species that is not even half a step into the Dominator realm dares to attack me." Under the dominion of the two supreme domains, normal gold-level beings would have no chance of getting close. Yet this emerald-eyed, golden-chained serpent still managed to break in. Just as Kalen was about to make a move, his expression changed again. Because there is more than one snake beneath the sea. One after another, terrifying sea monsters broke out of the water. The dazzling red-feathered sparrow transformed into a crimson rainbow, hurtling straight towards Kalen's true form. Within the chaotic magic mirror, the pitch-black, demonic ape extended its giant paw and slammed it down on the falling lightsaber. The sea cracked open, and a terrifying creature resembling a giant octopus emerged from the water, its countless tentacles wildly stabbing into the air. The prism mirror water beast also entered the realm of light, unleashing a golden beam of light. At the same time, the ultimate destructive cannon on the Hylian technology mothership roared into action, its massive energy cannon sweeping across the sky to intercept the rain of lightsabers. All ship-borne anti-aircraft guns were activated, their firepower merging into a continuous barrage as they relentlessly bombarded the sky-filling light curtain. In an instant, all the sea monsters and fleets under Jiang Xuan's command joined the battle. Kalen just sneered. Act recklessly. He slowly raised his right hand, and in mid-air, a phantom of light sword that blotted out the sky instantly took shape. The power of a Dominator-level domain is beyond the comprehension of you inferior beings. As soon as he finished speaking, billions of beams of light poured down. Boom! The anti-aircraft fire was instantly drowned out. More than 50 ships were instantly reduced to scrap metal, and the flames from the explosions illuminated the sea. Immediately afterwards, the enormous lightsaber slashed down. Click! The enormous body of the blue-eyed, golden-chained serpent was torn apart by the light. Its emerald green scales burst open, and blood sprayed into the sky. It let out a painful howl, but instead of retreating, it charged towards the dense group of lightsabers like a madman, despite its injuries. Kalen didn't even bother to look at it again, to bring about one's own destruction. His gaze swept over the dazzling red-feathered sparrow, the demonic ape, and the prism-like water beast. Let them all disappear. The cold voice fell, and the giant lightsaber swept across. The 3 peak-level gold-tier warriors were instantly annihilated. The situation appears to have completely collapsed. Jiang Xuan's forces were slaughtered en masse, his fleet was destroyed, and sea monsters were instantly killed. Yet, Kalen remained high in the sky, like a god who controlled everything. But at that moment, Jiang Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, slowly closed his eyes. The first level of domination domain, resurrection of the dead, activated. The black seed emerges. The next second, countless black marks fell from the sky like a torrential rain, covering the entire sea area. Light and darkness intertwined wildly at this moment. The shattered, blue-eyed, golden-chained snake reformed its body, and its massive tail lashed out at Kalen. Kalen's figure vanished in a flash of light, instantly dodging the attack, before reappearing in his true form. His eyes finally changed. Wrong. He stared intently at Jiang Xuan. Wait, these guys are resurrecting. Are you from the court of the dead? A second shock ran through Kalen's heart. As everyone knows, once an undead species advances to the overlord level, its ability to consume resources and survive is absolutely among the top of the overlord level. Unless an undead overlord can be instantly killed, what awaits the enemy is an endless tide of undead calamities. Jiang Xuan's current situation is even more outrageous than that of an ordinary undead overlord. In the realm of ordinary overlords, most of the resurrected units are just cannon fodder, used to consume and erode the opponent's territory. But Jiang Xuan is different. He resurrected not only those sea beasts that were close to becoming half-masters. Even the Hylian technological mothership, which could pose a threat to the overlord, was slowly reorganizing under the black markings. The shattered hull was reassembled, and the extinguished gun barrels lit up again. Kalen had seen many undead overlords, but he had never heard of anyone whose domain could also revive ships. This is no longer a problem. It's absurd. However, what upset him even more was yet to come. Within the ring of rules behind Jiang Xuan, a blue ice seed slowly emerged. Snow began to fall again from the gloomy sky. The sea surface froze rapidly, and endless cold air spread wildly from Jiang Xuan's center into the realm of light. Kalen initially thought it was just ordinary frost erosion, but the next second, his mind slowed down for a moment. His pupils suddenly contracted. Oh no, it's soul freezing. The domain of light suddenly contracted, and horror finally flashed in Kalen's eyes. Jiang Xuan's ice rules actually attacked both the physical body and the soul simultaneously. This realm of ice is extremely rare. Only those born as kings of ice and snow, or children of ice, can comprehend this superior power that far surpasses ordinary rules. Kalen immediately gathered his domain of light, strengthening his control, and finally blocked the chill that invaded his soul. But he also understood that once the domain contracted, it would be equivalent to giving the outer space to Jiang Xuan. Sure enough, the chill quickly enveloped the area of light. The lightsabers falling from the sky began to be forcibly weakened, with both their speed and power decreasing. This is definitely not good news for Kalen. However, he forced himself to remain calm. His sword of light is most famous for its speed. Even weakened, it's still enough to suppress these sea monsters and artillery fire. But the next moment, his expression completely changed, because behind Jiang Xuan, the last golden seed is slowly emerging from the ring of rules. Those are the seeds of rules that represent the will to fight. Kalen's eyelids twitched. No, are you coming again? Chapter 242, The Elven Royal Court, is enraged. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his golden eyes, and 3 illusory seed images flashed past in his eyes. He looked at the high and mighty Kalen and said calmly, "Your Majesty, the Elven race, you are still too arrogant." The next second, the Dead Sea monsters and shattered ships were forcibly revived by him once again. The Sovereign's command is an ironclad law imprinted in the soul of every unit under his control. Jiang Xuan raised his hand and pointed. "Go, make him pay for his arrogance." Boom! Nearly 100 ships simultaneously lit up their cannons, with their speed, armor penetration, and explosive power all increasing by 50%. The azure-eyed golden chain serpent, the sea beast legion, and the dark elf warriors also strengthened wildly under the golden light, their eyes all blazing with brilliant golden light. The blue-eyed golden chain snake was the first to soar into the sky, circling and roaring above Jiang Xuan's head. Other flying creatures were even more fearless, charging directly at Kalen amidst the countless swords of light. Kalen's expression finally changed. A newcomer who has just been promoted to Dominator is actually able to pester me to this extent. Even more terrifying, he seemed to have already seen the future, the scene of the Elven royal court being torn apart bit by the person in front of him. At this moment, Kalen completely stopped testing the waters. His eyes were icy cold, and his killing intent erupted. "You must die." The domain of light suddenly contracted, then exploded in an instant, carrying countless light swords, and crashed hard into the center of the domain where Jiang Xuan was located. Jiang Xuan laughed. Finally, they've learned to fight for their lives. The moment the words were spoken, the domination link was activated. His power surged once more, and countless sea beasts behind him charged head-on into the rain of swords, tearing a path open with their flesh and blood. The fleet's anti-aircraft guns roared wildly, and dense lines of fire filled the sky. The ultimate destructive cannon of the technology mothership also completed its energy charge, and a crimson beam of light shot out and blasted straight at Kalen. But Jiang Xuan knew that this was not enough. He raised his hand and clenched it, the power of the 3 colors of the rules condensing into a lightning spear. Perfect timing to test just how strong I really am. The next instant, his figure appeared directly in front of Kalen. The enormous phantom of the spear tip tore through the sky, carrying a 3-color blade of rules, and collided head-on with the sword of light in Kalen's hand. At this moment, heaven and earth fell completely silent. The seawater stagnated, and time seemed to slow down. At the point of collision between the law of light and the 3 colors origin, a terrifying wave instantly spread across the entire sea area. Boom! The loud noise finally erupted. The sea surface collapsed violently, ships disintegrated on the spot, and countless lives were instantly annihilated. This is a life-or-death struggle at the level of a dominant force. A single, casual strike is enough to destroy an entire sea area. After the light faded, Jiang Xuan remained standing in midair. He calmly said, "You've lost." Kalen's light armor shattered, all the lightsabers around him broke, and golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The blood dripped onto the sea surface, causing the seawater to freeze instantly. His eyes still held an undisguised shock. In the instant of the collision, he was simultaneously eroded by 3 fundamental rules. Only by standing directly in front of Jiang Xuan could one truly understand how terrifying those 3 forces were. Any ruler who possesses even one of these qualities is qualified to rise to the position of supreme ruler. But Jiang Xuan actually controlled 3 of them at the same time. A terrible thought suddenly popped into Kalen's mind. This person has the appearance of a god. His fighting spirit vanished instantly, replaced by fear and an even more frenzied killing intent. We must not let him live. This person will surely become the greatest threat in the history of the Elven Kingdom. Without hesitation, Kalen shrank his light domain to less than 10 meters, and with a flash, disappeared directly into the sky above the sea. Jiang Xuan did not pursue. It's unrealistic for him, having just been promoted to the position of overlord, to leave behind a veteran overlord who is only focused on escaping and has been famous for hundreds of years. Moreover, the other side will inevitably go back to get reinforcements. Jiang Xuan's gaze swept towards the border of the wild beast sea. The place was in complete chaos, and he could sense more than 10 sovereign auras. With Kalen gone, the elven royal court will undoubtedly keep a close eye on him. The two sides have become enemies, and the other side will never allow him to grow stronger. It's time to go. With a thought, Jiang Xuan instantly expanded the three-colored ring of rules to several thousand meters. The seawater was lifted up in one go, and nearly 100 fleets, thousands of sea beasts and creatures were all swept into the tricolor ring. Then, Jiang Xuan's figure disappeared along with the entire army. The sea has returned to calm. After a while, 100,000 elven spaceships slowly appeared above the border of the Wild Beast Sea. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The Beast Overlord and the Elf Overlord, who were fighting fiercely, froze at the same time. The black tortoise swatted away the giant black scorpion with its claw, its eyes filled with terror. Holy crap, those old elves are here. Old snake, run. Before the words were even finished, it and the giant sea serpent plunged into the seabed, their presence vanishing instantly. Immediately afterwards, a cold shout struck like thunder. Roll! Several wild beast overlords were forcefully pressed into the sea by the oppressive force. But they couldn't be happier than that, and one by one they immediately concealed their presence, shrinking into the seabed and no longer surfacing. In midair, Kalen stood pale-faced in front of the fleet. In order to return to the ancestral land as soon as possible and bring back the ancestor, he burned his source energy to accelerate the process. Even so, Jiang Xuan's aura had completely disappeared. Kalen said urgently, "Ancestor, forget about these brutes. We can't let that newly ascended ruler escape." A thunderous sound resounded throughout the sea. Order all sea areas under the jurisdiction of the Elven Royal Court to immediately issue arrest warrants for this person. Sign back to the ancestral land immediately upon discovery of any trace. The next moment, a pair of huge golden eyes appeared in the sky above the Wild Beast Sea. Within those eyes, four eyeballs darted back and forth, instantly scanning the entire sea area. Kalen asked anxiously, "Ancestor Xinghui, have you made any discoveries?" The enormous golden eyes remained silent for a moment. Then its voice turned icy. "We're late. That kid should have guessed long ago that you would come back to report the news." Then, Ancestor Xinghui continued to issue orders. "You shall search the surrounding waters along the border of the Wild Beast Sea, during which time you may mobilize all the forces of the Elven Royal Court's affiliated branches. Remember, we must find his trail before he escapes the seas ruled by the Royal Court." As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous golden eye slowly disappeared. The next second, an immense pressure surged forth, chasing after Jiang Xuan in the direction he had left. Chapter 243 Ink Powers Golden Token, Dragon's Nest. On the sea, Jiang Xuan's face was gloomy. The terrifying, all-encompassing dark cloud behind him had been chasing him across more than 20 sea areas, and he could not shake it off. Since the Elven Royal Court issued the all-sea arrest warrant, almost all sea areas along the route have been sealed off. The sea borders and sky routes are filled with elven airships. Every ship is equipped with sensors capable of detecting the aura of a sovereign-level being. As soon as Jiang Xuan gets close, the signal is immediately transmitted back to the Elf Royal Court. He had considered destroying the ships, but the problem was that destroying them would also trigger alarms. In other words, whether he took a detour or forced his way through, he was constantly revealing his position. What's more troublesome is that the one chasing him is not an ordinary ruler, but one of the 3 demigod ancestors of the Elven Royal Court. That dark cloud represents the other party's territory. If Jiang Xuan had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been completely enveloped. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of irritation. He had thought that after becoming a ruler, he could at least roam freely in the inner sea for a while. But now he realized that the Elven Royal Court, an old and established power, had a much more terrifying foundation than he had imagined. He originally thought the other side would send a supreme-level expert to ambush and kill him. But the Elven Royal Court had no martial ethics at all and directly awakened the demigod ancestor, chasing him all the way to where he is now. Damn it, to leave the Elven Royal Court's territory, we still have to cross at least a dozen seas. Jiang Xuan's eyes were icy cold. At this rate, he'll be caught up sooner or later. Just then, the calm voice of the noble octopus echoed in my mind. Father, perhaps we can use teleportation items to get rid of the other party's senses. Jiang Xuan's heart stirred. Ordinary teleportation scrolls are useless. The Human Alliance's teleportation scrolls can only span a small area of sea at most, which is not enough to shake off the pursuit of demigods. But he had something else in his hand. The golden token left behind by Mo Li. Jiang Xuan flipped his hand and took out the token. Golden light flowed in his palm, and the image of Mo Li's bearded face immediately appeared in his mind. I never imagined that what would save me the last time would be something you left behind. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath and looked up at the dark clouds rolling in behind him. When I return, the Elven Royal Court will make you pay the price. The next second, the ring of rules in his hand rapidly shrank, turning into a miniature form along with the ships and sea monsters inside. Jiang Xuan put away the ring and activated the golden token without hesitation. A flash of golden light. His figure vanished from the sea in an instant, leaving not a trace. Moments later, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Dark clouds shrouded the sea, and a pair of golden eyes slowly opened, coldly scanning the surroundings. His aura has vanished. The voice carried a hint of doubt. Could it be that other powerful forces have intervened? Its golden pupils rolled, finally looking south. Among the major powers near the Elf Royal Court, the one most likely to make a move is the Xuanwu Sea in the south. That was no ordinary sea area, but a superpower comparable to the Elf Royal Court, inhabited by two great sea beast clans, the Xian Turtle and the Sea Serpent. There were nearly 100 ruler-level powerhouses there, and as many as 5 demigod-level powerhouses, whose raw strength even surpassed that of the Elf Royal Court. Ancestor Ming Hui's eyes were gloomy. Could it be those old fogies from the Xuanwu Sea? What exactly is this person's relationship with them? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. The massive dark clouds rolled in again, heading straight south. Jiang Xuan was unaware that his departure would cause the Elven Kingdom to shift its suspicions to the Xuanwu Sea. After all, in their eyes, a force capable of cultivating a high-level ruler like Jiang Xuan could not possibly be an ordinary force. At this time, Jiang Xuan had already traversed thousands of seas. When the golden light faded, he appeared in an unfamiliar world. There is no sea here, only lava, black fog, volcanoes, and an extremely oppressive sky. In the distance, billowing black smoke rose into the sky, and the roars of dragons echoed in all directions. Dozens of pterosaurs with enormous wings slowly swept across the sky above the volcanic cluster, casting large shadows. Jiang Xuan stood on a brown boulder and looked down at his wrist. The circular ring had transformed into a 3-colored ring about the thickness of an arm, quietly resting on his hand. To his even greater surprise, this thing could also store ships. In this way, he no longer had to worry about his ships being too large a target and being discovered by the enemy. Jiang Xuan looked around, raising an eyebrow slightly. If there's no sea, could this be a continent? He recalled that Jormungandr, the world serpent, had once said that the Black Sea world was originally a restored version of the Yinzhou Great World. Indeed, within the inner sea, there existed some super islands known as continents. But this place is clearly even more eerie. Jiang Xuan walked forward, the golden token in his hand swaying slightly, as if guiding the way. When he first tried to activate the token, the system warned him that his power was too weak. But now there was no warning at all. This shows that, with his current strength, this area is not a significant threat. Jiang Xuan released the power of his domain, and his spiritual senses spread outwards. Soon, he swept over dozens of giant stone mountains. There are living organisms on the Rocky Mountains, and traces of life can also be found in the magma. However, Jiang Xuan soon discovered that the rules of this space were incomplete, resembling a small, fragmented world independent of the Black Sea. Because of the incomplete rules, his domain was also limited, and his spiritual sense could only detect a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Just then, a loud roar exploded out. The lava churned, and a unicorn dragon suddenly charged out, bringing waves of scorching fire as it rushed towards Jiang Xuan. It clearly saw Jiang Xuan as prey that had intruded into its territory. Unfortunately, Jiang Xuan deliberately concealed his aura, and it had no idea what kind of being it was facing. Jiang Xuan did not kill it immediately, but instead showed a hint of interest. Even a random dragon beast has an aura that is no less powerful than Little Gold back then. The next second, the power of the rules descended. The massive body of the unicorn beast was directly imprisoned in midair. Its whole body was stiff, unable to even struggle. Only its huge eyes were filled with terror and bewilderment. Information appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes. Unicorn rock dragon. Silver 5 stars. Ordinary dragon beasts living in dragon lairs dwell year-round beneath lava. They are ferocious and will actively attack any creature that trespasses into their territory. The dragon's nest is a fragment of the Yunzhou Great World. It's separated from the Yunzhou Great World due to damage caused by an unknown force. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It really is an independent space. At this moment, he made a new judgment about M.O. Li's identity. He originally thought that M.O. Li was just a big pirate with special abilities, but now it seems that the other party is at least at the sovereign realm. Otherwise, M.O. Li would not have left behind a key that could traverse space and enter the dragon's lair. Jiang Xuan looked at the unicorn rock fire dragon that was frozen in midair and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I just don't know if the creatures in this world can be successfully identified by the skill. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his finger slightly. The horned fire dragon, its eyes filled with terror, was instantly crushed into a cloud of blood mist from a distance. Chapter 244, the Starfall Sect's Disciple Recruitment Ceremony, inviting dragons and beasts from all over the world. A notification sounded. Jiang Xuan killed the silver-level unicorn rockfire dragon, which directly dropped a mutated sea beast egg. He raised the corner of his mouth and instantly understood. This place is practically a natural loot farming spot. The rules of this world are incomplete. It clearly gives rise to dragon beasts of far superior quality to sea monsters, yet their actual combat strength isn't ridiculously high. For Jiang Xuan, isn't this just high-level combat power delivered right to his doorstep? What is his field lacking most right now? We lack capable fighters. With the rule of the undead seed as a safety net, as long as the dragon beasts in this area are brought in, the domain will be immediately strengthened. The more high-level beings there are, the more terrifying the domain's ability to trap and kill enemies becomes. If he could really fit tens of thousands of golden seeds inside, even if he encountered Kalen, Jiang Xuan could wear him down with sheer numbers. With this in mind, Jiang Xuan stopped hiding his intentions. After confirming that there were no other sovereign-level auras around, he laid his cards on the table. The Dominator-level domain expanded instantly, and terrifying pressure transformed into dark clouds, which suddenly enveloped the tens of thousands of meters of mountain range. The next second, his voice struck like thunder. "Hey, wake up! Everyone come out!" This shout startled all the dragon beasts hiding deep in the mountains and beneath the magma, waking them up. The normally ferocious and bloodthirsty dragon beasts were all panicked in the face of the overwhelming pressure from the sovereign-level being. They had ruled this land for centuries. Where had they ever seen a being of this caliber? Half an hour later, an outrageous scene unfolded. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, all the dragon beasts of silver level and above lined up in a long, orderly queue. Doesn't it look like a sect's disciple acceptance ceremony? Very similar. However, order at this apprenticeship ceremony was maintained by using a bone whip. Snap! A thin, long bone whip lashed fiercely at the sly-looking fire dragon. The talkative starfish stood on Little Gold's back, scolding him with a serious expression. "How many times have I told you? Line up. Smaller people stand in front. Larger people stand in the back. Look back. Are you bigger? Or are those earth dragons behind you bigger?" The fire dragon was whipped so badly that it shrank its neck and looked nothing like a ferocious beast. It could only waddle along with its half-meter thick legs and run pitifully behind several silver-level earth dragons. The talkative starfish then swung its bone whip, still looking displeased. Beside him, Inspector number 32 quickly ran over carrying 2 large buckets of water, his face full of flattery. "Lord Jean, please drink some water." The dark gold sea iguana's claws and scales were a bit dry. Upon seeing the bucket, it immediately dipped its claws in and soaked them, squinting its eyes in comfort. It even excitedly licked the bones and body of little skeleton number 32. The talkative starfish rubbed its hands together, its eyes shining. Little skeleton, does her father have any other orders? For example, interrogating disobedient dragon beasts, or giving these natives a good beating? Having been cooped up in the ring of rules for too long, it's finally getting out to breathe and naturally wants to find more fun. Little skeleton number 32 shrugged his bone hands and said helplessly, "Chief Instructor, no." The king said everything is as usual. Moreover, the dragon beasts that dared to resist at the beginning have now had their bones transformed into undead. The talkative starfish was immediately disappointed. The natives here are too honest, not at all like those big-mouthed toads. It even somewhat missed the thick-skinned toad that had withstood hundreds of its whips back then. At the end of the line, the actual apprenticeship ceremony had begun. On the enormous skeletal throne, Jiang Xuan looked down coldly at the approaching dragon beasts. These guys were originally top predators in the nearby mountains, but now they all lowered their heads and didn't even dare to look at Jiang Xuan. "Raise your head." As Jiang Xuan's voice fell, a pair of crimson eyes instantly appeared in front of him. As long as the dragon beast makes eye contact with those crimson eyes, the black seed will be shot directly into its body, completing the binding. After being bound by the black seed, these dragon beasts immediately became docile, and even their demeanor changed. They slowly raised their proud heads and began to look down at their uncivilized kin in the distance. His demeanor was like that of a disciple who had just been admitted to a sect and immediately looked down on those still queuing outside the examination hall. Jiang Xuan's lips twitched slightly as he watched. This scene looks just like a mountain gate opening wide, welcoming many disciples. He was like a sect elder, checking the aptitude of each disciple one by one. Those who were selected immediately became arrogant, as if they had been given a permanent position. Those who were not selected trembled with fear, afraid that their aptitude was not good enough, and they would be optimized on the spot and sent back to the furnace for retraining. That's right. Jiang Xuan has already gathered all the high-level dragon beasts that have developed intelligence within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Anyone who dares to resist, kill them. Those with low intelligence should be killed. Those who remain in line are all disciples awaiting entry, with decent aptitude and intelligence. There are just too many of them. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the long line of dragon beasts stretching for tens of thousands of meters. The next instant, terrifying mental power crashed down. Domination judgment, activate. Within the area covered by the domain, the total spiritual power of all dragon beasts was calculated. As long as the total spiritual power of the dragon beasts within the area did not exceed 3 times Jiang Xuan's spiritual power, they would be instantly and forcibly bound to a contract by him. This directly leads to a surge in efficiency. Low-quality eggs are removed and converted into higher-quality sea monster eggs. A decent quality silver-grade item, subject to mandatory contract. Those who achieve the gold level qualification will be given priority in the assessment. Those with good talent combinations should be kept. Those with average talent will need to be retrained. At this moment, Jiang Xuan was like a giant mechanical heart, continuously imprinting his own soul imprint into the bodies of these dragon beasts in batches. Compared to the treasures left behind by M.O. Lee, the living beings in this world are the truly valuable treasure. Of course, the treasure cannot be overlooked either. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered, and the golden metal instantly rose into the air, transforming into a golden light that shot tens of thousands of meters away. He glanced at the 2 throne pendants floating beside him and spoke softly. "Xiaoguang, magic mirror, you 2 go and bring the item back." As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 little ones instantly transformed into streaks of light and chased after it, disappearing into the distance in close proximity to the golden token. As Jiang Xuan watched the 3 receding figures, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. What good things will that old bastard M.O. Lee leave him? Chapter 245, M.O. Lee's Message. While the Prism Mirror Water Beast and the Chaos Mirror went to retrieve the treasure, Jiang Xuan was not idle either. He continued to use his domination ability to contract the dragon beast while browsing the messages in the chat channel. It had been almost a month since he entered the inner sea, and the human alliance had finally begun to pour in through various passages. Although less than half of the original number had actually exited the passages, nearly 4 billion survivors had still entered the inner sea region. As soon as the chat channel regained its popularity, various posts about the inland sea immediately surged to the top of the list. Jiang Xuan casually sifted through the useful information and soon came across a highly popular post. The hot post was simple, ranking the 26 floating islands in the inland sea based on their level of attention and friendliness towards humans. This is the result compiled by relevant departments of the Human Alliance after comprehensive investigation. The top 3 forces are the Black Sea New Humans, the Chaos Alliance, and the Church of Light. The Black Sea New Humans are actually a collective term for the indigenous humans of the inner sea who have absorbed a large number of indigenous humans from the outer sea. They are led by the Witch Church, the Holy Night Alliance, and the Sea Alliance, and occupy a giant floating island in the northernmost part of the inner sea and hundreds of surrounding sea areas. The Alliance of Chaos is even more unique. It's the only superpower in the inner sea that doesn't discriminate based on race. There are no restrictions on bloodline or status. Any wanderer, even a pirate, is eligible to join. It's a melting pot of all sorts of people, but its numbers are also the largest of all factions. When Jiang Xuan saw this, his eyes flickered slightly. Because of the name of the great pirate Mo Li, it appears extremely frequently within this faction. The final Church of Light is a colossal entity composed of priests from both the angelic and human races. Because many of its priests possess angelic blood, their attitude towards humans is noticeably more friendly than that of other factions. These 3 major forces are among the few factions currently willing to accept the Human Alliance. Of course, not all forces are so easy to talk to. The Elven Kingdom, for example, had a very hostile attitude towards humans. Since Jiang Xuan was placed on a wanted list across the entire seas of the Elven Kingdom, this hostility has been amplified even further. Almost any human or humanoid appearing in the Elven Kingdom's seas has been detained, interrogated, or imprisoned. The Elven Court, mindful of the attention from the Black Sea New Humans and the Chaos Alliance, has refrained from unleashing a massacre for the time being, but this is still an undeserved disaster for those who have been captured. The human race that entered the inner sea through Jiang Xuan's passage accounted for approximately 1/12 of the entire human race. With such a large number of people, at least hundreds of thousands have already been imprisoned by the Elven Royal Court. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xuan's eyes darkened, and his face turned cold. This time, the Elven Royal Court has truly angered him. If they were only targeting him, Jiang Xuan wouldn't see anything wrong with it, since the 2 sides already had a grudge. But now that they've extended their reach to ordinary humans, the nature of the situation has completely changed. This is not just Jiang Xuan's revenge list, but the entire Elf Royal Court has directly stood against the human race. In the inner sea, such a large-scale imprisonment of an entire race is extremely rare. The last memorable instance was centuries ago when the elves massacred and imprisoned millions of dwarves. Moreover, once this incident came to light, not only were humans watching, but other superpowers also turned their attention to it. The chaos that the ice which stirred up in the seas back then first erupted in the waters under the jurisdiction of the Elf Royal Court. Although it was only through the joint efforts of various forces that the chaos was quelled, and the ice which was suppressed, sealed, and banished to the outer seas, this matter has always been a thorn in the side of all parties. The Black Sea New Humans were forced to accept the outcome only under pressure from the combined forces of the 9 superpowers. From then on, they were forever bound to the Elf Royal Court and the 9 superpowers. As for the other forces on the floating islands, most of them remain neutral, neither friendly nor hostile. The people who actually have the most contact with humans are only some maritime merchant races who occasionally engage in equal trade. As Jiang Xuan read, he also sorted out the relationships between the major powers in the inner sea. Just then, the Prism Mirror Water Beast and the Chaos Mirror returned. A ripple spread across the surface of the chaotic mirror, and an old, worn-out box slowly landed in front of Jiang Xuan. He opened it and saw that there weren't many things inside, only 2 items. A token engraved with a pirate skull and a note on animal skin. Name, Pirate Skull Token. Quality, Epic. Description, holders can join the Pirate Alliance, one of the three major forces of the Chaos Alliance, at any port within the Chaos Alliance's sea area. They also possess the ability to transmit their thoughts and teleport across sea areas. It can be randomly teleported to any subordinate sea area of the Chaos Alliance. Note, once activated, as long as the holder is in the Chaotic Sea, all members of the Chaotic Alliance nearby, even pirates, must come to their aid. After reading it, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, it's actually an Alliance membership order. This bearded man is quite shrewd. He immediately understood Mo Li's intention. A creature that can venture from the outer seas all the way into the inner sea and finally reach this dragon's nest to obtain a treasure chest must have a combat strength of at least the peak of the gold level, and may even have touched the threshold of the overlord level. Most of these powerful individuals do not have a large force attached to the inner sea behind them. In other words, they're all highly sought-after commodities. The Ink Power token essentially gave Jiang Xuan priority in choosing a superpower. If Jiang Xuan wished, he could come under the radar of the Chaos Alliance at any time, and might even be directly accepted. However, Jiang Xuan has no plans to join any faction at the moment. He put the token away and continued looking at the animal skin message at the bottom of the box. Name, Ink's message. Description, a powerful being from the outer seas hopes you will seriously consider joining our Chaos Alliance. Only by entering the 26 floating islands can you truly know the truth of this world. I also want to tell you a cruel truth. The world we live in is a sealed world, and there are very few gods left in it. The path to self-deification has been officially severed. The only remaining hope lies in the 26 floating islands. The message ended there. There was no further mention of generous benefits or any attempts to win them over. Mo Li clearly understood that ordinary resources and treasures held no appeal whatsoever for an existence that had reached the dominator level. What can truly move them is the chance to become a god. The answer lies hidden among the 26 floating giant islands high above the inland sea. Chapter 246, The Tomb of the Gods, The Crimson Beast. Mo Li's message should have ended, but suddenly a terrifying force condensed in midair, eventually transforming into a robust man dressed in pirate attire with a full beard. He looked at Jiang Xuan and spoke in a deep voice. My friend, in this world lies the remains of God. His friend, the Ice Witch, was seriously injured in the inner sea years ago, and he had no time to explore it, so he had to leave in haste. But even though he traveled desperately, he couldn't change the Ice Witch's fate of being banished. What's more troublesome is that each living being can only enter this space once. From then on, Mo Li was never qualified to return. So he left a message to those who came after him. If Jiang Xuan can make up for his regrets and collect some divine essences along the way, Mo Li will surely reward him handsomely. After speaking, the illusory figure waved at Jiang Xuan and slowly dissipated. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly. The remains of a god? This kind of thing, let alone a ruler, even a demigod wouldn't let it go. What surprised him even more was that Mo Li was actually friends with the Ice Witch. The Ice Witch had lived for countless years, and the age difference between the two was probably enormous. But now is not the time for gossip. Jiang Xuan looked down and saw thousands of dragon beasts bowing in submission. He quickly formed a plan in his mind. Since you can only enter this place once in your life, you must make the most of all the resources. First, push your own strength to the limit. Then go and see what that divine remains really is. But before that, he needs more units to command to fill his territory. Jiang Xuan smiled. In that case, it's time to expand the enrollment scale. As soon as he finished speaking, the three-colored ring on his wrist instantly unfolded, and his domain expanded wildly in all directions. The next second, Jiang Xuan's figure disappeared into the air, and a terrifying pressure swept across the space tens of thousands of meters away. Countless dragon beasts were immediately gripped by fear. From every corner of this space, the uneasy roars of powerful dragon beasts echoed one after another. 2 weeks later, Jiang Xuan followed the route left by Mo Li and finally reached the boundary of the dragon's nest. Before us stands a giant volcano. Unknown markings have appeared on the surface of the volcano, as if suppressing some extremely terrifying being. According to Mo Lee, this is the so-called tomb of the gods. Beneath the cemetery lie the remains of a god who perished countless years ago. Standing in front of the volcano, Jiang Xuan felt the faint but powerful pressure emanating from it, and his eyes shone even brighter. Interesting. Even though it had been dead for a long time, the lingering aura still sent chills down one's spine. Is this the immortality of a divine being? The next second, Jiang Xuan no longer hesitated and rushed into the crater. Whatever is down there, he has to see it for himself. Inside the volcano, molten lava flows and the temperature is incredibly high. Any ordinary living being would probably be burned to ashes the moment it entered. However, Jiang Xuan has already advanced to the dominator level, and as long as he is within the domain, this high temperature is no threat to him. The blue ice seed slowly emerged, forcefully suppressing the temperature around him to around 10 degrees Celsius. But just as he continued to descend, Jiang Xuan suddenly stopped. Strangeness. There were even living creatures below. His spiritual senses swept across the depths of the magma, clearly sensing several powerful auras. The other party had obviously noticed him as well. Boom! A fireball suddenly shot out from beneath the magma, carrying terrifying heat as it headed straight for Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's eyes turned cold. Finally couldn't hold back anymore. He raised his hand and tapped lightly. The fireball was frozen in mid-air the moment it entered the area of effect. But the attacks did not stop. Boom! 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 Dozens of fireballs erupted from the magma one after another, blocking all of Jiang Xuan's escape routes like a torrential rain. Each fireball is as powerful as a ship's heavy laser weapon. A single hit from one would take away half of a gold-level creature's life. But for Jiang Xuan, it was just a matter of moving a few more fingers. Fireballs were frozen, suspended in mid-air, turning into frozen flames. Jiang Xuan's gaze suddenly fell on the lava below. Little one, stop hiding. Come out here. The next instant, a giant icy claw materialized out of thin air and plunged fiercely into the magma. Ice and fire collided, and the white mist exploded with a roar. Large amounts of ice melted due to the high temperature, but the giant ice claw continued to forcefully claw downwards. This completely enraged the monster deep within the magma. Roar! A deep roar resounded, and a massive body slowly emerged from the magma. First to appear were 3 enormous crimson tails. Each tail was covered with huge holes. Those fireballs were blasted out from these holes. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. It's also at the dominator level. No, the opponent is stronger than an ordinary overlord-level being. Strangely, it didn't have any domain aura. Logically, only those who awaken their domain can advance to the level of a ruler. But this monster seems completely unbound by the rules, relying solely on its physical strength. It is already close to a demigod-level being. A fighting spirit rose in Jiang Xuan's eyes. Interesting. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. As soon as he finished speaking, layers of ice armor appeared on his body, quickly enveloping him completely. At the same time, the seed of ice spun rapidly, and large amounts of ice condensed out of thin air. His domain contains a large amount of seawater, which allows him to summon ice creations at any time, regardless of the terrain. Jiang Xuan recalled the appearance of those frost giants in the extreme cold sea. The next second, an enhanced version of the ice giant, tens of meters tall, rose from the ground and stomped on the tail of the behemoth in the lava. Boom! The ice giant's massive body stepped into the magma, causing water vapor to explode wildly, and the surrounding lava to cool and crystallize rapidly, turning into large swathes of brown rock. In their first encounter, Jiang Xuan's power of rules clearly overwhelmed the mere high temperature of magma. But the monster below is no pushover either. 3 enormous tails suddenly wrapped around the ice giant's neck and arms, unleashing terrifying force that dragged the ice giant controlled by Jiang Xuan directly into the depths of the lava. Jiang Xuan's expression remained unchanged, because he had long sensed that there was another space beneath the magma layer. Sure enough, after passing through the scorching magma, the ice giant was violently flung away by its crimson tail and crashed heavily onto the crimson rocks below. Bang! The collision between the ice and the rocks caused the ice to vaporize continuously due to the high temperature, which finally allowed Jiang Xuan to see the truth. It turns out that the monster's true form was hidden beneath the red rock layer. The three tails that just revealed the lava were only a small part of its body. Jiang Xuan's gaze darkened. That size is at least 500 meters. Just then, a violent cracking sound came from the huge space. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from beneath the rock strata, and cracks rapidly spread to the feet of the ice giant. Boom! The rock strata were blown apart. A massive, crimson claw covered in mysterious patterns suddenly shot out from the ground, grabbing straight at the ice giant who had leaped into the air. Jiang Xuan grinned. Good grief, she's got quite a temper when she wakes up. The ice seed behind him spun again, and the size of the ice giant increased wildly at that moment. The next second, the ice giant slapped away the crimson claw that was reaching out to grab it. Jiang Xuan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Don't think that just because I'm small, I'm easy to deal with. Even after being promoted to Dominator, he has never truly gone all out in a fight. And now, this crimson behemoth is just qualified. Chapter 247, The Mighty Crimson Armored Beast. With a loud bang, a massive cannon barrel suddenly emerged from the ice giant's mouth, its crimson light already fully charged. It was the ultimate destructive cannon from the technological mothership within Jiang Xuan's domain. The next second, a crimson beam of light tore through the air and slammed into the scales on the back of the crimson armored behemoth. But then a strange thing happened. The attack, which was powerful enough to severely injure a sovereign-level being, did not explode. Instead, it seemed to be drawn by some force, lingering around the giant beast's back and eventually being swallowed up bit by its scales. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed. This guy can actually absorb domain attacks? An ice sword instantly materialized in the ice giant's hand, and Jiang Xuan controlled the giant to be on guard. This crimson armor behemoth was clearly not only physically powerful, but it also possessed special rules that allowed it to withstand the power of a Dominator-level domain. Roar! The giant beast suddenly raised its head, and the crimson energy that had just been absorbed on its back began to condense again in its mouth. The next instant, a blazing beam of light shot out, striking the ice giant squarely. Boom! The ice sword shattered on the spot, and half of the ice giant's body was blasted into ashes. Jiang Xuan didn't panic. Instead, he smiled. Interesting, absorbing the enemy's attacks, and then turning them into a counterattack. With a thought, the seawater in his domain surged, and the missing half of the ice giant's body quickly recovered. In his realm, the seawater is inexhaustible. With the power of the rules combined with the seeds of ice, even in a lava environment, he can be insulated from the high temperatures and continuously reshape his icy body. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the crimson armored behemoth suddenly unfurled its three long, scaled tails. Its massive body rose from the ground, and the three tails wrapped around its entire body, closing up like a crimson flower bud. Jiang Xuan's eyes brightened slightly. Are there any new capabilities? At that moment, he was truly moved. This behemoth's physical body is so strong that it can withstand attacks from a Dominator's domain, absorb energy to fight back, and is quite fast. Its tail can also trap enemies. If one could bring it into their domain, ordinary Dominator-level beings would almost certainly not be able to leave alive. Just as he was making his calculations, circles of crimson runes suddenly appeared on the body of the crimson-armored behemoth. The runes, like burning locks, swirled rapidly along the three long tails before the tails suddenly stabbed out, precisely striking the ice giant's limbs and neck. Bang! Jiang Xuan's expression changed slightly. His mental connection with the ice giant was severed in an instant. The crimson runes carried a terrifying binding power, instantly sealing any living being or even a vessel of power that came into contact with them. This power is somewhat similar to the chains of order. What's more troublesome is that the binding force is spreading along the ice giant's body towards the edge of Jiang Xuan's domain. Jiang Xuan decisively withdrew from the ice giant, instantly creating distance between them. He would never let the crimson rune touch him until he figured out whether it could imprison a domain. Roar! Seeing that the ice giant was sealed, the red-armored behemoth suddenly thrust its head out from the tail's coils, its giant claws tearing through the air and grabbing straight at Jiang Xuan in midair. A fierce greed shone through those dark eyes. For it, the power of rules emanating from Jiang Xuan was the best nourishment. As long as it devoured Jiang Xuan, it could replenish what it lacked. Jiang Xuan stood still and did not dodge. He looked at the approaching beast, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. See, they finally fell for it. As soon as he finished speaking, the territory suddenly expanded. Jiang Xuan's figure instantly appeared above the sea, while the massive body of the crimson-armored beast burst out from the torn spatial rift and crashed directly into the sea below. Boom! The seawater surged skyward. Jiang Xuan had been waiting for it to come in. Attention all units, fire support. On the sea, hundreds of fleets opened fire simultaneously. A dense barrage of lasers, shells, and energy beams rained down on the crimson behemoth. In the critical moment, the giant beast's back scales opened again, clearly intending to absorb all the attacks. But just then, two enormous figures suddenly emerged from both sides of the seabed. Blue-eyed golden-chained snake, chaos demon ape. The two giant beasts simultaneously crashed into the body of the red-armored giant beast. Bang! The crimson-armored behemoth lost its balance on the spot, and before its back scales could fully unfold, it was completely engulfed by endless artillery fire. Rumble. Explosions continued, and the sea surface was churned and boiled. The massive body of the azure-eyed, golden-chained serpent shimmered amidst the gunfire, then slowly solidified. It had been reborn in this domain and was no longer afraid of being accidentally harmed. However, the terrifying aura at the epicenter of the explosion has not yet dissipated. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, shattering the surrounding seawater into massive ripples. Immediately afterwards, intense heat swept outwards, causing vast swathes of seawater to boil instantly. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Did the high temperature detonate most of the artillery fire prematurely? It has to be said that this crimson-armored behemoth is ridiculously powerful. Not only is its combat power terrifying, but its fighting instincts are also extremely sharp. Even if Kalen were to face it, it might not necessarily gain the upper hand. But it has a fatal weakness. It has no reason. It acted solely on instinct, which is why it chased after Jiang Xuan and charged directly into his domain. The strongest asset of a dominant being is its domain. True powerhouses avoid falling into the enemy's domain during battles, and even in close combat, they use their own domain to protect their bodies from being corrupted by the rules. But the crimson-armored beast didn't understand any of this. It only wanted to devour Jiang Xuan and seize the power of the rules within him. Jiang Xuan had already figured it out. This behemoth's physical body far surpasses that of an ordinary overlord-level being, and may even rival that of a demigod. Its back scales also exhibit a dense flow of rules, capable of resisting domain erosion. Those crimson runes are even more powerful binding rules. But it simply doesn't know how to actually use these rules, nor has it developed its own domain. This is its biggest flaw. As long as it's confined to his own domain, Jiang Xuan can wear it down slowly until it's destroyed. In midair, Jiang Xuan looked down at the boiling sea, his voice falling calmly. Since you're so hot, let me cool you down first. Within this realm, Jiang Xuan is a god. His voice is the rule. The next second, the sky suddenly darkened. Snowflakes, carrying a chill, drifted down from the sea. Click, click. The snow fell heavier and heavier, turning into a blizzard that blanketed the sky and swept towards the crimson-armored behemoth. Frost spread wildly along the sea surface, forcibly freezing the boiling seawater. The crimson-armored behemoth swung its claws, spewing fireballs and desperately bombarding the surrounding frozen sea surface. It finally sensed the danger. Its massive body struggled in the blizzard, its crimson scales constantly releasing high temperatures, yet it still couldn't suppress the chill of the domain's rules. It roared to the sky, its voice shaking the entire sea. Chapter 248, Frozen Giant Beast, Remains of the Dragon God. Jiang Xuan only uttered 3 words. Freeze it. The next second, a burst of icy air, accompanied by a sky full of snow and ice, erupted, and the power of rules manifested on the sea surface. Countless chains of ice emerged from the seawater, coiling towards the crimson-armored behemoth like living creatures. The giant beast's feet were frozen to the ice. With a roar, a terrifying force exploded, and hundreds of chains snapped on the spot. But Jiang Xuan wasn't in a hurry at all. In the sky, the seeds of ice slowly rotated. After breaking into hundreds, they would condense into thousands, even tens of thousands more. The dense ice chains once again locked the limbs, neck, and torso of the crimson-armored behemoth, forcibly dragging it towards the seabed. The crimson-armored behemoth struggled frantically, opening its mouth to roar, but the chill had already seeped into its entire body. Thick layers of ice covered its scales inch by inch, even sealing its gaping maw in an instant. The terrifying 500-meter-long behemoth was frozen into a crimson ice sculpture, fixed on the surface of the sea. A smile flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. Finally, they behaved themselves. Once the behemoth's fragmented soul is completely frozen, he will obtain a terrifying war beast that will not fear any overlord-level creature. More importantly, once under his control, the red-armored beast's greatest weakness will be addressed. It already possessed an absurdly strong physical body and a troublesome attack mechanism. Now, with the added protection of Jiang Xuan's domain, this monster will have absolutely no weaknesses. However, it looks like it will take a little more time. Jiang Xuan raised his hand and waved it, causing the ice to crack. The enormous ice sculpture slowly sank into the sea, and then the crack closed again, completely suppressing the aura of the crimson-armored behemoth in this area of the sea. This battle also gave Jiang Xuan a deeper understanding of the domain. The Ring of Rules is not simply about enclosing a space, but about truly controlling a world. The terrifying aspect of sovereign beings lies in their ability to shape their domains into the nascent form of a world. Upon ascending to demigod status, their domains gradually transform into small worlds containing their own rules. After absorbing divine essence and condensing divine power, they become gods, and this world of rules is completely transformed into a divine kingdom. In the kingdom of God, the gods are the only masters. His every word and action can become a rule. Thinking about this, Jiang Xuan suddenly realized that the earth-shattering battle between the Star Lord and the undead Overlord was not actually a duel between their physical bodies, but rather a clash of their projected wills. If it were a true clash between divine kingdoms, that sea area would have been instantly destroyed or forcibly swallowed up by one of the divine kingdoms. The appearance of the Order God chains was not accidental. That was more like a warning left by the first gods. They would not allow a true war between the two gods to break out, nor would they allow any god's kingdom to descend upon the Black Sea world. It turns out that even the gods are not without scruples. They also check and balance each other, maintaining the stability of the world. Many of the doubts that had been lingering in Jiang Xuan's mind finally began to connect as his strength increased. The truth is coming to light. Jiang Xuan glanced down at the crimson-armored behemoth suppressed at the bottom of the sea. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared outside the domain. Next, it's time to check out this guy's lair. The existence of a behemoth of this magnitude must be related to the remains of a god. If we follow the direction in which it appeared, we can find its source. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan rushed into the huge crack beneath the lava. As soon as he entered, a terrifying heat wave rushed towards him, but it was all blocked by the domain. At the same time, a strong resistance pressed down on him. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. The remaining divinity here clearly rejects the seed of ice. This indicates that the rules mastered by this fallen god conflict with the rules of ice. Jiang Xuan immediately put away the ice seed and took out the golden seed instead. Of the 3 rule seeds he currently possesses, only the golden seed is not strongly rejected here. Sure enough, as soon as the golden hard drum sounded, the oppressive feeling around us immediately lessened considerably. This remnant of a god is no longer at its peak. Only a wisp of divine instinct remains, repelling forces that are incompatible with its own rules. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan had already descended to an unknown depth of tens of thousands of meters. The further down you go, the more terrifying the divine power becomes. Even though this god has been gone for countless years, his remains still exude an almost immortal aura. Jiang Xuan finally understood why this space, with its incomplete rules, could still nurture so many high-quality dragon beasts. The reason is simple. This place has always been nourished by the power of the gods. He continued to move downwards. At this moment, his speed had been suppressed to the limit, and his domain had been compressed to barely touch his body. But his gaze was fixed intently on what lay below. For deep within that magma that had consumed everything, a colossal crimson dragon's head lay dormant. That dragon head is too big, so large that even Jiang Xuan, standing in midair, was awestruck by the boundless scales. This wasn't just enormous in the ordinary sense. The moment he saw the dragon's head, his entire mind was filled with it. His vision told him that the dragon's head was in this underground space. But his intuition told him that this space in front of him might itself be part of the dragon's head. Even this entire small world was formed from the remains of this god. Jiang Xuan was startled and immediately closed his eyes. The body of a deity should not be looked at directly. Even if it is just a wrecked body that has been dead for countless years, it is not something that ordinary life can judge with its eyes. As darkness descended, his perception was elevated to an infinitely higher level. His consciousness seemed to detach from the earth, cross this space, leap out of the small world, and arrive in the void. Then he finally saw it clearly. Deep in the void floats the corpse of a god, radiating terrifying power. Dragon. The god who perished here was actually a crimson fire dragon whose head had been separated from its body. Jiang Xuan saw the dragon's body burning with endless flames, the huge scales covering its entire body, and the terrifying cracks on its body. And there was the horrifying severed neck. This god, who had reached the end of evolution, this being capable of destroying a small world, had his head severed by his enemy and carelessly discarded in the void. A profound sense of sorrow suddenly rushed into Jiang Xuan's heart. It was as if he had traveled across the river of time and witnessed that fierce battle of gods with his own eyes. A crimson dragon burst forth from the sky, carrying endless flames. Its dragon might swept across the void, and its roar shattered the starry sea. Yet, even such a peak powerhouse, born from the great world of Yinzhou, could not return to his homeland after his death. He was abandoned here, like a broken star in the void. His body became the world, and the lair where dragons and beasts were born. The divinity that had not yet completely dissipated still lingered above the corpse, responding to his resentment before his death. That unwillingness transformed into raging flames, burning across the dragon's lair. And in this world, it left behind its last two giant scales. Imprisonment and fire. This is the very power that the dragon god once wielded. Chapter 249, Divine Authority. You finally arrived. A grand voice suddenly resounded in Jiang Xuan's mind, like a god whispering in his ear. Jiang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. This corpse has been dead for who knows how many years, yet its consciousness is still intact. Coupled with the fact that I was just drawn in, this scene looks like a possession scenario from the start. He was almost ready to crush the teleportation token left behind by M.O. Lee. But the next second, the sound rang out again. No, I'm already dead. I am now just a wisp of remaining consciousness, and I will soon dissipate. Jiang Xuan relaxed slightly, but remained vigilant. You know me? Have we met before? The other person was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, No, we have never met before, but there is a familiar aura about you. You finally returned. The voice carried an indescribable sorrow, as if it had waited for countless years and finally received an answer. Jiang Xuan was completely confused, but the ancient god did not explain, but continued, Go, take my 2 seeds of authority. This world needs you. After you ascend to godhood, ask the 2 chief gods for me an answer. Jiang Xuan was taken aback and quickly asked, Wait, what answer do you want? But the sound was getting farther and farther away. You will know when you see them. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson aura swept past Jiang Xuan, lingered in the void for a moment, as if it were the last time he lingered in this world, before completely dissipating. This ancient deity finally followed in its master's footsteps and departed peacefully. As the divine will vanished, two scales emitting crimson light slowly drifted toward Jiang Xuan. A scepter representing fire instantly rushed into Jiang Xuan's domain and pierced directly into the brow of the crimson-armored behemoth. The other authority, representing imprisonment, merged into Jiang Xuan's domain, transforming into streaks of crimson runes that disappeared into the depths of space. The next moment, the voice of the worlds will ring out. You have received the blessing of authority. Congratulations! You have access to the path to the highest realm. This time, it was no longer a cold, mechanical voice, but a lively voice filled with obvious joy. At this moment, a terrifying power also erupted from Jiang Xuan's body. The power was frantically absorbed by his ring of rules, and even a tiny bit of it caused a fourth color to appear on the ring. Red, a seed representing the realm of imprisonment. Even more terrifying is that this seed of rule clearly surpasses the other 3 seeds of rule in rank. The original 3 seeds of rule now surround it like subjects, flanking a newly born king. At the same time, deep within Jiang Xuan's domain, the crimson-armored behemoth frozen at the bottom of the sea suddenly opened its eyes. His crimson pupils lit up, and his roar shook the heavens. The next second, flames exploded everywhere, and the giant beast broke through the seabed, soaring into the sky with the force of burning the heavens, and began to unleash its power wildly within Jiang Xuan's domain. The sea of fire surged and the space trembled, as if it would overturn the entire realm. Jiang Xuan's figure instantly appeared in the domain, and he frowned as he spoke. Hey, big guy, don't ruin my domain. As soon as he finished speaking, crimson runes suddenly appeared around him. The crimson-armored behemoth, which had been so ferocious just moments before, suddenly stiffened and was forcefully suppressed. Jiang Xuan raised his hand, and a crimson chain of restraint extended from his palm, passing directly through the giant beast's body and entering its mind. He looked at the behemoth, his voice calm, yet undeniably authoritative. I owe you a debt of gratitude to your father, and I can guarantee your ascension to godhood. But from now on, stop causing trouble. The chains of confinement slowly wrapped around the crimson scales in the giant beast's mind. That is the authority of fire. The crimson-armored behemoth stared intently at the crimson rune, and a trace of intelligence slowly emerged in its chaotic eyes. The contract is reached. The enormous beast lowered its head, ceased its resistance, and slowly sank into the sea. As it sank, a red volcano suddenly coalesced deep in the ocean, lava flowing in firelight illuminating the entire deep sea. This is the power of the authority of fire. Even within Jiang Xuan's domain, one can forcibly create a world of one's own. However, the crimson-armored beast was clearly restrained and did not transform the entire area into a land of fire. Jiang Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Now it's time to focus on absorbing this power. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to completely integrate the seed of imprisonment into the ring of rules. Meanwhile, outside, the space inside the dragon's nest has begun to collapse. Having lost the support of 2 powerful authorities, this ancient world finally came to an end. The void has no concept of time. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye on the inland sea. For the past 3 years, the Elven Kingdom has never given up searching for Jiang Xuan, displaying an attitude of not giving up until they find him. Meanwhile, the human alliance that entered the inner sea area gradually gained a foothold during the 3 years of development. Today, an even bigger event is taking place. Boom! Above the vast sea, a silver-white dragon soared into the sky, swirling among the clouds, releasing terrifying pressure across the entire sea area. Dominator level. Soon, the illusory image of the dragon dissipated, leaving only a handsome young man in silver armor and holding a silver spear in midair. It was Yunlong. On the ship below, the flamboyant young man with a flamboyant style looked on with envy and couldn't help but shout, "Brother Yun, congratulations. With you, our human alliance now has 3 overlord-level beings." The human alliance's ability to gain a foothold in the inner sea within 3 years is inseparable from the support of the Black Sea New Humans and the Church of Light. As the leader of the alliance, Yin Xiao has been in contact with the 2 major forces. Although the human alliance has not officially joined any superpower, its stance is clear enough. It was precisely for this reason that the Black Sea New Humans and the Church of Light joined forces to put pressure on the Elven Royal Court, forcing the Elven Royal Court to stop arbitrarily slaughtering and imprisoning the Sea Humans. At this moment, Yunlong stood suspended in the air, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. For any newly established ruler, territory is the foundation of all power. On the mothership, Yun Xiao, his face aged, looked up at the silver dragon phantom, with the blonde-haired boy Tianming standing beside him. Yun Xiao asked in a low voice, "Tianming, can you tell what the rules of Yunlong's domain are?" Tianming looked at the sky and slowly said, "It should be related to spear techniques. Yunlong's talent is to transform his spear into a silver dragon, and the rules he comprehends are mostly connected to these two." But as they talked, Tianming's mind was no longer on this. He instinctively clenched his fist, and another name surfaced in his mind. Jiang Xuan. 3 years ago, Jiang Xuan suddenly advanced to the position of sovereign, completely shattering his long-dormant state of mind. 3 years have passed. What stage has that man reached now? Chapter 250 Return. 3 years ago, after Jiang Xuan reached the Dominator level, he seemed to have vanished from the Black Sea world. The message could not be sent. All communication failed. It's not that they're not replying, but the system directly indicates that sending failed. But ironically, his name has remained at the top of the individual combat power rankings for 3 years without anyone being able to shake it. Yin Xiao stood in the council chamber of the Alliance's high-level officials, her silver hair slightly drooping, and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder what happened to Jiang Xuan. The Elven Royal Court hasn't withdrawn the warrant yet, but we can't contact him at all. Tianming, standing beside him, comforted him in a deep voice. Elder Yun, perhaps he has entered some ancient ruins. There are some small spaces in the inner sea that do not belong to the Black Sea main plain, so it is normal for them to lose contact. Yin Xiao nodded. That was the only thought she could have. The human alliance, though now far surpassing ordinary races, is still no match for the 26 floating islands of the inner sea. Which of those truly superpowers doesn't have at least 2 demigods or 20 rulers in charge? To have a voice in this world, you must have enough top-tier experts. Thinking of this, Yin Xiao took out a map of the ruins and handed it to Tianming. The Black Sea New Humans have discovered a divine ruin. We could send 3 people in. You take Yunlong and Xiaolong there. Tianming took the blueprints, his gaze slightly narrowed. Once he reaches the Dominator level, ordinary resources are no longer sufficient for his advancement. The only things that can truly change his fate are ancient spaces and divine ruins. Such strategic resources were previously beyond the reach of the human alliance. On the other side, deep in the void beyond the Black Sea world, Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged, his black hair slowly floating in the void. Between his eyebrows, for colors, red, black, blue, and gold, intertwined, and a brand new mark was forming. Behind them, a vast spatial phantom appeared and disappeared repeatedly. Until the last wisp of power was absorbed, the 4-colored mark was completely engraved between his eyebrows. The next second, a 4-colored circular ring slowly emerged from behind him. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, and in his palm, 4 rule seeds of different colors shimmered with light. The largest and newest one is the crimson seed of imprisonment. For 3 years, he has been transforming and confining power. But when the seed of imprisonment was truly formed, he discovered that the power he had absorbed was less than 1% of the entire imprisonment authority. Jiang Xuan said in a low voice, as expected of a power that only gods can wield, it can condense a seed of rules with less than 1% of the power. It was during these 3 years of reflection that he came to understand a startling truth. So-called authority is actually the prototype of divinity. Only those who possess divinity are qualified to become true gods. Otherwise, even if a demigod lived for countless years, he would never be able to take that final step. This is the real reason why countless demigods are trapped in the inner sea. It's too difficult to condense a divine essence. Even a true god wouldn't dare say they could condense a second one. Therefore, as long as a divine title, or a rudimentary form of a divine title, appears in the Black Sea world, the 26 superpowers will inevitably spare no effort to compete for it. Jiang Xuan's eyes darkened. Power must be confined and never exposed. At most, it can only disguise itself as a seed of rules and hide within its own domain. Although he is now very close to being a demigod, he is not yet qualified to compete head-on with those ancient monsters who have lived for countless centuries. What he lacks is not potential, but time. If he were given enough time to truly advance to demigod status, he might no longer need to fear anyone in this inner sea. Unfortunately, this void could no longer hold him, since the remains of the god dissipated and the suppression of the gods was no longer present. The void's rejection of him has become increasingly stronger. Now we have completely reached our limit. Jiang Xuan looked down at the collapsing and destroying dragons nest below. With the loss of two great powers, the destruction of the dragon's lair was already inevitable. However, he has already taken all the dragon beasts with real potential and high quality into his domain. After 3 years of development, numerous gold-level and diamond-level sea beasts have hatched, and with the addition of contracted dragon beasts, Jiang Xuan now has virtually no rivals among the ruler-level beings. Not to mention, the crimson-armored beast also obtained the power of fire. Although it has lost its binding power, the strength of its fire essence is no weaker than Jiang Xuan's other 3 seeds of rules. Jiang Xuan took out the black token and activated it directly. The next instant, his figure vanished into the void. The moment he left, the void closed completely. The dragon's lair below also collapsed with a deafening roar. At the same time, a spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky above an unfamiliar area of the Black Sea. Jiang Xuan stepped out of the crack and looked down at the token in his hand. According to the location display, he should now be within the territory of the Chaos Alliance. As for which specific sea area it was, he really didn't know. With a flash, the sea returned to calm. After a long while, several giant beasts cautiously poked their heads out from the seabed. A giant sea catfish looked terrified, its voice trembling. "Holy crap, bro. Who was that amazing person who just passed by? I almost peed my pants." Having the bloodline of the golden seed, it could naturally sense the domain aura compressed to the extreme. Beside it, a giant sea urchin also surfaced, its spines almost bursting open. Who knows? Let's hurry up and inform those stupid pirates of the branch. This big shot is not someone we can mess with. Just as the 2 sea creatures were about to make their escape, a faint laugh suddenly came from above. "You two are quite alert. If I don't leave, you really won't come out." The sea catfish's body instantly froze. Just as it was about to speak, a figure was already firmly standing on its head. Jiang Xuan patted its massive head, his tone calm. "All right, take me to the manager of this area of the sea. Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on you." After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the back of the sea catfish. Because Jiang Xuan has just discovered a very real problem. He got lost. When you first enter the territory of another superpower, it's easiest to find someone who knows the way to lead the way. Chapter 251, Inscription Sea Area. On the coast of Inscription Island, within the Inscription Sea, a sea area under the jurisdiction of the Chaos Alliance. A giant catfish and a giant sea urchin floated on the surface of the sea, their faces showing a fawning expression. "My lord, this is the largest island in the Inscription Sea. I have already used the token to notify the sea official on the island, and he will be out soon." The fat catfish's whiskers twitched, its fear of Jiang Xuan palpable. "Don't be nervous. I'm a very trustworthy person." Seeing the other person's nervousness, Jiang Xuan smiled slightly. He knew the other person was afraid of him. But now his domain is not lacking in sea beasts of their caliber. Therefore, they did not kill the 2 docile sea monsters. Moreover, the other party is a sea beast with the Chaos Alliance's organization, so there's no need to antagonize the Chaos Alliance over 2 sea beast eggs. The Alliance of Chaos is composed of various sea creatures and even wanderers. There are also frequent frictions among internal members. But once a member with the token is killed in their own territory, the entire sea will boil over. All members of the Chaos Alliance across the seas will hunt down the perpetrators to the death. Therefore, Jiang Xuan did not want to repeat the same mistake he made with the Elf Royal Court. He was being chased around by those demigod-level old immortals. Of course, The reason he sought out the administrators of the Chaos Alliance was because it wasn't just because he wanted a map of the inland seas of today. I'd also like to ask how a demigod-level being can quickly advance from the Dominator level to the demigod level. Having condensed his domain in the void for 3 years, he is not far from becoming a demigod. But for some reason, there's a feeling that a sovereign-level being would need some special conditions to advance to the demigod level. So he came, based on the alliance of chaos-friendly attitude towards humanity and the extent to which they try to win people over. He felt that the other party was the most likely to tell him some useful information. Just as Jiang Xuan was pondering this in his heart, a giant, floating batfish slowly flew in from the center of the island. On either side of the giant floating batfish, there are 2 rows of smaller pterosaurs. Jiang Xuan glanced at the half-step Dominator-level being leading the group, and he already understood. The fact that the other side did not deploy its air fleet indicates that it does not want to antagonize us. I wonder which esteemed person has graced my inscribed sea with their presence. I am Liu, and on behalf of the Chaos Alliance, I welcome you. A giant, floating batfish, a humanoid creature with a pair of angel-like wings, slowly descended from midair. After sensing the strong aura of a ruler emanating from Jiang Xuan, he didn't overestimate himself, nor did he dare to stay suspended in midair for too long. On the inner sea, every sovereign-level being is a rare resource coveted by various major powers. Therefore, as long as it's not a dominant being from a hostile force who comes knocking, it's fine. Most powers will treat them with great courtesy. It seems you're the naval officer of this area. I am just passing through and would like to trade a detailed map of the inner sea with your alliance. A smile appeared on Jiang Xuan's face, and the next moment his figure appeared beside Liu. My lord, please come back to the island with me. The sea is very windy. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's voice in his ear, Liu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The moment Jiang Xuan appeared beside him, his spiritual senses didn't react at all. In this case, there are only 2 possibilities. Firstly, Jiang Xuan is a peak master who cultivates both physical body and domain simultaneously. Secondly, Jiang Xuan's control over the domain is already extremely precise. They can compress their own domain onto the surface of their body, so that their movements do not easily cause fluctuations in the domain's aura. But without a doubt, regardless of the possibility, it means that Jiang Xuan is among the top-tier beings in the sovereign-level realm. Senior, please board the giant ray and come with me to the hull for a chat. After witnessing Jiang Xuan's terrifying strength, Liu's regard for Jiang Xuan increased even more. And most importantly, he clearly noticed that Jiang Xuan had not joined any major forces. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have gone to an unfamiliar territory to request a map of the inland sea area. Could it be another overlord-level being that has risen from the sea? Liu's mind raced, and he had already guessed the truth pretty accurately. The 2 of them climbed onto the back of the giant floating sea bat, one after the other. The giant sea urchins and catfish on the sea surface breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I almost forgot. I haven't thanked you 2 for showing us the way yet. His gaze swept over the 2 obedient sea creatures that were bowing their heads in respect on the sea surface. Jiang Xuan casually tossed down a piece of the red-armored behemoth scales. This was during his battle with the red-armored behemoth, one of the few scales that fell off the opponent when attacked by the ultimate destruction cannon. The scales carried the powerful bloodline aura of the crimson armored beast, as well as a portion of the rules of fire. If the 2 sea beasts carefully study and absorb the power of the scales, it is not impossible that they might touch upon the domain. Thank you so much, Senior, for bestowing this treasure upon me. The fat catfish and giant sea urchin below immediately bowed their heads in worship, shaking their somewhat fat heads up and down. A piece of scale armor on a red-armored behemoth whose physical body can fight against demigod-level beings. For these sea beasts that have not yet advanced to the level of rulers, this is nothing short of a treasure of the sea. These 2 guys are really lucky to have been chosen by the senior. Seeing this, Liu, who was standing next to Jiang Xuan, was filled with envy. At this moment, its heart gradually relaxed. Since Jiang Xuan intends to bestow the treasure, it means he came with goodwill. By repaying the sea monsters who guided them with treasures, They demonstrated their clear sense of gratitude and resentment, and showed that they genuinely intended to engage in an equal transaction with them. A few minutes later, inside the main hall of Inscription Island, Liu is sitting opposite Jiang Xuan, enthusiastically pouring him tea. "Senior, the matter you asked about is of great importance, and I cannot make a decision on it yet. Please wait a moment. I have already reported it to the Alliance, and a senior from our Alliance will come to discuss it with you soon. However, if it's just a map showing the division of power in the inner seas, we still have one on Inscription Island." Liu smiled slightly at Jiang Xuan and waved to the clam maidens serving on both sides. One of the clam-shaped women nodded slightly and quickly withdrew. Before long, the other party slowly walked up, holding a jade box in his hand. With a flick of his finger, Liu opened the jade box. A nautical chart with mysterious patterns slowly unfolded before their eyes. "Senior, please look. You are now in the Inscription Sea, one of the largest sea areas in the easternmost part of the Chaos Alliance's territory. My Chaos Alliance has a total of 21 large sea areas and hundreds of small sea areas under its command. If you wish to choose a place to stay, our Alliance of Chaos will allocate a large area of the sea as your temporary residence." As expected of someone from the same faction as Mo Li, Liu is constantly recruiting strong individuals for the Chaos Alliance. "Well, we'll discuss that later. I'd like to know the major powers in the nearby seas and how far this place is from the Elf Royal Court seas." He slowly sipped the sea tea made from unknown ingredients. Jiang Xuan's gaze slowly fell on the unfolded map of the sea area. "Uh-huh. I was being presumptuous. Please take a look at this sea area map, Senior. Currently, our Chaos Alliance is located on the easternmost side of the Inner Sea, and the major forces in the vicinity are the Angel Clan, the Void Clan, and the White Tiger Clan. As for the Elven Royal Court you mentioned, it is located at the southernmost part of the Inner Sea, thousands of sea areas away from the Chaos Alliance's sea area." Seeing that Jiang Xuan was still considering it, Liu didn't bring it up again. Instead, he carefully explained to Jiang Xuan the current division of the Inner Sea area. Chapter 252, Demigods and Gods. "It's so far away." He sighed inwardly. Jiang Xuan thought that since they were relatively close, he might be able to cause some trouble for the other party. But now that the distance is too far, he has no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being. Just as the two were talking, in the distance, the aura of a sovereign-level being slowly entered Jiang Xuan's detection range. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered, and he temporarily stopped his conversation with Liu. That sovereign-level being seemed to arrive at breakneck speed, without concealing its immense domain aura. But when his spiritual sense detected Jiang Xuan's unfathomable aura, it immediately concealed its domain and slowly landed on Inscription Island. Note, when non-hostile faction overlord-level beings meet, they generally will not deploy their own domains. Otherwise, it would be considered war. Another veteran overlord-level being. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly. The dominion of that being, which was no less than that of a ruler-level being like Kalen, meant that the newcomer had definitely advanced from the mid-level or even high-level domain, while inwardly marveling at the immense power of the Chaos Alliance. Jiang Xuan was unaware that the other party was even more shocked than he was. My God, with that control over the domain and the dense power of rules surrounding him, could this be some old monster preparing to break through to the demigod level? The shock that Li Tianlan felt as he landed on the island was palpable. Unlike before, Li was unable to clearly perceive the dense power of rules surrounding Jiang Xuan. As a fellow being of the overlord level, Li Tianlan could clearly sense the terrifying power of rules that was constantly gathering in the main hall. Absolute dominant domain. Having quickly made a judgment in his mind, Li Tianlan immediately walked into the main hall. "Grandpa, why did you come in person?" At the entrance of the main hall, Liu hurriedly came to greet him. He simply reported that a strange, overlord-level powerhouse had descended upon the inscribed sea. Unexpectedly, the Chaos Alliance directly dispatched the strongest veteran overlord-level being of the Li family. If I didn't come, wouldn't I be neglecting our distinguished guest? All right, go play somewhere else. I'm going to have a chat with this senior. He reached out his strong palm and casually patted Liu's head. Regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, the power of the domain directly through the other party out of the main hall. Haha, it's a great honor to have such a distinguished guest. The little fellow has inevitably neglected his senior. I hope he won't hold it against him. Li Tianlan did not act arrogantly, but instead respectfully clasped his hands in a fist salute to Jiang Xuan. No, I feel that your alliance treats its guests exceptionally well, which is rare in the inner sea. Seeing the other party's politeness, Jiang Xuan naturally stood up and returned the greeting. After all, we'll need their help later, so it's always good to maintain a good relationship. Regarding the matter you asked earlier, Senior, the Alliance has already made a decision. Would you be so kind as to return to the Alliance for a discussion? Without further ado, Li Tianlan knew that Jiang Xuan's request was for him to advance to the level of a demigod. Extremely happy to. Jiang Xuan nodded slowly. Although he was still unable to defeat a demigod-level being with his current strength, he was still no match for him. But if he simply wanted to escape, he was confident he could get away from him. After all, if you push him too far, the crimson-armored behemoths within his domain are no mere decorations. With both factors combined, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Perfect timing. He can also go and see what kind of mystery the most authoritative floating island in the inner sea has to offer. Senior, please. With a gentle wave of his hand, a massive floating ship slowly emerged from midair. This is one of Li Tianlan's vehicles, which he usually keeps hidden within his domain. When in use, it can be taken out to fight enemies or travel. On the floating ship, Jiang Xuan's gaze was fixed on the giant floating island suspended high above the world. I've heard that only the 26 floating islands on the inner sea have the path to becoming a demigod or even a god. Could you please explain this to me? Gently blowing on the sea spirit tea at his lips, Jiang Xuan turned to look at Li Tianlan, who was grinning from ear to ear. They're here. Li Tianlan's smile remained unchanged, but he was overjoyed inside. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Xuan making demands. He was afraid that Jiang Xuan had no needs for their chaos alliance. So Li Tianlan waved his hand, and the phantom of a floating island slowly appeared in front of Jiang Xuan. Senior, please look, this is our alliance's floating island, named Suspended Sky, which is also our alliance's greatest asset in being able to hover high above the inner sea. Everyone knows that there are 26 superpowers in the inner sea, with powerful individuals gathered there. Their racial bloodlines have been passed down for thousands of years, making them the strongest bloodline races in the inner sea. But they didn't know. Why has our bloodline been able to last for tens of thousands of years without fading? And why has it been able to produce several sovereign-level beings in each generation? What I am about to say is the secret that the 26 floating islands are jointly protecting. Of course, as more and more alien beings join our alliance, this secret has now become a consensus among the dominant beings within the alliance. The pure-blooded races on the 26 floating islands are all descendants of the gods. Therefore, we are born with the power to perceive rules and even to come into contact with them. With this perception of the world's rules, any being of pure bloodline can. The advancement to the dominator level will be a natural process, without any obstacles. However, this also led to, it will be difficult for us to surpass our predecessors in the realm of rules and embark on the path after reaching the dominant level. Therefore, the gods left the most precious things for their descendants. That's a false god. False deity? What do you mean? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. In his understanding, a godhood is the core of power of a certain authority, and authority is the condensation and sublimation of the rules of a certain world. This leads to a problem. A godhood is unique. It represents the most fundamental power of the world's rules. Therefore, divinity cannot be copied. Once a god ascends to higher realms, the rules that are formed during that ascension will be the strongest within those rules. For example, after the water god ascends to the rank of god of water, the laws of water will not disappear, nor will they be entirely in the hands of the water god. But as long as the water god still exists, the law of water will never give birth to a second new godhood. Haha, it seems you know quite a lot, Senior. That's right, divinity is unique. It is the most direct manifestation of the rules. However, there's so many rules in the world, especially after the gods have all fallen, there are only 9 of the original gods left. Therefore, the original 9 gods set up the first generation of black tide rules in order to create more gods. You should be aware of this as well, Senior. Over the past million years, 26 new gods have indeed been born under the black tide. But that's far from enough. The first generation of gods were not satisfied and began to urge the 26 new gods to create more gods. And the 26 floating islands were the first masterpiece created by the gods. When the first being with divine blood emerged from the floating island, a new era began. The black tide created gods too slowly, so the gods began a plan to create false gods. And the false god is the demigod of today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was immediately shocked. It turns out that the demigod, who was the pinnacle of combat power in the inner sea, was actually a manufactured experimental subject. The so-called 26 super-powerful clans with divine bloodlines were merely experimental subjects of the gods. Does that mean you'll never have a way to become gods? After the initial shock subsided, Su Sheng still couldn't resist asking the question that concerned him most. No, that's not true. After hundreds of thousands of years of research and the continuous search by generations of demigod ancestors, now there are only 2 paths left to ascend to godhood. Chapter 253, Giant Floating Island. The first rule is that a sovereign-level being, through its own understanding of the rules, over a long period of time, transforms the power of its domain into authority, and then condenses that authority into a divine status. As for the second method, it is the one that all the superpowers are currently searching for, to find the place where gods fell, obtain the god's divine essence, and directly advance to godhood. As Li Tianlan's voice fell, Jiang Xuan's heart tightened. He finally understands now. The world notification message that appeared when he gained the power of imprisonment. It turns out that he had already obtained the prerequisites for becoming a god. But is the path of confinement truly the right one for me? This question suddenly arose in Jiang Xuan's mind. It's not that the power of confinement isn't good enough. On the contrary, any rule of authority is the most powerful source in the world. But the power of imprisonment is ultimately a path that others have walked, and he does not want to repeat the path that others have walked. Even if someone is as powerful as a god, so what? The fire dragon god was also surrounded and killed by the evil god outside the void. And then there was that brutal war of the gods that pierced through the void and annihilated hundreds of planets. All of this made him realize that even gods cannot control everything. Following someone else's path will only allow you to reach the peak that person once reached. But having your own path opens up endless possibilities. Perhaps I can gain more possibilities from the power of the rules. Having made up his mind, Jiang Xuan became even more certain of his idea. I wonder if your Chaos Alliance has any knowledge of spatial coordinates similar to the graveyards of gods. As his gaze shifted, Jiang Xuan calmly looked at Li Tianlan opposite him. He has made up his mind. You must utilize the space rich in the power of rules in the tomb of the gods to hone your own power of rules. If one doesn't work, then 2 will. He refused to believe that he would be forever trapped on the path to godhood. Haha, so that's exactly what you wanted to ask, Senior. Currently, the major powers have discovered a total of 12 places where gods have fallen, and these 12 locations are firmly controlled and sealed off by the major powers. Coincidentally, our Alliance of Chaos currently has access to 2 places where gods have fallen. As for the price you mentioned, Senior, it's not that serious. We, the League of Chaos, welcome all wanderers to join us. With the addition of a first-order overlord-level powerhouse like yourself, below demigod, we will not interfere too much with your actions. We will only need your support when the Alliance needs to launch a large-scale event. This includes, but is not limited to, wars between overlord-level beings and the exploration of the graveyards of gods. Li Tianlan smiled, as if he had long anticipated Jiang Xuan's desire for the place where the gods had fallen. Of course, this is within the inland sea. Any being at the dominator level or above will have this desire. However, he clearly misunderstood Jiang Xuan's true purpose. They simply assumed that Jiang Xuan also wanted to compete for the divine status of an old god. Thank you for your explanation. May I ask, which two ancient gods are the ruins of the place where the gods fell that your alliance now controls? Taking a sip of sea spirit tea, Jiang Xuan had already decided to temporarily join the Chaos Alliance. Of the 26 giant floating islands, only the Chaos Alliance adopts a laissez-faire attitude towards the dominant beings within their own territory. Basically, it means giving the other side a sea area and then letting them do whatever they want. As long as there is no civil war and no betrayal of the alliance, the few demigods on the floating island never interfere too much. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the demigods of the major powers are either asleep or searching for godhood everywhere. Since you are interested in joining my alliance, I will not hide it from you. The two spatial coordinates of the fall of gods that our alliance controls are the fall sites of the ice god and the wind god, respectively. As for more specific information, there are more detailed annotations within the clan. By the way, Senior, we've arrived at the floating island. Shall I take you to meet my race's demigod first? As a seasoned veteran, Li Tianlan naturally wouldn't reveal any more information before Jiang Xuan joined the Chaos Alliance. If Jiang Xuan gets the information for free and then changes his mind, he'll become a complete victim of injustice. That's how it should be. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, understanding the other person's concerns. If he were a demigod within the Alliance of Chaos, upon learning that his descendant had casually entrusted the most important information of his clan to a stranger, he would be deeply shocked. The main problem is that he ultimately failed to win him over. Otherwise, he would definitely wake up and slap this good-for-nothing junior to death. Senior, let's go. As the massive ship disappeared into the air, two streaks of light instantly appeared above the giant floating island. Jiang Xuan was also looking with great interest at the huge island below that resembled a continent. It was surrounded by a terrifying power of rules, as if it were floating in the Black Sea, yet it seemed to be outside this world. It is not a simple, flat landscape as one might imagine, but a unique space that includes forests, plateaus, mountains, rivers, cities, and various architectural styles. It's hard to imagine that this place is actually a complete prototype of a world. Sensing the intense power of the rules, Jiang Xuan's eyes flashed with amazement. He had assumed that the giant floating islands were formed by the gods merging enormous islands above the Black Sea into the sky. Unexpectedly, the giant floating island was actually the prototype of a divine realm, a space similar to that of gods. This is a bit unexpected, isn't it, Senior? Don't underestimate the efforts and foundation of our 26 forces over tens of thousands of years. Based on the power of the rules left by the gods, the demigod ancestors of all generations have transformed this place in a small world. If the world below is doomed, the 26 floating islands can also be hidden in the void by relying on the rules of the gods. At that time, they can only be observed by gods. He puffed out his chest with a hint of pride. As a pure-blooded descendant of the demigod ancestors, Li Tianlan naturally had his own pride. Truly extraordinary. Jiang Xuan was genuinely amazed. This divine power, akin to the power of creation, was indeed what he had always sought. Senior, please follow me. A golden medal instantly appeared in his hand, and the power of the rules above the huge floating island slowly left a gap. Li Tianlan immediately led Jiang Xuan into the giant floating island. Senior, our clan's god is the god of thunder, and he wields the most lethal thunder rules. Therefore, ordinary living beings, even demigod-level powerhouses, will be countered and killed by the power of the rules if they launch a direct attack on the island. Seeing that Jiang Xuan was carefully observing the rules of lightning, Li Tianlan immediately began to explain them to him. So, does that mean the 26 floating islands are invincible, and no living being can threaten them? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan immediately became interested. If that's the case, wouldn't the 26 floating islands be the safest place on the inland sea? Of course not entirely. The power of rules is not inexhaustible. Every bit of the power of rules that is used to launch an attack is irreplaceable. Moreover, the 26 floating islands are not entirely composed of the power of rules like our alliances, which is primarily focused on killing and destruction. For example, the Void Clan next door, their ancestral gods controlled a dual space, mainly for trapping enemies and spiritual obliteration. And the elven royal court, which was previously defeated and sent to its ancestral land, had ancestors whose gods controlled a gentler life force. At this point, a hint of a smile seemed to appear in Li Tianlan's eyes. What do you mean? Upon hearing Li Tianlan mention the elf royal court, Jiang Xuan immediately became interested. Chapter 254, Meeting a Demigod. Upon hearing Li Tianlan mention the elf royal court, Jiang Xuan immediately became interested. Haha, senior, this is a long story. We're almost there, let's talk about it later. The two figures flashed and instantly appeared above a building with unknown technological patterns. Jiang Xuan glanced down at the various civilizations and races coming and going below and was immediately surprised. Please don't take offense, senior. Our Chaos Alliance treats all races that join the Alliance equally. Unlike other races where only core bloodlines can enter the floating islands, our race will actively accept strong individuals who have made significant contributions to the Alliance and some of their bloodline descendants into the floating islands. Over time, our Alliance's floating island has gradually become more lively. Seeing the look of doubt in Jiang Xuan's eyes, Li Tianlan immediately began to introduce him. On the giant floating island of the Chaos Alliance, there are not only intelligent sea beasts, but also various humanoid creatures and even technologically advanced races. This has resulted in a variety of architectural styles emerging on the island, creating a unique and harmonious blend of different architectural traditions. Moreover, as his spiritual senses continued to expand, Jiang Xuan discovered the giant floating island is actually larger than it appears from the outside. It seems that the power of the rules has expanded the interior space of this place. Senior, ahead lies the resting place of one of my clan's ancestral demigods. I will take you there to meet him. His gaze turned slightly serious, and Li Tianlan's figure immediately transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the huge, triangular rhombus-shaped thunder tower in the distance. Jiang Xuan did not hesitate and immediately followed behind. His power of imprisonment lies deep within his consciousness. Unless he forcibly summons it, even a demigod cannot detect his consciousness space. Therefore, he felt no tension at all. At this moment, in the 99th underground level of the Thunder Tower, Li Tianlan was carefully dripping his blood onto an ancient lamp that was flashing with the power of thunder. As the blood was absorbed, a massive surge of bloodline power instantly rushed into the massive bronze door. Li Tianlan, the 28th generation descendant of the Thunder Clan, along with the newly joined Alliance Master, earnestly requests an audience with our ancestor. As the power of the Thunder bloodline merged into the ancient lamp, Li Tianlan immediately knelt down and bowed in worship. Can, a deep voice came from inside the bronze gate, and then the gaze shifted. Jiang Xuan was horrified by what he discovered. He and Li Tianlan had already appeared behind the bronze gate. Young friend, there's no need to panic. This place is where our clan's gods reside, so the space is affected by the power of the rules, and those who are not of our clan's bloodline cannot perceive it. A calm voice slowly emanated from inside a huge stone coffin. The power of thunder continuously enveloped the stone coffin, and an old man with 3 eyes, purple pupils, slowly rose up. Cough, cough. After all, I'm getting old, and I can only barely keep going with this meager amount of lightning power. The old man, who looked very much like a human but had 3 eyes, slowly fixed his gaze on Jiang Xuan, who was standing to the side. He then smiled faintly and said, I apologize for taking offense, young friend. The strength of your rule power is so profound that I have never seen it before. If you are so modest, it will only make me feel uneasy. Jiang Xuan remained expressionless and bowed deeply. Haha, you humans are so good at talking. It seems that our ancestors were right to decide to include all races. Upon sensing the intense aura of Jiang Xuan's domain, Li Nantian immediately narrowed his eyes. The old man's aura, it seems you've been targeted by him. Purple lightning power instantly erupted from the 3rd eyeball. Under Jiang Xuan's puzzled gaze, an aura belonging to a demigod was instantly imprisoned by the lightning. Who is it? A terrifying sound rang out from the ancient underground temple, before the owner of that aura could continue speaking. A bolt of purple lightning instantly pierced through it, and it was then completely annihilated. Young friend, you should still be careful of the methods of us old folks. That old man has some talent. He can attach an aura to the domain of the person he's looking for. Although your power of rules is exceptionally strong, even surpassing that of most sovereign-level beings, you are not at the demigod level, so you cannot detect these petty tricks. After glancing at Jiang Xuan, whose expression remained unchanged, Li Nantian looked admiringly at Li Tianlan, who was quietly standing to the side. It must be said that although the younger generation of his lineage is not particularly talented, they have inherited his ability to judge people. Thank you, Senior. I do indeed have a considerable grudge against the Elven royal court. Jiang Xuan was alarmed, but still showed gratitude. It must be said that he seriously underestimated these ancient monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. I never expected that we'd never even met. The demigod-level being from the Elven royal court can leave his aura within his own domain. Fortunately, when he fled, he compressed his own domain within the ring of rules in order to take the fleet away. Otherwise, once he expands his domain, his location will be instantly detected. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't believe that a golden teleportation token could travel right through the eyes of a demigod. After all, once one advances to demigod status, their authority over the world is second only to that of the gods, although it is impossible to directly seal off the space. However, this method can still be used to teleport by utilizing the brief influence of one's own domain. Alright, you humans still prefer this kind of wary politeness. But rest assured, as long as you don't betray my race, you are no different from the Thunder Clan in my eyes. Tianlan, take this young friend to receive the floating island order. Also, give this young friend a spot at the land of fallen gods next month, as I will soon be entering slumber again. At this point, Li Nantian waved his hand casually. He seemed uninterested in the trivial matters concerning Jiang Xuan's identity. As the purple-eyed elder waved his hand, the two were once again teleported out of the bronze gate. Senior, please don't mind it. My ancestor is just like this. He basically only says one sentence to ordinary people. It's quite rare for me to talk so much today, huh? Li Tianlan grinned sheepishly at Jiang Xuan, worried that Jiang Xuan might be bothered by it. It's all right. This senior helped me solve a problem, and I am very grateful. Jiang Xuan shook his head. He was not an ungrateful person. However, after witnessing the ancient demigods of the Thunder Clan, he finally understood. He had indeed underestimated the heroes of the world. The term demigod does not only refer to beings whose life level has far surpassed that of sovereign beings. It can even borrow the rules of heaven and earth, and is not on the same level as ordinary sovereign-level beings. That's good, that's good. Senior, let me take you to get the gold medal for entering the floating island. I'm not bragging, but you are the second person besides the rulers of our race to obtain this token. Oh, I wonder who the first person was. The two voices gradually faded away, leaving only Li Nantian in the entire underground space. Just after the two left, a low sigh slowly echoed from inside the bronze coffin. The successor to the ruler has unexpectedly appeared in this era. I wonder what the fate of my clan will be in this chaotic world. Chapter 255, Long-Buried Secrets, the Ice Witch. Senior, this is our clan's floating island gold token. With this token, you can freely enter and leave the floating island. However, it should be noted that some important buildings of our race or forbidden areas of demigods will still be subject to restrictions. As Li Tianlan explained, he handed Jiang Xuan a golden token engraved with thunder runes. That's true, but I wonder when those two tombs of the gods will open. Upon receiving the token, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. Senior, in a month, my clan, along with the Void-Face clan and the White Tiger clan, will enter the tomb where the ice god fell. I will inform you in advance through the golden token transmission. However, Senior, this exploration will be undertaken by the rulers of 3 races or even demigods. It is not only fraught with danger, but there may also be divine pressure. Senior, you should prepare in advance. At this point, Li Tianlan's gaze also turned slightly serious. After all, when it comes to a powerful god, no one can guarantee safe exploration. Even demigod-level powerhouses risk perishing in the graveyard of gods. Moreover, the ice god's tomb that we are exploring this time is a complete small world. The god of ice perished from severe injuries, rather than being directly killed. Before his fall, he must have left some contingency plans. Okay, I understand. By the way, is there any story about the elf royal court that I don't know? Jiang Xuan nodded first, then asked Li Tianlan for information about the elf royal court. He planned to take revenge on the other party whenever he had the chance. Now that we can learn about the scandals of the elven court in advance, we certainly can't let this opportunity pass us by. Haha, this is quite a long time ago. This happened a long time ago. At that time, the elven royal court had 4 demigod-level powerhouses and hundreds of overlord-level beings, making it arguably the most powerful force in the south. But it was because one of their demigod-level experts did something incredibly stupid back then. This ultimately led to a severe blow to its strength, forcing it to obediently relinquish its title as the leader of the southern powers. At this point, Li Tianlan couldn't help but reveal a hint of schadenfreude on his face. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's face immediately showed interest. Well, speaking of which, a creature of extraordinary talent once appeared in the southern seas. What's even more surprising is that the other party is actually a witch who was born from a body possessed by an innate ice spirit. People at that time called her the Ice Witch. It is said that the ice witch harbors the power of ice within her body and is born with the ability to invoke the rules of ice. However, her most astonishing ability was also the reason that brought her disaster. The ice, which was not well known at first. It is merely a sovereign-level being that smuggled itself over from the outer seas. But just as it descended into the inner sea through the outer sea gateway, they happened to run into a sovereign-level, pure-blooded elf in the southern sea area. The elf felt an immediate liking for the ice, which upon seeing her, they attempted to bring him under their wing and add another powerful ruler to the elven court. However, the ice demoness is proud by nature. As the darling of the world and governed by the rules of ice, she naturally looks down on the so-called elf race. However, the elven royal court at that time was also very powerful, and the pure-blooded descendants of the race were even more arrogant. The two sides exchanged only a few words before a battle between dominant beings broke out in the spirit realm, a sea area under the jurisdiction of the elf royal court. In that battle, the ice which froze the elven overlord-level creature into the deep sea with just 3 moves. This completely ignited the elven royal court's fury. After that day, the entire sea area was in an uproar, and more than a dozen elven overlord-level beings immediately poured out. They headed straight for the spirit realm sea. And so the second great battle broke out. This great battle was also the battle that made the ice witch famous, and from then on her name resounded throughout the entire inner sea. On the day of the great battle, it is said that the entire spirit realm sea was completely frozen. Countless sea creatures sank to the bottom of the sea, not daring to utter a sound. Above the sea, 12 elven overlords joined forces to expand their domains and besiege one person. The battle lasted for 3 days before a victor was finally decided. To everyone's shock, the outcome of that great battle was 7 sovereign-level beings of the elven race perished together, while the ice which fled severely wounded. When the news reached the elven royal court, all the elves were stunned. No one could believe that this was a ruler-level being who had only recently entered the inner sea. It was able to kill 7 of the 12 equally powerful beings and still managed to escape. Therefore, the elven royal court was utterly enraged. A demigod-level being walked directly out from the giant floating island. Such a major operation, naturally, could not be kept secret from the other races on the inner sea. Immediately, all the major powers took action upon hearing the news, especially the other 8 major powers that belonged to the same southern sea area. As the elven demigods came to understand the residual power of the battlefield's rules, he discovered an astonishing truth. The ice rules within the ice, which are exceptionally pure, as if they were the very essence of the rules of heaven and earth. This description can only be found in the power of ice. As expected, the greed within the elven demigods was fully unleashed. His divine will instantly enveloped several sea areas. Countless elven fleets were mobilized, all in search of the hidden ice witch. And in order to hide this news, the elven royal court has completely sealed off the border seas, preventing dominant beings from the surrounding forces from approaching. This immediately aroused suspicion among the surrounding major powers. However, at the time, no one knew that the ice witch possessed the power of ice. Therefore, it remains merely a matter of doubt. What surprised everyone even more was, right under the noses of the elven royal court, a demigod-level being was searching with hundreds of thousands of airships, churning the seas. The ice, which mysteriously disappeared into that sea area. It wasn't until 3 years later, another extraordinary species of heaven and earth broke out of the sea and ascended to the status of a ruler. Everything took a turn for the better. That extraordinary species that broke through to the Dominator realm was called the Void Devourer. As its name suggests, the void-devouring insect possesses an innate, terrifying potential to control the rules of space. It is said that it has 8 arms, each with a golden ring, and each ring can summon a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, the sea area where the opponent was born was also a neutral sea area near the sea area under the jurisdiction of the Elf Royal Court. This sea area is known as the Sea of 10,000 Insects. It has now disappeared into the inland sea. Legend has it that the Sea of 10,000 Insects originated from fragments of a world outside the void that fell into the Black Sea world and merged together. The Void Eater's own potential is terrifying. It possesses the combat power of a silver-level creature upon hatching. It can contend with a half-step Overlord-level creature during its larval stage. Once it advances to the Overlord level, it can reach the adult stage. After undergoing 3 more transformations, it is hoped that it will be able to condense spatial authority and attempt to reach the supreme realm of gods. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Due to the appearance of the ice, which several years ago, the Elf Royal Court has intensified its search efforts in the surrounding seas. Even several neutral sea areas nearby were covered by airships. This also meant that the Elven Royal Court eventually discovered the Void Eater's advancement. Then, another battle between robbers and rebels has begun. Given the precedent of the ice witch, the Elf Royal Court was noticeably more cautious this time. This time, they directly deployed 18 Overlord-level beings. They launched a siege against the newly promoted Void Eater insects. However, due to the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, although the Void Eater was a unique species, it was quickly nearly destroyed by the siege of 18 veteran Overlord-level beings. Just when everyone thought that the spatial rules within the void-devouring worm were about to be stripped away by the elven race, an unexpected enemy has appeared. Several years later, the ice which reappeared in the sight of the Elf Royal Court. In that battle, with the combined efforts of the Void Devourer and the ice witch, all 18 elven Overlord-level beings perished without exception. The entire sea area was blasted into a huge sinkhole, and almost all marine life was wiped out. And it was precisely this battle. They successfully uncovered the true reason why the ice, which was able to escape right under the noses of demigods. Chapter 256 Past Events, Grudges and Love. That day, the ice, which was severely injured. It was only by being swallowed by the void-eating insect in its larval stage that it was able to escape by feigning death under the divine sense of a demigod. This is an extremely rare internal space in the Void Eater. This also explains that after this insect molts for the first time, it will inevitably generate a spatial authority. Therefore, the 2 seeds of power appeared simultaneously in the sea near the Elven Royal Court. However, it was precisely this that successfully aroused the greed of this giant in the southern seas. This time, they were surrounded by 3 demigod-level beings. The ice witch and the Void Devourer were immediately in grave danger, with almost no power to resist. Just when the demigod-level powerhouse of the Elven Royal Court thought he was about to obtain 2 authority, the ice witch slowly took out a black and gold token that belonged exclusively to the Witch Knights. And the Witch Knights are now the Inland Sea New Human Alliance. Upon receiving this order, the 3 demigod-level beings immediately swarmed out from the Western Sea. They crossed nearly 1,000 sea areas and directly entered the battlefield. Thus, the War of Demigods officially began. That battle was so fierce that the sky darkened. At the center of the battlefield, void rift spread, and the sea of 10,000 insects was completely erased from the list of inland seas. Seeing that they couldn't defeat their opponent, the Elven royal court made an exceptionally crazy decision. They publicly revealed the Ice Witches and Void Devourers' alternate identities to the entire sea area. Even the source of power within their bodies was revealed. As a result, the situation began to escalate further. 8 major forces joined forces. 16 demigod-level powerhouses completely surrounded the 6 demigod-level beings on the sea surface. Seeing that things were not going well, the 3 demigods from the Elven royal court immediately produced the alliance pact that the 9 major powers in the south had signed years ago. After this agreement was brought up, the Elven royal court naturally reached a ceasefire agreement with the 16 demigods of the southern sea. The 9 major powers decided to join forces to divide up the 2 major rules of power. The Witch Knights of that time were not as powerful as they are now. At that time, their entire force only had 3 demigod-level powerhouses. Therefore, in order to protect the Ice Witch, the 3 demigods had no choice but to send a request for help to our race and the angel race. However, at that time, my race only had 3 demigod ancestors, and the angel race was in a similar situation. Both major factions have close ties with the Witch Knights. Left with no other choice, they finally decided to send 4 demigod-level beings to participate in the battle. Even so, the 7 demigod-level experts from the 3 major forces were ultimately no match for the 19 demigod-level experts from the 9 major forces in the south. The battle between the 2 sides lasted for nearly a year. With their divine power nearly exhausted, our clan's ancestor and the angel clan's ancestor had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. This incident created a rift between the 3 clans that were once closely connected. Although the relationship between the 3 tribes has not been severed, it is difficult to return to the good relations of the past. At this point, a hint of regret flashed in Li Qianlon's eyes. But this was due to the prevailing circumstances. At that time, the forces in the southern seas were indeed in cahoots, and the root of this matter even involved the balancing and planning among the gods and ancestors. With the departure of the 4 patriarchs of my race and the angel race, the remaining 3 demigod-level powerhouses of the Witch Knights were even more helpless. Seeing that the 3 demigods were in danger of falling, the Ice Witch at the center of the storm ultimately chose to fight to the death with her opponent, under the watchful eyes of 3 demigod-level beings in this alliance. The Ice Witch and the Void Devourer both self-destructed their own power of rules. The self-destruction power of the 2 authority-level rules is unprecedented in the world and can be described as a blow from a god. After that earth-shattering explosion, the Wanchong Sea area and 2 nearby neutral sea areas were completely removed from the list of inland seas. The demigod-level powerhouse from the Elven race who had repeatedly pursued the ice, which perished along with 2 demigods from the Sun Clan and the Moon Clan beside him in this explosion of the power of the rules. Meanwhile, the 3 Witch Knights, who were not affected, were demigods who did their best to collect the Ice Witch's remaining spirit. However, it also enraged the 9 major powers. They had no choice but to banish the giant egg containing the fragmented spirit of the Ice Witch to the outer sea. Above the inland sea, the gods left behind restrictions on all creatures living in the inland sea. No creature or force in the inner seas, except for the neutral races under the command of the god of trade, may return to the outer seas. That is why the 9 major powers directed their anger and resentment towards the 3 demigod-level powerhouses of the Witch Knights. Just when everyone thought the second battle of demigods was about to break out, the divine chains of order have appeared in the inland sea. The chains of order, which were supposed to restrain civil war among the gods, slowly emerged from beneath the seabed. He coldly gazed upon all the demigods present. Under the gaze of that terrifying being, all the demigod-level beings present fell silent in fear and left the sea area that had been destroyed by the demigod war. And with the strong protection of our race and the angel race, the 3 demigods of the Witch Knights also successfully retreated from the southern sea. It was precisely because of this incident that the Elven royal court, having lost a demigod-level being, ultimately lost its title as the leader of the southern powers. From then on, they restrained their maritime power and retreated to the seas to recuperate for hundreds of years. This incident also caused rifts to appear among the 9 major powers. The southern forces condemned the Elven royal court for betraying the alliance in the southern seas. Upon discovering the Ice Witch and the Void Eater, they did not immediately notify other Covenant factions. This is also why the Sun Clan and the Moon Clan never had any further contact with the Elven royal court. Each of the 2 races originally had only 3 demigod-level beings, and now only 2 demigod-level beings remain in each race. Following this incident, the 2 tribes decided to blockade the sea area. The pure-blooded descendants all returned to the floating island and never appeared in the world again. And it was precisely because of this battle that the connections between the major powers became increasingly cold. Nowadays, the inland sea is basically a battleground for each side. There are very few instances of large-scale joint actions between superpowers anymore. At this point, Li Tianlan sighed softly. This happened a long time ago, and he was only a 200-year-old child when he heard about it. With only peak gold-level combat power, he was like an ant at the time, unable to change anything within his clan. However, it was only 10 years after this event that our ancestors saw the potential of various races. Under the planning of our demigod ancestor, our race has expanded its subordinate sea areas, continuously accepting new wanderers and alien races from the inner sea, especially the outer sea. Any race that possesses intelligence and is able to accept the rule and cooperation of the Thunder Clan will be granted a sea area as their place of residence. It was precisely because of this decision that our alliance's power increased significantly, and our clan gained 2 new demigod-level alien powerhouses and dozens of ruler-level beings. Now that you, Senior, have joined our alliance will naturally be able to add another demigod-level being in a few hundred years. As his gaze shifted, a hint of anticipation appeared on Li Tianlan's face. Haha, thank you for clearing up my doubts. Today's trip to the alliance has been very beneficial. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Xuan's horizons were broadened. But at this moment, he couldn't help but think of the seemingly fallen extreme cold ruler. 8 arms, 8 golden rings. This is too similar to the extreme cold ruler. However, the power of the rules wielded by the extreme cold ruler is extreme cold, not space, right? As he pondered, Jiang Xuan began to have some guesses. The giant blue egg that was taken away by the snow women has now returned to the inner sea. What exactly is being incubated inside? Chapter 257, Stone Egg Hatching, Starry Sky Beast. On the floating island, the territory of the Thunder Clan, in the courtyard where the sovereign-level beings reside, Jiang Xuan is currently in his own domain of dominance. At this moment, the rules within the domain are in turmoil, and the seawater is flowing backward. One after another, colossal beasts slowly emerged from the seabed. Even the enormous eyes of the crimson-armored beast were revealed from the water. The dragon-like beasts soared high in the sky, like dark clouds that blotted out the sun. The source of all the riots pointed to the giant skeletal ship in the center of the sea. Captain Skeleton, what's going on? They sensed that the stone egg on the giant ship was constantly drawing power from the domain. Jiang Xuan turned to look at the skeleton captain sitting upright to the side. Well, Your Majesty, we have been following your instructions all this time, wearing the stone egg close to our bodies. Nothing happened during this period, and the patterns on the stone egg continued to grow. But today, for some reason, the stone egg suddenly went into a riot, expelling all of us from that sea area. Recalling the terrifying power he had felt not long ago, the skeletal captain felt a wave of fear wash over him. That force was incredibly powerful, instantly propelling the entire fleet into the distance. Fortunately, the stone eggs did not unleash any other harmful forces, thus preventing any casualties. Today, could it be related to entering the Thunder Clan's floating island? With a guess in mind, strands of power of rules began to emerge in Jiang Xuan's hand. He tried to slowly introduce the void power from the floating island into his domain. He seemed to understand what was going on. The stone egg is of the bloodline of the Starry Sky Beast race, and it gradually recovered by absorbing the power of the stars. When he ascended to the position of Dominator, a small amount of the power of the rules was absorbed by the eggshell, which accelerated the hatching process of the stone egg. When he was in the void outside the dragon's nest, the accumulated star power of those 3 years had almost reached the critical point for the stone egg to hatch. And today, as he entered the floating island, since the floating island is also a small world similar to the void, the power of void rules will definitely spread there. After absorbing the void energy spreading around the floating island, the stone egg finally began to hatch. I wonder what the quality of the starry sky beast is like. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes, and Jiang Xuan's figure instantly appeared in midair. And then the force below finally reached its limit. The power of countless stars erupted completely at this moment. Streams of power, like countless stars, rushed rapidly into the sky above the domain. To Jiang Xuan's surprise, his domain was rapidly changing under the impact of that force. The light of countless stars enveloped the area, creating a real starry sky. At the same time, deep within his soul, a divine rune suddenly erupted from a mark and slowly flew out of his forehead. The rule condensed in midair and transformed into a divine rune, instantly engraving itself onto the stone egg. As the divine runes were successfully engraved, Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a sense of intimate connection. It was as if there was some kind of connection between myself and that stone egg. I see. Now it seems that the stone egg is a bloodline that the other party deliberately left behind. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Jiang Xuan, and he finally understood why the stone egg had been left behind in the underwater ruins. There was a great hand called fate in the darkness that intertwined all the threads together, and he was one of the threads in this chain. Bang! In the center of the sea, the empty, skeletal ship instantly vanished into nothingness. Countless star stones emerged from the void and landed on this sea area. As the void appeared, Jiang Xuan's domineering aura was instantly revealed. A terrifying fluctuation emerged from the floating island. At this moment, in several forbidden depths of the Thunder Clan's floating island, pairs of enormous eyes were slowly awakening. Power from the void? Could it be that another void insect beast has advanced to the Overlord realm? No, they are from the floating islands of our clan. It seems that they are powerful individuals recruited by our clan. Nantion, you haven't recovered yet. Don't worry, this person is not an enemy of our clan. He is the cause and effect of what happened back then. There is no need to disturb him. Just wait for him to grow stronger. Furthermore, never forget the chaos in the southern seas back then. Our race is not a race of bandits. Every Lord level being possesses a special destiny. Several terrifying divine thoughts swirled above the floating island. Silence returned once more after a spiritual exchange within the stone coffin inside the bronze gate. The Starry Sky clan has not appeared in the Black Sea world for millions of years. It seems that the current ruler is still one of the figures who will lead the new era. Li Nantion sighed softly to himself. To be entangled with such a chosen one indicates that the Thunder Clan's long-dormant fortune is about to be broken once again. As for whether it will end well or badly, he cannot see it now. Well, time is running out. This is also a way out for my clan. The sound slowly dissipated, and a bolt of lightning instantly shot out from the ground, flying towards the Thunder Tower above. And then the Thunder Tower was triggered. Dozens of sovereign-level beings immediately flew out of the tower and began to gather the power of the void rules, converging near the towering pillar of light. The surrounding void power grew increasingly dense. A large area of void cracked open, and even the floating island was affected, with half of its huge island outline faintly appearing in the inner sea. The disturbance here immediately attracted the attention of the sea area below. Countless creatures rushed out, hoping to gain some benefit from the scattered power of the rules in midair. Of course, this was done intentionally by the Thunder Clan. Since the ancestor has decided to help the other party condense the power of the void, the power of the rules that is impacted and falls by the power of the void can also nourish the many half-step overlord level beings in the sea areas under the Chaos Alliance. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the floating island. Within Jiang Xuan's domain, a colossal beast slowly emerged from a void rift atop the stone egg. Its entire body is silvery blue, as if shrouded in a blue galaxy. A dense void power slowly floats above the single horn on its head. Its body is nearly 300 meters tall, with a majestic figure like a Western dragon. 3 black spheres of void floated slowly above the enormous wings on its back, and its golden pupils suddenly opened, as if they contained a vast galaxy. Is this the starry sky beast? I didn't expect it to be 300 meters tall so soon after hatching. Jiang Xuan's shock was palpable. It should be noted that this stone egg was not created by his own talent. Nature is different from marine mammals like the blue-eyed golden chain serpent, which enter an accelerated juvenile stage of birth. Therefore, this cosmic behemoth is itself in its initial hatching state. In other words, as time goes on, its size will grow to an extremely terrifying level. Name: Silverhorn Star-Eating Dragon. Quality: unknown. Race: Starry Sky Behemoth. Talent 1: Star-Devouring Growth. Talent 2: Void Black Hole. Talent 3: Spatial Rift. Talent 4: Void Body. Talent 5: Star Pulse Strike. Description: a race of giant beasts in the void, possessing terrifying power and the power of rules far exceeding those of beings within stars. They are born with mastery of rules and nurture the authority of the void within their bodies. They can devour the power of planets and undergo transformation through the power of the void. It is said that their adult forms possess terrifying power to fight against gods. Note: we cannot make a judgment on the habits of creatures that are not native to the Black Sea. Wow, a 5th level talent, and he can even nurture a void authority within his body. Chapter 258, Silver-Horned Star-Devouring Dragon. This seems a bit outrageous. They sense the terrifying power of rules emanating from the silver-horned, star-devouring dragon's body. Jiang Xuan subconsciously swallowed. Fortunately, that terrifying being left that mark in his consciousness. Otherwise, he might not have been able to control this terrifying behemoth whose aura was no less than his own. That's right, the newly hatched unicorn star-devouring dragon already possesses the aura of a sovereign-level being, and it's among the most elite of the sovereign-level beings. Wow, this is quite a gift. Feeling a sense of familiarity deep within his consciousness, Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly flew towards the giant beast's side. Roar! A deep roar came from the mouth of the silver-horned, star-devouring dragon, and Jiang Xuan's figure was reflected in its golden pupils. The behemoth slowly brought its head closer, its giant wings drooping, and then gently rubbed its forehead against Jiang Xuan's outstretched right hand. As expected of a star beast, this rich power of rules will surely give birth to a void authority in no time. When you touched the top of the giant beast's head, Jiang Xuan sensed even more clearly the immense power of rules emanating from the giant beast's body. This is a power of rules that is absolutely no weaker than the power of rules within his own domain. It was even above the crimson armored beast, which already possessed the power of fire. In that case, I might even be able to put up a fight against demigods. A burning light appeared in his eyes. At this point, Jiang Xuan had completely transcended the realm of a sovereign-level being. If other beings still regard him as an ordinary ruler, he will definitely give them a shock. Roar! At this moment, the giant, crimson-armored beast from beneath the sea slowly emerged from the water. It raised its enormous head and slowly roared into the air. If the power of the void had not already spread into Jiang Xuan's domain when the starry sky beast was born. Between those two, as giant beasts that control a power of rules, a battle is inevitable. Roar! Sensing the approach of the crimson-armored behemoth, the silver-horned star-devouring dragon immediately swung its tail and flew rapidly towards the sea below. Bang! The enormous claws gripped the back of the crimson-armored behemoth, and the silver-horned star-devouring dragon emitted provocative growls from its mouth. At that moment, flames burst forth from the eyes of the crimson-armored behemoth below. A terrifying flame was rising from the 3 enormous tails behind it. All right, you two from now on, when it's your turn to do something, you two better keep quiet. With a helpless glance at the 2 opposing giant beasts, Jiang Xuan slowly activated the power of rules in his hand. 2 cages of confinement quickly separated the 2. Fortunately, the crimson-armored behemoth that has been infused with the power of fire now possesses some intelligence. Otherwise, separating the 2 would really take some effort. Void rifts are generated around the Silverhorn, star-devouring dragon. Its figure instantly escaped from the cage of confinement and slowly flew into the air. The crimson-armored behemoth below also emerged from the cage of confinement. The colossal celestial beast, its gaze fixed on the sky, then slowly sank into the sea. They're really two troublemakers. Jiang Xuan's lips twitched. The two guys' reactions were exactly what he had expected. As a member of the Starry Sky beast race, the silver-horned star-devouring dragon was born with the noble bloodline of the Starry Sky beasts and naturally looked down on the native creatures of ordinary planetary worlds. The crimson-armored beast itself was a divine blood being born from the remains of a god, and with the blessing of the Fire Authority, it possessed terrifying power far exceeding that of a ruler. As a race of giant beasts, it naturally designated that sea area as its own territory. The powerful force of the star beast rules that tore through the sea was seen as a provocation. Therefore, the current state of the two beasts is as follows. Although they belong to the same team, they still look down on each other. This is similar to the talkative starfish and the noble octopus at the beginning. That's what Jiang Xuan was thinking. The two beasts hadn't had much contact yet, but as they fought more, they naturally became familiar with each other. The two behemoths separated, and the Silverhorn, star-devouring dragon flapped its wings at him before landing on the massive meteorite field that had been summoned from the void earlier. With the activation of the power of the void, those enormous meteorites slowly coalesced into a massive starstone plateau. The Silverhorn, star-devouring dragon naturally and gracefully lay down on the huge meteorite platform on the Starstone Highlands. Of course, it still occasionally glances at the sea. Across the sea, they gaze at the still asleep, crimson-armored behemoth. However, Jiang Xuan didn't care about any of that. The two behemoths will definitely fight several times within his territory, but with his mental link, neither side can truly fight to the death. After calming down the azure-eyed, golden-chained serpent and the other sea and dragon beasts, Jiang Xuan disappeared from the domain. As he left, his two enormous pupils suddenly lit up. He slowly gazed at the other person's body. Thus, another close-quarters battle erupted between the giant beasts in the sea. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed golden-chained snake and a type of sea monster quietly observed the battle between the two beasts. For them, this is also a rare opportunity to relieve boredom and experience the application of rules by dominant beings. Perhaps it won't be long. As Jiang Xuan's domain grows stronger, the sea beasts living within it will gradually give birth to overlord-level beings under the influence of the power of the three major rules. Upon returning to the outside world, several sovereign-level beings have been waiting for a long time outside Jiang Xuan's courtyard. Haha, congratulations, Senior. You have gained another great general. The clan has sent me to deliver some information about the tomb of the ice god and some local specialties of the clan to you. Li Tianlan, who was in the lead, showed a look of joy on his face. The higher Jiang Xuan's potential is, the more accurate his judgment is. As a result, he naturally received many rewards from his clan. After all, these dominant beings who recruit new members will receive rewards from their clan's elders. Furthermore, these are two sovereign-level juniors from the main branch of our clan. From today onwards, they will follow you and enter the upcoming tomb of the ice god together. My elders told me that you might act on your own after entering the tomb of the gods. But after all, they're descendants of my lineage. I hope that if you happen to encounter them, you will spare their lives. At this point, a crystal of rules slowly appeared in Li Tianlan's hand. This is a divine object capable of enhancing the domain of sovereign-level beings. Now, for the sake of his descendants, he reluctantly took it out. Senior, please accept this. This crystal of rules can expand the domain's range, allowing different landforms to emerge within it. It should be helpful for the nascent world you will eventually condense. Li Tianlan bowed to Jiang Xuan and presented the rule crystal with both hands. It's all right, Brother Li. There's no need to keep calling me senior. We are both rulers, so let's just treat each other as peers. My name is Jiang Xuan. I may be staying here for a while, and I hope to have more exchanges with Brother Li. Seeing that the two sovereign-level beings also bowed to him, Jiang Xuan smiled slightly. This can be considered as acknowledging Li Tianlan as a friend. Without the other party's introduction, he would not have been able to enter the Thunder Clan's floating island. Without the protection of more void force, the Silverhorned star-devouring dragon could not successfully hatch. He already owed the other party a favor, and besides, when the Silverhorned star-devouring dragon was born, that aura of emptiness would definitely be revealed. He couldn't believe that a demigod of the Thunder Clan wouldn't sense the rich aura of the void on his own floating island. Instead of seizing it, the other party mobilized dozens of sovereign-level beings to help him gather the power of the void. He naturally kept this in mind. Therefore, from this moment on, he gradually came to accept the Thunder Clan, which embraced all races. Perhaps this will be his first so-called ally within the Inner Sea. Chapter 259, The Tomb of the Gods, opens. More than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, inside the courtyard, Jiang Xuan slowly stood up from his cross-legged position. In mid-air beside him, a golden token was emitting faint vibrations. It seems that the tomb of the god of ice has been revealed. With a slight shift in his gaze, Jiang Xuan's figure vanished from the courtyard in an instant. At the same time, on the floating island of the Chaos Alliance, the aerial fleet had already taken to the air. Countless creatures boarded the ships, awaiting the Thunder Clan's order to depart. On the mothership of the air fleet, the 48 Overlord-level beings sat in the conference room, sizing each other up. This is the newly joined Overlord-level being. I heard that the law it controls is the law of void. Another formidable opponent. It seems the land of Divine Tomb is going to be quite lively this time. The appearance of the Divine Tomb this time is half a month earlier than expected. Everyone should be more cautious. It is probably the work of some old monsters. I heard that this time, our three major forces are preparing to rush into the core of the Ice God's tomb in one fell swoop, and even 3 demigod-level beings will be dispatched. I wonder which demigod ancestor of our clan is leading this team. The tomb of the Ice God is the place where a god fell on his own, and the dangers there are deadly to us. Voices rang out in the conference room, seemingly discussing the second opening of the Ice God's tomb. Based on the descriptions of these Overlord-level beings, Jiang Xuan obtained an important piece of information. That is, the tomb of the god of ice was once opened. On that occasion, since the 3 major powers were unaware that this was the tomb of the ice god, only a dozen or so ruler-level beings near the sea entered to explore it. Until something unexpected happened in the god's tomb. The aura of the ice god was revealed, and only then did the various forces realize that they had missed an opportunity to explore the tomb of a god. Therefore, in order to wait for the opening of the Ice God's tomb, the 3 major forces joined forces to seal off dozens of sea areas around the tomb. They joined forces and spent a huge sum of money to obtain a compass of destiny from the destiny gods of the Inner Sea. The Fate God clan also consists of 26 giant floating islands, but they have the smallest population and rarely venture out. Among the 26 floating island factions, they have the fewest subordinate sea areas. Guided by the compass of fate, they finally determined the approximate time when the tomb of the gods appeared. Although the tomb was built half a month earlier than previously predicted, this did not affect the 3 major forces that had been preparing for hundreds of years. Just as the many rulers were discussing, the door to the conference room was slowly pushed open. A surge of thunderous energy appeared, causing many sovereign-level beings to stand up. Then an old man with 3 eyes, holding a thunder scepter, slowly walked in from outside the gate. It's actually ancestor Lei Yun. He hasn't shown his face for hundreds of years. Just as many rulers were speculating about this person's identity, a veteran Thunder Clan ruler immediately identified the Thunder Clan's peak ruler. Everyone, don't be nervous. I am not a demigod of our race, but just someone in charge of leading the team. Now, I'll talk about our alliance's plans for the future. This time, our clan is exploring the tomb of the Ice God together with the Void-Face clan and the White Tiger clan. The dangers are immense. You must not only be careful of the various unknown risks within the tomb, but also be wary of the methods of the other 2 clans. After the meeting, I will send you all a copy of the information about the 2 races. Also, our race's demigod ancestor has already set off, so you don't need to worry too much. At the same time, this exploration can be divided into 2 modes. One is to follow me and explore in a way that follows the main team. The other is to explore alone. As for the risks, everyone should be aware of them. After all, it involves the tomb of a god, So please consider this carefully. All the spoils from this divine tomb belong to you, including any divine essence that may exist within. Our clan's demigod ancestor said that the Thunder Clan treats everyone equally, and there is no such thing as discrimination. Alright, I won't say much more. Information about the location of the gods' tombs and the two major races can all be found on the technological bracelets on your wrists. After the Thunder Clan's three-eyed overlord, Lei Yun, left, the other overlord-level beings all rushed to their respective rest areas. It is said that once a god's tomb is revealed, several sea areas in the surrounding area will be affected. All beings at the overlord level and above will be forcibly suppressed to fly at low altitudes, and their speed will be even slower than that of the air fleet. Therefore, many of the overlord-level beings did not leave the aerial fleet here. Instead, they waited in the lounge that had been prepared in advance on the mothership. Li Feng, Li Yun, you two should travel together and stick close to the main team. Take this dragon beast with you too. I will save your lives in case of danger. However, if you encounter ordinary danger, you can simply escape. This dragon beast can only be used twice, and only in the most critical moments. He handed over a miniature fire dragon beast, whose body was enveloped in the power of the domain, to Li Feng and the other person. Jiang Xuan then slowly walked out of the lounge. Thank you, Senior. We understand. Behind them, Li Feng and Li Yun immediately bowed in gratitude. Before they left, Li Tianlan had given instructions to the two of them. You must listen to Jiang Xuan. He guessed that Jiang Xuan's combat power had far surpassed that of a ruler-level being, and was even only below that of a demigod ancestor. Jiang Xuan didn't turn around. He simply waved his hand and disappeared into the ship. 10 minutes later, inside the rest area of the Mothership No. 1, a Dominator-class vessel, Jiang Xuan was sitting cross-legged in the domain. Above the sea below, two enormous beasts were locked in fierce combat below, causing the entire sea to boil and surge. Numerous dragons and sea beasts gathered in the sea area beneath Jiang Xuan's feet. They watched quietly as the two terrifying behemoths fought each other. Jiang Xuan, however, remained unmoved, his mind preoccupied with the potential dangers of this trip. He took out the information provided by the Thunder Clan. Jiang Xuan learned that the sea area where the Ice God's tomb appeared this time was the domain of remnants. Legend has it that it is shrouded in mist all year round, and only when the tomb of the gods appears will it dissipate for a period of 1 year. Of course, this had only happened once before, and this is the second time. Information about the other two races is more comprehensive. First, there's the group of people with empty faces. This race has various forms, including humanoid, animaloid, and even plant-like shapes. But their only common feature is that they all have a skeletal mask on their bodies. It is said that this skeletal mask is the core of this clan's power, and its defensive capabilities far surpass those of the Shin Turtle clan. In addition, its combat style is different from that of ordinary rulers. Their attack method involves using their own masks to create a virtual world. The abilities of the Void Realm are all different, and each Void Realm race possesses its own unique Void Realm abilities. Therefore, although they're not good at extreme killing, their ability to be bizarre is still among the top in the 26 races. The other White Tiger clan is relatively simpler and more brutal. Their domains are almost identical, all governed by rules of slaughter and devouring. It is said that its divine ancestor once brought the killing intent and devouring domain to their extreme. Ultimately, he devoured numerous demigod-level beings of his time, eventually condensing a godhood of slaughter and ascending to become the god of slaughter. This race's abilities may seem simple, but their combat strength ranks at least in the top 5 among the 26 floating island factions. Therefore, the White Tiger clan poses an even greater threat than the Voidface clan. After all, the White Tiger clan is bloodthirsty by nature, with countless internal conflicts and a policy of slaughter towards other races. If this race hadn't spent most of its time engaged in internal strife and killing on the floating islands. Furthermore, their population size ranks second to last among all factions. Otherwise, the Void Clan would have already joined forces with the Thunder Clan to take action against them. After all, nobody wants their neighbor to be a bloodthirsty madman. Chapter 263, Demigod-Level Beings. The Void Realm and the Way of Slaughter Indeed, there are no simpletons among the 26 floating island forces. He murmured to himself, his eyes flickering slightly. It seems that the danger of this trip to the tomb of the ice god was even greater than he had originally anticipated. Throughout, he kept his eyes on the dangers of the god's tomb and the 3 demigod-level beings. The demigods of the Void-Face clan and the White Tiger clan are probably stronger than the demigods of the Elf clan in the past. However, this trip is only to gain insight into the rich aura of rules near the divine core, and it is not necessary to seize a divine core. Although he had a plan in mind, he still needed to act quickly. After all, the demigods of the other 2 races would not allow him to linger near the divine realm. Moreover, it remains unknown whether the tomb of the ice god possesses the means to kill a demigod. For a god who perished after being severely injured, it seems that setting up some backup plans that could threaten demigods is not difficult at all. Boom! Just as Jiang Xuan was pondering this, the air fleet of the Alliance of Chaos from the outside world has already arrived over the sea. Forced by the intense divine pressure in midair, tens of thousands of airships, led by the mothership, had to descend slowly to the sea. Before the gods, all living beings bow their heads. This single rule alone demonstrates the absolute power of gods to suppress non-gods. Now, the god of ice has fallen. Otherwise, none of them, including the 3 demigods, could get within 10,000 meters of the divine body. Everyone, prepare for landing. On the mothership, Lei Yun's voice slowly rang out. He then transformed into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared on the sea below. At this moment, within the completely frozen sea area, the fleets of the other 2 races have been waiting for a long time. As all the sovereign-level beings, including Jiang Xuan, landed on the sea surface, a terrifying pressure slowly emerged above the sea. Lei Ling, come out now. Our 2 clans have been waiting for you for a long time. A terrifying tiger's roar suddenly rang out from midair, and a powerful killing force instantly poured down from the sea. Within that intense killing intent, all the sovereign-level beings, except Jiang Xuan, were firmly imprisoned on the ice, and their domains were compressed directly onto their body surfaces. Damn it! It's a demigod-level being from the White Tiger clan. This is the pressure of a demigod. It actually compressed my domain into my body. Please don't be nervous. Our clan's elders have already arrived. Just as many of the Dominator-level powerhouses within the Chaos Alliance were enveloped by the power of slaughter, Lei Yun, holding the Thunder Scepter, appeared much calmer. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of lightning energy instantly rushed towards the phantom tiger head in the air. Terrifying lightning crackled around the blood-red aura of slaughter. As the 2 terrifying auras clashed, everyone felt a sudden relaxation in their bodies. The demigod's oppressive aura, formed by the killing power concentrated in midair, was finally dissipated. Gentlemen, stop wasting time. We are here for the sake of divinity, not for the 3 races to fight. In midair, a huge gray human face mask appeared, and the demigods of the Void-Face clan had arrived at the scene. Let's attack together then. I can't wait to taste the remains of this god. A wild voice came from the phantom of the giant tiger, causing the other 2 demigods present to frown slightly. They were well aware of the White Tiger clan's arrogance. But to everyone's surprise, the other party dared to directly disrespect a deity. Although he was a fallen god, it's hard to say whether he had some kind of backup plan. At this moment, offending the divine authority would be seen by them as courting death. Let's make a move together. Seeing that the ice god's tomb did not respond, the Thunder Clan demigod summoned a thunder tree with slight regret. As the thunder tree rapidly grew in midair, amidst countless terrifying bolts of lightning, a colossal tree, tens of thousands of meters tall, appeared above the sea. After the giant thunder tree appeared, a terrifying aura erupted from both the south and the north. A ferocious white tiger, thousands of meters tall and winged, suddenly let out a deafening roar. A blood-red aura surrounded its body, radiating a dangerous aura like a blood-red curse mark. Meanwhile, the enormous illusory mask in the north was slowly dissipating. Then a phantom shaped like a flower stamen with tens of thousands of tentacles quickly appeared above the sea. On each of his tentacles was a semi-solid mask, and each mask seemed to possess a different illusory power. What a bizarre ability. What would this thing look like after it becomes a god? Jiang Xuan below looked serious. The auras of the three demigod-level beings far surpassed those of the elven demigod. It is likely that the difference in combat power between demigod-level beings is also exceptionally large. Among them, Jiang Xuan was most curious about the demigod of the Voidface clan. Beneath its giant mask, which resembles a flower stamen, lie tens of thousands of smaller masks. If the other party were to ascend to godhood, would each mask be able to coalesce into a complete virtual world? Boom! The divine power of the three demigods rapidly condensed on the blue pillar of light. The massive portal, which had previously been slightly ajar, was now slowly and completely opened. All right, the Tomb of the Gods is now open. Everyone, please follow me inside. Seeing the other two races' sovereign-level beings rushing into the portal, Lei Yun calmly looked at the many sovereigns in the alliance behind him. Lei Yun was the first to rush into the portal. Other dominant beings followed suit. You two stay with the home team. If there is any danger, I will take action. After giving instructions to Chao Li Feng and the other man, Jiang Xuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. He could only guarantee to intervene twice if the two brothers were in mortal danger. But he wasn't going to be a babysitter for two. Once he entered the Tomb of the Gods, he naturally had to explore it on his own. As numerous rulers passed through the ice blue gate, the three demigod-level beings instantly transformed into divine light and disappeared behind the portal. They were on their way to find the divine status of the god of ice, so naturally they wouldn't be watching over these juniors all the time. It doesn't matter who survives or who dies here. For these demigods who have lived for tens of thousands of years, the death of a descendant of a certain race is a common occurrence. Passing through the ice blue portal, a massive blue double helix building came into view. No, it shouldn't be called architecture, at least from Jiang Xuan's perspective. This enormous double helix structure resembles two huge bones shimmering with cold, colored light. More specifically, these are two divine bones. Boom! An immense pressure slowly emanated from the giant bone, and a whisper began to appear in the ears of all the sovereign-level beings. That was the true whisper of the gods. Chapter 261, Ice Worms Gnawing on the Bones of Gods. The moment the divine whisper appeared, the domains of numerous sovereign beings activated on their own. They began to resist the mental pressure that came from the limits of life. As expected of a god, even in death, the whispers he left behind can suppress ordinary overlord-level beings in an instant. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Xuan's figure quickly rushed upwards. With his mental strength and domain power, the whisper did not have much effect on him. As Jiang Xuan gradually ascended, the giant bone before him changed once again. On the once crystal-clear blue spiral skeleton, tiny holes began to appear as if something was gnawing at the god's bones. What could possibly harm the body of a god? Jiang Xuan's gaze sharpened slightly. It is known that even when a god dies, the divine power that remains will linger around his body for a long time. At this point, even demigods cannot cause much damage to a god's body. The White Tiger clan's demigod-level ancestor, who boasted of devouring the body of a god, could only devour a small portion of the god's flesh and blood fragments that had been left outside the main body. Note, this refers to the rumored dead skin. Under these circumstances, he found it hard to imagine anything that could break through the pressure of a god and leave bite marks directly on the hard divine bones. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A sudden, dense sound of wings flapping rang out from the holes densely packed on the divine bones. One by one, ice worms shimmering with blue spiritual light rapidly emerged from the surface of the divine bone. Their sheer number blotted out the sky, clinging to the divine bones like parasites, gnawing away at them and creating gaping holes. Interesting, these ice worms seemed to be immune to the pressure of the gods. Reaching out and picking up a blue ice worm, Jiang Xuan discovered that its shell was unusually hard. Even when he used his domain power to crush it, the opponent only let out a piercing hiss. Interestingly though, these blue ice worms were only interested in gnawing on the divine bones, and showed no desire to attack Jiang Xuan or other foreign overlord-level beings. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan did not hesitate and immediately imprisoned the ice worm in his hand before activating the domination judgment. A powerful mental force swept over the body of the blue ice worm. Soon, a black mark appeared on the blue ice worm's carapace. It works! Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected that this ice worm, which could gnaw on divine bones, would have such an unusually low mental attribute. As Jiang Xuan began rapidly capturing ice worms in the surrounding area, the overlord-level beings that flew in one after another all showed greed on their faces. This worm can actually devour divine bones. Quick, don't let that kid collect them all. Quick, let's work together to collect these ice worms. Such a wonderful insect. I wonder what it tastes like. As one after another, the dominant beings of the White Tiger clan and the Void Face clan entered this place. They all began to imitate Jiang Xuan, using the power of rules to collect these ice worms into their domain. Jiang Xuan, who witnessed this, did not stop it. He was able to safely gather the ice worms because his domination judgment allowed him to immediately form a contract before the other party could react. Moreover, he gathered them up one by one, afraid of suddenly provoking these ice worms that could tear apart divine bones. However, with the arrival of numerous overlord-level beings, a large number of ice worms were directly absorbed into the domain. As the number of companions being captured increased, the swarm of ice worms, who were determined to tear apart the divine bone, became completely impatient. Their backs, once blue, instantly turned red. Then all the ice worms slowly turned their gaze toward the invaders who were frantically collecting their companions. Oh no, we should go. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan did not hesitate at all and rushed directly towards the barrier at the top of the divine bone. Meanwhile, the many overlord-level beings, completely consumed by greed, finally noticed the changes in the ice worms. However, apart from a very few cautious dominators who chose to retreat, most other overlord-level beings continue to attempt to trap these ice worms into their domains. Even more remarkably, a White Tiger clan ruler swallowed an ice worm whole, a look of satisfaction on his face. But then a terrifying mass of red light flashed by. Countless ice insects instantly spread their wings and enveloped these oblivious overlord-level beings. Bang! Dozens of ice worms instantly rushed into the domain of a sovereign-level being, and then opened the tiny fangs hidden in their abdomens. Soon, the ice worms that had been captured within the domain also began to suddenly go out of control, rapidly tearing and biting within the domain. Oh no! This ice worm can devour a domain. Everyone retreat. Before the ruler of the Void Face clan could even show any fear, hundreds of ice worms instantly and completely covered his domain. No! Dense ice worms burrowed into the skin around his eyes, instantly devouring his flesh and bones. This scene continued to unfold among the overwhelming swarms of insects below. As screams echoed, these supreme beings, who were incredibly powerful in the outside world, were rapidly perishing. Jiang Xuan's gaze was also serious at this moment. He had already withdrawn his domain and hidden himself within the blue shield formed by the numerous ice worms under his control. Under the cover of the ice insect's aura, he moved through the chaotic swarm of insects without being attacked. Of course, he dared not continue to gather the ice worms at this point, because if he reveals even the slightest trace of his presence, these countless ice insects will also attack him. With a glance at the swarm of insects below, which had been completely turned into a red ocean, Jiang Xuan did not hesitate and rushed out of the transparent barrier at the top of the divine bone. After breaking through the barrier, his ears suddenly went silent. I was curious whether that barrier was the boundary separating two worlds. In the blink of an eye, what came into view was a shimmering, crystal-clear sea of ice, with countless scattered ice surfaces covered with glistening, crystalline trees. The crystal trees were in different states. Some were just saplings, some had already blossomed, and some still had a few glistening, colorless, and transparent fruits hanging on them. As the view zooms in, you see rows of gleaming little boats made of solidified skeletons along the shore. Each boat is only 2 meters long, just like the small wooden boats used by ordinary fishermen. Interesting. It feels like the god of ice is intentionally filtering out the outside beings that enter this place. Seeing that several sovereign-level beings had already boarded small boats and glided towards the ice surface covered with crystal trees, Jiang Xuan's eyes immediately showed a strange look. Interesting. If the crystal tree on the ice is considered a reward, then what are the dangers on the sea? Jiang Xuan glanced at the several overlord-level beings who had already rushed to the vicinity of the ice surface, but did not rush over. Instead, he observed them first. Aha! This crystal tree is mine now. As expected of the graveyard of gods, there are so many divine trees here that have gathered the power of rules. However, there are many restrictions here. We cannot use domain attacks, nor can we fly. We can only use the power of our domain as the power source for the ice boat. Is this god selecting his successor? It must be said that apart from the White Tiger clan, almost all the beings that can advance to the Dominator level are quite intelligent. They gradually came to realize the ice god's intentions. No, if there's no danger, then what are the selection criteria? Jiang Xuan glanced once more at the empty ice boats at the forefront of the icy sea, their hulls partially obscured by white mist, and a guess seemed to form in his mind. He then walked directly to the ice boat, carefully selected a straight line, and began to use his domain power to glide on the ice boat. Just as he expected, the speed at which the ice boat was consuming the power of its domain did not appear to be fast, but it was increasing exponentially at a slow pace. It may not be obvious at first. However, as the travel distance increases, the domain power consumed is enough to deplete the domain power of a ruler. Moreover, the power of the domain here is completely sealed off, and even the dominant beings who have exhausted their domain power cannot replenish their strength from the outside. That's the biggest trap here. Once their domain power is exhausted, even a sovereign-level being will be trapped on the ice boat. For a sovereign-level being to escape, it must expend power to propel the ice boat forward or backward. So what exactly is this force? The answer is simple. It is the primordial power within the body of a dominant being. Once the source power of a sovereign-level being is exhausted, the ice boat will directly devour the sovereign-level being trapped on it. As the dominant beings are devoured, the absorbed primal power will be fed back to the icy sea below. As the power of a sovereign being's own domain and origin nourishes the saplings growing on the ice floes, their growth rate will increase. As more and more dominant beings are swallowed by the icy sea, the crystallized tree on the ice began to bloom and bear fruit rapidly, giving birth anew to the fruit of rules that held a deadly allure for dominant beings. Chapter 262, A Trap Above the Icy Sea. Therefore, from the very beginning, the rulers who want to cross the icy sea must plan their chosen routes carefully. The key to passing the level is finding the shortest route across the icy sea. Interestingly, the vast majority of crystal trees are not arranged in a straight line. Jiang Xuan observed that there was only one crystal tree on a straight line, and their growth rates were all different. If one does not understand the rules of this place, it will be difficult for a sovereign being to resist the temptation of the crystal tree. After all, once you obtain a crystal fruit, there is another crystal tree waiting to be picked 3 meters away from you. Will you take it or not? Those rulers who haven't grasped the rules of this place will definitely rush in without hesitation. Even dominant beings who have some suspicions in their hearts may take the risk because they're only a few meters away and are hoping to get away with it. This is the treacherous nature of the ice sea. The gamble is on the greed of living beings and the strength of the domain power of the dominant beings themselves. Jiang Xuan observed it carefully. Even with his superior domain power, it would be impossible for him to reach the other side of the icy sea without a well-planned route. Therefore, he had to suppress his greed and take the route that would yield the greatest profit and the shortest distance. Of course, after he chose his route, a few overlord-level beings would also observe this. And so, the second trap of the ice sea appeared. There are only a few routes that offer the greatest benefits and the shortest distance. You want to leave, but do others want to leave too? Therefore, after more rulers arrived at this place, a battle on the shore was imminent. Because of the extreme restrictions on territory here, sovereign-level beings can only compete for it by relying on their physical strength. A third problem soon emerged. Of the 3 clans, The White Tiger clan possesses the strongest physical strength. The problem is that the White Tiger clan is completely brainless. They didn't even know why everyone was fighting over those ice boats. But they know that what everyone is fighting over must be the best. And so a comical scene unfolded. After several bruised and battered Overlord-level beings glared at the smug White Tiger clan as they boarded the ice boat, they all watched helplessly as the silly bird began to circle around the crystal trees. Seeing the greed on the other party's face, the other sovereign-level beings who understood the rules remained silent and continued to turn their heads to compete for other ice boats. They needed to board the ice boat as soon as possible before more fools from the White Tiger clan arrived. Even ice boats, which don't generate as much profit. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, who had already reached the vicinity of the ice surface, finally stepped onto the first ice floe. Is this the fruit of rules nurtured by the tree of crystallization? As his gaze swept over the two fruits surrounded by dense power of rules, a message flashed quickly in Jiang Xuan's eyes. Name, Tree of Rules. Quality, legendary. Description, the Tree of Rules is born with a powerful means of gathering the power of rules. After absorbing enough power of rules, its growth will quickly change from seed to adult. The adult Tree of Rules can give birth to the legendary Fruit of Rules. Note, the Fruit of Rules contains a concentrated and pure version of the power of rules. When absorbed by beings at the Dominator level and above, it can enhance the growth of their own seed of rules. No wonder these rulers couldn't resist this temptation. For ruler-level beings, this is practically a divine object. Nodding, Jiang Xuan reached out and picked the two fruits. As he put the Fruit of Rules into his backpack, the Tree of Rules quickly withered and transformed back into a seed of the Tree of Rules. Jiang Xuan tried to collect the Rule Tree seed, but he found that the seed was shrouded in a special aura, making it impossible to collect. It seems to be a method left behind by the god of ice. The seed cannot be taken away. It will only grow, mature, and bear fruit again and again. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Xuan returned to the ice boat and continued onward. Unlike other rulers, he did not refine the two fruits of rules immediately. This is because once the power of the Fruit of Rules is absorbed by the seed of rules within a Dominator-level being, it is all because of this. The seed of rules will then enter a slow growth phase. However, the growth of any seed of rules will inevitably consume a large amount of rule power. At this moment, on the icy sea, every bit of power of the rules is an extremely precious and non-renewable resource. Jiang Xuan glanced at the few sovereign-level beings around him who were sitting cross-legged, eagerly swallowing the Fruit of Rules, and shook his head slightly. Once inside the icy sea, communication between living beings is forbidden, as if they are isolated in different spaces. While preventing fighting between living beings, it also greatly limits any opportunities for cooperation and warning. Perhaps this test had already begun the moment we boarded the ice boat. The distance of the sea of ice far exceeds the amount of domain power stored by a typical Overlord-level being. In other words, even if a being that has recently advanced to the Dominator level does not collect the fruits of rules, it still needs to consume a portion of its own essence after the power of the rules is exhausted in order to successfully cross the sea. Yes, it's that cruel. When beings lacking strength enter the tomb of the gods, they're destined to become stepping stones on the path to advancement for stronger beings. These are the rules of this icy sea, cruel rules established by a god. Soon, as Jiang Xuan approached the second ice floe, not far in front of him, several empty ice boats were already floating on the icy sea. From this moment on, the rulers who were overjoyed by collecting or devouring the fruits of rules began to notice something amiss about this place. But by then it was already too late. Their limited domain power was no longer sufficient to support the ice boat's continued voyage. Even some of the rulers who had begun to deplete their source power showed expressions of fear. They tried to make a sound, but under the influence of the power of the rules, they could not utter a single sound. Even to the other rulers struggling on the shore, it looked like they were dancing with joy at obtaining the Fruit of Rules. Therefore, more dominant beings joined this struggle for survival. As the dominant beings behind them passed through the barrier, they gradually discovered that there seemed to be more and more empty ice boats on the sea. Meanwhile, the The fruit of rules remained quietly suspended above the crystal tree on the ice, constantly drawing their attention. Third one in hand. On the ice boat, Jiang Xuan was carefully putting the third fruit of rules into his backpack. He has now deviated from his original course by nearly 5 meters. Therefore, he planned to collect the last fruit of rules and then cross the icy sea directly without turning back. He also feared that he, like other sovereign beings, would unknowingly step into a meticulously designed trap amidst endless greed. As they got closer to the shore, the number of crystal trees appearing around them increased exponentially. Sometimes, there is even a crystal tree just 1 meter away from Jiang Xuan. But Jiang Xuan remained unmoved. He knew this was the final test of their hearts. To avoid being disturbed by the outside world, he simply closed his eyes and focused solely on activating the power of his domain to quickly move towards the shore. What he didn't know was, at this moment, on the opposite bank, several overlord-level beings were staring at him with greedy expressions. Chapter 263, Collecting Tolls. They are among the few sovereign beings who can see the rules clearly and resist the temptation of the fruit of the rules. Among them, 1 is from the White Tiger clan, 3 from the Voidface clan, and 2 from the Chaos Alliance. This is enough to show that the Void clan is significantly stronger than the other 2 clans in terms of the reserves of their own domain power. Finally someone else has come. How about it, you two? Void Spirit, are you interested in a fight? I just saw this kid. He's collected at least 3 rule fruits. If we can take him down, the rest will be enough for us to share. Because some areas above the icy sea are affected by the power of the rules, the specific actions of the people inside cannot be seen from the shore. But before Jiang Xuan entered that area, who sure saw Jiang Xuan enter the ice surface of the 2 crystal trees? Okay, what do you two say? Are you going to cooperate with us? Or are you trying to stop us? Su Ling first nodded to Hu Shi, who was eagerly waiting to get started. He then turned to look at the 2 overlord-level beings of the Chaos Alliance who were sitting cross-legged to the side. Void Spirit, we are only here to restore our domain. The rest is none of our business. One of the veteran overlord-level beings opened its eyes, glanced at Jiang Xuan, and then stopped paying attention to him after realizing he was unfamiliar. He wasn't on the floating island before, so he didn't know about the commotion Jiang Xuan had caused. Of course, even if he knew, it wouldn't concern him. He now has very little power left in his domain and no extra energy to help others, especially a ruler with whom he has little connection. Another overlord-level being seemed somewhat disagreeing with its companion's idea. However, under the cold gazes of Tiger Devourer and the others, he also sighed slightly. Now that his allies are not planning to intervene, even if he does, he is no match for the 3 who have already recovered most of their strength. Moreover, they all agreed that Jiang Xuan's domain power was almost depleted at this point. It's hard to say, but it has already begun to deplete its own source power. For them, who had already recovered most of their strength, this was like a fat sheep delivered to their doorstep. At this moment, Jiang Xuan also saw the greedy tiger on the shore and the 2 members of the Void clan who were coldly sweeping their gazes toward him. Interesting. They want to take advantage of my domain power being exhausted and then steal my treasure. With a slight shift in his gaze, Jiang Xuan revealed a smile. He does indeed only have 1/5 of his domain power left. But even so, he is not someone these few small fry can mess with. Besides, there are 2 energetic guys in his territory waiting for punching bags to come in. You, hand over all the fruits of rules you just collected, or you'll die. Without further ado, the instant Jiang Xuan stepped off the ice boat and onto the shore, a force of domain power quickly pressed down on him. Tiger Devourer, his face contorted with greed, was already impatient. If it weren't for the 2 Void-Face clan rulers watching him intently, he would have swallowed Jiang Xuan whole long ago. Interesting. It seems that once we get ashore, there's no turning back. Ignoring the threat of the tiger's bite, Jiang Xuan only felt the powerful resistance behind him. No wonder the other party wasn't afraid he would run back to the ice boat. Once a creature lands on the island, it cannot return to the ice boat. That's good. It saved me a lot of effort. Jiang Xuan's gaze swept over the tiger and 2 men ahead, and a look of greed suddenly flashed in his eyes. Thank you so much for giving me such a great idea. A vast domain suddenly unfolded. After acquiring the power of the void and crystallizing his domain, Jiang Xuan's domain was far stronger than that of ordinary sovereign-level beings. He doesn't even know how far he can go among his peers. Then, the three of you come and experience it together. A terrifying aura instantly pressed down on the killing field unleashed by Tiger Devourer. In an instant, its domain was compressed into an extremely small area. At the same time, the two spirits standing to the side also suddenly twitched their eyes. This terrifying power of domain is something that ordinary overlord-level beings could not unleash. But Jiang Xuan didn't give the two a chance to react. The four-colored ring of domains suddenly unfolded, and the three of them, along with their domains that had been compressed to the extreme, were instantly swallowed up. The two rulers of the Chaos Alliance, who sensed the commotion, also showed expressions of shock. The two then rushed toward the barrier behind them and disappeared off the shore. Jiang Xuan did not stop the two from escaping. Although the two did not stop Hu Shi and the other from doing so, they also did not attack him. Out of respect for the Thunder Clan, he wouldn't dare to attack them. Meanwhile, the two people and one tiger who had been pulled into Jiang Xuan's domain were in dire straits. Two enormous beasts slowly circled around them. A chilling light flashed in his large pupils. Under the immense pressure, the three people's domains were now tightly attached to their body surfaces, and they no longer had their previous arrogance. Let's get this over with quickly. There's still things to take care of outside. Jiang Xuan's figure appeared in midair, and then directly condensed a giant icy hand to grab at the white giant tiger on the sea surface. As Jiang Xuan's voice fell, the impatient silver-horned, star-devouring dragon and crimson-armored beast instantly rushed towards the remaining void-face clan. No! 3 screams rang out, and only 3 seeds of rules remained, slowly dissolving within the domain. Upon returning to shore, Jiang Xuan noticed several ice boats rapidly approaching. Fine, since you're going to be the first day of the month, don't blame me for being the 5th. His eyes lit up slightly. It seemed Jiang Xuan had found a more suitable method. He felt he was still too inexperienced. Since they have the power to crush ordinary overlord-level beings, why bother to painstakingly pick the fruit? Why don't I just collect tolls directly, like the 3 tigers? Having figured this out, Jiang Xuan expanded his domain to the entire shoreline, directly blocking the barrier behind him. In this way, whoever comes here has to pay a toll to themselves before they can pass. Of course, if anyone disagrees, he wouldn't hesitate to crush them to death. Soon, 5 small boats came ashore. Among them are 2 members of the Void-Face clan, 1 member of the White Tiger clan, and 2 members of the Thunder clan. Without saying much, Jiang Xuan directly used ice to condense a huge ice tablet on the shore. The inscription on it reads, "A fruit of rules for collecting tolls." He wasn't worried that someone would directly devour the fruit of rules, because even the rulers who consumed the fruit of rules couldn't reach the shore. What do you mean? Are you trying to take us all for granted? The first to reach the shore, the ruler of the Void clan, had a gloomy expression. He glanced at Jiang Xuan's enormous domain and the barrier behind it. He immediately understood Jiang Xuan's intention. Boy, you're courting death. Aren't you afraid that my White Tiger clan's demigod ancestor will swallow you whole? Sure enough, those White Tiger clan members who managed to get ashore were all somewhat intelligent. Their comprehension power was almost exhausted, and after sensing Jiang Xuan's powerful domain, they immediately began to feel threatened. The ruler of the Thunder clan can leave on his own, while others can leave behind a fruit of rules to pass through. Without saying much, Jiang Xuan directly pressed his domain down on the 3 people below. Thank you so much, Senior. Upon seeing this, the 2 Thunder Clan rulers reacted quickly and rushed towards the barrier behind them. Chapter 264, 3-Layer Space. Damn it, let's charge in together. I don't believe he can kill us all. The White Tiger Clan's ruler looked furious. He winked at the 2 rulers of the Void-Face clan, and the 3 of them instantly followed the 2 Thunder Clan members as they rushed toward the barrier. I told you, you can't leave without leaving anything behind. As the cold voice fell, the oppressive aura of the domain instantly pressed down on the 3 who were trying to escape. Under the immense power of the rules, the 3 people's bodies began to freeze rapidly within the ice. Damn it, you win this time. Just you wait until my comprehension power recovers. With a glare, the White Tiger Clan's ruler threw down a fruit of rules and then charged toward the transparent barrier. Seeing that the other party was sensible, Jiang Xuan did not stop them. After all, he is not a demigod yet. If a large number of the rulers of the two races were killed, it would definitely enrage the demigods of the two races. At that time, one demigod would be fine, but if multiple demigods attacked, he would be in trouble. However, if some clueless individuals fail to grasp the situation, he wouldn't mind giving them a second chance. Snort. The other two rulers of the Void Face clan immediately snorted coldly, each leaving behind a fruit of rules before rushing out of the transparent barrier. Sure enough, working for someone else is never as good as robbing them. With a silent thought to himself, Jiang Xuan calmly stored the 3 rule fruits into his domain. Soon, several more people arrived. However, to Jiang Xuan's disappointment, this time the people were all rulers of the Thunder Clan. The 2 brothers, Lei Yun and Lei Feng, who were leading the group, were also among them. They must have discussed it beforehand to cross the river together. Friend Jiang, I pay my respects. Seeing Jiang Xuan standing alone in front of the barrier, Lei Yun's eyes twitched slightly, but he still stepped forward and bowed. After all, before he left, the Thunder Clan demigod had told him not to interfere with what Jiang Xuan was doing, not to offend him, and that it would be best to maintain a good relationship with him. Haha, we're all on the same side. Elder Lei Yun, please come over. Having opened a passage in his own domain, Jiang Xuan greeted the group with a cheerful smile. This is the aura of Senior Jiang. He guards the pass alone, intimidating the heroes of 2 tribes. Lei and Feng looked at Jiang Xuan with even greater admiration, even though they had been promoted to the Dominator level for less than 100 years. Having always focused on cultivating their domain within the clan, they had never encountered an outstanding expert like Jiang Xuan from the outside world. Jiang Ming, please be careful and try not to kill too many people. After all, this place is home to the most core forces of the 3 races. The territories of the 3 races are close together. If a major event occurs, these demigod-level beings can cross the sea in the blink of an eye. After giving Jiang Xuan a friendly reminder, Lei Yun and the others disappeared behind the barrier. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. He understood what Lei Yun meant. If too many of the 2 races' rulers die at his hands, their demigod-level ancestors will definitely take action against him. Faced with pressure from both clans, the Thunder Clan might not be able to protect him. However, the other party's statement, as much as possible, was quite telling, meaning that as long as he didn't kill too many people, the Thunder Clan would still support him. After the Thunder Clan's rulers departed, several waves of ice boats arrived one after another. Jiang Xuan remained unfazed and treated everyone equally. The ruler of the Chaos Alliance can pass, while the other 2 races, regardless of their numbers, all leave behind a fruit of rules. Several hours later, Jiang Xuan finally withdrew his domain. Because his actions were rather drastic, some of the rulers near the shore were not fools. They had already figured out Jiang Xuan's intentions by observing the actions of the other rulers. Therefore, the rulers who came after them became smarter. They directly reduced the supply of domain power and stopped all the ice boats on the shore. Even though they were staring at each other for ages, they just wouldn't go ashore. Jiang Xuan couldn't do anything about it, since fighting was forbidden within the ice sea. If the opponent doesn't move the ice boat, they won't consume their domain power. Therefore, if both sides fight to the death, they will only waste time. Forget it, these 14 fruits of rules are enough to raise my domain by a lot. Maybe once I comprehend my own rule authority, I can prepare to advance to demigod. After considering it for a moment, Jiang Xuan turned around and rushed into the barrier. His time was equally precious, and another important purpose of this trip was to use the abundant power of rules near the ice godhead to condense his own path. Therefore, he must hurry and get close to the ice authority before the demigods obtain the divine status. However, he guessed that since the god of ice was screening over beings of the overlord level, the obstacles to beings of the demigod level would definitely be greater. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to waste his time on overlord level beings. And the result was exactly as Jiang Xuan had expected. As soon as the 3 demigods rushed into the tomb of the gods, they were pulled directly into a special space by a powerful force. Time flows abnormally slowly within this space, as if it has been frozen. They need to constantly use the power of rules to fight against this force in order to gradually leave that space. Therefore, all three demigods unleashed their full power, releasing their rule-based power without reservation. Because whoever rushes out of the space first can get close to the ice authority in the outside world immediately. Yes, the power of ice does exist. The moment they rushed into the tomb of the gods, they sensed the extremely dense divine power. This divine power, aside from the divine status, is the authority of rules. The god of ice is dead, and his divine status is shattered. All that remains in the previous space is the authority of ice. Outside, Jiang Xuan had already arrived at the third level of the god's tomb. The power of rules here is exceptionally strong. Many overlord-level creatures that have crossed the icy sea are slowly advancing through the blizzard. Under the influence of this powerful rule, everyone's domain was forcibly compressed into an extremely small area. Even Jiang Xuan was suppressed by this power of rules. Fortunately, the three seeds of rules and the power imprisoned within him continued to release their strength, slowly dissolving the rule power that was eroding the domain. Therefore, Jiang Xuan did not experience the same difficulties as other sovereign beings. If he's right, the fourth level above should be where the ice god stores the ice authority. The biggest challenge facing everyone now is how to find the barrier entrance to the fourth level. At this moment, the surrounding world was boundless, completely shrouded in wind and snow. Under the suppression of the power of the rules, the spiritual senses of many rulers were rendered useless. Therefore, all rulers can only continue forward along that icy path formed by layers of ice. After taking out the fruit of rules, Jiang Xuan did not immediately search for the exit, but instead began to sit cross-legged and refine the power of the rules. He knew that this was also a test left by the god of ice, and only those who persevered to the end could gain the god's approval. In other words, there is no exit from here at all. Chapter 265, Surrounded by the Crowd. The cold wind, like a blade of rules, slashed repeatedly across the domains of the many rulers. They trudged forward, making their way step by step toward the icy path. Ironically, even they didn't know why they should keep going. The moment the first dominant being chose to embark on the path of ice, the bandwagon effect occurred. Nearly 80% of the dominant beings enhanced their own domains and slowly advanced towards that endless direction. Foolish. Among the crowd, there were naturally some intelligent people. Most of them were the overlords who had been wandering outside the Alliance of Chaos for many years. For these rogue cultivators, they might not be as powerful as those with divine blood flowing through their veins. However, they're more sensitive to danger and rules. From the moment they looked at the seemingly endless icy path, they lost all desire to go any further. Instead, they all turned their attention to the figure covered in ice in the corner. Everyone, you must all remember this person, right? This person forcibly took away the fruit of rules that we had worked so hard to obtain. Are you all just going to let this go? A somber voice rang out from the crowd, its tone both real and unreal, its gender and age unclear. It also makes it difficult to discern which rulers' methods were involved. However, a few rulers still slowly turned their gazes to the several Void-Face clan rulers who were gathered together. In their eyes, only the dominant beings of the Void-Face clan could possess such bizarre abilities. That's right. Now that our territory has recovered most of its strength, we might be able to capture this person and force him to hand over the fruit of rules. I agree. Although this person is extraordinary, there are more than a dozen of us here. Are we afraid of him alone? Let's do it. Let's all do it together. Don't give him a chance to react. As a series of eerie sounds rang out from midair, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of several rulers. Regardless of whether the other party was deliberately trying to sow discord, their grudges against Jiang Xuan were genuine. Moreover, Jiang Xuan's robbing of so many sovereign-level beings must have aroused the dissatisfaction of many sovereign-level beings. And so, under the influence of the voice, one by one the rulers who were sitting cross-legged slowly opened their eyes. They all looked greedily at Jiang Xuan, who sat in the corner surrounded by four-colored rings. Without any warning, a giant tiger claw suddenly swooped down from midair, Under such immense force, even the wind and snow seemed to be affected and cut apart. Click! With tremendous force, the tiger's claws instantly shattered the ice in front of Jiang Xuan, and then tried to grab at Jiang Xuan, who was sitting with his knees drawn up. What are you waiting for? This person is not easy to deal with. Are you just going to watch him refine the fruit of rules? Hu Shaotian let out a cold shout, his eyes flashing with extreme, killing intent. As one of the few veteran ruler-level beings in a white tiger clan whose brains have not been corrupted by the rules of killing intent, he knew, of course, that he couldn't kill Jiang Xuan on his own. Kill him. He's just one person. How could he possibly possess so many fruits of rules? Kill him. Then we'll each see who has the best skills. One sound after another rang out, and in a short moment, several killing moves appeared above Jiang Xuan's head. Kid, you're dead meat. Blame it on the fact that you've angered everyone and taken too much that doesn't belong to you. He sensed the terrifying killing move beside him, which was also aimed at Jiang Xuan. Tiger roaring skies, eyes flashed with a crimson light, a cruel glint in them. He didn't believe Jiang Xuan could remain unharmed under such an attack of the power of rules. However, his ideals were lofty, but reality was harsh, and his hopes were soon dashed. Click! Click! The sound of the power of rules being frozen rang out, and Jiang Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his crimson eyes. Domain expansion. Without further ado, Jiang Xuan directly withstood the blizzard-filled domain, instantly enveloping everyone present within his own domain. No, impossible. Why is his field able to expand so much? No, everyone, hurry and attack. Don't let him use his killing move. A series of incredulous gasps rang out. The 12 rulers instantly unleashed the power of their own domains to the limit, constantly resisting this terrifying power of the rules that far surpassed that of everyone else. Since you want to fight me, then be prepared to die. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes as he slowly stood up. As he stood up, the surrounding wind and snow instantly reversed. A massive ring of domain swiftly swallowed the 12 sovereign-level beings into its embrace. Buzz. The ring of rules trembled continuously. Amidst the shocked gazes of the other sovereign-level beings watching the battle, the 12 sovereign-level beings were forcibly pulled into the four-colored ring with almost no resistance. What kind of powerful rule domain is this? Just who is this person? Could it be that yet another naturally born creature has been born? It has been so many years since such a terrifying creature has appeared on the inner sea. Everyone gasped in shock and moved away from the circular ring of rules that was suspended in midair. It's important to understand that simultaneously forcibly pulling 12 ruler-level beings into one's own domain would be extremely difficult. The power of the dominion it controls must be stronger than the combined power of the rules of the 12 dominion-level beings. In their memory, this had only happened twice. One of them was the battle that made the Ice Witch famous, and the other was her final battle. It seems that the peace of the inland sea for thousands of years is about to be broken. A deep sigh rang out, and a complex look flashed in the eyes of the many sovereign beings. Each time such a wicked act occurs, it will cause great turmoil throughout the entire inland sea. As the top beings among the three races, they're the most likely to be swallowed up by this trend. While the various sovereign-level beings were lost in thought, the 12 sovereign-level beings within the domain were still in a daze. No, he just dragged us all into this like that. We are a full 12 overlord-level beings. Kill him. He must be killed. Otherwise, this man will surely become a scourge to both our races. How is that possible? How did he detect my virtual transmission? I clearly didn't give anything away. All the terrified gazes were fixed on Jiang Xuan, who stood in mid-air like a god. They couldn't understand why. As fellow ruler-level beings, they had absolutely no advantage over Jiang Xuan. You were the one who started this, weren't you? Jiang Xuan's eyes slowly lit up, and then the entire sky above the domain world. A pair of enormous, crimson eyes suddenly fixed on a void race ruler hiding in the far corner. This person was inconspicuous in the crowd, and his true form was hidden in a fog, making it impossible to discern his physical shape. It can rely on its powerful perception and control over the rules of ice within 100 meters. Jiang Xuan is able to detect any fluctuations in the power of rules within 100 meters of him. This is also why he can instantly locate the other person in a crowd. Looks like we found the right person. Let's start with you then. As the cold voice fell, a crimson gate instantly appeared in front of the Void-Face clan member. Then came the second door, the third door, the fourth door. The moment the 4 gates appeared, the mist surrounding the overlord-level being of the Void-Face clan was instantly cleared away. Only the massive demon-faced tree body with several branches remained, forcibly shrouded in mid-air by the binding force, unable to move at all. Ghost-Faced Tree. This person is actually a core bloodline descendant of the Void-Face clan. The other 11 rulers all moved away from the area of the red portal. As they gazed at the forcibly imprisoned Ghost-Faced Tree, they quickly devised a way to break the deadlock. Fools! What are you waiting for? He's trying to kill us one by one. What are you waiting for? The demon-faced tree, its body imprisoned, emitted a sharp, loud howl. At this moment, he was completely unable to move and had already felt the deadly threat. Attack! We can't let this person harm the Void Demon. The 6 rulers of the Void-Face clan exchanged glances, then raised their ruler domains, which were suppressed on the surface of their bodies, and quickly attacked Jiang Xuan in midair. Kill them one by one? Is that really necessary? Jiang Xuan's gaze was calm, but a slight grin appeared on his lips, as if he had heard something unusually funny. He is Jiang Xuan. He is a peak ruler who wears a 4-color domain ring, controls the power of confinement, and can compete with demigod-level powerhouses. Within their own domain, how could they possibly need to defeat these so-called established rulers one by one? What a joke. This is an absolute joke. Chapter 266, Powerful Annihilation. Since you want to join forces, then let me show you what a real gang fight looks like. As Jiang Xuan's figure instantly appeared on the Ghost-Faced Tree, terrifying roars of beasts resounded across the sky and the sea. What is this? Oh no, there are other sovereign-level beings within his domain of rules. As a White Tiger clan overlord-level being let out an angry roar. The crimson-armored behemoth, along with tens of thousands of other sea creatures, emerged from the seabed. They all looked coldly at these rulers standing above the sea. Above, amidst the shifting emerald-green figure, an even larger silver dragon shadow instantly pounced upon a Void-Face clan ruler. Roar! The oppressive aura of the cosmic behemoth suddenly descended from midair, piercing the fearful gazes of the several rulers. Hundreds of thousands of dragon beasts have appeared in the sky, completely enveloping the space. Don't forget, we're still here. On the technological mothership, following the command of the skeletal captain, the ultimate destruction cannon had completed its energy charge. A terrifying red ray swept across the Dominator-level creature in mid-air in an instant. Killing you is enough with just one move. Seeing the giant, ghost-faced tree pinned under his feet, unable to move, a purple lightning spear instantly appeared in Su Sheng's hand. Bang! A colossal phantom of a thunder spear hurtled down from the sky, and amidst the void demon's unwilling roar, it completely reduced the place to ashes. At this moment, the numerous sovereign-level beings in midair no longer harbored any hope. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they tried to find a way to break through while constantly dodging the terrifying claws of several giant beasts. What made them even more desperate was the sea beasts and dragon beasts within the territory are not only outrageously numerous, but it seems that no matter how many times you kill them, you can't kill them all. A few relatively calm members of the Void race have already noticed that the power of the rules here is constantly resurrecting those fallen behemoths. Therefore, they almost did not hesitate at all, instantly burning their source energy and opening the void. They attempted to hide in the void space to escape the encirclement and attack of the giant beasts in Jiang Xuan's domain. But they never considered that this was within Jiang Xuan's territory. This world is his divine realm of rules, as long as he desires it. With a single thought, he could instantly seal off the void of this world. This caused many sovereign beings attempting to open the void to instantly lose their sense of the void. I told you, No one can leave today. The bloodstained gun flew back into Jiang Xuan's hand, and a void realm origin was held in his grasp. Finally, it transformed into countless rules and dissipated into the world. The void demon is dead. It died at the hands of the enemy without any ability to resist. The remaining 6 members of the Void Face clan all looked terrified, as the void demon's combat power was even greater than theirs. Now he's completely in Jiang Xuan's hands and can't escape a single move. No, I surrender. I'm willing to give up half of the power of the Void Realm. Just please spare me. At this moment, the Void Face clan ruler no longer harbored any illusions. After witnessing 2 more White Tiger clan overlords fall into the jaws of giant beasts, he lost all pride as an overlord-level being. He had already realized that all the dominant beings in this place had completely become prey for the beasts. If he didn't surrender soon, he feared he would soon follow in the footsteps of others. He is a great sovereign-level being, a prodigy of his clan who took nearly 1,000 years to achieve this advancement. He absolutely cannot die here. However, no matter how much he begged for mercy, or even knelt in the void and continuously cut his own illusory origin, he was still unharmed. The figure standing high in the sky showed not a trace of pity. For him, these people were on his kill list the moment they dared to lay a hand on him. As for what happens after he leaves, he's not afraid of being held accountable by the 2 demigod-level ancestors. A mere few sovereign-level beings are nothing in the eyes of the 2 races. At most, it would be those 2 demigod-level ancestors who entered this place who would attack him. But with his current strength, even 2 demigod-level beings might not be able to capture him. Moreover, he is now a member of the Chaos Alliance and a powerful ally of the Thunder Clan. He believed that the demigod of the Thunder Clan would not allow the 2 of them to surround and kill him. Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Xuan had few concerns and only one thought remained: kill. That murderous intent was chilling and penetrating, even making the White Tiger clan's ruler, who believed in killing as the way of life, feel a chill run down his spine. No matter how they resisted, they could not escape the encirclement and slaughter by 2 peak overlord-level beings and hundreds of thousands of giant beasts. The moment the power of the rules was exhausted, they too became lambs to the slaughter. So this is what they call the ruler of a great clan? It's nothing special after all. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Xuan then stopped paying attention to the battle below. 14 fruits of rules appeared in his hand, and he began to use the primal power emitted by the 12 fallen ruler-level beings to condense his own power of rules. As his thoughts became immersed in the power of his own rules, within the 3-layered space, countless streams of icy energy instantly rushed into Jiang Xuan's domain. At this moment, Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, as he also sensed the powerful, icy rules emanating from the outside world. Surprisingly, the energy did not attack him. It simply kept swaying around the 4-colored circular ring suspended in mid-air, as if waiting for something. Soon, Jiang Xuan knew exactly what the other party was waiting for. Buzz! Buzz! The golden ring quickly slipped off his wrist and then shot straight out of the domain, flying towards the extremely dense ice rules. Jiang Xuan witnessed all of this, but he did not use his domain to stop the other party. Oh, I see. So-called trials and tribulations are ultimately no match for the chosen candidates. With a soft sigh, Jiang Xuan's mind gradually calmed down. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in understanding his own rules and no longer paid attention to the movements of the outside world. Amidst the resentful gazes of numerous overlord-level beings, the golden ring, supported by the power of ice, began to sway continuously. Soon, within the golden ring, a huge blue eggshell was slowly emerging. Chapter 267, The Ice God's Backup Plan. The moment the blue eggshell appeared, the power of the rules in the entire 3-layered space suddenly surged. The cold wind, carrying endless icy power, swirled up a massive vortex of rules in midair. After the vortex of rules was formed, a huge portal slowly appeared in midair, and the icy staircase leading to the giant egg quickly condensed on it. It's a staircase with rules leading to the 4th level of space. Charge! The authority of ice is definitely within the 4th level of space. Charge! This is our last chance. The moment the rule ladder was formed, The rulers below went completely mad. They used all their strength to cover their bodies with their domain, struggling to get closer to the rule-based staircase. Click! Suddenly, a huge crack spread rapidly in midair. A terrifying tiger's roar suddenly swept across from the other side of space. Ha ha! It seems I have one. My white tiger clan is the true master of this rule and authority. A colossal tiger swept across from outside space. The rules of ice, which filled the sky, could no longer stop its advance. It descended rapidly towards this space. Meanwhile, in the other two spaces, dense cracks were rapidly appearing as demigods from the Thunder Clan and the Void Clan were approaching. Oomph! A bunch of useless trash, daring to compete with me for the power of ice. The giant tiger's enormous pupils gazed down at the numerous sovereign beings below. With a roar, a terrifying tiger claw instantly tore through space, annihilating the ruler closest to the rule ladder. Tiger Phoenix, how dare you? Seeing his junior ruler being killed by Tiger Phoenix with a single grab, a huge, strange tree root instantly pierced through the void and quickly stabbed towards the White Tiger Clan demigod, who was breaking through the spatial blockade. Oomph! A bunch of juniors dared to compete with me. They deserve to die. Tiger Phoenix looked disdainful, and then its dense blood energy instantly transformed into a giant scythe, slashing at the gray tree root. The collision between the two instantly disrupted the rules governing the three-layered space. Suddenly, a series of menacing spatial rifts appeared in the void. At this moment, all the power of the rules was concentrated around the blue giant egg, causing the stability of the three-layered space to drop significantly. If a full-scale war were to break out between demigods, all beings in the three layers of space would perish in a shattered void storm. Both demigods were well aware of this. So after exchanging blows, they said no more and began to continue their all-out attack on the spatial barrier in front of them, which was covered by the power of the rules. Such a strong aura of ice. Could it be another naturally born being? Compared to the demigod-level powerhouses of the other two races, the Thunder Clan's demigods were noticeably calmer. Before he departed, he met with Lin and Tian. Naturally, he understood that the Chaos Alliance was now tainted by immense karma because of Jiang Xuan. Lin and Tian reminded him to proceed with caution on this trip to the Divine Tomb. If necessary, one can relinquish the struggle for the power of ice and prioritize one's own safety. Another naturally born being. It seems this is the candidate chosen by the god of ice. After successfully suppressing his greed for the power of ice, the Thunder Clan demigod finally let out a slow sigh. He also began to secretly slow down the power of his attack on the spatial barrier. His gaze swept complicatedly over Jiang Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed below. He glanced again at the giant blue egg floating on the steps of the rules and seemed to understand something. The giant egg's energy is unstable, which means that the current giant egg is absolutely unable to accept the full power of the Ice Authority. The Ice God, who had already chosen his candidate, could not possibly have been unaware of this. The rules of a god encompass the heavens and earth. How could the contingency plans he left behind possibly have any flaws? Therefore, the god of ice must reserve enough sacrifices for the chosen candidate. At the very least, it must be ensured that its candidates can grow to a level sufficient to accept the authority of ice in a short period of time. What will this offering be? Upon realizing this, Lei Ling, the demigod of the Thunder Clan, suddenly felt a jolt in his eyes. Of all the beings present, who could be more suitable as the chosen sacrifice than a demigod? Cold sweat instantly broke out on my forehead. Lei Ling finally understood why the god's tomb was being located half a month earlier than predicted. And why is it that as soon as they entered the tomb of the gods, the power of ice actively emitted the power of rules, attracting their attention? Moreover, they did not suffer any real attacks along the way, but were merely temporarily trapped in a void. Perhaps all the answers lie in the figure below. Because he arrived ahead of time, the divine tomb sensed the predetermined aura and thus voluntarily emerged. Because he has come, the god of ice will use the entire essence of a demigod to fill all the deficiencies in the chosen candidate. Gods, this is a god. Even if he has been dead for 10,000 years, he can still easily plot against a demigod. A tremendous shock ran through Lei Ling, and an uncontrollable fear flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he discovered it. Fortunately, he wasn't the first one to break through the barrier. He turned to look at the White Tiger Clan and the Void Face Clan demigods, their eyes burning with fervor as they continued to relentlessly attack the barrier. Lei Ling suddenly felt a deep and penetrating sorrow. If you don't become a god, you'll remain an ant. Ants, on the other hand, cannot even control their own destiny. Just as Lei Ling was feeling sorrowful. On the other side, the White Tiger Clan demigod was about to break free from the obstruction of the ice rules and descend into the third layer of space. Ha! There's actually another naturally born being. Heaven has truly been kind to me. After devouring it, I will be able to directly control the power of ice. In less than 10,000 years, I will be able to condense a godhood. A greedy glint flashed in the flames of the enormous tiger's eyes. Tiger Phoenix's half-body finally struggled out of the void. Tiger Phoenix, an angry roar emanated from the void race demigod's body. A colossal, towering tree instantly rose into the sky, radiating terrifying pressure. Hundreds of massed roots pierced through the void and rapidly coiled around the giant tiger's body. Oof. You old fool. I'll deal with you after I get the Ice Authority. Sensing the powerful demigod energy behind him, Tiger Phoenix's eyes flashed with disdain. In terms of attack power alone, the White Tiger Clan are born war gods. Therefore, he must be the first powerful being to break through the void. Roar! A tremendous tiger roar instantly swept through the air, and the giant tiger's massive body was instantly split in two. One of them struggled to emerge from the void, turning to face the rapidly approaching gray tree roots attacking from there. The other one, its eyes filled with greed, pounced quickly towards the giant blue egg in midair. Iamine, I am the true candidate for godhood, and everyone else will be my nourishment. Feeling the dense primordial power so close at hand, even the demigod Hu Huang was filled with excitement. The path to godhood was right before him. He seemed to already see the grand scene of himself condensing his divine essence and ascending to godhood. At that time, all living beings in the world will become his food, and he will become the strongest ice god in the Black Sea world. Click, click. A tremendous sound of ice freezing suddenly rang in their ears, causing the Tiger Phoenix in midair to shudder. An endless chill coursed through its massive body, transforming into enormous, icy chains. His body was rapidly losing consciousness as an immense divine pressure pressed down on him without warning. No, I am the final victor. You can't do this. The divine pressure erupted instantly, shattering the enormous tiger's head. Frosty chains pierced through the tiger's limbs and bones, continuously pulling it toward the massive, icy gate. God of Ice, why? I am clearly the one most capable of inheriting your will. The shattered flesh regenerated, and the powerful life force of the demigod coalesced once again into a new giant tiger, head under the shroud of the power of the rules. Chapter 268, The Origin of Rules. Ha! You can't kill me. You've been dead for 10,000 years, and your power is almost gone. Maniacal laughter echoed in midair. The giant tiger instantly expanded to 1,000 meters in size, its terrifying demigod power fully revealed at this moment. What made Hu Huang's expression change was, as his size increased, the ice chains that had burrowed into his flesh and blood also grew in tandem. The terrifying chill still tightly sealed off his power, gradually eroding his very essence. God of Ice, you can't kill me. You cut off one of my heads, and I can grow too. I may be a demigod, but I've already touched the threshold of becoming a god. An angry roar rose from the sky. The clash of immense power of rules forced many dominant beings to retreat to the world's borders. In their eyes, the 1,000-meter-tall giant tiger roared, and two heads instantly appeared on its body, while a third head was also rapidly growing out. Do you see that, God of Ice? I'm the strongest. My primal power is inexhaustible. Only I am your final choice. The Tiger Phoenix, now with 3 heads, finally regained its confidence. He believed that as long as he was not instantly annihilated, his terrifying demigod-level vitality would definitely help him wear down the last remaining power of the ice god. And as long as he can persevere, everything will become his possession. With a look of elation in her eyes, Tiger Phoenix seemed to feel that the chains binding her had loosened slightly. But soon, reality gave him a cruel truth. Those who are not chosen by God can never reach the position of the gods. This is not just talk. A massive, deep blue chain slowly extended out from the fourth-level spatial portal. Like the lowered gaze of a deity, it slowly looked upon the enormous white tiger in the sky. As the massive chains wrapped around the giant tiger's body, an intensely concentrated icy power erupted. Tiger Phoenix's consciousness, being a demigod-level being, was instantly frozen, and its dense primordial power was violently pulled out of its body by a huge chain. Finally, the golden core slowly condensed above the blue giant egg. As the essence of this demigod-level being nourished him, the sound of a heartbeat began to slowly resound within the blue giant egg. Buzz! The golden ring vibrated with joy, then attached itself directly to the giant egg and was slowly pulled into the fourth layer of space by the huge chains. Bang! The enormous portal in the sky was completely sealed off, and then slowly faded into the void. At this moment, all the living beings below were plunged into a deep state of daze. Even void race demigod Su Tian, who was also a demigod-level being, showed a look of shock. Dead. The Tiger Phoenix's original aura has been completely erased. An overwhelming sense of fear spread rapidly through Su Tian's heart. He was just one step away from death. He was just one step away from following in the footsteps of the White Tiger clan's demigods and becoming nourishment in the eyes of the gods. Fortunately, Tiger Phoenix used its innate divine power to block him for a moment, preventing him from successfully entering this realm. Otherwise, he would surely die. Buzz! Buzz! The massive tree roots instantly went berserk, constantly repairing the shattered spatial barrier in front of them. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. The dense power of rules continuously mended the spatial cracks, and this demigod-level being was utterly terrified. Only then did he realize that this so-called cemetery of the gods was not a feast prepared for them, but a huge trap that had been planned for tens of thousands of years. No, ancestor. Our demigod has fallen just like that. No, the ancestor can tear through the void. Why doesn't he run away? Desperate cries echoed from below. The remaining 27 White Tiger clan rulers had lost all pride as descendants of gods. Even the ancestors who had reached the peak of the demigod level perished here. What will become of them? Sigh, I knew it. A low sigh rang out, and Lei Ling, who had been cowering to the side, slowly dispersed the aura he had gathered. The instant the aura of the god of ice appeared, he quickly concealed his source power within his massive body, daring not to reveal it in the slightest. That is precisely why he did not appear within the aura sensing range of the giant chains. The power of ice has been born, and a demigod-level being of the White Tiger clan has fallen. It seems that a new era of chaos is about to begin. With a deep sigh, Lei Ling's figure slowly retreated to the end of the space. Their space here connects the outside world with the three-dimensional space of the god cemetery. Once they entered, the portal connecting them to the outside world was forcibly closed. Now that the matter is settled, the god of ice will likely not pursue the matter to the bitter end. After all, the demigods above the inner sea are the bloodlines left behind by many gods. If 3 of them were to die instantly, it would certainly attract the attention of many gods. The god of ice has just selected a candidate and certainly doesn't want the candidate to appear before the many gods right now. Of course, even if a deity sensed the contingency plan left behind by the god of ice, they would not descend to the mortal realm. This involves a secret of the god of ice. He was a god who was severely injured and perished tens of thousands of years ago while resisting the resurgence of an evil god. His legacy has attracted the attention of several first-generation gods, and even though the gods of the White Tiger clan are aware of it, they will not say anything. After all, trespassing into the land of other gods' inheritance is an offense against the god's authority. As a deity, he naturally wouldn't want to be bothered by flies after his fall. But the god of ice won't go too far and kill everyone. After all, the selected candidate still needs some time to solidify his authority into a divine status. Therefore, during this period, he will not leave too much resentment for the candidates. Therefore, through the hidden deliberations of several deities, Lei Ling and the Void-Face clan demigod escaped the calamity. At this moment, Jiang Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the three-story space, suddenly sensed something. A golden ring instantly flew out from the void and enveloped him. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xuan's figure vanished from the space in an instant. Sure enough, that giant blue egg is closely related to this person. Lei Ling was slightly startled. He was now certain that Jiang Xuan was indeed a chosen one of this era. Only those destined for greatness can travel freely within the world of a single deity. Of course, Lei Ling is probably overthinking this, because Jiang Xuan himself didn't know where he was. Buzz! Buzz! The golden ring trembled slowly, constantly hovering above Jiang Xuan's head. Then the space in front of him was torn apart, and his figure appeared on a huge ice surface. The aura of the ruler. It seems this will be the last generation before the seal is broken. A deep sigh echoed from the ice, like the whisper of a great god. Very well, since the cause and effect between you have been established, I will lend you my assistance once more. Before Jiang Xuan could react, the enormous phantom in the void slowly dissipated. A dense power of rules instantly transformed into countless runes, rapidly enveloping Jiang Xuan. This is the very origin of the rules of the gods. His eyes widened, and disbelief filled Jiang Xuan's eyes. He never expected that the god of ice would not only not kill him, but would also use his last strength to provide him with an excellent environment for transformation. Indeed, under the dense power of the rules, Jiang Xuan's speed of comprehending his own rules will increase once again. With time running out, Jiang Xuan quickly sat down cross-legged. He summoned his own four-colored rule ring and quickly merged into the dense power of the rules in midair. Chapter 269, Control of Power. Time flies, and a year has passed. Over the past 6 months, as the last breath of the ice god dissipated, the tomb of the ice god began to emerge completely, hanging high above the sea. Although this god has passed away, the mechanisms within the tomb of the ice god are still in operation. The Fruit of Rules continues to attract dominant beings from various forces in the surrounding seas. After the 4 layers of space were completely sealed off, the 3 races' dominant beings began to continuously refine their own domains using the ice rules within the 3 layers of space. The other faction leaders who had just entered the fray, after paying a certain price, still obtained permission from the 3 major factions. You can explore the 1st and 2nd levels of the ice god's tomb. Of course, all 3 major powers tacitly agreed not to transmit any further information about the tomb of the ice god to the outside world. This also led to the rapid loss of many dominant beings from various factions due to a lack of intelligence. Subsequently, due to the dangerous mechanisms of the ice god's tomb, the 7 major powers in the East decided to each send a demigod-level being to lead their teams. This barely slowed down the rate at which ruler-level beings perished. However, regardless of whether it's the 1st or 2nd level of the mechanism, demigod-level powerhouses can still only observe and cannot directly take action. Because once a demigod-level expert enters the tomb of the ice god, they will be instantly teleported to a special space. Although that space allows observation of the major rulers on the 3 levels, it still cannot directly influence the rules left behind by God. The White Tiger clan, having lost a demigod, was naturally enraged. After confirming that the demigod-level beings of the White Tiger clan had indeed died at the hands of the ice god, they immediately dispatched 2 demigod-level ancestors to guard the vicinity of the ice god's tomb day and night. Of course, they did not choose to go in. They were also afraid that they would be attacked by the ice god's legacy after entering the tomb. But they also feared that the candidates for the gods who had inherited the power of ice would escape from the divine tomb. Therefore, amidst the puzzled gazes of many powerful demigods, the 2 demigods of the White Tiger clan stood guard at the gate like door gods for a whole year. He is jokingly referred to as the Tomb Keeper by many forces. At this time, the inland sea areas also gradually became unstable. For some unknown reason, recently, Various divine tombs on the inner sea have begun to emerge one after another. The surging of various forces has completely turned the entire inland sea upside down. While many powerful clans were sending out their dominant beings to explore, they also vaguely realized something and began to consolidate their territories and recall their lower-ranking members. After the opening of the god's tomb, the Black Tide god, who was feared by all living beings, seemed to have fallen into a state of stagnation. This is good news for all inland sea creatures, except for the 26 floating islands. Without the threat of the Black Tide god, they are now able to develop their own power more quickly and explore the mysteries of the Overlord-level beings. The first to bear the brunt was the Human Alliance, one of the major powers in the inner sea. At this time, within the Human Alliance, after more than a year of development, and with the full support of all the Human Alliance's resources, 3 sovereign-level beings were forcibly fed into existence. Although they are only the lowest-ranking newly ascended rulers in terms of combat strength, there's no doubt that they have brought tremendous boost to the overall power and racial prestige of the Human Alliance. For the past year, the Human Alliance's exploration ships, led by Destiny and Silver Dragoncloud Sky, have frequently traveled between various factions. They have close ties with the Angels and the Black Sea New Humans, and can even explore the tombs of God that appear in the sea together with the 2 races. Meanwhile, inside the 4th level of the Ice God's tomb, Jiang Xuan is now at a crucial stage in his understanding of the rules. Nourished by a trace of the Ice God's primal power, Jiang Xuan's comprehension of his own rules has been increased by tens of thousands of times. He sat cross-legged in the domain, his eyes closed, carefully sensing the aura of every living being within it. The 4-colored rings hovered tightly behind him, constantly rotating, like guards protecting the Emperor. My path is not a path of rules based on a single attribute. In essence, talent and sequence are my foundation. The paths taken by those who came before are not suitable for me. They can only serve as a reference for my own progress. Therefore, wielding power is the path I truly want to take. As Jiang Xuan's understanding of the rules deepened, the long-dormant aura of authority deep within his consciousness was slowly awakened. That wasn't crimson imprisonment, but pure black rule. The black power of rules surged continuously from the depths of his consciousness, and a huge, ancient character slowly floated above his domain. Jiang Xuan carefully sensed the sense of enlightenment in his heart and finally comprehended the character, you. From this point on, the authority to rule was complete. The moment when the power of rule is formed, Jiang Xuan's domain instantly began to surge. His 4-colored rule power began to merge rapidly, slowly moving closer to the character, Vu. Command sea beasts. Command living beings. Command all things. Command heaven and earth. A true ruler can rule over everything. From the moment of his birth, he was the master of all things and the absolute ruler of the world. Is this the power of domination? In midair, the 4-colored rings behind Jiang Xuan shattered instantly. Different forces of rule quickly fed back into the domain, rapidly merging into the bodies of hundreds of thousands of beings within it. As the power of the rules was nurtured, every living being in the world possessed a trace of the aura of the rules. As the ring of rule shattered, a pure black ring slowly rose from behind Jiang Xuan. The immense black power continued to gather and eventually rose 10,000 feet high, transforming into a colossal figure hanging high in the heavens. That figure was majestic and tall, like a divine sovereign who ruled over billions of living beings and commanded all gods. The universe sings praises and the planets rejoice. A massive force from the vast universe continuously pierced through the void and descended into Jiang Xuan's domain. Under the infusion of that powerful force, the phantom of a true ruler finally slowly emerged. The aura of the sovereign has finally returned. Where is he? Is he in that sealed-off world? Let's seal off his aura. His power is still too weak. We need to buy him more time. The gate of the evil god is about to descend again, and I can feel that his aura is almost back. 2 indistinct whispers echoed continuously throughout the universe. 2 towering figures, like giants in the starry sky, slowly rose from the back of the universe, supporting the entire cosmic plane like pillars of heaven. And so the auras of the two deities were revealed. The first generation of gods who were sealed in the void of the Black Sea world all sense that terrifying divine power. It's the aura of those two. They have awakened from their slumber. How many gods have been born in the ancestral world now? It seems there are only 32 people, which is still too few. Alas, they are gradually awakening, but our strength is still far too scarce. A great battle is imminent. Open all the tombs of the gods. In the void, the auras of several gods continuously fluctuated, their gazes lowered, slowly turning towards the ancestral world below. As the first god issued his command, the 32 gods hidden high in the sky gradually awoke from their slumber. Their eyes flickered, revealing an unfathomable complexity. And then a series of sighs rang out. Throughout the entire inner sea world, the tombs of hundreds of incomplete gods were successively opened. These are the many gods who perished in the ancient war of extinction. Some of them were reduced to heads, some to arms, and some to a single scale. But without a doubt, they are ultimately gods and still possess the powerful ability to bestow rules upon living beings. Jiang Xuan was unaware of this. When his rule and authority were condensed, it indirectly caused the first generation of gods to have to open the tomb of the gods ahead of schedule. Chapter 2, 70 Advancement to Demigod. At this time, Jiang Xuan's territory had expanded to several sea areas. If he hadn't been inside the tomb of the gods, where the power of space was infinitely stretched. Otherwise, the mere expansion of territory could cause countless living beings to tremble with fear. Without a doubt, his domain has now surpassed the rudimentary form of a typical demigod. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of so-called demigods and had completely embarked on the path to godhood. And with his ascension, all living beings within the realm received the baptism of the divine source. The enormous body of the blue-eyed, golden-chained snake trembled slowly, its size rapidly increasing. It has finally been upgraded from the original 50 meters to a behemoth of more than 200 meters. And not just it. The feathers of the brilliant red finch became even more dazzling, and golden feathers were rapidly growing on its crimson wings. A series of transformations are rapidly taking place within the field. The auras of more than a dozen sovereign-level beings slowly rose from the sea surface. All the sea beasts and dragon beasts are rapidly increasing in level. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon beasts have already reached the peak of the gold level in terms of combat power. If anyone witnessed this moment, they would be absolutely stunned. Looking back at the Black Sea's history spanning hundreds of thousands of years, never before has a being been able to bestow such blessings upon so many subordinate beings upon ascending to demigod status. Moreover, the sudden emergence of more than a dozen ruler-level beings is almost impossible in any superpower. However, this theoretically impossible event was easily achieved under the impetus of Jiang Xuan's domain. This is the powerful authority of the ruler. Each promotion will lead all subordinate beings to undergo a fundamental transformation. Jiang Xuan can now say without hesitation, "I am invincible under the gods." Even the super-powerful clans on the 26 floating islands are no longer figures that Jiang Xuan can only look up to. One top-tier demigod, 16 sovereign-level beings, hundreds of half-step sovereign-level beings, tens of thousands of peak-level golden beings, and hundreds of thousands of golden combatants. This is all of Jiang Xuan's current combat strength, and it is also the source of his great confidence in dominating the inner sea later on. Even now, the Golden Giants, a race as powerful as the one with 5 demigods within their ranks, are no match for them. When facing him, we must also consider Jiang Xuan's current combat strength and physique. At this moment, he alone is the top force, second only to the 26 floating islands. We've finally come this far. With his eyes slightly lowered, black patterns began to slowly appear on Jiang Xuan's body. As the ancient black characters flashed, mysterious black patterns began to appear on the heads of hundreds of thousands of creatures within the domain. Jiang Xuan glanced down at the 2 colossal beasts that were now asleep, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The silver-horned star-devouring dragon and the crimson armored beast are now receiving the most benefits from his power. It is believed that 2 more demigods will soon be added to his domain. All living beings, heed my command. I am the ruler, and today I will reopen the world, seize the power of the 4 great rules, and divide up territories for you. From this day forward, you may reproduce and multiply among yourselves, filling every corner of this world. As the majestic voice faded, countless large black hands rapidly appeared in the sky above the domain. Some of them have tentacles, some have pincers, some have large skeletal hands, and some have enormous dragon claws. The moment the power of domination was condensed, Jiang Xuan had already obtained the primordial power of all the beings under his domination. The tens of thousands of myriad manifestations hands he now possesses are his newly acquired innate divine abilities. These giant hands grasp mountains, stir up seas, and support the sky, like Pangu creating the world, constantly gathering mountains, moving seas, and building temples. As countless beings flew to their respective corners of the world, a divine kingdom finally began to take shape. It's still too little. The physical objects that I can condense from my own power of rules are limited, and I still need more external spiritual objects to supplement them. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Xuan knew that the current divine kingdom was only in its initial stages. To completely transform this place into a complete world, in addition to ascending to godhood, he also needs the support of more spiritual treasures from heaven and earth. However, now that I have the strength, it is time for me to explore the various forces. Especially the Elven Royal Court, it's time to collect all the debts they owed back then. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan's gaze slowly focused. Then, with a complicated expression, he looked at the giant, deep blue eggshell outside. With such a rich source of ice essence, he will likely be able to advance to demigods soon. Looking with great interest at the giant blue egg that he had such a deep connection with, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but admire how great the extreme cold ruler had been back then. Now, with the growth of his power and status, he has gradually been able to sense the aura existing within that blue giant egg. If he is right, back when the Ice Witch's soul was gathered and merged into the giant egg by the 3 demigods, she did not choose to live alone. Instead, he combined all his power with the remains of the void-devouring insect. Finally, a naturally born being was born, possessing the powerful body of a void devourer and the original power of the Ice Witch. The Frost Lord itself is formed from its remaining power, solely for the purpose of enabling the creature inside the egg to successfully hatch. The golden ring is not the weapon of the extreme cold overlord, but the original weapon left behind by the void-devouring insect. If that's the case, the first thing this little guy will do after ascending to godhood is probably to go find the god of Black Tide and retrieve his natal divine weapon. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He is very interested in the upcoming showdown between the 2 gods. Although the more he knows now, the less hatred he harbors towards the god of the Black Tide. However, he still felt very pleased to see that the other party was being targeted by a powerful future god. It's a pity this little guy has the primal power of the ice god and the primal imprints of 2 innate beings within him. Otherwise, if a contract could be formed, it would be a great help. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Xuan decided against disturbing the other party. After all, the 2 of them had, to some extent, shared life and death. Especially when he was trying to seize the golden heart drum, the golden ring indirectly saved him more than once. The god of ice also gifted him an immense opportunity, so he still owed the other party a favor. Fine, I'll leave a mark so that I can sense if you ever encounter trouble in the future. Jiang Xuan sighed softly, and as he raised his hand, a black mark slowly floated above the blue giant egg. Then the blue chains flew out quickly, and after confirming that Jiang Xuan meant no harm, they began to slowly dissipate, leaving the black mark imprinted on the eggshell. Little one, grow up quickly, it's time for me to leave. As Jiang Xuan finished speaking, a massive gate of ice slowly reappeared. Jiang Xuan grinned, and then vanished from the space in an instant. Meanwhile, outside, the Li brothers were being besieged by several Overlord-level beings. Chapter 271, Ancestor Jiang Xuan. Li Feng, hand over the fruit of rules, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Tiger Fong, the veteran ruler of the White Tiger Clan, looked greedily at the two newly promoted rulers of the Thunder Clan. A year ago, since the appearance of the Ice God's tomb, the three major races have explored almost the entire Ice God's tomb. Not long after, the tomb of the giant armored god was revealed, which happened to be located in the Eastern Sea. Thus, Li Yun and Li Feng, as true bloodline members of the Li Nantian lineage, also gained the opportunity to go to the tomb of the giant armored god. Unfortunately, ever since the White Tiger Clan suffered heavy losses at the tomb of the Ice God, they have harbored a deep grudge against the Thunder Clan, because they remembered that Jiang Xuan of the Chaos Alliance not only robbed them of many of their rule fruits, but also killed more than 10 of their White Tiger Clan overlords. Therefore, after entering the tomb of the giant armored god, the White Tiger Clan rulers did not explore the tomb further. Instead, they focused directly on the Li Yun brothers, who had gotten separated from the Thunder Clan's main team. For them, demanding the fruits of the rules is only one reason. Another, more important reason is to kill in revenge. They are a clan of white tigers who have been entrenched in the inner sea for many years. With their powerful aura and unstoppable killing intent, they have dominated the East China Sea, and even the major superpowers dare not provoke them. However, it was in the battle at the tomb of the Ice God that their accumulated prestige was completely nailed to the pillar of shame. The dignity of the White Tiger Clan was utterly trampled upon by Jiang Xuan, and even a demigod of the White Tiger Clan perished in the process. This has kept the White Tiger Clan in the spotlight of all the major clans. Therefore, they urgently need a battle to prove themselves. They wanted to make it clear to other forces that provoking the White Tiger Clan would end badly. Tiger Fong, you surrounded and killed the two of us here. Aren't you really afraid of being held accountable by the demigods of my clan? Don't forget, the three of us are now joining forces to explore the tomb of the gods, and we have an agreement that we must not kill each other. Li Yun's gaze was serious, but he was secretly communicating with Li Feng in his heart. An agreement? That's hilarious. When have the three major powers ever cared about any so-called agreement? Li Yun, are you out of your mind? If it weren't for other forces interfering in the Eastern Sea Divine Tomb, wouldn't our three clans have shed enough blood among ourselves? Tiger Fong grinned, a mocking look appearing in his huge tiger eyes. Tiger Fong, stop wasting time talking to them and just wipe them out. Don't make too much noise and let the old man from the Thunder Clan find out. The White Tiger Clan rulers standing nearby all had greedy looks in their eyes. They had not entered the tomb of the Ice God before, but had long coveted the legendary fruit of rules. Brothers, let's do it. Regardless of whether they have the fruit of rules or not, if we devour them, our rule domain will be further enhanced. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the tiger's enormous eyes. 10 giant white tigers instantly soared into the air, intent on completely devouring the two of them. What should we do, brother? Let's fight them. Li Feng, who was struggling to survive within the territory, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. As true bloodline overlords of the Thunder Clan, they possess their own pride, and even if they die in battle, they will never bring shame to their clan. Xiaofeng, bring out that dragon beast. I believe Senior Jiang Xuan can sense our location. Li Yun, surrounded by lightning, suddenly remembered Jiang Xuan's instructions to them. But brother, isn't Senior Jiang trapped in the tomb of the Ice God? We are several seas away from the tomb of the Ice God. Can Senior come and rescue us? Li Feng hurriedly took out the red dragon beast formed from crimson scales, a look of worry flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, Senior Jiang wouldn't have left us this dragon beast for no reason. It must be a spiritual creature that can be useful in a critical moment. Li Yun's gaze remained firm, and even though the 10 giant tigers had torn apart their domain, he showed no sign of fear. Okay, I believe in you too, Senior. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng instantly tossed the crimson dragon beast in his hand into the air, and the power of his domain activated the dragon beast mechanism. A huge crimson scale slowly condensed in midair. Roar! Amidst a tremendous dragon roar, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. A phantom image of a 500-meter-tall, crimson-armored beast slammed its palm down on the 10 white tigers below. What is this thing? Sensing the fire element attached to that power, Tiger Fong and the others quickly retreated, not wanting to take the hit. It's a demigod projection. Senior Jiang can actually achieve a demigod projection. As soon as the phantom of the crimson-armored behemoth appeared, the surrounding sea was completely enveloped by an intense heat. The seawater surged and boiled, and the 10 rulers of the White Tiger clan were immediately suppressed outside the domain, unable to advance an inch. No, everyone don't panic. It's not a demigod-level projection. This beast might be a projection of the rules of a naturally born being, with only the strength of a peak overlord. Just as everyone was trembling with fear, Tiger Fong, as a veteran overlord-level creature, immediately reacted. That's right. Without the overwhelming aura of a demigod, are we 10 rulers afraid of being unable to defeat a projection of a ruler-level being? That scale. The fire element on that scale is so concentrated that it has devoured the scale. We might not be able to comprehend the rules of fire. Furthermore, by giving these scales to our clan's demigods, we have been able to find the beast's whereabouts. When our ancestors devour the giant beast, we too will be able to taste the flavor of a living being. Ha! Brothers, just use your domain to wear down its power. It's a fool's dream to think it can kill us with just a single scale. Soon, all 10 White Tiger clan rulers sensed the rich and pure fire essence emanating from the giant beast scales. Their eyes burned with fervor, and a bloodthirsty killing intent emanated from their mouths. Once they devour this scale, their strength will definitely increase significantly. Just as everyone was preparing to activate their domains, a faint voice slowly drifted from the void. It's you little tigers again. You never learn your lesson. The voice came from the void, accompanied by immense demigod-level rule pressure. The void began to shatter rapidly, and a huge black beast claw tore through the boundary of the God of Armor's tomb, forcibly squeezing in from the outside. Click! Click! The entire tomb trembled, seemingly enraged by the intruders who had entered the sacred land. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the center of the divine tomb, and the pressure of the god pinned all the sovereign-level beings present to the spot. A demigod-level being is tearing apart the boundary space of the god's tomb. The numerous overlord-level beings were filled with shock. Their faces paled as they watched the enormous black claw in the sky relentlessly tearing at the void at the boundary of the god's tomb. Inside the tomb of the gods, a giant beetle nearly 1,000 meters long slowly opened its crimson eyes. Its aura instantly reached the demigod level, directly rushing towards the giant hand that was tearing apart the divine tomb. What a nuisance! Luckily, this one only has one piece of its back armor left. 2 enormous, crimson eyes slowly peered out from outside the void rift. Instead of retreating, Jiang Xuan advanced, with hundreds of terrifying black hands reaching out towards the edge of the crack. Soon, he will be able to tear through the thin divine boundary here and successfully enter this place. Just who is this person? How dare he disrespect the deity? Courting death. Even a demigod is nothing but a firefly in the face of the contingency plans left behind by the gods. Inside the divine tomb space, several demigod-level beings sat cross-legged, continuously refining the remaining aura of rules within the space. They naturally sensed the powerful aura of rules emanating from the outside world, although they knew they were no match for this strange demigod. But they still refused to believe that Jiang Xuan could struggle and make waves under the god's hidden tricks. Chapter 272, Shaping a Demigod with One Hand. D. With its divine power violated, the remaining will of the giant armored god descended into rage. The terrifying divine power swept across the space in an instant, suppressing all the sovereign-level beings present to the ground. Even the 5 demigods who remained here began to quickly conceal their auras, fearing that they would be noticed by the remaining will of the giant armored god. Jiang Xuan, who was squeezing in from outside the divine space, remained calm. The enormous crimson eyes looked indifferently at the numerous creatures suppressed on the ground below. They seemed unconcerned about the god's methods. Very well, let me see how much of the power you have left over from tens of thousands of years ago. It slowly swept towards the giant black-backed beetle that was nearly 1,000 meters long. Jiang Xuan clenched his fists, and thousands of black beast claws of various shapes and sizes continuously grabbed from behind him from the void. Boom! The violent collision of the power of rules caused the black giant claw to disappear by more than half in an instant. Incredibly, Jiang Xuan actually managed to block the giant black-backed beetle that was 1,000 meters long. As expected, with only one piece of armor left and the need to maintain the tomb, you're almost at your limit. With a slight sigh, Jiang Xuan suddenly thought of something. The shattered black giant claw behind him reformed and ceased its attack. Go back. I came here for only one thing. Its crimson eyes slowly fixed on the giant black-backed beetle. A red cage of confinement instantly materialized, and amidst the black-backed beetle's furious roar, it sealed it directly into the center of the divine tomb. All right, time's up. Let's get down to business. First, it's you guys. With his gaze lowered, boundless divine power instantly pressed down on Tiger Fong and the others from his enormous crimson eyes. No, ancestor, save me. Sensing the irresistible power of the demigod, Tiger Tooth quickly crushed one of his origin tokens. You dare! The enormous figure rose from the space of the divine tomb, glaring angrily at those indifferent crimson eyes. Since you're not convinced, then come out with me. With a single palm strike, he smashed the group of tiger fangs below into pieces. With a flick of its crimson eyes, hundreds of black claws instantly reached out towards the white tiger in another space. You, what are you going to do? Seeing the giant black claw tearing through the space and reaching straight for him, the White Tiger clan's demigod-level ancestor immediately lost his composure. He hadn't expected that Jiang Xuan would be completely unharmed after blocking the god's attack, and even dare to directly prepare to attack him. I am the demigod ancestor of the White Tiger clan. If you attack me, it is tantamount to making an enemy of the White Tiger clan. The enormous tiger roared angrily. Crimson claws flew out from the void, directly grabbing at the hundreds of black giant claws that were reaching out. Shut up. Come out here. Sensing the terrifying divine aura about to awaken within the core of the divine tomb, Jiang Xuan frowned. He knew that the remaining will of the giant armored god was about to be completely enraged. Then, the black giant claw on his back instantly changed form, transforming into highly extendable black tentacles that quickly wrapped around the enormous tiger in the void. Not good. Just as the demigod-level beings of the White Tiger clan were rejoicing over the destruction of dozens of black giant claws. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of black tentacles suddenly appeared and wrapped around his neck and limbs. Everyone, please help me. The huge tiger's eyes were filled with fear. The White Tiger clan's demigod ancestor hurriedly tried to seek help from the 4 demigod-level beings in the corner of the space. Well, Brother White Tiger, look, they came here specifically to see you. It's really not appropriate for us to interfere in your personal grudges. An old man in a gray robe floated in the void, his face conveying the message that you should handle your own affairs. Hee. White Tiger, you should have a proper conversation with this senior yourself. The patriarch of the Thunder clan immediately revealed a gloating expression, wishing that the White Tiger clan demigod would be dragged out and beaten up by the other party. The other 2 demigod-level beings simply closed their eyes and remained silent. They had finally risen to the level of demigods, and they didn't want to provoke a peak demigod who dared to offend even the gods for the sake of an idiot they had no connection with. You, all of you, upon hearing their words, the White Tiger clan's demigod ancestor glared angrily. But before he could even utter a curse, a terrifying force surged through his body. The red binding force instantly pressed down on him, forcibly pulling him out of the god's tomb before he could react. The will of the gods here has been fully awakened. I can no longer enter the tomb. You too must remember to act according to your abilities and not recklessly throw your lives away. A calm voice rang in Li Feng and Li Yun's ears. They instantly knelt down, bowed their heads, and nodded deeply to Jiang Xuan. We will remember the teachings of ancestor Jiang Xuan. Click! The spatial rift shattered, and a giant white tiger was pulled directly from the boundary of the god's tomb by hundreds of black tentacles. Soon, an irresistible pressure descended upon the tomb. In midair, a huge blue single eye slowly emerged. The enormous single eye scanned the creatures below, and after glancing at the newly healed spatial rift, It slowly disappeared into the god's tomb space. That was close. I didn't expect this person to have left behind a trace of divine essence. On the sea surface, Jiang Xuan looked at the black tentacles that had been severed in large sections in an instant and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, any creature capable of ascending to godhood should not be underestimated, even if it was an ancient god who had passed away hundreds of thousands of years ago. Then, it's time to deal with this white tiger. Jiang Xuan's gaze slowly swept over the enormous white tiger that was rapidly breaking free from the red binding force, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Senior, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time for the sake of the White Tiger clan. Sensing the divine aura within Jiang Xuan's domain, the White Tiger clan's demigod ancestor immediately understood that this person was not an old monster he could contend with. Since my advancement, I have never fought against a demigod-level being. Now is a good opportunity. Seeing the White Tiger clan demigod yield, Jiang Xuan immediately shook his head. He came here to test his own strength, so how could he easily let the other party go? Kulme, let me see the strength of you demigods of a divine bloodline race. Thousands of black tentacles rapidly extended from behind. Crimson eyes hovered high in the sky, and the enormous nascent divine kingdom slammed down on the 1,000-meter-tall giant tiger in the sea below. Senior, don't push your luck. Under Jiang Xuan's oppressive pressure, the White Tiger clan's demigod ancestor below was also thoroughly enraged. As the ancestor of a race, especially as a demigod-level being who attained enlightenment through bloodlust. Having been so humiliated today, the anger in my heart has naturally reached its limit. Roar! The terrifying roar of the tiger tore through the heavens and earth, and above the sea, it triggered a massive tsunami. Under the oppressive power of the demigod-level beings, creatures from the lower seas surged towards the ocean floor, desperate to survive this ultimate showdown. Meanwhile, several gazes from the surrounding sea area slowly turned towards this space. These are demigod-level beings from the 7 floating island factions in the Eastern Sea. Although they were inside the floating island, the scorching pressure of the demigods, as intense as the sun, made them sense the impending demigod war that was about to break out here. Very good, that's more like it. Looking down at the ferocious giant tiger that had broken free of its cage and was exuding a crimson aura of blood, he saw. Jiang Xuan's lips curled up as the enormous phantom of the divine kingdom in his hand slowly crashed down onto the sea. Chapter 273, the ancestral artifact of the White Tiger clan. The phantom of the divine kingdom slowly descended from the sky. In the face of the vast divine kingdom, even 1,000-meter-tall giant tiger seemed to become insignificant. Roar! The sea below was instantly compressed into a giant crater 1,000 meters wide. The White Tiger clan's demigod-level ancestor, with bloodshot eyes, was firmly suppressed beneath the divine kingdom. This is outrageous! Angry roars echoed continuously, and a blood-red aura of slaughter spread out from the domain. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal hand, 10,000 meters high, firmly supporting the illusory divine kingdom that was partially exposed in the void. White Tiger, I'm here to help you. Just as the White Tiger clan's demigod ancestor was putting up a desperate fight, another huge tiger roar rang out from midair. Another demigod-level being who had been sleeping on the White Tiger clan's floating island has been awakened. 2 demigods, that does look more like it. Looking at the 2 towering blood hands that kept blocking the phantom of his divine kingdom, Jiang Xuan nodded slightly. However, it was clear that even with the 2 White Tiger clan demigods joining forces, they were still strongly suppressed by Jiang Xuan. Tiger Spirit, what are you still hesitating for? Use our clan's ancestral artifact to kill this person, otherwise none of us will be his match. Seeing that the phantom of the divine kingdom was still slowly emerging from the void, the White Tiger immediately felt his killing intent diminishing at an alarming rate. Very well. Since you are so stubborn, we will no longer hold back. After taking a deep look at Jiang Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void without moving, Tiger Spirit immediately spat out a huge floating pearl from its mouth. It's the Tiger Spirit heaven-shaking pearl, the ancestral artifact of the White Tiger clan. I never expected this person to have pushed the White Tiger clan to such an extent. He must have already advanced to the ranks of top demigods. Who is this person, and why has he not revealed himself before? I don't know. Perhaps it's trouble caused by the White Tiger clan in the past, and now they've come knocking on our door. These white tigers have been running rampant in the seas for years. This time, someone has finally managed to deal with them. That's not necessarily true. Although this person is quite powerful, a clan's ancestral artifact is at least an item left behind by God. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Streams of divine thoughts continuously descended upon the surrounding sea area. They were all demigod-level beings from other forces who had come to watch the demigod war. Ancestral weapon. Jiang Xuan's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked down at the pure, white spirit pearl that was slowly floating into the air. A black behemoth's claw slammed towards the pure, white spirit pearl in an instant, and the two collided, instantly unleashing a dense, dazzling white light. Nonsense. This pearl was left behind by our clan's divine ancestor. You could just wait to perish inside the tiger spirit suppressing heaven pearl. Seeing that Jiang Xuan dared to attack the ancestral artifact, Hu Ling immediately showed disdain in his eyes. The ancestral artifact has another name, also known as the artifact of the gods, which is a supreme treasure containing the rules of the gods. Once this treasure is unleashed, demigod-level beings have virtually no chance of resistance. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, a dazzling white light instantly enveloped the entire surrounding sea area. As the white light dissipated, Tiger Spirit, White Tiger, and Jiang Xuan, three demigod-level beings, instantly vanished from this space. Where did they go? I can't sense their presence in this space anymore. These white tigers are really tasteless. All they know is to use the things of their ancestors to bear the blame. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the tiger spirit suppressing heaven pearl from back then. It is said that it has its own world inside, which contains the souls and killing aura of the demigods of the White Tiger clan throughout the ages. This person has been captured by the spirit pearl. It seems his chances of survival are slim. So this is the bead. It is said that a demigod-level ancestor of the White Tiger clan once used this bead to kill two top demigods of the Vermilion Bird clan, but in the end he was still defeated by another ancestral artifact of the Vermilion Bird clan. Because of this incident, the four divine beast clans were torn apart, and many shameful things happened back then. I never imagined that so many years would have passed in the blink of an eye. Without a doubt, most of the demigods present did not have a high opinion of Jiang Xuan. After all, it involves a deity's personal treasure, which is like a divine treasure to a demigod. And the situation was indeed as the demigods had described. The area inside the Tiger Spirit town Heavenly Pearl was filled with a dense, blood-red aura of slaughter. After the demigods of the White Tiger clan entered this place, their combat power increased by at least 5 levels. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about this place is the demigod spirits of the White Tiger clan who have perished throughout the ages, wandering in the blood-red aura of slaughter. Young man, to make an enemy of the White Tiger clan, it seems you are prepared to perish. Kill them all. Kill all those who disobey my clan. Eat it all. Such pure demigod-level aura. If I devour it, I might be able to break out of this place. The tiger's roar was accompanied by a continuous flow of blood-red energy. The terrifying sounds rising and falling relentlessly attempted to erode Jiang Xuan's very soul. Unfortunately, as the ruler, Jiang Xuan is also skilled in the power of the soul. After consolidating the power of domination, Jiang Xuan's soul was heavily protected by the 2 powers of domination and imprisonment. The crimson killing intent that had just invaded his soul was instantly suppressed within the cage by the power of restraint. Is this all there is to a divine artifact? Thousands of black hands of various shapes continuously extended from behind Jiang Xuan's body, reaching out to grab the enormous barrier in the void above. Jiang Xuan was trying to break through the spatial barrier of this place. It's useless, kid. This space is enhanced by a trace of divine power from my clan's ancestor. Unless you are a god, you absolutely cannot break through this space. Kid, stop struggling and quickly become our nourishment. Seeing that Jiang Xuan was still attacking the spatial barrier above, bursts of laughter instantly emanated from the crimson aura. So noisy. Seeing that the group of people around him were still chattering away, Jiang Xuan suddenly stretched out a dark demonic claw and quickly grabbed into the blood energy. Ha! It's no use. Don't struggle. You can't kill us. The pitch-black demonic claw instantly burst forth with blood energy, and within the claw, a demigod-level soul entity of a white tiger clan, enveloped in blood energy, was laughing wildly. Bang! As the dark demonic claws tightened, the crimson aura, along with the soul, was instantly crushed into dust. Immortal and indestructible. Huh? He's certainly a bit troublesome. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, sensing that he had not killed the demigod-level soul body just now, as the opponent was still rapidly regenerating in the blood energy. How about it, kid? Want to give up? Just give up the resistance and become nourishment for my race, just like those demigods back then. The torn soul was reborn and continued to whisper in Jiang Xuan's ear. Our ancestor is mighty. Kill him. That's right, ancestors. This man has repeatedly humiliated our white tiger clan. We beg you, ancestors, to kill this fiend. Deep within the crimson aura, Tiger Spirit and White Tiger watched with intense excitement, even though they were no match for Jiang Xuan. But seeing Jiang Xuan struggling inside the Heavenly Pearl in Tiger Spirit Town was so satisfying. You two seem to be having a lot of fun. A calm voice slowly rang out from behind Tiger Spirit, and a giant black claw instantly grabbed it. No, weren't you in the sky just now? Impossible. Bloodlust can obscure the divine sense of demigods. How could you possibly know our location? Feeling the terrifying pressure from the giant black claw, Tiger Spirit panicked. If I'd been pulled into this place by you guys in the first place, I certainly wouldn't have been able to find your place. But you two have clashed with my divine kingdom so many times. Haven't you noticed that you still have the mark of my divine kingdom on you? A dragon beast emerged from behind the black giant claw, and then quickly transformed into Jiang Xuan's appearance. Monster, what kind of tricks are you using? Chapter 274, Subduing a Demigod. Methods? That's just another way of using the power of authority. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Xuan in the sky slowly disappeared, transforming into a crimson fire dragon. This is the second innate divine power that Jiang Xuan comprehended after advancing to demigod status, the avatar of domination. This supernatural power is quite terrifying, as it can transform the units under one's command into one of his incarnations when necessary. The avatar's combat power is only 30% of the users, and it only lasts for a few seconds. But those few seconds are enough for Jiang Xuan to use his third supernatural ability, Shadow Shift. That's right, as long as it's a unit under Jiang Xuan's command, and as long as they are in the same space. He can then switch places with the other party at any time. It was precisely these two supernatural powers gained after advancing to demigod status that gave Jiang Xuan the confidence to break into a god's tomb and forcefully take away a demigod-level being. Bang! Another massive black claw suddenly shot out from above the terrified white tiger, slamming it into the ground before it could even react. The giant claw disappeared, and the dragon beast slowly crumbled. However, if someone were inside the nascent divine kingdom of Jiang Xuan, they would discover that the dead dragon beast is slowly being resurrected within the divine kingdom. Monster! You are a monster! Seeing the white tiger being slammed into the ground by the opponent's claw, the tiger spirit, which was being held by the giant claw, immediately used the power of rules to continuously increase its size. It's no use. No matter how big you grow, my claws can grow just as big. This is a rule I learned from the tomb of the ice god. Shaking his head slightly, several black claws slowly emerged from behind Jiang Xuan, relentlessly clawing at the enormous tiger held in the giant demonic claws. Ancestors, save me. Seeing that Jiang Xuan already had murderous intent, Hu Ling's eyes turned bloodshot, and she kept pleading for help from the White Tiger Clan ancestors in the blood aura. Hey kid, haven't you had enough trouble yet? A tremendous tiger's roar erupted from the blood aura, and nearly 100 pairs of crimson eyes instantly peered out from within it. You have committed a capital offense for insulting the demigods of my race. A tiger's roar shook the heavens, and a terrifying monster, tens of thousands of feet tall and with dozens of huge tiger heads, suddenly emerged from the void. It was stretching out dozens of ferocious tiger heads, constantly tearing at the black arm that Jiang Xuan had condensed. Dozens of old geezers sharing one soul avatar. It's disgusting. With a slight frown, the black arm behind Jiang Xuan immediately transformed into a sharp sea beast scythe, continuously slicing toward the nearly 100 ferocious tiger heads. Sizzle. The sickle fell mercilessly, and one after another, the blood-red tiger heads were severed in an instant. What's terrifying is that as soon as these blood-red tiger heads disappeared, more tiger heads emerged from every corner of the giant tiger's body, continuously spraying blood-red energy at Jiang Xuan. Your white tiger clan really puts all your abilities on your heads. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but sneer. Back in the tomb of the ice god, the white giant tiger also used this move when facing the ice god's backup plan. Although at that time, the demigod-level giant tiger had little power to resist under the crushing power of the ice god. However, the dozens of demigod-level giant tiger souls using this move are clearly much stronger than that giant tiger. Boy, put down my clan's descendants, and we'll give you a dignified death. Within the giant tiger's head, dozens of voices rang out one after another, constantly pressuring Jiang Xuan's will. Oh, what if I don't let go? A calm voice rang out, and a crimson gate slowly floated out from behind Jiang Xuan, with a huge crimson cage phantom descending from the void. Then die. The deafening roar of the tiger was like a vengeful ghost. While impacting Jiang Xuan's soul, the 100 giant tigers instantly lunged at Jiang Xuan below. Fine, let you guys test out my new moves for me. As the voice faded, the enormous crimson cage instantly expanded 10,000 times, with countless pairs of crimson tentacles continuously bursting out from within. They were tightly wrapped around a massive body of the 100-headed tiger like chains. Haha, kid, are you tickling us? The enormous tiger stretched out its body, and hundreds of heads emitted a chilling laugh. Dead souls, yet you dare to bear this calamity here. Your path has ultimately gone astray. Jiang Xuan's gaze was calm as the 1,000-foot-long barrier behind him slowly opened. Go, that is your true home. Like a divine whisper, a colossal divine kingdom, obscuring the sky and the sun, crashed down from the blood-red aura like a celestial body. Boom! The immense impact instantly sent the white tiger, which had crawled out of the ground and was trying to escape, flying thousands of feet away before crashing onto the barrier. No, what is this? You actually possess such a powerful divine kingdom. Impossible. Even a demigod could not possess such divine power before obtaining authority. Power. It's power. This person possesses at least 2 powers. No, my soul is being held captive by these crimson tentacles. I can't move. Screams of agony echoed from within the giant tiger's body. The faces of the tiger-headed figures all displayed a chillingly distorted expression. As the divine kingdom pressed down on the 10,000-meter-tall giant tiger's body, more and more crimson tentacles continuously reached out from the imprisonment gate. The crimson power instantly suppressed the blood-red aura, slowly pulling the enormous creature into the giant gate. No, how could our ancestors have been defeated? I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. The white tiger, which had been slammed down beneath the barrier, had blood streaming from its eyes, and its entire body had been completely pierced by hundreds of black tentacles. At this moment, he finally regretted it. If he had a choice, he would rather kneel and bow his head than fight against Jiang Xuan again. We have been defeated. Please, senior, spare our lives. Seeing that even many demigod-level senior souls couldn't do anything to Jiang Xuan, Tiger Spirit finally realized the situation. Faced with life and death, this being, who claimed to be the demigod ancestor of the White Tiger clan, actually knelt down before Jiang Xuan, seeking his forgiveness. No, we are not reconciled. As the 10,000-meter-tall giant tiger let out its final, desperate roar, the Crimson Gate closed completely, and the demigod-level souls trapped within the tiger's body were also suppressed within the imprisonment gate. Oh, now you know to beg for mercy, but I have no interest in killing you. All right, you two lift your heads. As soon as the words were spoken, a pair of enormous, crimson eyes instantly appeared in midair. A terrifying pressure enveloped the white tiger and the tiger spirit. The crimson aura vanished instantly, revealing a terrifying phantom tens of thousands of feet tall. This is... A silent gasp of horror echoed in the hearts of the two demigods. This power is something that a demigod-level being could not possibly unleash. Senior, could he be an incarnation of some deity? With this thought constantly echoing in their minds, the two White Tiger Clan demigods suddenly understood why they were no match for Jiang Xuan, even after using all their methods. They did not lose unjustly. To be defeated by a being who seemed to be an incarnation of a god was nothing to be ashamed of. Submit to me or die. The enormous crimson eyes swept mercilessly over the two people crouching below, and the icy voice instantly echoed in the void. We submit. At this moment, Hu Ling and his companion had lost all the pride they possessed as demigods. Before the gods, they were nothing more than ants. They've already submitted. Jiang Xuan was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, these powerful White Tiger Clan demigods should have put on a show of fighting to the death, so why would they suddenly choose to give up resistance? However, this saves me some trouble. With a slight nod, two enormous black marks slowly descended from the void, striking directly onto the bodies of the two demigods. From this day forward, you two will serve under me. A calm voice descended from the sky, and the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Go, find more spiritual treasures for me. My divine kingdom needs more power. Chapter 275, Elf King Alex. The space dissipated, and Jiang Xuan held a silver pearl in his hand. After exchanging a glance, Tiger Spirit and White Tiger transformed into two streaks of light and quickly disappeared into the distance. How was this possible? He actually survived? Unbelievable. Those two white-haired tigers from the White Tiger Clan actually ran away. What exactly happened inside? Did they reach some kind of deal? Streams of divine thoughts were constantly being transmitted among the numerous demigods. The many demigods outside were also confused by the situation involving one man and two tigers, making it difficult to discern the specifics of the matter. Jiang Xuan ignored the demigods who had come from outside the sea to cause a ruckus, and headed directly towards the southern sea. Now that he has achieved demigod status, it is time for him to make a trip to the heart of the Elven Kingdom. However, before that, we can collect some spiritual items needed to expand the Divine Kingdom. With a slight shift in his gaze, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. After awakening his ruling authority, the initial form of his Divine Kingdom has been established. What is lacking now is the complete and finalization of the Divine Kingdom. Once the Divine Kingdom is perfected, he can try to condense his divine essence and eventually ascend the long stairway to godhood. And the two White Tigers, with their prestige in the White Tiger Clan, collecting spiritual items should be a piece of cake. Their gazes fell upon the two demigod-level auras that had vanished into the horizon. A gigantic black giant was slowly forming beneath Jiang Xuan's feet. The black giant was hundreds of feet tall, with hundreds of black giant hands of various shapes behind it, supporting a huge reef palace. The reef palace was something Jiang Xuan casually retrieved from the nearby sea. The reason he made it into the shape of a palace was to practice the internal structure of his divine kingdom later. As the sole master within the divine realm, the deity possesses the power to alter the landscape at will and create habitats for living beings. Jiang Xuan naturally didn't want his future divine kingdom to be too simplistic. Therefore, he fabricated quite a few things along the way. The black giant beneath his feet was still crossing the sea. Now that he had ascended to demigod status, few creatures could threaten him when the gods did not appear. Therefore, he did not conceal his tracks along the way, but directly announced to all living beings that a being from the top of the food chain was crossing the sea towards the southern sea. The reason for choosing this slow way of progress is that he is waiting for the two giant beasts sleeping in the embryonic form of the divine kingdom to awaken. Secondly, it is to gain a more accurate understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. The Black Sea world, as a former great world plain, has many internal rules. especially after ascending to demigod status. He was able to sense even more the various rules and laws that permeated the world. It is precisely these intertwined laws that have formed forests, oceans, islands, and their respective ecosystems. These rules seem complex, but they all seem to be connected in some way. Jiang Xuan has now integrated the seeds of the three domains into the divine kingdom. But this does not mean that he has lost the power of the three rules. On the contrary, he has become increasingly adept at using the three great laws. The crystal palace he once encountered in the outer seas can now be easily replicated using the rules of ice. With Jiang Xuan's departure, news of the battle between the three demigods began to spread rapidly throughout the inner sea. Before long, all the superpowers will know that another top demigod has been born in the Chaos Alliance of the Thunder Clan. Meanwhile, on a floating island in the distant southern sea, within the territory of the Elf Royal Court, King Alex of the Elf Kingdom was muttering to himself before the sacred elven tree in front of the palace. Strange, the sacred tree is now ready to bloom. So why has it not given any new hints yet? Alex's eyes flickered slightly, his immense life force constantly sensing the unease within the sacred tree. Logically, whenever the sacred tree of the elves blooms, it should provide guidance and hints to the elven race. Each elf king has decided the future of his race based on the guidance of the sacred tree. As the rules of life slowly coalesced, Alex began to carefully sense the power of the sacred tree. How is it possible that the sacred tree is sealing off its own origin? Alex frowned immediately upon sensing the reaction inside the sacred tree. Only then did he realize that there might be a problem with the sacred tree itself. Your Majesty, the sacred tree was left behind by our clan's gods, and it nurtured a divine will. Now the sacred tree has sealed its origin, possibly due to the influence of the many divine tombs that have recently appeared in the sea. To Alex's right, an elven elder, dressed in a green robe and with white hair and beard, slowly opened his eyes. Within a verdant crystal ball in his hand, countless elven airships were slowly descending upon a divine ruin. It's also possible, now that the tombs of gods have appeared in groups, it seems that our race should make plans as soon as possible to prevent other races from gaining the upper hand. Upon hearing the speech of the clan's eldest elder, Alex slowly relaxed his furrowed brows. The sacred tree is one of the origins of the elven race. It was planted and cultivated by the gods themselves. Perhaps only the power of the gods could make him feel uneasy. By the way, Klaus, is there any news about the overlord that your little apprentice Kalen was hunting back then? Alex turned his gaze to the battle elf standing in front of the main hall, dressed in the armor of an elven noble, and slowly asked, Your Majesty, the master being from back then was suspected to be the work of another floating island. Although Kalen has been a master for many years, he is still no match for this person. Moreover, according to reports from the front, the four elders of the clan are also searching for this ruler across the sea. Klaus gave a slight bow before speaking slowly. His words were clearly an attempt to exonerate Kalen. Kalen is a veteran, true-blooded battle elf of the elven race, and also his youngest apprentice. Clorn naturally didn't want him to take the blame for this setback, as it would be very detrimental to his future promotion within the clan. Therefore, by bringing up the fourth elder, Clorn could easily circumvent the issue. After all, it's perfectly normal for a sovereign-level being to be helpless against someone even a demigod can't catch. Oh, the fourth elder hasn't found this person yet. Upon hearing this, the Elf King's emerald green eyes slowly shifted, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Several years ago, Jiang Xuan's annihilation of a half-step Dominator-level true blood descendant of the elf race completely attracted the attention of the clan. Alex, as the Elf King, was naturally furious and once ordered a manhunt for this person throughout the entire sea. However, the two events that occurred almost simultaneously were the chaos in the Wild Beast Sea and the expansion of the Xuanwu Sea. This naturally prevented him from paying attention to a junior who had just been promoted to the level of a ruler. But to his utter surprise, several years passed, and even the demigods within his race personally intervened, yet they were still unable to find this person. Klaus, you should go and make the trip yourself and bring the fourth elder back. By the way, also withdraw the nationwide arrest warrant for this person and announce to the public that he has been caught. As if suddenly remembering something, Alex's gaze sharpened slightly, and then he turned to look at the enormous sacred tree with its tightly closed flower buds. This unusual creature reminded him of a shameful incident involving the elven race from long ago. That incident was the catalyst that led to the decline of the elven kingdom. I just hope I'm overthinking it. Alex sighed softly, a look of weariness flashing in his emerald green eyes. Chapter 276 Wilson, The Buried Past. The elven kingdom may appear prosperous now, but its internal decline is already evident. As the king of the elves, he is the anchor of the floating island. Alex cannot leave the tribe at will. Otherwise, he will surely investigate and confirm it personally. My king, why is this so? Has my people stooped so low that they need lies to numb themselves? Clorin, standing before the hall, immediately narrowed his eyes and knelt down on one knee to ask Alex a question. He couldn't understand why the once spirited and ambitious king had become so cautious and timid. Clorin, you don't understand. The 26 floating islands may seem powerful, but they have long been rotten inside. Now that divine tombs are appearing one after another, many seeds of authority are being acquired by living beings. In less than 1,000 years, new gods will soon be born. Ever since that demigod war, the divine chains of heaven and earth have remained dormant near our race's floating island. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen to my elven race. You must remember this and teach the younger generation to be cautious in the future. Emerald green life force slowly gathered, gently helping Clorin, who was kneeling on one knee, to his feet. Only Alex, who was at the peak of demigod status, could sense the intense unease within the sacred tree. This feeling first appeared when the demigod-level beings of the elven race perished and the elven royal court fell from its pedestal. Yes, I will heed the king's instructions. Nodding, Clorin slowly withdrew from the courtyard. However, he still couldn't fully understand Alex's inner worries. In his eyes, thousands of years of tribal life had eroded their king's ambition to dominate the seas. Watch, my king. Clorin will prove to you that my elven race has never lost its former glory. We, who are born of divine blood, are the true masters of this world. Clorin gritted his teeth and prepared to go to his little apprentice's residence to inquire about the matter of the sovereign being from many years ago. Of course, on the surface he would certainly obey the king's orders. But privately, he had already decided to secretly launch a fleet to continue the pursuit of this ruler. In his view, even though only a few years have passed, Jiang Xuan is still in a stable position. Once he finds him, he, who is only halfway there, will surely be able to capture him and personally present him to the elf king Alex. At that time, he will not only be able to preserve the prestige of the elven race, but may also be able to rekindle the glorious fighting spirit of the race. Elder, you are an expert in divination, yet you couldn't find the hiding place of that creature back then? After Clorin left, Alex turned to look at the green-robed old man who was standing silently with his eyes closed. Your Majesty, I did indeed attempt to test it once back then, but unfortunately, the other party may have possessed some kind of legendary item that blocked my way, preventing me from obtaining any relevant information. The old man in the green robe sighed slowly, his white beard trembling as if he were an old man in his twilight years. It doesn't resemble what a demigod-level being should be like at all. Elder, you have worked too hard for the clan. Now you should rest and recuperate. Our clan already has few demigod-level beings, and we cannot afford any more losses. A vibrant green life force slowly reached towards the old man's wrist, and Alex's brows furrowed slightly. He sensed several extremely complex forces of rules. Back then, the Great Elder was the strongest demigod in the clan. He had been fighting against demigods of other races for a long time, and his body had long been eroded by the power of many rules. Even with his power as the Elf King, he is now unable to remove the injuries that have lain dormant within him for many years. It's all right, Your Majesty need not worry about my injuries. My body is strong enough to serve the elven race for another 100 years. Elder Wilson smiled slightly, but a barely perceptible look of resentment flashed in his eyes, which were hidden by white eyebrows. Of course, He kept it well hidden so as not to arouse Alex's suspicion. Even in the ancestral lands, he kept his eyes closed year-round, in order to conceal the increasingly uncontrollable resentment in his heart. This matter involved a long-buried secret. Back then, the first elven overlord level being killed by the ice, which was none other than Wilson's only son. Wilson's bloodline was already thin, and he only had one son when he became the ruler. At that time, in order to win over the three elders, led by the second elder, Alex secretly sent his only son to patrol the outer seas. The purpose was to reserve a spot for the second elder's bloodline to enter the land of divine bloodlines. But no one could have predicted it back then. Wilson's only son had just left the floating island for a stroll when he unexpectedly died in the sea area under the jurisdiction of the Elven royal court. Enraged by this, Wilson engaged in a fierce battle with 3 veteran demigods of the Witch Knights in the Western Seas. In that battle, Wilson was eventually forced to flee with serious injuries under pressure from the angels and thunderfolk. Most of the injuries to the rules within his body today are from that great battle. Alex, I will not tell you that the Elven royal court is in dire straits, nor will I tell you that I will personally overthrow this sin buried for thousands of years. A fierce glint flashed across Wilson's face. He closed his eyes and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Alas, it seems old Wilson still resents my decision back then. Seeing Wilson slowly walking towards the courtyard, Alex sighed inwardly. He knew, of course, that the other party had not yet let go of the matter. Back when the old elf king abdicated, Alex, in his prime, naturally wanted to compete for the throne. However, besides him, there are 2 other powerful, true blood princes in the clan who are also capable of inheriting the throne. Therefore, in order to win over the support of the other 3 demigod-level elders, he had no choice but to give up the last chance to advance to demigod to the eldest son of the second elder. But it was precisely this decision that led to this decision. This angered Wilson, who was known for his short temper, so he went into seclusion in his clan's territory and remained asleep for decades. It was during his slumber that the Ice Witch was born, and Wilson's only son was killed by the Ice Witch in the sea. The third elder, driven by greed, sought to monopolize the power and rules, and secretly sealed off the clan's bloodline tokens. They also kept the essence and blood condensed in the body of the eldest elder's only son within the sea. This is why Wilson, who was fast asleep, was completely unaware that his bloodline had already perished. Until the third elder perished in the ensuing demigod war, his essence and blood, which had lost the nourishment of demigod power, began to dry up instantly. This startled Wilson awake from his deep sleep. But by then it was all too late. The war between the demigods ended. The void worms perished, and the culprit, the Ice Witch, was banished to the outer sea. At that time, anger was like a huge shadow looming over Wilson's chest. In a fit of rage, he disregarded the opposition of his tribe and marched directly towards the western sea where the Witch Knights were located. In that great battle, he fought alone against 3 severely wounded demigods. However, with the demigods of the angel and thunder races eyeing him covetously, he was forcibly suppressed outside the sea. Finally, filled with intense resentment and anger. After being severely injured, Wilson returned to his tribe and fell into a long slumber once again. It wasn't until a few years ago that he finally awoke from his people's land. However, after waking up this time, Wilson never mentioned anything about the death of his only son again. This matter had long been considered taboo by the Elven royal court. Perhaps it was because that great battle back then damaged the essence of this peaked demigod. When Wilson awoke again, he was no longer the same as before. He had become a frail old man who often dozed off. But nobody knows. The resentment in his heart did not fade with time. Instead, it became increasingly difficult to control. Over the years, he has never truly slept, but has instead locked himself firmly within his people's land. Whenever he fell into a deep sleep, his only son's bloodied face would instantly appear before him. And so, the nightmare began. Soon, very soon, everyone will pay the price. The prophet will eventually set foot on the ancestral land of the royal court, and I will also be able to annihilate those who deserve to die. Filled with hatred, Wilson's eyes turned bloodshot as he slowly looked toward the heart of the Elven Kingdom. There, the bloodline descendant of the third elder and the newly promoted elder who had just advanced to demigod status were fast asleep. Chapter 277, The Black Gas Erupting from the Seabed. In the Star Alliance Federation, beneath a massive cavern in the Lingtian Sea, Su Sheng slowly extracted a sea-overturning pearl from the body of the sea-overturning whale. Legend has it that this pearl can overturn the sea and influence ocean currents, making it an excellent spiritual object for constructing the ocean tides within the divine realm. When Jiang Xuan entered the Lingtian Sea, he saw the overturning whale stirring up ocean currents to hunt for food. Fortunately, he simply took out the spiritual object from the body of the overturning whale. You can leave now. Reaching the peak of the gold level is already quite an achievement, and I don't want to take your life. Looking at the trembling unicorn whale at his feet, Jiang Xuan did not kill it. After all, there are plenty of sea beasts of this level in his domain now. Moreover, after advancing to demigod status, Jiang Xuan's understanding of the rules of heaven and earth became even more acute. He suddenly lost interest in these golden sea monsters. Jiang Xuan guessed that this might be related to the divine rules of the inner sea. After all, the 26 floating islands were a testing ground for the gods, and the demigods who were tested were essentially forcibly promoted from the inner sea. It has a tremendous destructive effect on the fragile ecosystem of the inland sea. Without the constraints of divine rules, demigod-level beings would not care about killing. The lower-level creatures throughout the inland sea will soon be affected and gradually wiped out. However, Jiang Xuan could also vaguely sense that as long as there was no large-scale killing of living beings, causing devastating chaos in the inner sea, the divine rules would not be triggered. This involves controlling the degree of degree. Just as Jiang Xuan was preparing to continue his journey towards the South China Sea, his brows furrowed slightly, as his gaze shifted to several areas of the sea ahead. Boom! A massive explosion was accompanied by a huge plume of black smoke, and an extremely malevolent aura was rising from the seabed. Strange, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary demigod. This aura seems to come from another space. In his crimson eyes, Jiang Xuan saw an extremely dense black aura. The black gas was erupting rapidly, as if a valve beneath the entire seabed had been forcibly opened, and some being below was quickly squeezing into the space where the inner sea world was located. The black aura was precisely the aura of rules emanating from that being. It seems that my previous idea was correct. There are world barriers of varying degrees beneath the Black Sea. With a slight shift in his gaze, Jiang Xuan immediately became interested. When he was still weak, he had witnessed the Lord of the Dead sinking into the underwater world. At the time, he speculated that there must be different layers of barriers beneath the sea. Now it seems that things are far more complicated than I imagined. The enormous black giant began to slowly sink, then lifted the huge palace and sank it into the seabed. After sinking nearly 10,000 meters, Jiang Xuan discovered that the deeper he went, the stronger the resistance from the seabed became. Especially after 10,000 meters, every 1,000 meters or so of descent, you will pass through a transparent membrane that resembles a world barrier. However, now that he has ascended to demigod status, his understanding of the rules of the void allows him to easily pass through these barriers. It continued to dive to a depth of about 25,000 meters. His gaze was instantly drawn to the dense black mist that permeated the entire seabed. Numerous black wisps emerged from nowhere, constantly attempting to break through the barrier beneath the seabed and escape this cage. Strange, it seems that the creatures of the Black Sea have an easier time breaking through the barrier than those black mists below. Using the rules of ice to isolate a wisp of black energy, Jiang Xuan attempted to pass it through a barrier. An astonishing scene unfolded. The ice block, imbued with the laws of ice, instantly passed through the barrier, but the black aura was forcibly blocked beneath it. It turns out to be a one-way barrier. No, it's not just a one-way channel. It also seems to have a precise identification function, capable of recognizing the rules and creatures of the Black Sea itself and blocking other substances from the seabed. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xuan was also shocked. He traveled back and forth across several sea areas and finally discovered that the entire seabed was covered by this invisible barrier. Moreover, in densely populated areas, the number of layers can reach hundreds. Were these barriers generated automatically by the Black Sea world, or were they man-made? A question suddenly arose in Jiang Xuan's mind, forcing him to reconsider the possibility of the barrier's existence. If the Black Sea world arose spontaneously, then what exactly is it blocking? Does this mean that the space tens of thousands of meters below the seabed is no longer the Black Sea world? If it were man-made, capable of creating a colossal barrier that covers the entire Black Sea world, such power will be beyond the capabilities of ordinary gods. Boom! The tremendous, squeezing sound continued, and a low roar slowly rose from the seabed. The unknown sound was mixed in with a thick black mist, as if some creature suppressed at the bottom of the sea was trying to break free from its underwater prison. As if sensing something, Jiang Xuan suddenly turned his gaze to the sea above, and his figure slowly disappeared into the space. In his divine perception, 5 demigod-level beings were also rapidly approaching this direction. As usual, they are demigod-level beings from the Star Alliance Federation. Strange, could it be that these people already knew the secrets of this place? Driven by his curiosity, Jiang Xuan quickly gathered his aura and rushed towards the location of the 5 demigods. Thanks to the fact that the nascent divine kingdom could be hidden in different spaces. Once Jiang Xuan enters the embryonic form of the divine kingdom, it will be difficult for other creatures in the Black Sea world to detect him. Of course, if there are other demigods who have condensed the prototype of a divine kingdom, their divine kingdom will also be exposed to the other party. Fortunately, though, none of the 5 demigods who came to explore the seabed were at the peak of their divine realm. Strange, with the underwater barrier blocking it. How did this black mist appear in this location? Could there be a gap in the barrier, allowing this demon to take advantage of the situation? Something's not right. We should go down and take a look. If this black energy is allowed to rush into the world barrier, not only our Star Alliance, but all living beings in the vicinity will be wiped out instantly. 5th brother, go and contact the floating island forces in other sea areas and have them send out demigods to investigate whether there are any gaps in the barrier beneath the seabed. The demigods all looked solemnly at the dense black mist below. Soon, one of the demigod-level beings quickly left the seabed and rushed to the surface. Let's go down and investigate to see where the problem lies. Seeing their companion leave, the other 4 demigods continued to traverse the barrier below. Jiang Xuan naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to learn about this secret. He followed closely behind the others and also crossed the spatial barrier here. Having just passed through the world barrier, Jiang Xuan immediately felt as if the weight of the entire divine kingdom was rapidly increasing. This weight was unusual, feeling completely different from the spatial rules of the Black Sea world. At this point, after passing through nearly 100 barriers, they were already at least hundreds of thousands of meters below the seabed. Upon reaching this position, the 4 demigods ahead were clearly struggling. Since crossing that spatial barrier, they have lost the support of the Black Sea's rules. Here, every bit of power of the rules they consume will not be replenished. However, the terrifying gravity within the space constantly weighed on them, forcing them to expend their own power of rules to resist. Jiang Xuan had assessed that the spatial gravity had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even a sovereign-level being would be instantly crushed to dust if it appeared here. Starry sky. The divine compass has reacted. The gap should be nearby. Among the 4 demigods, one holding a gleaming golden compass spoke slowly. Now, within this spatial barrier, darkness has completely obscured their vision. Apart from their divine sense, which was compressed to the extreme, they could only rely on the brilliant golden compass in their hands to determine their location. A delicious treat has been delivered to my door. How dare you, mere divine inferior goods, ruin my plans. You're truly courageous. As the black mist surged, a terrifying voice slowly emerged from within it. This made the many demigods present cautious. Chapter 278, The Suppressed Void God. Evil God, you don't need to scare us. Your true form is sealed under the barrier and you can't harm us. Evil God, you have been suppressed here for millions of years. yet you have not been completely destroyed. Hearing the whispers of the evil god coming from the black mist, the four demigods quickly gathered together. The golden compass in his hand continuously emitted golden light, blocking the invasion of the black energy. You think these barriers can wear me down? Your gods are dreaming too much. Don't even mention millions of years, even tens of millions of years, my alien form will not dissipate. And you insects, if you dare to come here today, you'll all die here. Thick black energy was constantly churning. In the darkness, a strange, void tentacle, enveloped in black mist, slowly approached the group. What's this? Within the divine kingdom, although Jiang Xuan's divine sense was suppressed, it was still superior to that of the four demigods. In his perception, the tentacle, seemingly between reality and illusion, was rapidly piercing through layers of barriers, relentlessly reaching down towards the four demigods. Oh no, he is an evil god who is proficient in the power of the void. Get out of the way. Just as the tentacle appeared beneath the four demigods, the demigod holding the golden compass quickly opened his eyes and warned them. Upon hearing this, the other three demigods immediately got up and flew into the sky. They hadn't expected that not only would black energy erupt here, but the power of the evil god would also begin to infiltrate the barrier. That disgusting aura is the scent of the god of gold. You are his descendants. An angry voice came from beneath the underwater barrier. The tentacles, existing between reality and illusion, instantly rose and reached for the demigod who was holding a radiant golden compass. Buzz! At the critical moment, a terrifying golden light erupted from the brilliant golden compass. A golden arrow shot out from the golden light and flew straight toward the rapidly rising, transparent tentacle. Boom! A tremendous sound rang out, and all Jiang Xuan could see was that dazzling golden light. As the golden light faded, the tentacles, which had been blurring the lines between reality and illusion, were now solidified and pinned to the underwater barrier by golden arrows. Upon seeing this, the demigod holding the golden compass quickly summoned the compass, and the dazzling golden light instantly melted away the black tentacles. How hateful! If this barrier hadn't consumed so much of my power, I would have torn you all to shreds. A terrifying sound, indistinguishable between male and female, came from below. Enraged by the evil god, the black energy here completely exploded into chaos. Amidst the chaos, a transparent tentacle, existing between reality and illusion, silently reached towards Jiang Xuan's location. Oh no, we've been discovered. Sensing that his divine kingdom was being invaded, Jiang Xuan instantly rushed towards the barrier above. He did not expect that the other party would not only discover him, but also silently bypass so many spatial barriers and approach his divine kingdom hidden in the void. Ha ha! Heaven is helping me. I never expected there to be a demigod-level being without a divine artifact to protect him. Beneath the underwater barrier, thousands of crimson eyeballs slowly emerged. In the void, tentacles danced on the black, semi-transparent ribbon, constantly exuding a deep and eerie feeling. A divine artifact? Hearing that excited voice, Jiang Xuan casually took out the ancestral artifact of the White Tiger clan. As the tiger's spirit heaven-shaking pearl was unleashed, it struck the translucent void tentacle directly, causing wisps of black energy to instantly emanate from it. You lowly creature, you're asking for death. Sensing that the void tentacle attached to Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom was rapidly dissolving, the evil god below seemed to have fallen into a rage once again. Is this really an evil god? Why does it seem like its thinking is abnormally chaotic, and it lacks any clear rationality? Jiang Xuan frowned slightly as he cautiously looked down at the several void tentacles raging in the black mist. If all evil gods were like this person, how could the terrifying war that nearly wiped out an entire galaxy have ended in such a series of defeats? Could it be that this evil god has been suppressed by the will of the Black Sea for so long that its thinking has been diminished? A possibility came to mind, and Jiang Xuan suddenly felt that this golden god seemed quite sinister. Not only did they use a dense array of spatial barriers to suppress this evil god for countless millennia, but they also gave it a highly deceptive smokescreen. Perhaps the barrier of the Golden God has other functions besides weakening the power of the evil god. It also possesses the ability to stimulate numerous ethereal consciousnesses within the opponent's body, which is why this evil god unknowingly falls in a self-collapse. Quickly, take advantage of the chaos among the fangs and seal this breach immediately. As the evil god below descended into a state of furious self-destruction, the four demigods glanced at the illusory image of the divine kingdom that had been exposed for a moment above and quickly guided the golden compasses in their hands into the black mist. The golden compass seemed to have a mind of its own, and after leaving the control of the demigod, it began to move forward along the black mist. Finally, after passing through numerous shrouds of black mist, the golden compass slowly transformed into a golden divine sword, slashing straight at the massive body of the evil god at the gap. Only then did everyone realize with horror that nearly 1% of the tentacles of that translucent evil god's body had already squeezed through the opening. No, God of Gold, once I am freed, I will annihilate your divine soul. They felt the golden sword thrusting down from above. The void god began rapidly gathering the severed void tentacles and slowly retreated beneath the barrier below. As the numerous tentacles dissipated and receded, the golden sword instantly transformed into a giant compass, directly blocking the gap below. It's no use. We will all be resurrected, not just here, but in the void, in the galaxies. Our consciousness will be reborn soon. You can't stop me. A dazzling golden light shone forth, and the chilling roar slowly dissipated beyond the spatial barrier. As the power of the evil god receded, the malevolent black aura, like a rootless duckweed, began to slowly dissipate in the dazzling golden light. Seeing this, the other four demigods glanced at the divine kingdom that had disappeared out of space again, and then quickly transformed into streaks of light and rushed towards the sea above. Although it is unknown which race of demigod Jiang Xuan belongs to, it can be seen from his interception of the illusory tentacles that he is at least a creature of the Black Sea like them. Therefore, they were not worried that Jiang Xuan would secretly contact the evil god. Moreover, the golden compass is still suppressing this place. If any demigod wants to release an evil god, he will surely be attacked by the golden compass. It's important to know that the golden compass is different from the tiger spirit heaven-shaking pearl of the White Tiger clan. This one was left behind by the golden god, one of the first generation of gods. Its inherent divine power is far beyond what the second generation deities like the ancestors of the White Tiger clan could compare to. Moreover, the tiger spirit heaven-shaking pearl is merely a spiritual object that is worn by the White Tiger clan deity year-round, and it is not worthy of the title of divine artifact. The evil god has begun to revive. It seems that time is running out for everyone. After the demigods left, Jiang Xuan's figure slowly emerged from the void. He first glanced at the gleaming golden compass below with a complicated expression, then transformed into a stream of light and disappeared beyond the barrier. And no one knew it. Among the four demigods, just now, a void, invisible black aura was quietly clinging to the rules of one of them. Chapter 279, Kalen's Obsession. On a massive airship in the Lingshan Sea, under the rule of the Elven Kingdom, Kalen was listening to the report from the mothership commander below. Reporting to my lord, the collection of taxes in the Lingshan Sea area has now reached 70%. It won't be long before we can return to the floating island to report back. The mothership commander below, Yunshan, looked excited. 5 years ago, they followed Lord Kalen out of their clan to investigate the fall of a half-step overlord-level being within their clan. They have lingered in the dozens of seas around them for far too long. As the commander of the mothership in the Elf Royal Court's official fleet, Yunshan couldn't help but think about his newborn true bloodline offspring. According to a message from the clan elders, his 16th son was born to his most beloved concubine, a battle elf, and perfectly inherited his and the battle elf's noble bloodline. He is expected to grow into the next pillar of the tribe before he gets old. The Elven Royal Court places great importance on bloodline aptitude, and among the many elven bloodlines, the true blood elves are particularly important. Battle spirits are undoubtedly among the purest royal bloodlines. As the commander of the mothership under Kalen, Yin Xuan made many contributions, which enabled him to marry a female elf of the battle elf race as his concubine. As for why he wasn't the master's wife, that's related to the fact that he joined the Kalen fleet 100 years ago by leveraging his wife's family connections. Of course, that's no longer important. If his descendants demonstrate sufficient talent and performance, he may well rise in rank and be reassigned to a post on the floating island. After all, given the pride of their main lineage of elves, it would be beneath their noble status to associate with those mixed-blood elves all day. 70%? Why was only 70% collected in a year? Which elven tribe is the ruler of the Lingshan Sea? Kalen put away the sea map. He was browsing and frowned slightly. For 5 whole years, he never gave up searching for Jiang Xuan's whereabouts. Despite the elven royal court's tight security, this newly crowned ruler actually managed to escape. Therefore, his already unpleasant mood was further clouded by his subordinate's report. He suddenly realized that ever since he had suffered a loss at Jiang Xuan's hands, he seemed to have encountered unpleasant things over the past 5 years. Well, it's like this, Lord Kalen. The rulers of this sea area are the Wind Elf race, a subordinate branch of the Elf Royal Court. The reason why this year's tax revenue is somewhat insufficient is because this place is too close to the Xuanwu Sea area in the Southern Sea. As you know, in recent years, not only has the wild BC been unstable, but the Xuanwu Sea is also eyeing our border seas with covetous intent. The Lingshan Sea area, which serves as a support sea area for the Southern Front, had already been taxed as war tax 6 months ago. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yin Xuan suddenly remembered that the main person responsible for collecting taxes during that war was his eldest son, who was working in the border waters. Taxes. Has the Xuanwu Sea already invaded? If I remember correctly, there are more than a dozen sea areas between Lingshan Sea area and Xuanwu Sea area, which is the second support echelon of the border sea area. Isn't this second-tier war tax only levied in advance when the first-tier sea areas are invaded? Kalen's brows furrowed again as she glanced down at Yin Xuan, who was kneeling on one knee. As the mothership commander who had been by his side for many years, he didn't believe that the other party would forget the pre-war terms issued by the Elven Court. Well, it's possible that the people below made a mistake. Lord Kalen, please rest assured, I will make sure they collect the taxes within 2 months. Unexpectedly, Kalen, who usually doesn't concern herself with trivial matters, suddenly became so concerned about the collection this time. So Yin Xuan quickly made a promise. A mistake? Are you kidding me? You're telling me that a mistake allows for double taxation. Now, I finally understand why that newly appointed ruler was able to escape alive despite being wanted throughout the entire sea 5 years ago. It is because of corrupt parasites like you that the once solid elven defenses are now like a sieve. With a shove, Kalen smashed the sea spirit tea on the table next to her down at Yin Xuan below, finally unleashing her pent-up emotions. 5 years. A full 5 years. He left the floating island for a full 5 years in order to find a new ruler. For the past 5 years, every night when he slept, he would dream of the ruler who possessed the 3-colored ring of rules, who then ascended to demigod status and came to seek revenge on him. Therefore, apart from writing letters to his teacher to report to him, he spent almost every day searching for the other party's whereabouts in the surrounding sea. The purpose was to find Jiang Xuan's whereabouts and to resolve this huge future threat for the Elf Royal Court in advance. Even so, within this vast kingdom ruled by hundreds of elven royal courts, the forces of greed and corruption continue to spread. Now, even the commander of his mothership has been infected with these seeds of corruption. Lord Kalen, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Please, for Feyr's sake, spare me this time. Thud, thud, thud. From below came the sound of Yin Xuan kowtowing in fear. As the commander who had been with the Kalen mothership for many years, he naturally understood that this powerful overlord level being among the elves was thoroughly enraged this time. Roll. Seeing Yin Xuan's useless appearance, Kalen rubbed her eyes in anger, then kicked him out of the hall. Back then, if it weren't for my niece defying the family's objections and insisting on marrying this good-for-nothing, he had long ago been itching to slap the other person to death. It's been 5 years. Where have you been? The hall was deathly silent. No one could answer him. Just like the now corrupt elven royal court, the unified and upright voices of the past are no longer heard. Your Majesty, what is it that has led us to this point? Please guide me to make the right choice. As her gaze slowly turned to the enormous floating island in the distance, Kalen's worries grew stronger. What's wrong, Kalen? What made you so angry? A figure slowly appeared in the empty hall. Clorin looked at his most promising little apprentice with a face full of helplessness and anger. Among the disciples he took on, Kalen was undoubtedly the most outstanding in terms of aptitude, lineage, and vision. But it was after leaving the floating island 5 years ago. His apprentice's temperament had not only changed drastically, but he had also repeatedly rejected his proposals and refused to return to the elven floating island. Master, what brings you here? Kalen was still angry when she heard the voice, and was about to get angry when she sensed that strangely familiar aura. He quickly tidied up the messy table, and then strode towards the entrance of the hall. If I hadn't come, were you planning to stay in this area of the sea and never leave? With a reproachful look in his eyes, Clorin couldn't understand why Kalen was so fixated on that overlord-level being. I have 2 things to tell you this time. Firstly, the elders of your clan have been looking for me many times. Now that you rarely return to the clan, they hope that you can leave behind a pure-blooded elf bloodline for the clan. Looking at the haggard-looking Kalen beside him, Clorin sighed softly and then took out the letter from home. You haven't replied to a single letter from the family all these years, which has caused quite a stir among the light elves. You just left without a word. I'm getting annoyed to death by the old folks in your clan. After slapping the letter in front of Kalen, Clorin took the seat of honor and began to drink his spiritual tea. You're no longer the naive young man you once were. Now that you have advanced to the overlord level, you should consider the voice of your race more. Looking at Kalen, who was bowing his head and remaining silent, Clorin said in a calm tone. Chapter 280 Clorin's Scheme. Teacher, you don't understand. These old fogies insist on letting me leave behind a bloodline because they're afraid that if I die out there one day, no one will be there to support them. Kalen reached out and poured another bowl of spiritual tea for her teacher before sitting down opposite Clorin, somewhat annoyed. Don't overthink it. Although those old guys from the light elf race are stubborn, their ultimate goal is still the continuation of the entire race. You're still young, so you naturally don't understand the thoughts of these old guys. When you truly retire to the clan one day, you will understand their good intentions. Seeing that his little apprentice was getting stuck on something again, Clorin slowly began to guide him. By the way, Master, you said there were 2 things. What is the other thing? He seemed unwilling to bring up these things that bothered him. Kalen quickly changed the subject and began asking about the second thing Clorin had just mentioned. You're still so impatient. The second matter is that the decree of our elf king must be issued, ordering you and that person to abandon the all-see manhunt for that overlord-level being. After taking a sip of the spiritual tea, Clorin repeated the words of the elf king Alex. No, absolutely not. Teacher, as you know, I've told you before that if we give up on the pursuit of this newly ascended ruler, we'll definitely give him ample time to develop. And once he grows up, he will definitely not swallow his anger and will seek revenge for what my clan did back then. Recalling Jiang Xuan's cold eyes, Kalen felt a pang in her heart and quickly stood up. Kalen, sit down. Do you even dare to disobey the orders of my elf king? An immense aura emanated from him, and Clorin's eyes were fixed on Kalen's bloodshot pupils. No, teacher. I just feel that doing this is completely pointless. The other side will not give up retaliating against us just because the warrant for his arrest has been dropped. Moreover, the warrant for his arrest is still in effect across the entire sea. As long as he remains within the Elven Royal Court's sphere of influence, he can only cower in a corner of the ocean. A look of struggle flashed in his eyes. After all, Kalen had been searching for the other party for a full 5 years. If he gives up now, what will his efforts of the past 5 years amount to? What if the other party has already left this sea area? The calm voice fell, and Kalen's face turned pale instantly. He had certainly considered this possibility, but his inner conviction still reminded him that he must continue the search, even if there was only the slightest possibility to stop Jiang Xuan's growth. You're just too tired. You should go back to your hometown and rest. With a slight sigh, Clorin gently patted his outstanding young apprentice. I'm sorry, Teacher, I can't do it. If I don't see the other person die with my own eyes, I might regret it for the rest of my life. Gritting her teeth, Kaylin's eyes hardened as she contradicted her most respected teacher for the first time. Clorin looked calmly at his stubborn and determined young apprentice, remaining silent for a long time. It felt as if time had turned back to that afternoon 300 years ago. With a stubborn expression, Kaylin emerged from the Valley of the Elves, covered in wounds, and firmly told himself that he must become a true strong man. Ha ha! As expected of my disciple, Clorin, we've come to the same conclusion on this point. With a loud laugh, Clorin's eyes flashed with satisfaction. What he admired most about Kaylin was his indomitable spirit. Once I decide to do something, I will keep doing it until the problem is solved. However, Kaylin, you've ultimately gone in the wrong direction. Clorin pointed to the empty teacup on the table, a slight smile playing on his lips. Teacher, is there anything you would like to tell me? To his surprise, his teacher was not angry at all, but instead decided to help him. Kaylin quickly bowed his head respectfully and refilled the spiritual tea in front of his teacher. You're investigating in the wrong direction. If you just keep searching the sea area, as long as the other party hides and doesn't come out, you won't have any clues at all. You should know that the other party has the means to escape from the eyes of our race's demigod-level beings. Clorin took a small sip of the tea, his eyes gradually narrowing. Teacher, please teach me. Kaylin's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that his teacher was also paying attention to this matter. That newly ascended ruler back then was a human being, right? Sometimes it's not necessary to find the other party. Over the years, I have secretly had my subordinates capture some powerful human warriors in the sea. I learned a lot of information from them. These human creatures that appeared in our seas a few years ago are not native to the inner sea, but a new group of survivors. And as long as we capture some key leaders within their race, as long as they haven't severed ties with their tribe, they will surely come to us willingly. The cold voice fell, causing Kaylin's eyes to suddenly light up. Oh right, how come he didn't think of that? Moreover, he interrogated some human beings back then, but unfortunately no one could recognize Jiang Xuan's portrait. You're still too green. The creatures you've captured are all of low status, and you've never encountered the survivors, this foreign race, so naturally you don't know the inside story. Over the past few years, I have captured many of their powerful members and learned many secrets. Bring them up here. At this point, Clorin's gaze remained calm as he slowly beckoned to the dark figure at the entrance of the hall. As Clorin's voice faded, the overlord-level being in the corner retreated. A creature nailed to a special type of iron plate was brought up. Look, this is what they call the top players on the leaderboard. All right, I think his name is Herlease. Clorin's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the somewhat excited Kaylin beside him. His eyes slowly turned to the human being who had been tortured beyond recognition. Speak. Tell me everything you know about that human powerhouse named Jiang Xuan. A strange spiral slowly appeared in Clorin's pupils. When Herlease was forcibly awakened, her eyes immediately went unfocused when she met those pupils. He began to mechanically repeat information about Jiang Xuan and the Human Alliance. Jiang Xuan, ranked number 1 on the Human Alliance's combat power list, was the first survivor to advance to the Overlord level several years ago. The Chosen One, the second-ranked sovereign-level being, Silver Dragon Cloud Sky. He kept spouting information about the Human Alliance. Finally, he uttered a name that made Kaylin's eyes light up. The Human Alliance leader, Yin Xiao, the supreme commander of humanity, possesses the epic-level treasure trove talent, capable of continuously generating large quantities of rare items and resources. Upon hearing this, Kaylin's expression changed completely. His gaze instantly fell on Clorin, who was sitting in the main seat. As they looked at each other, they both saw greed and treachery in each other's eyes. Chapter 281 Raid on the Human Alliance. On the cloud-curtained sea, aboard the Human Alliance's temporary habitat, aboard the space carrier. An elderly man with a weathered face was staring at a large amount of information about the sea god's tomb in his hands. The sound of pages turning filled the air as the old man lowered his gaze, a hint of weariness on his face. Alliance leader, you should rest now. Beside the old man, the young man responsible for protecting Yunxiao's safety finally couldn't help but mention it. Only a very few people, including him, knew about it. Since entering the Inner Sea, Jiang Xuan, as the leader of the Human Alliance, has been working to help humanity quickly establish a foothold in the Inner Sea. At great cost, they forcibly used the treasure trove of civilization to create 2 legendary items. It was precisely because of these 2 legendary items that the Human Alliance forged a close friendship with the Angels and the new Human Alliance. Now, after creating 2 legendary items, his life force is severely depleted. In addition, due to his constant toil for the affairs of the Human Alliance, Jiang Xuan, who had just entered middle age, now resembled an old man in his twilight years. Don't worry, I know my body. Even if I get enough rest, I don't have much time left to live. However, it has been my lifelong wish to see humanity gradually establish itself in the inland sea within a limited time. A gentle voice rang out, and Jiang Xuan smiled slightly, turning to look at the young man who had been specially assigned to his side as a guard. After these years of training, the once arrogant and unruly young master has become much more composed. Having spent years following Jiang Xuan and interacting with various powerful forces, his demeanor has changed drastically. The yellow, flamboyant hairstyle he once sported has been shaved off, and his appearance is no longer recognizable as the unique individual he once was. But the more you act this way, the more worried we become. Lung Xiao's gaze was complicated, and after meeting those bright and determined eyes, he could no longer utter a single word. Don't worry about me. Everyone dies eventually. My greatest wish in life is to see the Human Alliance reach its peak. So I won't fall down until then. He slowly put down the intelligence compiled by the Human Alliance think tank. Jiang Xuan slowly fixed his gaze on the screen above. The top players on the leaderboard have changed. Jiang Xuan, who was once ranked number 1, went missing 5 years ago, while Teeming and Yinlong both advanced to the position of Dominator 2 years ago. Hellas lost all contact with the Human Alliance 4 years ago. Gluttonous Lingling is confirmed dead. MOU joins the Angel Clan's forces in the sea. The Dragon Girl and the Mummy are nearing the boundary of sovereign-level being. And those newly emerging geniuses on the leaderboard, they all need his attention and resources now. Therefore, for Jiang Xuan, the first thing I do every morning when I open my eyes is look at the names on the leaderboard that people aspire to. He firmly believed that as long as they were still alive, humanity would still have hope. Jiang Xuan, where are you? Looking into the distance, Jiang Xuan sighed softly. Now, the biggest mystery in his mind is Jiang Xuan's current situation. As the strongest fighter among the human survivors, Jiang Xuan's name is no longer on the leaderboard. After Jiang Xuan lost contact several years ago, most people believed that he had perished. But only Jiang Xuan believed that Jiang Xuan was still alive. For this reason, he even had the prophet activate his talent to foresee Jiang Xuan's whereabouts. The only response was that the person would eventually return in despair. This is precisely why he checks Jiang Xuan's name every day to see if it has reappeared on the leaderboard. With a slight sigh, Jiang Xuan no longer knew if he would ever see Jiang Xuan return and humanity reach its pinnacle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Level 1 warning. Just as Jiang Xuan was pondering, a series of piercing alarms suddenly sounded on the floating mothership. Warning. The airborne ship's AI has detected a large number of unknown ships approaching. Danger, danger, unknown creature approaching. Please take precautions. As the alarm sounded, the energy shield on the floating mothership activated instantly. In the corridor, a large number of security personnel began to pour in, constantly guarding the room where Jiang Xuan was working. Quickly, protect the Alliance leader. Warning sounds rang in his ears one after another, and Lung Xiao's expression changed. A brown energy surged out from his body. The entire cloud curtain sea is now within the sphere of influence of the Human Alliance. Logically, even if other races approached, the Human Alliance should have received a warning from the border sea outposts. But now the enemy has directly entered the heart of the sea, heading straight for the mothership. That can only mean 2 things. First, the sentry post was destroyed instantly, without even a chance to issue a warning. Secondly, the target of the other side is the high-ranking commanders of the Human Alliance. This is a decapitation plan targeting the entire Human Alliance. seeing the human alliance guards constantly rushing towards them. Lung Xiao had no choice but to prepare for the worst. The aerostat has entered power storage mode, and the detection radar is now scanning the entire sea area. The formation has reached its designated position. Warning messages have been transmitted. Target not responding. Attack mode activated. Intensive firepower detected en route. Requesting activation of ship's energy shield. As thousands of elven airships pierced through the clouds, they slowly descended into the heart of the human alliance. All the alliance airships reacted instantly. Under the automatic planning of the mothership's AI, thousands of airships immediately activated their energy shields and firepower devices. Below, in the sea, rows of mechanical cannon barrels slowly emerged from the seabed. Under the command of the AI, the ship's anti-aircraft guns began to fire collectively. This is really troublesome. These foreign forces actually mastered the detection device for detecting the aura of a Dominator level so quickly. On the airship, Kalen's gaze darkened slightly. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Otherwise, if this foreign force were given another 100 years to develop, it might even grow to the point of threatening the Elven royal court. But they are far from being ready yet. Beside Kalen, Clorin's figure slowly appeared. His gaze was fixed on the firelight falling like raindrops from the sky, his face remaining calm. And as his words fell, above thousands of elven technological ships, a domain barrier unique to overlord-level beings instantly appeared. Countless cannons rained down on the domain, yet they did not cause even the slightest ripple to Clarence's Dominator-level domain. Let's make a move. Since we're here, let's also uproot this foreign force. Clorin's eyes flickered, and nearly 10,000 elven royal warships slowly emerged from mid-air behind him. It's hard to imagine that Clorin actually brought out the main battle fleet from the floating island of the Elven Kingdom for this operation. This situation is extremely rare in the entire history of the Inland Sea. On the 26 floating islands, almost every race's escort fleet consists of a guard fleet and a main battle fleet. The Imperial Guard fleet typically consists of 1,000 ships. Each of these guard ships, if placed in the outside world, possesses combat power comparable to a mothership of a top-tier power. While the main battle fleet is not as strong individually as the Imperial Guard fleet, once its number reaches 1,000, it also has the ability to snipe at Overlord-level beings. Looking across the entire floating island of the Elf Kingdom, there are only a little over 50,000 main warships currently in service. As the commander-in-chief of the Elven Royal Court's main battle fleet, Clorin had secretly mobilized nearly 1/5 of the main battleships. The deployment of a main battle fleet of this size is sufficient to easily encircle and annihilate a Dominator-level being. Annihilate any of the top races or factions, except for those on the 26 floating islands. This demonstrates Clorin's madness and determination to succeed in this operation. Kalen, go ahead. With so many main battle fleets mobilized this time, I might be put on a long leave of absence when I get back. Clorin patted his apprentice, Kalen, who was staring intently at him, and sighed softly. But when he thought of the innate treasure-gathering ability that the human had mentioned, Clorin's eyes lit up again. If they can capture the other side's leader this time, the Elven Royal Court may not pursue his unauthorized actions any further. On the contrary, the Elf Royal Court, which has obtained the Treasure Bowl talent, will rise again after 100 years and is expected to challenge for the top position in the Southern Sea once again. Humans are not worthy of such talent. Whether it is to force Jiang Xuan out or for the future of the elf race, we must capture Yin Xiao. Clorin paused slightly, and then a force of rules instantly enveloped the sea below within his domain. With a casual strike, he instantly destroyed nearly 1/10 of the anti-aircraft ship-based guns in the sea below. Master, don't worry, he can't get away. A force that can't even muster enough guards to be a ruler-level being doesn't necessarily need to continue existing. Kalen's eyes flickered, and his body instantly transformed into golden light, rushing into the raging flames. Damn it, it's the domain barrier of a ruler-level being. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Tianming and Brother Yunlong go out to explore the divine tomb. The cold-blooded young master on the mothership suddenly turned cold. Watching the floating ships fall one after another under the enemy's firepower, he gritted his teeth and angrily slammed his fist against the wall. Don't panic. What's meant to happen will happen. Moreover, we humans are not so powerless as to have no ability to protect ourselves. A calm voice slowly rose from behind Long Xiao. Yun Xiao's gaze remained unchanged, and a crimson button slowly appeared in his hand. Since they want to exterminate humanity, then we'll show them whether humanity is truly a lamb to the slaughter in their eyes. Chapter 282, The Indomitable Will of Humanity. As the bright red button in his hand was pressed, one after another, crimson halos slowly appeared in midair. The extermination weapon has been activated and is now locked. Extinction order issued, entering energy storage state. Two mechanical sounds slowly emanated from the floating mothership. Above the reserved opening on the floating mothership, beams of crimson laser light continuously refracted onto the surrounding floating frigates. As small red lights lit up on the escort ships, a large number of lasers converged and then rushed into the huge crimson circle in front of them. Power charging complete. Attack command received. As the last mechanical sound rang out, to everyone's astonishment, a massive crimson halo, occupying half the sky, instantly appeared above Clorin's domain. As the aperture rapidly lit up, a massive crimson beam of light instantly poured down from the sky. Boom! The massive energy wave instantly triggered piercing alarms across all the elven main battle fleets below. And then the crimson pillar of light descended. Clorin's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed an immense aura of destruction emanating from it. The massive crimson beam of light crashed down on the edge of his domain. In less than 3 seconds, the crimson beam of light, imbued with an unknown and terrifying power, instantly shattered the boundary of the domain. It quickly enveloped the numerous elven warships below. No! Commander Clorin, please save us. Despairing voices echoed through the communication devices as hundreds of main warships were instantly reduced to ashes by the attack. Good, excellent. As he watched hundreds of main warships being destroyed in an instant before his eyes, a terrifying coldness flashed in Clorin's eyes. A surge of intense anger welled up from his chest. Clorin was completely stunned. He never imagined that such a weapon of extermination would exist among the human race. You deserve to die. A terrifying, domineering pressure instantly spread across the entire sea surface. A powerful domain instantly blocked the second crimson beam of light. His power of rules has now been activated to its maximum. Boom! Another massive crimson beam of light descended, and at that moment, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Clorin's mouth. Impossible. How could a mere foreign race possibly possess such power? I felt a tremendous impact on my body. The power of the rules is being rapidly depleted, with the domain power of Clorin at the peak of the Dominator level. He was shocked to discover that he could no longer withstand the impending third Crimson attack. Just as Clorin gritted his teeth and prepared to withstand the third Stanley impact, a majestic and grand voice slowly rose from the sky. Enough! A calm sound crashed down from the sky, and a gigantic golden hand slowly descended from above. The demigod-level pressure instantly pressed down on the crimson halo, disrupting the energy transmission of the entire halo. Click! A tremendous crashing sound echoed across the entire sea. Under the incredulous gazes of countless human survivors, the giant golden hand that descended from the sky instantly crushed the crimson ring that covered the main elven battle fleet. The fourth elder has arrived. Clorin grinned and slowly stood up from midair. Fortunately, he had notified the 4 elders of the Elf Royal Court who were searching for Jiang Xuan's whereabouts before he arrived. Otherwise, he would have wanted to take down this main fleet of the Human Alliance today. The thousands of elven main battle fleets that were brought along will likely suffer heavy losses as well. Humanity's leader, why haven't you given up the fight yet? As the colossal golden shadow that blotted out the sky appeared above, Clorin's voice suddenly rang out from the heavens. He stared intently at the floating mothership, which was tightly enveloped by an energy barrier. It seemed that he could already see the despair in the leader's eyes. Meanwhile, above the cloud-curtained sea, countless survivors looked up in fear at the giant golden figure standing in the sky. The terrifying pressure of the creatures continued to weigh down the sea, making their hearts almost unable to withstand the intense pressure of the demigods. On the floating mothership, fear was evident in the eyes of the high-ranking members of the Alliance. They then forced themselves to stay alert and quickly issued a series of distress calls to areas both inside and outside the sea. ZZZZT. This is Ling Yun, the senior commander of the Human Alliance. The Human Alliance is currently under a sudden attack from elven airships. We need support. We need more firepower. Coordinates, Cloud Curtain Sea. All humans in the sea who have received this distress call, please come to our aid. Fellow countrymen, the Human Alliance has reached its most desperate moment. I hereby appeal to all mankind to come to our aid, to come to our leaders. We absolutely do not believe that humanity will perish at the hands of alien races. Voices continuously emanated from the hands of all the survivors. Within the Cloud Curtain Sea, all human fleets that received the distress call changed course and rushed towards the heart of the Cloud Curtain Sea to provide assistance. And that's not all. Shortly after the Human Alliance issued its distress call, millions of survivor ships began to converge from beyond the sea. Like ants returning to their nest, they surged toward the vortex of death shrouded in golden light and dark clouds. Just as the global communication channel was plunged into despair, filled with messages about the imminent demise of humanity. Just as countless fleets were converging on the Cloud Curtain Sea, a voice representing despair slowly emanated from all the survivor channels. The voice was desperate, yet tinged with a certain hope. Though the speaker tried to suppress sobs, it still resonated deeply. A notice has been issued to all humanity. The enemy is a demigod-level elven being, and the elven main warships are at large. All fleets or convoys heading to our aid are to immediately evacuate the Cloud Curtain Sea. Our fleet has lost its ability to resist, and our compatriots are dying. I hereby appeal to all humanity. Do not send reinforcements. Do not send reinforcements. Please leave this sea area and preserve the last spark of humanity. After this command was issued, an atmosphere of despair began to spread rapidly among all the human survivors. Just when everyone was at a loss, a gentle voice slowly rang out from the survivor channel. That was the voice of Jiang Xuan, the supreme commander of humanity and leader of the Human Alliance. Everyone, do not despair, do not be afraid. There's still hope for humanity. Please believe me, as long as you live, humanity will not perish. I implore all of humanity that the seeds of humanity must continue, and that someone must bear the burden of human hatred. We must not let all the hardships we've endured along the way go to waste. A buzzing sound rang out, and Jiang Xuan's voice was suddenly interrupted by unknown interference. After this brief sound was emitted, the entire Human Alliance's communication channels were once again paralyzed. The heartland of humanity, the hope of all mankind, was suddenly cut off from all contact in this sea area. This is precisely what ignited the anger in the hearts of all human survivors. Their compatriots are dying, and the fate of their leader is unknown. How could they give up so easily? They had been on the run the whole way, living in constant despair. Until the Human Alliance was established, under the leadership of that old man, all of humanity finally moved towards unity. Having just emerged from confusion and despair, how could they possibly give up on everything now? No, we absolutely do not believe it. We've come a long way, from the outer seas to the inner seas, and we've faced countless moments of despair, yet the Human Alliance has stood strong. Why should we give up this time? We're not dead yet. As long as we're here, we won't let the Human Alliance fall. If we're talking about humanity's hope, the Human Alliance is the hope in our hearts. I'm not very educated, and my life isn't worth much, so let me go and fight them to the death. Our Tiger Sky fleet refuses to give up. Brothers who still have guts nearby, join us and return to aid the Human Alliance. Long live the Human Alliance. We, the Black Shark Fleet, have decided to return to their aid. We swear to defend humanity's dignity to the death. The Naval Fleet has decided to return to provide support. The Stinger Fleet has decided to return to reinforce. Solar Fleet, decision made. A series of calls to action flashed continuously across the entire human communication channel, like a bugle call to charge. This caused all the fleets to abandon their disputes, their withdrawal, and everything else unrelated to the matter. Meanwhile, tens of millions of ships are constantly speeding across the inland sea. They continuously converge towards the cloud-covered sea area. In their eyes, there was an indomitable spirit. They were all prepared to die. Humanity may lose, but humanity will never give up the spirit of fighting to the very end. Since hope no longer exists, then let's fight the enemy to the death. Chapter 283, The Darkest Day in Human History. Leader, please come with me to the backup shelter for refuge. On the floating mothership, the mothership commander and other officials all looked nervously at the rapidly approaching beam of light on the display screen. It's too late, the AI warned, indicating that the enemy was less than a few kilometers away from the mothership. If I'm not mistaken, the other party is at least a ruler-level being. Jiang Xuan slowly shook his head and then pressed the voice transmission button in his hand. As the sound from the microphone spread, he began to issue a series of instructions in an orderly manner. All Human Alliance officials, please activate your ship's protective barriers and offensive weapons. All AI systems must immediately analyze the enemy's direction and danger level. All strategic reserve ships must be sunk to the bottom of the sea and must not surface without orders. Listen up, everyone on the underwater Hope ship. Without my order, no ship shall be exposed. Close all hatches and activate the stealth barrier. Everyone, please protect our last seed. Don't let a moment of impulse bury the hope that humanity has fought so hard for. As instructions were rapidly issued, on thousands of ships and countless survivors in the sea, all heard the old man's voice. They looked at the massive mothership and human ships in the sky with some confusion, not yet understanding what Jiang Xuan's statement meant. Alliance leader, I will contact Teeming and Brother Yunlong immediately to send reinforcements. Gritting his teeth, Long Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he quickly pressed the button on the technology communicator in his hand. It's too late, they've already arrived. Looking at the red glowing detection crystal on the table, Jiang Xuan's gaze was already fixed on the top of the mothership. Boom! An immense pressure instantly spread across the entire mothership. The immense pressure unique to a sovereign level being instantly suppressed the numerous guards present, pinning them firmly to the ground. Damn it! It's a ruler-level being. The cold-blooded young master, kneeling on one knee, had a fierce look in his eyes, but he was unable to move. He couldn't understand why the Elven Kingdom, located dozens of seas away, would suddenly launch this full-scale attack on humanity. Your Excellency, this sea area is the territory that the new Human Alliance has allocated to our race. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the new Human Alliance by acting like this? The silver device beside him lit up, and a silver barrier slowly appeared beside Jiang Xuan. The old man, his face aged, gritted his teeth and refused to bow his head under the immense pressure. The new Human Alliance? My elven court only accidentally destroyed a few ships. Would the new Human Alliance really start a war against our elven court over such a trivial matter? A disdainful voice rang out as Kalen's figure slowly descended from above the dissolved technological armor of the floating mothership. Your Excellency, what exactly do you hope to gain by launching this full-scale attack on our human race? Jiang Xuan's expression remained calm, unchanged despite the fact that the other party was a ruler-level being. For this supreme commander of humanity, he had long since disregarded his own life and death. In other words, aside from worrying about the future of the Human Alliance, Jiang Xuan had nothing else on his mind. As expected of a clan leader, you have quite the courage. However, these technological gadgets around you are not enough to protect you. As for what we're here to gain, don't you already know? With her gaze fixed on the silver-haired old man in front of her, Kalen sighed inwardly. He never expected that this intelligent race, which had only entered the inner sea a few years ago, would now have a means to snipe at overlord-level beings. If it weren't for the fact that their elven race had a demigod-level ancestor in charge this time, they might not have been able to defeat them. If I'm not mistaken, you've come for something, haven't you? Jiang Xuan let out a slow sigh, a complex expression on his face. With his intelligence, he had already guessed most of the situation the moment the enemy landed on the mothership. Something that could make a major power in the inner sea risk offending the new Human Alliance and the human race itself. Aside from his racially inherited talent, there should only be a few human rulers in the tomb of the gods left. Since you've already guessed it, then come with me. Kaelin casually pinned the cold young master, who was trying to launch an attack, to the ground, a complex look flashing in her eyes. It must be said that the courage of this race is truly commendable. As a dominant being, he could sense the unfamiliar aura constantly surging in from beyond the sea. Although they are weak, their numbers are exceptionally large. Okay, I'll go with you. I hope you won't hurt anyone else. As his gaze shifted, Jiang had already come to understand many things. He was risking his life to save the last remaining fleet of the human alliance. No. Ever since we allowed a human overlord-level being to escape several years ago, I will not give you even the slightest chance. Wildfire cannot burn it all. The spring breeze brings it back to life. This is a phrase that you humans often use. As Kaelin finished speaking, an immense aura of a sovereign-level being erupted instantly. Thud, thud, thud. Under extreme pressure, the human alliance guards were instantly crushed without any ability to resist. Stop. Upon seeing this, Jiang's usually calm face finally revealed anger. But he knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't easily change the other person's mind. This is the law of the jungle in the Black Sea world. The strong have absolute dominance over the weak. However, as the leader of the human alliance, Jiang still had one last bargaining chip, himself. A silver dagger slowly appeared in his hand, and Jiang's sharp eyes were fixed on Kaelin's figure. As the silver dagger appeared, a strange power instantly swept out from the floating mothership. This force may seem weak, but it covers an extremely wide range of areas. The silver light continuously transformed into threads, wrapping around the fingers of each human survivor. Upon seeing this, Lorne, a demigod-level elven being high in the sky, frowned slightly. He slowly enveloped the entire sea with his demigod-level divine power. Stop it, everyone! As Lorne's voice fell, an immense divine power instantly swept out. All living beings and ships swept away by divine power lost their desire to attack. Mechanical firearms and technological weapons also instantly jammed or canceled their attack commands. This is one of his domain abilities. Stop the war. Fourth Elder, what's going on? Upon seeing this, Clorin looked somewhat puzzled. He shared the same view as his apprentice, Kaelin, on the matter of eliminating the main force of humanity. Having witnessed the potential of this race, he had no intention of letting humanity continue to develop unchecked. Don't touch them for now. This force has already connected everyone here with the aura of their leader. If we forcibly kill them, the human with the foundational talent will not survive either. As the golden giant finished speaking, his enormous head slowly looked down at the floating mothership below. Meanwhile, Kaelin below also looked extremely pale. He never expected that even at this point, the other party would still have a backup plan. Although this epic item is not for combat, it can bind my life to that of all my kind present. If you insist on exterminating humanity, then step over my bones first. Jiang's face showed a resolute expression. His gaze slowly shifted from Kaelin to the golden giant in the sky. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. I originally wanted to witness the birth of the first demigod among the human race. But now, he may never have that chance again. Let's go. Leader of humanity, I agree to your condition. The words from the demigod faded away. Even though Kaelin was unwilling, he could only slowly disappear into the air with Jiang's figure. Withdraw the troops. Clorin, who witnessed all of this, gritted his teeth, but ultimately decided not to test Jiang's bottom line. And just as the figure in the clouds, along with the silver barrier, disappeared into the air, all the survivors in the cloud-curtained sea had expressions of despair in their eyes. They stared intently at the elven ships in the sky, as if trying to etch this scene into their hearts forever. Their eyes held the ultimate anger and humiliation in the heart of the human alliance before the entire human race. Their tribal leader was so easily and forcibly taken away by the enemy in this way. This is contempt for all of humanity. This is an insult to billions of people. This was absolutely one of the most tragic days in human history. Chapter 284, The Rage Flowing Deep in the Blood. No, This isn't real. I don't believe it. Our leader has been taken away by the enemy, just like that. How could this happen? We've already given our all. Damn it. The strong. We need more strong people. Humanity needs more strong people. What about destiny? What about Silver Dragon, Cloud Heaven? Aren't they the rulers? Why didn't they stop all of this? But the other side has demigod-level beings. Even if they were here, it would only increase casualties. How ridiculous! With so many ships and so many cannons, we can't even get close to the edge of the sea. It's too late. It's all too late. Alliance leader Jiang Xuan has already left us. What should we do? What should humanity do? As the elven fleet disappeared into the horizon, the golden demigod domain slowly dissipated. Countless human fleets that came to the rescue slowly arrived from outside the sea. Their faces were also ashen, and their eyes were bloodshot. His pupils flashed with suppressed rage. Before the entire human alliance, in the heart of the human seas, the elves took away their tribal leader with ease. This is a disgrace. Without a doubt, this humiliation has been deeply buried in the hearts of billions of people. From this moment forward, all human survivors will forever remember this humiliating and painful day. The human leader has been kidnapped, the heart of the human alliance, the hope of all human survivors. They were easily taken away by the enemy, and their fate is now unknown. I hate it. Survivors kept burying their heads in their hands and crying, pounding on the ship beneath their feet. They hate their own incompetence. They also resent humanity's powerlessness. Nearly 1 million people in the entire ocean area could only survive by sacrificing an old man. What a pathetic joke. Brother Teeming, Brother Yunlong, please come back quickly. Our alliance leader is gone. Tears of humiliation streamed down his bloodshot eyes. Until today, Lung Xiao finally understood the meaning of power and value. At this moment, no one felt more heartbroken and regretful than he, who had been promoted and nurtured by Jiang Xuan. Brother Jiang Xuan, are you still alive? Is there any hope left for humanity? Blood was seeping from between his fingers. Despair etched on Lung Xiao's numb face as he repeatedly uttered a name that had resonated throughout the human alliance over a decade ago. Just when all the human survivors were plunged into deep gloom and despair. Jiang Xuan, far away at the boundary between the southern and eastern sea areas, was putting away a rhombus-shaped crystal that shimmered with the power of rules. I never expected to encounter a crystal formed from the condensation of the rules of Earth. This will further enrich the landscape of the divine kingdom. Just as his eyes were filled with joy, a violent tremor suddenly stirred within him. That throbbing sensation didn't come from rules or power, but from the blood deep within his body. It was a spiritual imprint branded into the entire human race, deep within the consciousness of countless survivors. When a race-recognized king falls or is threatened, a racially inherited talent will issue a warning to the entire race. Once this warning is issued, there will only be 2 possible outcomes. One is that those who possess racially inherited top-tier talents are dying. Secondly, the holder of the racial foundation-level talent is actively separating himself from this talent that is integral to his life. Something has happened to the human alliance. As his gaze slowly turned towards the southern sea, Jiang Xuan felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rising within him. This anger erupted from the depths of his heart without any warning. Logically speaking, this is extremely abnormal. Since advancing to demigod status, Jiang Xuan has undergone a complete transformation. This transformation had long since enabled him to have extremely precise control over his own emotions. Now, very few things can stir that feeling in him anymore. Actually, it's not just him. All living beings on the Black Sea, once they reach the point of forming the embryonic form of a divine kingdom, this change will occur unconsciously within them. This is the will of the Black Sea world, influencing every living being branded by him. Every being who ascends to godhood from the Black Sea great world gradually discards superfluous emotions, including race and kinship, as they grow. In their eyes, all things are their children. This is also one of the influences of the first generation of gods on subsequent gods. In order to allow the gods to focus on comprehending divine power without being disturbed by any external distractions, They had long ago, through the power of the Black Sea will itself, slowly integrated this rule into this world. This is both a form of protection and a limitation on the internal conflicts within the divine realm. Once the gods are bound by emotions, the entire Black Sea will be plunged into endless destruction and turmoil. That is precisely the point. This is why the gods who were born later did not care much about their own race and bloodline descendants. And the so-called son of the gods on the 26 floating islands. In the eyes of the gods who created them, they were nothing more than a bunch of experimental subjects with similar bloodlines. In this respect, there is no essential difference between the evil god referring to the demigods of the Black Sea as defective products. In their eyes, all things are ants, so naturally they cannot stir their emotions. I see. No wonder my emotions have been much less volatile since I became a demigod. Furthermore, they will subconsciously ignore the human race and actively block the power of the survival manual. As his thoughts raced, Jiang Xuan had already figured out many things. But why am I still angry? Feeling the intense bond and anger deep within his bloodline, Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Because I'm still a human being. A massive, sky-covering black wing emerged behind him, and the immense power of a demigod poured down upon the surrounding sea. Under the terrified gaze of all living beings, a colossal figure, spanning half the size of the sea, with soaring black wings, vanished from the sky in an instant. The aura of a peak demigod, which old guy has awakened again. This undisguised aura, does it seem like he is angry? Immediately spread the word. All beings of our race in the southern seas must return to the floating islands, and all ships must not rise into the sky, lest they incur the wrath of this peak demigod. Hee, looks like there's going to be a good show. I wonder which family will suffer this time. Divine thoughts continuously circulated across the sea, prompting numerous floating island forces to quickly take action. Several demigod-level beings awoke from their clan's floating island after sensing the soaring divine power. Their gazes were lowered as they slowly looked at the dark power that covered several areas of the sea. That direction leads to the 9 major powers in the southern seas. An ancient demigod ancestor who had been asleep for tens of thousands of years slowly gazed at the direction in which the soaring black light had departed. His body slowly rose from the floating island and then crossed the sea. Without a doubt, he wanted to witness firsthand this battle of the pinnacle demigods, a spectacle extremely rare in tens of thousands of years. Meanwhile, the elven royal court at the eye of the storm was unaware of this. What kind of terrifying being did they provoke with their actions? Chapter 285 Black wings cover the sky, the seas wither. Above the southern sea, a pair of enormous, pitch-black wings, covering the entire area, slowly descended. The Sea of Spirit Shells, a large sea area under the rule of the Elf Royal Court. The Water Elf tribe's fleet of thousands of ships is gathering near the Spirit Shell breeding grounds in the heart of the sea, casting out specially made sea nets. This is the Ling Bay Fishing Day, which takes place once every 10 years. Each fishing season brings huge production benefits to the Ling Bay waters. Uncle Kaimu, once I've collected all the spirit shells here, I'll be able to raise enough money to go to the royal court to study. After I return from the elite academy of the Elf Kingdom, I will definitely become an outstanding elf. On civilian fishing vessels, the newly grown water sprite, Little Pole, was telling Uncle Game, who was wearing a water sprite fleet uniform, about his wonderful plans for the future. Aha! Our little boy will definitely become the greatest water sprite. Uncle Kai will apply for you to serve in the elite water sprite fleet. That way, you can continue to serve the royal court alongside your uncle. Looking at the little bowl whose eyes were shining brightly, Game's lips curled up slightly. He seemed to see his younger self reflected in this nephew. Unbeknownst to us, more than 30 years have passed. Time really flies. Game glanced at the fleet and civilian fishing boats that were constantly salvaging spirit shells not far away, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Back then, he was recruited by the Water Sprite fleet because of his outstanding ability to salvage spirit shells. He eventually gained the opportunity to study at the Elf Royal Academy. Over the past 30 years, he has experienced both high spirits and moments of confusion. But no matter what, He pulled through and returned to his homeland as a fleet captain. I really wish life could go on like this forever. The red sunset was slowly setting in the distance, and Game silently murmured to himself. Huff, huff. A sudden, fierce gust of cold wind swept past my ears, and the entire sea area instantly fell into a deathly silence and gloom. Game suddenly realized that the entire sea and sky were shrouded in eternal darkness. Wait a minute. What exactly is being sent? A cold snowflake fell, startling Game awake as he looked around. His eyes widened as he slowly looked up at the two enormous black wings that resembled the sky. The moment those black wings appeared in the sea, the entire sky was plunged into complete darkness. A cold wind blew, a blizzard descended, and under the gray sky, the cracking sound of seawater freezing echoed continuously. Oh no, little boar, come with me right now. Having participated in suppressing the chaos in the wild beast sea, Armored Warrior instantly realized that this was the domain aura of a being at the Dominator level or higher. He quickly reached out to try and pull the young water sprite that had fallen into a daze. Click! The sound of ice shattering rang out, under Game's incredulous gaze. His young nephew, who had just come of age and was preparing to enter the Royal Court Elite Academy for further studies. Before his eyes, it turned into fragments of withered crystals. No! A voice of despair rang out. Game still couldn't believe it. In just a few seconds, his nephew, who had been smiling happily in front of him, had turned into the shattered ice on the ice surface. A pair of terrified, frozen eyes slowly rolled down to his feet. This startled Game, who quickly looked up at his comrades and ships around him. Without exception, in the instant black wings blotted out the sky, ice and death descended upon the entire Lingbei Sea. The 10th. In the darkness of the sky, a cold voice slowly emerged from the shadows. Kamen Rider Game, filled with fear, had not yet reacted. He and the entire Water Elf fleet, along with hundreds of thousands of Water Elf people, were instantly frozen on the sea surface. King of the Elves, come out and see me. The black wings flew away, heading towards the floating island in the sky. Apart from that chilling, piercing voice, the entire Lingbei Sea was completely transformed into a gray world of ice and death. There was no life left. Under the oppressive aura of a demigod, millions of water spirits across the entire sea were transformed into ice sculptures that slowly crumbled on the ice surface. Get out here and see me. Above the giant floating island of the elven race in the sky, the entire elven kingdom heard that angry voice. And then an elven demigod-level being made a move from afar. Above the sky, a huge golden shadow is slowly emerging. Presumptuous! The oppressive aura of a demigod-level being enveloped the sky-covering black wings rushing downwards. Lauren's golden eyes flashed with indifference. Get out of my way! From within the jet-black wings, Jiang Xuan's icy voice rang out once more. Hundreds of thousands of black tentacles emerged from the surface of the black wings, wrapping around the towering golden phantom. Peak demigod! An incredulous voice slowly emerged from the mouth of the golden giant. Upon returning to his clan, Lorne finally showed a look of terror on his face. He initially thought it was some ignorant demigod who had come to the Elven Kingdom's sea area to act recklessly. I was just thinking of teaching him a lesson before he fell asleep. Unexpectedly, the other party was an ancestral-level demigod who had already reached the peak of demigodhood. The giant golden shadow faded away quickly. Seeing that something was wrong, the fourth elder of the elf race, Lorne, was trying to quickly dissolve the golden body he had formed from the power of the rules. But by then it was too late. The black tentacles that had already soared into the sky clung to his divine power like maggots clinging to bones. No, Senior, this is a misunderstanding. As he felt his body gradually coming to a standstill, Lorne, who was about to run back to the floating island to hide, felt his divine power being constantly eroded. Around his body, streaks of crimson patterns began to slowly emerge. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself inside a massive crimson cage. This is the power of imprisonment. Act recklessly. As Jiang Xuan's cold voice fell, the crimson cage instantly erupted with a dazzling red light. As the crimson patterns flashed, the enormous cage of confinement instantly closed inwards. No, ancestor, save me. He felt the divine power within his body being instantly suppressed. Even Lorne, who was already a demigod, was utterly terrified. He sensed the threat of death. Stop! Above the floating island, a pair of pure white wings quickly appeared, and platinum gold divine runes instantly condensed in the sky. As countless platinum feathers fell from the sky, the black tentacles that blotted out the sun were rapidly melting away. It was that old guy from the elven race who made the move. I didn't expect him to still be alive. This is the legendary demigod king of the elf race from 120,000 years ago, the third elf king, venerable Holy Feather. How is this possible? Even demigods can only live for 100,000 years. How did this old thing survive? This is going to be a good show. A battle between two peak demigods. It seems this trip was worthwhile. These arrogant guys have finally gotten their comeuppance. The events of that year are still fresh in my mind. I never thought these pointy-eared guys would provoke an even more ruthless character. Serves them right. The Elven Royal Court occupies 1/8 of the Southern Sea area and claims to be the leader of the Southern Sea area. They have been arrogant for a long time. This time they have finally provoked a tough opponent. A series of divine thoughts continuously resounded outside the sea area. Nearly 10 demigod-level beings had slowly descended into the void, carefully observing the battle below. A peak demigod? Not bad. However, it seems you've chosen the wrong opponent when it comes to sheer numbers. Crimson and black clashed against the countless golden feathers descending from above. Jiang Xuan's expression remained unchanged, as a massive phantom of a divine kingdom slowly emerged from the void behind him. Roar! Two deafening roars echoed from the phantom of the divine kingdom simultaneously. Under the astonished gaze of the elven race's peak demigod, divine feather venerable, two more beings, no less than top-tier demigods, slowly emerged from the divine kingdom. These were the crimson armored beast and the starry-skied beast, who had finally completed their ascension. What? Two more top-tier demigod beings. Just who is this person? How can he command two top-tier demigods? As two enormous creatures appeared on the sea, both the Elven Royal Court and the demigods watching from the sidelines gasped in astonishment. As is widely known, among the 9 floating island powers in the Southern Sea, those who claim to be descendants of gods usually only have 3 to 5 demigod-level beings in their clans. In addition, there are 1 or 2 old monsters who have sealed themselves as divine beings and are living in seclusion in their clan's territory, feigning death. A top-tier floating island power may have at most 4 to 7 demigod-level beings. Among them, 1 or 2 are considered peak demigods or top-tier demigods. Now, within the Elven Royal Court, which occupies hundreds of sea areas and is known as the leader of the Southern Seas, the person in charge on the surface, the Elf King Alex, only possesses top-tier demigod-level combat power. The impact of Jiang Xuan summoning 2 top-tier demigods at once is now immense. It was no less than directly summoning the strongest strategic weapon below the peak demigod level. They even called out 2 at once. Chapter 286, A Reunion After 5 Years, Seeing Kalen Again. Who are you? Why did you destroy 10 of my clan's subordinate sea areas in succession? Saint Feather Venerable looked at the 3 unfamiliar demigods outside the floating island, who were radiating boundless divine power, with an unpleasant expression. He never imagined that simply taking a nap would lead to such a formidable enemy within the elven race. You ask who I am? You elves have been hunting me down for years, and you don't even know who I am? Jiang Xuan's cold laughter rang out from the clouds. His crimson eyes slowly fixed on the floating island of the Elven Royal Court. His gaze seemed to pierce through the dense barrier of rules on the floating island, locking his aura directly onto a sovereign-level being. The ruler, who was locked onto by the demigod-level aura, trembled violently. His teeth chattered, and a look of deep horror appeared in his eyes. No, impossible. You are Jiang Xuan. No, who are you? In a mere 5 years, you couldn't possibly have advanced from the Dominator level to the Demigod level. Kalen's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was as pale as snow. His fingers were clenched so tightly that blood was dripping from between them. But his eyes remained wide open, fixed on those enormous black wings. The familiar scent emanating from the wings instantly reminded Kalen of that figure from 5 years ago. Although Jiang Xuan's true form has not yet been revealed. But Kalen immediately recognized the white snowflakes falling from the sky. Kalen, you know this person? The Elf King Alex's puzzled voice rang out. He was also completely bewildered at the moment. Didn't Clorin say that his little apprentice was wanted throughout the entire seas by a creature that had just advanced to the sovereign level? How did a peak demigod suddenly appear who couldn't even withstand a single slap from him? Clorin, I need an explanation. With his gaze fixed on Clorin, who was equally puzzled in the corner, King Alex was instantly enraged. If he had known earlier that Clorin and the others were after this kind of being, he would have killed Clorin 100 times over. Wanted? A peak demigod of a human race. Do you have some misunderstanding with my race? It seemed that Venerable Saint Feather had gleaned something from the words of Elf King Alex and the others. However, we should maintain an attitude of turning hostility into friendship. He was still trying to calm himself down and try to get Jiang Xuan to sit down and have a proper talk with him. Misunderstanding? You think you can just dismiss the years of hunting me down and the unauthorized imprisonment of my tribe's leader with a simple misunderstanding? Holy Feather Venerable, is that it? Is your brain filled with shit? A cold laugh rang out, and a black mark instantly crashed into the elven floating island with invincible force. Boom! A tremendous impact was heard. The entire interior of the elven floating island was plunged into a terrifying tremor. This is bad. Quickly reinforce the defensive barrier. Before they could even deal with Clorin and the others, Elf King Alex quickly transformed into an 8-winged giant, desperately holding up the crumbling divine barrier. Your Excellency, this is going too far. Seeing his family's territory nearly breached by the other side, Venerable Saint Feather was completely enraged. As a supreme being that roamed the entire ocean 100,000 years ago, he had lost count of how many years he had gone without being cursed to his face. Get out of my way. A colossal, 2-winged angel of holy light emerged from the void of the divine realm. Under the immense platinum divine power, pure white wings instantly enveloped the pure black authority mark. No wonder you dared to run wild in my territory. It turns out you possess the power of a great authority. He glanced at Jiang Xuan, who was standing on the black giant wings with slight apprehension. Within the pupils of the holy Feather Venerable, 2 golden eyeballs slowly floated. The platinum kingdom trembled. An authority of light, nearly complete, slowly descended from the divine realm. Billions of phantom images of holy light sprites emerged from it and instantly rushed toward the black giant wings below. A flawed authority, yet it has some tricks up its sleeve. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly as he watched the phantoms of holy light spirits bursting forth from the void like golden light. Although he appeared to have attacked in anger, his gaze remained fixed on the elven, floating island. What puzzled him was, there was not a trace of cloud presence on the entire floating island. Could it be that the other side didn't bring Yun Xiao to the floating island? Lost in thought, Jiang Xuan did not hold back with his hands. One after another, dragon beasts and sea beasts burst forth from the void. Under the cover of countless skeletal ships' cannon fire, they continuously surged into the endless golden elven phantoms in the sky. It seems we still need to bring Kalen and the others out for questioning. Having made up his mind, Jiang Xuan no longer hesitated. Now that Yun Xiao's fate is unknown, he doesn't have much time to fight this old monster to the death. As peak-level demigods, neither could defeat the other in a short time. Buzz. The massive black and gold spear was pulled out of thin air by Jiang Xuan. A black sphere slowly emerged from the tip of the deep blue ice spear. D. The icy voice fell, like a divine punishment that would destroy everything. The black gold spear, forged from the power of several rules, pierced through tens of thousands of platinum feathers in an instant, heading straight for the transparent barrier that shrouded the floating island of the elves. You dare! The angry voice transformed into divine wrath, and the 2-winged platinum elf instantly rushed towards the black giant wings, attempting to block Jiang Xuan's next attack. But by then it was too late. The black and gold gun barrel appeared instantly on the transparent barrier above the elven floating island. A vibrant green light instantly appeared, firmly blocking the black-gold spear from reaching the floating island. It's no use. Although the divine power left within my clan's floating island is not much, it is not something you can defeat in a short time. The platinum sprite that had been formed let out a series of cold laughs. Saint Feather Venerable was mocking Jiang Xuan's overestimation of his abilities. What did I say that I wanted to completely destroy this barrier? I only need a tiny spatial rift. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xuan's true form vanished from the spot. The next moment, a terrifying demigod-like pressure instantly appeared within the floating island. Damn it, you dare to play me. In an instant, he crushed the fire dragon beast that had appeared on the black giant wings. How could Venerable Saint Feather not know that he had been tricked again? Kaylin, it's been a long time. The person she had been longing for was right in front of her, but Kaylin's pupils contracted rapidly, and her whole body fell into a deathly silence. Now, he faces Jiang Xuan once again. Aside from its minuscule insignificance, all that remained was an extreme chill that seemed to freeze one's very soul. Chapter 287 Jiang Xuan Scheme. You are Jiang Xuan. I could feel that extreme chill. Even if Kaylin was unwilling to believe it, he had to admit that Jiang Xuan was now someone he could no longer afford to offend. Kaylin, come with me. All right, and you two too. His gaze swept over Clorin, who stood dumbfounded to the side, and Alex, the Elf King, who was rapidly fleeing from the divine realm. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained unchanged, and the phantom of the divine kingdom instantly enveloped the two of them. Since we haven't found any trace of Yunxiao yet, then let you also experience the humiliation of having your leader taken away by the enemy. Come here. The divine kingdom, compressed by the divine power of the floating island in the void, suddenly generated a terrifying suction force. The figure of Elf King Alex was instantly pulled into the divine kingdom by the red tentacles on the gate of imprisonment. You dare! Upon seeing the Elf King Alex being abducted right before his eyes, the golden feather venerable above the floating island was filled with rage. The enormous phantom of the divine kingdom continued to envelop the entire floating island. He was trying to draw upon the last remaining divine power within the floating island. But by then it was clearly too late. Old man, in 3 days, exchange your Elf King for the human leader. With a slight grin, Jiang Xuan waved to the massive divine kingdom that was rapidly descending. His figure then vanished instantly into the transparent barrier that was not yet fully enveloped. Damn it, don't run. The giant golden-winged shadow vanished from its spot in an instant. Venerable Golden Feather was chasing after the power of rules left behind by Jiang Xuan. But all the demigods knew that he was destined to never catch up with Jiang Xuan. This is because once a living being reaches the peak of demigodhood, the embryonic form of a nation will emerge. The divine kingdom can then hide in the void in a phantom form, unless it reveals itself on its own initiative or is forced out of the void by divine power. Otherwise, no living being or tool could find any trace of the divine realm of a peak demigod. Sure enough, 3 breaths later, the projection of Venerable Golden Feather reappeared above the floating island. He first glanced at the demigods from various forces who were watching the spectacle in the void, his face ashen. They then quickly returned to the floating island. As the divine power emanated from the floating island, the entire elven floating island was completely concealed in the void, making it impossible to detect from the outside world. The elves have really been slapped in the face this time. It is rare in the inner sea for a clan's king to be forcibly abducted by the enemy in front of his own ancestor. It's just a dog-eat-dog trick. My juniors reported that the human king has also been captured by the elves, which is why this person came directly to our door. It's a pity. It would have been better if we could have both been severely injured. We are just missing one rule authority within us. As the floating island of the elves slowly disappeared, the various demigods in the void all revealed complex expressions. The demigods who had grudges against the elves were naturally gloating, but many more demigods regretted that Jiang Xuan had not chosen to fight the elves to the death. Many of them are waiting for both sides to be severely weakened before taking advantage of the situation. This is boring. Is that all? I think I'll just go back to my clan's territory and sleep for another 1,000 years. The emergence of unfamiliar peak demigods and the tomb of the gods indicates that chaos is coming. Perhaps we should have made some plans for our clan long ago. Sighs rang out one after another as numerous demigod-level beings vanished into the void. On an inconspicuous island in the eastern sea, a black sphere is slowly emerging from the void. Inside the pitch-black sphere, Jiang Xuan slowly focused his gaze on Clorin, who had been tortured beyond recognition. Dad, I am exhausted. This guy is too thick-skinned. Give me more people, and I promise, with a day and a night of rest, we can definitely take care of him properly. On the giant skeletal ship, the talkative starfish casually tossed down the 12th god-slaying whip. This is a weapon of rules that Jiang Xuan created using his own power of rules. He can easily injure the ruler-level beings he has pulled into his divine kingdom. Once a sovereign-level being is forcibly pulled into the divine kingdom, it will completely lose its ability to resist, and its domain and rule power will be forcibly sealed. In other words, even a talkative starfish that is not a ruler-level being can use this whip to injure Clorin, who is a ruler-level being. Jiang Xuan, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, come at me. I was the one who gave the order to put you on the wanted list back then, and I was the one who hunted you down. This has nothing to do with my master. Bound to the bone pillar, Kalen stared intently at Jiang Xuan, who remained silent with his eyes closed in midair. Don't rush. Our process isn't finished yet. Just as Kalen was berating the talkative starfish next to him. Beside them, a small skeleton with silvery white varnish on its bones was slowly pinching a strange glove. Kid, let me tell you, your previous methods weren't fast enough, and they weren't ruthless enough. Now let me, your grandpa, show you how it's done. The little skeleton number 32 licked its lips with a wicked grin on its thief's gloves. It didn't expect that either. One day, I was actually able to slap a sovereign being across the face. Snap! A loud slap suddenly rang out from the giant ship of bones. A huge red swelling instantly appeared on Kalen's face, who was unable to move. You! How dare you hit me? Staring intently at the small skeleton overseer before him, Kalen's eyes widened, a sense of humiliation rising within him. Kalen, a noble, pure-blooded elf, had not expected this. One day, I will be so humiliated by a lowly being who is not even a half-step ruler. Don't get excited. I wasn't the one who slapped you just now. Seeing that Kalen looked like he was about to devour him, the little skeleton inspector number 32 quickly waved his hand and pointed to the thief's glove on his hand, which had one eye open and was grinning wickedly. Snap! This is my turn to draw. How about that? Was that exciting enough? Another slap, even louder than the one before, rang out, and the anger in Kalen's eyes seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Old man, take another slap from me. That's outrageous. We agreed that I would slap your right cheek, and you would slap your left cheek, and you're going back on your word. Hey, sorry, I just did it on a whim. Shall we start over? Smack, smack, smack. Loud slaps echoed across the deck. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes and indifferently glanced at Kalen below. He didn't directly kill this guy. Rather than that, he would rather let the other person experience the feeling of being humiliated. He wanted to make the other side fully realize that humans were not a race they could bully at will. So, King of the Elves, is there anything you wish to say to me? Jiang Xuan glanced at Alex, who was completely suppressed by the power of confinement, and asked indifferently. As for this elven king, he wouldn't resort to torture directly against him. After all, Yunxiao's whereabouts are currently unknown, and he still needs to keep him as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the elven race. That's right. That's why it took so much effort to take Alex away. Besides intending to exchange it for Yunxiao, Jiang Xuan also wanted to gain more benefits from the elf race. For example, those rule-based divine crystals that can reduce the number of demigods condensing their divine kingdoms, as well as other attribute-based spiritual objects. Jiang Xuan's current realm is now among the strongest combat forces below the level of gods. However, there is still a long way to go before a complete divine kingdom can be formed and a divine spark can be forged. But neither the appearance of the evil god nor the increasingly chaotic Black Sea world will likely give him much time to develop. Therefore, Jiang Xuan must do everything he can to quickly close the gap on the path to godhood in a short period of time, to prepare for the possible world war or even a war of the gods that may follow. Chapter 288, The Mastermind. Wilson. Respected ancestors of the human race, please forgive me for not knowing the specifics of what happened back then. As the king of the elven race, it is also my fault for neglecting to discipline them, which allowed those two, Clorin, to offend you. I am willing to offer ample compensation to appease your anger. Listen to the continuous smack, smack sounds and angry roars coming from below. At this point, Alex had completely given up any will to resist Jiang Xuan. As the king of a race, especially the king of the most powerful race, Alex would rather die than have those filthy hands slap his face. This is absolutely unacceptable to him. Therefore, Alex adopted an extremely humble attitude at this moment, hoping that Jiang Xuan would calm his anger so that he could be allowed to return. You want to go back? He glanced indifferently at Alex, who was firmly trapped in the seat enveloped by crimson power. Jiang Xuan's lips curled up slightly. It's good that they want to go back. As long as they want to go back, he can gain more benefits from it. You should know the location where the human leader is being held captive, right? Glancing down at Kalen, who was being slapped repeatedly, Jiang Xuan turned and asked a question in a leisurely manner. What? The leader of the human race. I don't know. What does this have to do with my elven race? Alex's eyes flickered slightly, and then a bad feeling crept into his heart. Could it be that Clorin and his companion kidnapped the human leader, causing him to become enraged and attack the floating island? But if Clorin really captured someone, he should have been able to sense it on the floating island. Thinking of this, Alex's eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly remembered that it seemed that fewer and fewer messages were being delivered to him from the floating island lately. Impossible. With my strength, what could possibly obscure my divine sense? No, could it be him? Alex's eyes widened slightly, and his expression instantly darkened. Currently, on the entire floating island of the elven race, there are only 3 demigod beings who can consistently outclass him. One of them is 2 peak demigods, including Venerable Golden Feather. Venerable Golden Feather was clearly unaware of this. The other one has not awakened for tens of thousands of years, so it is unlikely that it would deliberately set a trap for him. That leaves only one possibility. All the blame was directed at Wilson, the elven elder who was already on his deathbed and who was always smiling, either sleeping or just lazing around. But what is the purpose of all this? Wilson is an elder of the elven race, after all, if he were to determine how many years the elven race has left to live. Upon realizing this, Alex's expression changed. Yes, the other person doesn't have many years left to live. It seems only natural that, before dying, he would plot against him and then kill all those involved from that time. But with the Golden Feather venerable stationed within the elf clan, Wilson shouldn't be able to find an opportunity. No, that's not right. 3 days from now, Venerable Golden Feather will come out of the floating island and exchange me from this person. That will be the perfect opportunity for that old man Wilson to make his move. It seems that he has figured out all the clues. Alex felt as if he were being manipulated by an invisible hand. He was careless. He was still careless. Previously, he only felt guilty towards the Grand Elder, and also considered his hard work and great achievements, and knew that his days were numbered. Nature lowered its guard against Wilson. Unexpectedly, Wilson harbored hatred all along and had been secretly plotting for at least several hundred years. Wilson, you really did plan this all along, managing to conceal my senses and secretly eliminate my informants without me even noticing. His face turned ashen, and Alex felt that he had been the Elf King for nearly 100 years in vain. As the king of his tribe, he was completely unaware of Wilson's schemes. Moreover, whenever he examined the other person's physical condition, it is likely that Wilson had long since found a way to conceal his own physical condition. Otherwise, Alex would definitely be able to discover the other party's plans. What's wrong, King of the Elves? You seem to have a suspicion in your heart. Seeing that Alex changed his expression several times in 3 seconds, Jiang Xuan guessed that the other party already had a clue. Respected human ancestors, I may already know who holds the noble leader, but his exact location will likely only be revealed in 3 days. Alex sighed softly, his expression returning to calm. He knew the character of this first elder of the elven race all too well. Since the opponent has been making moves for so many years, they must have already made thorough preparations. Presumably in 3 days. The person Jiang Xuan is looking for will definitely appear before Venerable Golden Feather in time. Moreover, Alex was certain that the man would not be in any danger. To ensure that Venerable Golden Feather leaves the floating island as planned, Wilson will certainly not play this crucial chip. However, for Alex, this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As long as the human leader is safe, he himself is safe. It seems that your clan is not entirely united. Based on Alex's behavior and words, Jiang Xuan had already made a guess. At least he can be sure of one thing. Within 3 days, Yun Xiao will surely appear before him on time. I apologize for making you laugh. Back then, my clan was influenced by the power left behind by our ancestral gods, and we rose to become the largest power in the Southern Sea. At that time, the clan was undergoing a change of throne, and there were some things that I could not change, which led to the various things that happened in the past, and now my clan has become a laughingstock in the entire sea. With a deep sigh, Alex's eyes were now filled with profound sorrow. He thought that becoming the Elf King would change many things. But now it seems that there is still too little that he can do. Neither the Elder faction led by the Second Elder nor Wilson, who is secretly plotting and accumulating power, were under his control. Although he won the throne, he still lost the support of Wilson, his right-hand man. This also disappointed many people within the clan. To be honest, my elven race does not wish to be your enemy. It's just that many things have been secretly orchestrated by others. After thinking everything through, Alex felt he should do something for the elves. Since the deed has already happened, we should do our best to make amends. He is not a true saint and cannot truly control everything. As the king of the elves, he should make the necessary sacrifices for the benefit of his people. However, the elven race may also need a purge in order to break free from the prison of their ancestors' glory. Having stopped trying to find a way out, Alex fell into complete calm. He knew that Jiang Xuan had not treated him harshly, and that he did not want to fight the elves to the death. After all, this is not good for Jiang Xuan. Although the two-peak demigods within the elven race would not leave the floating island at will. However, annihilating a human force that had only been developing in the inner sea for a few years was still a piece of cake. It seems you are a smart person. In that case, let's wait together for 3 days. I also want to see what the real mastermind behind your elven race is up to. Chapter 289 Hostage Exchange. Thump, thump. The sound of dripping water echoed continuously on the azure surface of water. Yin Xiao sat on a wooden boat, with huge blue rivers stretching across the sky. At that moment, an elderly man was fishing with his eyes closed beside him. You went to great lengths to snatch me from your own kind, only to have me fish here with you? Looking at the old man who had been silent with his eyes closed for a long time, Yun Xiao frowned slightly. When Lorne captured him, he considered many possibilities. Perhaps the elves will imprison him on the floating island and use his talent to accumulate resources. They might also try to steal his talent using secret techniques. At that time, he will instantly detonate the epic level item, the fate contract, buried within his body. But he never imagined that he would spend 3 whole days fishing with the other person in this way. 3 days ago, shortly after Yin Xiao was brought back to the floating island by the elves, Lorne secretly sent people to imprison her in a hidden space. Not long after, a ripple slowly appeared on the water. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this mysterious space filled with seawater. Look, the fish has taken a bait. Without directly answering Yin Xiao's question, Wilson simply and slowly pulled up the fishing rod in his hand, enveloped by blue divine power. In that sea, large fish with shimmering blue patterns were continuously pulled out of the water by him. Your Excellency, you must have other motives. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Yun Xiao was not in a hurry. Now that the opponent is at least a demigod, he knows that there's no use in being anxious. I wonder what's really going on inside the human alliance these days. With a slight sigh, Yun Xiao slowly shook his head. Upon entering this space, his survival manual was enveloped by an unknown force. This temporarily severed his mental connection with the survival manual. Indeed, it wasn't my idea to invite you, but your arrival has certainly given me an opportunity. After watching the blue fish being released back into the wild, Wilson finally opened his slightly aged eyes. It's time we should set off. Wilson's gaze slowly fell on Jiang Xuan, who had also released the blue fish, and a slight smile flashed across his old face. You're quite patient, but you shouldn't come here again in the future. Wilson casually tossed a blue divine pattern crystal to Jiang Xuan and slowly stood up. Where are we going? Upon catching the blue divine crystal that Wilson tossed to him, a complex expression flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. He was now certain that the other party wanted to exchange him for something. Go where you belong. The tree is about to fall, and this is not the place for you. As soon as they finished speaking, the two figures vanished instantly from this water god's kingdom. Meanwhile, in the outside world, on the Azure Sea, a sea area under the jurisdiction of the Elven race, a black sphere slowly emerged from the spatial rift. It then floated quietly on the surface of the sea. Dad, why don't we just go to the vicinity of that floating island? After glancing at the giant floating island in the distance, the talkative starfish slowly appeared on the head of the red-armored behemoth and asked Jiang Xuan a question. It's nothing. Since the other party wants the peak demigod of the elven race to leave, then I will grant his wish. Now we'll see just how much of a commotion the person the elf king mentioned can cause. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his crimson eyes, and a pair of enormous black wings quickly appeared on his back. As black wings instantly enveloped the entire sea area, commotion immediately broke out on the elven floating island. Not long after, the spatial rift opened. A phantom of an elf with golden wings slowly emerged from it. I have brought you the person you wanted. Release my elf king now. Looking at the familiar figure, sitting suspended in midair before me, with a flick of his gaze, Venerable Golden Feather saw a figure enveloped in golden power slowly appear on the surface of the sea. Haven't seen you for a long time. Seeing that figure appear, Jiang Xuan grinned and smiled slightly at the figure that was walking out of the golden power. Jiang Xuan? You become a demigod. His expression changed slightly, and Jiang Xuan's usually calm face suddenly showed excitement. Well, this is a long story. Let's get down to business first. Jiang Xuan nodded, and Jiang Xuan raised a finger, and the figure of Elf King Alex appeared beside him. Then he took Jiang Xuan into his divine kingdom. Go on, our deal is over. Don't forget what you promised me. After putting away a blue divine pattern crystal, Jiang Xuan gave an instruction to Alex, who was standing beside him. Although he had harvested quite a few divine rune crystals from the Elf King during these 3 days, it's truly hard to let them go now. Of course, these 3 days were also the most speechless 3 days for Alex. As the king of the elves, he had never seen a demigod as poor as Jiang Xuan. A peak demigod should theoretically no longer need to collect divine rune crystals from all over the place. The divine power left behind by various clans will automatically produce this kind of divine rune crystal. Unfortunately, Jiang Xuan was a self-taught monk. In terms of resources, they're indeed no match for these floating island forces that have existed for millions of years. So, having finally gotten this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. During these 3 days, the talkative starfish and the little skeleton inspector number 32 have certainly given Alex plenty of opportunities to flirt with Clorin and Kalen. During this time, the talkative starfish kept waving the god-slaying whip in front of him. This left Alex with no choice but to spit out all the divine rune crystals he carried. Not only that, Jiang Xuan, citing the noble bloodline of the Elf King, also signed a deal with the Elf King Alex for 100 divine rune crystals. After Alex returns to the floating island, he must give Jiang Xuan another 100 divine rune crystals. This was intended to resolve the feud between the elves and Jiang Xuan. Otherwise, Jiang Xuan would continue to eliminate the Elven Royal Court's affiliated forces in the Inner Sea, until he has gathered the resources he desires. Under these circumstances, Alex had no choice but to agree to the treaty. After all, if Jiang Xuan is allowed to continue destroying the sea, the Elven race will suffer even greater losses. An unrestrained, peak demigod would be devastating to any power. Ancestor, please take me back to the clan as soon as possible. Wilson is probably blinded by hatred, and I'm afraid he will do something bad to the clan. Recalling his suspicions, Alex quickly sent a telepathic message to the Golden Feather Venerable in midair. Wilson, he's still alive. Venerable Golden Feather's eyes flickered slightly. He still had some recollection of this elven elder whom he had met years ago. However, he was in a deep sleep for many years and was not very aware of the various sordid affairs within his tribe. Naturally, they were unaware of Wilson's vengeful intentions. Ancestor, I'll explain later. Let's go back now. Alex glanced at Jiang Xuan, who was standing silently with his eyes closed and never mentioned the matter of Clorin and Jiang Xuan. He then transformed into an 8-winged elf giant and rushed towards the giant floating island in the sky. Wilson, what are you doing? Traitor. You are a traitor to the elven race. Just as Venerable Golden Feather was about to take Alex back to the floating island, an angry roar suddenly came from within the elven floating island. And then the divine barrier above the entire elf island was fully activated. Venerable Golden Feather and Alex's expressions immediately darkened. They suddenly discovered that they could no longer enter the space where their own floating island was located. Alex, what's going on? Why would the clan suddenly activate the divine barrier left behind on the floating island? Chapter 290, A 1,000-Year Scheme, A Nightmare Descends. I felt that familiar divine pressure. With a gloomy expression, Venerable Golden Feather immediately looked at Alex, who was gritting his teeth to the side. As the demigod ancestor of the elven race, he never imagined that one day he would be blocked from entering his own clan's territory by his clan's descendants. It's Wilson. It must be him. Seeing the fully activated divine barrier, Alex quickly explained to Venerable Golden Feather. What? You mean that as the king of the elves, you have lost control of the divine barrier? Venerable Golden Feather frowned slightly. He glanced at his 10th generation true bloodline descendant with some disappointment. The floating island is the last ancestral home of the elves. The divine barrier left on the island is the last trump card for the elven race to protect themselves. Logically speaking, each generation of elf kings who controls the sacred tree will have absolute control over the divine barrier. But Venerable Golden Feather couldn't understand it. Why did the divine barrier lose control, allowing a near-fallen demigod to so easily seize command? Ancestor, I was careless. Wilson guarded the sacred tree for thousands of years. It seems that he already had a way to control the sacred tree. Alex glared angrily at the completely sealed-off elven floating island, now filled with utter hatred for Wilson. As the king of his clan, he not only lost control of the sacred tree, but was also blocked from entering by his own divine power barrier. If this gets out, not only has the elven race lost all face, but he himself will likely be stripped of his throne in the wrath of the ancestor. I'll deal with you later. With a disgruntled snort, a massive golden elven phantom appeared behind Venerable Golden Feather. A golden divine kingdom emerged from the void. He was trying to use his divine power to completely erase Wilson's control over the divine barrier. But this is not an easy task. After all, Wilson had already activated the divine barrier in advance. Even the Golden Feather Venerable and the remaining divine power share a similar origin. It will take at least half an hour to remove this control mark. And it was in this short half hour. This was the moment of reckoning that Wilson had been planning for thousands of years. Lorne, Rockwell, you both deserve to die. The Azure Water Kingdom did not fully erupt from the floating island of the elves. An endless stream of blue seawater surged out in an instant. It completely submerged the fire elf territory where the second elder was located. Wilson, you old madman, I should have teamed up with Father to kill you back then. Rockwell's angry roar rang out. Within the clan's territory, clusters of blazing flames instantly blocked the influx of blue seawater. However, Wilson was already quite old. However, as one of the top demigods of that generation, his divine kingdom was clearly stronger than that of the second generation of elders. Second brother, I'm here to help you. Seeing the flames slowly weakening in the blue sea, Lorne, who was recuperating, quickly flew out of the clan's territory. It transformed into a towering golden Buddha, blocking the flow of water from the sky. What happened back then deserves an explanation for me. Since the clan cannot do it, then let this old man come and get it himself. A cold voice rang out from the elven floating island. Above Wilson's head, a colossal, sky-covering abyss slowly emerged. It's a bottle of heavy water. Wilson, you're insane. If the heavy water in the bottle flows out, at least 30% of my clan's true bloodline descendants will perish at your hands. Upon seeing the enormous blue bottle floating in midair, Lorne's face immediately showed a look of horror. This bottle is a primordial treasure left behind by a peak demigod of the clan tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the previous elf king, mindful of Wilson's contributions to the elf royal court, entrusted him with the position, which was still relatively young at the time. His original intention was to have Wilson replace him and guard the elven court for the next 10,000 years. But to everyone's surprise, this bottle has reappeared and is now being used on their own family's land. 30%? Even if it's 50%, what does it matter? When my only son was plotted against and murdered by your father, who spoke up for me. Over the years, I've been searching day and night for what happened back then. Guess what I've discovered? Back then, the ice which sealed my son's essence within an extremely cold ice crystal, and my son still had a breath left. But your father, in order to use the soon-to-dissipate rules of ice to find the ice which actually destroyed my son's chance to live. So today, I will let you experience firsthand the anger that has been building up for thousands of years. As the cold voice fell, the enormous bottle of heavy water began to slowly tip over. As the deep black water continued to gush out, it plummeted from the sky with immense force. On the suspended island below, millions of elven beings watched the black water crashing down from the sky and were utterly plunged into despair. Bang! A single drop of heavy black water, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, fell from the sky, completely turning dozens of elves who had just flown into the sky into a bloody mist. And this is just the beginning. Large amounts of heavy water continued to fall from the sky. Hundreds of thousands of fire elves were completely engulfed in death. Wilson, you are a traitor to the elven race. My king and my ancestor will not let you get away with this. Upon sensing the surging power of heavy water beside him, Rockwell's expression immediately darkened. He quickly gathered the kingdom of fire and tried his best to stop the endless black heavy water in the bottle from corroding him. These black, heavy waters are not only incredibly heavy, each drop weighing a ton, but they can also permanently erode the power of rules. Any demigod enveloped in heavy water, even if they can withstand the gravity of the heavy water itself with their divine power, will be unable to survive. The nascent divine kingdom they possess will also be eroded back to its initial state by the power of heavy water. It's time. Wilson's slightly hoarse voice reached my ears. Within the crimson fire god's kingdom, a jet-black bead instantly tore through space, rapidly squeezing in from outside the void. As water continued to surge forth from the void, the entire fire god kingdom was plunged into turmoil. Impossible. How did you tear apart my divine realm barrier? Seeing the water giant slowly coalescing from the water, Rockwell's expression immediately changed, and despair appeared in his eyes. I have been preparing for this day for thousands of years. Do you think I don't have a way to deal with you? As Wilson put away the nightmare pearl, he couldn't help but recall the voice from thousands of years ago. 1,000 years later, this bead will be placed into the sacred tree, which will sever the sacred tree's connection with the outside world. You can take your revenge yourself, and as for the price, I will come and pay it myself. These words still resonate in his ears to this day. The nightmare pearl granted him the power to erode the very essence of the sacred tree, and also the power to break through the barriers of other demigod kingdoms. However, all of this comes at a price. The price to pay was the sacred tree of life that their elven race had guarded for millions of years. God of life, entrust me with the primordial power you left behind. Just as the elven floating islands were in complete chaos, a soft whisper slowly drifted from the void. The purplish-black nightmare kingdom slowly emerged from the Black Sea world. A pair of slender hands slowly reached out from outside the Black Sea. As the giant hand approached, the entire floating island fell into complete silence. Under the terrifying pressure of the gods, time stood still, and millions of lives were plunged into an endless nightmare. Chapter 291, Nightmare Goddess, Wilson's Choice. Beneath the purplish-black cracks, time stood still, and all things paled in comparison to the power of the gods. Above the Black Sea, countless golden chains of order, radiating a sacred glow, suddenly appeared in the void. The golden chains, seemingly ancient and timeless, surged forth and rapidly coiled around the nightmare goddess who had just extended half a hand. Ancient golden patterns gleamed on the golden chains, radiating an absolute and unyielding pressure. This is the rule of the Black Sea world. Any god in this world who attempts to use power beyond that of a demigod. The golden chains of order will then automatically appear, forcibly imprisoning the godhood and suppressing its power to below the peak of demigodhood. The nightmare goddess paused slightly at the tip of her finger, and the nightmare divine power that was originally enough to cover the entire floating island was instantly drained away by more than half. The realm where time stood still burst as quickly as a bubble. Upon seeing this, the nightmare goddess slightly raised her silver-gray eyes. His gaze swept over the golden chains binding him, then settled on Jiang Xuan on the sea surface. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. She is the ruler and the origin of the tree of life, the sacred tree of spirits. I was reluctant to confront the order chain head-on at this moment, but for the sake of my plan, I had no choice but to act ahead of time. You're going to stop me? The voice of the nightmare goddess was indifferent and majestic. Although suppressed by the golden chains of order, his face always carried the supreme majesty of a true god. She did not directly target the order chain. A wisp of nightmare power was gently released from his fingertip, guiding it towards the emerald green tree of life below. Jiang Xuan stood atop the crimson-armored behemoth, his body erupting with dark divine power, the pressure of a peak demigod instantly sweeping across the entire azure sea. He clearly sensed that the existence of the order chains had significantly reduced the nightmare goddess's power. Meanwhile, Venerable Golden Feather and the peak demigod who was suppressed in the clan's territory were working together to break through the divine barrier, and no one paid any attention to him. And now was the perfect time for him to make his move. Is it too much for me to take a share of the origin of the tree of life? Jiang Xuan's heart stirred, and his black wings suddenly spread out. His figure transformed into a black meteor, hurtling straight to the top of the tree of life. His goal was clear, not to contend with the gods, but to seize a small portion of the primordial power lost from the tree of life amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, inside the elven floating island, Wilson stands atop the tree of life, which is gradually withering away. Looking at the nightmare goddess, suppressed by the golden chains of order above the sky, a complex light flashed in his eyes. He hated the council of elders led by Rockyville, the son of the second elder, and he hated their fathers for murdering their own son. He only wanted to use the power of nightmares to avenge his son, but he absolutely did not want the elven race to perish. The nightmare goddess seeks to devour the very essence of the tree of life. If successful, the elven race would completely lose its foundation, which he could not accept under any circumstances. God of nightmares, please stop. Wilson roared, summoning the remaining divine power within him to turn the heavy water bottle around again and slam it down on the descending nightmare power. I only seek revenge. I don't want to destroy the elven race because of it. Upon hearing this, the nightmare goddess, bound by the golden chains of order, glanced sideways, a hint of impatience flashing in her silver-gray eyes. The deal is done. The tree of life is the reward, and this is the price. As the indifferent voice fell, a pale purple power broke through the golden chains of order from the outstretched palm of the nightmare goddess. It descended slowly, heading straight for the tree of life. Upon seeing this, a resolute glint flashed in Wilson's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and fiercely pulled the nightmare pearl from the trunk of the tree of life. Buzz! The nightmare pearl was taken from the tree of life, and the slowly draining primal power was suddenly cut off. A large amount of life force was forcibly returned to the tree trunk, and the originally withered yellow leaves turned green again at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Wilson manipulated the power of the heavy water bottle to create a black heavy water barrier around the tree of life. They successfully shut out that last bit of nightmare power. A boring struggle. The calm voice of the nightmare goddess came through. The nightmare pearl shattered instantly, enveloping Wilson in a purple nightmare. Below, in the kingdom of the fire god, Lorne and Lokiwell are desperately trying to prevent the heavy water bottle from tipping over. Wilson, how dare you collude with foreign enemies and destroy my elven race? Rockwell roared furiously, and blazing flames surged like a tidal wave. But every drop of black heavy water that falls can extinguish large areas of flames, while simultaneously eroding the nascent form of his divine kingdom. Second brother, stop wasting time talking to him. First, stop the heavy water, then join forces to suppress Wilson. Lorne, transformed into a giant golden Buddha, clasped his hands together, and his boundless Buddha light enveloped the surrounding area, barely stabilizing the turmoil in the divine kingdom. Millions of fire elves trembled under the heavy water, the shadow of death looming over them like a dark cloud. Wilson stood frozen in midair, a sharp pain shooting through his heart. In a nightmare, his power is rapidly fading. He was also a member of the elf race, and he never intended to let his race perish. But the deep-seated hatred from back then, like a maggot clinging to his bone, gnawed at his soul day and night. Thousands of years of forbearance, thousands of years of scheming. What should I choose? Hesitation flashed in Wilson's eyes, but it was replaced by madness and determination. He abruptly looked up at the nightmare goddess bound by the golden chains of order, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I cannot allow you to take away the primordial power of my race. He knew very well that if the elven race completely lost the tree of life, it would inevitably decline and perish. He could not forcibly stop the nightmare goddess with his current strength. Only by using their demigod origins to activate the golden chains of order can they possibly preserve the last glimmer of hope for their race. The moment he finished speaking, Wilson's divine realm appeared, and a faint blue halo began to emanate from the surrounding space. That was the intense burning of his demigod essence, which he had condensed throughout his life as a demigod of water. His already aged face was instantly covered with wrinkles, and his once robust body withered away at a visible rate. Wilson's once pale white hair had turned completely withered and white, and every inch of his bones seemed to be groaning under the strain. He abandoned his demigod foundation built up over thousands of years of arduous cultivation, completely binding his own origin and divine soul, and crashed fiercely into the golden chains of order that were wrapped around the goddess of nightmares in the sky. I never imagined it would end like this, Gus. Your father has come to be with you. The hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire elven floating island, carrying with it thousands of years of resentment, the pain of losing a child, and the last vestige of sincerity towards its people. He loathed the despicable nature of the elders, led by the second elder, but ultimately couldn't bear to watch the elven race be driven to utter ruin by his revenge. Revenge is a personal grudge, but protecting one's clan is a matter of the heart. Although the two are contradictory, he is ultimately a member of the elf race. The burning demigod essence transformed into a beam of azure light, shooting straight into the sky. Wilson's power increased rapidly, reaching the peak of demigod status. The blue divine power exploded instantly, shattering Wilson's vast divine kingdom within him. Chapter 292, The Dust Settles. Bang! That tremendous force instantly and precisely struck the golden chains of order that were binding the goddess of nightmare. However, this force is not yet sufficient to trigger the golden chain of order. Damn it, Lorne, we cannot let the god of nightmares take away the sacred tree of the elves. Otherwise we will all be sinners against the elven race. Rockwell, who had just broken free from the heavy water's restraints, suddenly turned serious. He immediately summoned his divine kingdom in an attempt to stop the purple nightmare power that was constantly eroding the sacred tree. But this is a deity. With his gaze slightly lowered, Lorne was still hesitant. There's no time, Lorne. Don't forget how we both became demigods back then. Watching the blue divine kingdom disappear under the golden chains in the sky, Lokiwell no longer hesitated. Instantly, The primal power of the Fire God Kingdom was added to the golden chains in the sky. Wilson, my father did not know that Gus would die at sea back then. Today, we both bear responsibility for the disaster that has befallen our clan. But now that we face a formidable enemy, I, Rockwell, am by no means the villain you perceive me to be. Intense flames erupted continuously from the divine realm, and Lokiwell also chose to burn his source. Under the suicidal attack of the two demigods, the golden chains, which had been passively suppressed, suddenly began to emit a dazzling golden light of rules. The speed at which the divine runes flowed suddenly increased several times, and the golden chains tightened sharply, pulling back the Nightmare Goddess's outstretched hand. That's decisive. The Nightmare Goddess's silver-gray eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion. The power suppressed by the golden chains of order was once again restricted by 30%, and the pale purple nightmare power that had broken through the blockade instantly dissipated. The divine aura that was trying to seize the essence of the Tree of Life was forcibly forced back several feet. As a second-generation deity, she was unwilling to cause trouble in the Black Sea world, and was even more afraid of prematurely triggering the aura of the ruler within Jiang Xuan's body. Fine, I'll do you a favor for now. With a slight shift in her gaze, the Nightmare Goddess's eyes slowly fell upon Jiang Xuan, who was hiding in the void, trying to seize the opportunity to make a move. Quite cautious, he shook his head slightly, and a purple divine light shot into the void, slowly pulling out the divine kingdom that was hiding in the void. No, you guys are fighting. Why are you dragging me out? Jiang Xuan, enveloped in purple divine light, immediately showed a helpless expression. If he had known that the goddess of nightmare could still intervene even under the suppression of the golden chains of order, he wouldn't have obeyed the rules here. The god of life once promised to exchange 1/3 of his primordial power for my help. But he never did it until his fall. Now that I am here to take what is rightfully mine, I am simply following the rules. However, your growth rate is astonishing. Whispers of the gods echoed in Jiang Xuan's ears. Without anyone knowing, his figure was instantly pulled into the primordial space where the Tree of Life was located. This is, looking at the life rules enveloped by the boundless emerald green divine power, Jiang Xuan's eyes revealed a look of horror. He did not expect that the god of life would leave a portion of his divine power within the space inside the sacred tree of spirits. I don't know what you want to do, but thank you anyway. He slowly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the purple divine power in the sky. Although Jiang Xuan was somewhat bewildered, it did not stop him from quickly sitting cross-legged and rapidly condensing the divine rules that were constantly being activated around him. The divine power within this space is exceptionally dense. If he were to refine it all, the nascent form of his divine kingdom could probably be condensed to about 80%. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. Not to mention that the purple nightmare divine power above is also rapidly eroding these life rules. Just considering the fierce battle outside between Venerable Golden Feather and another awakened peak demigod, he wouldn't have much time to steal divine power. Fortunately, the Nightmare Goddess only took the divine crystal from the very center of the sacred tree space. They did not make any further moves, as Jiang Xuan drew a large amount of the power of the Tree of Life into the divine kingdom. The pale purple nightmare energy outside also began to slowly contract. The black crack in the sky gradually closed, and the suffocating divine pressure slowly dissipated into the void. The golden chains of order on the sky lingered for a moment. Once it was confirmed that the divine power had completely dissipated, it transformed into specks of golden light, merging into the void of the Black Sea and gradually disappearing from sight. From the outside, it looked as if Jiang Xuan had suddenly burst out of the void, commanding his divine kingdom. It charged directly into the purple nightmare power, ultimately forcing back the god of nightmares. Outside the floating island, Venerable Golden Feather and Alex finally broke through the divine barrier left by Wilson. Two golden figures rushed over and finally landed beside the Tree of Life. At this moment, another old man dressed in white robes slowly appeared on the spot, looking at the withered old man on the ground with a complicated expression. The three looked at Wilson, who was on the verge of death, and whose very essence had been destroyed. Then I looked at the tree of life, which had regained its stability, though it appeared slightly withered. Venerable Golden Feather frowned, his golden divine power surging around him, but eventually slowly subsided. Ancestor, this person has wreaked havoc on the clan and slaughtered his own people. He should be executed immediately. Elf King Alex gritted his teeth and spoke, his eyes filled with hatred. If it weren't for Wilson, the elven race wouldn't have suffered such a devastating blow. Wilson slightly raised his eyes to look at the two men, his face showing no fear, only a bitter smile. I have repaid what I owed my community. Venerable Jiang Xuan remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the devastated fire elf territory below, before looking at Jiang Xuan, who stood on a tree trunk, his aura concealed. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth. He has already sacrificed his demigod essence, and has only a few days left to live. Wilson, the clan has indeed failed you in what happened back then. Today, I imprison you here, and after your death you will be integrated into the clan's territory. Are you willing? As the eldest ancestor in the clan, Venerable Golden Feather now understood everything. Although Wilson instigated the internal strife, he had his reasons. Moreover, in the face of external enemies, he ultimately protected the Tree of Life with his original essence, which shows that he had not betrayed them in his heart. Moreover, Jiang Xuan was still nearby, his aura as a peak demigod barely perceptible, and he didn't want to cause any further trouble. After saying that, Venerable Golden Feather turned to look at Lokiwell, who was also incredibly old. I already know about what happened to your father back then. You did nothing wrong. Now that the grudges are settled, you should go back to your clan's territory and restore things. With a slight sigh, Venerable Golden Feather casually sent Lokiwell, whose source energy had been severely depleted, back to the demigod's slumbering clan territory. Once everything was arranged, he slowly looked at Jiang Xuan, who had been forced out of the void. The Golden Feather Venerable's expression held a mixture of apprehension and gratitude. Thank you for your help today, which prevented the Nightmare Goddess from stealing the essence of the divine tree. From this day forward, our clan is willing to reconcile with you. Jiang Xuan remained silent, unfurled his black wings, and slowly rose into the air, landing back on the head of the crimson-armored behemoth, his tone utterly calm. The grudges are settled. There's no need for further discussion. At this moment, Jiang Xuan suppressed his joy and just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Within the kingdom of God, a vast amount of life rules are constantly surging, and he fears that he might inadvertently expose his intrusion into human territory to eat and take. Now that his purpose has been achieved, there is no need for him to linger here. Jiang Xuan glanced briefly at the gradually calming elven floating island and said no more. With a flap of its black wings, it turned and sped off into the depths of the azure sea, its figure quickly disappearing into the horizon. This conflict, sparked by revenge, has led to internal strife among the elves, including the descent of a true god and the locking of order. Ultimately, the story concludes with Wilson's essence being destroyed, the goddess of nightmares departing, and the Tree of Life preserving its last foundation. Jiang Xuan, meanwhile, quietly departed with the life essence he had extracted, leaving the elves with only a mysterious and powerful silhouette and a deep-seated fear that they dared not easily forget. After all, in everyone's eyes, it was Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom that suddenly collided with the purple nightmare power. This finally forced the nightmare goddess to retreat. This was a way of making Jiang Xuan's entrance specially arranged by the goddess of nightmare, as if it were a pre-planned script. On the chaotic floating island of the elves, the branches and leaves of the sacred tree swayed gently in the wind, their verdant green still bearing a hint of wilting. It seemed to be telling the story of the devastation of this catastrophe, and also foreshadowing that the storm in the Black Sea world was only just beginning to brew. Chapter 293, Human Alliance Migration. Above the void of the Spirit Sea, Jiang Xuan stood in the divine kingdom, his restrained aura flowing quietly around him, and the pressure of a demigod slowly pressed down on the sea below. The aura unintentionally released by the peak demigod immediately terrified countless creatures, causing them to hide desperately beneath the sea. Now, With the help of these crystallized rules, I am confident that I can further consolidate the divine kingdom by another 30% in the days to come. With a slight shift in his gaze, Jiang Xuan instantly suppressed all his outward aura. As his mind sank into the divine kingdom within his body, the massive amount of life rules he had seized from the primordial space of the sacred tree of spirits surged forth like a torrent of azure water, relentlessly washing over the embryonic form of the divine kingdom. As divine power flows, the embryonic form of his divine kingdom is being gradually filled in and continuously expanded. What was originally less than 20% complete of the nascent divine kingdom began to continuously develop various terrains and world rules under the nourishment of the purest divine life force. I just don't know how long it will take before this place can be completely transformed into a true small world. With a thought, Jiang Xuan held in his left hand the crystallized life rule personally offered by the elf king Alex. Above his right hand were more than a dozen golden and white crystals of killing rules. This is a crystallization of rules that the White Tiger Clan demigod tiger spirit, who was completely defeated by Jiang Xuan and the White Tiger had collected for him some time ago. These crystallized rules floated at the core of Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom, echoing the surging life rules around him. Jiang Xuan immediately sat cross-legged, spreading out his divine sense at the peak of the demigod level. He began to invoke the power of the rules, completely merging them with his own divine kingdom. Buzz! The divine kingdom trembled violently, and azure and golden white light intertwined and exploded as countless divine runes were slowly engraved on the walls of the divine kingdom. As the last trace of the power of the rules merged into his foundation, Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light disappearing from them. Nourished by the power of the soul and the crystallization of rules, his divine kingdom is now nearly 40% complete. At this moment, Jiang Xuan has not yet truly stepped into the realm of gods. However, in terms of its divine kingdom's foundation and its control over the rules, it has already stood at the pinnacle of the entire Black Sea world. Even those who are also peak demigods have to consider the scale of their own divine kingdoms in front of him. It's time to go back to the human alliance. With his gaze slightly at distance, Jiang Xuan patted the crimson-armored behemoth beneath him and headed straight for the cloud-curtained sea, where the human alliance was temporarily stationed. The sea area where the human alliance is stationed is now solemn. Alliance leader Yun Xiao sat in the main seat, his face showing signs of aging, but he remained composed. He was meticulous and had already begun planning the human alliance's relocation after being sent back by Jiang Xuan. What he always thought about was the survival and future development of the entire human alliance. Looking at the confused and bewildered executives below the stage, Yun Xiao spoke slowly and in a deep voice. This sea area has become a dangerous place. I have decided to mobilize all human power to relocate the entire human alliance base. We humans ultimately need a habitat that truly belongs to us. As soon as he finished speaking, the void rippled, and Jiang Xuan's figure squeezed out of the space and landed on the mothership. As the pinnacle of human alliance's combat power and the only true peak demigod, the moment Jiang Xuan appeared, everyone present fell silent. He walked slowly toward the clouds, his expression unchanged. Alliance leader Yun, if we need to relocate our base, I do have a place to go. Yun Xiao looked up, his eyes flashing with trust and relief. Since Jiang Xuan returned, the weight on his shoulders has become noticeably lighter. At this moment, he no longer needed to rely on other floating island forces and live a life of constant worry about the fate of humanity. Jiang Xuan, I'm leaving everything to you. For the sake of the peaceful continuation of the human race, we must find a safe sea area to serve as our habitat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded, and then a surge of divine power condensed in his hand. It quickly transformed into a golden map of the sea. The Eastern Sea Area, the sea area under the jurisdiction of the ThunderClan Chaos Alliance, is suitable for us human survivors to live in. They promised me that they would prepare a sea area for me to live in, and now I can use it. With a slight shift in his gaze, Jiang Xuan was surprised to find that he had quite a connection with the ThunderClan. Originally, he did not intend to return to the Eastern Sea Area after this trip. All I wanted to do was collect the rule crystals while finding a secluded spot to safely condense my divine kingdom. Arranging for the Human Alliance to go there now is a way to repay the kindness the Human Alliance had shown him back then. Just then, two powerful, domineering auras suddenly emanated from the sky. Two figures instantly appeared, stepping through the air. One of them was surrounded by aura and exuded a domineering presence, while the other had gleaming scales and a restrained silver dragon's might. It was Teeming and Yinlong Yuntian, who had just rushed back from the divine tomb. The two were originally newly promoted ruler-level beings, but after 2 trips to the divine tomb, their auras were no less than those of ordinary veteran ruler-level beings. "I'm sorry, Elder Yin, we're still late." "Big brother, are you alright?" I was almost scared to death when I heard the news. The two had just returned when they saw the Human Alliance airships ready to depart. Through Yunxiao's advanced communication with them a few days ago, they also know that the Human Alliance is now preparing to launch a massive migration across the entire alliance. They already felt guilty for being trapped in the tomb and unable to return in time. The purpose of my return is to protect and safeguard the entire Human Alliance. But when their gaze fell upon Jiang Xuan, who was hidden in the void, their eyes were filled with deep fear and awe that could not be matched. Jiang Xuan's peak demigod strength has long surpassed the limits of ordinary demigods. Their control over the rules has reached a level that is beyond their reach. At this moment, even with his proud nature, he had to admit that Jiang Xuan was now far superior to him. No, in other words, in the entire Black Sea world today, there are no more than 30 people who can fight Jiang Xuan. Seeing Jiang Xuan looking at him, the Chosen One bowed slightly, speaking in an extremely polite tone. "Brother Jiang Xuan, it's been a long time. Your strength has become even more unfathomable. It seems we can't catch up with you." Yinlong Yuntian nodded in acknowledgement. Knowing the gap between themselves and Jiang Xuan, the two said no more and slowly retreated back to the vicinity of the ship. Jiang Xuan glanced at the two of them and nodded slightly. In fact, in terms of their growth rate, Teeming and his companion have far surpassed those floating island creatures who claim to be descendants of gods. However, humans still have too little time. If they were given another 100 years, the two would surely advance to the level of top-tier demigods. Shaking his head, Jiang Xuan stopped thinking about it and turned to look at Yin Xiao, who was planning a flight path. "Alliance leader, we can set off now." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao nodded. As orders were issued, the Allied fleet began to move swiftly. Below the sea, a large number of submarines slowly surfaced, following closely behind the airborne fleet, and headed slowly towards the Eastern Sea area. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan's gaze slowly swept over a room on Mothership. A flicker of memory crossed his eyes. That was the place where Lung Xiao, whom he had met years ago, had gone into seclusion. Back then, Lung Xiao and Jiang Xuan had a fairly good relationship. Ever since Yin Xiao was kidnapped by hostile forces, Lung Xiao has been determined to become stronger. With the full support of the Alliance's resources, he was determined to break through the shackles and advance to the Dominator realm. All for the sake of the clouds, to protect the Human Alliance, and to protect the human race as it is today. So at this moment, he was unaware that Yin Xiao had already returned safely, and Jiang Xuan had also been promoted to demigod. He secretly left a wisp of divine power to protect the place where young Master Lung was in seclusion. Jiang Xuan's figure slowly disappeared into the void. He also needs to return to the Eastern Sea first to explain the situation to the Thunder Clan. Determine the exact location of the Human Alliance. A demigod-level being is extremely fast and can traverse several sea areas in no time. In less than half a day, Jiang Xuan returned to the Thunder Clan's subordinate sea area. Upon arriving at the waters of the Thunder Clan Chaos Alliance, thunder quickly surged across the sea. The Li brothers had been waiting for a long time. The two looked at Jiang Xuan with even greater admiration, as if they were meeting their own ancestor. Without much reminiscing, Jiang Xuan directly addressed the predicament of the Human Alliance and, in his capacity as a worshipper of the Thunder Clan, designated a large sea area for humanity as a habitat. This was something the Thunder Clan had promised Jiang Xuan years ago, so naturally it didn't take much effort. Moreover, Given Jiang Xuan's current status, he could control not just one sea area, but 10 or even dozens of them. As long as Jiang Xuan speaks up, the Thunder Clan will definitely agree. After all, in the eyes of many members of the Chaos Alliance, Jiang Xuan was the third peak demigod-level ancestor of the Thunder Clan. After sending his location to Yun Xiao and the others, Jiang Xuan returned to his divine kingdom. At the heart of the divine realm, the life crystal that Elf King Alex had agreed to release, along with the killing crystals that White Tiger had recently collected for him, were quietly suspended high in the sky. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged, fully immersed in the refining process. He wanted to thoroughly refine these crystallized rules to further solidify the foundation of his divine kingdom and deepen his understanding of the rules. Within the divine realm, light flowed and rules surged. Jiang Xuan's aura became increasingly calm and profound. Meanwhile, the undercurrents in the Black Sea world continue to churn in the shadows. The human alliance has finally gained a foothold, but the lingering fears of the elves and white tigers have not yet dissipated. Unbeknownst to everyone, an even greater threat was slowly approaching over the inland sea. Chapter 294. 10 years later, the Black Sea becomes increasingly chaotic. Time passes quickly within the divine realm. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have quietly passed in the outside world. In the past decade, the Black Sea has lost its former tranquility. After one divine tomb after another appeared in the world, the scattered rules and authority began to choose new masters. The Black Sea has now entered a golden age of explosive growth in combat power. Countless powerful individuals who had been lying low for many years emerged from their clans. Demigod-level beings were no longer rare, and all major powers had peak demigods under their command. Over the past decade, the overall combat power of the Black Sea world has reached an unprecedented peak. Meanwhile, the human alliance, having established itself in the waters of the Eastern Thunder Clan Chaos Alliance for a full decade, it has long since solidified its foundation. With Jiang Xuan, a peak demigod, as their backer, and the two peak ruler-level powerhouses, Silver Dragon Cloud Heaven and the Chosen One, protecting them with all their might. The human alliance is thriving and no longer needs to rely on others, gradually becoming a formidable force in the Black Sea world. After years of seclusion, the flamboyant young master finally broke through his shackles and successfully entered the Dominator realm 5 years ago. Yin Xiao also survived another 10 years, thanks to the longevity fruit that Jiang Xuan obtained from the Thunder Clan. However, there is no limit to lifespan extension. For Yin Xiao, who is not even a ruler-level being, this extension of his lifespan is already the limit of his life. At most 2 years later, he will eventually have to pay the price for his racially inherited talent. Meanwhile, deep within the Thunder Clan seas, Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom, hidden in a void rift, has finally reappeared after 10 years of seclusion. Within the divine realm, the azure and golden white radiance had long since merged into one. He completely refined all of the 100 life rule crystals of the elf race, as well as the numerous killing rule crystals offered by the White Tiger Clan's Tiger Spirit and White Tiger. The purest essence of life and the most domineering rules of killing were thus completely integrated into the foundation of his divine kingdom. Especially under the nourishment of the life force, the embryonic form of his divine kingdom continued to expand and solidify. The spatial barrier was as solid as divine iron, and the internal mountains, rivers, and illusory shadows of the sun and moon were gradually appearing, already forming the outline of a complete small world. What excited Jiang Xuan even more was that, in addition to the sea beasts and dragon beasts that originally existed and reproduced in the world, new life is beginning to develop under the nourishment of a life force. It is believed that before long, he will be able to give birth to a race of beings unique to his own divine kingdom. It is worth mentioning, the numerous floating island forces above the Black Sea today are the product of the gods combining their divine power with the creatures born in their divine kingdoms. In a void, Jiang Xuan, who had been sitting cross-legged for several years, slowly opened his eyes. Divine runes flowed in his eyes, and the aura of a peak demigod had changed. At this moment, a faint divine aura surrounded his body, indicating that his strength was already approaching the level of a god. He could clearly sense that the harmony between the divine power within him and the rules of heaven and earth had reached its peak. It will only take a few more decades to accumulate. Then one can attempt to condense a divine spark, step into the true realm of gods, and become one of the few gods in the Black Sea world. During these 10 years, although he was in seclusion, his divine sense always enveloped the human alliance and the surrounding seas. The stability of the alliance, Lung Shao's breakthrough, and the growth of Tianming and Yuntian, everything was under his control. And all the major events that have occurred in the Black Sea world over the past decade have reached his ears. The most sensational event was the birth of the successor to the god of ice. The giant blue egg in the tomb of the ice god, which absorbed the complete power of ice, finally shattered 3 years ago. A figure dressed in an ice-blue robe slowly walked out, his body exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze everything in the world. He has already condensed the divine spark of ice. Although he has not officially entered the realm of gods, he possesses power second only to gods, making him the undisputed number one person below the gods. Of course, Jiang Xuan didn't know how strong his opponent was, but he was confident that he was no less than his opponent. The first thing that happened after the successor of the god of ice was born was exactly as Jiang Xuan had predicted. He went straight to the edge of the Black Sea and engaged in a great battle with the Black Tide god, who had been entrenched in a state of chaos and stagnation for many years. The god of the Black Tide is neither happy nor sad, has no complete consciousness, and all his actions follow the established rules left by the ancient gods. The successor of the ice god, relying on the supreme power of the ice godhood, fought fiercely with the god of the Black Tide for several months. The ice-covered landscape collided with the towering Black Tide, causing the entire edge of the Black Sea to almost collapse. Ultimately, with the tacit approval of the Golden Chains of Order, the beings within the blue giant egg successfully reclaimed their natal artifacts, the remaining 7 golden rings from the god of the Black Tide. The two are not mortal enemies. In fact, they are natural allies planned by a god of the same generation. Furthermore, with the Golden Chains of Order quietly emerging from the void and remaining tacitly acquiescing, the great battle quickly subsided. After the two sides stopped fighting, the successor of the ice god put away the divine weapon and disappeared into the horizon of the Black Sea in an instant, leaving no trace. Jiang Xuan observed the entire battle of gods with his divine sense, without intervening. But just as the battle ended and the successor of the ice god departed, Jiang Xuan's divine sense suddenly tightened, and his expression darkened slightly. An aura of extreme cold and decay, filled with destruction and chaos, is quietly spreading from the endless depths of the Black Sea. That aura quickly penetrated the ancient spatial barrier, like a maggot clinging to a bone. It gradually seeped into the waters of the Black Sea. This aura was extremely malevolent, completely at odds with all the rules of heaven and earth, far more bizarre and deadly than the power of the Black Tide god. Jiang Xuan was startled and instantly realized the origin of this power. It seems that yet another sealed evil god is about to be resurrected. With a slight sigh, Jiang Xuan thought back to the time several years ago when this aura surged. Its power had already penetrated the area 6 years ago, and it silently infected countless native creatures of the Black Sea. Those creatures corrupted by evil power completely lost their minds and became violent and chaotic. They worship evil gods as their sole faith, secretly forming evil god churches and operating covertly in various sea areas. The followers of the evil god's church are extremely insane, spreading evil power everywhere and slaughtering living beings. They relentlessly search for weaknesses in the underwater seal, attempting to break the seal and unleash the true form of the evil god, turning the entire Black Sea into its hunting ground. Under the threat of cultists and evil gods, the major races of the Black Sea finally realized that something was wrong. They put aside their past grievances and frequently patrolled the waters under their jurisdiction. Major forces joined forces and spontaneously formed a sea-seeking fleet to wipe out believers of the evil god's church and kill demigod monsters corrupted by evil power. But the power of the evil god spreads too quickly. The church's influence is hidden and difficult to find. Even with the combined efforts of various races to suppress it, the spread of evil cannot be contained. The fluctuations of the underwater seal are now becoming increasingly violent. The aura of the seal loosening grew stronger, and the whispers of the evil god echoed in the deep sea. It seemed as if the terrifying evil god's true form would break free from its seal at any moment. Jiang Xuan slowly stood up, and the gate to the divine kingdom slowly opened. He could clearly sense that the power of the evil god deep in the sea had reached an extremely terrifying level. If it were to break free of its seal, the entire Black Sea world would face annihilation. Whether it's the Human Alliance, the Thunder Clan, or any living being, they will all become nourishment for the evil god. His previous seclusion was in order to quickly condense his divine status. But now that the evil god is about to wreak havoc, he cannot sit idly by. There's still too little time. This seal can't be broken yet, at least not now. Jiang Xuan whispered, and his divine aura suddenly burst forth. The crimson-armored behemoth beneath his feet let out a deafening roar. After 10 years of dormancy, its strength has greatly increased, and it has reached the peak of demigod status along with the silver-horned devouring dragon. The giant beast flashed, transforming into a streak of crimson light, and carried Jiang Xuan straight towards the darkest abyss of the Black Sea. Jiang Xuan must stop all of this before the evil god is completely broken free of its seal. At least until he embodies his divine nature, there must not be a chaotic evil god existing in the world. This is extremely detrimental to his ability to solidify his divine status through the will of the world. Chapter 295, the evil god's power. Jiang Xuan stood atop the crimson-armored behemoth's forehead, and the powerful pressure of a peak demigod instantly swept across the seabed. He is clearing out the many creatures in this sea area to prevent them from being corrupted by the evil god and transformed into evil god creatures. Roar! The crimson-armored behemoth roared, transforming into a streak of crimson light that instantly pierced the seabed and plunged straight into the 10,000-meter deep abyss of the Black Sea. As he descended to more and more levels, Jiang Xuan could clearly sense that the corrupt and frenzied power of the evil god was becoming increasingly intense. The eerie power of nothingness followed him everywhere, and the seals left by the gods were already riddled with cracks. Something's not right. I feel like this guy is far stronger than the void god. 10,000 meters below the seabed, Jiang Xuan's gaze darkened slightly. His powerful divine sense allowed him to feel that ever-present, chilling sense of observation. It's as if billions of eyes are constantly watching him from the bottom of the sea. The pitch-black power surged wildly through the cracks in the seabed barrier, quickly turning the entire deep sea into a deathly inky black. The evil god's twisted and unpredictable body was stuck in the seal's rift, its countless crimson eyes fixed on Jiang Xuan, full of mockery and malice. You've finally arrived, little demigod at the peak of your power. You really can sense my presence. The divine voice pierced through everything, exploding directly in the depths of Jiang Xuan's sea of consciousness. Come on, open your eyes and look at me carefully. I haven't experienced this feeling of being divinely observed for millions of years. An eerie laugh echoed deep within his consciousness. The evil god's twisted body suddenly swelled, and its evil power transformed into thousands of black ghost claws, tearing fiercely at the ancient seal that was missing a corner. Under the erosion of the evil god's power, the already fragile seal instantly broke open with several large gaps. An apocalyptic evil force surged onto the sea, distorting and devouring even the surrounding natural order. Jiang Xuan's eyes were cold, and with a wave of his hand, he invoked the killing and freezing rules within the divine kingdom. The power of the rules, refined over 10 years, erupted in full, and two ultimate Taoist principles intertwined to form an icy blade, which slashed directly at the power avatar of the evil god. Boom! With a deafening roar, the body that the evil god had conjured instantly shattered. But in less than a moment, the feeling of being observed returned to Jiang Xuan's mind. Beneath the barrier, countless eyeballs slowly opened, and Jiang Xuan's consciousness seemed to be drawn into the gaze of these eyeballs. At this moment, it seemed that he gradually lost the ability to observe the other party, and instead his consciousness was forcibly transferred to the other party. He began to observe his own body. It's no use. My power lies in observation and existence. From the moment you see me, you can never kill me. The evil god laughed wildly, and black ghostly claws emerged from beneath the barrier once more. With the blessing of the evil god's power, the number of these ghostly claws continued to increase exponentially. You guys go and give it a try. Seeing that his power seemed ineffective against this evil god, Jiang Xuan opened his divine kingdom and released the silver horn devouring dragon. Roar! Upon receiving the order, the crimson armored beast and the silver-horned sky-eating dragon roared and charged onto the seabed covered by the black ghost claws, unleashing their full power as peak demigods. To prevent interference from the other party's strange abilities, Jiang Xuan directly used a black curtain to block their vision. Even so, no matter how the two attacked each other, parts of the evil god's body could always be reborn infinitely with the help of some unknown power. It's useless. Observation is not a matter of the naked eye or divine perception. As long as the concept is established, I will never die. He didn't seem to care that Jiang Xuan knew about his abilities. The voice of the evil god began to ring in Jiang Xuan's ears. Observation and existence. Jiang Xuan stood still, his brows furrowed, and the divine power around him stirred faintly. This was the first time he had come into contact with this kind of power that involved the level of consciousness. This evil god was clearly conscious and did not exhibit the chaotic form of the void evil god. Just as Jiang Xuan was pondering a solution, the evil god below, the eye, clearly lost patience. Without Jiang Xuan's restraint, his power began to spread unchecked across the seabed. Amidst the tearing of countless ghostly claws, the seal below gradually began to loosen. As his power amplified once more, the rules of this seabed began to crumble under the power of the evil god. The rules of heaven and earth throughout the entire Black Sea fluctuated violently, and the rules of water, space, order, and countless other rules of heaven and earth began to intertwine and become chaotic. Even the rules around Jiang Xuan began to distort in the process of being observed. No. If the opponent's power is so great, how could they be suppressed here? After gradually getting used to the power that was being spied on, Jiang Xuan's heart became calm. He began to quickly assess the other party's abilities. Existence and observation are a pair of complementary concepts. Once something is observed, a concept of its existence will spontaneously form in the consciousness of all the organisms that observe it. Just like the ocean, the concept only exists after it is observed and perceived by living organisms. In other words, if what the other party says is true, then as long as the other party is observed by a creature, that creature will never die. There are only two ways to deal with the other party. Firstly, it is to eliminate all living beings that perceive or observe the existence of the eye. Secondly, it forces the concept of observation to be maximized, ensuring that observations below the barrier are always superior to those above the sea surface. Without a doubt, the first method is simply impossible. Not to mention that I, as an evil god who has existed for millions of years, has fought against many gods. It's hard to say whether any of these gods are still alive. Jiang Xuan himself was also one of the observers of the evil gods. In other words, the goal is to eliminate the I using this method. The first thing he would do is kill himself and all living beings who know of the existence of the I. Then we can only use method 2. With a slight shift in his gaze, Jiang Xuan slowly closed his eyes, no longer preventing the other party from eroding the seal. You're not going to stop me? Yes, as an ant, this is how it should be. I should witness myself break free from the seal and invade the entire world. A seductive voice kept echoing deep within Jiang Xuan's consciousness. It seemed to be urging Jiang Xuan to either make a move or escape. According to the I.'s understanding, Jiang Xuan currently only has these two choices. But whichever option Jiang Xuan chooses, it will help him break free from the seal and escape the cage confined by this first-generation god. This shouldn't be your true form. Jiang Xuan remained expressionless, completely unconcerned by the other party's provocative words. He simply pointed to the billions of red eyeballs in the dark world below. Those eyeballs kept moving, and as Jiang Xuan's consciousness sensed them, they began to focus their gaze on Jiang Xuan above the barrier once again. My physical body? I have no physical body. Everything that sees me is a part of me. His voice was somewhat low, and he seemed not to understand the meaning behind Jiang Xuan's words. As expected, you've been misleading me from the very beginning. You are existence, not observation. Existence and observation complement each other, but in some cases, observation can limit existence. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his crimson pupils and stopped trying to stop the countless black ghost claws. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the darkness below the barrier. What are you talking about? I am both an observer and an existence. The voice of I came again, but this time it was clearly more urgent. Ever since I appeared here and observed these illusions that you deliberately created, you have been leading me astray. You are misleading me into guessing your abilities. You are not actually an observer. It is an existence hidden in the world of consciousness. Chapter 296, the evil god was trapped brutally. At this point, Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. His figure slowly appeared above the crack in the barrier below. He then reached his hand directly into the void enveloped by the countless ghostly claws. If I'm not mistaken, you've been sealed down there all this time and have never come out. These illusions you've created, the image of an evil god about to fall away, are meant to be seen by more sea creatures, aren't they? And the countless eyeballs below are not your body, but containers specifically designed to seal you. No, I would say that they are guardians created specifically for you. And as long as they exist, you will never be able to escape. He slowly pulled his hand back from the black ghost claws cover. Jiang Xuan blew a slight whistle, and the black power attached to his arm vanished instantly. As long as the number of observers above the barrier who can detect your presence is always less than the number below, you will never be able to appear above the barrier space. You exist, but you're limited by observation. You can only appear where observation is most frequent, rather than existing because of observation. A cold smile crept across Jiang Xuan's lips. He now fully understood the power of this evil god. Unlike the void god, whose void hand can pass through barriers and rules, the I god's ability is to spread its existence at the level of consciousness. As long as his existence is accepted by more beings in the Black Sea world, he can appear in the Black Sea world without breaking the seal. How is this possible? How could you possibly have all of this? Even the gods of that time only managed to come up with this method after joining forces to kill me countless times. Who are you, and why do you know me so well? A voice of resentment emanated from the depths of Jiang Xuan's consciousness. The evil god let out a hysterical wail, like a gambler whose every move has been seen through. Actually, it's really hard to guess your abilities. That is, if you haven't been deliberately misleading me so many times. Because existence itself does not require observation to measure it. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Xuan's gaze slowly fell upon the countless strange eyeballs below. As the evil god's abilities were seen through, all the ghostly hands vanished instantly. Descriptions of eyeballs also appeared before his eyes. Name, Eye of the Gods. Quality, unknown. Description, the pupil of a certain god was formed through billions of decompositions. After absorbing some unknown power, it underwent a strange transformation, but it still contains the final original power of that god. Note, it is integrated with this place and cannot be broken by any power below the gods. Indeed, these are the eyes of a god. As the information gradually appeared before him, Jiang Xuan's gaze was somewhat complicated. The power of this evil god is even greater than I expected. Beneath this barrier lies at least one blind god. As the god lay dying, he cut off his own eyes and stuffed them into the body of this evil god. And as the primal power of the whole body merged into the divine eye, these divine eyes were then firmly established on the body of As the divine eye continuously absorbed the power emanating from the evil god of the eye, its appearance underwent this bizarre change. After being amplified billions of times, the divine eye has lost its original form and become something even more bizarre than the evil god itself. This is what Jiang Xuan referred to as the observer. These observers are not conscious. They have no concept of life or death. As long as the I, evil God exists, it will remain rooted in the I, evil God's body. It continuously absorbs the power of the evil God, increasing its strength without end. God of wisdom, you deserve to die. For millions of years. Why do you still keep staring at me? You're dead. Why won't you let me leave? I want to get out. I want the world to witness my existence. I want even the gods to be unable to erase me. After everything was exposed, the evil god of the I finally collapsed. Millions of years ago, he invaded this plane with the gate of the evil god. With his bizarre and almost unsolvable abilities, he is a very special existence among the evil gods. After annihilating the gods of two small worlds, he completely lost patience. Using the power of the void, evil god, they traversed the void and stormed into the Yunzhou Great World behind the divine defense line. At that time, within the Yunzhou Great World, there were only two gods who were not good at fighting but were extremely important. One is the god of gold, representing wealth and prosperity, and the other is the god of wisdom, his lifelong enemy. Initially, the evil god, I, used his abilities to manipulate the two native gods at will. He even used this to devour a large number of living beings in the Yunzhou world, thus further elevating his status as an evil god. He was about to defeat and even assimilate these two gods of the Yunzhou Great World. His true abilities were inadvertently guessed by the god of wisdom. Finally, in order to suppress him, the god of wisdom went so far as to remove his own eyes and melt them into his entire divine essence. With the help of the god of gold, those divine eyes were firmly nailed to his body. It was for this reason that he was ultimately defeated by the two gods and sealed beneath the barrier of the underwater world. As for why the void god didn't help, this thought only fueled the anger of the I, evil god. Back then, under the influence of the void evil god, the evil god ultimately could not resist the temptation of the countless living beings in the Yunzhou Great World. They chose to cross the divine defenses with the void evil god, attempting to feast behind enemy lines. Unexpectedly, the two were discovered by the fire dragon god, a subordinate of the supreme god, while they were traversing the void. The three immediately launched an earth-shattering battle in the void. The battle was extremely fierce, although with his help, the god of the void successfully beheaded the god of fire dragons. However, this also allowed the supreme god, who was on the main battlefield, to perceive the fall of the fire dragon god. The god of the void, who had just won a battle and had not yet devoured the primordial power of the god of fire dragons, was directly struck by a giant hand as large as a planet. Under the blockade of the power of a supreme god, the god of the void, who was skilled in traversing the void, was unable to react at all. After the void was sealed by divine power, he was directly slapped. Fortunately, as long as the true form of the I, evil god, is observed to exist, it will not die. Therefore, he automatically dissipated his body and entered the consciousness space of the void evil god, thus avoiding being suppressed by that power. But the void god fared much worse. His divine essence was almost shattered by that slap. Even after they escaped into the great world of Yunzhou, the void evil god was also struck and lost his main consciousness. He even wanted to devour the I, evil god, to restore his power. Therefore, this is also the reason why the I, evil god and the void evil god are separated. Even among evil gods, once they lose their main consciousness, they will only become monsters that know how to devour everything. Chapter 297, The Gate of the Evil God descends. Despite the hysterical roars of the I, evil god, and his overwhelming hatred for the god of wisdom, Jiang Xuan remained calm. With a flick of his fingertips, the vast aura of divine light around him swirled rapidly. At this moment, he had already seen through the most fundamental method to suppress this evil god. Your abilities arise from the observation of living beings and spread through the existence of consciousness. By simply reducing your possibility of existence to the minimum, you'll have no chance of escaping. Jiang Xuan slowly raised his hand, and the power of the divine kingdom slowly condensed in his palm. Although the I God's abilities are unusually strange and difficult to avoid in advance, but it is clear that he, who is now suppressed here by the god of wisdom, no longer has the opportunity to display his full power. Boom! A massive, pitch-black divine kingdom slowly emerged from the void. Jiang Xuan stood atop the divine kingdom, like a god who disregarded all living beings. As his divine kingdom finally emerged entirely beneath the sea, its power began to rapidly spread to the surrounding waters. That restrained aura, which isolated all other senses, instantly swept across dozens of sea areas. He crushed all the ghostly claw illusions created by the evil god of the eye, and suppressed all the black energy beneath the sea. I don't need to destroy or defeat you. I just need to stop you from appearing in the eyes of others. Using my divine kingdom as a cage, I will completely envelop all the evil divine aura emanating from you, severing your sensory contact with all the creatures of the Black Sea in the world. If no living being in the world can observe your existence, you will be forever trapped under this underwater barrier. The calm voice fell silent. Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom instantly plunged into the sea, directly sealing off dozens of surrounding sea areas. At present, his own divine kingdom still needs to be constantly replenished with strength, and his divine personality also needs to be further refined and consolidated. Suppress the evil god of the eye with the power of the divine kingdom, and cut off its perception and transmission. Using the strange power of this place to temper oneself is undoubtedly the safest option at present. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to activate his divine kingdom to completely seal off this underwater space, the entire sky above the Black Sea suddenly began to tremble violently. This tremor was neither a fluctuation from the underwater seal nor the struggling power of an evil god. Rather, it was the rules of the entire sky, the entire sea, and even the entire world that were all emitting painful cries. It was as if there was a destructive force that transcended the plane of existence. It is forcibly tearing apart the barriers between heaven and earth, constantly invading this world. Buzz. The world is in anguish, and countless creatures are rushing into the water in panic. Hundreds of millions of sea creatures roamed the sea, unconsciously and rapidly clustering together. Under the impact of evil forces, the geomagnetic field of the entire Black Sea world has been completely disrupted. At that moment, these sea creatures and beings in the ocean suddenly lost their sense of the world and their location. After sensing the chaos on the sea surface, Jiang Xuan's expression darkened slightly, and his previously steady aura suddenly subsided. He suddenly looked up. His gaze swiftly pierced through the thick seawater, through the barrier of the sea surface, and looked straight up at the sky above the Black Sea, which was filled with spatial rifts. In just a moment, an evil pressure, billions of times more terrifying than the evil god, was unleashed. It poured down like a world-destroying torrent. That terrifying pressure instantly pierced through the seawater, causing the divine light surrounding Jiang Xuan to dim continuously. The divine eyes below spun wildly, and a large number of eyeballs instantly ruptured and turned into blood. What happened? Under the oppression of that terrifying force, even Jiang Xuan, who was close to becoming a god, could not muster the slightest thought of resistance. This level of malevolent aura is something no single evil god could possess. That was a terrifying pressure of a plane, originating from the realm of evil gods, carrying endless destruction and death. The next second, on the surface of the Black Sea, the sky, which was already shrouded in terrifying clouds, suddenly began to crack again with dark fissures. The crack was initially just a thin thread, but in the blink of an eye, it spread wildly in all directions like a shattered mirror. In the blink of an eye, the entire Black Sea sky was completely covered by countless crisscrossing abyssal fissures. From within the crack, countless thick, ink-like, eerie mists spread out. From within the black, malevolent aura came the roars of countless demons. That was the most primal sound of destruction from the abyss. Rumble. The heavens and earth roared, and the sun and moon lost their color. As the crack continued to widen, a colossal void gate, spanning the sky and entirely forged from the flesh and blood of countless evil gods, slowly emerged from the crack. That portal was larger than the world itself, and it abruptly tore through the void from the universe. The enormous portal opened, and a massive purplish-black projection slowly descended into the Black Sea world. The projection of the Gate of Evil God was engraved with countless strange runes. Each rune was filled with the endless wails of living beings. The moment the projection appeared, the surrounding sky was completely plunged into darkness, and the rules of the dark world were forcibly distorted. It transformed into a realm of evil gods, suitable for the survival of evil gods and abyssal demons. Behind the door lies unfathomable darkness, within which lies a terrifying power capable of devouring the entire world. The Gate of the Evil God. This dark gate, which terrified countless planes and once made the gods tremble with fear. It happened without any warning whatsoever. It forcefully tore through the dimensional barrier and descended directly upon the void world. As the phantom of the Gate of Evil Gods was projected, this invasion, which had been planned hundreds of years in advance, finally erupted completely at this moment. The destructive aura of the Evil God realm surged wildly out through the Gate of the Evil God, instantly engulfing the entire Black Sea world. The sea's surface instantly boiled, and dark waves surged. Countless marine creatures were instantly turned into blood under this oppressive force. The rules of heaven and earth were rapidly corrupted, transforming into terrifying evil energy that nourished the evil gods. Just as the gate to the evil gods was fully opened, and several powerful, universe-shaking evil gods behind it were about to step into the Black Sea world. Boom! In a void of the universe, two ultimate divine powers that traversed the galaxy suddenly descended. A dazzling golden light, carrying the majesty of cosmic order. A deep, dark blue light, containing the will to protect the plane. The two supreme gods of the universe joined forces, their divine power transforming into two boundless barriers that stood firmly in front of the evil god's gate. It collided violently with the supreme evil god who was about to cross the portal from behind the door. They've arrived so quickly, hundreds of years earlier than expected. A deep voice echoed in the void. Amidst a golden light as vast as a planet, the magnificent figure holding the sun and moon slowly gazed upon the portal. In the end, we underestimated the power of the Gate of Evil Gods. How, Ian? Let's begin ahead of schedule. We can no longer stop his arrival. Inside the deep blue black hole, a gigantic eye slowly opened, its all-consuming gaze slowly turning toward several evil gods crawling out from behind the Gate of Evil Gods. As the black hole's gravity suddenly erupted, three enormous blue-black black holes slowly appeared in front of the giant evil god's gate. Faced with the immense suction force, even an evil god was instantly pulled into the black hole and turned into its nourishment. You guys are still alive after all. A chilling whisper emanated from behind the gate of the evil god, and a gigantic crimson eye instantly tore through the void. They forced their way in from outside of outer space. Chapter 298 Fierce Battle. Full-scale invasion. A strange and sinister voice slowly drifted out from behind the door. The crimson power instantly enveloped the massive black hole below. The clash of powers at the level of gods caused the entire universe to tremble terrifyingly. Fortunately, the two main gods were incredibly powerful and managed to keep the powerful evil god outside the void from entering the plane. We must not allow it to step out of the gate of the evil god again. However, the evil god at the level of a chief deity behind the door was blocked. But within the Gate of Evil Gods, countless evil gods, abyssal demons, and other malevolent beings surged forth like a flood bursting its banks. It surged wildly from the projection of the Gate of Evil Gods, crashing down upon the Black Sea world below. These evil gods come in various forms. Some are covered in bone spurs, while others are wreathed in ghostly flames. Some of them can manipulate spatial rifts, while others can instantly transform into endless abyssal giant shadows. Although they take on different forms, each of them possesses the terrifying power to destroy a region. They roared and slaughtered. Wherever it passed, the sea was eroded, living beings were devoured, and the earth was torn apart, plunging the entire Black Sea world into catastrophe in an instant. And that was the instant the projection of the Gate of Evil God appeared. The gods of the Black Sea world, who had been dormant for so long, finally ceased their slumber after sensing this world-destroying evil aura. These gods, who had been dormant for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, began to awaken rapidly from all parts of the world. A vile race, a worm of the plane, should have been wiped out of the plane long ago. A massive phantom of a star slowly crashed down from beneath the sky. Countless small comets began to rain down on the world, relentlessly enveloping the location projected by the gate of evil God. It is him. Beneath the seabed, Jiang Xuan's gaze suddenly revealed a complex expression. He sensed that strangely familiar divine aura. The first deity to descend was none other than the Lord of the Stars, who had once been revived in the sea. Unlike the Star Lords who previously appeared as projections of gods, this time he was dressed in a robe adorned with stars and descended from the vast starry sky, stepping through the void in his true form. His body was enveloped in the immense power of the stars, with each step he took. The power of the stars gathered into streaks of meteors and fire, which rained down on the army of evil gods below. The power of the stars is pure yet domineering, specifically designed to overcome evil and filth. Each meteor that falls can blast tens of thousands of abyssal monsters into ashes. Faced with an endless army of evil gods, even the power of the gods is ultimately just a drop in the ocean. It seems your power has ultimately declined, Starlight. A deathly aura of the undead instantly rose from the depths of the Black Sea. It quickly transformed into a boundless sea of undead bones on the surface of the sea. The undead overlord's enormous body, radiating deathly aura, slowly rose atop the sea of bones. He was clad in bone-colored armor and held a divine scepter of the dead, black and deep blue in color. With a slight wave of his hand, countless skeletons on the seabed and the souls of the dead were awakened. They transformed into an endless army of the undead, building a thick undead defense line on the sea, clashing with the army of the evil gods. The power of the undead is relentless. Even if instantly shattered by the power of an evil god, it can be reformed. The sturdy walls built by countless undead creatures severely hampered the advance of some of the abyssal beings. It's rare to see the two of you on the same side. A cold, clear voice rang out from the mist. A hazy gray fog quietly enveloped dozens of sea areas. The goddess of nightmares sat serenely amidst the mist, her eyes tightly closed. With a gentle wave of his hand, he forcibly dragged several evil gods into an endless nightmare dreamscape. Unfortunately, the nightmare goddess, despite possessing the power to stop several evil gods, was not able to achieve her goal. Ultimately, they could only restrain the enemy, but could not completely annihilate these evil gods who had invaded due to the descent of the gate of evil gods. However, immense divine power was also constantly arriving from the borders of the Black Sea world. Besides these three top-tier second-generation gods, there are countless other beings in the Black Sea world. The remaining 20-odd second-generation deities also emerged one after another. There was a colossal black bird soaring into the sky, its eyes replacing the sun and moon, a star-devouring white tiger, its entire body shrouded in the rules of slaughter, carrying a terrifying divine kingdom as it clashed with the heavens, and a colossal sea god manipulating the might of nature to unleash towering waves. 23 gods, each with a unique form and shrouded in a terrifying divine kingdom, slowly traversed the void. Even so, the number of gods in the Black Sea world is still too small. In just a brief moment, the number of evil gods who emerged from the gate of evil gods had already reached more than 30. Furthermore, with each additional evil god's power descending, the illusory image of that evil god in the sky would solidify once more. It goes without saying, once the gate of the evil god is fully solidified in the Black Sea world, those truly terrifying beings behind the gate will likely cross the void to arrive. Meanwhile, beneath the seabed barrier, the evil god, who had been successfully suppressed by Jiang Xuan, sensed the overwhelming aura of his own kind in the outside world. His previously despairing gaze suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. The laughter pierced through his consciousness and appeared deep within Jiang Xuan's mind. It was filled with exhilarating joy and madness. Ha ha! Didn't expect that, did you? The gate of the evil god has opened ahead of schedule. The Black Sea world is now struggling to survive, and even the gods are preoccupied with their own problems. No one will come to your aid. But I am different. I have just transmitted one of my evil god origins to the outside world. Under the allure of this primal aura, my foolish kin will soon be drawn here. Once I regain my freedom, the first thing I'll do is tear you to pieces. I will turn the seal of the god of wisdom to ashes. I will make the entire Black Sea world my hunting ground, and you will all become nourishment for me. The evil god's consciousness fluctuations spread wildly outwards. He used almost all his strength to ensure that his greedy kin arrived as soon as possible. The evil gods continuously revealed the location of the underwater seal to the outside world, luring them to break the seal. Have you said enough? What exactly makes you think that? You think your stupid and disgusting scum can get you out of my hands? As Jiang Xuan's cold voice fell, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his divine kingdom. Buzz. The rules of the world barrier resonate with it, and countless dark forces hidden deep within its soul are rapidly erupting. That was the lingering breath of the traveler within him. The moment he sensed the appearance of the gate of evil god, it began to flow rapidly from the depths of Jiang Xuan's consciousness. Under the influence of this powerful force, Jiang Xuan's aura began to rise once again. The enormous divine kingdom that was suppressed deep in the sea was also rapidly being restored and completed under that boundless power. Perhaps the divine aura condensed from the power of the evil god is the perfect nourishment for me to refine my divine spark and expand my divine kingdom. Jiang Xuan slowly clenched his fists, a terrifying fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. The black divine power flowed continuously around him, and he was already prepared to fight with all his might. Since you dare to come to my door, then stay here and become nourishment for my divine kingdom. With a cold shout, Jiang Xuan's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The power of the divine kingdom transformed into sharp black blades, which collided violently with the oncoming evil god's weapon. Chapter 299, Evil God Mirage. The piercing howl of the evil god instantly pierced through layers of deep-sea rock. There was no overwhelming sense of oppression from that enormous evil god. Yet it carried with it a false and malevolent aura capable of distorting the rules of the void, instantly tearing open a narrow rift in the pitch-black seabed. I found you. The thick, ink-like black mist immediately spotted the figure of the evil god. Wherever the black fog passed, the dark blue waters of the Black Sea were instantly corroded into a murky purplish black. The black mist seemed to possess a strong corrosive power. The hard basalt layers on the seabed were carbonized inch by inch under the influence of this evil energy and continued to fall down. Buzz. The black giant blade was instantly swept out by Jiang Xuan, and as the two collided, ripples of purplish black light spread through the space. Between reality and illusion, it's as if the entire deep sea has been pulled into a cage that blurs the lines between truth and fantasy. Interesting creatures. I never imagined that there were creatures in this world that could master so many rules. A deep voice came from the void. A figure shrouded in black mist slowly emerged from the seabed fissure. It was the mirage that was attracted by the primordial aura leaked from the evil god. Sensing the extremely strange and evil power of the god, Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed slightly. While rapidly controlling the power constantly erupting from his body, he carefully observed the other person's figure. The shape of the Ishin is extremely strange, without a fixed outline, and its main body resembles a giant black clam that has been dormant for thousands of years. But unlike ordinary living beings, his body was always covered with a layer of fine, cold black dragon scales. The pure, black misty shell was half hidden in the seawater, and inside the shell, countless phantoms that looked similar to the original body floated back and forth in the misty membrane. Those vertical pupils were dark gray, devoid of any emotion, only displaying a cunning and coldness that seemed to see right through people. Unlike the usual violent evil gods, Mirage reveals a sinister wisdom honed through countless battles. To survive in the dog-eat-dog, fratricidal world of evil gods and still hold a place in it. Shun is not a tyrannical evil god who only relies on brute force to fight. Inside the Black Mist Passage, Mirage was also observing Jiang Xuan, who was radiating boundless divine power in midair. He was also very puzzled by this enemy, who could wield divine power despite not having a divine core. Upon arriving in this sealed sea, Mirage instantly suppressed its greedy covetousness for the source of the evil god. The black mist surging around him suddenly subsided, and his gray vertical pupils locked onto Jiang Xuan in front of the seal. He could sense the extremely special power within Jiang Xuan. It was an extremely ancient, vast, and terrifying aura that far surpassed the power of ordinary gods. Even though Jiang Xuan is deliberately suppressing it now, it still makes Mirage feel a strong sense of crisis. Without the slightest hesitation, and without uttering a single unnecessary probing word. As an evil god who has been able to struggle in the realm of evil gods for millions of years, knows full well that facing such a formidable opponent, holding back would be tantamount to courting death. In an instant, the power of the evil god within him suddenly erupted without reservation. The illusory and evil mist was rapidly gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a Mirage clone, identical to the original body in aura, combat power, and even appearance, solidified and stood in the seawater. This Mirage clone is not a mere illusion, but a physical entity formed from the origin of the evil god and illusory rules. He was clad in heavy armor formed from black mist, and his claws were wreathed in a phantom power capable of tearing apart the very soul. As soon as it appeared, it charged fiercely towards Jiang Xuan, who was deep in the sea, with the overwhelming power of a god. At the same time, the main body of Mirage slightly opened its mouth. Countless fine, hair-like wisps of illusory mist, like the tentacles of a poisonous jellyfish in the deep sea, silently drifted towards Jiang Xuan's body. These mist ribbons possess extremely strong corrosive and predatory power. Once touched, they can instantly invade the opponent's body, rapidly devour and assimilate the opponent's divine power and the power of rules. Finally, it transforms into a unique attack method of the Mirage to counterattack the enemy. This is what allows Mirage to repeatedly defeat its enemies in the realm of evil gods. It is also his greatest trump card that enabled him to ascend to the status of an evil god. In contrast, Jiang Xuan, with his cold gaze, was seen beneath the sea, while feeling the double attack rapidly approaching from the void. Deep within his soul, the terrifying divine power left behind by the traveler was completely awakened by the aura of the evil god at this moment. Within his body, it was as if a primordial beast, dormant for millennia, had awakened, and a violent yet pure power surged wildly through his limbs and bones. Is this the power of the gods? Jiang Xuan glanced sideways and slowly unfurled his divine kingdom's illusory form. Although he had not yet truly condensed his divine personality and ascended to the divine position at this time. However, under the blessing of this boundless divine power, the pressure it exudes is in no way inferior to that of the orthodox gods of the Black Sea world. Suddenly, it rose rapidly from the seabed within the vast black divine kingdom. Like a giant, all-encompassing curtain, it enveloped the entire sealed sea area. Within the divine realm, stars rise and fall, and rules flow. It subtly resonated with the natural barrier of the Black Sea world, completely isolating it from the interference of the evil god's power in the sea. Silver horn, red armor, stop it! Jiang Xuan shouted in a deep voice, and the light and shadow within the divine kingdom suddenly surged. Two enormous figures instantly broke through the barrier of the divine kingdom and rushed head-on towards the Mirage clone that was rushing towards them at lightning speed. The silver star-devouring dragon, its entire body covered in silvery white scales shimmering with starlight, roared to the sky. The dragon's might instantly shook the deep sea, and billions of stardust drifted from its body. Wherever it passed, the black, evil mist dissipated. Its dragon claws spread wide, reaching straight for the Mirage's distracting spirit. The star-devouring power at the tips of its claws could devour all illusions. Meanwhile, A colossal, crimson-armored beast, its body as heavy as a mountain, appeared, its entire body covered in crimson divine armor. They followed closely behind, also stepping on the cracked seabed rocks. The powerful divine fire collided with a deafening roar. It swung its giant fist, the wind from which carried the blazing divine power that could burn everything, blocking the escape route of the Mirage's divided spirit. The two terrifying behemoths, far surpassing the peak of demigods, finally joined forces and instantly engaged in battle with the Mirage clone that tore through the void. The roars of dragons, the howls of beasts, and the explosions of evil mist intertwined, instantly stirring up towering waves beneath the deep sea. The collision of the three elements caused the seabed reefs to collapse layer by layer, and small cracks to appear in the space. Seawater flooded the sea, causing life to flee and creating a scene of annihilation. The Mirage clones employ a variety of illusionary killing techniques, sometimes transforming into nothingness to evade attacks, and sometimes concentrating their killing power to launch a surprise attack. The silver star-devouring dragon and the red-armored behemoth dared not be careless in the slightest, and did their best to restrain each other, resulting in a stalemate for a time. Meanwhile, on Jiang Xuan's side, the Mirage clone was no longer a constraint. Jiang Xuan then held nothing back, his eyes slowly focusing on the giant black toad in the distant black mist. In his palm, a long spear radiating a purple-gold light suddenly appeared. It was the epic artifact, the Dragon's Soul Purple Light Spear. The black divine power left behind by the traveler flowed continuously from his arm into the gun. The spear hummed and trembled instantly. At the tip of the spear, the divine powers of purple gold and inky black intertwined, bursting forth with a black scorching light that pierced through all illusions. Jiang Xuan's footsteps shattered the underwater space, and his figure transformed into a streak of light in the deep sea. Without any fancy moves, he carried the overwhelming divine power, thrusting his spear straight at the true form of the evil god, Mirage, hidden in the black mist. "You dare!" Mirage, the evil god's gray vertical pupils suddenly contracted. Looking at the purple spear that was imbued with terrifying divine power, a deadly sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Its enormous body twisted rapidly in the seawater, surrounded by layers of illusory and evil mist. In just a moment, it instantly condensed into several layers of illusory mist barriers that were difficult to distinguish from reality. Each layer of the shield wall contained a strange power that distorted space and eroded divine power, attempting to block Jiang Xuan's full-force attack. Clang! The sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing instantly echoed throughout the entire deep sea. The spearhead of the Dragon Soul Purple Light Spear pierced through 3 layers of illusionary mist barriers with overwhelming force. A burst of purple-gold divine light and black divine power swept fiercely across the misty membrane of the Mirage evil god. In an instant, large patches of dark black dragon scales were torn apart. Thick, black, malevolent blood gushed from the wound, falling into the seawater and instantly corroding out holes that emitted black smoke. Even the surrounding space was slightly distorted by the evil blood. He was actually injured. As excruciating pain struck, the ferocity of the Mirage, evil god, was fully unleashed. But he never lost his reason. Taking advantage of its retreat, it instantly unleashed the power of the evil god. As his divine power was activated, the wisps of illusory mist that were wrapped around the gun barrel exerted their power wildly. It devoured the black divine power on the Dragon's Soul Purple Light Spear like a hungry wolf. He was attempting to assimilate all of Jiang Xuan's divine power, then condense the same divine power to launch a counterattack against Jiang Xuan. I could feel the lingering, condensed power of an evil god emanating from the gun. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained calm, and his mind was not disturbed in the slightest. With a slight movement of his gaze, the power of the divine kingdom instantly closed its loop, forming an indestructible barrier that completely isolated the erosion and plunder of the illusory mist. He suddenly exerted force with his wrist and swept the gun horizontally. The divine power, interwoven with jet black and purple gold, transformed into a sharp blade of light that exploded with a deafening roar. In an instant, it shattered all the wisps of illusory mist that were wrapped around the gun. A human and an evil god engaged in a fierce battle beneath the sealed sea. Jiang Xuan's spear technique was fierce and domineering, with each strike aimed directly at the vital points of Mirage. With the blessing of boundless divine power, wherever the spearhead passed, all illusions and mists vanished. Mirage, the evil god, is extremely cunning, constantly switching between reality and illusion. Sometimes it conjures up multiple illusory forms to confuse the senses, and sometimes it unleashes its plundering power in an attempt to retaliate. Without a doubt, his illusionary killing technique is outstanding among evil gods, making it difficult to defend against. Each collision between the two caused the underwater seal to tremble violently, the surrounding space to shatter, and then be automatically reassembled by the will of the Black Sea world. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, neither able to extricate themselves, the evil god of the eye, suppressed and sealed deep within the sea, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with a flick of his eye. Originally on the verge of death under Jiang Xuan's suppression, he suddenly unleashed all his remaining power. A surge of madness flashed across the giant eye, which was covered in bloodshot veins and emitted an eerie light. The power of the evil god's origin burst forth, spreading continuously towards the surface of the sea through the gaps in the seal. He was exerting all his strength to draw upon the power of the evil god realm brought about by the projection of the evil god's gate above the sea. It frantically attacked the seal of wisdom and divine power that imprisoned it. He wanted to break free from all constraints. He wanted to regain his freedom. Chapter 300. A god enters the arena, forging a battlefield of gods in the void. Soon, under the relentless erosion of the evil god, on the seal, eerie black lines began to spread continuously. The original layers of solid sealing barriers were broken by the desperate attacks of the evil god and the resonance of external evil forces. Fine cracks gradually began to appear. An endless aura of the evil god realm was leaking out along the crack, becoming increasingly dense. They're really troublesome. Jiang Xuan, who was engaged in battle, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, and his heart sank. He knew very well that once the evil god broke free of its seal, coupled with the troublesome Mirage evil god before him, things would become even more difficult. They will inevitably find themselves in a predicament where they are attacked from both sides. At that point, suppressing the evil god of the eye will be an even greater challenge. But at this moment, he wanted to extricate himself and divert his power to suppress the seal. But the evil god Mirage didn't give him the slightest opening. Left with no other choice, Jiang Xuan could only grit his teeth and devote all his attention to the battle against the Mirage evil god. But as the cracks in the underwater seal grew larger, his sense of urgency intensified. Meanwhile, on the surface of the Black Sea, the cataclysmic disaster brought about by the projection of the gate of evil gods has spread throughout the entire world. The projection of the gate of evil gods hung high in the air, like a terrifying monster that opens its sinister giant eyes and sweeps across all living beings. On the projection of the gate of evil gods, a continuous stream of evil power is rapidly eroding from the realm of evil gods. More than 40 evil gods, leading countless evil god species, and abyssal demons swept across the entire Black Sea like a tidal wave. Wherever these evil gods and demons passed, the Black Sea was thoroughly polluted, turning black, foul-smelling, and exuding an eerie aura. The marine creatures encountered along the way were instantly swallowed up, and the seabed and land were torn apart into deep, bottomless ravines. The sky was quickly obscured by black, malevolent energy, and the entire Black Sea world was instantly plunged into shadow. Countless lives trembled in fear and were on the verge of collapse during this devastating war. Meanwhile, the second-generation gods of the Black Sea had also given their all. The Lord of the Stars, clad in a robe of stars, stood beneath the Milky Way, constantly wielding the power of the stars. A rain of meteors and fire relentlessly crashed down on the army of evil gods. Although the power of the stars can suppress evil spirits, there are too many evil gods. In just a moment, the star-like phantoms around him gradually dimmed. His divine power was greatly depleted, and he also had to guard against sneak attacks from several evil gods in the void. The same is true of the Lord of the Undead. He stands atop the boundless sea of bones, wielding the scepter of the undead, causing countless skeletons and souls to awaken and build lines of defense against the undead. However, the power of the evil god was too violent, and the army of the dead was repeatedly shattered. With each reorganization, his divine power was greatly depleted. The Bone Sea defense line was now on the verge of collapse. The Nightmare Goddess sat amidst the gray mist, fully activating the Nightmare Dream Realm to trap high-ranking evil gods within it. However, the more gods are drawn in, the shorter the illusion can last. In order to suppress more evil gods, his divine power was greatly depleted, and his face grew increasingly pale. Fortunately, the life crystal within the gray fog was still flickering. Otherwise, relying solely on the consumption of his own divine power, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Then look at the other 20-odd second-generation gods. At this moment, everyone's breathing was unstable, and their divine kingdoms trembled. Some gods' kingdoms have been corrupted by the power of evil gods, while others have exhausted their divine power and can only rely on their own powerful kingdoms to barely survive. Under the onslaught of evil gods whose numbers far exceeded their own, the second-generation gods were now completely outmatched and began to retreat steadily. Above the sky, the enormous phantom formed by the power of the evil gods became increasingly solid as more and more evil gods descended. A terrifying pressure capable of annihilating an entire plane has now enveloped every corner of the Black Sea world. It was as if the gate to the evil god would open completely at any moment, and an even more terrifying being would cross over from behind the gate. At this critical juncture, when the world was on the verge of destruction, a supreme divine power, transcending all things and imbued with the aura of time, suddenly appeared. The god who has guarded the Black Sea world for millions of years and has been sleeping in seclusion has finally appeared in the world. 9 figures, traversing the heavens and earth and surrounded by eternal divine radiance, slowly stepped out from the end of time and space. With each step, the turbulent Black Sea world instantly calmed down. Under the terrifying divine power, even the evil aura emanating from the gate of evil gods seemed to deliberately give way. The leading space god, Gates, was surrounded by golden chains of spatial order, which were engraved with mysterious runes of rules. He simply raised his hand, and the entire sky instantly distorted. Several powerful evil gods were instantly imprisoned in the spatial rift, unable to move, without even a chance to resist. The rules of space are in his hands, as easy as using an arm. He can tear apart the divine domain of evil gods at will. The god of time, standing beside him, holds sway over the entire river of time, and the power of the years flows through every strand of his hair. With a flick of his finger, he reversed the attacks of several evil gods. The figures of the evil gods were frozen in time, and the sharp blade of time silently sliced through, directly shattering the evil god's essence. Ordinary evil gods are almost powerless against him. The 2 top-tier deities suppressed most of the evil god's ferocity with a single move, instantly reversing the tide of the battle. Among the gods, a gentle figure, yet imbued with the weight of endless destiny, slowly emerged. She is the lucky goddess who has a great connection with Jiang Xuan. He did not possess the overwhelming combat power of the god of space or the god of time. Yet, they hold the power to control the fate of the Black Sea world. As Lady Luck slowly raised her hand, countless invisible threads of fate drifted from her palm. The silk threads wrapped around all things in the Black Sea, and with a gentle tug of the wrist, the original will of the Black Sea, which had been dormant for millions of years, was completely awakened. In an instant, the polluted Black Sea water began to surge wildly backward. The rules of heaven and earth began to gradually return to their proper places. The earth stopped cracking, and the primal power of the Black Sea condensed into a massive blue barrier, like a canopy, continuously enveloping the projection of the gate of evil gods. The power of destiny and the origin of the Black Sea intertwined, forcibly severing the connection between the gate of the evil god and the outside world. The terrifying evil god that wanted to cross over from behind the gate was completely blocked outside the projection. Behind them, the god of gold, the god of revelation, the god of thunder, and other first-generation gods began to take action one after another. With the arrival of the 9 first-generation gods, the gods of the Black Sea were finally able to catch their breath, and their divine power was briefly restored. The initially disastrous battle situation gradually stabilized. However, the continuous war between gods and demons had already shattered the Black Sea world. In the sky, spatial rifts crisscrossed, and turbulent void currents poured down continuously. On the surface of the sea, the Black Sea has long been torn apart. In some areas, the void beneath the surface was even exposed, and countless sea creatures were nearly wiped out. Numerous maritime civilizations were completely wiped out, and the foundation of the world suffered an unprecedented blow. If we continue to allow these evil gods to fight each other in the Black Sea world, it is believed that before long, the entire Black Sea world will completely collapse and turn into dust in the universe. Upon seeing this, the god of space, Gates, became solemn, and the golden chains of order around him instantly rose into the air, completely merging with the awakened will of the Black Sea origin. In the name of space, draw upon the will of the Black Sea, forge a battlefield of void gods, and banish evil gods from another world. He spoke in a deep, low voice, which instantly resounded throughout the heavens and earth, reaching every corner of the Black Sea. The countless golden chains of order intertwined, instantly transforming into a boundless giant net of rules. It instantly enveloped all the warring gods and evil spirits. Under the influence of the Black Sea's origin and spatial rules, all the gods were instantly transported to a completely new space. This is a battlefield of gods, separated from the main world of the Black Sea and situated in the endless void. There are no living beings here, and no foundation of heaven and earth. All that remains is endless emptiness and rules. Only here can the power of all the gods be used to fight each other, preventing the destruction of the Black Sea world. The first generation of gods, the second generation of gods, and all the invading evil gods stepped into this void battlefield. They had no way out, no chance to catch their breath. The fateful showdown, the ultimate divine war concerning the survival of the Black Sea world, had officially begun, and at this moment beneath the deep-sea seal, the life-or-death struggle between Jiang Xuan and the Mirage, evil god, remains fiercely stalemate. On the contrary, the cracks in the seal grew larger and larger, and the evil god's maniacal laughter became increasingly frenzied. Chapter 301: The Fallen Eye of the Evil God. Deep in the Black Sea, cracks in the ceiling array spread rapidly like a spider web. The evil god twisted its enormous body strangely, and its eerie power spread across the sea. Jiang Xuan's figure streaked across the dark sea like a shooting star cutting through the long night, constantly colliding and fighting with the giant black toad. Mirage, the power of the evil god, is extremely terrifying. Moreover, his power can invisibly transform and erode the original power of most gods. Without a doubt, the battle between the two will be an evenly matched contest, and a pinnacle battle purely supported by divine power. Mirage, as a mid-level evil god in the realm of evil gods, the evil god holds the power to transform illusions into reality. His body was surrounded by dark mist, each breath containing a black, turbid current that could erode everything. Why bother struggling? Your world is beyond saving. The voice of the evil god was as piercing as countless bubbles bursting. His enormous body appeared and disappeared in the seawater. Countless mirages, composed of illusions, gathered behind him, relentlessly eroding Jiang Xuan's heart with their words. Jiang Xuan, on the other hand, had a serious expression. Although the divine light surrounding him was somewhat dim at this moment, it was still as firm as a rock. Within the kingdom of God, the power of faith from countless followers flows like trickles of water, constantly converging into a river. Bound by the power of the divine kingdom, it continuously replenishes the divine power consumed within his body. With a wave of his left hand, The dragon's soul, purple light, spear instantly flew into the air. The gunshot burst forth, instantly transforming into a sky full of starlight, piercing through the multiple illusory clones conjured by the Mirage evil god. They're really troublesome. After the attack, the starlight exploded, and the seawater immediately boiled. Mirage the evil god let out a muffled groan, its massive body being blasted back dozens of feet by Jiang Xuan's full-force attack. The greed in his eyes burned even hotter than before. The stronger Jiang Xuan is, the more benefits he will gain from devouring him. As evil gods, devouring living beings and rules is their fastest path to advancement. It suddenly opened its massive maw, and a jet-black beam of light containing the shadow of truth burst forth instantly. Wherever the shadow passed, countless seawaters were instantly evaporated, revealing the divine patterns beneath. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, rushing into the sky and avoiding this fatal blow. But the offensive of the Mirage evil god did not stop. Using the power of the rules governing the erosion of the seabed, its enormous body burst out of the water in an instant, defying all logic. The battlefield between the two suddenly shifted from the dark seabed to the sky above the Black Sea. Boom! In midair, lightning flashed and dark clouds shrouded the sky, a celestial phenomenon caused by the clash of divine powers between two supreme deities. Mirage the evil god wields a giant pincer forged from the power of the evil god, and each swing causes the surrounding space to groan under its unbearable strain. Jiang Xuan held a dragon's soul spear surrounded by purple and black light. He swept the spear horizontally, and it collided with the black giant pincers, creating a deafening roar. Countless rays of divine light and black mist intertwined and exploded in mid-air, and the aftershocks of the battle between the gods caused giant waves hundreds of feet high to rise in the sea below. Meanwhile, in the Black Sea, countless living beings looked up in fear at this epic battle between gods that blotted out the sky. The 26 floating islands that were originally floating on the sea have all now lowered their divine power barriers. They huddled together on the floating island, completely isolating themselves from the noise of the outside world. Like turtles and tortoises retreating into their shells, they prayed that this divine war would not affect their own existence. And the demigod-level powerhouses throughout the entire sea, whether they are ancient sea monsters lurking in the deep-sea trenches or divine blood races hidden in the secret realms of floating islands. At this moment, they all turned their gazes far away to the sky. This divine war, which would determine the fate of the world, gripped their hearts, and every clash between the two gods sent shivers down their spines. That's Jiang Xuan. The evil god is actually this powerful. The cracks in the underwater seal are still widening, and the sealed evil god seems to be struggling to break free. Countless prayers and fears echoed between heaven and earth, only to be completely swallowed up by the roar of the divine war. While the attention of the entire world was drawn to Jiang Xuan and the Mirage, evil god in midair, a corruption by the power of an evil god is quietly unfolding in the sea. Beneath the seabed seal lies the crack that runs deep into the ocean. Strange black streaks, as if alive, climbed upwards along the seabed. After entering the sea, they began to spread rapidly along the surface. They move incredibly fast and silently, constantly eroding the seawater and distorting the light. At first, only a few perceptive sea creatures noticed something amiss on the surface of the sea. But soon, as the black markings spread, 1/5 of the Black Sea world was plunged into unprecedented panic. What is that? Oh my God, the sky is turning black. This is the aura of an evil god. Hundreds of millions of living beings looked up in fear. At this moment, they finally saw clearly the true form of the evil god, which hung high in the air like a giant, malevolent eye. At the center of that enormous projection, a blurry yet terrifying black shadow coldly gazed down at the world below through the crack. As more and more living beings noticed the changes in the sky, the existence of the evil god was like a brand, forcibly etched into the consciousness of most creatures in the Black Sea. The divine eyes left behind by the god of wisdom were originally an unparalleled seal used to monitor and suppress him. But when the existence of the evil god, I, was acknowledged by billions of living beings, the eyeball shattered, and the invisible barrier finally cracked. Click! A buzzing sound, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. That was the sound of the observer beginning to crumble. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the ever-growing crack. This oppressive force far surpassed that of ordinary evil gods. It carried a pure, despairing will to destroy, instantly engulfing the entire Black Sea. Ha ha! After nearly 1,000,000 years, I've finally come out. God of wisdom, you cannot hold me captive after all. A maniacal and violent laugh resounded through the sky, instantly echoing in the minds of countless living beings. The evil god of the eye, which had been sealed for millions of years, finally broke free at this moment. After breaking free from the seal, his body was no longer as weak and imprisoned as before. At this moment, the evil god's true form had transformed into a massive, constantly churning crimson mist. In the center of the red mist, a huge, bloodshot single eye slowly opened. It emitted a terrifying red glow that sent chills down one's spine. The newly unleashed evil god immediately sensed the nearly depleted power within its body. He narrowed his single eye slightly, his greedy gaze quickly sweeping over the ravaged Black Sea world below. The origin of life. Without the slightest hesitation, its enormous body sank sharply, plunging towards the most densely populated area of the sea below. That was a shallow sea area inhabited by sea creatures, where hundreds of thousands of sea beasts gathered together to resist the beings of the evil god realm, were fleeing in despair. However, in the face of evil gods, they no longer had the right to struggle. The evil god merely opened its massive maw, and a terrifying suction force instantly erupted over the sea. Hundreds of thousands of marine creatures didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were pulled directly towards the suction force. Finally, it was devoured by the evil god of the eye. The smell of fear. With a lingering sense of satisfaction, the evil god licked his lips again, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding sea once more. After devouring hundreds of thousands of living beings, his body rapidly solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. The single eye hidden in the crimson mist grew even brighter. Chapter 302 Crisis. Two evil gods surround and kill. After devouring the sea creatures, the evil god slowly raised its head, locking onto a giant floating island in the sky. The island is inhabited by a race of double-bladed beasts known for their hardness. The floating island is currently protected by a massive divine shield. Broken. The evil god let out a cold snort, and his one eye suddenly shot out a jet-black beam of light. Boom! The seemingly solid divine barrier shattered instantly, like paper. Immediately afterwards, the entire floating island was torn apart in the middle by a huge crimson hand with a loud bang. Countless double-bladed beastmen fell from the sky and were easily swallowed by the crimson mist of the evil god. Indeed, the power of a lower-level god's bloodline. Licking its lips, the evil god immediately began to devour everything on the floating island. In just a moment, thousands of true blood twin-blade beasts were swallowed into its mouth. Upon seeing this, the 5 demigod-level double-bladed beast ancestors were filled with rage. They burned their very essence, transforming into 5 long rainbows that fearlessly charged toward the evil god, trying to secure a last chance for their people. Evil god, Although tragic, their efforts were ultimately in vain. With a mere wave of his hand, the evil god sent 5 crimson flesh strands coiling around him like giant pythons. The 5 demigod ancestors were unable to put up any effective resistance before being completely devoured by flesh and blood, and even their demigod essence was quickly consumed. Finally, after devouring hundreds of thousands of living beings and 5 dual-bladed beast demigod ancestors, the aura of the evil god suddenly surged. His injuries are healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The previously blurry figures became incredibly solid. A unique, complete aura of power belonging to a mid-level evil god once again enveloped the entire Black Sea world. At this moment, he finally regained his original status. After eating his fill, the evil god slowly raised his head, his single eye flashing with a cold light. Finally, it slowly settled on the airspace below where the fierce battle was taking place. There, the battle between Jiang Xuan and the Mirage evil god continued, raging fiercely. The evil god's gaze swept back and forth between the two, and finally, his gaze settled on Jiang Xuan. An overwhelming surge of greed welled up inside him. He sensed a superior divinity in Jiang Xuan that he had never encountered before. That is a special power belonging to the ruler. In the eyes of the evil god, Jiang Xuan's origin was far more precious than all the living beings in the entire Black Sea world. As long as he devours Jiang Xuan, he can not only avenge the million-year-old seal. Furthermore, this allows them to complete their ultimate transformation, breaking through the shackles of a mid-level evil god and becoming a truly supreme being above all things. Great! Today is wonderful. The evil god let out a low roar and suddenly flew into the air, arriving beside the Mirage evil god. Mirage, how about we devour this creature together and then divide up all the living beings in the world? The evil god's voice carried a hint of excitement and greed. As an evil god, nothing excites him more than devouring a divine being. In midair, the Mirage evil god, who was locked in a fierce battle with Jiang Xuan, paused slightly upon hearing this. He turned to look at the eye god, who was poised to strike not far away. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed. Make a deal. At this moment, the two mid-level evil gods finally reached an agreement. Meanwhile, on the seabed, Jiang Xuan was wielding the dragon's soul purple light spear, shattering a phantom image of the Mirage evil god. His kingdom now appears to be crumbling. He is not a true god after all. The fierce battle with the evil god, Mirage, just now has exhausted a large amount of his divine power. But before he could catch his breath, a sudden alarm bell rang in his mind. Jiang Xuan suddenly looked up. The enormous crimson body of the evil god rose from the seabed like a colossal mountain. Together with the evil god Mirage on the other side, they immediately formed a pincer attack. Jiang Xuan, your death is near. The evil god's single eye stared intently at Jiang Xuan, his voice growing increasingly cold. After devouring the 5 demigods, he finally learned Jiang Xuan's name. Not good. Jiang Xuan's expression instantly became extremely solemn. He could clearly sense that the auras of the 2 intermediate evil gods were merging. An unprecedented and terrifying pressure, like Mount Tai pressing down on him, instantly weighed down on him. Besieged on all sides, this was the worst-case scenario Jiang Xuan had anticipated. Kill! With a loud shout, the Mirage evil god and the evil god attacked simultaneously. Mirage the evil god wielded its giant pincers, stirring up towering waves, and with one strike, it transformed into millions of black shadows. The evil god then released endless red mist, within which countless sharp blades transformed from nothingness into reality. They rapidly attacked Jiang Xuan from all directions. Jiang Xuan felt a tightness in his chest, and an indescribable feeling of suffocation instantly spread throughout his body. He tried to retreat, but found that his body was firmly locked in place by 2 terrifying pressures, and his movements became sluggish. Open it for me. At this critical moment, Jiang Xuan gritted his teeth and suddenly activated his divine kingdom. Countless divine powers rapidly converged into a massive shield, blocking Jiang Xuan's path. Boom! The giant pincers and the crimson mist blades struck the shield simultaneously, creating a deafening roar that shattered the void. Click! With a crisp cracking sound, the divine shield, formed from the power of countless followers' faith, was shattered. Under the combined attack of the 2 evil gods, it was instantly covered with cracks and then shattered with a bang. Not only that, but it also endured the full force of 2 evil gods' attacks. Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom also suffered a severe blow at the same time. He groaned, and a mouthful of golden blood gushed from his mouth. The core of his divine kingdom has been severely damaged, and his divine radiance is rapidly dimming. Worse still, the divine power remaining within him from the traveler was also rapidly dissipating. Roar! Just as Jiang Xuan was seriously injured, at this critical moment, a huge dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the seabed. The silver-horned, star-devouring dragon is rapidly emerging from Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom. He is now transformed into a true ancient dragon. The enormous dragon wings spread out, blotting out the sky, and the silver dragon scales shimmered with a cold luster under the light of the divine war. The silver-horned, star-devouring dragon roared and suddenly enveloped the evil god. His enormous dragon wings flapped violently, attempting to block the attack of the evil god. But the evil god merely waved his hand lightly, and a red mist slashed out like a sharp blade. The silver-horned, star-devouring dragon's massive wings were instantly torn apart. Golden dragon blood sprayed copiously into the seawater below. It let out a painful howl, and its massive body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Immediately afterwards, a colossal beast covered entirely in crimson carapace burst forth from the sea below. The massive, crimson-armored beast roared as it rammed into the mirage evil god. They were all trying to buy Jiang Xuan a moment to catch his breath. Chapter 303 The Fall of the Crimson Armor, The Power of Sacrifice. Roar! The silver-horned, star-devouring dragon's agonizing howls echoed across the entire sea. Those enormous, sky-covering silver dragon wings were torn apart by the crimson mist blade wielded by the evil god. The deep, bone-revealing wound continued to gush silver dragon blood. Blood droplets rained down, turning the dark seawater a dazzling silver red. Is still too young. As a cosmic behemoth comparable to a god, the time allotted for its development was far too short. Bang! The shattered wings could no longer sustain flight. Silverhorn devouring sky dragon's massive body crashed heavily onto the seabed like a collapsing meteorite, stirring up silt and creating towering waves. The dragon's tail twitched weakly a few times on the surface of the sea before going completely limp. Those once incredibly sharp dragon eyes were now dull and lifeless, with only a faint breath proving that it still had its last breath. Under the full force of an evil god's attack, it had completely lost the ability to resist. Seeing the silver, star-devouring dragon fall into the sea, Jiang Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he felt extremely anxious. But at this moment, with the rapid decline of divine power, his divine kingdom was in turmoil and could no longer continue to act in a short period of time. Jiang Xuan's hand, gripping the dragon's soul purple light spear, trembled slightly, and within his divine kingdom, cries of agony rose and fell. Countless followers of him suffered heavy casualties in the aftermath of the two evil gods, with most of them turning to ashes. At this point, his remaining divine power was no longer sufficient to resurrect his retinue in his kingdom. At present, his two most powerful subordinates are one on the verge of death and unable to fight, and the other is still fighting to the death with his own flesh and blood. Roar! The crimson-armored behemoth was covered in cracks, its thick crimson shell already shattered by the giant pincers of the mirage evil god. Hot, crimson blood flowed continuously along the cracks, turning the surrounding seawater a pale red. But it still did not retreat. It simply stood firmly in front of Jiang Xuan. He was using his broken body to withstand wave after wave of fierce attacks from the evil god, Mirage. Although he cannot speak, he can only let out a low, sorrowful roar. But every time he charged forward, he was buying Jiang Xuan even a second of breathing time. Red armor, come back! Seeing that the divine power shrouding the crimson-armored behemoth was no longer sufficient to restore its body, Jiang Xuan's gaze immediately sharpened, and he wanted to forcibly take it back into his divine kingdom. Having just endured the combined attack of two mid-level evil gods, his divine kingdom had already suffered severe damage, and his divine power was in complete disarray, shattered by the terrifying pressure of the surrounding evil gods. The evil god hovered high in the air, its huge single eye staring intently at Jiang Xuan, its eyes filled with mockery and greed. Its crimson body exuded the full pressure of a mid-level evil god, causing the surrounding void to distort slightly. It looked at the crimson-armored behemoth that was fighting desperately, its tone full of disdain and cruelty. No matter how much a lowly creature struggles, it is all in vain. Perfect, I'll swallow you too, to fill my stomach. The evil god sneered repeatedly. Within the red mist, the power of the evil god condensed on the crimson twin blades and slammed them hard into the head of the crimson-armored behemoth. Boom! Under the corrosive influence of the immense power of the evil god. The crimson-armored behemoth mustered its last bit of strength to raise its 3 massive crimson tails to defend itself. However, the gap in strength between it and the mid-level evil god is like an insurmountable chasm. The moment the crimson twin blades fell, its remaining carapace shattered completely. Before Jiang Xuan's incredulous gaze, his body suddenly began to crack from the middle, and scalding blood rained down onto the sea surface. Bang! The massive wreckage crashed into the sea. Just before its body completely dissipated, it turned to look at Jiang Xuan with reluctance and determination. Then, a fire godhead, pulsating with raging flames and containing its life's cultivation and will to protect, slowly rose from its body. It flew straight into Jiang Xuan's precarious divine kingdom and disappeared. And the crimson-armored behemoth perished at this moment. Damn it! He witnessed firsthand the complete demise of the crimson-armored behemoth that had followed him for many years. At this moment, Jiang Xuan's eyes were filled with only the deepest chill. Grief and anger erupted like a volcano. His divine kingdom trembled violently, and the divine power belonging to the ruler within him began to surge wildly and uncontrollably. With a burst of divine power, the divine kingdom automatically activated the command link with all its followers. Golden connecting threads instantly spread throughout the Black Sea, connecting to every surviving member of the family. The second ruling rune slowly condensed on the divine kingdom, radiating boundless and terrifying divine power. Divine power flowed back and forth, linking with every sea beast, dragon beast, and all its companions. Finally, it coalesced into a giant character, Jeet, sacrifice. The dying Silverhorn's star-devouring dragon, along with every surviving creature in the divine realm, unleashed its final roar. Without hesitation, they transferred all their life force and primal power to Jiang Xuan through the domination link. Even if this power seems insignificant, even if it will cause them to perish completely. But they did not hesitate for a moment. As the retinue of the ruler, the moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Buzz. Streams of power, strong or weak, flowed into Jiang Xuan's body, instantly filling his depleted divine power like rivers flowing into the sea. The shattered world of the divine kingdom is slowly being repaired by the immense power of faith. The divine radiance that had dimmed shone brightly once more, and more brilliantly and powerfully than ever before. Jiang Xuan slowly raised his head, his eyes surging with a furious rage that seemed to consume everything. His body radiated golden divine light, and the dragon's soul, purple light spear in his hand, emitted a series of hums, its purple light shooting into the sky, pointing directly at the evil god. You deserve to die. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried an intense, suppressed killing intent. Every word carried an undeniable, powerful pressure, and the sound instantly swept across the entire Black Sea world. Upon hearing this, the evil god burst into laughter. A crimson light flashed within its single eye. How touching! But unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, it's all in vain. You should know that I am an evil god with a symbiotic consciousness. As long as there are living beings in this world who remember my existence, I am immortal. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xuan had already appeared before him. His speed was so fast that it tore through the void of the Black Sea. His golden divine power intertwined with the purple light of the spear, and he thrust the spear straight at the crimson eye of the evil god. His divine power erupted, leaving no room for retreat. The evil god's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged. He hadn't expected that even with Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom shattered, he could still unleash such a powerful divine attack. He quickly unleashed a barrage of crimson mist blades to defend himself, while simultaneously urging blood mist vines to burst forth in the void and directly entangled Jiang Xuan's limbs. Buzz! The spear tip collided with the fog blade, producing a deafening roar. The terrifying aftershocks of energy swept in all directions, causing large areas of the Black Sea seabed to collapse and the seawater to churn. Jiang Xuan flicked his wrist, and a purple light swept across, instantly severing all the blood mist vines. His attack remained undiminished as he once again charged towards the evil god. The two instantly clashed, with gunshots and crimson mist flying everywhere, and each collision creating huge cracks in the void. Jiang Xuan's spear technique was deadly, each move aimed directly at the source of the evil god. He wants the other side to pay a terrible price. But as the evil god, I said, its abilities are too bizarre. The body pierced by divine power can heal instantly, and the severed red mist and vines can be reborn in an instant. It seems as if it will never be completely defeated. Ha! I told you can't kill me. The evil god laughed maniacally, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce. The crimson beam of light shot from the single, I relentlessly bombarded Jiang Xuan. No matter how angry you are, no matter how hard you fight, you can't do anything to me. When your divine power is exhausted, it will be your death day. Jiang Xuan's heart tightened. He knew the immortality of the evil god, and conventional attacks could not completely destroy it. Even with the support of his followers, the divine power within him could not withstand prolonged depletion, so a swift victory was necessary. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he had already made up his mind. All the golden divine power around him was completely withdrawn. What? You've given up? Seeing this, the evil god thought that Jiang Xuan had given up struggling. Jiang Xuan remained silent, but instead clasped his hands together and poured all his divine power into the seed of imprisonment deep within the divine kingdom. This is his trump card, containing the ultimate law of confinement capable of sealing everything. At this moment, he was willing to expend his own divine power in order to forcibly generate this authority. Since I can't kill you, then I'll let you exist forever behind the gate of imprisonment. Jiang Xuan's gaze was icy, and the seed of imprisonment instantly erupted with a dazzling golden light. Finally, it transformed into an enormous, imprisoning gate that descended from the sky. Chapter 3 For the Fall of the Evil God, his final lair. A crimson gate suddenly descended from the void. In an instant, it completely enveloped the evil god of the eye. Above the crimson portal, countless binding runes swirled rapidly, quickly severing the connection between the evil god and the consciousness of all living beings in the world. To forcibly strip his consciousness from the hearts of countless living beings. No, how could this be? You dare to strip me of my very essence of consciousness. Feeling the points within his body being instantly severed, the evil god panicked completely. As an evil god whose existence is eternal, what he fears most is the power of sealing. Sensing the loss of power within his body, the evil god began to struggle frantically. The crimson mist desperately tried to break through the imprisoning gate. With the support of divine power and the rules of confinement, the seed of confinement has been forcibly transformed into a confined divine core with cracks. Seeing the situation change drastically, the evil god, Mirage, who had originally intended to reap the benefits, suddenly unleashed his divine power, attempting to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Jiang Xuan. But in the void, an extreme chill instantly descended. The terrifying power of ice instantly blocked the Mirage, evil god's transformation between reality and illusion. Hateful. Sensing the icy confinement forcibly locked onto him from the void, the Mirage, evil god hurriedly began to use his evil god power to resist the power of the ice. Jiang Xuan's face was as pale as paper. The backlash from the depleted power of authority caused him excruciating pain in his internal organs, and golden divine blood kept spilling from the corners of his mouth. But he still gritted his teeth and persisted, compressing and extracting the body, consciousness, and essence of the evil god little by little. No. The evil god's eyes were filled with terror, as if he saw that familiar figure from the past. In a roar of unwilling anger, the eye god, this originally enormous body, it was instantly compressed into a dark, crimson-patterned evil god's core. Seal up! Jiang Xuan gave a low shout, and the divine core that was imprisoned instantly contracted. Finally, he tightly enveloped the divine essence of the evil god and then embedded it into the deepest part of his own divine kingdom. Completely eliminate the possibility of the I evil god's resurrection. Thus, the I evil god, who had regained his mid-level evil god status, was once again forcibly sealed by Jiang Xuan. After dealing with the evil god, Jiang Xuan turned to look at the other side, his face instantly turning cold. Seeing that the I evil god had been sealed away, the Mirage evil god was already terrified and had no will to fight left. He immediately retracted his evil god clone and turned to flee towards the gate of the evil god. At this moment, all he wanted was to escape this place of trouble as soon as possible. Sorry I'm late. Just as Jiang Xuan was forcibly supporting his divine kingdom in an attempt to pursue them, an extreme force of ice suddenly swept down from the sky. Wherever the cold air passed, the surface of the black sea froze instantly. Even the void was frozen and covered with layers of white frost. A figure clad in an ice-blue robe strode across the ice, radiating the chilling aura of a newly ascended lower-level god. It was the god of ice. The god of ice raised his hand and unleashed a divine power that could freeze thousands of miles, directly freezing the void behind the Mirage evil god. His voice was icy. Isn't it too late to run now? Mirage the evil god turned his head and looked at Jiang Xuan and the god of ice who were blocking his way from the front and back, both shocked and furious. If you really push me, I'll just take you down with me. You don't have the right to die together with them. Jiang Xuan's tone was icy, as if the divine kingdom was pressing down upon him. He and the god of ice formed a pincer attack, instantly sealing off the surrounding space. It seems you were one step ahead of me. Looking at the vast divine kingdom emanating an aura of ice in the distance, Jiang Xuan's gaze became somewhat complicated. He never expected that the other party would reach the realm of gods before him. It seems that the gifts left by the god of ice to his successors were not limited to those in the god's tomb. Let's do it. Let's destroy him together. The god of ice responded calmly, his icy divine power surging, and countless ice spikes sprang from the void, completely surrounding the Mirage evil god. With the two deities acting simultaneously, the situation instantly reversed. The evil god, Mirage, was powerless to resist the combined attack from both sides. Jiang Xuan charged forward with his spear, unleashing his superior divine power, which nearly froze the form of the Mirage evil god. The god of ice, meanwhile, continuously activated the laws of ice to freeze his evil god power. Under the relentless attacks of both sides, in a short while, the Mirage evil god was covered in wounds, and its power was on the verge of dissipation. Jiang Xuan seized the opening, and the dragon's soul purple light spear, carrying immense force, pierced fiercely through the divine kingdom of the Mirage evil god. The god of ice seized the opportunity to unleash his divine power of ice, completely freezing its origin. I'm not reconciled. I am a mid-level evil god. How could I be defeated here? Mirage the evil god let out a final, unwilling roar, its body completely disintegrating and dissipating into a sky full of black mist. As the evil god, Mirage, completely perished, the void gate leading to the realm of evil gods above the void suddenly trembled. A jet-black crystal embedded in the door shattered with a crash, scattering into specks of black light. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately raised his hand to activate his divine power of control, forcibly condensing and absorbing the scattered primordial power of the Mirage evil god. He could clearly sense that this source contained a strange aura unique to the realm of evil gods. Like a precise coordinate, it is firmly imprinted on the origin. Jiang Xuan understood that perhaps by following this aura, he could find a location of the evil god realm. I will settle this score with you in the future. By suppressing the origin of the evil god within the divine kingdom, Jiang Xuan's divine power was rapidly receding. The war between the gods has come to a complete end, and the Black Sea is now a scene of devastation. Everywhere there are void rifts left by the war of the gods. The seawater was tainted by the blood of various evil gods, and its energy became chaotic and disordered. The god of ice withdrew his divine power and looked into the deeper reaches of the void. The faint sounds of even stronger divine pressure clashing could be heard from there, clearly indicating that the situation on the divine battlefield above was critical. His expression instantly turned serious, and he turned to look at Jiang Xuan. The situation on the battlefield of the gods above has changed, and I must provide support immediately. Your divine kingdom is damaged, and your injuries are too severe. You should not stay here for long. Recover as soon as possible. We still need your strength. Jiang Xuan nodded slowly. Then his gaze fell upon the enormous battlefield of gods in the Black Sea world. That is the main battlefield that will determine the fate of the Black Sea world. Only by completely defeating the evil god can the Black Sea world be preserved. The god of ice nodded slightly, said nothing more, and with a flash of icy light around him, his figure disappeared into the void. Only the chilling air remained, slowly dissipating. Jiang Xuan looked in the direction where the god of ice had left and could no longer hold on, staggering back a few steps. Golden divine blood spilled from the corner of his mouth once more. He dared not linger here, for the lingering aura of the divine war could easily attract the remaining evil gods hidden in the corners of the Black Sea world. He immediately used his remaining divine power to carry all his remaining followers and quickly sank to the deepest part of the Black Sea. He needed to find a secluded space to completely lie dormant before ascending to godhood. Chapter 305 Reunion with the Lord of the Underworld. The deep, dark ocean depths. Jiang Xuan's divine body, carrying the shattered divine kingdom, plummeted into the unfathomable depths of the Black Sea like a falling comet. The surrounding water pressure was like a hammer weighing millions of pounds, frantically squeezing his divine body. Ordinary beings below the level of demigods would have been crushed to death here. But for Jiang Xuan, there was no pressure at this point. His divine realm surrounded him, forming a thin membrane of light on his body, which forcefully withstood the terrifying pressure of the deep sea. But at this time, his condition was not good. The divine kingdom was in ruins like shattered glass. The divine aura that once ruled over all living beings is now reduced to a faint flow of rules. Mirage, although the evil god was destroyed by him and the god of ice together. However, the evil god, I is still firmly trapped behind the gate of confinement, waiting for him to fall and break free of the seal. Clearly, even though he ultimately won, the backlash from that great battle lingered like a leech. Above the cracks in the divine kingdom, the spreading power of the evil god continues to erode his divine power. This place is secluded, so we can slowly restore our damaged divine kingdom here. After glancing around, Jiang Xuan used his remaining divine power to quickly create a huge space deep in the sea. The light here is extremely dim, and the water pressure is completely blocked by the divine barrier, making it an excellent place to lie low. After confirming that there were no living beings around, Jiang Xuan slowly merged into the space and stopped paying attention to the outside world. At this moment, the shattered divine kingdom within his body resembled a torn eggshell, with the power of the evil god clinging to it, is constantly eroding the source of his divine power. With the divine kingdom shattered and its foundation damaged, the evil god is indeed not so easy to deal with. What a pity about the crimson armor. Its very essence has been shattered. With a soft sigh, Jiang Xuan slowly closed his eyes, his mind completely sinking into the divine realm. At this moment, the interior of his divine kingdom was already in complete disarray. The originally orderly chains of laws were shattered, and the flow of divine power became sluggish. The sealed origin of the evil god, the Eye, still stirs restlessly in the shadows, attempting to break free from the seal of the imprisoning gate. Jiang Xuan dared not be careless. He condensed a pure, black divine power of domination at his fingertips and began to stitch together the broken chains of law little by little. He could clearly feel that each repair was draining the little divine power he had left. As the divine power was exhausted, the backlash followed. The evil god's power attached to the crack in the divine kingdom suddenly began to surge violently. A sharp pain made him frown and cold sweat soak his body. Just as he was focused on repairing the kingdom of God, a sudden commotion arose from the depths of the kingdom of God. It was a blazing red flame. This flame was the power of fire that the red-armored behemoth had entrusted to him before its death. Upon sensing Jiang Xuan's divine power, it slowly flew out from the depths of space and landed beside a crack at the edge of the divine kingdom. "I'm sorry, I can no longer solidify your body." Seeing the lingering will of the crimson-armored behemoth within the authority of fire, Jiang Xuan ultimately shook his head. The origin and consciousness of the crimson-armored beast were destroyed by the power of the evil god. With only a sliver of lingering resentment, he truly could do nothing. Buzz. The power of fire seemed indifferent, merely circulating within the divine realm. Finally, a crimson starfish was drawn by him and slowly floated into the air. "This is your choice." Seeing that the other party had chosen the talkative starfish, Jiang Xuan sighed slightly. Without further hesitation, he directly imbued the fire authority into the talkative starfish's body. At this moment, the talkative starfish curled up its tentacles, and its originally noisy voice had long since disappeared. During the battle with the evil god, the talkative starfish, having been repeatedly killed and resurrected by divine power, had completely fallen into a dormant self-protection mechanism. With the aid of Jiang Xuan's divine power, the power of fire merged into its body without any hindrance. In an instant, the talkative starfish's body was completely enveloped in raging crimson flames. This flame was not the destructive fire from the surface of the red-armored behemoth. Instead, it is a completely new power of fire, capable of controlling the burning of all things. Under the power of the fire authority, the talkative starfish's body began to undergo rapid changes. Its tentacles turned even redder, as if they were composed of countless flames. The originally chaotic energy within its body, under the baptism of the power of fire, began to condense and sublimate like steel being quenched. "It's too hot." The talkative starfish's voice gradually subsided, and the flames around it began to recede and merge into its body. Under Jiang Xuan's gaze, it entered a state of deep fusion with the power of fire. Every inch of flesh and blood, under the fusion of the power of fire, is transforming towards a completely new realm. Jiang Xuan did not disturb it, and began to focus on repairing his shattered divine kingdom. The restoration of the divine kingdom was a long and painful process, but with each repair completed, Jiang Xuan's divine body became more stable than ever before. Time passed, and I don't know how much time had gone by. This occurred at a crucial stage in Jiang Xuan's repair of the divine kingdom. A deathly stillness, a power exuding the aura of death, descended upon this underwater space without warning. Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the black-robed man walking towards him. He could sense that this aura was extremely familiar. He was the former lord of the underworld who once guarded the outer seas and the inner passage. This was their second meeting. Last time, this being only exchanged a few words with him before teleporting him out of the underworld. This time, his figure slowly coalesced in the space. A familiar figure dressed in a dark robe slowly walked over. He was always surrounded by layers of death and darkness. Countless shadowy figures of the dead could be vaguely seen whispering prayers within the black mist. His face was hidden in an invisible shadow. Only a pair of eyes emitting a ghostly green light were visible, as if they could see through all life, death, and reincarnation in the world. "It's been a long time, Jiang Xuan." The voice of the Lord of the Underworld was deep and clear, as if it came from the depths of the netherworld. "It seems your divine kingdom is severely shattered. You didn't come here just to laugh at me, did you?" Jiang Xuan remained calm, knowing that the Lord of the Underworld harbored no ill will towards him. "Of course, I'm not that bored." The Lord of the Underworld slowly raised his hand, and in his palm, a dark blue bead floated silently. This bead is entirely black, with a faint green glow flowing across its surface. Inside the bead, countless spirits rise and fall, wailing and constantly circulating. This is the Death Netherworld Pearl, a treasure of the underworld. This item is called the Netherworld Pearl. The Lord of the Underworld's voice was completely calm. It contains the purest laws of death. At this point, the Lord of the Underworld paused slightly. His gaze seemed to pass through Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom and land on a figure dressed in purple robes. It suits the little one next to you very well. Jiang Xuan's gaze shifted slightly. His divine kingdom already contains the power of rules left behind by the dead. These rules, seemingly chaotic and scattered like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, are integrated into his divine kingdom, but they may well create a new godhood. You want to help me condense the power of death? Jiang Xuan's tone carried a hint of confusion. It's not to help you. The Lord of the Underworld slowly shook his head. Death is one of the powers of the Underworld. I give this to you in order to make a deal with you. Trade. Jiang Xuan paused slightly, seemingly considering what kind of deal the other party was talking about. When you step into the realm of evil gods one day, you must bring me something back. The Lord of the Underworld slightly raised his gaze. The eerie green light seemed to pierce through the endless void, gazing towards the unreachable realm of the evil gods. What is that? Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that the Lord of the Underworld would be connected to the evil god realm. Don't worry, you'll know when the time comes. With a gentle push, the Lord of the Underworld sent the Death Underworld Pearl slowly flying toward Jiang Xuan. Wherever the Netherworld Pearl passed, the surrounding seawater froze into dark blue-black ice cones, and even the space itself rippled with layers of death. Jiang Xuan did not reach out to take it immediately, seemingly considering it. Don't worry, that thing will be easy for you to get, the Lord of the Underworld said calmly, and you will definitely go to the realm of evil gods. As the deep voice faded, the figure of the Lord of the Underworld once again became illusory. He seemed unwilling to linger here any longer, and the chilling aura slowly dissipated at that moment. Remember our promise. As his final words faded, the figure of the Lord of the Underworld vanished completely from the void. All that remained was the slowly floating death Netherworld Pearl and the lingering, chilling aura of death in the air. Jiang Xuan remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his hand and grasped the death Netherworld Pearl. It felt icy to the touch, and a pure death rule instantly surged into his divine body. Following his divine power, it flowed directly into the kingdom of God. Within the divine realm, the originally chaotic rules of the undead suddenly surged, converged, and reorganized wildly, like iron filings encountering a magnet. The Netherworld Pearl, suspended high in the center of the divine kingdom, began to spontaneously and slowly release a ghostly green light. Wherever the light reached, the space of the divine kingdom began to resemble the underworld, filled with an aura of death and rebirth. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged, his mind completely immersed in the divine kingdom. He began to guide the power of the netherworld orb, fusing it with his own rules of the dead. This is an extremely painful process. The rules of death and the power of divine domination clash fiercely within the divine kingdom. The slightest misstep could lead to its complete collapse. Jiang Xuan gritted his teeth, enduring the tearing sensation emanating from deep within his divine body. His divine power of domination is like that of a finely crafted artisan. It ingeniously gathers together every rule of the dead and then merges it with the source of death in the netherworld bead. Time is slipping away little by little. Within the divine realm, the rules governing the undead were originally chaotic. Catalyzed by the Netherworld Pearl and guided by Jiang Xuan, it gradually coalesced into a vague, nascent form of authority radiating a ghostly green light. The rudimentary form of the power of death was continuously absorbed and refined. Finally, a brand new death godhead, jet black with eerie green patterns, slowly took shape. Chapter 306, External Situation. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he directly guided this newly conceived authority of death to a special space deep within the divine kingdom. There, the noble octopus dressed in black robes stared intently at the black divine spark floating down from midair. "Father, you've arrived." Sensing Jiang Xuan's gaze, the noble octopus slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At the very first moment of the battle between the gods, Jiang Xuan transferred the noble octopus and other sea beasts that had followed him for many years to the deepest part of the divine kingdom. This was to prevent their origins from being completely obliterated by the power of the evil god. As a necromancer proficient in necromancy, no one is more suitable for this death deity than the noble octopus. Little Gui, your chance has come. Jiang Xuan's voice echoed deep within its consciousness. The noble octopus slowly raised its head, its 8 tentacles trembling slightly. Its eyes were filled with expectation and awe. Its powerful perception allows it to clearly sense the terrifying power contained within the death authority. Buzz. The power of death slowly approached, like a piece of warm, dark jade, gently merging into the body of the noble octopus. Father, I hope that when we meet again, I can share some of your burdens. The noble octopus's last words faded away. Its body began to swell violently. Its tentacles became thicker, and eerie green death lines appeared on its surface. The originally mixed necromancy within it began to sublimate and advance under the baptism of the authority of death. As it entered a state of deep fusion with divinity, the aura of death around it grew increasingly intense. Even the surrounding seawater began to slowly melt and decay, turning into an eternally desolate realm. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly as he watched this scene. The power of fire is infused into the talkative starfish, while the power of death is bestowed upon the noble octopus. His divine kingdom, also under the blessing of these 2 great powers, began to be rapidly repaired and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the days that followed, Jiang Xuan completely sank into the sea, beginning a long period of hibernation and recovery. He no longer shows himself easily, and there is no trace of him in the outside world. The power of the ruling gods is like the most resilient vine, entwining every fragment of the divine kingdom, piecing them back together and fusing them. Within the divine kingdom, the 3 great authorities respond to each other. With the authority of domination at its core, and the authority of fire and the authority of death as its wings, together they have built a more stable and larger divine kingdom system. 3 divine entities coexist within the divine kingdom of a single deity. This is something that no god other than Jiang Xuan could do. Outside on the Black Sea, after that great battle between the gods, they entered a brief period of peace. On the Black Sea, the god of the black tide began to stir. He was like a giant black octopus with billions of tentacles, constantly devouring the evil god creatures and evil god energy that were escaping from the realm of evil gods. His size was constantly expanding, and his strength was increasing rapidly. No one knows what the god of the black tide will eventually become. But so far, the black tide god's direction of progress has remained consistent. Meanwhile, the golden chains of order in the sky are slowly healing the world's wounds. Those spatial rifts destroyed by the war between evil gods. Under the glow of the golden chains of order, it began to heal little by little. The spatial structure of the Black Sea world is also slowly stabilizing under his power. On the 25 floating islands, numerous divine races began to take action after sensing that the Black Sea had temporarily returned to calm. They dispatched a large number of their subordinate races, carrying numerous ships, traveled to the areas ravaged by evil creatures, clean up the remnants, and restore the world. The Black Sea world is gradually regaining its vitality from the ruins. Time passed quietly as Jiang Xuan cultivated and the Black Sea world was rebuilt. 1 year later, the peace of the Black Sea world has been completely shattered. The black tide god sphere of influence it continues to expand, and it has even begun to actively eliminate those powerful evil god species lurking in the depths of the Black Sea. The repair progress of the order chains has also accelerated considerably, and most of the remaining spatial rifts in the Black Sea world have been filled. The connections between the 25 floating islands have become closer, forming a vast alliance that begins to jointly maintain order in the Black Sea world. The human alliance also spontaneously joined in. Beneath the unfathomable depths of the Black Sea, inside a secluded space, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His divine kingdom was finally and completely repaired. The once dilapidated divine kingdom has now become larger and more stable. Within the divine realm, The three great authorities, like three core stars, radiate a dazzling light that suppresses the world. With complete control over the flow of divine power, the oppressive aura of the divine kingdom once again enveloped the land, far surpassing that before the battle. His divine body, nourished by the kingdom of God and blessed by the three great powers, was completely restored. Golden divine blood surged within his body, containing extremely powerful divine energy. The kingdom of God has been repaired, and the wounds have been fully healed. Jiang Xuan slowly stood up, feeling the surging power within his body, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Next, it is time to condense a divine spark and ascend to godhood. His deep voice fell silent. Jiang Xuan stopped paying attention to everything outside and instead focused all his attention on condensing his divine essence. The divine status of the supreme ruler is the foundation of his godhood, and it must be ensured to be absolutely flawless. For several years afterward, Jiang Xuan disappeared completely from the Black Sea. This newly ascended deity, who had once suppressed two evil gods, vanished from the sight of all living beings as if he had evaporated into thin air. And in the void above the Black Sea, on the battlefield of the gods, the fierce fighting never stopped and even intensified. This is the border between the Black Sea world and the realm of evil gods, and also the main battlefield where countless gods and evil gods fight. Several years ago, under the rule of the gods of the void and the time, the gods of the Black Sea waged a decisive battle against the evil gods in this place. With the terrifying power of the two superior gods, the gods of the Black Sea initially gained the upper hand, defeating the numerous evil gods one after another. However, just when the situation was looking very promising, a terrifying phantom suddenly shattered from the void. It is a void projection of the gate of the evil god. It was like a giant black hole, forcibly tearing through the void and slowly descending upon the battlefield of the gods. Boom! As soon as the projection of the gate of evil god appeared, it released an overwhelming evil aura that overwhelmed the light of space. Numerous evil gods have crossed over from the realm of evil gods. They joined the battlefield one after another, like a nightmare bringing destruction. The situation reversed instantly. The Black Sea gods were forced to switch from offense to defense. Fortunately, the true form of the gate of evil gods was forcibly suppressed at the edge of the void by the combined efforts of the two main gods of the universe, preventing it from fully descending. This greatly reduced the teleportation efficiency of the gate of evil gods. Otherwise, if countless evil gods were allowed to swarm in like locusts, the Black Sea world would probably have been flattened long ago. Even so, the number of evil gods still far exceeds that of the Black Sea gods. However, there is still a chance for things to turn around. During these 3 years, several new gods were also born in the Black Sea world. They either merged with authority or obtained ancient traditions and ascended to divine positions, joining the battle of the gods. Among them, the god of ice's performance was the most outstanding. With his powerful laws of ice, he was like an insurmountable iceberg on the battlefield, freezing countless evil gods and becoming the mainstay of the Black Sea gods. However, the situation is still not optimistic. Despite being besieged by a large number of evil gods, the Black Sea gods could barely hold their ground. With the divine kingdom within the body of the guardian god as its core, they constructed a solid defensive line, barely managing to withstand the powerful attack of the evil god. This also brought the Black Sea an extremely precious decade. On the battlefield of gods, divine light and the power of evil gods constantly overwhelmed each other. Laws clashed and space shattered. Several gods have already fallen, their blood staining the entire void world red. Meanwhile, the outside world remained calm, as the Black Sea deity had successfully kept the source of everything outside the Black Sea world. Time passed once again. 3 years later, deep in the Black Sea, within that hidden space, a blazing and vibrant aura suddenly erupted. A starfish, entirely crimson with tentacles burning like flames, slowly awoke from slumber. Its eyes were no longer ordinary single eyes. Instead, it burned with raging flames, full of majesty and power. With a gentle wave of its hand, The surrounding seawater was instantly evaporated into steam, and even the space itself was filled with waves of heat. The talkative starfish successfully condensed its divine essence and ascended to become the god of fire. Another year has passed. In a desolate region of the Black Sea world, an intensely dense aura of death swept across the area. The noble octopus slowly opened its 4 eerie blue eyes, and its 8 tentacles, wreathed in necromantic fire, began to sway. Countless spirits rose from the void and vanished in an instant. His body was surrounded by a ghostly green light of death, exuding a terrifying yet majestic aura. At this point, he had successfully merged with the authority of death, condensed his own divine personality, and ascended to become the god of death. Thus, the Black Sea world gained 2 more powerful gods. And on the bottom of the Black Sea, where the depths are unfathomable, inside the hidden space where Jiang Xuan was, a terrifying, all-encompassing pressure was slowly brewing and rising. Nearly 20 years have passed. Jiang Xuan has finally ascended to godhood today, becoming a true god. Chapter 307 Ascending to Godhood, forcefully entering the battlefield. Within the Black Sea world, several years pass in the blink of an eye. Within the hidden space deep in the ocean, an extremely powerful divine pressure finally rose slowly. A huge phantom of a divine kingdom, covering dozens of sea areas, slowly emerged from the void. 3 divine sparks, radiating boundless divine power, were quietly and slowly suspended within the divine kingdom. We've finally come this far. Jiang Xuan sighed softly, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. After decades of trials and tribulations, today he has finally broken free from his shackles, solidified his divine status, and ascended to the position of a deity. Buzz. The vast divine kingdom slowly expanded, steadily covering a region of independent void, becoming dozens of times stronger than before. A mighty torrent of divinity swept across the entire divine realm. Countless beings and their families, bathed in divine grace, began to undergo an ultimate transformation. Roar! Sea beasts that roam the deep sea, dragon beasts that soar through the skies, skeletons that possess endless souls, and the dark elves who have forged an ancient pact. Countless beings, under the Dominion link, share the blessing of the Dominion source. Soon, terrifying auras unique to demigods began to emerge rapidly within the divine kingdom. With the birth of one demigod-level divine being after another, Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom was finally completely stabilized at this time. With the Lord of Domination divine title as the core and the Fire and Death divine titles as secondary. Together, they constructed this rare, triadic divine kingdom system. Prior to this, the talkative starfish had already merged with the authority of fire, condensed its divine essence, and ascended to become the god of flames who wields the power of divine fire. The noble octopus also successfully refined the power of death, shed its old shackles, condensed the divine essence of death, and transformed into the god of death. 8 enormous tentacles are covered with dark blue death lines, and the fire of the dead burns endlessly. With a single thought, it can summon thousands of dead souls and wield the power of annihilation and death. The 2 great divine relatives are rooted in the divine kingdom, connected with Jiang Xuan's divinity, and together maintain the divine power of the vast divine kingdom. This system of 3 gods and 1 kingdom is extremely rare in the Black Sea world. And each time it appears, the holder almost always possesses power that can overwhelm ordinary gods. Father, congratulations on your promotion. The noble octopus stood quietly on the surface of the sea, its tone calm and respectful. The talkative starfish remained as lively and unconventional as ever. As the firelight flickered, his face was filled with excitement. Dad, it's time to go out and teach those bad guys a lesson. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze instantly piercing through the layers of sea, looking towards the distant void battlefield. He could clearly sense that the battles on the battlefield of the gods never ceased. The spatial and temporal tremors caused by the bloodshed and shattering of divine essence continue. It's time, let's go. After all, this is our home too. The calm voice fell silent. The enormous divine kingdom behind Jiang Xuan slowly merged into the void, continuously flying towards the main battlefield of the gods within the void world. At this moment, above the void, at the boundary between the Black Sea void and the projection of the evil god realm, divine fire burned wildly, and spatial rifts were everywhere. Back then, the god of the void and the god of time led the gods of the Black Sea to join forces and defeat the evil god. But just when the battle was going so well, the void projection of the gate of evil gods suddenly appeared, tearing through the void and unleashing an endless army of evil gods, instantly turning the tide of battle. The true form of the gate of evil gods was suppressed by the combined forces of the two main gods of the universe, preventing it from fully descending and thus preventing the gate of evil gods from directly destroying the Black Sea world. Even so, with a constant stream of evil gods crossing over into the realm, the Black Sea gods were still overwhelmed and unable to breathe. Although over the years, new gods have been born in the Black Sea world and joined the defense line to fight side by side. However, the number of evil gods is still far too large. Now the Black Sea gods can only passively defend themselves and retreat step by step. They built a strong defense around the kingdom of the guardian god and struggled to hold on. They managed to maintain peace and stability for over a decade. Unfortunately, the god of space, who has been supporting the void battlefield and maintaining spatial stability for many years, is now in trouble. At this moment, he had exhausted all his divine power. His source of energy was severely depleted, and he was on the verge of exhaustion. The entire battlefield was stained with divine blood, and the laws of nature were shattered. Several gods perished one after another, making the tragedy extremely tragic. It was precisely because of their sacrifice that the evil gods were kept firmly outside the void. This bought the Black Sea world a brief respite. But this brief period of peace that the gods traded everything for has finally been completely buried in ruins today. In the deathly silent battlefield, a cold and eerie pressure suddenly descended. The high-ranking evil god, Nightmare, suddenly tore through the spatial barrier and slowly stepped into the battlefield of gods. Nightmare power surged around him, eroding the laws and devouring divinity. His gaze swept coldly across the entire area, showing that he did not take the Black Sea god seriously at all. Instead, he passed directly through the gods and focused his gaze on the last god of space who was being protected. Roar! The Nightmare god is so arrogant. The White Tiger Clan deity guarding the right flank was the first to attack, but unfortunately, the difference in their ranks was too great. Nightmare with a casual blast of nightmare evil power, it directly tore apart the divine body defense of the White Tiger god. In just a few moves, he shattered the body of the White Tiger god. Before the incredulous eyes of the gods, the White Tiger god was utterly torn to shreds. The death of a veteran god in battle caused the god's spirits to sink once again. The already fragile defenses collapsed instantly. Numerous evil gods seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied offensive, causing the guardian god's defense line to be on the verge of collapse. Just when the gods were in despair, a streak of black gold divine light pierced through the deep sky, traversed the void, and descended upon the battlefield of gods in an instant. Jiang Xuan strode forward, his divine radiance subdued, yet his aura was as vast and untamed as an abyss. Behind him, the phantom of a divine kingdom floated, with the three divine energies of the ruler, the flame, and death suspended side by side in the air. The superposition of the two divine powers of the retinues and his own source of dominion directly doubled his combat power. Now, he is no longer afraid of ordinary evil gods. Even when facing a high-ranking evil god like the Nightmare god, he was confident that he could stand his ground and not be at a disadvantage. The god of fire and the god of death followed closely behind. Amidst flashes of red and blue divine light, the auras of two deities were fully unleashed, locking onto an evil god in front of them. Another one sent to his death. Nightmare glanced sideways, her tone indifferent. Jiang Xuan was too lazy to waste words. With a thought, the territory of his divine kingdom suddenly expanded. Before the two mid-level evil gods who were besieging the deity could react, They were instantly pulled into the divine kingdom by him. Within the realm of the gods, all rules are controlled by Jiang Xuan, and the power of the evil god is suppressed in every way. With him as their master, the talkative starfish and the noble octopus instantly charged in with divine power. The three gods joined forces to attack simultaneously. Their offensive was fierce and unstoppable. The two trapped evil gods struggled endlessly, but were unable to break free from Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom's confinement. In just a few breaths, his divine soul was completely obliterated, and even the power of the evil god was dissolved and absorbed by the ruling divine power. Then, without changing his gaze, Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom appeared on the side of another evil god's divine kingdom in an instant. Soon, another mid-level evil god fell unwillingly. Both attacks were completed in an instant. On the battlefield, all the gods showed expressions of shock. The gods of the Black Sea never expected that this unfamiliar deity would slaughter three evil gods so soon after entering the arena. Nightmare's expression suddenly darkened as he finally focused his gaze on this strange deity who had suddenly appeared. Just as he was preparing to personally suppress Jiang Xuan and clear the way for the gate of the evil god, the god of time, who had been lying in wait, suddenly appeared at this moment. In his hands, the ancient hourglass of time instantly began to turn. The power of time poured down, and the immense divine power of time precisely locked onto the body of the Nightmare god. In an instant, Nightmare's movements were completely imprisoned, and its true form was forcibly dragged into the rift of time. Seize the opportunity. The god of time spoke slowly, then glanced deeply at Jiang Xuan before stepping into the rift of time. In order to clear the obstacles for Jiang Xuan, he must do everything in his power to prevent the mirage, evil god, from reappearing on the battlefield. Hopefully the prophecy is correct. He is the turning point for everything. Chapter 308, the realm of evil gods. With the absence of a high-ranking evil god, many evil gods immediately turned their attention to Jiang Xuan. After all, they had all witnessed Jiang Xuan's strange behavior just now. Even in the realm of evil gods, where evil gods abound, they had never seen any evil god able to condense three divine entities within its own divine kingdom. At this moment, they all looked at Jiang Xuan with apprehension, fearing that they would be drawn into the divine kingdom by him. It seems that the High God is not a weak one among the evil gods. I sense the intensity of the evil god's power emanating from the evil god present. Jiang Xuan suddenly realized that there were really not many evil gods who could rival the evil god. Without further hesitation, he flashed and charged straight into the heart of the evil god's territory. This marked the beginning of a one-sided crushing victory by the divine kingdom. Under the impact of a colossal divine realm 3 times its size, ordinary lower-level evil gods are utterly vulnerable. Their divine kingdoms crumble upon collision, and they cannot withstand even a single blow from him. Those powerful mid-level evil gods, once they step into the area covered by his divine kingdom, they would be instantly pulled into the divine kingdom by Jiang Xuan and subjected to a joint attack by 3 gods. The power of domination suppresses, divine fire scorches, and death corrodes the bones. With 3 layers of attacks stacked upon each other, even the most powerful evil god could only retreat step by step. Ultimately, his divine status was shattered, and he perished completely. Jiang Xuan kept moving across the battlefield of gods, his eyes sharp, targeting powerful evil gods. Using the divine kingdom as a cage, they hunted down the evil gods one by one, constantly weakening their fighting power. After witnessing Jiang Xuan's terror, the Black Sea gods, who were originally exhausted and in retreat, suddenly had their morale soar. The time for a counterattack has come. The gods exchanged glances, and then each began to unleash their trump cards. The god of ice instantly froze the space, blocking the evil god's path. Golden chains of order emerged from the void, continuously coiling around the corrupt divine kingdoms of the evil gods. The gods of all races have used every means at their disposal, and today they have finally launched a counterattack. The pent-up anger of more than 10 years erupted, and with the gods joining forces, they advanced with unstoppable momentum. The defeated evil god fled all the way, constantly being besieged and suppressed. Ultimately, they were forced back under the projection of the gate of evil gods, and were trapped outside the boundary. A catastrophe that could have destroyed the Black Sea has finally been temporarily averted. Seeing the evil god retreat back beneath the gate of the evil god, all the gods of the Black Sea breathed a sigh of relief. Their divine power was also almost gone. If Jiang Xuan hadn't appeared out of nowhere, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold off this group of evil gods for long. Now that the evil gods are wary of Jiang Xuan's combat power, they probably won't attempt to launch an attack again until other higher-level evil gods arrive. But the calm lasted only a moment before the projection of the evil god's gate, suspended high in the void, suddenly began to tremble violently. A massive surge of evil god power erupted from behind the gate of the evil god. A terrifying suction force, capable of devouring everything, suddenly descended upon the battlefield of the gods. This power was extremely strange, ignoring all the gods present. It was precisely locked onto Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom. The power of the evil god kept pulling, seemingly trying to forcibly drag Jiang Xuan into the depths of that evil god's realm. Not good. The talkative starfish and the octopus both changed their expressions abruptly. I felt that terrifying suction force. They immediately unleashed their divine power to desperately try to stop them. The two divine powers intertwined to form a shield, firmly resisting the suction force. However, the devouring power of the gate of evil gods, originating from the very source of the evil god realm, is truly terrifying. Even with the three forces joining forces, they could hardly resist, and Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom was still being forcibly pulled closer. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the Black Sea gods changed. They hurriedly tried to step forward to provide support, but they suddenly discovered that the power of the gods was completely blocked by the barrier of evil gods emanating from behind the door. Their power could never penetrate the gate of the evil gods. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom was dragged into the gates of the evil god. Damn it, we've been targeted. Under the dense power of the evil god, Jiang Xuan was using all his divine power to stabilize his body. But that terrifying pulling force continued to increase. They didn't give him any time to struggle. They instantly pulled him to the doorway. At this critical moment, the god of space, who had been resting with his eyes closed and was seriously injured, slowly opened his eyes. There was no panic in his eyes, only a timeless calm and agitation. For millions of years, this moment has finally arrived. The god of space murmured to himself, "The opportunity that the ancient gods have been planning for so long has finally come to fruition today." Watching as Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom was about to be devoured by the gate of the evil god, he sighed softly, then burned all the remaining essence of himself, forcibly tearing apart the void battlefield with divine power. Above the distant Black Sea world, the Black Tide god, which was constantly devouring the evil god species and growing stronger, instantly teleported over. Buzz! A massive black body appeared out of thin air on the void battlefield, landing right behind Jiang Xuan. The sudden change was too abrupt. Neither the evil god nor the gods of the Black Sea had time to react. They then saw Jiang Xuan and the god of the Black Tide both enveloped by the terrifying suction force of the gate of evil gods. In the next instant, the two figures were completely swallowed up by the gate of evil god, disappearing behind it. They were pulled into the realm of evil gods. Click! The door slowly closed, and the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The gods of the Black Sea wore solemn expressions, their hearts filled with unease. Meanwhile, the many evil gods stared greedily at the numerous divine kingdoms. Beyond the distant, vast expanse of space, a misty, enormous phantom is slowly approaching. A vast aura transcended dimensions, and a deep sigh echoed in the void, appearing in the blink of an eye before the gate of the evil god. Ignoring the barriers of the gate of evil gods, he walked calmly across the gate and followed Jiang Xuan into the realm of evil gods. Meanwhile, Beneath the Black Sea lies the eternally silent underworld. The Lord of the Underworld, who ruled over the underworld, suddenly raised his head as if he had sensed something. A pair of eerie green pupils pierced through the seabed and the void, gazing intently at the closing gate of the evil god. It seems you've been hiding for years, waiting for this opportunity. He gazed at the blurry figure stepping into the realm of evil gods and sighed softly. Jiang Xuan, the evil god realm is different from ordinary worlds. I hope you won't disappoint me. A deep sound echoed in the silent underworld, and with the slightest movement of his breath, the entire decaying underworld was instantly stirred by a storm. A thick, decaying stench rose and swirled, enveloping the vast underworld. Countless slumbering spirits, corrupted by the power of decay, began to stir. The entire underworld was suddenly filled with turbulent undercurrents. On the other side, Jiang Xuan had just broken free from the spatial pull and landed steadily on an unfamiliar piece of land. Everywhere you look, there are cracked and decaying dark brown rocks. Black flames rose from the ground. The land was barren and cracked, with not a blade of grass growing. There is no sea, no vegetation, and no sunlight here. It seems that the whole world was born shrouded in decay and darkness. The air was filled with the evil aura of a god that corroded the soul, causing Jiang Xuan's divine power consumption to increase several times over. Countless deformed and evil gods roamed and wandered in all directions. They are distorted in form and ferocious in nature, constantly gnawing at the edges of the broken world. This is the source of all evil, a forbidden zone of order, where only plunder and devouring endure forever. Jiang Xuan immediately deployed his divine kingdom and hid in the void. I wonder where the god of the black tide has landed. Furthermore, what exactly are the god of space and the god of time plotting? How would the Lord of the Underworld know that I would definitely enter the realm of evil gods? Jiang Xuan looked up at this unfamiliar realm of evil gods. For some reason, he had a strangely contradictory sense of familiarity. Chapter 309, The Origin of the Evil God Creature. Jiang Xuan steadied himself, concealing his divine kingdom within the void crevices, leaving only a wisp of divine sense to probe his surroundings. The environment of the evil god's realm was far worse than he had imagined. The evil god's aura, floating in midair, was like fine, poisonous needles, constantly drilling into his body. Sensing the ever-present power of the evil god, Jiang Xuan began to circulate his divine power to resist it. Almost every moment, his divine power is being eroded and consumed by this force. Frowning slightly, Jiang Xuan carefully examined the ground below. Below is a black rock landscape, so cracked that one can glimpse the black fire beneath. A viscous black liquid continuously seeped from the crevices of the dark brown rocks. It exuded a nauseating stench of decay and chaos. Father, there is actually a trace of death power mixed in with this aura. Through Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom phantom, the noble octopus could clearly sense the aura of death contained in the black liquid. The power of death? Strange. What connection does the realm of evil gods have with the underworld? Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, a question arising in his mind. Logically speaking, the power of death and the power of evil gods are not even on the same level. The former represents the rules of death and decay, while the latter represents endless chaos and erosion. Having just entered the edge of the evil god realm, Jiang Xuan didn't rush to make any rash moves. Instead, he stood still, silently observing the deformed, evil godlike creatures that lingered around him. These evil god creatures have all sorts of bizarre appearances. Some are tumors with fused, missing limbs, while others are worms with countless tentacles. There are even monsters with only half their bodies remaining, constantly roaring. But what they have in common is that none of them possess complete consciousness. They can only roam the earth and gnaw on the ground, relying on their instincts. They either gnaw at the black rocks underground or directly slaughter their own kind, creating a chaotic scene filled with the devouring instincts of the evil god realm. Jiang Xuan frowned and slowly expanded his divine sense. He quickly discovered the source of these evil godlike creatures. In a low-lying area not far away, the power of the evil god, so dense it was almost impenetrable, kept churning and condensing. This condensed power of the evil god resembled a large amount of thick ink. Through continuous squeezing and twisting, it slowly condenses into clumps of strange, unconscious matter. This is the most primitive embryo of the evil god. These evil god embryos have no independent consciousness and can only passively absorb the power of the evil gods around them. But not long after, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void. On the nearest projection of the gate of the evil god, several incomplete bodies, each carrying a faint aura of life, were forcibly dragged over. Those were beings from other worlds that were unintentionally pulled in by the projection of the gate of evil god. There were low-level demonic beasts, unknown alien races, and even the remains of some cultivators with low cultivation levels. As soon as these external bodies landed, before they could be corrupted by the power of the evil god, they were tightly entangled by the evil god embryos that rushed up from all around. The forced fusion of the embryo with the body of a living being is an incredibly brutal process. The remaining consciousness on the living being's body was instantly torn apart and devoured, leaving only the decaying shell. Immediately afterwards, high above, strands of even purer evil god power continued to fall from the phantom of the gate of evil gods. This force penetrated directly into the fused body of the evil god and then disappeared. In a short while, one after another brand new, low-level evil god creatures were slowly born under Jiang Xuan's gaze. The newly born evil god creature shook its twisted body, and as soon as it opened its eyes, it exuded an extremely chaotic madness. It immediately pounced on its own kind that was nearby, opening its mouth to frantically bite and gnaw at the other's body, until all the evil god's power within its body is absorbed. Jiang Xuan could see it clearly. It seemed that these weak evil god creatures were born with the ability to absorb and transform the power of evil gods. Furthermore, they rely on devouring their own kind to complete one rapid transformation after another. The transformation of the evil god creatures occurred unusually quickly. He watched as a palm-sized evil god worm relentlessly devoured its own kind, its body visibly growing larger and larger. From its initial weakness, it slowly grew a hard shell, and even its consciousness gradually began to show a vague fluctuation. Although the fluctuations were still chaotic, filled with the desire for killing and devouring. But after the worm devoured hundreds of its own kind, the evil god's power within it reached a critical point once again. As its body swelled again, it managed to develop a faint independent will. Of course, this will was still dominated by chaos. Jiang Xuan guessed that if the other party wanted to have a truly complete thinking ability, he might need to undergo another transformation until he completely ascended to become an evil god. So this is how evil godlike creatures are born. Jiang Xuan muttered to himself, his heart filled with shock. He always believed that evil gods were natural beings, tools of corruption bred from the realm of evil gods. Unexpectedly, the evil god was actually a monster formed by the power of the evil god's origin from the evil god realm, which was used to create an embryo and then forcibly combined with the remains of external beings that were pulled in. This method of birth completely violates the normal evolution of living beings. It is filled with a bizarre sense of plunder and forced distortion. But that wasn't the most shocking thing for him. When Jiang Xuan looked up at the edge of the evil god realm, his gaze pierced through the layers of evil god power that obscured it. He was astonished to discover it. At the edge of the world of evil gods, countless phantom images of gates to evil gods were scattered. These phantom images of evil gods vary in size. Some are only a few feet tall, while others span tens of millions of miles. Behind each illusory figure lies a boundary of an unfamiliar world, so numerous that it's impossible to count them all. The Black Sea world is just one of the small worlds that these evil gods' gates have projected and corrupted. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xuan's heart sank. The sheer impact of being at the heart of the world, overlooking thousands of planes of existence. This caused him to fall silent for a moment. These phantom images of evil gods' gates are constantly searching for new dimensional spaces. Once it locks onto a target, it will instantly lengthen the projection. Transforming into black tentacles of unknown length, they slowly gnawed at the void barrier of the target world. Once a certain world barrier is completely eroded and shattered, this phantom of the evil god's gate will instantly open a passage to the target world. Immediately afterwards, the gate of evil gods will emit an extremely peculiar frequency that only evil god beings can perceive. Once those low-level evil god creatures sense this frequency, they will instantly lose all their reason and recklessly rush into the passage. Even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, we will not back down in the slightest. Those evil gods who have already completed their ascension will not be forcibly stripped of their sanity. However, the aura of external life emanating from the illusory passage of the gate of evil gods held an irresistible and fatal allure for them. Jiang Xuan also made a guess at this moment. Once an evil god takes shape, its status and abilities become completely fixed. To advance further, one must devour external beings of the same level to achieve a second transformation. And almost no evil god can resist such temptation. This means that when each phantom of a gate to an evil god is opened, a large number of evil god creatures and evil gods will flood into the corresponding world, launching an extremely brutal plunder and devouring campaign. The power of the evil god gives birth to the evil god seed. The evil god seed combines with external living beings to become evil god creatures. After the evil god creatures transform, they become evil gods. This is the operating law of the evil god realm. But where does this power of the evil god come from? Jiang Xuan stood there, lost in deep thought. The more he knew, the deeper his doubts became. The entire ecosystem of the evil god realm is a cycle of plunder and devouring. All sources point to the power of the original evil god. Without the power of the evil god, there would be no evil god species, no evil god creatures, and no countless evil gods later on. But how exactly was this evil god power, which supports the entire evil god realm and can distort living beings and erode other worlds, born? Did the evil god realm exist from the beginning, or does it have another source? Once this thought appeared in his mind, it could not be shaken off. This feeling became even clearer when he sensed the power of the evil god and the phantom of the gate to the evil god. It was as if he had encountered or even understood all of this before. The source of this evil god's power might just be the key to my leaving the realm of evil gods. Chapter 3:10, The Terrifying Foundation of the Evil God Realm. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, seemingly having a guess in his mind. Perhaps only by understanding the power of the evil god and the origin of the evil god realm can he find a way to leave this place. It might even be possible to completely uncover the reason why the evil god realm invades other worlds, thereby preventing these catastrophes from happening. Just as he was deep in thought, within the divine realm, the noble octopus, which had been keeping its eyes closed and silent, suddenly moved. It slowly opened its eyes, its 8 tentacles swaying gently, transmitting a divine thought to Jiang Xuan outside. "Father, I seem to sense that what the Lord of the Underworld is looking for is in the north." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan looked at the noble octopus in the divine kingdom, his tone questioning. "The thing the Lord of the Underworld asked me to find, I almost forgot about the deal I made with this guy. Since you've already sensed it, let's go north and take a look first." The noble octopus nodded, then released its divine sense to point Jiang Xuan in the right direction. "Father, we should speed up. I can sense evil gods rushing towards us from all directions." The talkative starfish chimed in. That's right, Dad. Let's hurry up and go. Those annoying guys are coming." Jiang Xuan did not hesitate. He had just sensed the aura of the many evil gods who exuded greed. Moreover, the task entrusted by the Lord of the Underworld must be extraordinary. It might be related to the secrets of the realm of evil gods and the method by which he left. Having figured this out, Jiang Xuan immediately concealed his divine aura and withdrew all his outward divine power. Using the divine kingdom to traverse the void, they quickly flew towards the direction sensed by the noble octopus. Shortly after he left, 3 evil gods of different forms descended upon this place. Strange? It's the aura of beings from outside. Disappeared, perhaps another one that slipped through the net. What a pity. If I could devour him, I could directly ascend to the rank of a high-level evil god. Just as the three evil gods were sighing inwardly, more evil gods were rushing towards them. It wasn't until the divine kingdom kept traversing the void that Jiang Xuan truly felt the vastness of the evil god realm. He is now a god, and his speed is terrifying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it traversing through the void. He can travel through the realm of evil gods without sensing any boundaries. After flying for a long time, the surroundings were still barren black rock land and churning black mist of evil gods. Jiang Xuan secretly estimated that the area of this evil god realm was at least tens of millions of times larger than that of the Black Sea world, or even larger. What alarmed him even more was that the universe where the Black Sea world was located was merely one of the planes invaded by the projections of countless evil god gates from the realm of evil gods. Looking across the entire realm of evil gods, there are more than tens of thousands of projections of evil god gates on the borders. If each one is connected to a different plane and a different world, that means the realm of evil gods is invading hundreds and thousands of planes simultaneously with its own power. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan gasped. The Black Sea world has existed for millions of years, yet the number of gods is only a little over 30. But this is already considered a powerful world. In the realm of evil gods, as he traveled, he could sense the aura of an evil god almost every time he flew a certain distance. Each aura corresponds to a separate territory of an evil god. He deliberately avoided these territories, traversing them cautiously, yet he still encountered several low-ranking evil gods. These evil gods were weak, even weaker than the low-ranking evil gods he had previously annihilated. Even so, in the outside world, he would be considered a top expert in his own right. However, in the realm of evil gods of this level are as numerous as hairs on a cow and can be seen everywhere. Just how many evil gods are there in this realm of evil gods? Sensing the terrifying number of evil gods on the earth, Jiang Xuan's heart grew increasingly solemn. If all these evil gods were to flood into a certain plane, it would be an absolute catastrophe. It was fortunate that the Black Sea world was able to hold out for so long. With his divine power still being consumed, Jiang Xuan dared not delay and increased his speed once again. After avoiding the territories of various evil gods and passing through the domains of dozens of evil gods, he finally arrived at the location sensed by the noble octopus. What comes into view is a vast sand pit, as expansive as the sea. The sand in the sand pit was all pitch black with coarse grains, and when you stepped on it, it emitted a dark, sinister aura. In the very center of the sandpit, there is a huge, dark opening with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters. Looking down, it was bottomless, pitch black, as if it could swallow up all light. Is it down there? Jiang Xuan looked at the noble octopus in the divine kingdom. That's right, Father, the aura is coming from under this cave entrance. The noble octopus nodded firmly. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, not rushing down. In the realm of evil gods, he dared not be careless in the slightest. Firstly, the environment of the evil god realm is constantly eroding his divine power, and recklessly releasing his divine power will only accelerate its depletion. Secondly, as an external deity, his aura is a great tonic to the evil gods of this world. Once he freely releases his divine aura, it won't be long before all the evil gods around him are attracted to him. He will then be caught in an endless siege. Therefore, Jiang Xuan made up his mind. The aura of a deity must never be revealed unless absolutely necessary. When danger arises, simply pull the other party into the divine realm to resolve the situation, and conceal yourself as much as possible. After making the decision, Jiang Xuan quickly suppressed his aura and manipulated his divine kingdom to slowly sink down towards the cave entrance. As they sank deeper, the surrounding light became dimmer and the temperature dropped. However, this cold was not a cold on the surface of the body, but a chilling cold that penetrated directly into the depths of the soul, making even Jiang Xuan, a god, feel a little uncomfortable. The feeling was as if there were a pair of eyes in the darkness, watching him from the shadows, lying in wait, waiting for the best opportunity to make a move. Jiang Xuan remained vigilant, his divine sense constantly on high alert, and his divine kingdom prepared to erupt at any moment. Just as he sank to a depth of several thousand meters, the faint light emanating from the divine kingdom finally began to slowly illuminate a small area. The next second, to his astonishment, huge shadows slowly appeared on the sand walls surrounding the sandpit. Jiang Xuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared intently at the shadows. Those were incredibly sharp claws, each several meters long, gleaming with a cold black light, densely reflected on the sand wall. A rough count reveals that there are far more than tens of thousands of them. What's even more terrifying is that these brown claws are still wriggling and contracting. They clearly belong to the same abnormally large creature. Oh no, he's deliberately luring me down. Alarm bells rang instantly in Jiang Xuan's mind. The creatures below had already discovered him and had been patiently waiting for him to sink to the deepest point before making their move to hunt him down. Having figured this out, Jiang Xuan did not hesitate at all and immediately stopped sinking. He activated his divine kingdom with all his might, turned around, and rapidly rose above the cave entrance, trying to lure the other party out of the cave. But just as he turned around, at the bottom of the sandpit, an incredibly massive body suddenly moved. A piercing, ear-piercing sound like metal rubbing against metal rang out. Then an enormous black armored centipede suddenly sprang out from the depths of the sandpit. The enormous body instantly wrapped around the surface of Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom, with hundreds of thousands of black claws gripping the boundaries of the divine kingdom tightly, exerting their force wildly. It seems they want to drag him and his divine kingdom into the earth. Chapter 3:11 The High-Ranking Evil God, Black Armored Centipede. Hundreds of thousands of jet-black claws gripped Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom barrier tightly. A harsh, screeching sound immediately echoed throughout his divine kingdom. The black-armored centipede's body, as hard as ancient black iron, forcefully stopped Jiang Xuan's rapidly rising divine kingdom. They're really troublesome. I sensed the terrifying power beneath the divine realm. Even though Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom was exceptionally hard, it began to tremble continuously. The borders of the divine kingdom were rippled with layers of fine divine power. Jiang Xuan hovered in the divine kingdom, his expression slightly somber. As soon as his divine sense reached out to the outside world, it was swallowed up by the overwhelming black miasma. This black miasma is far more bizarre than ordinary evil god mist. It not only obscures vision, but can also sever divine consciousness. This made it completely impossible for him to pinpoint the location of the black armored centipede. All that could be felt was a violent and ferocious aura below, tightly binding the entire divine kingdom. Father, this black armored centipede is probably already at the level of a high-ranking evil god. The noble octopus's pupils emitted a ghostly blue light, and its divine thoughts continuously entered Jiang Xuan's mind. Possessing the combat power of a high-ranking evil god, coupled with his black armor that can withstand the hardness of a divine kingdom, he's truly a formidable opponent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan frowned. According to the investigation and description by the noble octopus, this black-armored monster has two heads, one at the top and one at the bottom. The small head on its tail can spray out black miasma that isolates divine sense, allowing it to successfully conceal its form within the miasma. Furthermore, the fangs and maws of the main head are capable of directly tearing apart the divine realm of ordinary gods. Within this enormous sandpit filled with the power of an evil god, its combat strength is even more formidable than that of a typical high-ranking evil god. Jiang Xuan channeled divine power through his fingertips, firmly stabilizing the operation of the divine kingdom. Only then did he finally see the full appearance of the black-armored centipede. Its body is hundreds of thousands of meters long, covered with layers of diamond-shaped black armor that gleam with a cold, hard metallic luster. The black claws slice through the barriers of the divine realm, constantly splashing up ripples of divine power. The small head at the tail slowly rose, and, as its mouth opened and closed, a massive amount of black miasma surged out, instantly covering an area of several thousand meters. Within the black miasma, one's consciousness is trapped like in a quagmire, and all five senses are blocked. The central head is even more terrifying. It has no eyes, only a huge mouth filled with layers of fangs. Its opening and closing exuded a fierce aura that tore through space, and it would occasionally crash violently into the divine kingdom. Each of his impacts caused the kingdom of God to shake violently, and the divine light on the barrier grew ever dimmer. Jiang Xuan suddenly became alert. The centipede's main head swung violently, and its huge mouth bit straight at the divine kingdom. The sharp fangs pierced through the outer barrier in an instant, producing a faint sound of space cracking. He immediately used his divine power to repair it. However, the black armored centipede was located in the realm of evil gods, and the swirling evil god mist around it constantly poured into its body, giving it an inexhaustible source of power. Comparing consumption levels with it is definitely not a wise move. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan's divine power was rapidly depleted as the borders of his divine kingdom continued to be attacked. Furthermore, the environment of the evil god's realm is constantly eroding his divine power, and if this stalemate continues for a long time, it will be difficult for him to break free. At this moment, Jiang Xuan was completely on the defensive. The black miasma shielded his divine sense, making it impossible to predict attacks. He could only rely on his divine kingdom to withstand it. The noble octopus and the talkative starfish unleashed their divine power to help Jiang Xuan stabilize his divine kingdom. Only with the combined efforts of the three gods could they barely withstand the centipede's frenzied attack. However, as the frequency of attacks increased, his divine kingdom trembled more and more violently, and more cracks appeared on the edges of his divine kingdom. This can't go on. We must find a way to break this deadlock before our divine power runs out. Jiang Xuan frowned, quickly thinking of a solution. The black-armored centipede now held a significant advantage. Its true form appears and disappears mysteriously in the black miasma, and the scales on its back are as hard as divine armor. It is almost invincible in this huge sand pit. But Jiang Xuan did not completely despair. He also has his own reliance. As the ruler, he has countless followers and beings under his command, which is the key to breaking the deadlock. With a thought, Jiang Xuan no longer hesitated and directly opened the gate to the divine kingdom. Go, find his location for me. As the deep voice faded away, the next second, an endless stream of their kin poured out. Sea creatures mingled with seawater covered in divine power. The dragon beasts continued to fly into the black miasma and dispersed. Because his retinue of beings was so numerous, it quickly filled the black miasma area in an instant. These beings varied greatly in strength, with the weakest only at the sovereign realm and the strongest having reached the peak of the demigod realm. However, under the erosion of the dense evil god power in the evil god realm, their bodies will soon decay rapidly. But they themselves were conceived from Jiang Xuan's divine power. As long as Jiang Xuan does not die, these beings and their families could be resurrected infinitely in his divine kingdom. These relatives, transformed into eyes, became closely connected to Jiang Xuan's senses. Finally, Jiang Xuan regained his perception of his surroundings. The black miasma could obscure Jiang Xuan's consciousness, but it could not sever the connection between him and his followers. Countless faint senses converged into a net, instantly exposing the massive body of the black armored centipede, which had been hiding in the black miasma. Every movement and every attack of his was clearly presented in Jiang Xuan's mind. Found you. Suddenly, a divine light shone in Jiang Xuan's eyes. He immediately disappeared into the kingdom of God, using the coordinates of his retinue of beings to teleport. Instantly escaping the black-armored centipede's attack range, it appeared above the middle of its body. The black-armored centipede was clearly not expecting its black miasma to be broken. Its body froze for a moment. The small head at the tail was still frantically spewing out black miasma, trying to cover its body once again. But Jiang Xuan's retinue of beings kept coming forward, continuously filling his sensory network. Despite the rampant black miasma, it could not sever Jiang Xuan's connection. Jiang Xuan teleported continuously among his followers. Each time it appeared, it would precisely land on the centipede, its gaze fixed on a single scale on its abdomen. The black armor here is slightly thinner than the back, making it the only opening. The black armored centipede's defenses are outstanding even among evil gods. Only by concentrating our strength and repeatedly attacking the same point can we completely pierce through his scales. Having figured this out, Jiang Xuan no longer hesitated. A flash of light appeared in his palm, and the dragon's soul purple spear materialized. The spear instantly became enveloped in purple dragon soul power, which he poured into it with all his might, making the spear tip reveal its sharpness. At this moment, the dragon's soul purple light spear, empowered by divine power, had reached the level of a divine artifact, exuding an invincible and sharp edge. Jiang Xuan's figure vanished instantly. Using the coordinates of his subordinate creatures, he moved repeatedly, appearing time and again on the abdomen of the black-armored centipede. The dragon's soul purple light spear, carrying immense divine power, relentlessly thrust at the same spot. No matter how the black-armored centipede twisted its body, Jiang Xuan could always appear in time at the spot with cracked scales. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sounds of impact echoed throughout the giant sandpit. Jiang Xuan's every spear thrust landed precisely on the scale armor, causing more cracks to appear. Hiss! The black-armored centipede was in pain, its huge body twisting wildly, its sharp claws flailing, and its massive mouth snapping. However, Jiang Xuan skillfully shifted his position using the coordinates, always avoiding counterattacks, his spear tip fixed on that piece of scale armor, never deviating even slightly. Once, twice, 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Even though the scales of the black-armored centipede are incredibly hard, after tens of thousands of precise attacks, a huge hole was finally pierced through it. Black, evil god power continuously seeped from his body through that wound. Sensing a deadly threat, the black-armored centipede emitted a series of piercing roars that shook the sandpit. His body writhed wildly, trying to shake Jiang Xuan off. The black miasma at the tail surged even more intensely, and the main head turned around, biting at him recklessly. Jiang Xuan remained calm and unmoved. His attack rhythm remained perfectly steady, and the power of the dragon soul purple light spear grew stronger with each strike. Finally, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and the scale armor shattered completely. The spear tip pierced through the centipede's body, creating an even larger black hole. A massive amount of black fluid gushed out, corroding the surrounding evil god mist, causing it to sizzle. Finally, they broke through. Jiang Xuan dodged the opponent's bite, a slight smile playing on his lips. Once we break through its defenses, killing this centipede is only a matter of time. But at this moment, he did not want to expend too much divine power and decided to end the battle quickly. Jiang Xuan glanced down at the black-armored centipede struggling frantically below and instantly came up with a plan. Chapter 3:12 The Lord of Reincarnation, Unknown Mysteries. Jiang Xuan's divine power surged, and his icy power erupted with full force. The pale blue, icy divine power spread along the tip of the spear, quickly covering the centipede's body. His rules of ice are not as pure as those of the god of ice. However, with the support of powerful divine energy, freezing the centipede's body and slowing its movements was more than enough. In no time, a thick layer of ice crystals quickly covered the hundreds of thousands of meters long body of the black-armored centipede. As the ice rapidly solidified, his movements became sluggish. That's about enough. Eldest son, can I borrow a fire? Having achieved his goal, Jiang Xuan quickly transmitted his voice to the talkative starfish in the divine kingdom through the mental link. All right, Dad, watch this. The talkative starfish, who had already been gathering its energy, immediately responded. The gates of the divine kingdom suddenly opened, and huge vortexes filled with the ultimate divine power of fire roared out. It landed precisely on the black-armored centipede's carapace, which was covered in icy power. Boom! The forces of ice and fire collided violently, instantly unleashing a deafening explosion. A terrifying shockwave rapidly swept across the entire giant sandpit. The ice shattered rapidly, and the flames scorched wildly. The centipede's sturdy carapace cracked inch by inch under the impact of the dual divine powers of ice and fire, and finally turned into ashes. With a loud bang, the sandpit above completely collapsed, and countless rubble and black sand rolled down. Jiang Xuan casually unleashed his icy divine power, quickly freezing and blocking the collapsing sand and stones. Then he looked down calmly. At this point, the black armor on the black-armored centipede's body had completely shattered. His body was covered in cracks, and he had completely lost his former ferocity. Without the protection of the black armor and black miasma, the power of the black-armored centipede plummeted to the level of a mid-level evil god. They could only lie at the bottom of the deep pit, struggling weakly. It's time to send you on your way. Jiang Xuan's eyes turned cold, and he flashed into existence. The dragon soul purple light spear pierced straight into its master's head, completely ending the life of this powerful hunter from the evil god realm. The centipede's enormous body twitched a few times, then fell still and slowly collapsed into the black sand. Just then, Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly. He sensed a pure, black power emanating from the corpse of the black-armored centipede. Jiang Xuan raised his hand and unleashed his divine power, instantly tearing the centipede's body apart. Soon, a fist-sized black crystal, enveloped in dense evil god power, slowly floated into the air. Is this an evil god's crystal core? Could it be something like a divine essence found in a god's kingdom? Jiang Xuan muttered to himself. This was the first time he had ever seen such a pure embodiment of the power of an evil god. As soon as the black crystal appeared, it quickly broke free from the divine power's restraints and transformed into a pitch-black maw, which went straight for his palm. Still not behaving yourself. Jiang Xuan's eyes turned slightly cold, and he tightened his grip on the crystal core with divine power, suppressing all its abnormal movements. He was then sent directly into the depths of the divine realm and handed over to the noble octopus for suppression. After dealing with the black-armored centipede, Jiang Xuan manipulated the divine kingdom to continue sinking. Even after the black miasma dissipated, the aura of the evil god remained unusually strong. After sinking tens of thousands of meters, the black sand gradually disappeared, replaced by a patch of warm, black soil. In the center of the soil, a huge black flower is quietly blooming. The flower bud slowly unfurled, and around, emerald green bead floated quietly inside. The warm green light stood out starkly against the surrounding darkness, and a vast, ancient power, imbued with the rhythm of reincarnation, slowly spread out. This is the aura of the underworld. Jiang Xuan's gaze sharpened, and the moment his eyes fell upon the round bead, countless fragments of unfamiliar images flooded into his mind. In the scene, two blurry divine figures stand in a rift in the void, surrounded by the aura of the evil god realm. Lord of Reincarnation, are you really going to the realm of evil gods? Do you know that if we get trapped here, we will never be able to open the gate to the evil god again? A voice seemed very urgent, unwilling to let the phantom enter the realm of evil gods and become involved. But the other figure spoke with a very firm tone. For the future of the underworld, I must retrieve the reincarnation steel that was devoured. It is the foundation of the underworld and the key to its future. Besides, I am already a stray dog, so even if I perish in the realm of evil gods, I will have no regrets. Lord of the underworld, if I am devoured by the realm of evil gods, please bring the reincarnation pearl back to the underworld. This is my last hope. The scene abruptly ended, and Jiang Xuan's divine sense trembled slightly. Looking at the reincarnation pearl, a strange sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. It was as if he had seen the figure of the Lord of Reincarnation in the distant past, just as he was lost in thought. A distant, melancholic voice, filled with regret, suddenly emanated from the reincarnation bead. That was the last divine thought left behind by the Lord of Reincarnation millions of years ago. But now, it travels through the river of time, landing in her ear. Lost travelers returning from the wrong path. Everything you seek to know is contained in the steel of reincarnation. Only by finding it can you reclaim the power that belongs solely to you. The monument of reincarnation, a power uniquely mine. Jiang Xuan repeated the sentence in a low voice. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his mind, and a deep sadness and melancholy enveloped the entire divine kingdom. Even the surrounding evil god, Mist, became unusually quiet. He is already a god, and his mind should be stable. Ordinary forces cannot touch his emotions at all. There are only two possibilities for this sudden loss of emotional control. Perhaps this emotion comes from his forgotten deep memories, or perhaps he is a reincarnation master who left behind divine thoughts, an existence far beyond ordinary gods. However, once I find the reincarnation monument, I will naturally be able to solve the mystery. Jiang Xuan suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, and his gaze became even more determined. Regardless of who he was in the past, now he is simply Jiang Xuan. He never wanted to be anyone's shadow. Jiang Xuan slowly walked to the Siroi flower and reached out to touch the reincarnation bead inside the bud. Siroi flower sensed Jiang Xuan's divine aura and realized that the black-armored centipede was dead, and the huge flower bud trembled slightly. However, instead of attacking, it took the initiative to unfold its petals and send the reincarnation pearl into Jiang Xuan's palm. Jiang Xuan grasped the reincarnation bead, and the warm power of reincarnation flowed into his palm, instantly calming the restlessness in his heart. His divine sense swept over the flower and instantly realized that it was not a native evil god creature of the evil god realm. The rich aura of the underworld contained within it must have been left behind by the Lord of Reincarnation who brought it here back then. However, because its original form has been eroded by the power of evil gods in the evil god realm for millions of years, it has undergone a mutation. It retains the consciousness of the underworld, integrates the power of the evil god, and forms a symbiotic relationship with the black-armored centipede. What have you been waiting for millions of years? Jiang Xuan lightly touched the other's black petals with his fingertips. The next second, the Siroi flower instantly transformed into a soft, black fluid. It quickly climbed up his fingertips, instantly covering Jiang Xuan's entire body. Dad, watch out! The talkative starfish in the divine kingdom suddenly became anxious. Flames and divine power surged around him, and he was about to make a move. But the noble octopus stopped it. Don't be impulsive. He means no harm. He is just making a pact with Father. Jiang Xuan could sense that there was no killing intent in that black fluid, only a certain sense of dependence. So he simply stood there and let himself be covered by his whole body. The black fluid quickly enveloped his body, then hardened instantly. In the blink of an eye, a set of black armor, adorned with black and gold patterns, instantly materialized on his body. The black armor emanated a faint power of evil gods, yet no longer eroded his body. Instead, it completely concealed his divine aura that was exposed to the outside world, allowing him to blend perfectly with the surrounding environment of the evil god realm. Jiang Xuan raised his hand to stroke the armor, feeling the perfect resonance between the divine power and the armor, a smile playing on his lips. It can completely conceal my original aura. Next, I should be able to explore deeper. Jiang Xuan gripped the reincarnation bead in his palm, feeling the faint divine power guiding it. He then manipulated his divine kingdom, turned around, and flew deeper into the realm of evil gods, his figure gradually disappearing into the endless darkness. Chapter 3:13 Encounter with the Netherworld Evil God. Jiang Xuan was covered in jet black, gilded armor, and the reincarnation bead he held in his palm slowly disappeared into the divine kingdom. At this moment, he, covered by the serene flowers, resembled a terrifying evil god completely enveloped in black armor. The power flowing around him was no longer purely divine power of domination. Rather, it was the concentrated power of an evil god transformed through the Siroi flower armor. That aura was extremely cold and heavy, completely integrated with the omnipresent power of the evil god. The aura belonging solely to the gods of the outside world was also successfully concealed. Jiang Xuan looked up at the endless darkness of the north, a burning glint in his eyes. After killing the first black-armored centipede, he unexpectedly discovered that the evil god's crystal core had been absorbed by the Siroi flower. It was able to rapidly expand the area of his divine kingdom and restore the divine power that had been lost within it. This discovery filled Jiang Xuan with joy. The strength of a divine kingdom directly affects its combat power, and the stronger the divine kingdom, the faster its divine power will recover. Now, living in the perilous realm of evil gods, divine power is constantly being eroded and consumed by the power of evil gods. Therefore, improving one's own strength is of utmost urgency. The black armored centipede, a creature of evil gods in the desert region of the evil god realm, possesses an evil god crystal core condensed within its body, which is the perfect nourishment for the Seeroi flower and for strengthening the divine kingdom. In addition, Jiang Xuan had two main objectives for this trip: to find the reincarnation tablet and unlock his own secrets. Or perhaps we should seek a path back to the Black Sea world. Without a doubt, it is necessary to delve into the realm of evil gods and understand its rules and forces. So Jiang Xuan headed north, following the scent of the black armored centipede, and began hunting in the vast northern desert of the evil god realm. The desert sand is pitch black, and the wind howls past, whipping up the corrosive black sand. Every grain of sand here contains a trace of the power of an evil god. If an ordinary deity enters this place without taking precautions, their divine body will be eroded in an instant. However, Jiang Xuan wore the evil god armor formed from the Seeroi flower, which not only protected him from the erosion of evil power, but also perfectly concealed his aura, making him walk as if on flat ground. Before long, Jiang Xuan sensed a faint yet fierce fluctuation coming from beneath the sand beneath his feet. This is exactly the same aura as the black-armored centipede from before. Another black-armored centipede. Jiang Xuan stopped in his tracks, a flicker of something in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, the transformed evil god power surged through his armor, condensed in his soles, and he stomped down with a mighty stomp. Boom! The thick black sand collapsed instantly, revealing a huge sand pit. Then, an even larger black-armored centipede, larger than the previous one, was coiled at the bottom of the sand pit, its ferocious mandibles constantly making tearing motions. Clearly, the other party had become enraged after being disturbed by Jiang Xuan. She certainly has quite a temper. Jiang Xuan snorted coldly and instantly appeared below the sand pit. With the blessing of the evil god armor, its speed not only did not decrease, but became even faster with the help of the surrounding evil gods, and it arrived in front of the black-armored centipede in an instant. To be on the safe side, he did not use the Dragon Soul purple spear. Nowadays, impersonating an evil god and revealing too much about one's divine methods can easily lead to trouble. He slowly raised his hand, and the black and gold patterns on his armor surged. The power of the ruling deity was transformed through the armor into a cold, evil god's power, which poured out from the palm of his hand. In an instant, it transformed into black threads and quickly wrapped around the body of the black-armored centipede. With his previous combat experience, Jiang Xuan was even more adept at dealing with this black-armored centipede. The chilling power of the evil god transformed into threads that swiftly sealed its body, restricting its movements. Immediately afterwards, he gathered compressed evil god power in his palm and slammed it hard into the gap in the centipede's damaged carapace. The intense power of the evil god pierced directly through the centipede's body. Before the ferocious evil god creature could even utter a few struggles, its massive body convulsed violently a few times, and it completely lost its life. Jiang Xuan raised his hand, and divine power surged forth, directly tearing the centipede's body apart. A larger and more refined black evil god crystal core slowly floated out. It exuded an alluring aura of the evil god's origin in midair. He was about to reach out and collect the crystal core, sending it into the divine kingdom for the Seeroi flower to absorb. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to shake violently. An aura of evil god, no weaker than his, and even more sinister and ancient, rapidly approached from the dark horizon in the distance, instantly locking onto his location. Jiang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine, but remained outwardly calm. He slowly turned around, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. In the distance, amidst the dark sandstorm, A blurry black shadow slowly emerged. The figure was dressed in a tattered black robe, and his body was shrouded in a dense, dark, and malevolent power. Behind the newcomer, countless vengeful spirits could be faintly heard howling in the space, their faces always hidden in the black mist. Only a pair of eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, were visible, and her gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan looked at it carefully. The aura of evil god emanating from the opponent was that of a genuine high-ranking evil god. Moreover, its strength far surpasses that of the black-armored centipede it had just slain. The dark figure slowly approached, letting out a low, surprised sound. A faint mist of darkness rippled around him. To be able to hunt down black armor, even though you're not a high-ranking evil god. The newcomer was none other than Teeming, a powerful high-ranking evil god among the nearby evil gods. He was resting in his own territory when he suddenly received a message from the mirror god, inviting him to the mirror territory to participate in a once-in-a-millennium dimensional invasion prediction. That's how he met Jiang Xuan, who was hunting black-armored centipedes in the area. It is worth mentioning that the illusion mirror, evil god's abilities are extremely unique. As a high-ranking evil god, he can use a secret technique every 1,000 years to predict the near future of the Black Earth domain, the time and precise location of the nearest projection of the evil god's gate. The projection of the gate of evil gods serves as the only passage connecting the realm of evil gods to other dimensions. Each opening means a new plane is available for the evil god to invade, devouring the beings and the world's origin in other planes, thereby elevating the evil god status. However, each projection of the gate of evil gods has a limit to the number of evil gods it can accommodate each time. Once a certain number of evil gods have entered, it will automatically shut down. Therefore, every time the projection of the gate of evil gods appears, it triggers a frenzied struggle among countless evil gods. Only by banding together and forming a powerful force can they gain an advantage in the struggle and seize the opportunity to invade other planes. Therefore, every prediction made by the illusion mirror, evil god is a node that evil gods from nearby territories will go to. Firstly, to confirm the news about the gate of evil gods, and secondly, to discuss specific matters concerning cooperation. The netherworld, evil god was on his way to the territory of the illusion mirror, evil god when he passed through this black desert. They sensed the intense, evil divine energy emanating from this place and the aura of the fallen black-armored centipede. That's when my curiosity got the better of me, so I came over to take a look. But when he saw Jiang Xuan's appearance clearly and felt the evil god's power around him that was no less than his own, a ripple suddenly stirred in the heart of the netherworld evil god. He had never seen this strange evil god, dressed in jet black and gilded armor, before in the northern part of the Black Earth domain. He is clearly a newly emerged evil god. Yet, this newly ascended evil god was able to kill the black-armored centipede so decisively. This combat power is definitely at the level of a top-tier evil god among the evil god creatures in the vicinity. If they could bring Jiang Xuan into their camp, they would undoubtedly have a great help when competing for the slots to invade the gate of evil gods, and their chances of winning would greatly increase. After figuring this out, the netherworld god's eyes flashed with a sinister light, and he made up his mind in an instant. Then the aura emanating from his body subsided considerably, becoming more peaceful. "I've never seen you before." The netherworld god spoke, his voice hoarse and carrying a sense of vicissitude. Jiang Xuan pondered rapidly in his mind, but on his face he put on a cold and aloof demeanor, like an evil god. His evil divine power subtly receded, and he spoke softly. "It has just woken up and is hunting and foraging in this area." Jiang Xuan didn't waste any more words. He knew that too much talk would lead to mistakes, and now that he was in danger, he had to keep his disguise perfectly. Upon hearing this, the netherworld god had no doubts. On the contrary, he found it reasonable. Most of the evil gods in the realm of evil gods are ascended step by step after devouring enough source energy from ferocious evil god creatures. Before ascending to the rank of high-ranking evil gods, they mostly only had the instinct to devour and lacked complete consciousness. Only by successfully breaking through and condensing the essence of the evil god can one regain intelligence and possess complete self-awareness. The person in front of me was clearly a newly promoted evil god who had just regained his full consciousness and was still unfamiliar with everything around him. No wonder. The evil god of the underworld nodded slightly, his tone softening considerably. I am Yuming, the evil god of the northern black earth domain. Judging from your considerable strength, you killed the black armored centipede so easily. You must also be vying for a spot to go to the new plane. The evil spirit of the underworld changed his tone and then extended an olive branch. I am on my way to the territory of the illusion mirror to attend the once-in-a-millennium gathering of evil gods. If you have nowhere to go, you might as well come with me. Jiang Xuan's heart stirred. He was very interested in the so-called gathering of evil gods. Now he is worried about not having a way to integrate into the group of evil gods, to find out the situation in the evil god realm, and to find a way to return to the Black Sea world. This evil god of the underworld has come to our doorstep. It's a golden opportunity. But he did not immediately agree, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, and asked in a deep voice, "What is the purpose of this gathering of evil gods?" Seeing that Jiang Xuan did not refuse, the netherworld evil god's expression softened. Illusion mirror, do you know about the evil god? He has the ability to predict planes and can calculate the whereabouts of the projection of the evil god's gate. The purpose of this gathering is to summon the evil gods in the vicinity to discuss joining forces to seize the spots at the gate of evil gods. A phantom mirror? A predicted dimension? Jiang Xuan feigned ignorance, a hint of doubt showing in his eyes. Chapter 314 Information about the realm of evil gods. Jiang Xuan feigned ignorance, a hint of doubt showing in his eyes. He is perfectly playing the role of a newly born evil god who has only recently developed a complete sanity and knows nothing about the evil gods in the vicinity. Seeing that Jiang Xuan truly did not know these things, the netherworld evil god patiently explained. You should know about the gate of evil gods. It is the passage connecting our realm to other planes. Once you enter it, you can devour the essence of living beings from the outside world and rapidly strengthen yourself. But only a limited number of evil gods can enter each time it opens, and one person alone simply cannot compete with the other evil gods. Therefore, every 1,000 years, the evil gods in the vicinity will spontaneously gather together to compete for the right to use the gate of evil gods. The evil god, Netherworld, sized up Jiang Xuan as he spoke silently. I see. Jiang Xuan remained silent for a moment, his face pretending to weigh the pros and cons. He then paused, thinking of the evil god armor on his body, and his current situation where he could only unleash the power of the evil god through the armor. He then fabricated an identity for himself. My name is Black Armor, and I will trouble Brother Yuming to lead the way. Disguised as the evil god in black armor. Even if Jiang Xuan uses the power of the Seroy flower armor in battle later, there will be a reasonable explanation. This will not expose their original identity. Black Armor, with you joining us, our chances of winning this time have increased even more. The evil god of the underworld's eyes flickered, and he was extremely satisfied. Having unexpectedly gained the support of a high-ranking evil god, this journey was not in vain. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, casually collecting the evil god crystal core from the ground and storing it in his divine kingdom. Then they followed the netherworld evil god and slowly flew towards the territory of the illusion mirror evil god. Both of them exuded the powerful aura of high-ranking evil gods. They sped along, crossing the dark desert and entering the rolling black soil hills. Along the way, one could occasionally sense faint or powerful auras of evil gods emanating from the surrounding underground and forests. Those are all evil god creatures entrenched in various places, or low-ranking evil gods with weak power. Whenever the netherworld evil god releases his aura as a superior evil god, those hidden auras instantly reseed and cower in their own territories. The realm of evil gods is inherently a place where the strong prey on the weak, where the law of the jungle prevails, and where strength is revered. The majesty of a high-ranking evil god is something that ordinary evil god creatures cannot touch. During his journey, Jiang Xuan deliberately pretended to be a newly ascended evil god, occasionally asking the netherworld evil god about matters related to the evil god realm, taking the opportunity to gather the information he wanted. Netherworld, do you know just how big the realm of evil gods really is? Looking at the boundless darkness around him, Jiang Xuan asked. The evil god of the underworld patiently answered his questions as he traveled. He didn't hide much from this newly joined combatant. The realm of evil gods is vast and boundless. Even though I have been an advanced evil god for tens of thousands of years and have traveled to the two surrounding evil god domains, I have only seen the black soil domain and the mysterious water domain, not to mention the evil god realm, which is said to have tens of thousands of domains. Netherworld, the evil god's face showed longing for everything. For the evil god, being able to pass through a region safely was already a sign of strength. The evil god realm, Jiang Xuan seized on the key phrase and continued to press for answers. That's right. The evil god realm is divided into domains. It is said that the entire evil god realm is composed of tens of thousands of domains. Each domain is comparable in size to half a plane, and there are at least several thousand evil gods residing within them. The netherworld evil god spoke solemnly as he continued. The place we are in now is the black soil domain. The ruler of this domain is the evil god king, Black Heaven. Mentioning the Black Heaven evil god, the mist around the netherworld evil god trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed an undisguised awe. Jiang Xuan silently recited Black Heaven evil god in his heart, memorizing the name. To become the ruler of a region, his combat power must have reached an unimaginable level, far beyond what I can currently contend with. The evil god, Black Heaven, possesses immense power, ranking second only to the main gods of other worlds, far surpassing us top-tier evil gods. It is said that he controls the projections of several evil god gates and is the absolute overlord of the entire Black Earth domain. However, the evil god, Black Heaven, rarely interferes in trivial matters within the domain, and has always allowed us evil gods to develop on our own. For this reason, the evil gods in the black soil domain have always devoured and fought each other, constantly battling for their origins and territories. After all, the nature of us evil gods is greed and bloodlust. Even if we regain our senses, it will be difficult to completely erase the devouring desire deep in our souls. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, already understanding. Evil gods are inherently plunderers, and there is no trust between them. Only interest can temporarily bind them together. That projection of the evil god's gate, is it something that needs to be fought over every time it opens? Jiang Xuan asked again. Nature. The netherworld evil god sighed softly. A projection of a gate to an evil god can only accommodate a maximum of about 100 high-level evil gods. Any more than that will exceed its capacity and cause it to collapse and close. But every time it opens, there are hundreds, if not nearly 1,000, high-ranking evil gods who want to enter. So the competition is naturally extremely fierce. In the past, every time it was opened, it was a battle between major forces, and the winner took all. That's why we evil gods whose territories are close together band together. The illusion mirror convened this gathering so that we could put aside our temporary grudges and join forces to fight against the evil god forces in other areas, ensuring that we can all grab a spot to invade. After saying all this, Yu Ming looked intently at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan remained calm, having gained a clearer understanding of the situation in the evil god realm. The Black Earth domain is vast and boundless, home to countless evil gods, with the Black Heaven evil god being the most revered. Internal factions are divided, and conflicts are constant. The projection of the gate of evil gods is the biggest point of contention among the evil gods. This gathering of the evil gods of the illusion mirror was a brief alliance among the surrounding evil god forces. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for him. By attending this gathering, he can come into contact with more evil gods of the Black Earth region. Perhaps we can learn more secrets about the realm of evil gods from them. Perhaps we can find clues about the monument of reincarnation and a way to return to the Black Sea world. Moreover, they had the local veteran evil god, Netherworld, leading the way. He can also avoid a lot of trouble, integrate into the circle of evil gods more quickly, and avoid exposing his identity. As the two flew, during their conversation, Jiang Xuan subtly inquired about the distribution of power in the Black Earth domain and information about powerful evil gods. During this time, he also asked the evil god of the underworld whether he had heard of any secrets related to reincarnation or the underworld. Although the netherworld god was puzzled as to why he asked these questions, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just the curiosity of a newly ascended evil god about the world. However, the netherworld evil god was completely clueless when it came to matters related to reincarnation and the underworld. Clearly, he had never heard of it either. This left Jiang Xuan slightly disappointed, but he was not discouraged. The Lord of Reincarnation entered the realm of evil gods millions of years ago. This matter was too secretive, and it is normal that ordinary high-ranking evil gods did not know about it. However, I believe that as long as he continues to delve deeper, he will eventually find relevant clues. After flying for about half a day, the surrounding black soil hills gradually disappeared, replaced by a continuous black illusion forest. The forest is shrouded in mist, with shifting light and shadow, and illusory scenes appear from time to time, making people lose their way. This is the territory of the illusion mirror. Further ahead is the agreed location. The evil god of the underworld stopped and gave instructions to Jiang Xuan. When you enter, don't touch those illusions carelessly. They are all the work of the illusion mirror. If you are not strong enough, it will not let go of the fat sheep it has caught. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was still shocked by the relationship between the evil gods. Goodness, only the strong can attend this gathering, right? Chapter 3:15 Gathering of Evil Gods. Goodness, only the strong can attend this gathering, right? Jiang Xuan murmured to himself, gaining a deeper understanding of the cruelty of the evil god realm. In the realm of evil gods, strength is the only passport. Without the combat power of a superior evil god, even if one reaches this place, one can only become food for other evil gods. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mournful wail suddenly echoed from the depths of the illusion forest, a sound filled with despair. Half a breath later, the evil godlike creature was completely annihilated, leaving not even a remnant of its divine soul. Jiang Xuan looked up and saw that the mist in the forest was distorted, and countless illusory lights and shadows wove into a cage, tightly binding a low-level evil god that had just been promoted. This evil god was a dominant force among the lower-ranking races, yet was utterly powerless to resist the illusionary trap of the illusion mirror evil god. The power of illusion silently eroded its mind, conjuring up its deepest fears and gradually stripping away the evil god's essence and soul. In just a few breaths, the powerful evil god's body withered, its pure essence turning in a black light, and was completely devoured by the power of the forest core, leaving not even a trace behind. The entire process was quiet and eerie, without any intense fighting. The illusionary mirror god easily completed its hunting and devouring by relying solely on the illusions it created. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained calm, but he sighed slightly in his heart. I should have known that even a newly ascended evil god would be a creature at the top of the food chain in other planes. In the realm of evil gods, however, he died and vanished in a mere moment. Act recklessly. The evil god of the underworld was surrounded by billowing black mist, his tone indifferent, clearly having long been accustomed to this. Countless lower-level evil gods have died in the illusionary realm over the years, with almost none surviving. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly. He could clearly sense the aura of someone who had just devoured their prey deep in the forest. With naked greed and scrutiny, it turned its gaze upon itself and the netherworld evil god. As fellow high-ranking evil gods, the essence condensed within them holds a fatal allure for the illusion mirror evil god. However, the evil god, illusion mirror, also knew that netherworld was an old evil god of the Black Earth domain, and his methods were strange. Jiang Xuan, standing beside him, exuded a calm and composed aura, and the intensity of his evil god power was in no way inferior to that of the netherworld evil god. After weighing the options, the evil god, illusion mirror, slowly suppressed his murderous intent. The next second, the mist in the forest dissipated, and a giant gray-spotted snake, tens of meters long, slowly swam out. The giant serpent's eyes were a cold, eerie green. It was an avatar of the illusionary mirror god. Yuming, it's been a long time. You brought outsiders with you this time. The giant snake flicked its tongue, its voice cold and hoarse. This is Black Armor, a newly promoted high-ranking evil god. His strength is formidable, no less than mine. Yuming nodded slightly, his tone conveying approval. The more people we have, the better our chances of winning will be. The giant gray snake gave Jiang Xuan a deep look and asked no more questions. He turned and walked ahead to lead the way. Follow me. The other two have already arrived. Jiang Xuan and Yuming exchanged a glance and followed. The illusions along the way shift between reality and illusion, and one can easily become trapped if one is not careful. Protected by the evil god armor formed by the Seroy flower, Jiang Xuan was completely unaffected. At the same time, dozens of powerful evil god auras converge from all directions on the dark sky. They either stand in the air or perch in the clouds. They're all lower-ranking evil gods who have been promoted for less than 100 years. They feared the illusionary power of the evil god, illusion mirror, and none dared to venture in rashly. They could only wait quietly here. Jiang Xuan looked up and was secretly amazed. However, in a corner surrounding the Black Earth domain, there are dozens of high-ranking evil gods. This power, if placed in the Black Sea world, would be enough to destroy the world. However, in the realm of evil gods, they are merely the basic combat force vying for the projection of the gate of evil gods. It is conceivable that without the limitations imposed by the gate of evil gods, this would be impossible. Invading other planes from the realm of evil gods is almost effortless. Ordinary planes are like lambs in a cage before the vast evil god realm. But Jiang Xuan was even more puzzled at this moment. In normal planes, the reproduction of life has its limits, but the realm of evil gods is like a never-ending reproduction machine. The continuous birth of new evil gods completely violates the rules of the plane, and the secrets behind it are so vast that even he cannot imagine them. Slowly suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Xuan's expression returned to calm. Right now, the most important thing is to integrate into the evil god's circle and find out about the reincarnation monument and clues to return. As for the origin of the evil god realm, we can explore that later. A giant gray serpent moved forward, and the figures of two people slowly appeared in its eyes. Netherworld is shrouded in black mist, and the power of the evil god is strange and unpredictable. Jiang Xuan was clad in jet black armor with flowing black patterns, and his imposing aura was in no way inferior to that of a high-ranking evil god. It seems that Yuming has found a good helper. The giant snake whispered, then quickened its pace, leading the two to a damp stone cave. The cave is filled with moisture, which is out of place with the surrounding desert environment. The air still carried the scent of a certain evil god's essence being devoured. Illusion Mirror, the evil god's true form, is a black serpent from the bottom of the Blackwater River. It loves water, which is why it has carved out aquatic territory in this barren land. Yuming explained in a low voice, his tone tinged with apprehension. As a fellow high-ranking evil god, his description of the illusion evil god was simply difficult to deal with. Jiang Xuan nodded and remembered it, then followed Yuming into the stone cave. The evil god's power within the cave transformed into black water, dripping down the stone walls. The space was expanded by the divine power, becoming vast and deep. After passing through the narrow passage, a suspended area surrounded by a black pool of water suddenly appeared before the two of them. At this moment, the other two evil gods had already taken up residence in the open space. Yuming, you've arrived rather leisurely. Who is this? I've never seen him before. The one who spoke was the half-human, half-centipede evil god, the Black Back, whose forehead was covered in black divine markings, and whose eyes were filled with scrutiny and hostility. This is the black-backed evil god, which was promoted from the black-armored centipede. It is extremely petty and will probably cause you trouble. At this point, a barely perceptible hint of probing appeared in Yuming's eyes. Jiang Xuan glanced at the Black Back and immediately sensed a familiar aura. It was almost identical to the two black-armored centipedes that he had killed before. This is the new helper. On the other side, a black-bellied toad the size of small mountain opened its mouth and let out a deafening laugh. The laughter contained a hidden power of a high-ranking evil god, which directly crushed towards Jiang Xuan, clearly a deliberate test. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining calm and composed. His black armor swirled with divine power, easily blocking the force. Indeed, being able to withstand my divine power and pressure, you are indeed a high-ranking evil god. The black-bellied toad stopped laughing, then looked with interest at the black-backed evil god beside it. Kid, I don't like your aura. The black-armored evil god beside him twitched his nose, and his vertical pupils suddenly shrank to thin lines. His black armor opened and closed, and his killing intent surged instantly. Before the words were even finished, the evil god, Blackback, instantly transformed into a giant black-armored centipede tens of thousands of meters long. Those hundreds of jointed legs tore through the void and stabbed fiercely at Jiang Xuan without warning. Jiang Xuan's eyes turned cold, and he instantly understood. This was something the group tacitly approved, intentionally using Blackback to test their strength. Perfect timing. He also wanted to test the methods of the old evil god of the Black Earth domain. Moreover, he is extremely experienced in dealing with centipede-like monsters. Bang! Jiang Xuan's figure transformed into black lines, leaving only a phantom image that shifted between reality and illusion. His true form had already teleported above the pool, easily avoiding the opponent's attack. Blackback's attack missed, and its massive body crashed into the stone wall, causing rocks to crumble, black water to splash everywhere, and the entire cavern to tremble violently. His temperament is fickle and unpredictable. He truly deserves the title of an evil god. Jiang Xuan stood in midair, his black armor completely covering his eyes, and the evil god power he had been holding back erupted completely. A terrifying black divine power swept through the cave like a tsunami, its oppressive force no less than that of the evil gods present. The black-bellied toad was immediately shocked, while Yoming's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and he valued Jiang Xuan even more. Kid, you dare to hide. The black-armored creature burst forth from the rubble, hovering in midair. Hundreds of vertical pupils locked onto Jiang Xuan, and a violent aura swept across the entire area, frightening the weaker evil god creatures on the periphery into immediately hiding their forms. Sorry, I also hate black centipedes, especially those that smell like dirt. Jiang Xuan raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose, smiled faintly, and unknowingly provoked the evil god, Blackback, once again. You're asking for it. Blackback immediately flew into a rage, spewing out a massive amount of black poisonous mist from its huge mouth. The black mist instantly corroded the stone wall, evaporated the black water, and distorted the space itself. Immediately, its body transformed into black lightning, charging towards Jiang Xuan once more, its fangs and segmented legs carrying a terrifying, deadly killing intent. Jiang Xuan remained calm, and his figure teleported again, appearing above the black-armored head. The armored hand gathered a large amount of evil god power, which transformed into a huge fist shadow and crashed down. Get down! With a deafening roar, the black armor's hard shell was instantly covered in cracks, and its massive body crashed into the pool of water like a kite with a broken string, roaring in pain. Then it burst out of the water, and the cracks in its shell instantly healed. He once again disregarded everything and charged at Jiang Xuan. It seemed the two were about to engage in a deadly battle. Just then, a huge black water mirror appeared in midair. The power of illusion instantly enveloped the entire area. Jiang Xuan and He Bei both narrowed their eyes. They were instantly teleported back to their original cave. At this moment, all the damage inside the cave was repaired as if the fight had never happened. Please be patient, both of you. The gray giant snake opened its mouth, and a black serpent, dozens of times larger than itself, slowly emerged from the pool. This is the true form of the evil god, Illusion Mirror. The gate to the evil god will appear soon. Fighting amongst ourselves now will only benefit those in other regions. Once the gate to the evil god opens, we'll have plenty of opportunities to fight. Illusion. The evil god spoke in a low voice, his gaze quickly sweeping over everyone present, pausing briefly on Jiang Xuan. We'll wait and see. Blackback glared fiercely at Jiang Xuan. He knew that this was not the time for fighting, so he could only suppress his killing intent for the time being and retract his body to return to the form of a half-human, half-centipede. Jiang Xuan remained calm, and the evil god's power around him slowly receded, recondensing onto his black armor. Brother, Black Armor, your strength is indeed extraordinary. The evil god of the underworld stepped forward quickly, his tone full of praise. At this moment, his gaze toward Jiang Xuan became much more serious. In the eyes of the evil gods, strength is everything, and only top-tier evil gods are worthy of becoming the core of the alliance. Those low-ranking evil gods outside, whose strength is average, are nothing more than cannon fodder in the future struggle for the projection of the gate of evil gods. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping towards the sky outside the cave, his eyes flickering slightly. Yuming noticed this and gave a slight cold laugh. Those are evil gods from other nearby domains. They always follow us. They also wanted to use the illusion mirror to find the projection of the evil god's gate, so they could take advantage of the chaos. The mirror of illusion swept its cold gaze across the sky, then looked at the four people and spoke in a deep voice. Now that everyone's here, let's set off immediately. I think those tagalongs outside are getting impatient. Having said that, the illusion mirror slowly twisted its snake body and swam towards the cave entrance first, its illusory power opening up a black passage. This time, the projection of the gate of evil god has appeared in the territory of the black zombie, where the aura of corpses is pervasive and the forces are complex. We must act quickly, or we will be overtaken. Upon hearing this, Yu Ming and Hebei immediately followed closely behind. Meanwhile, dozens of high-ranking evil gods high above the cave, along with nearly 100 low-ranking evil gods hoping to try their luck, also began to set off, closely following behind the group. All the evil god's eyes gleamed with a burning, greedy light. His mind was filled with thoughts of entering the gates of the evil god and devouring the essence of living beings to strengthen himself. Jiang Xuan was also walking at the very front of the group. The black-armored figure concealed all emotions, silently following beside Yu Ming, his gaze deep and unfathomable. A fierce struggle over the projection of the gate of evil god is about to begin. The news spread like wildfire, reaching several areas surrounding the black soil region in an instant. Countless evil gods, who had been lurking in the shadows, awoke from their slumber. The Bone Claw god in the Broken Valley, the Mud god in the Corrupted Swamp, and the Rock-Splitting god in the Black Rock Mountains. One by one, the high-ranking evil gods, carrying a violent aura, soared through the air, each followed by dozens or even hundreds of lower-ranking evil gods. They followed the illusion, evil god and sped towards the southern black zombie territory. Countless lone evil gods and ferocious evil beasts, disregarding the dangers of the journey, raced wildly all the way, all for the sake of catching up with the projection of the gate of evil god. In an instant, the aura of evil gods filled the southern airspace of the black earth domain, obscuring the sky, and the sound of air being torn apart rose and fell. The once desolate realm of evil gods was now in complete upheaval, with various forces stirring up undercurrents and killing intent and greed intertwined, permeating the heavens and earth. Before long, the group arrived at the border of the black zombie territory, followed by more evil gods from other borders. As soon as they stepped into this place, an overwhelming aura of corpses rushed towards them. The pungent stench, mixed with the rich power of the evil god, made Jiang Xuan frown. The earth was dark and cracked, with broken bones and dried flesh of evil gods scattered everywhere, layer upon layer, accumulated over countless years. A gray fog of corpses shrouded the surrounding area, reducing visibility to extremely low levels. In the distance stood rows of decaying, blackened ancient castles and dilapidated altars, their walls covered in dark purple corpse patterns, exuding a chilling and eerie pressure. In midair, deathly energy churned. The space felt oppressive, and danger lurked everywhere. It was a desolate and dangerous forbidden land of death. Jiang Xuan was enveloped in flowing black armor, which shielded him from the pungent smell of corpses. His gaze swept around, and a sense of vigilance immediately arose in his heart. This territory was far more dangerous than he had imagined, and the ensuing struggle for the gate of the evil god was destined to be a brutal and bloody battle. Chapter 316: The Rules of the Evil God Realm. Schemes of all parties. The moment Jiang Xuan stepped into the territory of the black zombies, he keenly sensed it. The power of the evil god within the surrounding space was surging in an almost frenzied manner. Beneath the once silent black soil, streams of pure, yet violent evil god aura flowed continuously from the spatial rifts, like black divine light. The corpse mist in midair was violently stirred up by this strange movement. The previously stagnant death energy rapidly circulated, and the concentration of divine power in the air was increasing at a visible rate, far surpassing other areas of the evil god realm. The signs of the impending arrival of the projection of the evil god's gate have been fully revealed. The evil god of illusion, Illusion Mirror, who was leading the way, paused slightly with his enormous black serpent body. With its eerie green eyes gazing into the depths of its territory, it precisely detected the divine power fluctuations in the void as its tongue flickered. The turmoil of the evil god's power within the territory is becoming increasingly violent, a necessary sign that the projection of the evil god's gate is about to descend upon the world. Each energy tide accumulates power for the projection to descend. Upon seeing this, the black mist surrounding the netherworld, evil god stirred restlessly, and he explained to Jiang Xuan in a deep voice. Before the projection of the gate of evil gods descends into the world, it will inevitably attract the power of evil gods within a radius of millions of miles. The closer one gets to the projection's landing point, the more intense the fluctuations in divine power will be. The evil gods near the black zombie territory should have noticed the unusual activity as early as a year ago. As the first to discover the signs of the impending descent, they had already gathered into a guard force, taking full advantage of the terrain. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the silent, ancient castle and piles of bones around him, his eyes darkening slightly. According to the unchanging rules of the evil god realm, before the projection of the gate of evil gods appears, the nearby evil gods who first sense the anomaly will spontaneously gather to become the gatekeeper evil gods. After the projection fully appeared, a fierce 3-day battle ensued, with players taking turns fighting for control. The guardian evil god must face wave after wave of attacks from foreign evil gods. Those who are defeated will not only be devoured, but the victors will also replace them and become the new guardian evil gods. They will continue to endure the onslaught of subsequent evil gods. Therefore, within 3 days, the evil gods guarding the gate changed batch after batch, and only the final victor, who emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, could enjoy the opportunity born after the gate of the evil gods descended. This opportunity is enough to drive any high-ranking evil god mad, and it also means that the guardian evil god is destined to face a life-or-death situation. However, due to the early arrival of the evil god, Illusion Mirror, beside him, the 3-day period was extended to 6 days. It's easy to imagine how many guardian evil gods are now eyeing the illusionary realm evil god. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan's gaze towards the giant black serpent held a newfound understanding. Hundreds of years ago, the evil gods of the Black Earth domain made a surprising discovery. Wherever the evil god, Illusion Mirror, appears, a projection of the evil god's gate will soon appear. Therefore, some evil gods speculate that the illusion evil god is born with control over the power of illusion and has the strange ability to foresee the secrets of heaven. After multiple verifications, they finally confirmed that the illusion evil god was indeed able to pinpoint the location of the evil god's gate projection several days in advance. Initially, only a handful of evil gods knew about this. But for some reason, as the number of times increased, the evil gods in the entire black soil region and even the surrounding areas, they all began to subconsciously regard the movements of the evil god, Illusion Mirror, as a signal. In the end, it even evolved into, as soon as the illusion mirror, evil god leads his followers to set out, it means that a new projection of the evil god's gate is about to appear, and countless evil gods who receive the news will flock to it. They took the opportunity to divide up the origin and territory of the evil god guarding the pass. The evil god illusion mirror, who is a high-ranking evil god, is not a fool either. He knew that this power of his was a double-edged sword that could be fatal. If one tries to seize the initiative alone, one will be regarded as a mortal enemy by all the evil gods, become the target of everyone's attacks, and be surrounded and destroyed sooner or later. So he simply made this ability public, and each time he would lead his people to the landing point ahead of time. This not only secured an alliance with established evil gods like the Netherworld, but also provided countless other evil gods with opportunities to vie for power. He became a guide in the eyes of countless evil gods in the Black Earth domain. After all, compared to the guardian evil god, many more evil gods want to take advantage of the evil god's foresight through the illusion mirror to fish in troubled waters. This value is enough to allow him to stand safely amidst the clash of various forces. At this moment, at the core of the Black Zombie territory, atop an extremely dilapidated ancient castle, a figure covered entirely in dark red, stiff armor, its body as withered as rotten wood. He was staring intently at the overwhelming torrent of evil gods that blotted out the sky. His body was filled with a frenzied surge of stiff energy, and he trembled uncontrollably with rage. This is the true ruler of the Black Zombie territory, a powerful figure among the higher-ranking evil gods, the Black Zombie evil god. A year ago, he had already noticed that the power of the evil gods within his territory had begun to surge abnormally. At that time, the earth churned, and a strange movement arose, with a mixture of stiff energy and a large amount of evil god power. Based on his experience, he immediately determined that it was a sign that the projection of the gate of evil gods was about to descend upon his territory. This opportunity once filled him with immense joy. As the closest guardian evil god, he can absorb the primordial fragments that dissipate when a projection descends. This power is enough for him to break through the current limitations of his realm and get one step closer to the pinnacle of evil godhood. Moreover, when fighting in his own territory, he can mobilize the accumulated corpse energy and evil god power within the territory, increasing his combat power by 30% out of thin air, which can be considered as having the advantage of timing and location. Therefore, he immediately sent a secret message to the evil gods who were allied with him. After half a month, nearly 100 powerful evil gods were finally gathered. There are as many as 7 high-ranking evil gods among them. As they honed their strength by absorbing the power of the evil gods, leaking from their territory day and night for a year, they were practically raking in the oil. But they never expected that the illusion mirror evil god would arrive so quickly, and that the number of evil gods it brought would be so terrifying. Gazing at the countless, densely packed figures of evil gods in the sky, he felt the violent aura that could engulf the entire territory. The Black Zombie god was filled with boundless rage and endless regret. Looking back on the past, he had followed the evil god, illusion mirror, more than once to seize the opportunities that came with the arrival of the evil god's gate in other territories. I watched as wave after wave of evil guardian gods were crushed and devoured. At that time, he felt exhilarated and thought that the illusion evil god was his lucky evil god. But he never imagined that this great gift would come to him so quickly. Damn illusion mirror. It should have been killed long ago. Black Zombie, the evil god, clenched his withered fist, his knuckles turning white, and the corpse energy around him almost solidified. He is now in a dilemma. If we back down and give up now, we will not only miss out on that fragment of the evil god's origin, they will also be branded as cowardly and easily bullied in the eyes of all evil gods. Don't underestimate this so-called reputation. In the realm of evil gods, the strong prey on the weak. If one shows even the slightest fear, the surrounding evil gods, who are eyeing one covetously, will swarm in and regard one as easy prey. But if they grit their teeth and hold on, they will face a constant stream of foreign evil gods. His forces could not withstand 6 days of repeated battles, and ultimately, could not escape the fate of death and the loss of their essence. My lord, the evil god brought by the illusion mirror has brought too many evil gods. What should we do? A lower-ranking evil god behind him spoke in a trembling voice. Looking at the torrent of evil gods in the sky, his very soul was trembling with fear. What to do? Black Zombie. The evil god suddenly turned his head, and eerie green corpse fire ignited in his empty eye sockets, his tone extremely violent. What else can we do? Taking a step back means utter ruin. This is our territory, an opportunity bestowed upon us by the realm of evil gods. Even if we perish today, we must defend it. Black Zombie. The evil god knew very well that they had no way out. Fortunately, he still has the home field advantage. The nearly 100 evil gods within the territory had already absorbed a year's worth of concentrated evil god power, making them far more powerful than their peers. With the corpse nests and traps scattered throughout his territory, he might be able to withstand the initial offensive. Taking a deep breath, the Black Zombie god suppressed his anxiety and anger, and gave a solemn command to those behind him. Pass on my order. All evil gods must lie dormant. Activate the corpse fiend array within the territory, and lure the invading evil gods to the heartland. Yes, the lower-ranking evil god behind him immediately obeyed the order, his figure instantly disappearing into the corpse mist. In an instant, the entire Black Zombie territory fell into a deathly silence. All the local evil gods have gone into hiding, leaving only a sky full of corpse mist. They seem to be completely unprepared, but in reality, they have hidden deadly moves. In the sky, the illusion mirror. Evil god looked down at the still territory below, a hint of mockery flashing in his snake eyes. That old bastard Black Zombie is quite patient, trying to wait for us to walk into his trap. The evil god guarding the pass has always been like this, taking advantage of his home field to catch us off guard. The netherworld evil god sneered, and black mist churned around him. But he didn't expect that we would arrive so early this time, and that we would bring far more evil gods than ever before. At this moment, the evil god forces that followed the illusion mirror had completely assembled. Almost all the major evil gods and powerful figures from the surrounding area were present. The Bone Claw evil god, the Black Feather evil god, and the Rock Rift evil god each led their subordinates, along with countless lone evil gods, totaling several thousand. There are more than 30 high-ranking evil gods, and countless mid-ranking and low-ranking evil gods. The violent aura of the evil god mingled together, transforming into thick, oppressive clouds that blanketed the entire Black Zombie territory. It almost completely swallowed up this place. Thousands of greedy eyes were cast into the depths of the Black Zombie territory. Greed, murderous intent, and the desire to devour intertwined within the power of the evil god, plunging all the evil god's creatures into a frenzy. Everyone knew that this fierce battle was about to begin. Everyone. Illusion Mirror. The evil god stood upright with his enormous serpentine body, and his voice, aided by the power of the illusion, reached the ears of every evil god. As per the old rules, the projection of the gate of evil gods will be fully descended in 3 days. Before that, we must first break through the Black Zombie's guarding forces. Whoever wins the right to defend the first round will naturally have priority to take away the primordial fragments that fell when the projection of the gate of evil god descended. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience of evil gods erupted in cheers. The allure of the fragmented origins of the gate of evil gods is enough to make all evil gods lose their minds. Immediately, several violent and solitary high-ranking evil gods could not restrain themselves and rushed towards the heart of the Black Zombie territory. As expected, every world has its cannon fodder. Jiang Xuan stood still, looking at the several impatient figures, his eyes calm. Since the evil god dared to defend to the death, he must have laid a trap. A rash charge would only make us cannon fodder for other evil gods. But he was unaware that these lower-ranking evil gods were actually controlled by higher-ranking evil gods who were secretly hiding, and that they had been reduced to pawns to test the other side. As expected, as soon as those figures rushed into the core of the corpse mist, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the ground, and dense black corpse demons gushed out from the ground. Countless corpse demons instantly transformed into sharp corpse blades, enveloping the lower-level evil gods in a flash. At the same time, the surrounding corpse mist frantically condensed, transforming into several enormous corpse-type evil beasts, roaring as they pounced. In less than half a breath, those lone high-ranking evil gods didn't even have time to resist before they were completely devoured by the corpse demons and corpse beasts. Even their souls couldn't escape. The evil gods' original power within them was quickly absorbed by the corpse energy within their territory. With the arrival of an evil god, the guardian evil god within the territory of the Black Zombie finally ceased to hide. Nearly 100 evil god figures slowly emerged from the corpse mist and the ancient castle skeletons, their eyes icy cold. The Black Zombie god slowly walked out and stood in midair. The corpse energy around him merged with the power of the evil god within his territory, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Illusion mirror, you let a bunch of scoundrels into my territory. Do you really think I, the Black Zombie, am easy to bully? The Black Zombie god's voice was hoarse, filled with intense anger. Today, anyone who sets foot on my territory shall die. Even when death is imminent, he's still being stubborn. The bone claw evil god in the sky sneered. His white bone blades were instantly drawn, and before the other evil gods could speak, he led his subordinate evil gods to charge forward. He had long coveted the opportunity in the territory of the Black Zombie, and now he naturally wanted to seize the initiative and take the opportunity to test the strength of the Black Zombie. Black Feather Evil God and Rock Rift Evil God exchanged a glance, not wanting to be outdone. Each led their forces to flank the enemy from the left and right. The three major evil god forces launched an attack simultaneously, instantly engaging in fierce combat with the three high-level gatekeeper evil gods, including the Black Zombie Evil God. A violent collision of divine power resounded, with corpse energy, putrefactive poison, and rock force constantly intertwining. The sky over the Black Zombie territory was completely torn apart. The ground continued to collapse. Bones and flesh flew everywhere, and mournful howls rose and fell. Once a lower-ranking evil god is drawn into the battle, he will be instantly crushed into dust. Every clash between the higher-ranking evil gods can unleash devastating energy storms in other smaller worlds. Black Zombie, the evil god, sat in the center of his territory, and with a wave of his hand, he condensed endless corpse energy, which transformed into a giant hand of corpse energy and slapped towards the Bone Claw evil god. The two powerful evil gods instantly clashed, fighting fiercely for a time until neither side could gain the upper hand. Taking advantage of their home field, the Black Zombie god's combat power soared, and for a time, they were not at all at a disadvantage. The guardian evil gods, under his command, also used the territory's traps to hold off the attacks of the three forces. The Black Zombie is stronger than rumored. The Netherworld god surveyed the battlefield with a calm tone. However, as a guardian evil god, he will eventually perish. Jiang Xuan quietly observed the battle, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the battlefield. He discovered that the guardian evil gods under the Black Zombie's command were indeed all highly concentrated in their aura, and their divine power was far more concentrated than that of ordinary evil gods. It was clear that it had absorbed the power of the evil god that had caused the uprising within its territory in advance, which greatly enhanced its combat strength. Even so, the sheer number of foreign evil gods was overwhelming. With the continuous demise of evil gods, their power will eventually be exhausted. Meanwhile, the evil god, Blackback, who could no longer suppress his killing intent and greed, turned to look at Jiang Xuan with a provocative tone. What? You're too scared to make a move? After the incident at the underground cave, his hatred for Jiang Xuan remained undiminished, and he was determined to find an opportunity to get revenge. Jiang Xuan glanced at him indifferently, too lazy to pay attention, his gaze still fixed on the battlefield, secretly calculating in his heart. This is only the first round of competition. None of the factions have gone all out yet, so there's no need for him to reveal his strength prematurely. All you need to do now is conserve your energy and wait for the perfect opportunity. Moreover, his goal was never the so-called right to guard the gate, but rather the clues to the cycle of reincarnation behind the gate of the evil god, and the method to safely return to the original plane. Cerberus calmed down. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the netherworld evil god quickly spoke up to stop Black back. This is just the appetizer. The real battle is yet to come. We should save our strength to deal with the evil god forces that will follow. Yuming knew very well that Jiang Xuan's strength was unfathomable, and that he was the core fighting force of this alliance. He absolutely could not be wasted in the early stages. Blackback, the evil god, snorted coldly. Although he was unwilling, he could only suppress his impulse and stared fiercely at the battlefield, ready to make a move at any time. Time passed slowly, and half a day flew by. The battle below is already in full swing. Something's not right. These high-ranking evil gods seem to be holding back on purpose. Jiang Xuan's gaze flickered slightly as he looked down at the 6 high-level demigods still locked in combat. He then turned to look at the illusion evil god who was standing to the side with his eyes closed and no words, and at the many other evil gods who were impatient. I see. We really shouldn't underestimate these evil gods who have fought their way up from the bottom of the evil god realm. Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly, as if he had discovered some unknown secret. That's right, those 6 guys below disliked each other from the moment they met, and were ready to fight to the death, but couldn't decide a winner for a long time. It's obviously a fixed match. No, is that even possible? The evil god can use military strategy. Jiang Xuan rubbed his forehead and said, why did it feel like the way they were doing this was familiar from start? Because these were all schemes familiar to his original fellow human beings. Chapter 3:17 Double Kill. Renforcement arrive. Jiang Xuan stared at the 6 figures locked in fierce combat below, his gaze somewhat complicated. At this moment, he was certain that the group had indeed put on a grand show in front of the many evil gods. All that talk of evenly matched forces and a fierce battle was just an illusion put on for all the evil gods present. The 3 foreign evil gods, Bone Claw, Black Feather, and Crack Rock, seem to be ruthless in every move, and each collision of their divine power is a great spectacle. But in reality, they held back all their attacks. The seemingly ferocious offensive was merely a deliberate attempt to create the illusion of a full-scale battle by constantly drawing upon the power of the surrounding evil gods. Meanwhile, the 3 guardian evil gods, including the Black Zombie, continuously absorbed the power of the evil gods within their territory through their entanglement in battle. On the surface, he appeared to be struggling and in grave danger, but in reality, his breathing became increasingly steady, showing no signs of exhaustion. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xuan shook his head slightly. It seems that these old guys who have been mingling in the world of evil gods for countless years have secretly conspired together. Under the guise of a duel, they staged a realistic drama in full view of everyone. Their purpose is as simple as it gets, to buy time. The projection of the evil god's gate will not fully descend for another 3 days. For the Black Zombie, evil god guarding the pass, every moment of delay allows us to preserve a bit more strength. Even if the subsequent plan is exposed, as long as we can get through the most chaotic early stage, their chances of holding onto their territory would be many times greater. This is why the Black Zombie made an agreement with the 3 high-ranking evil gods, Bone Claw Evil God, in advance and deliberately cooperated at this time. The purpose was to make the other observing evil gods lower their guard and patiently wait for them to decide the victor. Interesting. The battles in the realm of evil gods have even turned into a game of feigned compliance. Jiang Xuan chuckled softly, then turned to look at the illusionary mirror evil god beside him, who had been resting with his eyes closed, and began to ponder. Given the cunning and power of the illusion mirror evil god, it's impossible that he wouldn't have noticed this. But he remained a detached observer throughout, without ever exposing the truth. Looking at the illusory power surrounding him, it was calm and restrained, clearly indicating that he was deliberately waiting for a certain opportunity. As time passed, not only Jiang Xuan noticed something amiss, but even the hot-tempered black-backed evil god noticed it. He scratched his head, frowned, and muttered something under his breath. Something's not right. This is taking way too long. That Bone Claw guy is always cunning and always goes for the kill. How come he fought the Black Zombie, for most of the day today and didn't even use his real skills. There are also Black Feather and Rift Rock. Their opponents are two newly promoted high-ranking evil gods. In this situation, 3 against 3, they've been locked in a stalemate until now, unable to take down a single person. When did they become so weak? The words of the evil god, Blackback, instantly caused many of the other evil gods who were watching to fall into deep thought. Originally, everyone thought that the 3 evil gods, Boneclaw and Boneclaw, should first go and explore the evil god Black Zombie's trump card. Before the situation becomes clear, they're naturally happy to sit back and watch the tigers fight. But now, most of the day has passed, and apart from the fierce fighting on the battlefield as it was at the beginning, no evil god has been injured or killed. The 6 high-ranking evil gods remain deadlocked, which was completely contrary to the law of the evil god world, where the strong prey on the weak, and every move is a killing blow. Damn it, we've been tricked. Just then, a high-ranking evil god, covered in rock spikes, suddenly widened his eyes. His divine power suddenly surged, and he shouted sharply, "These 6 guys are just putting on an act. They're working together to buy time." What, evenly matched? It's all a lie. The Bone Claws and their ilk have been in cahoots with the Black Zombies all along. Upon hearing this, the entire room paused slightly. Countless evil gods reacted instantly. They looked down at the fierce battlefield below and instantly felt a surge of anger at being so wantonly fooled. They had hoped to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, but instead, they were treated like fools by these old foxes, watching the other side put on a show for nothing. It should be noted that many powerful evil god forces are on their way from the vicinity of the Black Earth domain. If this drags on any longer, what if more evil gods arrive? If they want to seize the opportunity to enter the gate of evil gods again, the difficulty will only increase exponentially. A bunch of idiots. Why waste time with them? Let's all attack together. Slaughter these evil gatekeepers, the Black Zombies. We can't wait any longer. You dare to mess with me? Today I'll crush the Black Zombie territory into ashes. In an instant, more than a dozen high-ranking evil gods set off simultaneously. They were the first to transform into black clouds and rush downwards. Following closely behind were a large number of lower and middle-level evil gods, which transformed into a raging torrent of evil gods, sweeping across the Black Zombie territory. The chaotic aura of murderous intent, greed, and rage nearly tore the entire Black Zombie territory apart. The Black Zombies below, who were still putting on an act, immediately stopped fighting upon seeing this. Boneclaw, the evil god, sheathed his white bone blades. All traces of his previous hatred vanished. He turned to the Black Zombie, evil god beside him, and asked in a deep voice, "They've realized what's going on. What's next?" Black Zombie. Ghostly flames flickered in the empty sockets of the evil god's eyes, but there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, a sinister and violent smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His voice was hoarse but firm as he said, "We've already prepared a great gift for them. Let's retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Zombie god and his companions quickly turned around and retreated towards the ancient castle deep within their territory. In a mere instant, they were completely swallowed up by the dense fog of corpses. The sudden turn of events left the group of evil gods charging ahead momentarily stunned. Sure enough, the Black Zombies were just playing them. Looking at the Black Zombie territory so close at hand, and then thinking about the opportunity at the gate of the evil god. More and more evil gods are being overwhelmed by the chaotic power of evil gods. Without giving it much thought, they plunged straight into the heart of the Black Zombie territory. They then swept through the enemy lines with unstoppable momentum, easily annihilating a large number of the evil god creatures guarding their territory. But before the greed in their eyes could fade, the dark red earth beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. Rumble. Suddenly, countless jagged cracks appeared on the ground. From beneath the once silent black soil, a dense, rustling sound came. Soon, a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine erupted from the ground and quickly enveloped the entire territory. What's going on? Why has my evil god power suddenly become violent? My body is so heavy. I can't fly at all. What kind of power is this? Oh no, there's something underground, It's the evil god devouring worm. Amid the chaos, a few evil gods, using their special abilities, were the first to see the scene beneath the earth. Countless terrifying beetles, each the size of a palm and entirely black and red, were surging out madly from the cracks in the ground. In a short while, they gathered into a swarm of insects that blotted out the sky within the black zombie territory and frantically attacked the evil gods below. These black and red beetles have sharp mouthparts and exude an evil aura that corrodes everything. Wherever it goes, even the power of the evil god in the air is instantly devoured. Even more deadly is, wherever the swarm of insects passes, a layer of pitch-black mist will automatically spread. The fog instantly severed the connection between the evil god and the power of other evil gods, causing all the evil gods present to completely lose their power supply. The divine power that caused them to lose was difficult to replenish. But that's not all. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying gravity came from the ground beneath their feet. That power, like an invisible starry sky, pressed down heavily on every evil god. Even the high-ranking evil gods felt incredibly heavy at this moment, and their movements became sluggish. The other lower-ranking evil gods were pinned to the ground, making it difficult for them to even move. Their gravity evil beads. That black zombie bastard buried nearly 1,000 gravity evil beads beneath his territory. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. The evil god devouring worm attacks indiscriminately. Isn't it afraid of getting itself caught in the crossfire? Terrified screams rose and fell, until finally the evil gods, suppressed by gravity, lost their composure. No one expected that the black zombie would be so ruthless, slaughtering the entire black earth domain's evil god spiders and collecting nearly 1,000 gravity evil beads. This bead contains terrifying gravity powerful enough to suppress evil gods. Combined with the extremely lethal evil god-devouring worm, it ultimately forms this insidious and deadly trap. The evil god-devouring worms here are unaffected by gravity and fog. They live by devouring the power of evil gods, and their mouthparts can easily tear apart the bodies of evil gods. The gravity evil beads firmly suppressed the movements of the evil god below, in addition to the black mist that isolated the evil god's power. The two powerful moves complemented each other, trapping the invading evil god in place. Even under such deadly attacks, the high-ranking evil god could barely withstand the swarm of insects by relying on his own powerful primordial divine power. However, those weaker, lower-ranking evil gods have very little power to resist. In an instant, several evil gods were overwhelmed by the boundless swarm of insects. They only had time to let out a few mournful howls before they were devoured, leaving not even a bone fragment. Even the original power of the evil god within his body was completely torn apart and absorbed by the evil god devouring worm. In just a short while, the evil god that had invaded the territory lost nearly 20% of its strength. The black fog and the swarm of insects intertwined, creating a scene of extreme carnage. Meanwhile, in the sky, all the evil gods fell silent. Blackback, the evil god's eyes widened as he stared intently at the evil god-devouring worm gnawing at his body below. A cold sweat broke out on his back instantly, and he looked at the evil god with lingering fear beside him. That was close. If you hadn't stopped me, I probably would have been tricked by that black zombie guy by now. Black belly, black mist churned around the evil god, and the giant toad's body undulated slightly. He stared intently at the deadly trap below and said in a deep voice, "The black zombie has probably been preparing for this day for a long time, with the evil god-devouring worm and nearly 1,000 gravity beads. This move has exceeded everyone's expectations." Listening to the conversation between the two evil gods, Jiang Xuan stood aside, calmly observing the chaos within his territory. Black zombie, the evil god's move was indeed ruthless, temporarily trapping most of the evil gods who were about to leave the battlefield. However, the evil god-devouring worm is ultimately an indiscriminate attack, and the black zombie evil god side cannot hide in the castle forever. This battle has probably only just begun. Just as Jiang Xuan was pondering this in his heart, the evil god of the illusion mirror, who had been keeping his eyes closed and silent, slowly opened his pair of eerie green snake eyes. His true form, the snake's tongue, slowly flickered in and out, his gaze fixed on the north of the black zombie territory, and a smile finally appeared on his lips. The illusory power that had been dormant for so long began to stir slightly. The originally enormous black serpent body straightened slightly, looking at Jiang Xuan, Yu Ming, and the others beside it, its voice unusually calm. "Gentlemen, there's no need to rush into action. The person we've been waiting for has arrived." Upon hearing this, all the evil gods around were stunned. Following the gaze of the evil god of illusion, they saw a thick, crimson cloud suddenly rise in the northern sky. Within those cloud lines, countless incredibly violent auras of evil gods rapidly approached. That oppressive aura was in no way inferior to any of the high-ranking evil gods present, and might even be superior. The crimson cloud streak moved extremely fast, reaching the airspace above the black zombie territory in the blink of an eye. As the clouds dispersed, more than a dozen evil gods clad in crimson armor, exuding a terrifying aura, appeared before everyone's eyes. The leading evil god was burly and surrounded by black and red flames. He held a long sword forged from the bones of an evil god in one hand, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic territory below, then looking at the illusionary mirror evil god, and spoke in a deep voice. "Illusion mirror, the news travels fast, but I'm not too late." Upon seeing the newcomer, a knowing glint flashed in the eyes of the netherworld evil god. He secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Xuan and the others, explaining in a low voice. "This is the Crimson Evil God, one of the top-ranking evil gods in the Black Earth domain, which is why I released the information in advance. Furthermore, there are also evil gods under Lord Kuratsuchi's command." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's gaze sharpened slightly. He finally understood why the evil god of illusion had remained inactive. It turns out that he never intended to get involved in the game from the very beginning. Instead, they were waiting for the Crimson God to enter the fray, for the black zombies and the invading evil gods to be weakened, and then joining forces with the Crimson God to reap the final victory. The swarm of insects below continues to wreak havoc, and the trapped evil god is still struggling and fighting frantically. Black Zombie, the evil god, hides in the ancient castle, coldly observing everything. The arrival of the red evil god from the north completely thwarted all of his plans. This fierce struggle surrounding the projection of the evil god's gate may have only just begun to reach its climax. Illusion mirror, the evil serpent narrowed its eyes, scanning the chaotic territory below. Its voice, aided by the power of the illusion, reached the ears of all its allies. "Wait a little longer. When the number of evil gods below has been depleted, that will be the time for us to make our move. This time, we will share the opportunity of the gate of evil god and the origin of the black zombie territory together." As the words of the illusion evil god faded, the hidden higher-ranking evil gods around them finally slowly opened their eyes. Jiang Xuan gently rubbed his fingertips together, his gaze piercing through the thick fog of insects, landing on the decaying ancient castle deep within the black zombie territory, his eyes calm and collected. He doesn't care about the infighting among the various evil gods, nor does he care who can take the position of gatekeeper. What he truly cares about is whether he can find clues to the reincarnation monument after the gate of the evil god has fully descended, even a method to return to the original plane. Meanwhile, the evil god, Black Zombie, inside the castle sensed the ever-appearing and disappearing evil god's oppressive aura in the sky. At this moment, his face finally darkened. His body swelled with a frenzied, stiff energy, and he gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl. That bastard illusion mirror actually teamed up with those guys from the Crimson Evil God group. Fine, since you all want to see us die, let's see who has the last laugh. Chapter 3, 18 each side's trump cards. The final battle begins. As the crimson clouds dissipated, black and red flames surged around the Crimson Evil God. He looked down at the group of evil gods trapped in the swarm of insects and gravity, his eyes filled with disdain. "Let's go, don't waste any more time." As the words of the red evil god faded, behind him, 11 evil gods, their crimson armor gleaming coldly, instantly darted into the black mist below. The 11 auras intertwined, instantly causing the surrounding air to almost freeze. This added an even more suffocating atmosphere to the already chaotic battlefield. Upon witnessing the fate of the 12 high-ranking evil gods, all the evil gods, watching from above, were shaken to their core. Everyone knows that the Crimson Evil God is a direct guard under Lord Kuratsuchi, and his combat strength is among the top of the higher-ranking evil gods. But they did not expect that even the 11 high-ranking evil gods of the same level brought by the Red Evil God would have such combat power. With such a lineup, it's no wonder that the Red Evil God dares to act so recklessly. Meanwhile, within the churning black mist, the Crimson God ignored the gazes of the other evil gods around him, casually flicking his skeletal longsword, causing flames to surge across its blade. He led the 11 high-ranking evil gods behind him and plunged straight down into the dense black mist below. He made no attempt to test him. He simply wanted to crush the black zombie god quickly and overwhelmingly. A mere swarm of insects dares to stop me. As the cold sneer fell, the Crimson Evil God raised his hand and summoned a strange, ancient black lamp. As a wisp of dark red flame flicked from a fingertip into the lamp, a blazing inferno shot into the sky in an instant. The flames were unlike ordinary divine fire. Instead, they carried a domineering and evil aura that could burn everything. Wherever the black and red flames passed, the pitch-black mist that shrouded the sky and earth was instantly burned away, creating a passage. The swarms of evil, god-devouring insects that had been attacking from all sides were instantly ignited as soon as they approached the firelight. It didn't even have a chance to struggle before it was burned to a pile of black ash by the ancient lamp, leaving not even a trace behind. What terrified the surrounding evil gods even more was that the ancient lamp's flame did not distinguish between friend and foe. Any evil godlike creature that gets close, whether it was the other evil gods trapped in the formation or the evil god-devouring insects that kept hissing around them, once touched by that flame, the evil god's power within the body will instantly burn uncontrollably, transforming into fuel for the ancient lamp to continue burning. Red, evil god, you will die a horrible death. Red evil god, don't come any closer. We're retreating right now. A shrill scream rang out instantly, and several lower-level evil gods around the Red Evil God who were unable to dodge in time were instantly engulfed in blackish-red flames. But their screams did not last long before they were burned to ashes, their very essence swallowed by the ancient lamp. The Crimson God has gone mad. We have to get out of here. Get out of the way. That lamp is too eerie. The other high-ranking evil gods who had been observing quickly retreated under the immense pressure. But while they could move, the other lower-ranking evil gods, who were held in place by gravity, were not so lucky. Many mid to low-ranking evil gods were caught in the aftershocks of the flames and were instantly engulfed in flames. Inside the ancient castle, the evil god, Black Zombie, witnessed this entire scene. His knuckles were clenched so tightly they turned white, but he didn't panic. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. Relying on the Black Earth evil god support, you act arrogantly and domineeringly. Do you really think I, Black Zombie, am a pushover? As the chilling words fell, the evil god, Black Zombie, hurriedly raised his hand and formed a hand seal. As he chanted obscure incantations of the evil god, the dense, stiff energy around him began to surge wildly into the ground. The next second, nearly 1,000 gravity evil beads buried in various parts of the territory trembled in unison. Dense cracks began to appear on the surface of the bead. A gravity several times more terrifying than before slammed into the entire Black Zombie territory like a collapsing pillar of heaven. Splash! Splash! Countless low and mid-level evil gods within the territory were instantly slammed to the ground by this gravity. The sound of bones cracking echoed one after another. Under this powerful pressure, they were completely unable to move, and even raising their heads became an unbearable luxury. Nearly 1,000 gravity beads were forcibly activated at the core, and even the trapped high-ranking evil god instantly felt as if his body was filled with molten lead. Every time they raised their hands, Every movement became extremely slow, as if they were stuck in a swamp. At this moment, the situation was completely reversed. Now, they could hardly fight back, let alone resist the bites of the evil god devouring insects. The insect swarm, which had been suppressed by the crimson evil god's ancient lamp, suddenly went berserk again. Taking advantage of the oppressive gravity, they frantically pounced on the immobilized evil gods below. The cries of agony on the battlefield grew increasingly devastating. Meanwhile, the red evil god, who was also in the territory, also experienced a momentary pause in the flames around his body. His body sank down involuntarily, and he suddenly felt an unusually terrifying heavy pressure on his shoulders. They're asking for it. Compared to the panic of other evil gods, the red evil god was clearly well prepared. It raised the ancient lamp and took out a black token engraved with black soil patterns with its other hand. The token looked ordinary, as if it were made of black mud. However, the terrifying aura of the evil god emanating from the token instantly made all the evil gods present feel a superior pressure originating from the depths of their souls. Let me show you, lowly trash, what the real power of an evil god is. Red the evil god spoke indifferently. With a flick of the fingertip, the black token shattered instantly. The moment the token shattered, a vast and boundless terrifying aura, far surpassing that of a top-tier evil god, was released. It burst forth rapidly from the shattered token, sweeping across the entire black zombie territory in a mere instant. The evil god's power in the world began to stir wildly. The dark red earth in the very center of the black zombie territory was constantly churning violently. As if receiving a command, countless black sludge particles continued to gather together. In just a short moment, a colossal black soil giant, spanning nearly half of the black soil territory, had already condensed within the territory. The giant of black earth was covered in thick soil, and its eyes were like two black suns. Every gesture he made carried a world-destroying power. It had no taste, yet the black mud giant possessed a trace of the original power left behind by the black earth evil god. With the support of this power, the black mud giant before them was no longer something that ordinary high-ranking evil gods could contend with. Ugh! The terrifying shrieks of the black mud giants echoed across the territory below. The illusory mirror evil god, which was far away in midair, suddenly opened its eyes. He gazed thoughtfully at the enormous black earth giant below, a knowing glint in his eerie green serpentine eyes. His smile deepened, as if he had thought of something. It seems that Lord Kuratsuchi has also noticed the ambition of the black zombie evil god, and this time he seems to be taking the opportunity to wipe out the black zombie completely. Shaking his head, the illusion evil god seemed to have gleaned more information from what the crimson evil god had brought. Of course, none of these things matter to him. For him, the more trump cards the crimson god can play, the faster he can break through the black zombie's trump cards. The greater he will be at that time, the more likely he will be to profit from it. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the many evil gods hidden around felt the terrifying pressure from the huge black mud giant below. They all fell silent, their gazes towards the red evil god now filled with deep apprehension. Meanwhile, the evil god Black Zombie inside the castle stared with a grim face at the black mud giant that crushed the heavens and earth. The dense, stiff aura surrounding him instantly became violent. Damn it! The crimson evil god actually brought the black earth's primordial power with him. Is he trying to take this opportunity to wipe me out? Black Zombie, the evil god's face showed resentment. He was well aware of the terror of the black earth evil god. A wisp of the black earth evil god's primordial power was enough to crush all the gravity evil beads within his territory. It's only a matter of time before his arrangements are broken. If he doesn't reveal his other trump cards now, he will surely die without a burial place. Without the slightest hesitation, the evil god, Black Zombie, turned around and strode into the depths of the ancient castle. After passing through layers of corpse fog, he finally arrived at a hidden underground chamber tens of thousands of meters underground. Inside that dark, secret chamber, 12 black coffins were neatly arranged. The surface of the coffin was covered with eerie, lifeless runes, exuding a chilling aura of death. This is the greatest trump card that the evil god, Black Zombie, has hidden for hundreds of years, and the secret that he has protected at all costs. The birth of the evil god Black Zombie was fundamentally different from that of other evil gods. The rest of the evil gods were all born from the combination of the evil god species with the power of the origin of the evil god realm, and then fused with fragments of otherworldly beings. It is a creature purely from the realm of evil gods. The evil god Black Zombie is different. He was born from the corpse of a being from another world, which fell into the realm of evil gods and absorbed the power of countless evil gods, taking tens of thousands of years to develop. The Black Zombie still retains fragments of the original living being's legacy, one of which is the long-lost forbidden technique of raising corpses. Hundreds of years ago, after he ascended to the status of an evil god, they then began to collect the corpses of evil gods. These 12 corpses of mid-level evil gods were his final masterpiece. Black Zombie, the evil god, buried in the core of the territory where the evil god's power was most concentrated, nourished day and night by his own stiff energy and essence. And after countless efforts, he finally refined these 12 corpses into corpse gods who only obeyed him. A year ago, on the eve of the projection of the Gate of Evil Gods, spatial fluctuations constantly drew upon the primal power of the evil god realm. This is precisely what helps him complete the final step of nurturing. This allowed all 12 corpse gods to break through their limits, gaining combat power comparable to that of high-ranking evil gods. More importantly, he had already implanted the mother worm eggs of the evil god, devouring worm into the body of every corpse god. In other words, these 12 corpse gods were born with the ability to control the evil god, devouring insects that control the entire territory. This was the ultimate trump card that the Black Zombie evil god originally planned to use to fight against the Black Earth evil god after he broke through to the top-tier evil god level. But now that the situation is critical, he can no longer afford to hide. Just as he was about to awaken the 12 corpse gods, the ground shook violently, and rubble fell continuously from the top of the secret chamber. Outside, the enormous black mud giant has already made its move. The enormous hand slammed down onto the territory of the Black Zombies. In an instant, nearly 1,000 gravity evil beads buried underground began to shatter under this terrifying power. The terrifying gravity that permeated the entire territory was also dissipating rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gravity bead has been broken. We can move again. Quick, seize this opportunity to storm the castle and take down the Black Zombie. Gravity dissipated, and the trapped evil gods regained their freedom. Their eyes blazed with greed, and disregarding their injuries, they charged toward the castle. Meanwhile, the Crimson Evil God, along with his 11 subordinate high-ranking evil gods, took the lead and rushed to the castle gate. As the black and red flames continued to surge forth, they instantly incinerated the dense corpse mist that enveloped the outer perimeter of the ancient castle. Seeing that there were no more obstacles around, the Crimson Evil God slowly flew into the air and looked down at the castle with a cold shout. "Black Zombie, come out and face your death." In midair, the evil god of illusion, upon seeing this, narrowed his snake-like eyes. He turned to look at Yu Ming, Jiang Xuan, and the others beside him, his voice calm but with a hint of joy. "Let's go, it's time to make a move." As soon as he finished speaking, his enormous black serpent body began to stretch rapidly. With the full force of the illusionary power emanating from his body, the illusion evil god transformed into a streak of gray light and headed straight for the ancient castle below. "It's finally time to reap the harvest. Let's go down now." Seeing the illusion evil god's departure, the netherworld, evil god glanced at Jiang Xuan, then flashed with a ghostly light and rushed towards the Black Zombie territory below. "Ha! So many sources of evil god essence. If we could devour them all." The black-bellied evil toad suddenly kicked off, its body churning with black mist, and rushed towards the guardian evil god who had emerged from the ancient castle below. Blackback the evil god also let out a ferocious roar, transforming into a giant black-armored centipede, attacking the lone guardian evil gods around it, and frantically plundering the evil god's essence. With all the forces involved, the already chaotic war between the evil gods erupted completely. The entire black zombie territory instantly transformed into a brutal meat grinder of carnage. As the powers of the evil gods clashed, countless wails intertwined, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Jiang Xuan stood in midair, watching the fierce battle below, his eyes calm and serene. He didn't care who won between the black zombie and the red evil god. His only obsession was whether the gate of the evil god held clues to the cycle of reincarnation. Right now, the only way is to step into the center of the battlefield, close to where the ancient castle and the projection of the evil god's gate will appear. Only then can we find the answer he desires. With a thought, the black armor formed from the Siroi flower instantly covered his body. Countless black tentacles waved, and the surface of the Siroi flower greedily absorbed the scattered, dispersed essence of the evil god in the air. Upon seeing this, a glint flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. He originally only knew that the Siroi flower could transform his divine power into the power of an evil god, thus evading the aura detection of the evil god realm. Unexpectedly, this strange flower could also convert the power of evil god from the outside world into the purest black sea divine power and feed it back to itself. This Eloi flower is not as simple as it seems. It appears to hold an even greater secret. Slowly scanning the black patterns flowing across his body, Jiang Xuan wondered if this flower was something the Lord of Reincarnation had deliberately left for him. The fighting below continues and intensifies. A large number of evil gods have fallen, and countless evil god essences have scattered throughout the territory. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for Jiang Xuan. In that case, there's no need to hold back when it comes to poop. He raised his hand and grasped a wisp of the scattered essence of the evil god beside him. The Siroi flower instantly transformed it into pure black sea divine power, which merged into his limbs and bones. In a short while, Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom grew by 1 point again. I felt a renewed sense of empowerment within myself. Without further hesitation, Jiang Xuan vanished from the spot in a flash. His figure sped towards the center of the battlefield, towards the dark castle, like a ghost. The closer you get to the center of the battlefield, the more concentrated the evil god's essence becomes. The speed at which the Siroi flower absorbs the essence of the evil god is also getting faster and faster. Jiang Xuan could clearly feel that his own power was still increasing. Below, the Crimson Evil God was already engaged in a fierce battle with the guardian evil gods surrounding the castle. The Black Earth Giant rampaged through the land, crushing all obstacles in its path to dust. Nearly 100 evil guardian gods began to retreat under its siege. Illusion Mirror, the evil god, constantly wanders on the edge of the battlefield, the power of illusion quietly spreading out, taking the opportunity to reap the lives of the evil god with remaining blood. From beginning to end, he had no intention of easily getting involved in the battle on the front lines. To him, these rich, primal elements of evil gods were more palatable. In the secret underground chamber of the ancient castle, the black zombie god looked at the 12 black coffins before him, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Wake up and tear everything apart from me." As the hoarse roar subsided, the surrounding black coffins instantly shattered. The 12 corpse gods, their bodies covered in stiffness and their eyes bloodshot, slowly stood up. There was an aura of deathly stillness that was absolutely no less powerful than that of a high-ranking evil god. Moreover, the auras surrounding the 12 corpse gods constantly intertwined, seemingly connecting with each other as if they were one. They burst through the secret chamber in an instant and appeared above the pitch-black zombie castle. The aura of the mother worm, which could control all the evil god devouring worms, was constantly erupting from the 12 corpse gods. As the mother insect's aura spread, the previously rampant swarm of insects instantly ceased its movements. They all turned around and fearlessly charged towards the direction where the red evil god was located. The crimson evil god, who had been firmly in control, changed his expression instantly upon sensing the 12 terrifying auras. After he and the 11 silent evil gods beside him charged at those black corpse gods, The struggle surrounding the gate of the evil god has now reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, hidden in the battlefield, kept his eyes fixed on the depths of the ancient castle. His steps never faltered, while hunting down dying evil gods and absorbing their essence. He quietly approached the projection of the gate of evil gods. The serene flower, through the excited hissing of its constantly waving tentacles, was in the air. He could clearly sense a mysterious aura, drawing his soul from the depths of the ancient castle, slowly emerging in this area. Chapter 319, Chaotic Situation. Jiang Xuan stirs up the trouble. The 12 corpse gods broke free from the confinement of the underground chamber, and a deathly aura swept across the sky. They surveyed the entire battlefield indifferently with their crimson vertical pupils, their stiff bodies surging with a large amount of stiff energy and evil god power. The 12 lifeless figures echoed each other, their auras intertwined, forming a unified and oppressive aura. They charged straight at the 11 black earth guards under the command of the red evil god. As the top combatants of both sides clashed, this airspace instantly became the core battlefield of the entire war. Above the core battlefield, on one side were the direct guards of the black earth evil god, clad in crimson armor, their bodies surrounded by black and red evil flames. On one side are the 12 corpse gods, which the black zombie spent hundreds of years refining. Under the influence of the evil god's power, these corpse gods have accumulated a large amount of evil god's power within their bodies. Their bodies are as hard as ancient cold iron, fearless of pain and wear and tear, and each strike is accompanied by a deathly, mortal aura that erodes the soul. Sparks flew, space shattered, and a series of muffled roars echoed through the heavens and earth. The powers of the higher-level evil gods collided violently, and the distorted energy ripples spread outwards, preventing the lower-level evil gods around them from getting any closer. Both sides were already at the same level in terms of combat strength, and now they were fighting without holding back, locked in a fierce battle that was difficult to determine, with neither able to suppress the other in a short period of time. At the very center of the battlefield, two figures faced each other from afar, their auras intertwined, neither gaining the upper hand. Black Zombie. The evil god's body was surrounded by swirling black mist, and his pale white bones were faintly protruding beneath his skin. He suppressed the resentment and anger that had accumulated over hundreds of years in his eyes. Red the evil god holds a crimson bone sword, with an ancient lamp floating beside him. Black and red flames burn silently, and his brows are full of condescending contempt and greed. The moment their eyes met, without a word of further discussion, the two figures suddenly burst forth. The stiff energy and the power of the evil god collided violently. Bone claws tore through the air, and long swords cleaved through the black mist, each move deadly. Every strike they make is aimed at destroying the opponent's essence and crushing the enemy's soul. The surrounding, high-ranking evil gods who were taking advantage of the chaos all understood the situation tacitly and retreated to create distance, voluntarily giving the two sides a large, open battlefield. The aftershocks of the deadly battle between two top-tier evil gods could easily wipe out lower-level evil gods. Therefore, no one present was willing to get involved in this life-or-death struggle for no reason. The two top combat forces were locked in a stalemate, and the battle between the 12 corpse gods and the black earth guards became a stalemate. The balance of the entire battlefield was gradually torn apart by the melee on the periphery. Hundreds of enraged, attacking evil gods, taking advantage of their numbers, surged like a tide towards the nearly 100 remaining guarding evil gods outside the castle. Their faces bore the marks of madness, greed, and a lust for plunder. Countless claws, poisonous mist, and murderous intent poured down from the sky, a relentless and merciless encirclement and crushing attack. Conversely, the guardian evil god had already been severely damaged by the black earth giants, losing most of its combat power, and its defense line was already on the verge of collapse. Faced with a fierce attack from an enemy several times their size, they could only barely hold on, relying on the remaining corpse fog barrier of the ancient castle. Casualties were rising rapidly, and the front lines were gradually shrinking inward. Their defeat was only a matter of time. At the critical moment, the Black Zombie God, enduring the immense pressure of fighting the Crimson God, manipulated the two corpse gods remotely to escape the high-level battlefield. Two deathly, silent figures suddenly withdrew, carrying the innate pressure of the mother insect, and plunged into the chaotic battle on the periphery. As the aura of the corpse god continued to spread across the outer battlefield, the evil god-devouring worms that covered the battlefield instantly turned their attention to it. Abandoning the weakened guardian evil god, it charged madly toward the enormous black mud giant that was still advancing. A dense swarm of insects swept across the sky, and the two corpse gods rampaged through the air, their hard bodies tearing the black mud giant's body apart. Sharp fangs and deathly claws relentlessly tore at the evil god's power on the surface of the black mud giant. It was this sudden reinforcement that barely stabilized the collapsing defense line and gave the gatekeepers, who were on the verge of despair, a chance to catch their breath. However, the overall situation on the battlefield was still tilting in favor of the numerous evil gods who had invaded the black zombie territory. The 12 corpse gods are extremely powerful individually, but their numbers are limited, and 10 of them have to fight against the 11 black earth guards, so they are already stretched thin. In addition, there are more than 30 high-ranking evil gods lurking on the battlefield. Some of the evil gods exchanged glances, and then a tacit calculation flashed in the eyes of several higher-ranking evil gods who were standing aside. They stopped observing and instead dispersed to surround and restrain the two corpse gods who had broken away from the main battlefield. The corpse god is fearless of pain and becomes more ferocious with each battle, but his moves are rigid and he doesn't know how to adapt. Soon, under the combined attack of several high-ranking evil gods, they were at a disadvantage. At this point, they could only passively defend and could no longer recklessly charge and stop the enemy. The gatekeeper's gasp for breath vanished in an instant. Despair once again gripped the hearts of every evil god who remained. During a lull in the fierce battle, the black zombie god took a direct hit from the crimson zombie god's flaming blade strike, shattering the zombie energy barrier on his chest and forcing him to retreat several steps. A cold, muffled groan escaped his throat as he glanced at the retreating outer defenses. As he watched the corpse god besieged and the evil guardian gods fall one after another, his chest was filled with a mixture of anger and grief. Damn it, I underestimated the insidious nature of the illusion. After all, if the illusionary evil god hadn't appeared beforehand, if the crimson evil god hadn't led the raid ahead of time, if the black earth giant hadn't forcibly crushed the 1,000 gravity evil beads, his double kill formation could easily wear down more than 30% of the attacking evil god. At that time, with the 12 corpse gods as the spearhead, they can attack from both inside and outside. Even if they cannot kill all the invaders, it will not be difficult to hold their territory for several days. But everything was completely disrupted by the schemes of the evil god of the illusion. The pressure from the black earth domain, the schemes of the illusion evil god, and the fierce attacks of the crimson evil god, the layers of shackles were almost suffocating him. If it weren't for the fact that he had unleashed his full power to awaken the 12 hidden divine weapons, he would have been able to achieve this. At this moment, he has probably already become prey for the evil gods to divide up the origin. As thoughts raced through his mind, a chilling laugh suddenly rang out. Red the evil god, wielding a burning longsword, pressed forward step by step. Black and red flames dripped slowly down the blade, scorching the corpse mist on the ground. His eyes were filled with cruelty and greed. Black Zombie, stop struggling in your death throes. You have been secretly accumulating power, privately raising corpse gods, and harboring anomalies, which has long since angered Lord Black Earth. Today's events were a predetermined outcome. Rest assured, after I've devoured you enough, I'll tear all your corpse gods to shreds. As he looked at the continuously crumbling, defending forces behind him, his confidence grew stronger. As long as we can kill the Black Zombie and devour its evil god origin, he might then be able to break through the shackles once again and become the second evil god of the Black Earth domain, second only to the Black Earth evil god. A fool's dream. Upon hearing this, the evil god's gloomy face was completely covered with frost, and all his restraint shattered. He no longer paid attention to the outer battlefield, completely cut off distractions, and focused all his power on himself. The pitch-black, stiff energy materialized into a solid black mist domain, firmly protecting itself. To defend their territory and save their lives, the only chance of survival is to personally defeat the red evil god before them. Chaos continues to spread across the vast battlefield. Blackback the evil god transformed into a giant black-armored centipede that blotted out the sky. Its hard armor was fearless against attacks from lower-level evil gods, and its sharp legs swept across all directions. Blackbelly, the evil god's bloated toad body, constantly spews out corrosive black mist. Wherever the poisonous mist passes, the evil god's body rots, and its power is rapidly dissolved. These two ferocious creatures have long since abandoned the distinction between friend and foe. Their only concern is plunder and devouring. As soon as an evil god who is injured and weakened appears in their sight, it will immediately be targeted and become a target for hunting. Not only those two, but most of the higher-ranking evil gods who were adrift on the battlefield all harbored their own ulterior motives. No one truly serves the red evil god, nor does anyone come solely to destroy the black zombie territory. In the rules of the realm of evil gods, an injured and isolated evil god is a divinely granted opportunity. Subtle gazes swept across the entire arena, constantly locking onto targets whose combat strength was severely depleted and whose fundamental energy was unstable, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Amidst various games and schemes, what was originally a clearly defined battle of offense and defense has now completely devolved into a chaotic free-for-all with no rules. The lines between friend and foe blurred, slaughter raged, the power of the evil god shattered, and the cries of the fallen echoed everywhere. The black zombie territory was completely transformed into a cruel inferno, despite the constant infighting and chaos within the attacking side. However, thanks to their overwhelming numerical advantage, their overall offensive remained fierce. The defenses of the evil god guarding the pass are constantly shrinking, and its destruction is only a matter of time. In the shadows at the edge of the battlefield, the enormous black serpent body of the illusion evil god was hidden in the floating illusionary mist. His eerie green serpentine eyes silently scanned the entire scene, his gaze finally settling on a black figure weaving through the chaos of battle. His dark gray vertical pupils narrowed slightly, carrying a hint of inquiry and wariness. Strange, this guy who suddenly appeared seems to be deliberately moving closer to the core of the castle. Since the start of the great battle, the evil god of the illusion has always been an observer on the sidelines. While using the power of illusion to ambush and harvest low-level evil gods and hoard his essence, he kept a close eye on all unusual movements. Jiang Xuan, a strange and mysterious evil god who joined halfway through the journey, has an unknown origin. Naturally, this is also a key focus of his attention. He knew perfectly well that it was his secret intervention that disrupted the black zombie's overall strategy, forcing the opponent to hastily respond to the attack. The hatred that the black zombie god harbored for him far exceeded his resentment towards the red god. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he will not easily step into the core battlefield. He patiently waits for the black zombie to exhaust all its cards and weaken until it is finished before striking to reap the greatest benefits. Before that, any variables deserve his careful attention. Not far away, the evil god of the underworld, dressed in a black robe, stood in midair. His cold gaze swept alternately over the two evil gods, the Crimson God and the Black Zombie God, who were locked in fierce combat. He then turned his gaze to the evil god of the illusionary realm, who was lurking in the shadows, and his plans began to unfold. He knew the treacherous nature of the illusion evil god, and he also knew that the Black Zombie and Red Evil Gods were not easy to deal with. Compared to the low-level evil god origins that can be found everywhere, these two top-level evil gods in front of him are his main targets. As long as I wait for the right opportunity, until both sides are exhausted, and then I take the chance to devour any one of their evil god origins, I will be able to advance again. The evil god of the underworld had a deep look in his eyes, and ambition was quietly growing. Once our combat power increases significantly, we can take the opportunity to break into the projection of the evil god's gate that is about to appear in the world. If the plane behind the gate is weak, it can slaughter otherworldly beings at will, plunder their origins, and completely transcend the shackles of the black earth domain. Even if they are defeated, they can fall into a deep sleep in that plane and wait for the next time the gate of the evil god reopens. As thoughts race through his mind, the black zombie evil god grew increasingly calm and patient. He does not participate in the chaos of battle, nor does he act rashly. He simply lies low, waiting for the most opportune moment to hunt. And across the entire battlefield, there were quite a few evil gods who shared the same thoughts as him. With each faction harboring its own ulterior motives and engaging in scheming, the entire black zombie territory is gradually becoming a breeding ground for murderous intent. Amidst this chaotic chess game, Jiang Xuan had already quietly traversed the layers of battle and successfully reached the outer perimeter of the ancient castle. The heavy, ancient black castle stood on the earth, its deathly aura layered upon layer, and the dense power of evil gods constantly intertwined and lingered here. Jiang Xuan looked up at the top of the castle, his expression calm. According to the senses of the Seeroi flower, the projection of the gate of evil god descended from this place. Jiang Xuan fell into thought. He knew that there were still 2 full days before the gate of evil gods would fully appear in the world. If the current battle ends too quickly, the black zombies will perish, the territory will change hands, and the various forces will have finished dividing it up. When everyone joins forces to seal off the castle, any further attempts by him to approach and investigate the clues of the reincarnation monument will only lead to more unforeseen events. With this in mind, Jiang Xuan had already made up his mind. The war cannot end prematurely. The chaos must continue. Only by perpetuating chaos can he take advantage of the confusion and wait for the gates of evil gods to open. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Xuan moved and completely disappeared into the shadows of the chaotic battle behind him. Shortly after, a jet-black claw pierced through the mist, precisely penetrating the chest of a mid-level evil god who was fiercely attacking the defensive line. The black claws instantly crushed the evil god's essence within the opponent's body. The warm and turbid primordial power surged into his body, instantly being devoured and transformed by the Seeroi flowers on his skin, turning into pure and gentle black sea divine power that flowed through Jiang Xuan's limbs and bones. The evil god's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and terror, his dying roar stuck in his throat. You were brought by the evil god of the illusion. Why did you attack us? Before he could finish speaking, his body was instantly torn to shreds by Jiang Xuan. Blame it on the fact that you guys pushed things forward too fast. Jiang Xuan's tone was flat and calm, without the slightest ripple. He casually flicked the crumbs from his palm, his figure transforming into a black shadow that vanished in an instant. His goal was very clear: to hunt down only the lower to middle-ranking evil gods of the attacking side. Avoiding the high-ranking evil gods that attack head-on, they use their ghostly movements to roam behind the attacking evil gods. 1, 2, 3. In a short time, 5 attacking evil gods fell to Jiang Xuan's sneak attack. As the rich essence of the evil god was continuously transformed and absorbed by the Seeroi flower, his divine kingdom steadily expanded, and his power became increasingly profound. The successive falls of evil gods finally alerted the attacking evil gods. The group of evil gods turned around abruptly, staring intently at the black-armored figure moving in the shadows, their anger and fear intertwined. The helpers brought by Lord Illusion have actually betrayed us and launched a sneak attack. Damn it, let's kill him together. Amidst shouts of anger, several mid-level evil gods immediately abandoned their attack on the barrier and joined forces to surround and block Jiang Xuan. The many high-ranking evil gods present all had a tacit understanding. Even though they couldn't distinguish friend from foe, they secretly hunted down other evil gods. However, it will never significantly disrupt frontal offense and defense. Everyone knew that taking over the black zombie territory was their common goal. If the infighting became too intense, it would only waste the attacking evil gods' fighting strength. But Jiang Xuan completely ignored this unspoken rule. He does not participate in the core struggles, but specializes in hunting down, attacking evil gods who are caught off guard from the rear. Moreover, he was ruthless and unpredictable, like a hunter lurking in the shadows, constantly pricking the nerves of the attacking evil god. The numerous evil gods had to simultaneously launch a fierce attack on the fortified castle defenses while also guarding against sudden assassinations from behind. The offensive involuntarily slowed down, greatly relieving the pressure on the guarding evil god. However, this deliberate disruption completely pushed Jiang Xuan to the opposite side of all the attacking evil gods. The commotion from the surrounding battle quickly alerted the high-ranking evil gods who had been lying in wait. Several high-ranking evil gods who had been observing coldly frowned, their icy gazes fixed on the black figure. An uncontrollable, rule-breaking, and arbitrarily disruptive evil god is a variable that these higher-ranking evil gods cannot tolerate. Several powerful auras of evil gods suddenly locked onto all directions, and several high-ranking evil gods moved simultaneously, blocking all of Jiang Xuan's escape routes. A chilling killing intent swept over us, and several powerful auras pressed down from one another, bringing an immediate crisis. Jiang Xuan stopped walking. The tendrils of the Seroy flower on the surface of the black armor slowly stretched out, and the dark petals gleamed with a cold, eerie light. The power of the black sea god quietly circulated, and in his calm eyes, there was no trace of panic, only a deep indifference. Chapter 3:20 The transfer of domination at the god level, the shock of the evil gods. 5 powerful and incomparable superior evil gods locked onto Jiang Xuan, like 5 heavy mountains, completely sealing off the surrounding space. Even the surrounding void became stagnant and viscous. The 5 high-ranking evil gods before them were all veteran evil gods who had fought in the Black Earth domain for countless years. They originally intended to lie low and wait for the Black Zombie and the Crimson Evil God to weaken each other before striking to reap the greatest benefits. However, Jiang Xuan's sudden interference completely disrupted all plans. Because Jiang Xuan specifically targeted the lower-ranking evil gods among the attacking forces, he managed to stabilize the already crumbling defensive line of the guarding evil gods. If we allow him to continue hunting indiscriminately, it seems the plan to take over the Black Zombie territory will be delayed once again. At that time, many variables will arise, and no one can predict the final outcome. Therefore, even though they each had their own plans, they had no choice but to join forces at this moment. Completely annihilate this strange, rule-breaking evil god. Faced with the encirclement of 5 veteran high-ranking evil gods, Jiang Xuan not only did not retreat in the slightest, but his aura became even more stable. On the gleaming black armor covering its body, the black tentacles emanating from the Seroy flower began to dance wildly. They danced wildly like living things, and the chaotic evil divine power, scattered across the sky, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, frantically converging towards his body. Nourished by the continuous flow of evil god essence, the Seroy flower had already broken through its limits. At this moment, it had completely merged with Jiang Xuan's body. The once smooth black armor began to develop jagged, scar-like cracks. Deep within each crack, scarlet, piercing, linear eyes are slowly taking shape. Those linear, crimson eyes instantly covered Jiang Xuan's entire body. Each one was constantly rotating its pupils, scanning everything around it. It seems to have clearly captured the flow of energy and spatial fluctuations between heaven and earth, as well as every subtle movement of the 5 evil gods. Under the shadow of numerous crimson one-eyed creatures, Jiang Xuan's aura became increasingly eerie and terrifying. He was no longer the violent and devouring evil god of ordinary times, but rather revealed an indifference that placed him above all living beings, as if all things in the world were his prey. Just who is this god? The crocodile-headed, multi-legged evil god stared cautiously at the crimson single eye on Jiang Xuan's body. A deep sense of apprehension flashed in his eyes, and even his tone became more somber. Who cares what it is? Anyone who dares to oppose the 5 of us high-ranking evil gods all by himself is destined to die. The 3-armed clay demon god was surrounded by rolling black mud, exuding a strong corrosive aura, and his tone was full of ferocity. Of course, despite their harsh words, none of the 5 evil gods made a move rashly. They exchanged glances, each sensing the other's caution and probing. They were able to gather the power of the evil gods to such an extent and remain calm and composed even when surrounded by the 5 of them. Without a doubt, this strange creature that suddenly appeared was far more troublesome than it seemed. At this moment, Jiang Xuan was looking down at the single crimson eye that was turning back and forth on his black armor, and suddenly he had a sudden realization. So this is the true power that Seroy Flower has fully awakened. After a large number of crimson eyes appeared, he gained the ability to discern the true form of the evil god and the trajectory of its power. Whether it's the attack patterns of other evil gods, their weaknesses, or the prediction of their next move. Under the gaze of these crimson one-eyed beings, none could hide. At this moment, in his eyes, the figures of the 5 evil gods before him began to stretch out continuously. Soon their disguises were shattered by their crimson eyes, revealing their most primal and ferocious true forms. A giant spider with blood-red tentacles covering its head, a 2-headed ferocious bird with black barbs on its back, a 3-armed mudman flowing with deadly black venom, and a deformed monster with the head of a crocodile and the limbs of a tigerfish. There are also evil spirits and demons whose bodies are made of piled-up white bones and whose faces are covered by white hair. These 5 monsters, seemingly pieced together, now stood before him. Even the flow of the evil god's power within them, and the nodes where the power was released, were clearly presented in his field of vision. From this moment on, the battle is gradually becoming more and more possible before his eyes. In that case, you shall start first. Jiang Xuan spoke softly, his voice calm and even, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. The crocodile-headed, multi-legged tiger-fish evil god felt a chill run down his spine as he was stared at by those crimson, single eyes. Under Jiang Xuan's gaze, it was as if all of his secrets had been laid bare. As the killing intent in his heart erupted instantly, he quickly transmitted his voice to the other evil gods. This person is too strange. We can ignore the illusion and join forces to kill him as soon as possible. As soon as the words were spoken, the 5 dark figures moved almost simultaneously. As the power of the evil gods erupted, they instantly occupied the 5 directions of east, west, south, north, and center, completely sealing off all of Jiang Xuan's escape routes. The 2-headed giant bird evil god was the first to attack. It opened its 2 huge beaks, which were covered with sharp fangs, and let out a sharp howl that shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying sound waves materialized into solid black ripples, sweeping in wildly. Wherever it passed, the space began to ripple. Jiang Xuan's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. While dodging the surrounding sonic shocks, several jet-black spikes suddenly shot out from behind, piercing the 2-headed giant bird's brow with a whooshing sound. The 3-armed clay god suddenly stepped forward, its massive body blocking the 2-headed giant bird. As the black mud churned, it quickly formed a thick barrier. The sharp black spikes pierced through it, only to be instantly corroded and dissolved by the highly toxic black liquid. But Jiang Xuan's offensive went far beyond that. His black tentacles spread wildly all over his body. They quickly wove into a massive, sky-covering net of spikes in midair, then slammed down upon the 2-headed giant bird and the 3-armed mudman. Do you think we don't exist? The fanged spider demon roared suddenly, and its abdomen rapidly spewed out dense black silk threads. The silk threads rapidly coiled in the air, instantly binding all the black spikes. With a sudden burst of strength, he flung Jiang Xuan's body away. Before Jiang Xuan could regain his footing, the void suddenly tore apart. The enormous claws of the crocodile-headed, multi-legged tiger-fish evil god slammed down from the air with overwhelming force. The terrifying force crushed the air, causing it to explode, and the surrounding space began to collapse. At the same time, the The white-haired evil spirit below suddenly grew white-boned spurs all over its body, carrying a chilling aura of death, and charged forward fiercely. With the two forces attacking from both sides, Jiang Xuan had no time to react at all. At the critical moment, all of Jiang Xuan's crimson eyes instantly erupted with a dazzling scarlet light. One after another, beams of intensely concentrated crimson light shot into the sky, transforming into countless incomparably sharp crimson blades that swiftly slashed through the air. At the same time, the black spikes behind him instantly retracted, continuously compressed and deformed, and instantly condensed into an indestructible giant shield. It desperately blocked the heavy blows from the two claws. With a single strike, countless crimson blades pierced straight through the bodies of the skeletal demons and evil gods, instantly leaving the deathly shrouded bones riddled with cracks. With a loud bang, Jiang Xuan was ultimately unable to completely evade the attack and was struck hard by the giant tortoise that tore through space. His body immediately plummeted downwards like a kite with a broken string. A great opportunity. Upon seeing this, the two-headed giant bird evil god revealed a fierce glint in its eyes and quickly opened its mouth to spew out a jet-black whirlwind. The black whirlwind, mixed with countless sharp black blades, instantly swallowed up the falling Jiang Xuan. A terrifying force tore through the wind, attempting to shred Jiang Xuan into dust. Seeing this, the other four evil gods began to unleash their power, preparing to deliver the final blow and completely end Jiang Xuan's life. But the next second, a dazzling crimson light burst forth from the black whirlwind. The terrifying power of the evil god tore the black whirlwind into pieces. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan appeared above the two-headed giant bird evil god. A jet-black scythe materialized in his hand at some unknown time, with tendrils of the soroi flower wrapped around it, and the power of the evil god almost solidified. Before the two-headed giant bird evil god could react, the black scythe swung through the air in an instant. A flash of cold light, and a huge, pale bird's head was severed by a scythe, unleashing a torrent of black, evil god power. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." Overwhelmed by pain, the two-headed giant bird evil god let out a shrill scream. The flesh and blood around his neck writhed wildly, trying to grow a new head. However, Jiang Xuan's attack contained the terrifying evil god power devoured and transformed by the soroi flower. The power of those evil gods transformed into tentacles, clinging tightly to the wound and forcibly blocking his self-healing power. Even though this injury was not fatal, it greatly reduced his combat power, even though he was a veteran high-ranking evil god. Moreover, having his head severed in public caused him to lose face in front of all the evil gods. Jiang Xuan dodged a shockwave that appeared out of nowhere, then frowned and glanced at the writhing flesh on the neck of the two-headed giant bird evil god. These evil gods, pieced together from the remains of evil gods and otherworldly beings, were already grotesque and bizarre in appearance. The writhing appearance of the wound at this moment is even more disgusting. If placed in the outside world, it would undoubtedly be another Cthulhu-like evil god. Just then, the giant claw of the crocodile-headed multi-legged tiger fish evil god attacked again. Jiang Xuan flashed, dodging the attack once again, and subtle ripples appeared in the space around him. Upon seeing this, the fanged spider evil god immediately activated the black silk threads that appeared on its abdomen, spreading them throughout the surrounding void. Hidden within these black threads are even more numerous invisible threads. These invisible threads are difficult for even evil gods to detect. Once entangled by it, even a high-ranking evil god would find it difficult to break free in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xuan's figure was entangled by countless invisible threads. His movements were instantly restricted, as if he were imprisoned in an invisible cage. "You are not the first high-ranking evil god to die by my hand." Seeing that Jiang Xuan was trapped, the Fang Spider evil god let out a sinister laugh. He kept manipulating the silk threads to tighten them, intending to completely imprison Jiang Xuan and wait for the others to make their move. Buzz! The space reverberated as the giant tortoise burst forth once more from the void rift. This time, The giant claws no longer attack individually, but rather form a dense, impenetrable attack net. The three-armed clay god's body swelled up, completely enveloping the entire airspace. Poisonous black mud rained down from the sky, attempting to completely corrode Jiang Xuan. The skeletal demons and evil spirits also regrouped and launched a renewed attack, their bone spurs aimed directly at Jiang Xuan's heart. The four powerful attacks from the high-ranking evil gods instantly locked onto Jiang Xuan, leaving him with no way to avoid them. In the distance, the blackback evil god was tearing apart the insect body of a low-level evil god. As he looked at Jiang Xuan, who was about to be surrounded and killed, he opened and closed his mouth, emitting a delightful mockery. Ha ha, that damn brat is finally going to be killed. It's so satisfying. But as soon as he finished speaking, a slender black tentacle suddenly shot out from the void and gently brushed against his limbs. What is that? Blackback the evil god glanced down and felt that the black tentacles had a weak aura, so he decided to bite them directly. With the strength of his physical body, ordinary attacks could not harm him in the slightest, let alone these seemingly inconspicuous black tentacles. However, the next moment, the terrifying power of the evil god suddenly erupted. The figure of the evil god, Blackback, vanished from the spot without warning. Instead, Jiang Xuan appeared, his entire body shrouded in black armor. The invisible threads that had been binding Jiang Xuan instantly lost their grip. The combined attacks of the four evil gods all landed on the suddenly appearing Blackback, evil god. No, what's going on? Blackback, the evil god, was filled with terror and had no time to make any defense. His evil god body was torn apart by the countless giant turtles, and then the three-armed mud figure's poisonous black mud instantly corroded his insect armor. The bone spikes of the skeletal demon pierced straight into his evil god essence, and a burst of evil power instantly tore his body to shreds. In the blink of an eye, this powerful evil god, who was infamous in the Black Earth domain, didn't even have a chance to resist. Their bodies were mercilessly torn apart, and a large number of the evil gods' bodies were swallowed up by the black mud giant. The agonizing screams abruptly ceased, and the surrounding fighting paused for a moment. The aura of the Blackback has disappeared. Not far away, the evil god, Blackbelly, who was busy devouring the flesh and blood of the evil god, suddenly looked up. The bloated toad's body suddenly stopped, its eyes filled with disbelief and horror. He had known Blackback for hundreds of years and knew each other inside and out. High-ranking evil gods possess extremely strong vitality. Even when severely injured, they can still manage to escape. Although the previous battles were fierce, only a few high-ranking evil gods were seriously injured and forced to retreat. No high-ranking evil god had ever truly perished. But now, the evil god, Blackback, was killed in the blink of an eye by Jiang Xuan and the five evil gods working together, and even his origin was completely devoured. How is this possible? The three-armed clay demon god, seeing the remaining black-backed insect armor in his abdomen, instantly came to his senses. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Xuan in the distant sky, his tone filled with shock and apprehension. The other four evil gods also changed their expressions drastically. The look in their eyes as they looked at Jiang Xuan completely changed from greed to fear. The ability to teleport a high-ranking evil god out of thin air is a skill that no ordinary high-ranking evil god could master. At this moment, the evil god, Blackback, has already fallen, and the incomparably pure evil god essence spreads in midair. This is an extremely valuable tonic that all evil gods would never have before. Stimulated by the origin of the evil god, the five evil gods instantly forgot about continuing to join forces to kill Jiang Xuan. Their eyes were filled only with instinctive greed. They all unleashed their power, trying to seize this source. But a black figure was faster than them. Jiang Xuan flashed and appeared above the remaining evil god origins. His black tentacles stretched out wildly, like a gluttonous beast, devouring the scattered essence of the evil god. Court death. The crocodile-headed, multi-legged tiger fish evil god roared and pounced on Jiang Xuan first. A cold smile curved Jiang Xuan's lips, and the space around him rippled once more. The black serene flowers on its body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling black and red light, and an aura even more terrifying than before was released. "You dare touch my things?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless black tentacles erupted instantly, wrapping around the bodies of the 5 evil gods who were rushing towards him like lightning. Before they could react, the terrifying power of the evil god suddenly swept out once more. The 5 bewildered high-ranking evil gods were abruptly teleported millions of meters away. They bumped right into the black-bellied evil god, who was still stunned by the fall of the black-backed evil god. The 6 high-ranking evil gods faced off instantly, and the atmosphere froze. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 2-headed giant bird evil god roared, its tone filled with disbelief. Even an evil god who is proficient in the laws of space cannot easily move the 5 of us high-level evil gods. The power within him is definitely not the power of an ordinary evil god. It is power approaching that of a main god. It is extremely similar to the aura emanating from Lord Kuratsuchi. The skeletal demons and evil spirits trembled with their white bones, their voices filled with intense greed. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 high-ranking evil gods present fell into a deathly silence. Approaching the power of the supreme god? That is a supreme power that only a domain lord-level evil god, like the Black Earth evil god, can control. This guy from who knows where actually possesses such terrifying resources? In an instant, the eyes of the 6 evil gods, who were initially somewhat alarmed, suddenly flashed with intense killing intent and boundless greed. As long as we kill Jiang Xuan and devour his evil god origin, they may well possess the power to contend with the evil god of the Black Earth. Therefore, Jiang Xuan must die. Chapter 3:21 The Trepidation of a High-Ranking Evil God. Illusion. The evil god makes his move. The murderous intent and greed of the 5 high-ranking evil gods intertwined in the air. Even the stagnant void around them was ignited by this intense aura of the evil god. But none of them took the first step. The teleportation technique that Jiang Xuan had just displayed had already planted a seed of fear in their hearts. Making a hasty move at this point will only lead to the same fate as the evil god, Blackback. Have you all seen through this guy's abilities? The crocodile-headed, multi-legged tigerfish evil god was the first to break the silence. The rough, guttural voice carried an uncontrollable irritation, and his cold, vertical pupils slowly swept over the several evil gods beside him. As the other evil gods exchanged glances, their originally united formation began to show signs of individual calculations. They are all veteran high-ranking evil gods who have fought their way up from countless evil gods and beings. Already suspicious of each other, they dared not trust anyone even slightly when facing a strange opponent like Jiang Xuan. After all, the tragic end of the evil god, Blackback, was still fresh in everyone's mind. Just then, the evil god, the Black Spider, appeared, its body covered in blood-red spider hairs and its mouth parts gleaming with a cold light. His 8 compound eyes were fixed on the black tentacles flying around Jiang Xuan's body, and he seemed to be deep in thought. His power must come from those tentacles. We were all entangled by the tentacles before being instantly teleported here. Upon hearing the words of the evil god Black Spider, everyone realized what was happening. It was indeed after being entangled by the black tentacles that they were forced to undergo a brief spatial transfer. At this moment, the remaining head of the 2-headed giant bird evil god, whose head had been severed by Jiang Xuan, was filled with hatred. His unhealed wound on his neck kept writhing, but he could never break free from the evil power of the Seroy flower. It spoke slowly and in a muffled voice. Then, if we avoid these tentacles, can we escape his power? Of all the evil gods present, it was the most miserable. Not only was their combat power greatly diminished, but they also lost face in front of countless lower-level evil gods. Now, the hatred for Jiang Xuan has long surpassed that for the other evil gods. No, it's not that simple. The evil god, Black Spider, slowly shook his head, his compound eyes filled with even greater apprehension. I don't recommend that you continue to take action until you understand all of his methods. Don't forget how the evil god Blackback just died. Beside him, the evil god with a bloated toad-like body covered in poisonous warts, its turbid eyes slowly moved. The greed that had once clung to the source of the evil god in his eyes had completely vanished. He had known the evil god Blackback for hundreds of years and knew the power of this veteran evil god best. However, Jiang Xuan was able to teleport it instantly with just an inconspicuous black tentacle, a method that had long exceeded the scope of ordinary spatial laws. After thinking it over, his enormous toad head shook gently. Suit yourself. It's getting more and more dangerous here. Without the slightest hesitation, his massive body suddenly sank downwards, with half its body burrowing directly into the scorched soil of the black zombie territory. Its massive body was instantly enveloped in swirling poisonous mist, indicating that it intended to retreat from the area immediately. He can appear in any corner of this battlefield whenever he wants through those tentacles. A deep, hoarse voice came from underground, carrying a hint of lingering fear. You may be able to dodge the tentacles, but countless low-level evil gods on this battlefield cannot. As long as any evil god is entangled by those tentacles, he can freely change positions, and you can never trap him. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the black-belly, evil god completely disappeared into the ground, his aura rapidly fading away, never to return. The sudden fall of the evil god, Blackback, allowed him to see the situation clearly. If he stays, he will likely be the next evil god to become a victim. Even his so-called god-level power requires one to be alive to obtain it. Seeing the black-bellied evil god choose to retreat without hesitation, the remaining 5 evil gods' expressions turned completely grim. Their last shred of hope vanished. Damn it! Is there really no way to deal with him? The white-haired evil spirit, its face veiled by white hair, crackled with bone spurs all over its body, its tone filled with resentment and indignation. They now have a blood feud with Jiang Xuan. If we cannot join forces to eliminate it today, then when the projection of the gate of evil gods opens in the future, all the evil gods will disperse. Jiang Xuan will surely settle scores with them one by one. Given the opponent's bizarre teleportation techniques, they, being alone, had no chance of winning. However, it's impossible for the 5 of them to always work together. The realm of evil gods is a dog-eat-dog world with a strong devour their own kind to advance. To reach their current status as powerful evil gods, each of them must have climbed over the corpses of countless like-minded individuals. When they happen to meet on a regular day, they all seem to want to devour each other to strengthen themselves. These days, temporary alliances based on shared interests are the limit. It's simply impossible to expect them to stick together with other evil gods for long. They harbor an instinct to devour their own kind, but this instinct can erupt at any moment. This is the unchanging rule of the evil god realm. There is no trust, only devouring and being devoured. Actually, it's not like there's no way at all. After a short while, the black mud churning around the 3-armed clay god, which had been silent all along, slowly calmed down. His 3 mud arms were crossed over his chest, and he slowly opened his mouth. It seems you've all overlooked one person. That is the illusion evil god, who is also adept at manipulating space. His illusionary power can forcibly pull evil gods of the same level into independent illusionary worlds. As long as the illusionary evil god makes a move and traps that guy in the illusion, we can join forces to kill him in the illusion. As he spoke, he slowly turned his body, and his 3 mud arms simultaneously pointed to the void at the edge of the battlefield. There coiled up a giant serpent, its body entirely gray, and its length stretching for thousands of miles. The enormous serpentine body was concealed within the gray mist, with no trace of its aura emanating from it, as if it had merged with the void. It was the true form of the infamous illusionary evil god of the Black Soil region. It turns out that from beginning to end, the illusion evil god never brought its true form into the battlefield, but instead cautiously indulged in the boundary between the mirror world and the evil god's realm. But the evil god of illusion is always treacherous and cunning. Why would he help us? The 2-headed giant bird evil god frowned, his fierce face full of doubt. Yes, it will. The three-armed clay figure evil god spoke with certainty. Our goal is to take over the black zombie territory as soon as possible, and so does his. This person's appearance blocked the path of all the attacking evil gods, and the evil god's essence within him is something that Illusionary Realm is very interested in. As soon as he finished speaking, the other four evil gods exchanged glances and fell into deep thought. A moment later, they no longer hesitated, and with a swift movement, they flew together toward the illusionary evil god at the edge of the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the distance above the battlefield, Jiang Xuan stood quietly, his black tentacles retracting slowly like gentle vines. He is devouring the last trace of the dissipating black insect armor that is the source of the evil god, Blackback. He calmly gazed at the five high-ranking evil gods who had disappeared into the distance, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The crimson eyes covering its body moved slightly, capturing every move of its opponent. Should we give up or join forces with more evil gods? Jiang Xuan muttered to himself. He had no intention of pursuing them. Having just devoured the essence of the evil god, Blackback, Seloy Flower underwent another transformation, and she also completely understood her own power mechanism. The black armor, which had completely merged with the Seroy Flower, transformed his original power of domination into the form of the power of an evil god. The entire serene flower is like one of his retinues, and every tendril of the serene flower, every fragment. All of these can serve as a medium for his power of domination, becoming the coordinates for his positional shifts. Even a high-ranking evil god of the same level would be harmed if touched by the tentacles of the Seroy Flower. He can instantly exchange positions with it, and can even use the tentacle fragments scattered throughout the battlefield to freely move to any corner of the territory. And on this black zombie territory, hundreds of evil gods are the targets of his tentacle spread. From this moment on, he became the only evil god on this battlefield who was not bound by distance or location. In this situation, even if there were twice as many evil gods surrounding him, it would not be meaningless. He can easily break through the encirclement and kill if he so desires. Having figured this out, Jiang Xuan felt completely at ease. His aura became increasingly calm and composed. Looking down and sensing the changes within his body, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. The mere incomplete origin of a superior evil god allowed his divine kingdom to expand by nearly half its original territory. The pure power surged within his body much faster than he had accumulated through decades of arduous cultivation. Just as Jiang Xuan was feeling overjoyed, soon an overwhelming and terrifying desire to devour him arose in his heart. A mad voice seemed to be urging him to devour the evil gods on the battlefield and plunder all the origins of this place. No, that's not what I really think. Sensing the chaos in his thoughts, Jiang Xuan frowned and forcibly circulated his divine power to suppress this terrifying agitation. It was not originally a native being of the realm of evil gods, even though the Seroy Flower has a mechanism that can transform the power of evil gods into the power that can be absorbed by gods. However, the lingering marks of the evil god realm on those evil god powers still subtly influence Jiang Xuan's mind. Once his mind completely loses control, he will soon be assimilated by the will of the evil god realm. At that time, he will become a true evil god in the realm of evil gods. That would mean that he would find it difficult to return to the Black Sea world, which is naturally opposed to the evil god. Indeed, external forces are ultimately a shortcut, but we cannot rely on them too much. With a soft sigh, Jiang Xuan completely calmed the devouring desire in his heart. His gaze turned to the center of the battlefield. With the five higher evil gods no longer interfering, there was no one left to restrict his actions. Moments later, his figure reappeared on the battlefield, like a ghost carefully selecting its prey. Whenever a low-level evil god in the vicinity reveals a weakness, a jet-black tentacle will instantly emerge from the void and tightly entangle it. The next second, the low-level evil god will vanish in a thin air, leaving only a slightly twisting black tentacle. The devoured evil god didn't even have time to scream before it was forcibly transported into Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom. And this situation is becoming increasingly common on this battlefield. At first, these lower-level evil gods who were not entangled by the tentacles did not notice. But as more and more of their kind disappeared into thin air, the evil god on the battlefield finally sensed the danger. They all became vigilant and attacked the heavily damaged gatekeepers. While keeping an eye on the strange tentacles that suddenly appear behind them, they also have to be mindful of what to do. As a result, the attacking evil god's offensive power was instantly reduced. The evil god guarding the pass, which was on the verge of collapse, finally got a hard-won chance to breathe. Their casualties decreased dramatically, and their defenses gradually stabilized. Watch out! Those black tentacles are coming again. Get out of the way quickly, don't get touched, or you'll disappear if you get entangled. Chaos erupted on the battlefield as countless black tentacles suddenly burst forth from a void, swirling like a black mad dance and sweeping towards the surrounding evil gods. Many low-level evil gods hurriedly activated their evil god power to resist. The number of tentacles is simply too great. With Jiang Xuan's power, the Siroi flower is constantly splitting and multiplying, making it impossible to eradicate. As long as one tentacle breaks through the blockade and attaches itself to a certain evil god, the next second, that evil god will completely disappear, becoming nourishment stored within the body of Siroi. Before completely resolving the will of the evil god realm, Jiang Xuan dared not continue to devour evil gods on a large scale to advance his own power. The 22nd one. A calm voice finally came from Jiang Xuan. His right arm, which had turned into a jet-black bone spur, was slowly being pulled out of the body of a dead evil god. With a gentle flick of its fingertips, the Siroi flower instantly devoured the opponent's essence. Upon seeing this, a faint smile slowly appeared on Jiang Xuan's lips. If things continue like this, the guardian evil god should be able to hold out until the projection of the evil god's gate descends. That will be the time for him to unravel the mystery in his heart. But just then, a calm and even voice suddenly came from the void. The sound, though without any apparent source, clearly reached Jiang Xuan's ears. "Friend, you've crossed the line." Jiang Xuan was slightly taken aback. His tentacles tensed instantly, and his crimson single eye rapidly scanned his surroundings, but he did not find any figure. The next second, he suddenly felt a cold, hard sensation under his feet. Looking down, he found himself standing on an endless, transparent mirror. The huge mirror was as smooth as a whetstone, clearly reflecting his figure, who was covered in black armor. And that reflection was slowly raising its head, staring indifferently at him with a face exactly like his. Looking up again, the sky that had been a mix of black and red, filled with malevolent energy, had vanished. Instead, there was an equally boundless, smooth mirror surface. The upper and lower mirrors reflected each other, forming a completely enclosed mirror world that trapped him entirely within it. Illusion evil god. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xuan instantly understood. His black armor was taut, his tentacles swayed slowly, and there was no panic in his eyes, but rather a hint of understanding. Illusion, the evil god, finally couldn't resist making a move. Jiang Xuan slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the depths of the mirror world. Ripples appeared in the void there, and a giant serpent, its body gray and its form winding for thousands of miles, appeared. It is slowly emerging from the mirrored space. Those gray snake eyes were cold and indifferent, devoid of any extra emotion. The giant serpent was shrouded in mist. It was none other than the illusion evil god, who had long since vanished from the battlefield. Chapter 322, Encirclement and Slaughter by Evil Gods, Reversing the Tide. The gray mist slowly surged, and the serpentine body of the evil god in the illusion was fully revealed from the ripples on the mirror. His cold, gray snake eyes silently locked onto Jiang Xuan. There was no murderous intent in his pupils, only a fleeting, barely perceptible hint of doubt. This mirrored space is his absolute domain, surrounded by smooth, mirror-like surfaces that constantly reflect Jiang Xuan's figure. Layer upon layer, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, completely sealing off all of Jiang Xuan's escape routes. Despite having an overwhelming advantage, the illusion evil god did not immediately make a move, but instead looked at Jiang Xuan with great interest, seemingly seeking an answer. More than plundering your evil god origin, I want to know why you chose to help the evil god Black Zombie. Illusion. The evil god's voice was calm and even, passing through layers of mirrors into Jiang Xuan's ears. As far as I know, you two have no connection whatsoever, and have never even crossed paths before. And why, even under such circumstances, did you risk so much danger to help them? Illusion. The evil god was utterly puzzled. He lay dormant in the black earth for tens of thousands of years, witnessing countless battles and alliances between evil gods. In his view, the instinctive actions of all evil gods are inseparable from the word prophet. Jiang Xuan single-handedly confronted several high-ranking evil gods and, without any apparent reason, protected the guardian evil god who was on the verge of destruction. This was completely contrary to the survival rules of the evil god realm, which filled him with doubt. Faced with the question from the illusion evil god, Jiang Xuan slightly raised his eyes, and the taut black tentacles around his body relaxed slightly. The crimson eyes surrounding the black armor slowly rotated, scanning the enclosed mirrored space. His tone was calm and even, yet it was clearly conveyed within this mirrored space. There aren't that many reasons, I just wanted to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the calm in Jiang Xuan's eyes vanished completely. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit, sharp and undisguised, emerged. Since entering the realm of evil gods, he has been deliberately concealing his aura and suppressing his strength. He concealed himself among the various evil gods in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, solely in order to find the reincarnation monument and clues to return home. At this moment, the Seroy flowers sense something. The projection of the gate of evil god is about to descend, and the secret of the steel of reincarnation lies within it. He no longer needs to concern himself with it. If we allow these evil gods to breach the black zombie territory and annihilate the guardian evil gods, then, when the projection of the gate of evil gods opened, countless evil gods swarmed in. He had no chance to discover the secret he wanted amidst the scramble of numerous evil gods. Therefore, this war cannot stop. We can't stop yet. He wanted to be the turning point in this chaotic battle. He wanted to forcefully halt the advance of the attacking evil god and drag the war out until the projection of the evil god's gate descended. It seems you've already made up your mind. Illusion. The evil god looked at the firm fighting spirit in Jiang Xuan's eyes, and a faint regret flashed in his gray snake eyes. He shook his head slightly, seemingly feeling sorry for Jiang Xuan. It's a pity. I thought you were the same kind of person as me, but now it seems that we are not the same. In his view, Jiang Xuan was powerful, had strange methods, and his temperament far surpassed that of ordinary high-ranking evil gods. He should have been able to occupy a place in the world of evil gods. Yet he insisted on doing something that went against the interests of all the evil gods, ultimately bringing trouble upon himself. But as regrettable as it may be, since the two sides' positions cannot be reconciled, he will no longer hold back. The next moment, the illusion evil god's enormous snake tail swayed gently, and the mirror in front of him instantly churned violently. Soon, countless mirror fragments pieced together to form a massive spatial portal, from which a surge of silver illusionary power erupted. As the power of illusion erupted, 5 enormous figures of evil gods instantly emerged from the portal and landed steadily in the mirror space. These 5 evil gods were the same 5 high-ranking evil gods who had previously surrounded and killed Jiang Xuan. Ha, kid, you have nowhere to run now. As soon as the two-headed giant bird evil god regained its footing, its remaining head stared intently at Jiang Xuan. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred, and the wound on his neck, agitated with emotion, once again oozed dark red, malevolent blood. He wished he could tear Jiang Xuan to pieces immediately. Jiang Xuan cut off one of his heads, and he lost face in front of countless lower-level evil gods. This hatred was already etched into his will, and only Jiang Xuan's death could quell it. Then let's fight. Let me see if you can stop me. Jiang Xuan calmly surveyed the 5 high-ranking evil gods present, showing no fear whatsoever. Even when trapped in the isolated space of the evil god of illusion, even when facing 5 opponents alone, he remained fearless. The black armor, fused with the Seroy flower, continuously emitted a rich power of the evil god. Within the vast divine kingdom, the noble octopus and the talkative starfish exerted their full divine power to continuously replenish his divine power consumption. In addition, Jiang Xuan possesses unique command abilities, so even if he is surrounded, he still has the power to fight. It's settled then. I'll only be responsible for keeping him here. You'll have to figure out the rest yourselves. Illusion. The evil god's voice rang out again, his tone indifferent, showing no intention of joining the battle. For him, the goal was already achieved as long as Jiang Xuan was trapped in the mirror space and prevented from interfering with the battle in the black zombie territory. As for killing Jiang Xuan and seizing the source, he had no interest in these matters and did not want to personally take risks. As the words fell, the enormous serpentine body of the illusion, evil god slowly retreated. Soon, his body gradually merged with the mirror beneath his feet, completely disappearing into the mirror space. What a coward! Seeing the illusion evil god retreat directly, the white-haired evil ghost god couldn't help but sneer. A deep sense of contempt flashed in his eyes. Illusion the evil god's combat strength is average. He can only survive by relying on the power of the illusion, and thus be able to join the ranks of the upper-level evil gods. In his view, the evil god of the illusion was acting out of cowardice and a desire to live. They are not worthy of being compared with these powerful evil gods who rose to the top through bloodshed. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry up and kill him. I'm really looking forward to seeing the evil god's essence within him. The crocodile-headed, multi-legged tigerfish evil god was too lazy to bother with these disputes. Its rough scales stood up, its crocodile head lowered slightly, revealing sharp fangs, and its massive body slowly approached, its killing intent immediately becoming apparent. The pure yet strange primal power emanating from Jiang Xuan held a great attraction for him. If he could devour this source, his strength would surely advance even further. Everyone, be careful of those black tentacles on his body. I will do my best to restrict his movement. The black spider, the most cautious of the evil gods, had its 8 compound eyes locked onto the tentacles surrounding Jiang Xuan. His abdomen suddenly rose, and countless black spider silks, gleaming with a cold light, shot out instantly. The black spider silk was so fine it was almost imperceptible, yet possessed an extremely strong power of control. In the blink of an eye, it was like a large net covering the entire mirror space and completely blocking all of Jiang Xuan's movement routes. In an instant, the 5 high-ranking evil gods surrounded Jiang Xuan, trapping him in the space. 5 terrifying forces of evil gods intertwined, and the oppressive aura emanating from the superior evil god instantly filled the entire mirror space. From the outside, it seemed that Jiang Xuan's situation had suddenly become precarious, as if he would be completely crushed by the 5 evil gods at any moment. Prepare to die. The crocodile-headed, multi-legged tigerfish evil god was the first to launch an attack. His enormous body leaped into the air, his massive pincers gathering immense power of the evil god. It slammed down on Jiang Xuan's head with overwhelming force. The force of this attack slightly distorted the surrounding space. The mirrored space kept flickering, barely managing to maintain the battle between the 6 evil gods. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the black tentacles around his body exploded instantly. The moment those tentacles touched the mirror, the power of the evil god suddenly erupted. The next instant, his figure vanished from the spot and appeared out of thin air on the back of the 2-headed giant bird evil god. Countless black tentacles coiled directly around his neck. Do you think we'll fall for that again? The 2-headed giant bird evil god seemed to have been prepared, having already noticed the fluctuations in the space behind him. His remaining head instantly turned around, and his mouth suddenly opened wide. An extremely piercing shriek erupted, and the terrifying sonic force instantly struck the location where Jiang Xuan was about to appear. This shriek contains the power of his evil god origin, specifically designed to counter evil gods of the same level. Even with his black armor protecting him, Jiang Xuan would be severely injured if hit head-on. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xuan's eyes turned slightly cold. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately activated his tentacles and forcibly teleported away again. To his surprise, no matter how he moved, his figure would be attacked and intercepted by the evil god who was already waiting nearby as soon as he appeared. It was as if Jiang Xuan's every move was foreseen by the 5 evil gods. The mirror kept flipping, reflecting countless shadows of tentacles. Illusion, the power of the evil god, is hidden in every mirror, capturing all of Jiang Xuan's teleportation trajectories and then transmitting them to the 5 superior evil gods. It's the evil god of illusion. He's secretly manipulating the mirror and predicting my location. Jiang Xuan dodged again, narrowly avoiding being swallowed by the giant maw of the 3-armed mudman evil god, and instantly understood. His means of movement relied entirely on the tendrils of the Seloy flower as a medium. The illusion evil god can detect the fluctuations of the evil god's power in the tentacles through mirror reflection, thus informing other evil gods of its landing point in advance. This is why all of his attacks were ineffective, and he was always stuck in a passive defensive state. To break the deadlock and turn the tide, one must first find the evil god of the illusion, hidden deep within the mirror. Only by interrupting his interference can Jiang Xuan have a chance of winning. But where will you hide? Jiang Xuan silently recited the command in his mind, his figure swiftly traversing the mirrored space. He used his tentacles to probe constantly, seemingly frantically trying to evade, but in reality, he was secretly sensing the power fluctuations of the entire space, searching for the hiding place of the evil god of the illusion. Deep within the mirrored space, the figure of the illusion, evil god, is hidden within the folds of the mirror. Those gray snake eyes stared intently at the battlefield, while the silver illusionary power in his hand kept tugging at it, serving as a reminder. Whenever Jiang Xuan's black tentacles caused spatial fluctuations, he could immediately capture their trajectory through the mirror and accurately transmit their landing point to the 5 high-ranking evil gods. Watching Jiang Xuan constantly dodge the attacks, the illusion evil god felt no relief, but rather a vague unease. Jiang Xuan's speed was simply too fast. This method of movement is not simply spatial travel, but more like a positional displacement forcibly completed with the help of some unknown force. Even if it is foreseen in advance, it can never truly trap him. Kid, all you do is hide. After numerous failed attacks, unable to touch Jiang Xuan even slightly, the white-haired evil spirit went completely berserk, its frustration and resentment erupting completely. His bones crackled and popped, and his body began to swell wildly. His originally pale hair stood on end, and a terrifying aura capable of destroying the world suddenly erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire mirror space. This idiot, is he going to kill us too? Sensing this violent and reckless power, the crocodile-headed multi-legged tiger fish evil god, the black spider, evil god, and others all changed their expressions drastically. Without hesitation, they hid behind the 3-armed clay god, trying to use its massive body to shield themselves from the aftershocks. The white-haired evil spirit's area of effect attack is extremely powerful. Even if they are high-ranking evil gods, they will be severely injured if they are directly affected. Such indiscriminate attacks, regardless of friend or foe, are undoubtedly the most foolish thing to them. When his power reached its peak, the white-haired evil spirit's swollen body exploded with a roar. The countless white-boned spikes, like billions of black spears, carried terrifying evil god power, piercing through the entire mirror space and sweeping indiscriminately in all directions. With this strike, the entire mirror space was enveloped by this power, leaving nowhere to hide. Jiang Xuan's figure, which had just emerged, was instantly struck by dozens of bone spikes. Ripples instantly spread across the black armor, and his body was shaken and forced to retreat repeatedly. They clearly suffered a significant loss from this attack. Within such a confined space, they faced a wide-ranging, indiscriminate attack. Even if Jiang Xuan had the ability to teleport, it would be difficult for him to completely evade it. But Jiang Xuan didn't panic at all. Instead, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. He knew it from the moment he was surrounded and attacked. These evil gods, who are suspicious of each other, will inevitably find themselves unable to resist unleashing a large-scale attack in order to kill one of them. And this is the breakthrough point for his counterattack. What a stupid guy. The evil god of the illusionary realm, hidden in the shadows, looked at the mirror pierced by bone spikes and couldn't help but shake his head slightly, his face full of helplessness. Such a large-scale attack could certainly injure Jiang Xuan, but would also instantly shatter the stability of the mirror space. Even if he can repair it quickly, there will inevitably be a brief gap. This brief opening was enough to change the entire course of the battle. Just as the mirror shattered and the power became chaotic, the illusion, evil god had no time to continue transmitting information. Jiang Xuan's figure suddenly disappeared slowly from the sky, full of bone spikes. Let's start with you. A cold voice rang out in the ears of the two-headed giant bird, evil god, without warning. The two-headed giant bird, evil god, froze, his eyes instantly filled with intense fear. The next second, Jiang Xuan's figure emerged directly from the wound on his neck. His jet-black right arm instantly transformed into an incomparably sharp giant scythe. The scythe was wreathed in an extremely dense and malevolent divine power. No! The two-headed giant bird, evil god, screamed and hurriedly turned to try to escape, but it was all too late. Without the advance warning of the illusionary realm, no evil god could keep up with Jiang Xuan's speed. Jiang Xuan gave a cold shout, and the giant scythe swung down instantly. The black scythe encountered no resistance and instantly severed the last remaining head of the two-headed giant bird, evil god. Instantly, black and red blood of the evil god gushed out. Having landed a successful blow, Jiang Xuan did not pause for a moment. The black tentacles on the scythe erupted once more, and a surge of evil power flowed through the tentacles into the body of the two-headed giant bird god, blasting its massive body into fragments. Just then, the mirror space was repaired, and the warning from the illusion, evil god, was relayed again. The remaining 4 evil gods instantly attacked Jiang Xuan. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes and no longer coveted the origin of the two-headed giant bird, evil god. His tentacles flickered, and his figure shifted again, instantly dodging all attacks. Unexpectedly, the last remaining fragment of the two-headed giant bird god was subtly moved by its tentacles and precisely blocked the attack routes of the 4 evil gods. At this moment, the attacks of the 4 evil gods had already erupted at full power and could not be retracted at all. Boom! 4 terrifyingly powerful evil forces instantly slammed into the mangled body of the two-headed giant bird, evil god. No! Without any suspense, the two-headed giant bird, evil god, let out a final, unwilling roar, and its will completely collapsed. His enormous body turned to ashes, leaving only a pure and refined essence of the evil god, floating in the mirror space. It was at this moment that the evil nature of the 4 high-ranking evil gods was immediately revealed. Upon seeing this mass of evil god essence, the 4 evil gods instantly forgot their original intention to kill Jiang Xuan. At this moment, all that remained in his eyes was intense greed. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the source of the evil god and began a frantic struggle for it. All of this was observed by the evil god of the illusionary realm, lurking in the shadows. His eyes flickered slightly, and he manipulated the power of the mirror, instantly drawing the evil god's essence to his front. He wanted to take them in order to prevent the 4 evil gods from falling into complete infighting. But just as that primordial energy approached, the expression on the face of the illusion, evil god, suddenly changed. His enormous serpentine body suddenly stiffened, and he instantly activated the power of the mirror to try to push away the source. Within this pure essence, a black tentacle, as thin as a hair and completely concealing its aura, suddenly broke free. "I found you." A calm voice slowly emanated from the source. Jiang Xuan's figure instantly traversed space and appeared before the illusion evil god. His black tentacles grew wildly, instantly wrapping around all the surrounding mirrors and completely sealing off this hidden mirror space. As the illusion evil god looked at Jiang Xuan, who was so close, and felt the space around him sealed off by tentacles, a trace of panic finally appeared in his gray snake eyes. The initial panic was quickly and completely calmed down. It swayed its serpentine body dejectedly and gave up all resistance. "I concede defeat. Perhaps we can talk." Jiang Xuan's eyes were cold, his tentacles tightened slightly, and his tone was icy. "You seem very confident that I won't kill you." "That's right." Illusion, the evil god, took a deep breath and calmed down. "My mirror space was connected to the Black Earth territory of the evil god Black Earth hundreds of years ago. I made a pact with him. I would search for the whereabouts of all the projections of the evil god's gates within the Black Earth domain. If you kill me now, the mirror space will collapse instantly, and you will be directly teleported to the temple of the Black Earth evil god. With your current strength, you have no chance of winning against the Black Earth evil god, who is close to the level of the main god. Not only will you miss the opportunity to project the gate of evil god, but you may also perish on the spot." Illusion, the evil god, spoke with certainty, as if he had accurately predicted that Jiang Xuan's target was the projection of the evil god's gate. Seeing that Jiang Xuan remained silent, he paused and continued. "I admit, I underestimated you. You managed to hide your tentacles within the essence of the evil god, evading my mirror detection. So you've won. I can help you deal with them. In return, how about you spare my life?" After listening to the other party's explanation, Jiang Xuan slowly absorbed the evil god's essence mixed with his own origin into his body. His tentacles relaxed slightly, temporarily setting aside his murderous intent. Illusion, the evil god, is right. He cannot be at odds with the Black Earth evil god at this time. Keeping the illusion evil god alive is far more useful than killing him. "You are very smart." Jiang Xuan spoke calmly. "However, you're wrong about one thing. It's not about hiding it. It's simply my very essence as an evil god." Illusion, upon hearing this, the evil god, was instantly dumbfounded, and even his enormous serpentine body trembled involuntarily. He never expected that Jiang Xuan would actually use his own essence as bait. This kind of courage completely overturned his understanding of the evil god, and the last trace of doubt in his heart completely disappeared. Jiang Xuan ignored his shock, and with a flick of his finger, a black tentacle slowly extended. Forcefully penetrate the serpentine body of the illusionary realm evil god, firmly locking onto its evil god core to prevent it from playing any tricks. After doing all this, Jiang Xuan slowly turned around, his cold gaze returning to the 4 high-level evil gods in the mirror space who were still frantically vying for the origin. Meanwhile, the crocodile-headed multi-legged tiger fish evil god, the black spider evil god, the white-haired evil ghost evil god, and the 3-armed mudman evil god were still warily looking around, guarding against each other. Their minds were filled with thoughts of seizing the source of the evil god and killing Jiang Xuan. They were completely unaware that their only reliance, the evil god of the illusionary realm hiding in the shadows, had now completely surrendered to Jiang Xuan. Chapter 3:23. The situation reversed again. Inside the mirrored space, the 4 high-ranking evil gods were still fighting each other for the torn-up essence of the evil gods. Their greedy gazes were fixed on each other, completely unaware that the depths of the mirror space had already been turned upside down. Jiang Xuan stood within the mirrored space, his black tentacles swaying gently as his gaze slowly fell upon the 4 evil gods in the outer space. The illusion evil god, however, remained calm, though his heart was filled with helplessness. At this moment, the entire mirrored area had become Jiang Xuan's absolute home ground. "Let's get started." As Jiang Xuan's calm voice fell, the illusion evil god did not hesitate at all. His enormous serpentine body slithered through the mirror, and countless smooth mirror surfaces surged toward the 4 evil gods. At this moment, the entire mirrored space was suddenly divided into four. In an instant, the crocodile-headed multi-legged tigerfish evil god, the black spider evil god, the white-haired evil ghost evil god, and the three-armed mudman evil god were successfully separated, completely isolating them from each other. Huh? What's going on? Sensing the shift in the mirrored space, the crocodile-headed multi-legged tigerfish evil god abruptly turned its head. The rough scales on his body immediately stood on high alert, but all he could see were layers upon layers of mirrors blocking his view. The space has been divided. Black Spider, the evil god's 8 compound eyes suddenly shrank, and its abdominal spider silk sprayed wildly, but it was all reflected back by the mirror space. It's the work of the illusion evil god. What exactly does he want to do? An angry voice came from the mouth of the evil god, Black Spider, who was already feeling a vague unease. The white-haired evil spirit had just calmed down from its berserk state, and its bone spurs had not yet fully recovered, making it the most vulnerable time. If he were to separate from the other 3 evil gods at this moment, and were to encounter Jiang Xuan, he would likely have almost no power to resist. Illusion, what are you doing? How are you going to deal with Jiang Xuan without us? The menacing voice echoed continuously in the mirrored space, but received no response whatsoever. The most powerful 3-armed clay god, with its heavy body, stomped heavily on the mirror. His 3 arms struck the surrounding mirrors simultaneously, producing a dull rumble, but he was unable to completely break the seal of the mirror space. Jiang Xuan's figure, enhanced by the power of the mirror, appeared without warning behind the crocodile-headed, multi-legged tiger, fish evil god. Its black tentacles, like evil vines from the abyss, instantly wrapped around the massive body of the crocodile-headed, multi-legged tigerfish evil god. Sharp black tentacles instantly pierced the gaps in his scales, continuously drawing upon his evil god power. No, it's you. Sensing the familiar aura on its back, the crocodile-headed multi-legged tiger, fish evil god's eyes flashed with fear. His enormous pincers swung back and crashed down, but only struck an empty mirror. Jiang Xuan's figure shifted again, appearing above his head. As his right arm transformed into a jet-black scythe once more, it slashed down with overwhelming power, wielding the might of an evil god. The sound of the scythe shattering scales echoed continuously in a mirrored space. The blood of the evil god, black and red, continued to gush out. The crocodile-headed, multi-legged tigerfish, an evil god, finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. Even on his deathbed, he continued to curse the despicable and shameless evil god of the illusionary realm. But the next moment, his evil god was completely shattered, and a dense mass of evil god essence was instantly devoured by the Seroy flower. In the next instant, Jiang Xuan appeared in the independent mirror of the Black Spider, evil god. At this moment, the evil god Black Spider, who felt a vague unease in his heart, had already laid out layers of spider webs in the surrounding space. However, under the reflection of the mirror, all the spider silk becomes useless decoration. Jiang Xuan's figure flashed repeatedly in the mirror. Each time he appeared, tentacles tore through the spider silk and approached his body. Impossible! How can you move freely between mirrors? Damn you, illusion. You're playing us for fools. At this moment, the evil god, Black Spider, finally realized what was happening. While letting out a sharp howl, it continuously sprayed spider silk from its abdomen in an attempt to prevent Jiang Xuan from getting closer. But all of this was in vain. As the mirrored space flipped back and forth, he couldn't even touch the hem of Jiang Xuan's clothes. The next moment, Jiang Xuan's eyes turned icy cold, and his tentacles instantly wrapped around the 8 spider legs of the Black Spider, evil god. With a sudden tug of his wrist, he slammed it hard onto the mirror. As the mirror shattered, sharp fragments instantly pierced the body of the evil god, Black Spider. A hazy consciousness is rapidly invading the body of the evil god, Black Spider. No, I'm not reconciled. I'm clearly capable of reaching an even higher level. Amidst curses and resentment, the head of the evil god, Black Spider, was finally utterly crushed by the black tentacles, and the evil god's essence was once again absorbed by the Seroy flower. Two high-ranking evil gods have fallen in succession. The remaining white-haired evil spirits and the three-armed clay figure evil spirits finally panicked. The white-haired evil spirit frantically activated its power, causing its bone spurs to swell once more. He began to bombard the mirror relentlessly. Illusion, you cowardly coward who fears death. You have betrayed us, and once you leave, you will surely be besieged and killed by all the evil gods of the Black Earth domain. Unwilling roars echoed from his mouth, only to bring Jiang Xuan's return once more. This time, Jiang Xuan didn't give him another chance to self-destruct. Countless black tentacles sealed off his divine power flow in advance, binding his rapidly expanding body tightly. Let me go. I'm going to kill you. The white-haired evil spirit's eyes were bloodshot, but he could only watch helplessly as the black scythe pierced his body. Illusion, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. As the last venomous curse dissipated, his evil god essence was completely absorbed. In the final mirror, the three-armed clay god watched in terror as the other evil gods met their gruesome ends on the mirror. His heavy body trembled uncontrollably. He continued to try to attack the mirror. However, those mirrors will quickly reform after they break. When Jiang Xuan appeared before him, the three-armed clay god could only let out a desperate roar. I'm not reconciled. I shouldn't have come to the black zombie territory. Without further ado, Jiang Xuan transformed his black tentacles into a giant black drill, instantly crushing his body. By this moment, all 5 high-ranking evil gods who had previously besieged and killed Jiang Xuan had been annihilated. As the last wisp of the evil god's essence was devoured by the Seroy flower, suddenly a blinding red and black light, reminiscent of an evil god, erupted from Jiang Xuan's body. His originally jet-black evil god armor was now covered with fine, vine-like blood-red patterns. The crimson pupils on the black armor grew even brighter, radiating a chilling aura of power. The Seroy flower trembled gently deep within Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom. As its petals unfurled, a new power was continuously merging into Jiang Xuan's body. Jiang Xuan closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, a faint smile playing on his lips. He awakened 2 entirely new properties, absorption and bestowal. These 2 new properties enable the absorption of evil god power to be stripped away and purified. He will also bestow upon his countless relatives and beings in his divine kingdom. By using this method of forcing growth, they can become evil gods in an extremely rapid manner. Although the evil gods created will only be at the very bottom of the evil god realm. But regardless, this is a genuine god, possessing the power of an evil god capable of fighting alongside gods. In Jiang Xuan's divine kingdom, the noble octopus and the talkative starfish lead millions of sea beast followers. By this time, they had densely covered the entire sea area. If one day he can transform all these followers into evil gods, then Jiang Xuan could command a 1,000,000-strong army of evil gods, completely transforming into a true king of evil gods and ruling over an extremely terrifying evil god territory. Of course, this idea is still too advanced for today. To make millions of followers become evil gods, an equal number of evil gods must fall and sacrifice their essence. The number of evil gods in the Black Earth domain is far from enough. Moreover, he currently lacks the power to defeat so many evil gods. However, there's no need to rush. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of black, evil god power was swirling around his fingertips. First, select a batch of sea beasts and transform them into low-level evil gods. Even if their combat power is weak, they can still serve as power banks for evil gods during battles, replenishing my divine power consumption at any time. In this way, he will not have to worry about his divine power running out in future battles, and his combat strength will always be at its peak. Meanwhile, the evil god of the illusion stood quietly on the mirrored space. After sensing Jiang Xuan's increasingly terrifying aura, a thoughtful look flashed in his gray snake eyes. He didn't quite understand why Jiang Xuan was able to absorb the power of other evil gods so quickly. It's important to understand that it takes a considerable amount of time for an ordinary evil god to completely absorb the essence of an evil god of the same level, just as the situation reversed in the mirrored space. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield outside the Black Zombie territory, the situation had almost completely collapsed. Without Jiang Xuan's intervention, the evil god guarding the pass suffered heavy casualties under the fierce attack of an enemy several times its size. Of the evil guardian gods who are still alive today, there are fewer than 20 left. This also includes the 8 wounded corpse gods. Previously, in the battle against the Black Mud Giant, in order to defeat this extremely strong monster, the 2 corpse gods burned their own evil god essence. It was only by self-destructing that the Black Mud Giant was completely blasted into countless pieces of mud and finally perished. Even after eliminating this greatest threat, the side guarding the gate is still in grave danger. The sky was as dark as ink, and the corpses of evil gods were piled up on the broken ground. The dark red blood of the evil god soaked the entire land, and the air was filled with a thick stench of blood and evil. There was still a full day and a half before the projection of the gate of evil gods descended. In midair, the corpse energy around the black zombie evil god surged, and the decaying divine power collided with the crimson divine power of the red evil god, erupting in bursts of roar. With a single palm strike, he forced back the insidious crimson god, who was like a leech clinging to his bones. He retreated several steps, his chest heaving violently, his divine power already more than half depleted. Hateful, black zombie. The evil god's gaze swept over the few remaining guardian evil gods below, and his heart turned cold. At this rate of attrition, we can only hold out for another half a day at most before we are completely wiped out. Having persevered until now, the evil god, black zombie, and his many subordinate evil gods have already exhausted all their strength. 2 of the corpse gods, who were the last trump cards, also perished, and the other 8 suffered severe injuries. Even so, the attacking evil gods still held an absolute advantage in numbers. They surged towards the last remaining evil god guarding the pass like a tidal wave. Furthermore, with the red evil god and the remaining 8 high-ranking evil gods holding him back, even if he wanted to help, he was powerless to reverse the situation. At this moment, the evil god Black Zombie had long since given up the idea of holding out to the end and was now preoccupied with how to retreat. The 2 sides have been fighting for so long that they are already bloodthirsty. The attacking side, led by the red evil god, will never let him go easily. Moreover, a dozen or so powerful evil gods were lurking on the edge of the battlefield, eyeing the battlefield covetously. These evil gods may not be as powerful individually as the red evil god and the black zombie evil god, but they didn't intend to confront the 2 top-tier evil gods head-on. They were all scheming and treacherous, like lurking vultures, quietly waiting for the moment when both sides would be severely injured. When the power of the crimson evil god and the black zombie evil god is exhausted, they will swarm forward, tear the 2 apart, and seize their source. Ultimately, they became the victors in this war of the gods. The crimson god, who was confronting the black zombie god, naturally understood this. He fought the evil god, black zombie, for a long time, but never killed him because he was wary of these lurking figures. These high-ranking evil gods, who fought their way from all over the realm of evil gods, are ruthless and have no rules whatsoever. Even if he invoked the name of Lord Black Earth, it probably wouldn't be enough to intimidate these guys. The projection of the gate of evil gods is about to descend, and at that time, even if these evil gods kill him and the black zombie evil god, they can also hide in the other world connected by the gate of the evil god. A bunch of filthy bastards. The evil god cursed inwardly, yet remained helpless. While those marginal evil gods were hunting down lower-level evil gods and devouring their origins, they kept a close eye on the battlefield. If he or the black zombie evil god shows even the slightest sign of weakness, they will immediately pounce and kill. Even knowing it was a trap, the crimson evil god and the black zombie evil god could not stop. They're the strongest forces on both sides, the attacking evil god and the guarding evil god. The battle has reached such a point, and it seems that a victor is about to be decided. How can we possibly stop here? Especially the evil god, black zombie, if he were to retreat now. regardless of whether other evil gods would allow him to leave. The remaining evil gods guarding the pass under his command would probably tear him apart first, giving him no chance to escape. Black Zombie. The evil god's gaze subconsciously turned to the direction where Jiang Xuan had been pulled into the mirror space, and a faint hope slowly rose in his heart. Is that kid dead or not? Thinking of Jiang Xuan's inexplicable attack earlier, even though the Black Zombie, evil god, didn't understand it. But regardless, Jiang Xuan is the only variable among the evil gods guarding the pass at this moment. If Jiang Xuan can survive the siege by the illusion evil god and the 5 high-rank evil gods, then they will still have hope of holding out until the gate of evil gods descends. But then, upon further reflection, the Black Zombie, evil god, shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Even when he was pulled into the mirror space and surrounded by 5 high-ranking evil gods, he could only barely protect himself, and it was even possible that both sides would be severely injured. Jiang Xuan had only dared to hunt low-level evil gods before, so his combat strength was probably only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary high-level evil god. It's now a pipe dream to break out of this dead end. What, Black Zombie, are you scared? Sensing the gaze of the Black Zombie, evil god, the red, evil god flashed over with his crimson body. His fist, imbued with the incinerating power of an evil god, slammed fiercely towards the Black Zombie, evil god. Don't even think about it. You're going to die today. The Black Zombie god parried with his arm, but was shocked by the sudden attack from the Crimson God, causing his blood and chi to surge. He said coldly, "Red evil god, don't be too smug. Those guys hiding in the shadows won't let you and me go." Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, a dozen high-ranking evil gods were exchanging telepathic messages, creating a tense atmosphere. They both seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Should we make a move now? What's the rush? Let's wait until their divine power is exhausted before we make our move, and then we can reap the benefits without lifting a finger. That being said, how should the ultimate source be distributed? Suspicion and greed quickly spread in the hearts of these hunters. These evil gods may seem to share a common goal, but in reality, they each have their own ulterior motives. With too many wolves and too little meat, they are destined to never truly join forces. The evil god of the underworld, standing in the shadows, took it all in, and a disdainful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A mob. His gaze remained fixed on the evil god, the Black Zombie. For him, devouring the origin of the Black Zombie and breaking through his own realm was far more important than waiting for the projection of the gate of evil god. Just as the various evil gods harbored their own ulterior motives and the battlefield situation became increasingly stalemate, a sudden change occurred. Above the battlefield, streaks of silver light suddenly tore through the sky. Several attacking evil gods were suddenly swallowed up by the mirror space without warning and forcibly pulled into it. What's going on? It's the mirror space of the illusionary realm, evil god. Why is he attacking us? Illusion, evil god. Are you insane? Chaos erupted instantly among the forces attacking the evil god. The Crimson God's expression changed drastically. Feeling the familiar power of the illusion, a strong sense of unease and rage surged within him. First, Jiang Xuan betrayed his own side and assisted the Black Zombie evil god. Despite the sheer number of attacking evil gods, they were still unable to defeat the guarding evil gods. Now even the evil god of the illusionary realm has completely turned against them, betraying them. Illusionary realm, evil god, how dare you play me? Thinking of this, the Crimson Evil God roared in anger. His crimson divine power surged wildly, almost burning through the sky. I should have crushed you, you treacherous villain. High in the air, the evil god, Black Zombie, was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. His decaying voice echoed across the battlefield. Ha ha ha, Red, evil god, you finally met your match. Although he did not understand why the evil god of the illusion had suddenly turned against him. However, the evil god, Black Zombie, could clearly sense the impending annihilation of his side. It seems that at this moment, an unexpected and earth-shattering reversal has occurred. Inside the mirrored space, after absorbing the evil god essence of the two low-level evil gods, Jiang Xuan's blood-patterned black armor shone brightly. He spoke calmly to the evil god of the illusion. Let's go, it's time to get out and clean up the mess. Chapter 3:24 Chaos. A battlefield completely out of control. Within the mirrored space, with a wave of the hand of the illusion evil god, the chaotic battlefield atmosphere outside surged into Jiang Xuan's senses. At this point, the evil gods guarding the pass were almost all killed or wounded, leaving less than 20 evil gods struggling to hold on. The Crimson Evil God and the Black Zombie Evil God are still locked in a fierce battle. Both of them had already exhausted most of their divine power. Meanwhile, the dozen or so high-ranking evil gods lurking in the shadows were still watching intently, waiting for the two top-ranking evil gods to be weakened before swarming in. The entire Black Zombie territory has long since become a battleground where the strong prey on the weak and hunters fight each other. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and the crimson pupils on his blood-patterned black armor glowed slightly. The power of the flower after absorbing the essence of 4 high-ranking evil gods. In addition, there's the near-unsolvable mirror division and spatial teleportation power of the illusion evil god. Almost none of the evil gods present could stop them. There was still a full day before the projection of the gate of evil gods would descend. This period of time was also enough for them to further disrupt the situation on the ground. There are less than 20 of the evil guardians left. It's time to balance things out. Jiang Xuan spoke calmly, and before he finished speaking, his figure had already merged into the mirror. Upon hearing this, the illusionary evil god shook his head helplessly. His enormous serpentine body coiled around the mirror, and the entire mirrored space instantly changed direction according to Jiang Xuan's will. It transformed into a giant, invisible net, quietly enveloping the battlefield outside. As the one in control, Jiang Xuan quickly scanned the area and soon locked onto the 3 attacking high-ranking evil gods below who were joining forces to besiege a corpse god. Let's start with you guys. As Jiang Xuan's gaze fell upon him, the illusion evil god no longer held back. 3 blinding silver beams of light suddenly tore through the void and landed precisely at the feet of the 3 high-ranking evil gods. Space was instantly severed and folded. The evil gods, Black Magnet, Phantom, and Black Zetsu didn't even have time to react. Its massive body was forcibly dragged into that independent mirrored realm, disappearing completely from the battlefield. It was this bizarre scene that startled the surrounding evil gods who were engaged in battle, and the scene instantly fell silent. That's a high-ranking evil god, one of the top combat forces on the battlefield today. Right before the eyes of so many evil gods, it was taken away out of thin air, without even a chance to resist. This scene was so bizarre that both the attacking and defending evil gods were terrified. Where are they? Where are the Black Magnet gods? That's a mirrored space. It's the work of the illusion evil god. Has he gone mad? Didn't he bring us here? Chaos erupted instantly among the attacking evil gods, and surprise and panic spread rapidly. In midair, the Crimson Evil God, who was fighting the Black Zombie Evil God, suddenly changed his expression. His crimson divine power surged suddenly, almost burning through the gloomy sky. His gaze was fixed on the constantly flashing mirror light in the void, and he was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Illusion, evil god, how dare you play me? From the moment Jiang Xuan betrayed and aided the Black Zombie God, the situation spiraled out of control. Now even the evil god of the illusionary realm, who could have been their trump card, has completely switched sides. In addition, the successive loss of several high-ranking evil gods made him furious. I should have crushed that treacherous villain back then. Sensing the disappearance of the auras of the 3 high-ranking evil gods, the red evil god was filled with regret. Upon seeing this, the evil god, Black Zombie, opposite him was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. In his excitement, his decaying and decrepit voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield. Ha ha! Red, evil god, you deserve it. In the entire Black Earth region, only a fool like you would be foolish enough to believe the nonsense of the illusion evil god. The Black Zombie god loudly mocked the Crimson God, whose face was ashen. although he did not know why the evil god of the illusion suddenly switched sides. But relying on his long-held intuition, the black zombie evil god immediately realized that this must be related to Jiang Xuan. Only in this way can we explain why Jiang Xuan was able to escape unscathed from the encirclement and attack of 5 high-ranking evil gods. The thought that these two might be the most likely evil gods to reap the benefits on the entire battlefield made the black zombie evil god even more wary. Throughout the entire black soil region, who doesn't know the sinister and eerie name of the illusionary realm evil god? Only an extremely arrogant fool like the Crimson God would be foolish enough to ally with him, only to end up being betrayed and stabbed in the back. However, due to the sudden intervention of the evil god of the illusionary realm, the powerful evil gods who had been lying in wait on the edge of the battlefield finally couldn't sit still any longer. Their divine power is almost exhausted. If they wait any longer, it might just benefit that evil god of illusion. No more waiting. Let's strike directly. First take down the Crimson Evil God and the Black Zombie Evil God, and then divide their evil god origins. Yes, kill them first. I'm afraid the illusion evil god has other tricks up his sleeve. Greed and suspicion intertwined in the hearts of the evil gods, and they, who had originally intended to endure, finally stopped hesitating. Their gazes fell upon the two figures in midair. A dozen or so dense streams of evil god power erupted and rushed towards the Crimson Evil God and the Black Zombie Evil God in midair. How dare you? You dare! Upon seeing this, the Crimson Evil God immediately roared in anger. He was both angry and anxious. He knew very well that once he was entangled by this group of evil gods with ulterior motives, even if he could win, he would surely exhaust his divine power and ultimately be devoured. But now that things have come to this, he has no way out and can only use the remaining divine power in his body to rush forward with the ancient lamp in hand. Upon witnessing the red, evil god being surrounded, the black zombie, evil god opposite him immediately darkened his expression and followed suit. Although he and the red god are enemies, they have no choice but to temporarily join forces at this moment. Otherwise, if the Crimson God were to be surrounded and killed first, he himself, whose divine power had also been greatly depleted, would surely be the next to fall. This group of evil gods lurking in the shadows were far more greedy and ruthless than the Crimson God. Just as the black zombie god set off, a chilling, hellish voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Black zombie, where are you going?" Before the words had even finished, a massive black blade, as black as ink and marked with chain patterns, appeared. It shot out silently from the void in an instant, piercing straight into the back of the black zombie god. In a critical moment, a corpse god suddenly erupted and swiftly blocked the black zombie god from behind. Click! A piercing sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. With a single blow, the corpse god, whose body had been tempered for hundreds of years and was incredibly tough, was defeated. It was actually torn apart by that giant black blade, which ripped half of its body apart. Although it recovered quickly thanks to the dense corpse energy within its body, the aura of this corpse god was rapidly declining at a visible rate. What a pity! A soft sigh escaped. Beneath the sky, a massive black curtain rapidly unfurled from the horizon. Following that, a bizarre evil god, shrouded in a cloak and with his face covered in black, malevolent energy, slowly emerged. "It's you." Upon seeing the newcomer, the black zombie god's eyes immediately revealed a deep look of shock. "Netherworld, evil god, you're still alive." Hundreds of years ago, in order to create the 12 corpse gods, the black zombie hunted down the Netherworld evil god, who was then a mid-level evil god. However, the black zombie god underestimated the tenacity of the Netherworld god. They actually managed to let it escape from their grasp for almost half of the black soil region, although they eventually forced him into the Netherworld, a forbidden land that even the highest-ranking evil gods dared not enter. He himself waited outside the forbidden zone for several years, finally concluding that the Netherworld evil god, who is only of mid-level evil god status, was doomed to die. But now, the Netherworld evil god has not only survived the perilous situation, but has also successfully ascended to the rank of a higher evil god. Moreover, that attack just now almost severely injured him. Fearful memories flashed through his mind, and the crimson eyes of the netherworld. Evil God surged with hatred suppressed for hundreds of years. His voice was cold and chilling, like a demon returning from the deepest hell. You seem surprised that I'm still alive. However, this is the last time you'll be surprised. Without giving the black zombie, Evil God, any chance to react, the netherworld, Evil God's figure vanished in a flash. The next moment, an enormous black curtain slowly fell from the gloomy sky, rapidly covering most of the black zombie territory at an astonishing speed. Look forward to it. This is the grandest gift I've prepared for you, the most in centuries. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? I thought I would have to wait tens of thousands of years, but I never expected that the opportunity would appear in just a few hundred years. As the words of the evil god of the underworld faded away, Black Zombie, the evil god, immediately wanted to retreat, but the next second he was horrified to discover. His perception of the surrounding space was instantly severed. It was as if he had left the territory of the black zombies and was completely trapped in a chaotic dead zone filled with the aura of the underworld. Under this force, he could only watch helplessly as the black curtain fell. He instantly severed his connection with the corpse god of the outside world, completely isolating the two realms. It's no use. This was specially prepared for you. The evil god of the underworld slowly approached, his tone tinged with excitement. Originally, the birth of the dark netherworld required the nourishment of countless evil gods' power. But what this battlefield has in abundance right now is the power of evil gods. Speaking of which, I have to thank the illusion evil god. His use of spatial power has indeed saved me a lot of trouble. As the black curtain closed completely, the evil power concealing the face of the netherworld god was gradually being dispelled. Then, the deep, dark holes on her cheeks were slowly revealed. Within those dark voids, pairs of crimson eyes, filled with chaotic and bloodthirsty desires, were slowly opening, and a terrifying aura of devouring swept over them. This is impossible. This kind of power is definitely not something a high-ranking evil god could control. They sensed auras that were no weaker than those of ordinary high-ranking evil gods. Black Zombie, the evil god, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In his vision, he saw countless shattered limbs of evil gods frantically piecing themselves back together on the ground all around. The dissipated essence of the evil gods is being recondensed under the nourishment of the rich power of the evil gods. One after another, monsters with ferocious auras slowly rose to their feet, several of which had already reached the level of high-ranking evil gods. On the other hand, beside the evil god Black Zombie, there is now only a corpse god whose aura has been greatly weakened. Today, you will die here completely. The voice of the netherworld evil god was unusually cold. The next moment, a large number of chaotic creatures pieced together from the limbs of the evil god appeared strangely in front of the Black Zombie evil god. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the aura of the evil god Black Zombie was completely cut off. The few remaining corpse gods instantly lost control and fell into an instinctive defensive state. They no longer defended the castle with the evil guardians, but instead retreated directly to the area around the castle and began to attack everything that approached them indiscriminately. The evil gods, who had already suffered heavy casualties after losing the guardian deity of the corpse god, were now leaderless. In just a moment, they were completely overwhelmed by the surging tide of attacking evil gods. It was torn apart in a short while, and the source of the evil god was completely snatched away. From this point on, there were no longer any distinctions between factions on the battlefield. After losing their natural enemy, the guardian evil god, all the evil gods were dominated by the most primal instinct to devour. They began to fight each other for the origin of the evil god. Mid-level evil gods hunt down lower-level evil gods, while evil gods of the same rank fight to the death. Before long, this dark red land was once again soaked in the thick blood of the evil god. The entire Black Zombie territory was completely transformed into a massive goo pool at this moment. When Jiang Xuan and the illusion, evil god, emerged from the mirror space once again. What appeared before them was this out-of-control battlefield, engulfed by chaos and the desire to devour. This chaotic battle, indiscriminate in its division of factions, caused Jiang Xuan to frown slightly. Never mind. There's not much time left before the projection of the evil god's gate appears. There's no need to waste any more time. Seeing that the battlefield was completely out of control, Jiang Xuan simply turned his gaze to the silent, illusion evil god. Seeing Jiang Xuan's gaze, the illusion evil god nodded slightly. Then with a thought, the mirror space unfolded once more. The silver mirror light swept across quickly, carrying the two directly past the corpse god guarding the ancient castle, and silently landing in the very center of the black zombie territory, the area where the power of the evil god was most concentrated. The castle was constructed entirely of black crystal, its walls covered with ancient and decaying patterns, and the evil aura surrounding it was far more intense than that of all the evil gods in the outside world combined. Deep within the ancient castle, faint ancient pulses emanated, echoing the aura of the evil god's gate deep in the void. Jiang Xuan looked up, and his gaze pierced through the thick walls of the ancient castle, vaguely sensing that inside lay an extremely pure and powerful source, as well as a fate far surpassing that of a high-ranking evil god. It is also the final core supporting the entire black zombie territory. The evil god of illusion's eyes flickered slightly, and he whispered a reminder. This ancient castle is the foundation of the black zombie god, and also the location where the projection of the god's gate will soon descend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded, his face remaining calm. Now that he has awakened the two major characteristics of absorption and bestowal, his combat power has greatly increased. Coupled with the mechanism of the mirror space, ordinary evil gods simply cannot stop him. More importantly, the projection of the gate of evil god is about to descend, and the sooner he grasps the secrets of the castle, the more he will be able to take the initiative. It seems this is our destination. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan slowly walked towards the depths of the ancient castle. What is this aura? As if suddenly sensing something, Jiang Xuan frowned slightly and slowly stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, the evil god of the illusion stood guard, spreading out layers of mirror power to completely shield any possible anomalies from the surrounding area. He sensed that the power of the evil gods around him was constantly growing. On the battlefields outside, the fierce fighting continues. But deep inside the castle, there was only pitch blackness that could not be seen clearly. The corridors on both sides were covered with eerie runes. Ancient bones were scattered on the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of long, silent years. Jiang Xuan moved forward step by step. The Seroy flower trembled gently in the depths of the divine kingdom, and the pure evil god power scattered along the way was continuously absorbed and transformed into his own foundation. He could clearly sense that the deeper he went, the closer his connection with the gate of the evil gods became. At the end of the passage, a semi-transparent spatial rift floated silently, which was the prototype of the projection of the gate of evil god. Beneath the crack, a vast, star-like source of evil god energy slowly rotated, its terrifying energy fluctuations causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Above the origin, a blurry black phantom sat atop it, and a pressure emanating from the top of the evil god realm quietly spread out. Upon seeing this figure, Jiang Xuan abruptly stopped, and the black tentacles behind him instantly tensed. Illusion. The evil serpent's pupils shrank suddenly, and for the first time, true fear appeared on its face. That is Lord Kuratsuchi's will avatar. An incredulous voice escaped from the mouth of the evil god of the illusion. Jiang Xuan raised his eyes and looked coldly at the illusory figure. Just as I expected, a slow smile crept onto the corners of his lips. Chapter 325 Black Soil, Evil God. The gate of the evil god descends. You finally arrived. A detached, yet imposing voice slowly echoed through the depths of the ancient castle. The moment the sound fell, even the dense evil god's power floating in the air began to stagnate slightly under this aura. Jiang Xuan and the evil god of the illusion looked at each other, at the location where the projection of the evil god's gate is about to descend. A throne formed from an extremely concentrated, godlike power is standing in midair. A figure wearing a dark purple robe with dark patterns and a crown inlaid with black divine crystals sat calmly on it, his face obscured. The hem of the long robe was shrouded in a dense aura of evil divine power, causing subtle ripples to appear in the space it passed through. Beneath the crown, his eyes were like abysses. With a slight lift of his gaze, the surrounding atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. This person is none other than the supreme being who rules the entire Black Earth domain and stands at the top of the evil god realm. The absolute overlord in the hearts of all the evil gods of the Black Earth domain, the Black Earth evil god. Of course, this place is just an avatar of the Black Earth evil god's consciousness left behind. His true form is still asleep. Even so, after sensing that irresistible power of the evil god, the black tentacles on Jiang Xuan's black armor tensed up instantly. The crimson pupils on the blood-patterned black armor opened completely, automatically entering a state of readiness. However, to Jiang Xuan's surprise, he did not sense any killing intent from this figure. Meanwhile, the evil god of the illusion, who was also standing nearby, immediately opened his eyes wide. His once lively snake eyes were now filled with undisguised shock. Upon merely sensing that immense pressure, the evil god's power within him immediately and rapidly receded. Before this avatar of the Black Earth domain's ruler's will, he couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Illusion evil god, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to be the first to reach the heart of this ancient castle. The Black Earth evil god's avatar slowly raised its eyes, its indifferent gaze falling on the illusion evil god. And he simply waved his hand gently. Two chairs, shimmering with a faint black light, instantly materialized from the void and appeared in front of the two. Jiang Xuan and the illusion evil god exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Without further hesitation, they took their seats. After confirming the identity of the figure before him, the illusion evil god shrugged helplessly. Lord Kuratsuchi, did you foresee everything that happened here? Illusion, the evil god, felt somewhat guilty at this moment. From his defection to follow Jiang Xuan, to the appearance of the netherworld evil god to seek revenge, and then to the entire black zombie territory becoming a goo pool where the evil gods kill each other. The situation seemed to be out of control, but the Black Earth evil god remained unusually calm. This made him instantly realize that none of his calculations had escaped the other's sight. No, that's not true. The Black Earth evil god's voice was calm and undisturbed. I just sensed that within the planes connected by the gate of the evil god, there are things that I once lost. Your ability to break through the chaos and fighting outside and arrive here first has proven your strength and mental fortitude, and you are qualified to travel with me to the new plane. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Earth evil god slowly turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan. His eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully examined Jiang Xuan's aura, a hint of doubt gradually appearing between his brows. Your aura is very peculiar. It doesn't seem to be a native evil god of the Black Earth domain, yet contains the most primal power of the evil god realm. I seem to have felt this aura in the distant past, but the time has been too long and many memories have been broken, so I can't remember it. After sensing Jiang Xuan's aura, the Black Earth evil god gently shook his head and fell into a brief silence. He then lightly tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingertips, as if trying to recall some fragmented memories. Jiang Xuan sat on the chair, formed by the power of the evil god, his gaze calmly fixed on the Black Earth evil god. You don't seem to intend to kill us. The moment she stepped into the castle, Saroy Ai gave Jiang Xuan a warning. Therefore, he had already made preparations for a major war. However, along the way, this clone of the Black Earth evil gods will never release the slightest killing intent, which filled Jiang Xuan with doubt. Why would I kill you? Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's question, the Black Earth evil god chuckled slightly. His tone carried a calmness far surpassing that of any evil god. Our race of evil gods has gone through countless hardships, evolving from the most primitive, mindless evil god creatures through devouring and fighting into the evil gods we are today with self-awareness. I feel it's pointless to be caught in internal strife within my own clan. Instead of devouring each other in the Black Earth domain, it would be better to transfer this desire for power and advancement to the races of other planes. This universe is vast and boundless, and countless planes have given birth to living beings. That is our true hunting ground, the place where we can obtain more power for the realm of evil gods. The reason I allow the evil gods outside to kill each other is simply to filter out the weak and keep the truly strong, so as to obtain more elites for the evil god realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was slightly shaken, as this was the first time he had come into contact with an evil god like the Black Earth evil god. Since entering the realm of evil gods, all the evil gods he has encountered have been driven by the instincts of slaughter, greed, and devouring. They only see their own kind and the evil gods' origins at a lower level. It seems that the so-called intelligence is merely an extension of the will of the evil god realm. But the evil god of black soil before them seemed to have broken free from such constraints. His thinking far surpassed that of other evil gods. You seem to know many secrets. Do you also possess the same precognitive abilities as the illusion evil god? Seeing that the Black Earth evil god seemed to know more, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but ask further questions. No, that's not it. The Black Earth evil god slowly shook his head. But I left something of utmost importance in that dimension connected by the gate of evil gods. Now that the projection of the gate of evil gods is about to descend completely, I will be able to perceive more information through the fluctuations of the power of the evil gods. Jiang Xuan quietly looked at the Black Earth evil god in front of him. He did not have the tyranny and madness of other evil gods, but instead had extreme rationality and composure. This aura was somewhat similar to the image of the Lord of the Underworld that he remembered. Seeing this, he couldn't help but secretly speculate in his heart. Does this mean that the higher the level of the evil god, the more complete the sanity he can regain? The thought flashed through Jiang Xuan's mind. Seeing the Black Earth evil god's consistently peaceful expression, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he is still far from being a match for the Black Earth evil god. After a moment of silence, something suddenly came to Jiang Xuan's mind. Have you ever heard of the name Monument of Reincarnation? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. In his view, the Black Earth god was different from other evil gods. He clearly knew more. They are also more rational. Monument of Reincarnation. As these 5 words fell, the Black Earth evil god's seated body finally stirred slightly. A long-forgotten memory suddenly welled up in his eyes. After a few breaths of silence, he slowly spoke. I haven't heard this name for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years ago, it seems that a god from the outside world forcibly entered the black soil domain. He seems to have mentioned this name to me unintentionally. However, that external deity was ultimately annihilated in the realm of evil gods, and I have no further clues. You know this name, so you must have obtained a treasure left behind by that external god, or been influenced by his power. At this point, the Black Earth evil god gave Jiang Xuan a deep look, but did not continue speaking. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he understood. It seems that the only way to uncover the secrets of the reincarnation monument is to wait until the projection of the gate of evil gods fully appears. He sensed the increasingly thin, yet increasingly violent aura of the evil god in the outside world, knowing that the battles outside were coming to an end. There are very few evil gods left in the outside world. What are you going to do next? And lead us to explore the new dimension? No, I don't have that hobby. The Black Earth evil god spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield outside the castle. I am merely filtering the quantity and quality of my fellow beings in the realm of evil gods, allowing more elite forces to enter other planes. This way, after completing the essential laws of the evil god realm, it will also buy me more time to retrieve what I left behind. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that there are no god-level beings in that plane that can threaten me. At this point, the Black Earth evil god's gaze once again fell upon Jiang Xuan and the illusion evil god. There was a hint of barely perceptible expectation in his eyes. He had witnessed all the actions of the two on the battlefield. Jiang Xuan's bizarre abilities and the spatial mastery of the illusion evil god both greatly intrigued him. This is also why the two of them are standing in front of me now. All right, that concludes the Q&A session. I should now gather the little ones outside in. Having said that, the Black Earth evil god said no more. His aura shifted slightly, and then he raised his hand and waved it. With a deafening roar, the castle's tightly closed gates were flung open in an instant. Instantly, a terrifying suction force, surpassing all the higher-ranking evil gods, swept out from inside the castle and enveloped the entire black zombie territory. Faced with this absolute power, while the outside world was still engaged in a fierce battle, the evil gods vying for the origin of the evil god had no time to react. They were forcibly pulled and sucked into the castle by this invisible force. What kind of power is this? I have no ability to resist. The crimson evil god, who was the first to regain his footing, suddenly changed his expression after feeling the supreme pressure originating from the depths of his bloodline. His previous arrogance and anger vanished. He quickly withdrew his crimson divine power and led the few remaining high-ranking evil gods beside him to kneel respectfully on one knee. Lord Kuratsuchi, I never expected you to personally descend upon this place. The other evil gods then realized that the person before them was the absolute ruler of the Black Earth domain. They were all terrified, fearing that the evil god of the Black Earth would wipe them all out. It's all right, please take your seats. The Black Earth evil god's voice was calm, and suddenly a gentle yet irresistible force swept across the entire area. The 101 surviving evil gods present were instantly and forcibly moved by this force to those black seats formed from a void. What's wrong? My body won't obey me at all. It's Lord Black Earth. Wasn't he always sleeping in the heart of the Black Earth domain? How did he appear here? We just surrounded and killed the crimson evil god. Will Lord Kuratsuchi be enraged and wipe us all out? Probably not. Otherwise we would have perished long ago. Damn it. I was so close to devouring the essence of the crimson evil god and breaking through to a higher realm. Inside the ancient castle, the evil gods looked terrified and were filled with unease. They have always followed the law of the jungle, and now, facing this supreme powerhouse of the Black Earth domain, they naturally only feel deep apprehension and fear. The Black Earth evil god's gaze slowly swept across the entire area, and his grand and solemn voice resounded throughout the entire castle. The projection of the gate of evil gods is about to descend completely. Behind this gate lies an ancient plane that was born trillions of years ago. That plane is teeming with life and brimming with divine power. I hope you can temporarily set aside your infighting and add another subsidiary plane to the evil god realm. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally lingering for a moment on the calm-faced, netherworld evil god. A forbidden creature from the netherworld resides within you. It's like trying to get something from a tiger. You've gone astray on this path. Upon hearing this, the netherworld evil god tensed up instantly, and the black holes on his cheeks closed completely. He frantically suppressed the restless, forbidden life within his body. At this moment, he was utterly horrified. His secret, which he had hidden for hundreds of years, had been seen through by the other party in a single glance. He stood up, bowed his head, and asked respectfully, Lord Kuratsuchi, it seems you don't intend to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, the forbidden creatures within him let out piercing howls. They seemed to be filled with an instinctive fear of the aura of the Black Earth evil god. I really don't have that plan. The Black Earth evil god shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need to be nervous. The way you acquire power is your own choice, and you will bear the consequences. Having said that, the Black Earth evil god no longer paid attention to the netherworld evil god. His head suddenly lifted slightly, looking at the black vortex above the castle. Just then, a violent distortion came from a void. Endless, dark, evil power continuously converged from the sky, forming a massive black vortex that stretched across the heavens and earth. As the black vortex appeared, a vast, ancient power, filled with a devouring desire, suddenly surged out from the center of the vortex. They're here! Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xuan, the illusion evil god, and the crimson evil god, along with several other top-tier evil gods, were all shaken. They all immediately looked up at the sky. Within that enormous vortex, a colossal black portal, its entire surface covered in sinister runes, was slowly taking shape. That was a projection of the gate of the evil god. It's the gate of the evil god. He has finally descended completely. I can sense it. There are the auras of many unknown beings behind the door, as well as that incredibly pure primal power. Finally, I can leave the Black Earth region and plunder new planes. Sensing the immense aura emanating from the gate of evil gods, the previously fearful and uneasy evil gods were instantly replaced by greed and excitement. A bloodthirsty light ignited in their eyes in an instant, and they completely forgot about the previous infighting among their own kind, wishing they could rush into it immediately. Upon seeing this, the Black Earth evil god slowly stood up. His dark purple divine power surged instantly, and his body grew rapidly at a visible speed. In a short while, it transformed into a towering purple giant, its body even exceeding the entire territory of the black zombies. Then, she was able to support the entire sky with one hand, and a terrifying, godlike aura swept across the entire area. Gentlemen, I will open the gates of the evil god for you. As for the rest, that's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling purple light burst forth from the purple giant's eyes. His arms suddenly shot out and firmly grasped the two sides of the gate of the evil god. With the intense power of the evil god emanating from his body, he pulled with all his might. The massive, tightly closed black portal was finally slowly opened a crack. As the crevice appeared, an extremely dense aura of dimensional life instantly surged out. Immediately afterwards, the purple giant exerted its power again. In no time, the entire massive gate of the evil god was completely forced open by half. Charge to the new dimension. Plunder the beings of other planes and devour their very essence. Before the Black Earth evil god could fully open the gate, the other evil gods, unable to contain their greed any longer, roared and rose to their feet, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed towards the gate. In an instant, they surged into the chaotic space behind the door. In a short while, most of the evil gods in the castle had left. Only a handful of shrewd and calculating high-ranking evil gods remained, and they still did not act rashly. In midair, Jiang Xuan stood side by side with the illusion evil god, not following the main force into the portal. At this moment, the Siroi flowers on Jiang Xuan's body were trembling wildly. He was transmitting some kind of special fluctuation, guiding Jiang Xuan to that new plane. Sensing that sense of urgency, Jiang Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly and pondered to himself. The Siroi flower is guiding me into another dimension after entering the gate of the evil god. Could it be that the special aura I sensed earlier did not come from the realm of the evil god, but from that new dimension? After a moment's thought, Jiang Xuan made up his mind. He turned to look at the illusion evil god beside him, and then gestured to the other party with his eyes. Illusion, without the slightest hesitation, the evil god nodded immediately. He was already bound to Jiang Xuan, so naturally he chose to act alongside Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan no longer hesitated. His blood-patterned black armor shone brightly, merging with the mirror-like divine power of the illusion evil god. The two instantly transformed into a hidden streak of light and rushed into the projection of the gate of evil god. They sped toward that hidden spatial node. Chapter 326, Holy Spirit Realm, Sacred Nether Flower. The instant they passed through the projection of the gate of evil god, a violent dimensional turbulence swept over them. The evil god's power that had always permeated the black soil domain was completely isolated, replaced by a pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was so dense it was almost liquid. The world here seems to be different from any world Jiang Xuan has ever encountered before. This world, devoid of rules, is completely different from the violent aura of the evil god realm. It exudes an ancient majesty. Having just emerged from the projection gate, Jiang Xuan's blood-patterned black armor automatically glowed with a crimson aura, fiercely resisting the onslaught of this powerful dimensional force. The illusion evil god beside them continuously spread out layer upon layer of evil god power, isolating most of the turbulent currents around the two of them. His serpentine eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone carried a hint of solemnity. Is this the ancient plane that Lord Kuratsuchi spoke of? The world rules here are very unfriendly to our evil god power. Jiang Xuan nodded, his gaze quickly sweeping over his surroundings. For some reason, this projection of the gate of evil gods did not resemble the invasion of the Black Sea world by the evil god realm. However, after they were teleported out of the passage, they were squeezed out of the world boundary by an unknown force. After calming himself down slightly, Jiang Xuan looked down at the world below. Beneath his feet lay a sea of clouds shimmering with seven-colored light, and beneath the clouds, the majestic sacred mountains stretching for thousands of miles could be faintly seen. A spiritual spring gushes forth from the towering mountains, and exotic flowers and rare herbs abound. In the distance, the phantoms of ancient mythical beasts wandered among the clouds, their distant roars piercing through the sea of clouds, exuding an ancient majesty. The sky was not the dark color of the black soil region, but a clear azure blue, with two suns and moons hanging in the sky. The light of the sun and moon is gentle yet not dazzling, and the world is always surrounded by a faint power of law. Every inch of space here seems even more stable than the Black Sea world. Even the power of a high-ranking evil god would find it difficult to easily tear through space here. The creatures here are probably not simple. Jiang Xuan spoke in a deep voice, his fingertips gently touching the wildly trembling ciroi flower on his chest, the fluctuations transmitted by the petals becoming increasingly urgent. He was guiding Jiang Xuan to a snow-white, sacred mountain deep within the sea of clouds. Let's go. I sensed it, and this world is exceptionally vast. The other evil gods should have been dispersed by that power. He glanced at the illusion evil god beside him, who seemed preoccupied with his own thoughts. After exchanging a glance, the two quickly suppressed all the evil god aura around them, concealing their power completely. Then, taking advantage of the cover of the sea of clouds, they transformed into two barely perceptible streaks of light and sped straight toward White God Mountain. Along the way, they saw several evil gods roaring as they swept past. Those evil gods were already blinded by greed. As soon as they entered this plane, they unleashed their evil god power without restraint, searching everywhere for living beings to plunder their origins. To Jiang Xuan's astonishment, before these lower-level evil gods even approached the divine mountain below, their bodies were instantly pierced by golden chains of law that spontaneously appear between heaven and earth. The chains of law contain the power to purify all evil spirits. The evil god that was bound by them did not even have time to scream before his body rapidly dissolved. It turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated into the world, leaving not even a trace of its origin. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Xuan's shock was palpable. I should have known this was an evil god, an invader standing at the pinnacle of the Black Sea world. He was killed so easily. Although only a few lower-level evil gods were killed, there is no doubt that this world is more terrifying than he imagined. It seems that Lord Black Earth had foreseen this all along. The so-called selection of strong individuals is not only about selecting combat power within the Black Earth domain, but also about selecting those who can survive in this dimension. Illusion, the evil god, lowered his voice, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Having witnessed the evil god being killed in such a way, he guessed that the sudden power that had just appeared was now capable of threatening even the higher-ranking evil gods. Jiang Xuan didn't speak, but stared intently at the serene flower pattern that appeared on the black armor on his chest. At this moment, the pattern of the ciroi flower is no longer simply black, but the edges of the petals are tinged with a faint, shimmering white. Within the black flower stamen, a point of golden light flickered slowly, echoing the aura emanating from the summit of White God Mountain in the distance. The aura was pure and ancient, carrying a familiar warmth, and subtly connected with the aura of the Reincarnation Monument. Just as the two were about to approach Mount Baishan, a clear, cold voice suddenly came from the clouds. Evil spirits from beyond the realm, how dare you trespass into my holy spirit realm? As the voice faded, golden light suddenly converged across the sky, and a woman dressed in a plain white dress, with an ethereal figure, descended from the clouds. She was surrounded by a holy halo and held a white jade staff in her hand, with a spiritual pearl that shimmered with 7-colored light at the top of the staff. At this moment, he was looking at Jiang Xuan and the illusion evil god with a cold gaze, his eyes full of vigilance and disgust. Behind the woman followed dozens of Holy Spirit guardians clad in spirit armor, each with a refined aura and spears gleaming with the light of law, instantly surrounding the two. The Holy Spirit realm is actually called the Holy Spirit realm in this dimension. Jiang Xuan calmly shielded the illusion evil god in front of him. The crimson aura of the blood-patterned black armor was completely subdued, and there was no trace of killing intent on his face as he spoke calmly. We meant no harm. We were just passing by. Just passing by. The woman sneered, and with a gentle tap of her jade staff, the golden light that filled the sky transformed into sharp blades of light, pointing directly at the two of them. Evil spirits, this is not a place for you. Very well. Today, I will make you all vanish completely from this place. Before the words were even finished, the Holy Spirit guardians thrust their spears forward in unison, the light of law at the tips of their spears being inherently incompatible with the power of the evil god. As soon as they got close, the power around Jiang Xuan's body began to stagnate. Illusion, upon seeing this, the evil god hurriedly activated his spatial divine power. As spatial rifts opened up in front of the two, they devoured all the incoming light blades. However, this power of law is too strong, far exceeding that of ordinary evil gods. The spatial rift was quickly repaired by the golden light as soon as it appeared. Jiang Xuan, this can't go on. More creatures are heading this way. Sensing the numerous auras rising from afar, the illusion, evil god finally became somewhat anxious. His serpentine eyes scanned the surroundings rapidly, seemingly searching for a way to break through. Jiang Xuan frowned, his gaze falling on the jade staff and spirit pearl in the woman's hand. The aura emanating from the spirit pearl was exactly the same as the golden light emanating from the stamen of the seroy flower, clearly indicating a great connection between the two. Just then, the seroy flower suddenly floated up from Jiang Xuan's chest and hovered in midair. The black petals fully unfurled, revealing a dazzling, shimmering white light. As the light burst forth, a gentle yet supremely majestic aura emanated from the petals, instantly suppressing the golden light throughout the entire area. The woman in white's expression changed drastically as she stared at the black flowers in the air, her eyes filled with disbelief. This is the holy nether flower? A sacred relic from the Holy Spirit realm that disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. How did it end up in your hands? Holy flower? Jiang Xuan's heart stirred. It turned out that the seroy flower was called the holy nether flower in this dimension. Do you recognize this flower? Jiang Xuan looked at the woman in white, wanting to find out more information. The sacred flower of the outer world gods. The woman in white shuddered, and the murderous intent in her eyes gradually subsided. She put away her jade staff, waved for the Holy Spirit guardians to step back, and asked in a questioning tone, "Have you ever seen the saintly monarch of reincarnation?" The woman in white seemed somewhat agitated, but secretly she remained vigilant against the evil god of the illusionary realm. Upon seeing this, a glint flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. He had finally found a clue. I don't know if we're talking about the same person, but I'm different from them and I'm not interested in invading your world. Jiang Xuan looked at the other party, and as he slowly activated his power, the white light on the petal of the seroy flower became softer and softer. I've been searching for clues to the monument of reincarnation, and this sacred flower on my body has led me here. The woman in white stared at the black, sacred flower patterns that appeared on Jiang Xuan's armor, and remained silent for a moment. Then she slowly began to speak. I am Ling Ying, the Holy Spirit messenger of the Holy Spirit realm. Long ago, the Holy Reincarnation Monarch came to my Holy Spirit realm and discussed the Tao with my realm lord. Before he left the holy flower in the Holy Spirit realm, but later the holy flower mysteriously disappeared, and unexpectedly it ended up in your hands. At this point, she paused suddenly, and her gaze toward Jiang Xuan was no longer hostile. Although you possess the power of an evil god, you're not tainted by the murderous aura of evil spirits. It seems you're someone recognized by the holy nether flower. The reincarnation stele is something left behind by the Holy Lord of Reincarnation. However, I cannot fully trust you for the time being. Ling Ying stopped attacking after sensing that Jiang Xuan's mind had not been corrupted by the power of the evil god realm. Seeing this, the evil god of the illusion secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they were to actually fight, even if they were able to win, they would be surrounded by the constantly arriving powerful figures. Lingxi turned to look at the top of White God Mountain, her tone solemn. However, this is not the place to talk. Those evil gods who have entered the Holy Spirit realm, that is, the evil spirits that came in with you. Although the Lord of the realm forcibly suppressed that portal, he still allowed many evil spirits to enter the world. If you want to know more, come with me to the Holy Mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan fell into deep thought. After a moment, he nodded. Okay, we'll go with you. Lingxi nodded slightly, feeling a little relieved. If Jiang Xuan insisted on leaving, then she would have no choice but to take action against the two of them. In that case, let's head back to the mountain immediately. Without further hesitation, Lingxi and dozens of Holy Spirit guardians led the way, while Jiang Xuan and the illusion evil god followed closely behind, speeding towards the top of White God Mountain. The closer you get to the sacred mountain, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. Jiang Xuan could vaguely sense that the power of the laws of heaven and earth was becoming clearer, and he could see many wounded Holy Spirit guardians and the remains of some evil gods scattered on the ground along the way. Clearly, the battle in this world has already begun. Soon, a majestic temple nestled among the mountains appeared before them. The temple was constructed entirely of white spirit jade and was engraved with patterns of loss. Before the temple gate, two enormous giant guardian spirits stood majestically like stone sculptures. This is the core area of Holy Spirit Mountain, and also the place where the Holy Ghost Flower was lost back then. At this point, Ling Ying couldn't help but look at Jiang Xuan, a complex expression in her eyes. Chapter 327, The Reincarnation, Saint King. As Ling Ying finished speaking, the giant spirit slowly retreated. Jiang Xuan's gaze swept over the mottled jade walls surrounding the temple, where old marks of varying depths still remained. These spirit jades were exceptionally sturdy. Even Jiang Xuan needed to exert considerable force to break them. It is conceivable that a large-scale battle must have broken out here back then. It's at least a battle between gods. His gaze shifted, and he gained a deeper understanding of the Holy Mountain's past. Behind Jiang Xuan, the evil god of illusion was following beside the two of them, his snake eyes silently surveying their surroundings. He appeared relaxed, but in reality, he was always on edge, constantly on guard against any possible changes in his surroundings. The power of the Holy Spirit realm far exceeded their previous predictions. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick and tile here holds the power of an unknown world. Even an evil god can fall into utter ruin if he is not careful. In order to prevent the projection of the evil gate from descending, the world lord confronts it from above. Fortunately, he had intervened beforehand, scattering all the invading evil spirits to various regions of the Holy Spirit realm. As Ling Ying walked towards the inner sanctum of the temple, she spoke in a deep voice about the current situation. Since you are chosen by the Holy Flower, I will not hide it from you. The territory of the Holy Spirit realm is hundreds of times larger than that of an ordinary small world. But the number of evil spirits that have invaded this time is quite large, and even if they are scattered, they still pose a significant threat to the Holy Spirit realm. Fortunately, there are still several holy sites guarding the border. At this point, Ling Ying paused slightly, carefully observing the expressions of Jiang Xuan and the other person. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, pondering to himself. The dimensional invasion planned by the Black Earth evil god was fraught with danger from the very beginning. What appears to be the invasion of a new dimension by evil gods is actually his manipulation of numerous evil gods to confuse the Holy Spirit realm. They could take this opportunity to search for some ancient artifact that was left behind in this world years ago. However, evil gods are not so easy to deal with. The red evil god and others will not let the evil gods continue to scatter. Jiang Xuan spoke, looking calmly at Ling Ying beside him. They will soon gather the scattered evil gods, concentrate their strength, and launch a concentrated attack. At that time, the pressure on your Holy Spirit realm will definitely increase sharply. Upon hearing this, Ling Ying paused, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She clearly hadn't expected Jiang Xuan to see through the current situation so quickly. She then sighed softly and stopped hiding it. You're right. Our spirit guards have sent back news that many evil spirits have gathered in the western wilderness. As they spoke, the three of them passed through the front hall and entered the inner hall. The inner hall was much more spacious than the front hall, with a half-person-high white jade platform suspended in the center. The patterns on the stone platform seemed somewhat chaotic, and the grooves where sacred objects were originally inlaid were now empty. This is the very place where the sacred flower was planted back then. On the ground around the stone platform, several deep cracks, visible to the bone, could still be seen, and within these cracks lingered the aura of an unknown power that had not yet dissipated. It seems to be silently recounting the fierce battle of that year. This place was originally the sacred site left behind by the holy monarch of reincarnation, and it is also one of the oldest holy sites in the Holy Spirit realm. Ling Ying stood beside the stone platform, her fingertips gently tracing the cold jade surface, her tone full of sighs. After the disappearance of the reincarnation Saint King, the Holy Land lost its leader, and then it was suddenly rumored that the Holy Mountain contained the reincarnation Saint King's secret treasure. Therefore, the major powers within the realm could not suppress their ambitions and rushed into the Holy Land to seize it. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly and couldn't help but speak. What kind of secret treasure could it be that would make all the Holy Lands unable to resist making a move? I don't know the specifics. Ling Ying shook her head, her eyes dimming. The power of the reincarnation Saint King is a rule system that has never appeared in the laws of the Holy Spirit realm. It is said that whoever receives his inheritance can become a top powerhouse in the Holy Spirit realm and even in other realms. In this situation, all the major powers were blinded by ambition. At first, they would exercise restraint due to concerns about the samsara Saint King's backup plan. After repeated probing, they finally couldn't resist launching a full-scale attack. That great war lasted for hundreds of years. The Holy Land was destroyed, and almost all the powerful figures who guarded the Holy Land perished. Even the sacred flower placed in the center of the stone platform disappeared in the chaos. At this point, Ling Ying glanced at the familiar patterns on Jiang Xuan's black armor with a complicated expression. Jiang Xuan didn't say much. He walked to the white jade platform, the sacred flower on his chest trembling slightly. The golden light in the flower's stamen seemed to resonate with the stone platform in some way. And as the tendrils of the serene flower swayed, a long-forgotten fragment of memory began to flow rapidly into his mind along those tendrils. In the scene, several powerful figures dressed in golden robes are fighting fiercely. Divine light and divine power collide, and the Holy Land collapses. A dark figure seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to snatch the black flower floating on the stone platform, and finally disappeared into the spatial rift. Later, someone from the lineage of the realm Lord stepped forward, which quelled the internal strife. The few powerful figures who could participate in the battle either disappeared in the Great War or were seriously injured and retired, and have not been heard from since. This sacred place also fell into complete ruin amidst the struggles between various parties, leaving only these ruins today. At this point, Ling Ying's eyes were filled with regret. If it weren't for that internal strife back then, the Holy Spirit realm wouldn't necessarily be afraid of the many evil gods that have invaded the world today. Jiang Xuan remained silent for a moment, then raised his hand and slowly moved the sacred nether flower into the groove of the white jade platform. The moment the petal touched the groove, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth. The messy patterns on the stone platform quickly healed and became whole again, perfectly matching the patterns of the sacred ghost flower. The entire inner hall was enveloped by an ancient and gentle power of reincarnation. This is, seeing that the stone platform, which had been silent for hundreds of years, had actually reacted, Ling Ying's eyes were filled with shock. You should know that this was something left behind by the holy monarch of reincarnation. Even the person from the Realm Lord's lineage back then couldn't find out a single thing about it. But now, with the arrival of Jiang Xuan and his companion, this sacred place, which should have disappeared, has started to react again. The Lord of Reincarnation? Could it be that the Lord of Reincarnation is not a deity of the black earth world? Seeing the golden light bursting from the stone platform, Jiang Xuan was now completely certain. The Lord of Reincarnation is the Holy King of Reincarnation, but to his surprise, the Lord of Reincarnation does not seem to be a native deity of the Black Sea, nor a powerful figure from the Holy Spirit realm. According to Ling, the Reincarnation Saint King suddenly rose to power in the Holy Spirit realm. Before his rise, there was no information about the Holy King of Reincarnation within the Holy Spirit realm. It seems I'll need to spend some time searching this realm. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly. As his thoughts swept across the surface, a golden beacon slowly emerged from beneath the stone platform. It was safely placed in his hands. Chapter 328 Eastern Sacred Land. Jiang Xuan grasped the warm golden beacon in his fingertips, and an incredibly clear guidance instantly surged into his consciousness. That thought was perfectly clear, pointing directly to the far east of the Holy Spirit realm. The power of reincarnation flowing above the beacon is closely connected to the Sirui flower aura within his body. It was as if he was being urged to go to the eastern border of the world. Which part of your Holy Spirit realm is the east? After calming his agitation, Jiang Xuan asked Ling Ying a question. East. Upon seeing this, Ling Ying frowned instantly, and her tone became more serious. The eastern territory of the Holy Spirit realm is vast and boundless, spanning hundreds of millions of miles. This entire region is under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Victory Holy Land. As one of the 4 guardian holy lands of the Holy Spirit realm, the Eastern Victory Holy Land ranks among the top 5 in the Holy Spirit realm, apart from the lineage of the Realm Lord, and its foundation is unfathomable. She paused slightly at this point, and then carefully explained the rumors about the Eastern Victory Holy Land. The core area of the Eastern Victory Holy Land is protected by an extremely strong barrier, the exact location of which we do not know. As for the vast surrounding territory, it is all under its jurisdiction and there is no barrier to block it. However, the Eastern Victory Holy Land is somewhat rigid and closed off. All its subordinate territories are patrolled and guarded by disciples of the Holy Land. If you want to go to the east, the first stop is the Ghost Serpent Mountain Range on the eastern border. That is the outermost territory of the Eastern Victory Holy Land, where the Ghost Serpent lineage has been entrenched for many years, and Holy Land disciples are also stationed there for training. Seemingly worried that Jiang Xuan might not know the specifics, Ling Ying added further. The Holy Land of Dongsheng is extremely xenophobic and wary of all outsiders, especially the elders of the Holy Land, who are all rigid and stubborn and cannot tolerate any outsiders. Although the Ghost Serpent Mountain Range has no barrier, the disciples stationed there are all elites from the Holy Land. Once they discover outsiders, they will definitely report it immediately. Not to mention that the evil aura of the person beside you is so strong. I believe that once discovered, they will be immediately treated as an invading evil spirit and besieged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, already understanding. He already knew that the Holy Spirit realm was far from being like the Black Sea realm, which had been ravaged by the evil god realm, resulting in widespread suffering and a severe shortage of powerful beings. This world still possesses a rich cultural heritage, having only experienced 2 invasions from outside its borders in the past billions of years. Apart from the internal strife over the reincarnation Saint King's treasure back then, the local powerhouses have hardly suffered any major losses, and their overall strength remains at its peak. So, does this mean that we've already been targeted by the Eastern Holy Land as soon as we entered the Eastern Territory? Jiang Xuan asked softly, his tone still calm. That's exactly right. Ling Ying nodded helplessly. The Ghost Serpent Mountain Range is the eastern border gate of the Eastern Victory Holy Land. The disciples stationed there conduct extremely strict checks, and anyone with an unfamiliar aura who enters will be questioned rigorously. Your identities are too special to withstand investigation. Once exposed, you will be surrounded and killed by the powerful figures of the Holy Land before you even get close to the heart of the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, the evil god of the illusionary realm narrowed his pupils slightly, and his aura unconsciously subsided a bit. He couldn't help but secretly grumble to himself, thinking that he could gain some benefits by following Jiang Xuan. Unexpectedly, he had just left the holy mountain and was about to step into such a dangerous place. In the past, he would never have wanted to risk going to such places. Upon hearing Ling Ying's warning, Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly as he fell into deep thought. The beacon of reincarnation points clearly to the east, and the clues to the monument of reincarnation lie there. Jiang Xuan had no intention of giving up halfway. Moreover, he is no small fry now. He dares to venture even into the Eastern Victory Holy Land. Although the Eastern Victory Holy Land is powerful, it has many experts comparable to gods in the outside world, and it is rumored that there is even an ancestor at the half-step World Lord realm who is in charge. However, Jiang Xuan was confident in his ability to protect himself, and since they were only scouting, there was no need to alert the enemy as soon as they entered the territory. Troublesome as it may be, the clue is here, so Dongfang still has to go. A moment later, Jiang Xuan raised his eyes, his tone still calm. You certainly have a strong sense of confidence. Illusion. The evil god glanced at Jiang Xuan, his tone tinged with helplessness, but he did not refute him. He knew in his heart that he had now been marked with the divine mark by Jiang Xuan and had no room to refuse. Furthermore, if they could find the secret treasure of the reincarnation Saint King, this risk would be worthwhile. Jiang Xuan naturally saw through his thoughts and spoke calmly. You don't need to worry. Your illusionary abilities are naturally good at concealing your presence and hiding your whereabouts. The Ghost Serpent Mountains have complex terrain, which is perfect for us to hide in. We will infiltrate the mountains first, follow the beacon's guidance, and avoid the disciples stationed there. We will not be easily exposed. Illusion. The evil god snorted and said no more. He is cunning and resourceful, adept at seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. With the mountainous terrain as cover, there is no need to worry too much. Seeing Jiang Xuan's resolute expression, Ling Ying knew that he had made up his mind, so she could only whisper some words of advice. The Ghost Serpent Mountain Range is extremely dangerous. Not only are there disciples of the Holy Land, but also the devouring ghost serpent lineage, as well as powerful beasts such as the mountain-splitting beast. You must be careful in everything you do. Although my ancestors were on good terms with the lineage of the reincarnation Saint King, entering the Eastern Victory Holy Land would still inevitably cause misunderstandings, so I can't help you much with this matter. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly to Ling Ying to show his understanding, then turned to look at the illusion evil god. There is no time to lose. He does not wish to linger here any longer. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space slightly distorted, and the two figures instantly transformed into streams of light and disappeared into the inner hall, until Jiang Xuan and the other person's aura completely disappeared within the holy mountain area. The space in the corner of the inner hall rippled slowly, and a figure wearing a gilded robe and a white gold-patterned mask silently appeared there. This person was enveloped in a faint world power, his aura as deep as the sea. Even though he stood still, the entire inner hall trembled slightly, as if he were under immense pressure. Upon seeing this, Ling Ying immediately composed herself, stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke respectfully. My lord, as you instructed, they have already set off and are heading straight for the territory of the Eastern Victory Holy Land. Yes, I understand. The figure in the golden robe nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the east, his eyes seemingly piercing through endless space, landing on that vast, desolate mountain range. You did very well. I never expected that the successor of the reincarnation Saint King, who had been silent for billions of years, would finally show up. His voice was calm and even, but a barely perceptible fervor flickered in his eyes hidden behind the mask. His fingertips trembled slightly, revealing that his heart was not as calm as it appeared. My lord, the Ghost Serpent Mountain Range is the gateway to the Eastern Victory Holy Land. If these two sneak in, they will likely encounter the Ghost Serpent lineage very soon. Ling Ying said softly, her tone tinged with a hint of probing. Conflict is good. The figure in the golden robe spoke softly, his tone carrying a hint of profound meaning. Those old fogies in the Eastern Victory Holy Land are sticking to old ways. They hold on to some of the secrets of the old Samsara dojo, but they refuse to hand them over. We are bound by the rules of the Realm Lord's lineage and cannot directly intervene. Now that these two are heading to the Ghost Serpent Mountain Range, they can help us break the deadlock. Upon hearing this, Ling Ying felt a chill run down her spine and instantly understood the Lord's plan. From the very beginning, she guided Jiang Xuan to this abandoned holy land under his instructions. Awakening the reincarnation stone platform and drawing out the golden beacon, everything was part of the other party's calculations. By using these two individuals, they can gradually destabilize the Eastern Victory Holy Land, uncover the secrets left behind by the reincarnation Saint King, and reap the benefits of their success. Understood. Ling Ying responded softly and said no more. The figure in the golden robe said no more. His gaze swept over the white jade platform that had regained its luster, and with a flash of golden light, his figure vanished instantly from the inner hall. At this moment, only Ling Ying remained in the empty inner hall. As the golden-robed figure disappeared, she looked up towards the east, a complex light flashing in her eyes. She didn't know whether Jiang Xuan's journey would bring him fortune or misfortune, nor did she know where this game surrounding the reincarnation treasure would ultimately lead. All she knew was that with the appearance of the golden beacon, the holy spirit realm, which had been silent for billions of years, would finally be completely shattered. A new storm is quietly brewing in the Ghost Serpent Mountains on the eastern border. Chapter 3:29 Ghost Serpent Mountain Range. 1,000 miles could be traversed in an instant. Jiang Xuan and the figure of the illusion, evil god, suddenly landed. Thanks to the mirror space power of the illusion evil god, they avoided most of the troubles along the way and did not encounter any obstacle from the native powerhouses of the Holy Spirit Realm. The moment they landed, a cold, damp, and deathly silence enveloped them. Beneath their feet lay desolate, barren, dark gray rock, devoid of any vegetation, with a faint, chilling aura emanating from the rubble. Looking up, the entire Ghost Serpent Mountain Range was shrouded in thick layers of gray fog, the heavy mist obscuring the view of heaven and earth. Even the sunlight above their heads was fragmented, making the entire mountain range appear dark and oppressive, devoid of any vitality. Without a doubt, this is the outermost border and dangerous area of the Eastern Victory Holy Land, the Ghost Serpent Mountains. It is said that passing through this place means entering the core area of the Eastern Victory Holy Land. Jiang Xuan slightly raised his hand, trying to release his divine sense to explore the huge mountain range shrouded in gray mist in front of him. However, as soon as his divine sense left his body by 100 meters, it was completely devoured by the strange, invisible force hidden in the gray mist. Even the most powerful divine consciousness, capable of reaching the level of gods, finds it difficult to move an inch within this mist. It was impossible to detect any movement or direction ahead hidden in the gray fog. Ordinary fog may obscure vision, but the gray fog here can imprison divine sense and cloud perception, specifically suppressing all means of investigation. The evil god of the illusionary realm, standing to the side, looked at the boundless gray fog around him, his expression becoming more solemn. The faint light floating around him rippled slightly, and he subconsciously tightened his own illusory realm. Jiang Xuan turned his head and looked at him calmly. With your ability to conceal yourself within illusions, you should be able to lead us infiltrate this place. Jiang Xuan knew perfectly well that the important border region of the Eastern Victory Holy Land would not be undefended. This eerie gray fog must contain a hidden restriction to identify outsiders. Ordinary concealment methods are simply no match for the vigilance mechanisms hidden in the mountains. Illusion, the evil god, nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of pragmatic helplessness. I can conceal my presence and hide my whereabouts. But the fog here is extremely strange. If we get into a fight, I might not be able to help much. Illusion, evil gods have always been adept at seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, especially in the realm of the holy spirits, where powerful beings abound. he is very clear about his place. If they were to face orthodox cultivators from the Eastern Victory Holy Land or powerful beasts from this mountain range, his illusions are better at maneuvering and concealment, so his direct combat strength is naturally far inferior to Jiang Xuan's. Therefore, he spoke plainly beforehand to prevent Jiang Xuan from using him as a sacrifice. "Let's go." Jiang Xuan responded calmly, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. He never expected the evil god of the illusion to fight the enemy head-on. As long as the mirror space can perfectly conceal the two people's aura and traces and prevent their identities from being exposed in advance, thus attracting the powerful figures stationed in the Holy Land. Everything was then under his control. As for the strange beast tribes that inhabit the Ghost Serpent Mountains, even if it is a native ferocious beast of the Holy Spirit realm, it is not very troublesome in his eyes, having experienced interdimensional battles and wielding many forbidden powers. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light began to flow from the fingertips of the illusion evil god. As layers of transparent mirrors instantly intertwined and closed around the two, creating a separate, enclosed mirror space, the gray fog and detection barriers from the outside world were completely shut out. The mirrors constantly change and can even clearly reflect everything in the outside world. Soon, Jiang Xuan and his companion completely disappeared, silently stepping into the depths of the vast sea of fog. The two moved swiftly through the mountains and forests. The entire Ghost Serpent Mountain range was unusually quiet, even somewhat eerie. The withered, dark ancient tree stood crookedly in the mist, its bare, twisted branches resembling ghostly claws reaching for the void. Thick, gray fog lingers year-round, its slow flow carrying a chilling cold that seeps into the bones, making the entire mountain range eerily silent. There are no roars of beasts or chirps of insects, no rustling of wind or leaves, and not even the slightest sign of life could be detected. Using the mirrored space as cover, the two ventured deeper and deeper, successfully crossing the outer edge of the mountain range and quietly entering the heart of the territory. Along the way, they did not encounter any disciples patrolling the Holy Land, nor did they run into the legendary soul-devouring serpent or mountain-splitting beast that roamed this place. But it is precisely this overly smooth infiltration that always carries a sense of unknown danger. This Ghost Serpent mountain range, known as the first perilous pass of the Eastern Victory Holy Land and a place where battles raged year after year, was now as silent as a deserted prison. This place has no east, west, north, or south directions, and there are no directional signs. Once you enter, you'll be trapped inside and unable to get out easily. Jiang Xuan paused slightly, his dark eyes narrowing as he keenly sensed something was amiss. "It's a bit too quiet," he murmured softly, and the patterns that had been dormant on the surface of the armor slowly lit up. As the power of the Seroy flower emerged, countless tiny, crimson eyes began to open rapidly, warily scanning the gray mist beyond the mirror. Almost simultaneously, thin, dark gray mist began to penetrate the lens-like barrier and slowly seep into this isolated space. The fog seeped in everywhere, carrying a strange corrosive power, constantly eroding the barrier of the mirror. Illusion, the evil god's expression changed slightly. The aura fluctuated slightly, and the power supporting the space suddenly increased. "These mists are specifically eroding my illusionary space. They should have discovered us." He could clearly sense that the mist over the entire mountain range seemed to possess its own consciousness and was locking onto their hiding place. Those mists always shrouded their space, tightening layer by layer and constantly seeping in. Now that we've been discovered, there's no need to hide it anymore. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained calm, showing no sign of panic. Simply hiding will only lead to a passive position. Rather than being trapped in the illusionary prison, it's better to reveal yourself and draw out the person behind the scenes. The next instant, he took a step forward and walked straight out of the protective range of the mirror space. The moment his figure was exposed to the mist, the surrounding swirling gray fog suddenly became agitated. The dense fog gathered and surged like a tidal wave, carrying a ferocious, all-consuming power, and frantically crushed and enveloped Jiang Xuan's body. They attempted to completely engulf and imprison him in an instant. Deep within the thick fog, a hidden and sinister aura locked onto Jiang Xuan, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice indifferent yet penetrating. Hiding its head and showing its tail, no wonder it can only be a doorman. His crimson eyes on his armor opened wide, piercing through layers of thick fog, and accurately capturing the deliberately suppressed, subtly fluctuating, unfamiliar aura deep within the mist. The opponent attempted to conceal himself using the illusion of mist, but he had already been completely exposed to his senses. Found it. As soon as Jiang Xuan finished speaking, the illusion evil god immediately understood, and the mirror space suddenly flipped again. With the power of space shifting in an instant, Jiang Xuan's figure traversed dozens of feet of misty sea and appeared out of thin air in the center of a deep valley. Across the valley, a gaunt old man with a full head of white hair held a snake-patterned wooden cane. His cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. The old man, dressed in gray linen clothes and surrounded by a faint aura of snake-like evil, was the guardian of the ghost serpent lineage. How is this possible? He gasped in shock, his face filled with horror. My ghost serpent lineage possesses the innate ability to conceal our presence, making it difficult even for experts from holy lands to easily detect. How were you able to pinpoint my location so precisely? After a brief moment of astonishment, the old man's eyes were instantly filled with hostility and wariness. He quickly regained his composure, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Xuan and the illusion evil god that had materialized beside him. As expected, you are evil spirits from beyond the realm, daring to trespass into the territory of the Holy Land. I underestimated your abilities. Before he could finish speaking, the old man's figure transformed into a gray mist afterimage, and once again merged into the vast sea of fog. His aura was elusive, seemingly concealing himself and fleeing, but in reality, he had already been gathering strength for a long time. The old man knew that his ability to conceal himself in the mist had been seen through, and that further concealment was no longer of any use. But he remained completely unafraid. The ghost serpent lineage has been entrenched in this place for 10,000 years, relying on more than just a single technique of concealment. Since you dare to recklessly trespass into the ghost serpent mountains, then stay here forever. The old man's hoarse, aged roar echoed and exploded through the valley. Rumble. The entire ghost serpent mountain range trembled violently. Rocks tumbled down, the sea of mist surged, and the chilling malevolent energy between heaven and earth instantly increased several times over. The thick gray fog converged wildly toward the center of the valley, and deep within the fog, two enormous, cold, golden vertical pupils slowly lit up. Those eyes were enormous, spanning most of the valley, their imposing aura vast and boundless, crushing down on all sides. The outline of a colossal, boundless serpent slowly solidified in the mist, obscuring the light of day. As the dark clouds descended, the terrifying pressure of the ferocious beast poured down, causing the entire space to freeze and darken. The air fell silent instantly, and a heavy sense of oppression locked Jiang Xuan and his companion around them. Illusion, the evil god's body, tensed slightly, and a solemn expression finally appeared on his face. Jiang Xuan's eyes also changed slightly for the first time, and he murmured in thought. The pressure of a world lord level. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure soared into the air and instantly reached the top of the giant serpent's outline. Clearly, he was not intimidated by this imposing aura. After all, even the Holy Spirit realm, there are only two realm lord-level powerhouses. Therefore, there must be something strange about the giant snake. But just as Jiang Xuan broke through the fog, all the surrounding mist suddenly reversed, and the scene before him collapsed with a bang. As the smoke and dust cleared, our vision was restored. He was not standing on the giant serpent's head at this moment, but rather standing in a huge, dark, and moist mouth. A foul-smelling, chilling wind swept over me, revealing layers upon layers of sharp fangs. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered, and he realized that he had unknowingly fallen into the giant snake's enormous mouth. Is it an illusion? Jiang Xuan's thoughts raced. At the same time, ripples appeared in the space around him. Illusion. The figure of the evil god was also forced to appear. His face was somewhat pale at this moment, and even his illusory space was affected by his dissipation. This is not a simple illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the mirrored space supporting his body shattered with a roar, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the black mist. The entire world shook violently, and the illusory scenes before our eyes overlapped and twisted wildly. The power of the mirror has completely failed. The mirror flipped rapidly, and Jiang Xuan and his companion began to appear and disappear repeatedly within the giant snake's mouth. No matter how the two moved, the final spatial marker remained in the giant snake's mouth. Boom! The colossal maw, reaching to the heavens and the earth, suddenly closed, and boundless darkness poured down. Jiang Xuan and the figure of the illusion, evil god, were instantly swallowed up in the endless darkness. Chapter 3:30 Breaking Free. The Real Illusion. Endless darkness surged and swept over, the giant snake's jaws closing, locking Jiang Xuan tightly around his body. All that remained in the world was a thick, cold, and foul stench. Jiang Xuan and the figure of the illusion, evil god, kept flickering and pulling in the darkness. Sometimes they would break free from the snake's mouth and return to the misty valley. Sometimes they are pulled back into the mouth of the pitch-black giant snake by an invisible force. The two states cycle endlessly, as if trapped in a never-ending cycle of reincarnation. This is the ultimate trump card of the ghost serpent lineage, the phantom serpent, passed down for 10,000 years, the true phantom realm. The ghost serpent clan is born with a special talent. They can communicate with the giant illusion serpent that sleeps deep beneath this mountain range. This serpent originates from the fragmented bloodline of the Lord of the Realm millions of years ago, and its essence far surpasses that of ordinary ferocious beasts in the Holy Spirit realm. Its combat power was comparable to that of the core elders of the Dongsheng Holy Land, enough to crush most of the high-ranking evil gods. But what's truly terrifying about it is never its physical strength. Rather, it was the overwhelming pressure of a realm lord inherent in that bloodline. Although this oppressive force could not directly kill Jiang Xuan and his companion, it was able to firmly imprison them within the real illusionary realm. Combined with the ever-present malevolent mist of the ghost serpent mountains and the innate supernatural abilities of the ghost serpent lineage, this unique and illusory realm was created. Ordinary illusions are easily identifiable as falsehoods, riddled with flaws, but this illusionary realm is entirely different. It can completely envelop the entire barrier with the overwhelming pressure of a realm lord, using supreme pressure to confuse the senses of living beings and distort their minds and perceptions. Once the enemy is trapped within it, they will acknowledge the reality of this oppressive force, whether through their divine sense or their inner thoughts. However, once the reality of the scene before it is acknowledged, the illusionary realm will instantly fill in all the gaps, allowing the illusionary realm serpent's combat power to instantly rise to the level of a true realm lord, making up for its combat shortcomings. At that time, those trapped in the illusion will be like fish on a chopping board, with no chance of turning the tables. The methods of the illusionary serpent are useless against top-tier experts who are familiar with its secrets. However, Jiang Xuan and the illusion evil god had never encountered such a strange bloodline ability before entering the Holy Spirit realm. From the moment I was enveloped by that oppressive aura, my instinctive perception was deceived by it. The oppression of a realm lord-level being was truly bone-chilling, penetrating deep into the soul. Even someone as mentally resilient as Jiang Xuan had subconsciously come to accept the authenticity of this power. This is the beginning of a dead end. Once the soul recognizes reality, the confinement of the illusion will deepen layer by layer. With each cycle of reincarnation, with each shift between light and darkness, the fog swirling in their consciousness grew thicker. An invisible force is constantly eroding and wearing down their divine will and will. It is gradually stripping away their understanding of themselves and reality. Once one completely loses their true self and utterly submits to this false pressure from the Realm Lord, they will be utterly lost. Then they will become a complete part of the illusionary realm, be completely devoured by the illusionary serpent, their souls and spirits destroyed, with no chance of ever rising again. Jiang Xuan, think of something quickly. This beast wants to devour us. Space shattered once more. Light and shadow became disordered, and the two were once again frozen in the giant snake's pitch-black maw. Illusion. The mirror-like essence of the evil god has long been disordered and shattered, its faint light flickering around it, and its face as pale as paper. Since attaining the position of a superior evil god and roaming the black earth domain, he has never encountered such a bizarre and unsolvable predicament. This was the first time he felt a deep-seated fear of death, and his tone was filled with barely concealed anxiety. He was an expert in illusions and space, but in this layered, nested world of reality and illusion, all his proud techniques became ineffective. The mirrored space was crushed layer by the oppressive force, and his illusionary abilities were completely suppressed by the opponent's bloodline talent, leaving him with no way to draw upon them. Jiang Xuan's divine power surged, and the patterns on his dark armor continued to spread across his entire body. Those hundreds of crimson eyes stared intently at the endless darkness around them, murmuring softly, "An illusion? But the pressure I feel is the real aura of a world lord. My soul cannot separate it at all." He repeatedly mobilized his immense divine power to crash into the surrounding barriers of confinement. But all his power vanished without a trace the moment it collided with the darkness, like a mud ox sinking into the sea. The pressure from a world lord-level being was like a mountain of immense weight, relentlessly suppressing his physical body and soul. The confinement felt incredibly real, making every effort he exerted feel sluggish, as if he were trapped in a viscous quagmire of emptiness. At this point, all attempts to break free seemed futile. Like ants trapped in flames, they know that staying means destruction, and all their running and struggling ultimately cannot escape the blazing fire. But the more desperate the situation, the calmer and more insightful Jiang Xuan became. He quickly dismissed the anxiety in his heart, letting the chaotic thoughts settle, and rapidly sorted out all the flaws in front of him. Wrong. An extremely strong sense of unease continued to spread in his heart. True realm lord-level beings are the pinnacle of combat power in the Holy Spirit realm. According to Ling Ying, there are only 2 such people in the entire Holy Spirit realm. Such beings can look down upon all races and destroy small worlds with a single thought. If the illusionary serpent before us truly possesses the full power of a realm lord, why would we need to expend so much effort constructing an illusionary cycle of reincarnation to gradually erode their divine will? It would probably only take a single thought to crush his physical body and soul, along with that of the illusion evil god. There is absolutely no way they would be given any chance to struggle or catch their breath. The enemy's elaborate siege of them seemed like an endless cycle, an unsolvable trap. However, this precisely exposed the other party's weaknesses and insecurity. It's an illusion. A sudden clarity appeared in Jiang Xuan's eyes, and all his chaotic thoughts instantly returned to normal. He finally saw through the core trick of this illusionary realm. The illusionary serpent is ultimately just a fragmented bloodline of a fallen realm lord, possessing only the outward appearance of a realm lord's aura, but lacking the core and combat power of a true realm lord-level being. It is nothing more than a false world lord beast that deceives all living beings by relying on its bloodline talent. Its true strength is at most comparable to a top-tier evil god, far from being as terrifying as it appears in the illusion. All its deadly moves and oppressive power rely on the self-awareness of the beings within the illusory realm. If the enemy believes it, the illusion becomes real, and the illusory snake's combat power reaches its peak. If the enemy does not believe you, weaknesses will emerge, and your strength will be imprisoned. Once you understand this, all your predicaments will suddenly become clear. Instead of futilely mobilizing his divine power to crash into the barrier, Jiang Xuan restrained the surging power around him, calmed his mind, and stabilized his faltering spirit. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through layers of darkness and seeing through the illusion of reality. They locked onto the giant serpent phantom that remained coiled deep within the mist. Having gone through countless cycles, he had already detected the most bizarre flaw. Since the illusionary realm opened, the colossal serpent of the illusionary realm, which awes the heavens and the earth, has always maintained an open-mouthed devouring posture, never truly biting down, never completely swallowing the two of them whole. It's not that it doesn't want to, it's that it can't. Because in the hearts of both him and the illusion evil god, a trace of doubt still remained, and he had not fully recognized its world lord combat power. This last remaining vestige of mental attachment is the only crack in the illusion, and also their only chance of survival. The so-called pressure of the realm lord is nothing but a deception. Jiang Xuan spoke in a low voice, his tone clear and firm, carrying a power that could shake one's very soul. The next second, all the crimson eyes on his black armor suddenly opened wide, and a dazzling crimson divine light broke through the darkness, sweeping across the entire illusory world. The purest divine power erupted, no longer conforming to the perception of the illusion, but forcibly reversing the cognition of body and mind. I don't admit it. Even a realm lord cannot make me submit, let alone you, who are merely a serpent of deception. A deep shout shook the entire illusory realm violently. In an instant, the immense pressure of the realm master surrounding Jiang Xuan visibly loosened and weakened. The heavy shackles that suppressed the soul quietly faded away, and the stiff and sluggish body regained consciousness. The previously stagnant divine power flowed freely once again. Subtle changes can be incredibly deadly. The evil god of the illusion instantly sensed the change in the surroundings, and the chaotic aura paused slightly. He looked at Jiang Xuan, who remained calm, with a look of astonishment on his face. I instantly realized the key point. As his turbulent mind calmed down considerably, he began to learn from Jiang Xuan and forcibly abandoned the instinctive fear of the realm lord's pressure in his mind. As their resolve strengthened, the two ceased to acknowledge the reality of the illusion before them. The entire pitch-black, enormous snake-mouth space began to twist violently and shatter rapidly. As the illusory realm shattered, the surrounding darkness also peeled away layer by layer. In that trembling world, the invincible and vast pressure of the realm lord was rapidly waning and dissipating. In the distant sea of fog, the phantom of the giant serpent spanning the valley visibly dimmed. Its originally cold and majestic golden vertical pupils also showed a hint of panic and dejection. The very foundation of the real illusion world is being completely eroded. Chapter 331, Breaking the Situation. The enormous phantom of the illusionary serpent, coiled deep within the sea of mist, began to dim continuously. The terrifying pressure between heaven and earth finally stopped increasing. The shackles that had bound Jiang Xuan loosened significantly, and the suppressed divine power began to slowly recover. The numb body regains control, but this relief is only temporary. Even though the two of them completely saw through the true nature of the illusory world and broke free from the cognitive constraints at the mental level. But this illusory realm has not completely collapsed. The black mist continued to churn, and the remaining heavy pressure still powerfully enveloped all directions. That was the true pressure of the illusionary serpent originating from the bloodline of a half-step world lord, and was by no means a simple mental illusion. This is the most terrifying part of the real illusionary world. The illusion can be broken, and cognition can be awakened, but the underlying strength flowing in the blood of the ferocious beast, the real suppressive power of a half-step world lord, will not be completely eliminated. Jiang Xuan raised his hand and clenched it lightly. The divine power flowing in his palm was still sluggish, and the entire space was like a solidified cage, firmly locking the two of them in their activity range. He and the illusion evil god were among the top combat forces of the higher-ranking evil gods. Under this pure and terrifying pressure of bloodline, all means of breaking free were suppressed and could not be used at all. Although the pulling sensation of the illusory cycle has been greatly reduced, the desperate situation still exists. As long as the illusory realm of reality is not completely eliminated, it won't be long before the remaining oppressive force begins to erode the soul again, repeating the previous gradual descent into utter ruin and complete absorption. The evil god of the illusionary realm, standing to the side, gazed at the dark world that had yet to shatter, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He asked Jiang Xuan in a tense voice, his anxiety barely concealed. "Jiang Xuan, what can you do? If this drags on any longer, our souls will be completely devoured by this pseudo-realm lord sooner or later." As a master who controls illusions, he understands the current situation better than anyone else. The real realm is maintained by the bloodline talent of the illusion serpent, the evil mist of the ghost serpent mountains, and the blessing of the ghost serpent clan. Although they broke through the most deadly mental illusion, they failed to shake the other two factors, and the danger still existed. Jiang Xuan lowered his eyes, his gaze deep and dark with crimson light. He quickly pieced together all the clues and had already come up with a plan to break the deadlock. The bloodline pressure of the illusionary serpent is indeed insurmountable. No one can directly confront it in the short term. However, this real, illusory world that trapped them was not formed solely by the power of the ferocious beast. The ever-present malevolent mist forms the spatial foundation of the illusionary realm, while the ghost serpent lineage, hidden within the mist, is the key to maintaining the operation of the illusionary realm and stabilizing the spatial barrier. Although the oppressive power of the illusionary serpent is irresistible, those hiding in the shadows can find a way to eliminate it. As long as the blessing of the ghost serpent clan is severed and the spatial foundation constructed by the evil mist is shattered, even if the illusionary realm serpent still possesses the pressure of a half-step realm lord, this imprisoned world will collapse on its own. "Reverse your mirror space." Jiang Xuan raised his eyes, his voice calm and resolute, free from all distractions. "I have an idea." The crimson patterns on his black armor flickered wildly, and hundreds of eyes alternated between light and shadow. At this critical moment, every second counts, and Jiang Xuan has no time to explain. He must eliminate the hidden dangers in an instant and completely dismantle the foundation of the illusionary realm. Illusion, the evil god, was shaken to his core. Before he could think of the reason, his primordial power surged rapidly. Tiny fragments of the mirror surface emerge from the void, pieced together, and reverse, forcibly reshaping the originally broken and chaotic mirror space. Finally, it transformed into a clear void passage, lying across the two of them. Just as the mirror space completely reversed, a pure and vast golden divine power, entirely different from the power of the evil god, suddenly broke through the darkness and emanated from Jiang Xuan's body. The golden light poured out from the void rift, and a magnificent and solemn golden divine kingdom slowly unfolded its outline, piercing through the illusory space and instantly descending upon this dark, illusionary realm. This is a supreme divine power that is completely contrary to the sinister, dark, and violent power system of the evil god realm. Illusion. The evil god froze completely in place, his pupils shrinking, his face filled with disbelief and astonishment. He roamed the black earth domain for hundreds of years, witnessing countless changes of evil gods, and was familiar with all the rules and order of the evil god realm. The realm of evil gods holds an extremely high status. Once any external force sets foot here, it will be mercilessly eroded and assimilated by the power of the evil gods. All alien beings will eventually become evil gods, without exception. But the Jiang Xuan before them possessed both immense and pure divine power, and could freely mobilize the powerful origin of evil gods, forcefully reversing the unchanging rules of the evil god realm. "You're not a species of evil gods at all." Illusion. The evil god's voice was dry and trembling, somewhat incredulous. "This is impossible. If you weren't born in the realm of evil gods, how could you control the power of evil gods?" Illusion. The evil god has devoted his life to studying illusions and believes he can easily see through the illusion. But at this moment, he couldn't tell whether the scene before him was real or the final deception of the illusionary serpent. His eyes were fixed on the golden divine kingdom that floated in the void, his mind completely engulfed in a huge shock and confusion. At this moment, Jiang Xuan ignored his shock and doubt, his eyes filled only with determination and conviction. This is his last trump card, and his only way out at this moment. Today, he can no longer hide it. He looked up at the swirling, murderous fog deep within, his thin lips parted slightly, his tone indifferent, yet carrying absolute authority. Come out and find them. Then kill them. The moment the words were spoken, the gates of the golden divine kingdom burst open. 3 figures shot out like streaks of light, without the slightest hesitation, instantly tearing through the surrounding cold, malevolent mist and precisely striking every corner of the mountain mist sea. The talkative starfish, the noble octopus, and the newly emerging silver-horned star-devouring dragon are all beings whose combat power rivals that of gods. However, Jiang Xuan and the illusion, evil god, could not hold out for long. The lingering pressure from the real illusion continues to erode, and the superposition of the mirror space and the power of the divine kingdom is extremely unstable. They only have a brief 2-second burst of output time. 2 moments later, their divine power was exhausted, space collapsed, and the 3 of them, along with Jiang Xuan and the other 2, were instantly crushed into ashes by the terrifying pressure of the half-step world lord. 2 fleeting moments, gone in the blink of an eye. But Jiang Xuan never doubted his family and sons. 10 powerful members of the ghost serpent lineage were hidden within this malevolent mist. Apart from the elder who leads the group, who possesses the peak combat power of a high-ranking god and is the core combat force of the ghost serpent clan, the remaining 9 were all ordinary deities. They were well-versed in the rules of the reality and illusion, and they tightly integrated their own energy with the reality and illusion, daring not to move an inch. Therefore, they dared not make a move rashly. Once they launch a counterattack, the energy will become disordered, and the fulcrum that sustains the illusion will instantly collapse, causing the entire illusionary realm to loosen prematurely. Their only chance of victory is to bide their time, using illusions to wear down their enemies. But at this moment, they never expected that Jiang Xuan would break the deadlock in such a resolute way, risking everyone's lives. The fog was deathly silent, and the tense atmosphere was suffocating. Illusion, the evil god's heart pounded wildly, his back already soaked in cold sweat. He finally saw the full extent of the danger of this high-stakes gamble. A madman, a complete madman. If they win, the illusionary realm will collapse, and the 2 will be freed. If they lose, the entire group will be wiped out, their very souls destroyed. This is a desperate gamble with no room for compromise. Jiang Xuan stood at the center where golden light and darkness intertwined, his face growing paler as he continuously activated his divine kingdom and resisted the oppressive force. Yet his expression remained as steady as a rock, showing no sign of panic. He gazed at the churning gray mist, a familiar smile playing on his lips. He said softly, "Go. Tell them where we come from." Bang, bang, bang. 5 muffled, precise gunshots rang out in succession, abruptly tearing apart the deathly silence of the real illusion world. 5 crimson, blinding beams of light burst forth one after another from the depths of the gray, malevolent mist. Like 5 delicate yet fierce crimson roses, they suddenly bloomed, dazzlingly beautiful. The mist surged, and the hidden auras of the 5 ghostly snakes vanished instantly, leaving no trace. Soft whispers drifted from the depths of the mist, carrying the languid ease unique to the talkative starfish, piercing through layers of darkness and returning to Jiang Xuan's ears. "Dad, it seems like we've won this time." At the same moment, the entire shattered, real illusion realm suddenly trembled violently. The 10 pillars that sustained the illusionary realm were all destroyed in an instant, with more than half of them collapsing. The once solid and interwoven barrier of malevolent mist suddenly became riddled with cracks. The enormous phantom of the illusionary serpent, which was entrenched deep within the sea of mist, suddenly contracted its golden vertical pupils and let out a low, unwilling, and piercing hiss. Chapter 3, 32 People from Dongsheng. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the rose pistol breaking rang out. The 5 beautifully designed roses were then completely torn apart by 3 powerful divine forces. This extraordinary artifact, which had been with Jiang Xuan for many years, finally shattered completely under the influence of divine power. But before it shattered, it finally completed its final mission. With the support of 3 powerful divine forces, the mechanism of the rose pistol ultimately only played a brief but effective role. The mechanism ensures that all 5 bullets fired will hit the target. It was precisely because of this that the talkative starfish and the others were able to quickly kill the 5 members of the Ghost Serpent clan hiding in the evil mist in an instant. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded, and a massive crack appeared in the sky in an instant. Amidst countless bolts of lightning, a massive rift instantly tore apart the boundary between the real and illusory worlds. As the immense pressure emanating from Jiang Xuan and the illusion, evil god rapidly dissipated, the enormous body of the illusionary serpent finally disappeared unwillingly into the evil mist. Did they escape? Amidst the churning evil mist, Jiang Xuan finally regained control of his body. But before he could find the old man from the ghost serpent lineage, the world around him once again creaked as if it could not bear the weight. Who dares to trespass on my sacred land of Dongsheng? A furious, thunderous roar came from outside the Ghost Serpent Mountains. Illusion, the evil god's gaze sharpened, and he quickly flipped the mirror space, disappearing instantly. They came really fast. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan shook his head helplessly, and then also disappeared into the divine kingdom hidden in the void. At the same time, amidst the tremendous winds, a bolt of purple lightning flashed. A burly old man with a weathered face, dressed in a tattered gray robe, appeared instantly above the evil mist. We pay our respects to the elder. Seeing the imposing figure in the sky, the elder of the ghost serpent lineage quickly dispersed the surrounding malevolent energy. They knelt down respectfully towards the figure in the sky. Oomph! You can't even stop 2 bugs. What use are you? A massive bolt of purple lightning arrived in an instant, its domineering pressure engulfing all the remaining members of the Ghost Serpent clan. My lord, we are waiting. Before the elder of the Ghost Serpent lineage could beg for mercy, screams of agony came from behind him. If you weren't still useful, I would have wiped out your entire clan long ago. Zi Huangtian glanced indifferently at the Ghost Serpent clan beneath his feet, who looked like ants, before shifting his gaze slightly after passing over the enormous figure within the evil mist. This is a one-time exception. If there's a next time, you will all disappear into the evil mist along with this Ghost Serpent mountain range. The cold voice rang out again, and the next moment, Zi Huangtian's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. A moment later, his figure reappeared at the border of the Eastern Victory Holy Land. Interesting, it's actually an external divine kingdom. Only after sensing that the 2 extremely unfamiliar auras had completely disappeared did Zi Huangtian's gaze change slightly. Only a few old guys could escape right under the nose of a spirit lord-level expert like him, except for those outside the realm of gods who are isolated from the void and form their own world. The next instant, 2 Taoist priests dressed in purple cloud robes slowly bowed and appeared behind Zi Huangtian. Elder, just now. It's all right. They're just 2 little bugs that have crossed over from another world. I'll keep an eye on them. Zi Huangtian waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned about the purpose of Jiang Xuan and the other person's presence here. But, Elder, the Holy Land's once in 10,000 years holy ceremony is about to begin, and the Holy Lord specifically instructed that it cannot be held. Seeing that Zi Huangtian didn't seem to care, one of the Taoists, dressed in a purple cloud robe, hesitated and looked troubled. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Upon hearing this, Zi Huangtian's purple eyebrows furrowed, and his eyes widened in anger. As a bolt of purple lightning struck the Taoist priest instantly, the priest who had just spoken was struck down by the lightning, his fate unknown. Elder, please calm down. We know what to do. Upon seeing this, the other disciple guarding the mountain trembled and quickly lowered his head. I told you, leave their business to me. The next moment, Zi Huangtian's figure turned into a purple light and disappeared, leaving only a cold and domineering voice. Sai, junior brother, why are you doing this? Everyone knows that Elder Z has gone mad from practicing his skills, yet you still walk right into the line of fire. Also, If you act recklessly again next time, your senior brother won't play along with you. That matter concerning your family is not something that you or I can interfere with. The slightly older Taoist in purple robes shook his head slightly, and then his figure disappeared into the clouds and mountains. Only the purple-robed Taoist priest, his body charred black, remained, his face filled with resentment and unwillingness. Meanwhile, the evil god of the illusionary realm, who had already fled thousands of miles away, finally revealed himself from a pool of water. Damn it, what kind of power is that? There are so many powerful beings in this plane. In Jiang Xuan, he's not an evil god creature after all. Illusion, the evil god's gaze kept changing, and the sudden, ever-changing scene forced the cautious god to flee first. Neither Jiang Xuan nor that purple light were beings he could deal with. You seem to be in a hurry to escape. Just as the illusion, evil god was pondering his next move, a sudden voice rang in his ear. The next moment, a palm-sized dark gray dragon cub slowly disappeared from his side. And then came that familiar figure in black armor. You did indeed leave a backup plan for me. With a slight sigh, the illusion evil god waved his hand helplessly. Aren't you the same? Didn't your mirror space shatter during the fiend mist? Jiang Xuan's figure slowly appeared above the pool, his gaze calmly fixed on the illusion, evil god before him. Jiang Xuan never completely trusted the evil god of the illusionary realm. Moreover, now that he has entered the Eastern Victory Holy Land alone, he will naturally not let the other party leave easily. Well, it looks like I'm going to have some more bad luck for a while. Seeing Jiang Xuan's calm expression, the illusion evil god waved his hand helplessly. The next moment his figure disappeared again. Jiang Xuan, however, remained unmoved. Not long after, the evil god of the illusion, whose entire region was marked by crimson divine power, returned with a look of utter despair. I think we should talk. This time, he didn't want to run away. This was because not only could that crimson divine power not be removed, but also constantly emitted a strange aura that did not belong to the Holy Spirit realm. Chapter 333, The Holy Scripture of the East. The wind swept across the lake's surface, shattering a layer of fine ripples. Illusion. The evil god stared at the faint crimson divine power emanating from his body, his face turning completely black. This hidden trick, left behind by Jiang Xuan, is like a persistent, intractable disease. Not only could it not be separated for a while, but it also constantly drew upon a faint trace of aura unique to the realm of evil gods within him. If he dares to stray or escape without permission, his presence will be immediately exposed by this divine power, leaving him nowhere to hide. You're ruthless. Illusion. He exhaled a long breath, completely abandoning the idea of escaping again. If you want to venture into the holy land of Dongsheng, I will accompany you. But let me make this clear beforehand. If I really run into an old monster at the level of a realm lord, I will run away immediately. Jiang Xuan raised his eyes, his gaze completely calm, as if he had anticipated the reaction of the illusion evil god. All right, our alliance is only temporary. As long as you don't do anything foolish, I naturally won't take your life. Jiang Xuan understood the true nature of the illusion evil god from the very beginning. As a veteran evil god in the realm of evil gods, he was suspicious, selfish, and extremely afraid of death. Instead of being constantly on guard and forcibly restraining them, it's better to relax the bottom line and leave them enough room to retreat. On the contrary, this will allow this powerful, high-ranking evil god to cooperate with peace of mind and maximize its value. Thus, the two reached a tacit understanding, temporarily setting aside all suspicions and misunderstandings, and went together to the Eastern Victory Holy Land to find the reincarnation stele. It is worth mentioning that the easternmost part of the Holy Spirit realm has a territory that is far more vast than ordinary people can imagine. As everyone knows, the Eastern Sacred Land is the most isolated and oldest top-tier power in this top-tier plane. It occupies 3 vast regions in the eastern part of the Holy Spirit realm, plus the endless Dongsheng mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. Its territory is vast, and its foundation is unfathomable. Ordinary top-tier holy sites, every 10,000-year holy ceremony, will announce to the world and invite top forces from all walks of life in the Holy Spirit realm to attend in order to demonstrate the sect's prestige and solidify its position in the world. However, Dongsheng Holy Land is an extremely special case. From top to bottom, everyone in the Holy Land, whether disciples or elders, is etched with extreme arrogance and xenophobia. Relying on the unique geographical barrier that isolates it from the outside world, and with an immortal ancestor who is suspected of stepping into the realm of world lords sleeping in the deepest part of the Holy Land. The Holy Land of Dongsheng possesses the capital to look down upon all beings in the Holy Spirit realm. Naturally, they also disdain to befriend other external forces. Even the other three Holy Lands, which also belong to the Holy Spirit realm, are scorned by the Dongsheng lineage as mortal and vulgar, and they never associate with them. For thousands of years, the Holy Land of Dongsheng has always kept its doors closed, stubborn and rigid, living as the most unique and aloof overlord in the Holy Spirit realm. For this reason, this grand, millennia-old sacred ceremony, which concerns the fortune of the Holy Land, has never been open to the public. The entire ceremony was held only in the core of the Eastern Sacred Land, the far Eastern Sacred Domain. This situation resulted in very few people being invited. Aside from the elders and core disciples of the Dongsheng Holy Land, there are only a few top-tier affiliated forces recorded under its command. The Leifeng lineage is one of them. Once the overlords of the Thunder Nether Domain, a top-tier ancient clan that dominated the region. Although it has gradually declined and is no longer as glorious as it once was. However, their clan still has a strong foundation and is a core vassal force tacitly approved by the Eastern Victory Holy Land, which is enough for them to obtain the qualification to enter the Holy Scripture. The bronze chariot pulled by the wind and thunder beasts rolled over the clouds in the sky. The lightning patterns engraved on the vehicle body shimmered with a faint purple light, and the disciples of the Thunder Wind lineage accompanying them exuded a chilling aura, carrying their own thunderous might. However, the atmosphere inside the carriage was quite unique. The evil god of the illusionary realm, disguised as the 13th young master of the Leifeng lineage, slumped on the jade couch, looking utterly hopeless. Looking at Jiang Xuan calmly drinking tea across from him, he finally couldn't help but ask a question. Jiang Xuan, are you sure what you're looking for is really hidden in the heart of the Eastern Victory Holy Land? That's the sacred domain of the far east, the sleeping place of that immortal old man. If we sneak in, what's the difference between that and walking into a trap? Illusion. The more the evil god thought about it, the more panicked he became. Previously, Zi Huangtian, who was only at the Spirit Lord level, had forced the two of them to flee in a sorry state. If he were to venture deeper into the heart of the Holy Land and stumble upon its ultimate trump card, he would exclaim that he had found the answer in his lifetime. On the other hand, Jiang Xuan calmly rubbed the warm teacup with his fingertips. The outline of the dark blue beak was faintly visible in the light and shadow, and the wings covered with lightning-scaled feathers were gently folded, exuding a rare sense of leisure. Since entering the realm of the Holy Spirits, he has been fighting and fleeing from the evil god of the illusion day and night. They were either ambushed by powerful enemies or pursued by powerful beings from other planes. They have been wandering for several months. Never before have I experienced such a peaceful time. Hiding among the Leifeng lineage's convoy and concealing their tracks, the two were indeed enjoying a rare moment of peace. It can't be wrong. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered. The guidance of the Holy Flower will not be wrong. Illusion, the evil god's lips twitched violently, filled with helplessness. And why did you insist on making me pretend to be this 13th young master? Well, you were just a follower. If this is exposed, I, as the apparent master, will definitely be the first to be exposed and killed. This has always bothered him. Jiang Xuan's move clearly put him in the most conspicuous and dangerous position. Jiang Xuan chuckled softly upon hearing this, his tone carrying a hint of composure. Your ability to escape is far superior to mine. If something unexpected really happens, this arrangement is the safest way to ensure your immediate escape. I'm just being cautious. About 2 weeks ago, the two men encountered the Thunderwind convoy heading to the Holy Scripture while on their escape. The Leifeng lineage has many descendants, and the Leifeng king has hundreds of children. The 13th prince was of mediocre talent and had an idle nature, making him almost invisible in the clan. He rarely participated in important clan affairs, and very few outsiders knew him. It was precisely because they recognized this that the two of them immediately and decisively took action. He secretly and silently took control of the real 13th prince, and then, using the illusion evil god's mirror space disguise ability, perfectly impersonated him, deceiving all the Lei Feng lineage experts in the caravan, and successfully infiltrated the bronze caravan. This sacred ceremony is of great significance, as the Lei Feng lineage expresses its reverence and loyalty to the Eastern Victory Holy Land. The royal family personally ordered that half of their direct descendants be dispatched to the Far East Holy Domain to participate in the holy ceremony. This 13th young master of the Lei Feng lineage had a very low profile and did not attract much attention. This also provided the two with an excellent opportunity to hide. At this moment, the wind howled outside the carriage, and the bronze chariot moved at a steady speed through the sea of clouds, getting closer and closer to the far eastern Holy Land. Jiang Xuan put down his teacup, looked out the car window at the faintly visible golden border of the Holy Domain, and his expression gradually calmed down. Peace of mind. He looked at the illusion evil god, whose face was full of frustration, and spoke up to comfort him. We will only take one thing, and we will act according to circumstances throughout the process. Once we have it, we will make our escape immediately and will not let you be trapped in a deadly situation. Jiang Xuan knew what was going on. The reason for insisting on bringing the illusion evil god along was not simply because they needed the other party's combat power. Jiang Xuan valued more his special physique and ability to perceive different planes as a superior evil god. The sacred land of Dongsheng is heavily fortified with numerous barriers, making it impossible to penetrate or investigate using ordinary methods. Only the strange abilities of the evil god can help him circumvent some hidden restrictions. More importantly, his true goal on this journey was the steel of reincarnation, which was rumored to be hidden in a secret place within the Holy Land. This item is a supreme treasure of the Holy Spirit realm, containing profound mysteries of the Great Tao. The Eastern Sacred Land possesses unfathomable depths, with countless reclusive elders and slumbering powerhouses residing in its heartland. The oppressive aura that Zi Huangtian had previously displayed had already given him a glimpse of the terror of a spirit lord-level expert. He suspected that there must be an even stronger being lurking in the heart of Dongsheng. If he were to seize the treasure from the core of the Holy Land, which is heavily guarded and filled with powerful figures, by him alone, his chances of success will be less than 10%. Only by relying on the power of the evil god of the illusion and cooperating with each other can they act according to circumstances and maximize their success rate. His prior arrangements for dealing with the evil god of the illusion were both a form of checks and balances and a form of reassurance. Using both soft and hard tactics, they aimed to completely reassure this suspicious and powerful evil god. They fully cooperated to complete this perilous infiltration mission. Seeing this, the illusion evil god sighed, gave up completely, and leaned back on the couch to rest with his eyes closed. Fine, I'll trust you one last time. If we fail here this time, I'll do anything to drag you down with me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded slightly and said no more. At the edge of the sea of clouds, the dazzling golden light grew even more intense, and a sacred and majestic pressure pierced through the clouds, enveloping all directions. The Eastern Holy Realm, isolated from the Holy Spirit realm for millennia, is now within reach. And a clandestine theft, lurking beneath the grand sacred text, is slowly unfolding. Chapter 334: Successful Infiltration. The moment the bronze chariot broke through the sea of clouds, a powerful beam of holy light emerged from the heart of the Holy Land, forcing all the wind and thunder beasts on the chariot to lower their bodies and whimper as they slowed down. Inside the carriage, the illusion evil god suddenly sat up straight, his vertical pupils filled with apprehension, desperately suppressing the evil god aura within him. This barrier's pressure is even stronger than that one that plays with lightning. Could it be that the ancestor of the Eastern Victory Holy Land has awakened? Jiang Xuan stroked the jade talisman with his fingertips, showing no sign of panic. It should just be the detection aura of the Holy Land's grand formation. As long as you don't move around, we won't be discovered. Upon hearing this, the illusion, evil god immediately closed his eyes and sat up straight, continuously stimulating the royal blood energy he had obtained from young master, Lei Feng 13. This place is practically a death trap for evil gods. When these detection rays sweep over here, I'm afraid this disguise might not be able to withstand it. While pretending nothing was wrong, the illusionary evil god kept transmitting his voice to Jiang Xuan. Don't worry. As long as you don't panic, we won't be discovered. Jiang Xuan remained calm and composed, seemingly unconcerned about his identity being exposed. Seloy has begun to adapt to the atmosphere of the Holy Spirit realm. Before long, she will be Jiang Xuan of the Holy Spirit realm, instead of the evil god Jiang Xuan. Seeing that Jiang Xuan was no longer paying attention to him, the illusion, evil god also stopped talking, but in his heart he had already cursed Jiang Xuan hundreds of times. Soon, the bronze convoy passed straight through the barrier light curtain, and fine, silken golden light swept across every inch of the carriages, carefully identifying the origin of the living beings. Illusion, the evil god's muscles were taut, and the power of illusion was ready to be unleashed beneath his skin. In contrast, Jiang Xuan lowered his eyes and drank his tea, his demeanor as indifferent as that of an ordinary servant, revealing no flaw whatsoever. After a few breaths, the screening ended, and the convoy finally entered the heart of the far East Holy Land. Upon entering the sacred land, one is greeted by mountains covered with golden-veined spiritual trees and floating holy light pillars scattering soft silver rays. One after another, white jade palaces hang in the clouds, surrounded by cranes and mythical birds. The 100-foot-tall, golden-armored holy guards on both sides of the road have eyes that gleam with holy light, and any foreign cultivators who pass by will be coldly scrutinized. The disciples from Dongsheng, dressed in moon-white holy robes, made almost no attempt to conceal their contempt when they glanced at the Lei Feng caravan. These cultivators from Dongsheng are arrogant to the bone. They have kept to themselves for thousands of years and seem to look down on outsiders. Upon seeing this, the illusion, evil god immediately leaned against the window and began to mock in a low voice. Jiang Xuan's gaze passed over the rows of palaces and landed on a valley behind the Hall of 10,000 Saints, which was sealed off by thick holy light and fog. It was deathly silent, yet it concealed a profound and unsettling vitality. It was the forbidden land where the legendary sage, the venerable Dongsheng, lay dormant. It is rumored that the Hall of 10,000 Saints is the main venue for the holy ceremony, where all elders and core disciples gather, and most of the guards in the Heartland have been transferred to support the ceremony. Once the Holy Scripture is activated and everyone's attention is focused here, that will be our only chance to infiltrate the forbidden area. Jiang Xuan remained calm, continuously using his divine power to secretly activate the Seroy flower, accelerating its transformation. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's intention to infiltrate the forbidden area, the illusion evil god immediately frowned. The entire venue is filled with powerful figures, including dozens of individuals with combat strength comparable to high-level evil gods, as well as those who have touched the threshold of becoming a spirit lord. We are exposed to everyone's gaze, and the slightest movement will lead to our demise. His eyes held a strange light, as if he was already considering finding a chance to escape. Lei Feng's lineage is located in the most remote corner of the Holy Scripture. You should maintain the carefree and dissolute nature of the 13th young master, and talk to few people. I will act as your personal attendant and follow you closely. As long as we do not provoke the higher-ups, no one will investigate us in the short term. Just as Jiang Xuan finished speaking, the voice of the elder leading the Lei Feng royal family urged them on from outside the carriage. 13th Prince, the sacred ceremony is about to begin. Quickly alight from the carriage and enter the hall. Do not offend the sage of Dongsheng. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance. Illusion, the evil god instantly switched expressions, lazily leaning against the door frame as he stepped out of the carriage. His brocade robe shimmered with lightning patterns, and his eyes and brows exuded the air of an uneducated royal scion, perfectly replicating the appearance of the original 13th prince. Jiang Xuan bowed his head, dressed in a gray cloth short shirt, his aura suppressed to the minimum, quietly following behind him like an ordinary guard. The captain glanced at the two of them, assuming that his mediocre 13th son was still playful and carefree. Shaking his head helplessly, he led his direct disciples into the Hall of 10,000 Saints. The holy hall was vast and boundless, filled with holy light in every corner, and the seating arrangements were clearly defined. 12 elders of Dongsheng sat atop the high platform, their robes embroidered with gilded holy patterns, and their cultivation level was at least at the Spirit King realm. Several elderly men were surrounded by holy light that seemed to solidify, and they were only a step away from the Spirit Lord realm. Below the high platform, in the front row, stood the core disciples of the Holy Land, each with an upright posture and an air of arrogance. The middle-level seats were allocated to the various vassal royal families. The seats for the Leifeng lineage are located here. However, they were located in the very last, narrow corner, and were a weak, subordinate tribe, so no one paid them any attention for the time being. Jiang Xuan sat down beside the evil god, calmly surveying the entire scene. He silently memorized the locations of all the powerful figures in the hall, as well as the entrances and exits and the secret doors leading to the forbidden area at the back. Illusion, the evil god, was restless, as the pure holy light around him continued to erode his evil god origin, causing his soul to feel a faint sting. He could only lower his voice and whisper in Jiang Xuan's ear. With so many top experts, just those 3 quasi-spirit lord elders on the high platform could crush us if they joined forces. If we are exposed for trespassing into the forbidden area, there will be no chance of escape. Jiang Xuan glanced at the tightly closed secret door behind the main hall out of the corner of his eye, guessing that it was the passage leading to the forbidden fog valley. Risks are inevitable, but the monument of reincarnation is of utmost importance and absolutely cannot be missed. When the ceremony begins, all eyes will be on the high platform. I'll find a way to distract the guards at the entrance. You immediately activate the mirror illusion to teleport me into the outer barrier. We'll head straight for the stone tablet, and once we get the item, we'll use your spatial magic to escape without delay. Seeing that Jiang Xuan was unwilling to give up, the illusion, evil god resisted with all his might, but he was restrained by someone else and could not escape on his own. He could only nod sullenly, the power of illusion quietly flowing within his sleeve, concealing the power of the evil god beneath the thunderous blood energy. Before long, the white-haired elder in the center of the high platform slowly opened his eyes, and the deep and ancient sound of the holy path resounded throughout the entire hall, officially starting the 10,000-year holy ceremony. All the cultivators present rose and bowed in unison, as golden runes swirled in the air and the majestic Taoist sounds resonated in their hearts. Everyone in the hall listened intently, their eyes fixed on the elder on the high platform, who was expounding this sacred doctrine. At this moment, no one paid any attention to the 2 figures in the corner who harbored ulterior motives. Illusion, the evil god, pretended to be bored, propping his chin up with one hand and giving perfunctory answers, occasionally yawning. This perfectly matched the carefree and lazy persona of the 13th young master, and in doing so, he avoided the gazes of many disciples from Dongsheng. Jiang Xuan tapped his fingers gently at his side, secretly releasing a faint aura of lightning to probe the number and cultivation level of the holy guards guarding the secret door. There are 8 Spirit King guards outside the gate, taking turns on duty. The great formation is based on holy light and cannot be broken by ordinary attacks. Jiang Xuan silently transmitted his thoughts to the evil god of the illusionary realm. When the ceremony reaches its climax, that will be the time for the operation to begin. Illusion, the evil god's heart tightened, and the mirror space slowly unfolded deep within his soul, ready to create an illusion to conceal his tracks at any moment. He quietly surveyed his surroundings, while the other vassal tribesmen beside him were all immersed in the preaching of the holy word. The disciples of Dongsheng were arrogant and disdainful of foreigners, so the 2 of them were relatively safe for the time being. But this peace did not last long. Suddenly, a young core disciple of Dongsheng, dressed in a golden holy robe, passed by a corner, and his gaze fell on the evil god of the illusionary realm, who was secretly scanning the surroundings. He immediately stopped and began to question her. A member of the Lei Feng royal family? Just now, I observed that your blood energy was weak and your cultivation was shallow. The discussion of the Holy Scriptures is a great opportunity, yet you were perfunctory throughout. Do you look down on my Eastern victory holy path? These words immediately drew the attention of many surrounding forces, and several elders also glanced over indifferently, their oppressive aura instantly enveloping the two of them. Illusion, the evil god immediately panicked and almost revealed his true nature. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. The sacred path is profound, and I am too dull-witted to understand it. Rather than forcing myself to sit in silence and suffer, I would rather be at ease. The Dongsheng disciple's face darkened, and he was about to lash out when Elder Lei Feng, who was leading the group, quickly stepped forward with a smile and repeatedly cupped his hands to smooth things over. Xiao Wang is unruly and doesn't know the rules. I hope you will forgive him. I will discipline him immediately. After secretly sending several pure lightning seeds into the disciple's hands, the matter was barely dropped. The Dongsheng disciple snorted coldly, turned and left, leaving behind a wary gaze before departing. Once the other party was far away, the illusion, evil god's back was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. He immediately lowered his voice and secretly transmitted his thoughts. We almost got exposed. If this continues, we'll be trapped in the main hall before we even enter the forbidden area. Jiang Xuan remained calm and composed. After scanning the area, he slowly closed his eyes and continued to transmit his voice. It's a minor matter. The other party hasn't noticed anything amiss, so there's no need to panic. The time is approaching. Prepare to act. On the high platform, the third elder slowly rose, and the vast and holy sound of the Tao swept through the entire hall of 10,000 saints, completely drawing everyone's mind to the grand Tao rhythm. Even the 8 guards at the secret door subconsciously shifted their attention to listen, and their vigilance was greatly relaxed. Jiang Xuan raised his eyes and sent a divine thought signal to the evil god. Illusion, the evil god immediately took a deep breath, and the power of illusion quietly spread out, a layer of false light and shadow enveloping the two figures. Jiang Xuan condensed a wisp of pale, purple lightning at his fingertips, flicked it lightly, and the lightning flashed out of the hall, exploding in the square on the other side, causing several holy guards to turn around and rush to investigate. The guards of the hidden door immediately made room for him. The two immediately used the mirror image to pretend to listen to the teachings, while their real bodies used the illusion to conceal their forms and slipped away from the place silently.